This story is about a guy named Chung Yan, an underpaid engineer who died from the stress of his workload and finds himself reincarnated into the body of a prince. In this new world, witches exist with supernatural powers, and Chung Yan plans to use his engineering skills and the witches' powers to advance in this primitive society. His new life begins abruptly when he hears someone calling him to wake up. As he opens his eyes, he discovers himself seated on a chair, bewildered by his unfamiliar surroundings. He looks around and sees these oddly dressed ladies. When he looks in front, he sees an entire town gathered around what looks like an execution platform. Naturally, the poor guy's mind is blown by this bizarre scene. I mean, just a while ago, he was probably crunching numbers or drafting some blueprints, not dodging beheadings. Suddenly, a bald guy addresses him as Prince and reminds him that the time for the execution has arrived and he has to announce his ruling soon. The boy remains clueless for a moment about what's happening, but when he focuses, memories of the body's previous owner flood his mind instantly. Apparently, he's the fourth prince of Grey Castle, known as Roland Wimbledon. He recalls his father assigning all his siblings to various territories under his control, with the promise, "In 5 years, the one who governs best will inherit the kingship." But the boy faces a big problem. He's just an ordinary guy while his siblings are a formidable bunch, giving them an edge in this competition. The first prince has exceptional martial skills, the second excels in finance. The third princess commands a strong following, and the fifth princess is highly intelligent. Meanwhile, Roland, as the fourth prince, seems to be only a waste of oxygen thus far, with no notable talents. To make matters worse, he's been assigned to a desolate border town, a god-forsaken city, where the streets are filled with filth and neglect. Here he must interact with the locals and somehow turn this dismal place into a thriving territory. While feeling sorry for his situation, the old man reminds him once again, "Make your announcement quickly." That's when the boy realizes he has a witch to execute today. The crowd is restless, eager to witness the demise of this alleged witch, whom they believe to be a spawn of the devil and wholly deserving of death. The boy is shocked by the bullcrap spewed by these ragtag individuals and deeply disappointed by their uncivilized behavior, which infuriates him. In frustration, he flings the paper from the old man's hands away and, with an annoyed expression, orders, "Release the witch immediately." The crowd goes quiet, clearly unhappy with the prince's sudden decision. After seeing the public reaction, he lets out a tired sigh. "I'm beat," he says. "Let's move the trial to another day." The old man tries to talk him around. Chief Knight Carter Lannis steps forward, urging him to think it over. He insists they must execute the witch right away to prevent other witches from trying to save her. The prince can't help but chuckle at the sight of this tough knight, built like a bull, looking so scared of witches. Our hero then starts to head down, casually pointing out, "If more witches showed up, we could squash them all in one go." The knight has no clue how to handle this. And the scene shifts to the fourth prince's residence in Bordertown South Castle. Outside, the grumpy knight stands while our hero slams the door in his face. The prince lets out a sigh at first, but then suddenly freaks out. "I've never dealt with this many people in my entire life." Even after his meaningless death, he's not complaining, because he is grateful for this second shot at life. He's dead set on fully stepping into Prince Roland's shoes and getting to the bottom of things with the witch. The scene then shifts to the dungeon in Bordertown, where he's about to meet this witch despite all the warnings from his knights about the potential dangers ahead. The boy just laughs it off, poking fun at his chief knight. "You're scared like a coward, like a little girl." But the knight nervously insists, "Witches are minions of the devil." Unfazed, our hero keeps on walking until he finally comes face to face with the supposed witch. The witch stands up and steps forward, and our hero starts to blush a bit at the sight of her beauty. But his noisy knight immediately butts in. "Back off from the witch," he tells the prince. Our hero just casually puts a reassuring hand on the knight's shoulder and steps forward again. "What's your name?" he asks the girl. Once again, the annoying loudmouth interrupts before they can even exchange pleasantries. Finally fed up with the knight's constant yammering, our hero gives the shiny armored guy a gentle bonk on the head, out of frustration, and tells him, "Stay the heck away while I'm talking." Turning back to the girl, our hero asks, "Are you cool with sharing your name?" She decides to spill the beans. Turns out her old man was working in the mines when a cave-in trapped him. One greedy miner tried to loot his stuff in the chaos. She rallied the neighbors to help free her dad, but her uncle had to throw down with that baldy McShine. Just as he was about to finish her uncle off, she intervened. She extended her hand and unintentionally did something she never wanted to do. The man burned to a crisp, leaving nothing but ashes. This was the day her neighbors labeled her the evil witch, even though she begged them not to spill her secret about witchcraft. And the worst part of this sob story is that her own dad ratted her out. Then this same old consultant guy shows up and suggests our hero should just roast the lady before she pulls anything sketchy. But my guy tells him to chill because he's curious to see this witchcraft in action. The lady's baffled. Someone actually wants me to unleash my powers? But our hero's all cool about it, pushing her to just go for it. She reminds him that her powers are blocked by this locket around her neck and asks if he's really up for her taking it off, warning him she might cause chaos. But then he grabs the locket chain, breaks it, and tosses the locket away like it's nothing. "Show us your damn powers already," he tells her. And so the fire starts to crackle around her, and this macabre dance of flames just leaves our hero's eyes wide open. The entire prison cell lights up with the light. The prince freaks out while the woman casually strolls out after melting the prison bars. The knight bolts in the opposite direction, but our guy is just blown away by her fiery powers. Finally, he gets why his consultant said, fire can't touch her, because she's basically fire herself. Once the flames die down, the former engineer in him sparks with a genius idea. He's not about to waste such epic magic without using it to revolutionize things. When she asks him to end her life because she's shown him what he wanted to see, he surprises her. He throws his coat over her burnt clothes and tells her she's hired. Prince Ronald, drawing on his past life knowledge, declares, she's essentially a perpetual motion machine, able to generate firepower seemingly out of nothing. However, not everyone shares the prince's visionary thinking. The consultant is utterly annoyed by Ronald's decision. "You must remember the witch's ability to obliterate anyone with a mere gesture," he shouts. Moreover, he warns, hiring her could attract the attention of the Witch Cooperation Association, potentially leading to their destruction. But Ronald dismisses the old man's concerns, instructing him, prepare a work contract. He then starts walking away, casually mentioning, I intend to establish a working relationship with the witch, Anna, and further orders the consultant, arrange accommodation for her as well. Back at the administrative office in Bordertown Castle, the old man reports, I've taken care of everything as instructed, but I'm not sure about sparing the witch's life. The prince cuts him off, saying, don't question my decisions. To him, witches aren't monsters, but the old man's still not convinced. That is when our hero lays it out straight, reminding him, Bordertown is a total mess. And he doesn't have his brother's riches or his siblings' smarts. So winning here is a long shot, and he's got to try something out of the box to claim the victory. The old man's impressed by the prince's determination and agrees to arrange a meeting with Miss Anna. Meanwhile, Miss Anna is getting a thorough wash and cleanup. Once she's looking all cute and tidy in some nice clothes, she's escorted to meet our hero. The knight shows our hero the cottage where Anna will be staying. The prince is pretty impressed with the cottage, especially since it was prepared on such short notice. Just then, the knight announces Anna's arrival. When our hero turns around, he sees her in a maid's attire looking absolutely stunning. He's pleasantly surprised and amazed at how well the clothes turned out. Are you comfortable in your new outfit? He asks her. But instead of being happy, she starts a tirade, questioning, why are you giving shelter to a murderer like me? Someone tainted with evil and loathed by everyone. The prince surprises her by stating, I don't see things that way. He dismisses all the talk about evil witches and devil's powers as nonsense. He explains, people are just scared because they don't understand her significance to society. He extends his hand, telling her, I accept you despite your flaws. He promises to teach her how to use her powers for good and to make a positive impact on the world. Once inside the empty cottage, Anna immediately starts practicing, unleashing her fiery powers. However, as flames scatter around uncontrollably, our hero realizes, teaching her magic control is going to be tougher than I thought. On top of that, there's the issue that every time she uses her powers, my clothes get incinerated, leaving her embarrassed and naked. Both of them feel awkward, but our hero is relieved that he had prepared multiple sets of clothes ahead of time, Just then, the old man bursts in with urgent news. While gasping for breath, he shocks everyone by reporting, "Our patrols have spotted signs of demon activity months earlier than expected this year." Of course, our hero has no clue about these months of demons, and seeing everyone terrified only piques his curiosity further. The old man reveals to the clueless prince, every winter after the first snowfall and when the sun sets, the gates of hell open in the Dragonspine Mountains. Border Town isn't defensible, so everyone must flee to Longsong Fortress. However, the old man reassures him, saying that his safety is their top priority. Curious, the boy asks, "Have you seen these gates of hell yourself?" The old man replies, "No," explaining that it's impossible for them to see such things. The Dragonspine Mountains are not only impassable, but also emit a foul miasma that affects anyone who gets too close, unless they've already fallen into the devil's grasp, meaning only witches can explore the area and see the gates of hell. The prince then wonders, "Have you ever encountered demons?" The old man replies, "No." It's his first time in the central region of Grey Castle, and hardly anyone's ever come face to face with a real demon. Looks like it makes sense to our hero why this place doesn't thrive with a bustling economy, because people always get evacuated at the end of every year. The boy then raises a valid point. If Longsong Fortress can fend off the demons, it means they're not invincible. Keeping that in mind, he is itching to throw down with these demons by himself. The old man is terrified by this plan and explains, Longsong Fortress has massive walls and Duke Rayon's elite troop is stationed there. They're formidable, and Border Town is located in the North Slope Mountains, which serve as an early warning system for Longsong Fortress about impending threats. But our hero remains resolute and instructs the old man to gather local soldiers who have experience fighting demons. In the bright day under this gazebo, we see our duo having afternoon snacks. While they are at it, the prince requests, "Tell me something about the months of demons." The lady immediately complies. Her tone gets somber as she describes the hellish experience of the months of demons. Unlike big shots like our hero, commoners here deal with this nightmare every single year. She explains that her father, a miner like many others in town, struggles daily to survive. When the months of demons begin, the people of Border Town send their year's mining production to Longsong Fortress, in exchange for next year's rations and some gold royals. During this time, everyone takes shelter at Longsong Fortress until winter passes. One year, the months of demons lasted a brutal 4 months straight. City officials at Longsong Fortress said, "The ore we produced in autumn could only buy 3 months' worth of food." The 4th month's supply had to wait for new ore, but the months of demons lasted another extra month, which trapped the people inside the fortress. And to top it off, the grub from Longsong was divided equally among the people, leading to the strong bullying the weak. The prince gets ticked off hearing her sad story, and he straight up tells the lady, no one's going to suffer through those months of demons again. Leaving the gazebo, our hero asks to meet with the consultant to check on progress. The scene shifts to the Border Town Administrative Office, where Consultant Barov has brought 3 folks. 2 are soldiers, big shots in charge of the Border Town Patrol, and lighting the beacon every year. The 3rd is a hunter who claims he's faced demons before, even bagging one himself. At first, one of the scared soldiers stumbles through his words in front of the prince, muttering gibberish that makes no sense. The prince then nudges the other soldier. "Speak up." The other one then explains, the demons used to be regular critters in the forest, but the evil miasma turned them into savage beasts. They're tough, but still killable. Once the months of demons wrap up, Longsong Fortress sends out cavalry to mop up any stragglers in the area. That's when the hunter slams his fist on the ground like he's showing off, boasting, "Those monsters are as easy as slicing cucumbers with my sword, and I've taken down 2 already." The big guy then drops to his knees before our prince. The consultant introduces the hunter as Iron Axe, saying, "There's gossip he's so tall because of his giant monster blood in his veins from the Mojin clan." Our hero asks him straight up, "Are your stories true?" Iron Axe nods confidently, saying, "I've already killed a demonic boar and a wolf type." Iron Axe explains how hunters categorize demons. As the guard mentioned, these critters started out as regular animals but went berserk after they got a taste of hell miasma, which is why they're such a pain. The wolf type is sneaky and lightning fast, and the wild boar has a tough back, which is so thick that even crossbows struggle to pierce it. The prince quickly realizes that these demons are essentially animals, but with enhanced traits. The hunter agrees, saying, they don't pose much of a threat. However, he gets serious when discussing hybrid types, calling them the true spawn of the devil. He explains, these monsters are horrifying creations that only hell could concoct. Diving on one hybrid, the hunter mentions, it had the body and legs of a rugged beast, but also sported huge wings for short-distance flight. What's more, its senses were keen, always pinpointing its prey no matter how well hidden. The hunter barely survived by diving into the Redwater River before losing consciousness. It seems our hero can handle the regular monsters with big walls, but he's stumped on how to deal with those that can fly. He then asks his knight, are those hybrid demon types supposed to be rare? The knight nods firmly, saying, during any months of demons, you'll usually get 2 or 3 of those bad boys popping up. It's enough to give Longsong Fortress a serious headache. The boy finally connects the dots. With a bang on the table, he announces, I'm staying put in Border Town for the winter. Everyone's jaws drop at his decision, and the knight scrambles to convince him, we're outnumbered by monsters. Our hero fires back, suggesting, let's build a wall from the foot of North Slope Mountain to the Redwater River. But the knight ain't buying it and waves it off as a pipe dream, saying, it'd take them a lifetime to build such a wall. My guy leans back, telling the knight, chill. He promises, if I can't get the wall up fast, I'll retreat like everyone else, because I'm not about to throw my life away in this place either. The riled-up knight finally calms down, pleading his loyalty. I'll save our hero at any cost. At the bustling gray castle port of Clearwater, we catch a glimpse of the third princess. She remarks on the chilly ocean breeze, signaling winter's approach, then turns to her knight. It's getting colder, she says. Rayan asked about the return of their black sail fleet. He assured her they should be back at port in 3 days, if all goes well. The princess notes this is our last expedition of the year, and hopes it brings some nice surprises. Back in the palace, the knight wonders, how was she already geared up for the throne competition her father sprung on us? She admits she didn't see it coming, but she figures it's all about paving the way for the king's favorite son to take the throne. Still, she laughs it off, saying, being good at running things doesn't automatically mean the second son will win. She tells her knight, dig deeper and understand why I'm sending out the Black Sail Fleet on this big expedition. After mulling it over, the knight realizes her fleet isn't just about making money, it's about gaining serious influence and power. Since launching the Black Sail Plan, she's rounded up skilled sailors, tough fighters, and key allies to back her play. This is Garcia Wimbledon, the third princess of Grey Castle. She is using smarts and strategy to secure her shot at the throne. The princess then asks, how did your plot to off the fourth prince go down? The knight sighs and replies, there's been no word from the border, meaning our poison plan probably flopped, and the spies we sent to do the job are missing in action. She figures her little bro must have wasted no time offing those spies once they got caught. Looks like the poison actually did its job and killed the fourth prince, but our hero just happened to swap into his body, which is why they think their poison plan tanked. She's now planning to kill the hero once he seeks refuge in Longsong Fortress and tells her knight to sit tight until then. She also snarks, since the poison didn't do squat, it means that Snake MBs, who sold them that stuff, was lying about it being colorless and tasteless. And as punishment for deceiving the third princess, she suggests her knight to hang that liar immediately. It's quite funny how she's about to drop the hammer on their reliable poison guy, even though the fourth prince really did kick the bucket from that poison. The next scene shows us Anna sitting in the landscape of greenery. And there we meet her teacher, Carl, who asks her, what are you reading today? Is it poetry or perhaps the history of their church? The girl greets her teacher, and before she can say anything, her innocent image shatters before his eyes. He is left staring with wide eyes. The next scene takes him to a rowdy crowd accusing his disciple of being a witch and the reincarnation of the devil. Seeing her hanging there, he slaps his hands over his face. Jolting awake in his office. Once he's finally awake, he breathes heavily, haunted by the vision of Anna's hanging. If even a pure-hearted girl like Anna could be called evil, he thinks, Then those greedy administrative officials of Grey Castle must be true demons, born from the depths of hell. He angrily expresses, if they hadn't switched to lower quality stones just to save a few hundred gold, the theater would never have collapsed, and those innocent victims would still be alive. In his eyes, those corrupt individuals are the ones who truly deserve to be hanged for their heinous acts and corruption. Sadly, this country didn't administer proper punishment to them. Instead, the blame fell unfairly on innocent stonemasons. This resulted in harsh taxes, rampant inequality, little rule of law, and even labeling a curious and innocent girl as a demon and sending her cruelly to the gallows. He appeals to God for help in punishing these deserving evil people. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door, and when he opens it, he finds one of his young students, Nana. She looks really worried and anxious. The little girl timidly asks, "Am I going to end up like Anna, hanged?" The man quickly reassures her with a pat on the head, promising, "I will protect you no matter what." He strolls through town, thoughts swirling about how the powerful have mistreated the innocent while he stood by. "This time I will act," he vows. "I won't let another girl suffer like Anna did." His attention is then drawn to a commotion at the town square. People are gathered around the quest board, where they're reading a notice posted by the fourth prince. It calls for workers for construction jobs in the border areas, gravel workers, stonemasons, and more. The notice details everything the applicants need to know. The teacher's eyes widen in shock as he sees the notice signed and stamped with our hero's name. That's when he remembers our hero, the fourth prince. He's heard rumors about the prince having all sorts of unique ideas and a personality that's totally different from everyone else. The prince also doesn't seem to be a big fan of the church, which gives the teacher a bit of hope. But right now, he's worried that supporting Anna, who is a witch, might get him labeled as a witch sympathizer and land him on the gallows as well. He's banking on the idea that if the prince hates the church enough, maybe he also hates their strict laws. That's the only way he sees to protect other girls from facing the church's severe punishments for being witches. We're back with our hero again, and his knight is questioning him about the dimensions of the wall he plans to build. "It'll be 15 feet tall and 6 feet wide, enough for 4 people to stand side by side on top," our hero says. The knight then mentions, "We'll need to dig a trench as deep as a person is tall to stabilize such a massive structure." With the wall being 15 feet tall and 6 feet wide at the top, the base width will need to be doubled for stability. Even with 350 craftsmen working simultaneously on digging and building, they can only promise to finish before next year's months of demons. The prince curiously asks, what will be the main challenge that is taking such a long time? The knight explains, "The real issue lies in laying the wall itself. We'll have to carefully select and polish each rock to ensure they fit together properly. Otherwise, the wall won't hold up well." The prince decides to move ahead with his knight's plan to dig the trench and build the wall at the same time. When it comes to laying the wall, he reassures his knight and reveals, Grey Castle's alchemy workshop is producing a new thing called cement, which is bound to impress everyone. Naturally, the knight is all ears because he has never heard of something known as cement in his entire life. In the next scene, we're outside the cement kiln room at Bordertown, where we see both of them standing outside the cottage. The prince explains, making cement is pretty straightforward because the raw materials are plentiful here. But the real trick lies in getting the calcination temperature just right. Sadly, he can't recall the exact temperature needed, and there's no way to measure it precisely in this world. Suddenly, the cottage door swings open, revealing Anna. Before the prince steps inside, our hero tells his knight, "Hang back." It's clear that the prince is using Anna's witch powers to create his cement, and she seems perfectly suited for the task. Before she heads out fully naked, our hero hands over his coat to her once more. When she is out of the cottage, she eagerly expresses, "I have done as my prince had asked of me." Inside, we find a heap of cement on the floor. The boy quickly checks the product to see if their experiment paid off and decides to give it a try, before producing it on a mass scale. Curiously, Anna asks, "Where do you plan to use the cement?" The boy explains, "It can be used for building homes, bridges, roads, and more." He highlights how it will protect them from natural disasters like rain, heat, or snow that could otherwise damage their homes. "I give all the credit for the success of making the cement to Anna," he says, recognizing her crucial role. Outside the cottage, they finally glue a few square boulders together with the cement. Both the knight and the girl are pleasantly surprised by the result. The knight can't help but marvel at this amazing discovery, while our hero inspects closely and is equally surprised that it feels much sturdier than what you would get from compacting ordinary dirt and mud together. The knight even tries to pry the boulders apart, but despite exerting all his force, he can't seem to budge them, let alone unstick them. The prince reminds his knight, "You've been underestimating things because this stuff is better made than you originally thought." The knight is also amazed by this fascinating invention of sticky stuff that turns into solid rock in no time. He's pretty confident that with this, they could easily cover the entire border in 5 years. But our guy dismisses the need for such a grand project, saying even the tallest walls can't keep out enemies from within. Their first enemy is the fight against natural disasters to ensure their people don't end up homeless. He's determined to prove to the world that witches are humanity's most productive asset. From the next day in the cottage, the prince got down to mass-producing cement with the help of the workers who responded to the recruitment notice. They hustled to gather essential ingredients and supplies, giving Anna some well-deserved rest. Meanwhile, the prince kicked off the excavation for the city's wall foundation between the North Slope Mountain and the Redwater River. However, things didn't go as smoothly as expected. The knight was impressed that the prince personally visited the construction site and gave the workers a pep talk at the North Slope. He noted their dedication, but the prince grinned sheepishly, admitting, "Despite our efforts, all we managed to dig was a rough trench at the North Slope, a makeshift drainage ditch rather than the sturdy foundation needed for a city wall." Even though our hero used to geek out over mechanical blueprints paired with his civil engineer buddy, they made quite the geeky duo. But now, tackling these civil project details is way beyond his expertise, and he's itching for a pro in the field to brainstorm ideas with. Interrupting his moment of contemplation, the consultant points out, "A stonemason has responded to our recruitment notice, claiming to have been a member of the Grey Castle Mason Guild." The prince immediately recognizes the guild as a prominent organization in the country. "Though I've heard they were disbanded due to a construction accident," he says. He then shrugs it off, pointing out that risks are always present in this line of work. "I am eager to secure highly talented individuals," he says, instructing his consultant to bring the stonemason to see him. The next scene takes us to Roland's administrative office in Bordertown. Our hero lounges at his desk, idly passing the time, while Anna sits nearby, absorbed in a book. Finally, the knight arrives with the person our hero has been eager to meet. To our surprise, it's none other than the teacher, who had been fretting about his little witches. Before the teacher can start extolling the prince, our hero cuts in, waving off the formalities and telling him to relax. When the teacher's gaze falls upon Anna, he looks completely bewildered. His mind is clearly spinning. Meanwhile, both our hero and the knight are totally dumbfounded to see this unexpected meet and greet. Sensing potential trouble, the prince quickly directs the knight, "Block the door." The knight immediately follows the command, positioning himself at the entrance, ready to not let this threatening man go away. I find it hard to believe that a random craftsman could end up being a neighbor of Anna, our hero thinks. But then the teacher suddenly falls to his knees, pleading for forgiveness from Anna. "I failed you when you needed me the most." That is when it becomes clear to the prince that this man poses no threat to her after all. He also recognizes her teacher immediately. The prince then instructs the man to stand and demands an explanation about his relationship with Anna. The man immediately pulls himself together and quickly apologizes. "I'm sorry for causing a scene." He then introduces himself. "I'm Carl Van Bate, a former member of the Mason Guild turned teacher in the border town." He reveals Anna was once my student. Carl further points out, I don't really understand why our hero would spare Anna's life. He wants her as his lover, but he isn't complaining, since being beheaded is still better than being a prince's side chick. Carl is further relieved to see that our hero doesn't believe in witches being incarnations of the devil. After explaining everything thoroughly to the prince, the man further mentions, "There's another talented girl like Anna whom I would like our hero to also keep hidden here in the palace." The prince gladly gives the teacher the green light to bring her here, promising, no harm will come to her if she truly is a witch. However, he can't simply take her away from her family, especially since they aren't directly threatening her at the moment. Our guy bursts into happiness inwardly, looking forward to meeting this next witch and discovering her formidable abilities. Though outwardly he remains composed and calm. The prince clarifies, I didn't save the girl out of kindness, but because I need her help. He doesn't believe in those nonsensical tales that portray witch powers as evil. Instead, he sees them as valuable gifts if handled wisely and used responsibly. So, whether it's Anna, this other girl Nana, or any other witch, as long as they haven't committed actual crimes, he won't presume them guilty in any way. Once that's out of the way, our hero finally gets down to business and asks the man, Have you ever helped build in Greycastle Town? The man nods enthusiastically, saying, I've had plenty of experience. The prince then lays out his plan to erect a wall between the foot of the North Slope Mountain and the Redwater River to keep those demonic critters at bay. From now on, this guy's in charge of the whole project. In the next scene, we're in Roland's Palace Gardens in Bordertown, where Nana finally pays our hero a visit. She looks a bit nervous at first glance. When the little girl asks, Am I really seeing Prince Roland Wimbledon? The prince grins and confirms, It's me in the flesh. Nana lights up and introduces herself. I'm Nana Pine. Without missing a beat, Nana dashes over to Anna and starts playing with her, as if they've been sisters forever. The prince wonders, these girls are really young, and yet they are a talented bunch. He is really looking forward to seeing what the future has in store for them. The boy then turns to the little girl, reminding her that her teacher mentioned she's awakened as a witch. The girl asks, Are you going to execute me? The boy quickly says, No, explaining that only criminals with a rap sheet end up facing the gallows or a beheading. The girl insists, I'm possessed by a devil, which her teacher also confirmed. Nana gives her a reassuring pat on the head, while our hero asks, When did you first notice something was up? She explains, It all started a week ago when I saw a bird with a busted leg. Feeling a strong urge to help, something like water blobs popped into my mind and surrounded the bird, and the bird's leg got healed instantly. After hearing her story, the prince tells his knight, Go grab a chicken. As the knight heads off to find a healthy one, our hero wonders, Might my awakened powers lean towards healing? Which is nothing to scoff at. The prince then tells her, If you can save animals like that bird, it means you're actually a good person. The girl agrees, saying, Our teacher also told us that regular folks fear witches just because they can do things others can't. She insists she's never seen a devil and isn't connected to one either. Our hero believes her right away and gives her a gentle pat on the head, reminding her, The church and even our teacher were tricked by lies. Confused, the girl asks, Why would anyone lie? The boy explains, It's not about good or bad. It's about people trying to make money by spreading fake stories. Once the chicken arrives, the little girl asks the prince, Please go easy on it. The boy agrees, but tells his knight, Hold the chicken tight, before giving it a quick whack on the head. The poor bird squawks in pain and flops to the ground. He then turns to the girl and urges her, Heal the chicken pronto. She nods, saying, I'll do my best. When she lays her hand on it, those watery blobs pop up again, and she gets to work right away. A few hours pass, and despite the boy's rough treatment, which leaves the chicken drained, he finally seems to understand. Nana's power. She can fix up broken bits and mend fractures, though bringing a chicken back from the dead isn't in her playbook. Once the chicken has served its purpose, the boy tells his knight, Take it to the kitchen. Leaving the girl with tears in her eyes and a pout for how rough the prince was with the chicken. It was necessary, he assures her. Before long, a feast of delicious food appears before them. Nana seems to forget her chicken grievance, as she eagerly eyes the cooked bird laid out before her. After their little feast, the little girl heads off, waving her hand one last time. Our hero waves back in response. Meanwhile, Anna is curious why our hero is not keeping her in the palace, knowing she's a witch too. He reminds her, You still have a family who doesn't know about your powers yet. But Anna worries, It's only a matter of time before my parents find out and exile me. He agrees, but reassures her, As long as your abilities remain secret, you should cherish the time with your parents. He then asks, Do you miss your father? She sadly shakes her head, replying, No. Our hero can empathize with the loneliness she feels. To ease her mind, he promises, Nana will come daily to practice magic with you so you won't feel alone. and further vows, "I will give both girls the ordinary life they desire." And he means every word. Back in the castle, our hero's been feeling kind of bored ever since Carl Van Bate took charge of the wall construction. He's taken to having a tea party every afternoon while teaching the girls how to work their magic. Every now and then, he checks on the city wall's progress at the foot of the North Slope Mountain, always impressed by how much better it's going than expected. But then, the consultant shows up with some not-so-great news. He points out, hiring all those craftsmen and laborers has been super expensive, and all that cash is coming straight out of our hero's pocket. At this rate, the steward's worried they won't have enough money left by spring. Our hero officially starts to panic, realizing that he is freaking screwed. A moment later, while he's brainstorming ideas to get out of this financial mess, the old man says, "It's strange how much the prince has changed lately. He seems like a completely different person. Back in the day, this guy knew nothing but the pleasures of life, and the only reason this old man sticks with our hero is because the king has promised him the position of Minister of Finance once the throne competition is over." When he first rolled into Bordertown, he wasn't planning on running the place, nor was he gunning for the throne. He let down all the nobles and dumped all the responsibilities on the old man's lap. But ever since he rescued that witch, the prince has done a complete 180. The prince is now handling things with more thought and dealing with stuff like it's his second nature. He even talks to the old man in this grown-up tone, which is seriously creeping the old dude out, making him wonder, did the prince get possessed by a devil or something? But the old man brushes it off, saying, if the prince were really possessed, he wouldn't have casually snagged that godforsaken retribution locket. Cut to the scene back at the port in Bordertown. Two nobles and this redhead guy who looks like some ambassador are shooting the breeze. The guy in glasses reminds the ambassador, "We last swung by a year ago," and gripes, "The town's still a desolate pile of rocks." The redhead pipes up, correcting him. "It was just 6 months ago." He mentions how, every season, Duke randomly sends someone new here. He remembers visiting last summer when, besides rocks, there were all kinds of fancy furs floating around. When he is about to spill something juicy, he decides to keep it under wraps for some reason. Instead, he focuses on the border town's potential. He suggests that although it's currently just a fortress outpost, if they set up a solid defense line here, all the land between border town and the fortress could be put to good use. Suddenly, the guy in glasses freaks out, pointing out, "The stockpile is empty, and Bordertown was supposed to have their ore ready today. Looks like these visitors are here to collect ore before the demon months hit, offering shelter for the Bordertown in return." The ambassador sighs and decides to take the problem to our hero. They ride back on their horses. The guy with purple hair wonders, did Bordertown find a new trade partner, or have they already sold their ore to Willowtown or Fallen Dragon Ridge? He's pretty sure it's the fourth prince's doing, who is our hero, by the way. The redhead thinks hard, pondering if the prince has already set up deals with towns further down on the Redwater River. If so, they've lost yet another bargaining chip. He worries that if they try the same monopoly play as before, they're not likely to succeed since the fourth prince already has other trade partners to take their ore to sell. Once they get to the castle, they're greeted with this incredible feast. The ambassador, not sure how to handle chopsticks, glances over at our hero and awkwardly tries to eat the same way, struggling to even pick up his food. As his food flies off the chopsticks, the ambassador feels embarrassed. The prince casually mentions, "These sticks are easier and cheaper to make compared to forks, and once I introduce them to my townspeople, no one will have to worry about getting sick from eating with their bare hands." As the sun starts to dip, casting a golden glow over the castle, the prince is about to enjoy desserts after their impromptu dinner. Finally, the ambassador brings up the reason for their visit. "We came to collect ore as usual, only to find none at the dockyard this time." That's when our hero drops the bad news. There was a landslide at the North Slope Mountain recently. They've been trying to clear the rubble and resume production this month, but it looks like the mine won't reopen until sometime next year. The ambassador then asks, "What about the production from previous months?" Our hero simply shrugs and says, "It was lower than usual, barely enough to keep everyone fed." He adds, "Even if we manage to scrape together enough ore, it won't buy more than 2 months' worth of wheat." So he suggests they totally revamp their deal. The ambassador looks worried and tries to reel our hero back in, apologizing for past screw-ups. He proposes that the 6 noble families of the fortress pool together to lend enough food for 1 month, promising, "We'll pay it back next year." But our hero isn't having it. He flat out says if they sell the ore to Willowtown, they won't owe anyone a thing. And here's the twist. The Willowtown is offering gold dragon coins in exchange for their ore. Plus, they're ready to trade wheat, cheese, bread, and honey, all at fair prices. Anything you can buy with gold dragons, they're happy to sell. Compared to dealing with Longsong Fortress, this new setup makes way more sense for the border town. Our hero asks the ambassador another question, pointing out, "Do you even have enough influence to make that decision on behalf of the other families willing to lend 1 month's worth of food?" Our hero quickly catches on that the ambassador is a member of the honeysuckle family. With this emblem being a dead giveaway, the prince acknowledges that the ambassador might be from one of the 6 families, but questions whether he can really convince Duke Ryan and the others to agree, or if he can guarantee it. Looks like our hero is hitting the nail on the head, as the ambassador's face turns sour like a lemon. The scene flashes back to when the ambassador tried to reason with his father, arguing, "The new ruler of Border Town, the 4th prince, definitely won't agree to exchange his minerals and gemstones for some food and bread." He suggested we should buy from them at 30% under the market price, as we could still make substantial profits. But this bald machismo of a father confidently brushed off the concern, saying, the sloth-like 4th prince would never handle Border Town's trade affairs. He believed they could continue swindling Border Town's resources for mere bread and shelter. In the present moment, the redhead ambassador, after thinking it through, realizes our hero has a point. He couldn't even convince his own father, but still wants to try his best. So, the redhead takes the plunge and offers to buy the ore and gemstones from Border Town at 30% below market price. The ambassador is confident his offer must be higher than what Willowtown is proposing. He emphasizes that Willowtown is far away, making it difficult to seek shelter during the demon months, which is why Longsong Fortress is the best option for shelter. The ambassador starts to mention the bad roads leading to Willowtown, but stops himself mid-sentence. Curious, our hero urges him to finish his thought. The redhead points out the dangers that could easily spring up along that road. The ambassador realizes he may have inadvertently issued a threat to a prince and starts panicking internally. Our hero just chuckles, dispelling the redhead's confusion, and explains, "I never intended to seek refuge in Willowtown in the first place." That bombshell catches the redhead off guard, and he really throws the ambassador for a loop by making it crystal clear. "I'm not going anywhere, not to Longsong Fortress or anywhere else." The prince goes on to explain, Border Town isn't just going to be some outpost anymore. It's going to be a full-fledged part of Grey Castle Kingdom. He's pumped to show off the brand new city walls, stretching all the way from the North Slope Mountains to the Redwater River. The redhead's jaw practically hits the floor. He double-checks with our hero if he heard right. The boy nods firmly, stressing, "They're putting up this wall right here in Border Town to keep those demons at bay." The redhead's mind flashes back to some fancy banquet where nobles were roasting our prince for starting construction projects just as the demon months were rolling in. Everyone had a good laugh at what they thought was our hero's cluelessness. At first, the redhead figured it was all just rich folks teasing each other for kicks. He never imagined our prince was serious about this whole wall thing. What's really mind-boggling is how our prince, known for chasing pleasure and not much else, is suddenly taking charge of something so massive. The redhead, freaking out a bit, assures our hero, "Once you're back at the fortress, I'll try to hash things out with the 6 noble families, hoping it'll all swing in your favor." Now it's smack dab in the middle of the night, and our hero's feeling bummed that nightlife in this backwoods world is non-existent. People here hit the bed early unless they're up for clapping some cheeks. Even though he could easily bring someone over to liven up his night, he's got morals and won't stoop to anything sketchy. Out of the blue, someone sneaks up on our hero from behind. He spins around to find a woman in a robe singing his praises for handling the ambassador with brains, hinting that the prince isn't all about the party life after all. Turns out she's an assassin. But our hero doesn't waste a second before trying to dash out of the room. The woman throws her dagger, stopping him in his tracks. "I'm only here to chat," she reassures him. "Chill out and don't panic." The boy stops dead in his tracks, especially with that sharp dagger staring him down, and asks, "Who might you be?" She drops the bomb that she has no name, but goes by Nightingale, a nickname her sisters gave her for some weird reason. She's surprisingly grateful for our hero's recent care towards witches. When the prince takes a closer look, he notices an emblem similar to the one the old man showed him, which belonged to the Witch Association. The lady gives him props again for his sharp mind, while our hero presses on, asking, "Are you here for Anna?" He admits he has no clue how she knows about Anna, but still reassures the woman, saying, "She is still alive." The lady nods, saying, "I already know that much," and points out, even if she was killed, the Witch Association wouldn't appreciate meddling in politics by killing a prince just because a witch was killed. But she's quick to warn him, don't underestimate them. The boy reassures her once again, Anna's doing well. The woman casually replies, "I already know." And she's also aware of the other girl named Nana. She gives him the creeps by casually dropping that she's been spying on him for the past 2 weeks, keeping tabs on his every move, which really gets under our hero's skin. Because let's face it, this idiot did not have a single clue if he was being spied on. She gestures for our hero to come closer, assuring him she has no intention of harming him. Reluctantly, the boy sits before her, sensing no ill intentions. But then the woman gets uncomfortably close, noting, "He's different because he shows no fear towards me or any other witches." She inches even closer. The prince steps back, half-jokingly telling her, "Keep it PG, I don't want YouTube to slap age restrictions on the video." The lady finally withdraws her hand and gets straight to the point. "I'm here to take Anna and Nana." The boy immediately refuses without hesitation. "They're happy here and safe under my watch." But the lady argues, they'd be safer with the Witch Association, where they will be treated like family by every member. But the boy keeps pressing on, noting, the Witch Association doesn't even have a fixed place to call home. He mentions how his soldiers stumbled upon one of their camps hidden in a forest about a month ago, and the tracks led north. However, in that direction, there are only endless mountains. The lady defends their choice, saying, "We're based in desolate mountains to stay safe from outsiders and dangers." But the boy isn't convinced, bringing up the lack of basic necessities there that would make life difficult for the girls. He also remembers what the old man told him about the association's goal, which is to gather all witches and find the holy mountains, where witches can truly be safe. He asks, "Do you have the same goal in mind?" Cryptically, the lady responds that she can't give him an answer. This annoys the boy further as he insists, "I won't let the girls live in such barren lands where only demons could thrive." That's when a light bulb goes off in his head, catching the lady totally off guard with what he says next. "I invite the entire Witch Association to come to Border Town for the winter," he says, looking all pleased with himself as he tries to convince her it won't be much trouble to wait until winter passes. The lady reminds him, while the prince may not fear witches, the townsfolk will likely freak out. Plus, the church will pounce the moment they catch wind that witches are staying in Border Town. But our hero is adamant and wants to show everyone that witches aren't evil, especially if they help the town get through the tough months of demons. The lady then mentions another reason why she wants to take both ladies, especially Anna, who's almost of age. Of course, this point sails right over our hero's head until the lady confirms he heard right. She explains, "Most witches awaken around the time of the months of demons, or when the gates of hell supposedly open." Basically, coming of age is a witch's final stage, and a woman who hasn't awakened her powers by 18 won't ever become a witch. Once a witch comes of age during the months of demons, demons take over their minds, causing unbearable agony. It feels like something's trying to burst out of their bodies, straining every vein and tendon to the limit. If they survive, they'll recover after 4 or 5 days, but for those who don't, it's a brutal death. That's why witches are seen as the devil's spawn, and their horrific deaths, mixed with church propaganda, make people think they're possessed by demons. The boy then asks, what happens once they hit adulthood? To which the lady explains, their powers will stabilize and often get even stronger, with some even picking up new abilities. Our hero questions, how valid is this all? Old records claim that witches find eternal peace on the holy mountain, and are spared from demons consuming their minds. The lady admits, there's nothing concrete about the holy mountain, it's only mentioned in texts. Taking her to headquarters might slightly increase her chances of survival. If witches could live freely without being hunted, the demonic attacks would be way less severe. The boy realizes that Anna and Nana are key players in his big plan. but he's worried about putting them in danger if he goes ahead with it. He quickly agrees to let the lady take Anna if she's up for it. As for Nana, he decides to wait until tomorrow to talk to her about it. The witch is delighted to hear our hero's wise decision, but when he summons Anna and asks her about it, she immediately declines, saying, "I'm not going anywhere." This shocks both adults, and the woman tries to reason with her, explaining, "I can sense the demonic energy building within you as you near maturity." She reminds Anna about the whole puberty talk she had with our hero earlier. Anna then reminds our hero, "You promised me an ordinary life," but she couldn't care less about anything because all she wants is to stay by the prince's side. She's confident that the demonic energy won't stand a chance against her, and she's determined to survive the months of demons and conquer her puberty. The woman sighs. I give up on convincing Anna. She thinks Anna is just a naive kid who doesn't understand the dangers. Of course, our hero doesn't like the idea of her keeping a watchful eye on him for the rest of the winter. Anyway, before the woman disappears, she comes face to face with Anna and says, "I've seen so many hardships and lost so many friends. I won't let you suffer the same fate." With those final words, she bids farewell to our girl and vanishes into thin air without a trace. Seeing her abilities totally blows our hero's mind. He's amazed by her assassination skills. Once they're alone, the boy gives Anna a reassuring pat on the head and tells her, "Hit the hay, it's already pretty late for you." The next day rolls around, and our hero greets the citizens of the town with a cheery, "Good morning." He gathers everyone for an important announcement. He explains, "Almost 4 days ago, the ambassador from Longsong Fortress visited me to collect the already mined ore. However, everyone should remember that a month ago, the northern mining quarry collapsed, and production hasn't resumed since then. The community immediately panicked because the last output was only half of the average, and they had to endure starvation and a lot of crap from Longsong." He then exposes the Longsong Fortress's hideous act, saying, "I tried to get a loan and supplies from the ambassador, but the guy shut me down hard, just like 2 years ago." People freak out again, fearing starvation once more. He reminds them of the time when food was so scarce that many lost family, siblings, kids, and more. He asks, "How long do you want this cycle of loss to continue?" The crowd starts begging him to save them, and he nods positively, swearing, "I won't let my people fall into that pit again." After a dramatic cough, he drops the bomb, saying, 2 months' worth of mining would have bought us enough food for almost a year, but those Longsong jerks never played fair." The whole crowd starts to see that Longsong Fortress is taking advantage like that. So our hero explains, "I traded my stones for a bunch of food from Willowtown, enough to keep everyone fed through the winter." Just as folks start celebrating and feeling relieved, he puts a pause on the party vibes. He reminds them, cutting ties with Longsong means you're committing to sticking it out in Bordertown for the winter. That news sets off another round of worry, but the boy quickly shifts gears, reminding everyone about the wall they're building. "Demons aren't any tougher than the beasts in the forest," he says, "and they won't be able to scale our wall no matter how hard they try." Then he gives them a choice. Either seek refuge to starve in Longsong Fortress, or stand with me to protect our families. He asks, "Is anyone up for joining me on the wall to fend off monsters?" He promises good silver coin rewards for those who help out. And if the worst happens and someone doesn't make it, he pledges 5 golden coins to their family. The whole crowd gets fired up by his speech, and suddenly everyone's geared up to face whatever comes their way with determination and grit. The atmosphere in Longsong Fortress is lively, with laughter echoing through the entire castle. People seem to be having a good time. Our hero's decision to stay put in the border town and build a wall, they joke. One guy sporting a solid mustache jokes, "Our hero would probably stack some rough rocks together, throw in some dirt and mud, and call it a day." He is sure that eventually our hero will come running back to Longsong, and they can further exploit him when he's desperate. However, the leader of this committee doesn't seem to dismiss our hero as lightly as the others. He asks, "What is the ambassador's take on the matter?" The redhead, bewildered at first, mentions, "Our original plan was to maintain our monopoly as usual, and as long as we purchase ores from our hero at 3 times lower than the market price, it's a good deal for us." But our hero has other plans. He's not just looking to sell the ores to only Longsong Fortresses, he's willing to cut the price of ores by half, aiming to stimulate higher demand and thereby increase overall production capacity and revenue for the border town. This approach is a strategic move to foster economic growth and sustainability in the region. Because of that price cut in ores, the Longsong Fortress will be able to earn much more than they earned in the past. Additionally, he intends to manufacture iron tools, which he believes will fly off the shelves no matter where they are sold, creating an additional stream of income. However, those aren't the only things to consider. If our hero can hold off the demons at Border Town, it's good news for Longsong too. They won't have to keep dealing with those pesky beasts every year. Plus, the throne squabble is only 5 years long, so if Border Town flourishes afterward, Longsong could end up with the kingdom's third biggest slice of land. The red-headed guy suggests that Longsong should pitch in to help our prince build the wall and defend Border Town. He figures it'll pay off in the end. The old man agrees with the redhead's practical sense, but calls it typical merchant thinking. To this white-haired fellow, it's not about whether Border Town succeeds or fails. He just doesn't want to share his turf with anyone, prince or not. The next day, Chief Knight's face was priceless when he laid eyes on the contraption our prince had been tinkering with. True to form, he said. He showered all the credit on Anna, who'd helped with welding the metal parts. The prince couldn't contain his excitement over his latest creation, which was a steam engine. "I've done it!" he exclaimed. He hugged his beautiful invention tightly, seeing it as the first step towards ushering humanity into an industrial revolution fueled by a new energy source. 5 minutes later, the knight still looked baffled, trying to wrap his head around how the machine worked. Watching the mechanical parts move left, the knight was completely awestruck. It was his first glimpse of the natural power the prince had been talking about, a force equal to the strength of 10 knights combined. And this innovation promised to save a ton of manual and animal labor. Training a knight took 15 years, but building a contraption like this stove only took 3 days. The knight found it fascinating that it didn't need feeding, didn't care about the weather, and was impervious to arrows or blades. Seeing this, he started to wonder, are traditional knights even necessary in a world with such machines? The boy was totally stoked to see his farming game jump forward by a few hundred years. Later that night, our hero swung open his bedroom door and found the assassin lady once again. "What are you up to now?" he asked, deep into studying the blueprints he'd made. He gave her a bit of a hard time for spying on him and just waltzing into his room unannounced. But the lady just chuckles, pointing out how the fourth prince was rumored to be a total flop with a lousy personality. Yet his inventions were masterclass. She wondered, are those blueprints for the stove he cooked up recently? But the boy was feeling kind of down and out, watching her toy with his secret plans, which he had kept locked up tight in his office. Seeing her impressed, he attributed all of the credit to Anna once again, and explained that the machine could be used for anything needing a lot of muscle, like getting stuff around or making stuff. The lady smiles upon hearing this and lets our boy know that she'll be keeping these blueprints, since there are many witches in the association who can make good use of firepower. As she tucks them into her robe, the idiot's eyes accidentally drift over her cleavage. He stumbles over his words in embarrassment, telling her, "I didn't give permission for that." She just smirks and says, "I already have something as payment," tossing a document at him that she pulled from her chest. The boy eagerly grabbed it and tore it open, only to find it addressed to his servant, Tyre. The letter sternly instructed Tyre not to repeat the same mistake, and ordered him to eliminate the prince during the months of demons. The boy's mind raced, recalling how Prince Roland used to exploit her whenever he could, and our hero felt deeply unsettled by these memories. The woman then tells him, "I snatched it from one of the pigeons," mentioning that there wasn't any signature on the letter, but she thinks it might have been sent by one of his siblings. So she asks, "Are you cool with me digging deeper to find out who's behind these orders?" He gives her the go-ahead, and she strikes a respectful pose, saying, "I'll be taking the blueprints as payment." The next day, he's still hung up on last night's letter when the knight shows up. The guy drops to his knees and spills. Tyre kicked the bucket last night. Apparently, she took a tumble from her balcony, and there weren't any signs of a struggle. The guards swear they didn't see anyone come or go. The boy's visibly bummed out and tells the knight, "Have the head servant handle the situation." Once the knight had left the room, our hero called the assassin lady back, and she showed up right on cue. She quickly spilled the beans that the servant had killed herself the moment she laid eyes on her. The boy couldn't hide his disappointment. muttering that he figured she'd know how to handle such things. The lady countered, saying, "I had tied Tyre with ropes up tight." But the wily servant had stashed poison in her fake tooth, and once she died from poison, she threw the servant from the balcony to make it look like an accident. Even though her interrogation had hit a dead end, she whipped out another note from her cleavage and revealed that this was what she had found out in her apartment. With a sly grin, she pointed out, the sender called Tyre Big Sister and mentioned a seaside view a lot. She hints that there's a chance the third princess from Clearwater Port might be the one pulling the strings. She suspects Princess Garcia Wimbledon might be holding Tyre's family hostage, using her as a pawn to eliminate our hero. Judging by how Tyre chose to end things, it seems she was trained for years before being assigned here. The boy feels deeply disappointed that his own siblings are so quick to eliminate each other for the crown. Suddenly, the woman leans in close to our hero's ear and whispers, "I have to go. Someone is coming our way." The boy blushes a bit, maybe catching a peek of her assets straining against her shirt, before she disappears into thin air. Just then, the old consul shows up with some good news. A bunch of folks have volunteered to take on the demons during the demon months. This puts a big grin on the prince's face, and he decides he needs to go see it all for himself. But before heading there, the old man genuinely asks, "Do you really intend to have these regular folks go up against the demons?" Once outside, our hero also feels bummed out and sees that the consultant's worries were legit. These people don't look like fighters, Manny thinks. They seem more like street thugs. On the other hand, the knight is all gung-ho about how he picked these folks based on what our hero wanted. But looking at these poor souls with their frail bodies, it's clear this knight totally missed the mark. The prince just face palms. It seems like our hero expected a lot from people who barely scrape by. Even the consultant suggests consider other recruits instead of these commoners. But our hero seems dead set on using them anyway, as if he has cracked the code already. It's all about people power when it comes to building a strong army, our hero believes, whether they're wielding medieval swords or modern tech. The knight suggests starting sword training tomorrow, but our hero waves it off. Instead, he tells the knight to group them up, then hits the jogging trail. He also tells him to bring that iron axe hunter from earlier in tow and suggests, "Knight, sit tight and enjoy the show." By noon, the hunters joined our hero's cause. But the knight's not exactly thrilled with this new training approach. Coming from a family steeped in warrior tradition, he doesn't get why these folks are getting rewarded with eggs just for standing around all morning. Especially since eggs are pricey as hell. Once again, our hero tells him, chill and enjoy the show. Like, he already knows you can't whip up a top-notch army in a few medieval months, and he is not after muscle-bound brutes who can tear enemies apart with their bare hands. All he wants is disciplined soldiers. To get results fast, he's using military techniques he learned back in college. He's seen how quickly people can unify under this method, and he is betting these folks will follow suit. After a while, the carriages show up, and folks eagerly line up for their eggs. People still can't quite wrap their heads around the idea of eggs as rewards. The knight clangs his plate loudly to get everyone's attention and orders them to form 4 lines. He lays down the law that food will be handed out in order and stragglers will wait until the end. There's a mix of nerves and compliance as everyone queues up. Meanwhile, the knight is still puzzled about why the prince is bothering to teach these kinds of basic things to these people. Suddenly, the crowd erupts into murmurs and talks, chanting. Iron Axe, who seems to have quite the reputation around these parts. The prince declares a break after lunch, followed by a visit to the guard barracks in town. Iron Axe is appointed as their captain, tasked with teaching everyone how to set up tents. As soon as our hero finishes speaking, there's a buzz of gossip. The prince puts someone like Iron Axe in charge of their platoon. To calm everyone down, he reminds them, Iron Axe isn't local, just like the witches who do not belong to Grey Castle. Our hero stresses, in Border Town, everyone's treated equally no matter where they're from. As long as they're not criminals, they're welcome here. The prince unrolls a ridiculously long sheet, longer than your average grocery list, and he tells the chief knight to pay more attention to these rules than to who gets to be captain. He stresses, everyone needs to memorize and stick to these rules if they want their usual egg during meals. The chief knight scratches his head at the idea of visiting Teacher Carl after dinner. He wonders aloud, how will reading and writing help fight demons? But the prince brushes off his concerns and says, a well-educated army is always more effective. According to him, history has proven this point many times. Next up, we're at City Hall in Bordertown. There we see our hero stagger out of his room, still half asleep. Suddenly, Nightingale pops up out of nowhere and teases him about his newfound habit of sleeping a lot lately. It seems she has also helped herself by eating some of our hero's breakfast. Of course, the boy does not seem to be really happy to see her eating his breakfast and coming inside without his permission. He then starts wondering aloud, was she never taught to be more subtle around royalty? As he takes his seat, the lady adopts a respectful posture and asks, "Am I being polite enough?" Then she casually mentions, "I know the prince isn't into all that fancy, unnecessary politeness." The boy finds himself startled to see that she seems to know what he exactly prefers. He sighs and tells her, "Just eat the whole breakfast so I can at least ask for another serving." She dives into the food while the prince starts flipping through his new blueprints. The lady then curiously asks, "Why have you been ordering so much ice lately? It's already dead of the winter." And if our hero wants to make his whiskey cool, he can simply put his drink outside. Seeing his wide-open order book, Prince Ronald realizes she must have seen everything he has been ordering lately. So he spills the beans that he's trying to make cheese. And to do that, I need things to stay below freezing, while the girl praises our hero for his clever ideas. Inside our hero's mind, we discover he just fed her a lie about making cheese. He is making something even more confidential, which he does not want to disclose to her. Because he doesn't fully trust her like he does with Anna and Nana. He wants to gather more intel about her before revealing his true secrets. He is apparently focused on developing guns, which are easier to make than steam engines. He fears that if anyone discovers his methods, it could seriously derail his ambitious plans. Also, the ice he ordered is basically known as saltpeter, a substance wealthy folks use to cool drinks in summer. And this name, Isons, is just a fancy name given by the nobles. But what's crucial is that saltpeter is a key ingredient in making gunpowder, adding another layer of secrecy to his activities. The boy then changes the conversation by asking, "Do witches train assassins as well, aside from searching for the Holy Mountain?" The lady mentions, "They're a group of oddballs who came together because of their dream of finding the Holy Mountain." And she only joined the Witch Cooperation Association about 2 years ago. Hearing this, the boy asks, "Did you work for someone else before joining the association?" And wonders, are there people who accept witches? Putting down her plate, the lady laughs at the idea, calling it ridiculous. Sadly, she reveals, if my previous owner had known I had become a witch, he wouldn't have let me through the front door. Furthermore, she admits that if she hadn't been useful to him later on, he would have disposed of her quietly and quickly. The boy becomes more curious and demands further explanation about her past. But the lady decides to stay silent, promising a detailed account when the time is right. "Don't sweat it," she reassures him. "I've been free for the last 5 years and have no plans to be anyone's pawn." The boy stays quiet, looking kind of down, and 5 days breeze by since that chat. Out in the courtyard, we see our hero finally finish his first gun after tackling loads of production hiccups. And he is thrilled to keep this beauty all to himself. One big reason he's been working on steam engines was to churn out guns in bulk. So he had to nail a prototype first before ramping up production. But at this rate, he worries, I'll only crank out 4 of these bad boys by the month of demons. Meanwhile, the knight is scratching his head over how these supposed muskets will help in fighting demons. The boy just tells him, round up the village's top hunters and form a killer squad to wield these weapons. But the prince finds himself completely creeped out when the knight suggests using patrol guards instead of hunters. "Well," the knight continues, "looking back at those soldiers, it seems our hero's reluctance to entrust these guns to these puny, frail patrol guards is indeed justifiable." In the dark tunnels beneath Roland Castle, a few soldiers are marching through the tunnels. Suddenly, one of them leaps into the air and attacks another soldier. The scar-faced soldier tells the thin-mustached man, "Surrender, or face the same fate as your friend Grey Mutt." With a surge of strength, he flings the scar-faced man back, causing his sword to fly off. Thin Mustache then readies his own sword and thrusts it into the left shoulder of Scarface, declaring, "You won't escape this time." This is for Grey Mutt. As he bleeds, Scarface scoffs, amazed that an ordinary guard patrol, like the thin-mustached soldier, could hurt him. The thin mustache gets annoyed upon hearing this and makes it abundantly clear. While Scarface was wasting time gambling and sleeping in pubs, he says, "My friends and I were training every day to protect our hometown." He swears, "I won't let Long Song and his partners disrupt our village's peace." As the thin mustache leaps to finish off his opponent, another cocky guy joins the fray and stabs him right in the chest. The poor guy writhes in pain from the dagger wound and collapses to the ground. Meanwhile, the other intruders stand over him confidently. Surprisingly, the thin mustache manages to pull the dagger out of his chest, despite the agony. In a swift move, he throws it toward a nearby torch. The dagger shatters the torch, extinguishing the flame and plunging the area into darkness. Up in the castle's food storage, the thin mustache hides himself in one of the bins. He's certain these infiltrators are here to attack the food supplies. If they succeed in spoiling all the food, the border town will have no choice but to evacuate to Longsong Fortress. The soldier starts feeling disappointed in himself for not being able to protect a vital food bank, while their prince is busting his butt for this town's progress. All of a sudden, his face goes terrified as the door behind him swings open, revealing those rowdy soldiers once again. "Where do you think you're going?" one of the soldiers sneers. The soldier freezes, unable to respond. One of the intruders grabs the soldier by the collar and throws him to the ground, saying, "Quit running and surrender to Duke Ryan's demands." In case you forgot who Duke Ryan is, he's that white-haired guy who doesn't want our hero anywhere near his territory. The soldier stands his ground despite the threat, boldly stating, "My prince will definitely foil Duke Ryan's plans." The intruders just scoff at the idea, laughing off the prince's abilities. Then the leader tells his lackeys, "Take out the soldier and mess up the food while you're at it." Without hesitation, a lackey smacks the thin mustached guy hard on the head. Before losing his consciousness, the poor soldier wonders, "Is this how I will meet my end?" But it seems fate has other plans as Nightingale suddenly arrives on the scene. She questions the intruders, "Are you enjoying yourselves in someone else's territory?" but warns them, "Your party is about to get shut down real quick." The intruders demand to know, "Who does she think she is?" Nightingale coolly replies, "I'm just a local from the border town." She questions, "Why are these clowns here?" and suggests, "They look like sewer rats creeping out of the drains." Looks like those intruders do not realize how deep in shit they are. Their leader tells his crew, "Just take down this mysterious lady." But she just smiles, and in a flash she swings her hand, and suddenly bodies are hitting the floor. Our soldier watches with bleary eyes as this mystery person swiftly takes out the intruders. Who is she? He thinks. But before he can even figure it out, he drifts off into unconsciousness. The next day rolls around and we find the intruders' bodies scattered in the food storage. "What happened here?" The knight inspecting the scene asks, scratching his head. He's trying to piece together who could have taken out these guys. He knows the thin mustache guy couldn't have done it, given his injuries. The most likely scenario is that some outsider jumped in without needing any backup. Their moves were so slick the enemies didn't stand a chance. And there's no mess left behind. No blood or barrels knocked over. Not even a scratch in the place. Suddenly he's thinking, there must be someone with serious sword skills around. He starts feeling proud of his clan's history and their knack for knightly arts. The soldier gives his report. The autopsies are done, and they've identified the corpses. 8 were from our town's guard and 1's still a mystery. The chief knight asks about the survivors. The soldier says, Captain Brian's getting special healing, but Scarface got tossed in the dungeon and locked up. The knight tells the soldier, wake Scarface pronto for interrogation. Meanwhile, the prince feels annoyed that he hasn't made any real progress yet. And these guys are already trying to bring him down. But he's thankful. Nightingale swooped in and saved the day. Nightingale reassures him, those intruders couldn't have gotten to you anyway, with Anna sleeping right under your floor. That's when the prince gets an idea. He proposes that Nightingale become his secret bodyguard, offering her a gig that pays better than Anna's. A sweet place to live with a garden, 2 days off each week, and paid vacations. But even with all those tempting perks, she politely turns down his offer. I can't leave the association and my friends there, she explains. The prince suggests, why not bring everyone to town? There's plenty of space after the construction. He assures her, there won't be any discrimination and you can live freely. Once again, she declined, saying, I'll think about it in the future, leaving the prince feeling a bit awkward after being turned down. Moving on, the boy asks, "Did you safely send Nana back home after healing the soldiers?" She confirms she did, mentioning, "Nana was scared when she saw the injured soldiers." But that's not surprising. Given her experiences, mostly patching up chickens, healing a person covered in wounds was understandably terrifying for her. Returning to the conversation, the boy asks her, "Have you figured out which of my siblings might be behind this infiltration?" The lady points out, this time it wasn't one of your siblings behind the infiltration. The culprits bribed the patrol guards of the border town. Their plan was so sloppy they left 2 witnesses alive who didn't even have the guts to kill themselves before getting caught. She assures him, "We'll figure it out soon, since the chief knight is already grilling one of the infiltrators." She also mentions, "These guys were surprisingly wimpy and tearful compared to the 3rd princess's infiltrator." While everything is peaceful outside the castle, we see our hero strolling alongside the chief knight, heading to visit the thin-mustached soldier. When the soldier spots the prince in the room, he's totally thrown and jumps into his bed. The prince starts off by praising Brian for his guts and the fight he put up. But Brian gets emotional, saying, "It was my buddy who really stepped up, the true hero who sacrificed his life." But the prince reassures the soldier, saying, his friend's funeral will give him the recognition he deserves for his bravery. As for Scarface, he's getting the full punishment. He's set to hang in 3 days, and the prince hopes Brian will be well enough to see it happen. Thin Mustache then mentions Scarface supposedly has noble blood, hinting it might stir up trouble with Longsong Fortress. The prince brushes it off, explaining Scarface might have noble lineage from the Elk family, but he's got no titles or land. Besides, he tried to burn down all of Bordertown's food, causing a huge mess that can't just be ignored. With reassurances that someone else will handle patrols, the prince tells Thin Mustache to rest up. In the coming month of demons, he promises to honor him as a brave knight of the prince. Next, we're up on the city wall, where the new recruits are getting trained hard by Hunter Iron Axe. Iron Axe suddenly grabs everyone's attention, and they snap to attention because the prince is here for an inspection. But it seems our prince has no clue what he's supposed to say during this inspection. He awkwardly starts walking up to a random soldier and decides to ask about their daily routine. With a friendly smile, he asks, "How do you feel about the training? And have you been eating well lately?" The soldier looks really nervous in front of the prince, while our prince seems to be copying something he saw on TV once. Out of nowhere, the soldier drops down to his knees. "What are you doing?" the prince asks, totally puzzled and kind of weirded out, wondering if he's missed something. Meanwhile, the soldier has tears in his eyes. Not just him, but everyone is really moved that the prince came to check on them personally. The boy reaches out and tells the soldier, "Get back on your feet." It looks like all those good meals our hero fed them have really perked up the soldiers. Then the prince reminds everyone, you can speak up if you have suggestions or complaints, and promises to make sure everyone gets enough to eat. Out of the blue, that shy kid from earlier pipes up. He says there aren't enough soldiers in their civilian army, and with the way they're training, he's worried they won't stand a chance against the demons when they attack. Whispers and murmurs start buzzing around, everyone thinking the same thing and wondering if the prince plans to hire mercenaries to fight off demons. But our hero cuts them off with a hand gesture, and with a big grin, he asks the soldier, "What's your name?" The soldier, Vanner, replies nervously. Our hero gives Vanner props for his sharp eye and agrees that relying solely on a civilian army to defend the entire wall doesn't make any sense. However, he points out, demons are just mutated animals and beasts, not as smart as humans. And Iron Axe has proven this by taking on those monsters directly. Iron Axe nods in agreement, saying, "Those creatures are exactly as the prince described." But he admits, hybrids are a whole different ballgame, posing a tougher challenge altogether. The prince comes up with this idea to strategically place fences, ditches, and hills to guide the dumb beasts into traps they set up. He figures it'll work since these creatures are pretty simple-minded. Iron Axe still seems worried about getting too close to these beasts. He says spears and bows won't cut it against them if push comes to shove. Our hero smirks and agrees, knowing traditional weapons won't do the trick. That's why he's cooked up these new weapons that are more dependable than a whole squad of armored knights. The crowd's buzzing to see these new toys. We're out on the testing grounds, and suddenly there's this massive explosion that rattles the whole place. Our hero's over the moon that his gunpowder invention worked like a charm, but the others are just freaking out. Iron Axe even mutters something about this explosion being God's wrath. The explosion blows a big hole in the ground and even takes out the test rabbits in the process. The prince tells everyone, get up close and examine everything to gather test data. Our hero is pumped, thinking they can create such a powerful weapon just by mixing a bunch of elements in the right ratio. With everything wiped out by the blast, the hunter suggests, we wouldn't have to worry about monsters if we had this bad boy doing its job. But the prince reminds them, we won't have enough gunpowder before the month of demons. Still, he's excited they can work around it, relying mainly on guns and crossbows while keeping the gunpowder as their trump cards. In the next scene, Nightingale paints how the world looks to her. Just black and white with no clear boundaries. She navigates through paths that defy normal limits by shifting her perspective. Up, down, left, and right aren't fixed. They collide, break away, or overlap. Moving along these ever-shifting lines gives her a bird's-eye view, letting her swing through anything. Other than the black and white, she can also see some other colors as well. For example, witches are the essence of magic, and she can sense the magic flowing and fading within their bodies. In this world, only witches hold something truly amazing, and Anna's magic stands out with its vibrant, rich colors. Suddenly, Anna calls her out, and Nightingale appears back in the real world. Anna's face lights up with delight at the sight of these treats, but Nightingale hesitates, saying, I need to wash my hands first. Instead of water, Anna just uses her fiery powers to cleanse her hands, which impresses the women big time. That is when it hits Nightingale. Anna is the only witch in our group with such incredible powers. This realization fills her with both dread and sadness, knowing that such strong abilities come with risks. With the month of demons approaching, she worries about Anna enduring unimaginable pain during her puberty. Nightingale gently suggests Anna should join the association where other witches can support her. She assures Anna that everyone would be thrilled to have someone as powerful as her among them. But then Nightingale's tone turns serious. She admits to Anna, I might not make it through this winter. Anna then asks Nightingale, where did you live before joining the association? Nightingale replies, I used to live in a big city to the east, not too far from the capital. Anna then follows up by asking, was Nightingale happy back then? Nightingale's mind immediately flashes back to her past, recalling how she felt miserable, locked up with shackles and a power-suppressing locket. Instead of answering directly, Nightingale turns the question around and asks, why do you want to know? Anna opens up, sharing, I had a tough life in the slums of Bordertown. Her father sold her to the church for 25 golden coins, and it was our hero who freed her from those chains. Now, Anna feels genuinely happy to be where she is. Nightingale gently reminds Anna, leaving the castle isn't an option due to how witches are hated by others. But Anna remains optimistic, trusting the prince to change things for them. Suddenly, their chat gets cut off when Nana storms in, slamming the door behind her. She's in tears and rushes to hug Anna, blurting out, things are about to hit the fan for me. Meanwhile, our hero is deep in slumber, dreaming of heroic exploits, and that is when Nightingale rudely wakes him up. Shocked to hear Nana's secret is out, the prince rushes into action, hoping he now has a shot to keep Nana in the castle. I wonder how the nobleman will react when he finds out his daughter is a witch. Will he plead with the prince to let her stay and keep her secret? When our hero finally steps outside, reality is far from what he was imagining. Nana's dad is fuming, demanding the immediate return of his daughter. After they settle into their seats, Nana's restless father calls her over to him. Come here, Nana. The little girl gets scared and asks, are you planning to sell me to the church? The man gets all chummy, saying, the church would never take someone as clueless as you, so you'd better return to your father. But our hero steps in, reminding him that his daughter is a witch. I don't believe it. The man flat out refuses. Even when Nana herself confirms that she is a witch, the father gets really mad and suggests maybe Teacher Carl is just labeling another girl as a witch. That's when our hero gives Nana a nod, signaling her to show off her fiery magic powers. She does it right away, leaving the old man stunned to see witchcraft in action. Our hero tells him to calm down and assures him they can explain everything. Eventually, the father starts to understand that his daughter is just here to practice her witch powers after all. But our hero feels creeped out by the implication that her father was thinking of him as a pedophile for calling the little girls into the castle. The boy then gets down to business, pointing out that Nana has healing abilities that could be invaluable in Border Town during the months of demons to aid in healing the injured. However, the doting father, Mr. Pine, politely declines. I'm concerned for my daughter's safety if she stays here. Our hero reveals that opportunities often come with dangers, mentioning that, from what he's heard, Nana's grandfather and Mr. Pine's father were courageous knights. The Pine family's noble lineage comes from their grandfather's heroic deeds. Mr. Pine agrees and proudly recalls, "My father once faced down an incredibly powerful demon and actually defeated it. He even has the demon's massive horn hanging over his fireplace to prove it." But then our hero points out how the Pine family is not as prestigious as it was before. The Pine family is just a working-class citizen now, to which the father sadly admits. He then notices Pine's rough, calloused hands, proof that Mr. Pine hasn't given up on his warrior spirit and still trains daily to sharpen his sword skills. Why not join in defending the border? He cleverly suggests, "I'll grant you enough land to become a true noble." Despite this tempting offer, Pine isn't willing to take the risk and prefers to send Nana to Longsong Fortress rather than see her in harm's way. The church has eyes and ears everywhere there. If the truth about Nana gets out, not even he could protect her. He promises to prepare a small boat for a quick retreat to Longsong in case of trouble, ensuring Nana and Anna's safety. Finally, the old man puts his faith in the prince. "I will fight for your cause," he says, nodding respectfully and pledging his loyalty. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief and smiles, but Anna pouts, showing her anger toward our hero for even considering sending her away. "I'm not going anywhere," she makes it crystal clear. The next day, the old constable shows up looking really worried. "They've blown all their money on weapons and army training," he says. "I'm fretting that if things keep going like this for a few more months, everyone's going to starve for sure." The boy facepalms and gives him permission to use his savings for their budget. The old man agrees but grumbles, "It won't solve our long-term problems." Our hero shrugs and says, "If the defenses fail, we'll evacuate the town as soon as possible," then sends the old man off to do as he's told. Once the constable's gone, the boy feels pretty crushed after draining every last penny he'd saved up, and if the border defenses still fail, he's screwed. Then his mood perks up when Nightingale shows up again. The woman immediately points out, "You lied to the old man about leaving the town." The prince immediately admits his lie because he does not want to spread distress among the already terrified townspeople. "Spend your time with Anna instead of stressing over politics," Nightingale advises. She shares her fear that Anna might not be around much longer. "But she will survive," the boy insists, because she has promised to beat those demons at all costs. Nightingale wonders how he can trust a witch cursed by demons. The boy just shrugs and says, "I believe in you," and further points out, "I also trust Nightingale as well." The woman just stares at our hero's poker face and realizes he's not lying. He casually points out, "I don't lie without a good reason." Suddenly they hear a commotion outside. Nightingale glances out the window and gets visibly anxious, noting, "It's snowing." Winter has arrived. The boy decides to check on Hunter Ironaxe and his progress. At the shooting range, Ironaxe is using the guns and hitting bullseye after bullseye. The prince shows up and asks, "How is the training going?" Ironaxe lights up like a kid, enthusiastically mentioning that he's nailed all the basics he was taught. The prince isn't surprised because, being a warrior through and through, Ironaxe has been able to master any weapon given to him. The man praises this iron pipe of the gods for its insane power. He grits his teeth and says, "If I had this pipe when I fought that hybrid monster, it wouldn't have stood a chance." Ironaxe drops to his knees, overwhelmed that the prince entrusted such devastating power to a humble hunter like him, and promises not to let his prince down. The prince then checks in with his chief knight Carter, asking, "How are things going?" The knight looks a bit serious and mentions, "We could really use more than just the 2 guns we have." Our hero gets it and assures him, 2 more guns are already in the works and should be ready soon. He admits they rushed the gunpowder development because the months of demons are finally here. I'm starting to feel like this comic is turning into a ManhWa version of Game of Thrones. Anyway, once he climbs up the city wall, the soldiers greet the prince right away. Seeing them bow their heads, our hero feels sheepish, wishing he had taught them some proper military etiquette. The hunter points out, there aren't many demons after the first snow, but our hero tells him to stay cautious regardless. Suddenly, they catch sight of something, and there they see a demon in the distance. The soldiers start to panic, and one of them even asks, should we sound the alarm? Our hero tells the soldier, decide for yourself. You have more experience after our training. Finally, the soldier decides not to sound the alarm and puts his bow down. Our hero is relieved to see that his training of these soldiers is paying off, because dealing with the presence of the demon should be handled with caution instead of acting on impulses. The beast starts walking toward the wall, picking up momentum. The prince squints his eyes and gazes closely. I wonder if it's a mutated fox, he thinks. The hunter agrees, pointing out that the animal has recently been possessed, so it's not that threatening. The wolf gears up to jump over the wall, and the hunter quickly gets ready for the attack. Chief Knight Carter steps forward, shielding the prince. Just as the beast lunges at them, the hunter lets loose an arrow that flies through the air and instantly brings down the beast. The prince peers down to see the creature lying dead on the ground. The knight lets out a sigh of relief. We avoided a close encounter, they say. Meanwhile, our hero notices the strange black blood and can't help but wonder, why is it like that? He's also puzzled, asking, why can witches snap out of demonic influence but these animals can't? Curiously, the boy asks, could someone bitten by a demon turn into a mindless ghoul? The hunter immediately dismisses the idea, saying, there's no such thing as ghouls. Our hero breathes a sigh of relief, glad he won't have to deal with a zombie apocalypse. He then asks, is the meat edible? The knight started to freak out upon hearing this and asked, why would the prince consider eating cursed meat? The hunter agreed, recalling how he once fed a chunk of demon flesh to hunting dogs, which led to their deaths immediately. The boy sighs in disappointment, thinking, it's a total waste of good meat. Both the knight and hunter are shocked that the prince was actually considering eating it. But our hero immediately reminds them how scarce food is, and it would have been great if they were able to chow down on the meat they were about to hunt. Suddenly, a soldier barges in, blurting out, someone's hurt. Apparently, it's not one of the regular guards, but a worker from the northern mines. Next thing you know, Nana's sitting alone when Nightingale suddenly pops up asking, are you bored? The little girl jumps a mile after getting scared out of her wits. The woman quickly apologizes, saying, I'm sorry for scaring you like that. Nightingale then mentions, Anna's still busy working and might be back soon. Nana asks, is Anna still tackling those dirty mounds? Nightingale nods in agreement. Nightingale then sits down in the chair and grabs Anna's tea out of habit, without her permission. It seems Nana is feeling a bit down because of her new job. The prince has assigned her to heal the wounded guards. It's not that she's unwilling to do the job, but seeing the injured soldiers traumatizes her. She wants to overcome her fear to keep using her abilities effectively and wishes, I were as courageous as Anna. Suddenly, Nightingale spots someone coming, and a soldier bursts in with urgency. Nana, come downstairs pronto, he says. There's a badly hurt patient who needs your help. Down in the infirmary, the injured man screams in agony, begging his prince, relieve my excruciating pain. Seeing the soldier there, desperate for his life, makes our hero anxious as he wonders if this man's burns are from the steam engine malfunction in the northern mines. Nana arrives at the scene, trembling in fear as she approaches the burned miner. Her father gives her a reassuring pat on the head. Nana gulps down her fears, calming herself immediately, and declares that she's ready to proceed. Once the curtains are drawn around her, she takes a deep breath, summons her magical ability, and begins healing the man. Shortly after, the injured man is completely healed, looking as fresh as a freshly picked cucumber. Meanwhile, the father is really amazed and proud of his little girl after witnessing her healing abilities for the first time, and calls it nothing short of a miracle. Knight Brian happily mentions, it's all thanks to Nana that I'm also back from the brink of death. The prince freaks out upon hearing this and quickly tells Brian, keep it down. He reminds him, when Nana healed me, she snuck out without her dad knowing, and I don't want to deal with her angry father. Now that the injured man is awake and fully healed, he can't believe he's actually alive. Prince Roland assures him it's real, and proudly reveals Nana, who is one of the witches, saved your life. Later that night, when our hero gets back to his room, Nightingale greets him and asks, "Why did you have to spill Nana's secret so early?" And that's when we flash back to the moment when the miner is shocked after learning about Nana's true identity. He starts freaking out and reminds everyone about witches being devils. But her dad got annoyed real quick and said to him straight, "Your daughter isn't involved with any devils, and she's the one who saved your life." Out of nowhere, the miner sits up and drops to his knees in front of the little girl. "I'm so sorry for my earlier words," he says, "and thank you deeply for saving my life." Back in the present moment, our hero reflects that it was the perfect time to reveal her as a witch, considering how well it all played out. Plus, if they're going to use her powers against demons in the coming months, hiding her identity as a witch wouldn't have been an option anyway. He also stresses, since the church folks have already left for Longsong Fortress, there is no one to bully his girls. The lady asks him if he had already planned everything from the start. The boy immediately agrees, saying, "The snow has blocked the roads to the fortress, and the seaports are under my control. The church has no means of learning what is going on in Bordertown, let alone taking direct action against witches. This gives him a sweet 3 months to change public opinion about witches being the reincarnation of evil. He points out, Nana is now seen as an angel instead of a villain in the eyes of the soldiers she has recently healed. They can continue using her power to heal everyone, which will help boost everyone's morale. Once they remove prejudice from the civilians' minds, everyone will be happy." Nightingale has no clue what our hero is trying to achieve by all this, so she asks him, "Why are you doing so much for the witches?" Our hero reminds her once again that his border town does not discriminate by origin, and someone as loathed as witches should live on this land like every other person. The woman's eyes widen upon hearing our hero's big plans, and it's clear she's got something important to get off her chest. "I wasn't straight with you before," she admits. The prince is taken aback by this revelation. The woman starts explaining, "My sisters in the association have been moving around for ages, losing hope along the way. All they want now is a safe place to be happy, even if it's just a castle." At first, the boy is confused by her confession, but then he's stunned to realize she's actually open to bringing all the witches to the border town. But she quickly brings him back down to earth, warning him, "If witches come to the castle, you'll be facing off with the church." The boy reassures her, saying, "The church's main headquarters is far away. Even if they find out about witches leaving the border town, they won't march all the way to Grey Castle just for me." He's already plotting to gather enough influence to rival the church and create a world where witches can live alongside regular folks. He dreams of expanding that world to Grey Castle, or maybe even the whole kingdom. The next scene takes us to the capital of Grey Castle. There, soldiers on their horses are marching down the road when their captain suddenly yells, "Everyone stop!" This person looks really pumped as they finally return to the castle. The folks inside the castle light up the sky with fireworks, welcoming the man about to enter the city once again. Gerald Wimbledon, the first prince of Grey Castle. It's hilarious to see that these suckers have explosive material to make fireworks, even though it's been only a few chapters since our hero invented gunpowder in this primitive society. Anyway, the gates come down, and Prince Gerald heads into the city with his crew. Once inside, he gets straight to the point and tells everyone, "I'm here to claim what's rightfully mine from my father." 3 shady characters show up, bowing before their prince and reporting, "We've already done what we were tasked with." Prince Gerald then asks, "Have you managed to switch out the royal guards of the king as planned?" The lackey admits, "There's been a snag in the plan due to some issues, and we've only been able to replace the guards in the king's chamber." The man waves off the concern, saying, "As long as my crew and I can get into the castle, we're good." The lackey quickly reassures him, "There won't be anyone stopping our entry." The old man then mentions, Prince Gerald's fate star, the Heaven Star, is leaving the equinox and will be gone from this hemisphere in about 4 months. He asks, "Do you remember what that star activity symbolizes?" Gerald's mind drifts back to childhood memories of playing with his younger siblings. Then he snaps back to reality and admits, "I already know what those stars mean." This means he's ready to break the rules of the challenge their father set for them, and Prince Gerald will be taking the throne of Grey Castle. Outside the king's room, the prince catches a weird odor and asks his lackey, What's that strange smell of blood? The old guy explains that the king had called for a servant girl who noticed the staff change when she left, so they had to get rid of her. Seems like things are getting interesting because the king hasn't been around women since their mother passed away. As he's about to enter, the old man points out, there's no guard patrol, making it easier to move around. The prince scoffs. I'm not sneaking in like a rat. I'm here proudly to discuss inheriting the throne with my father, but if talking fails, I'll try something else. He grips his sword and leans toward the door. The scent of blood gets stronger. Once he takes a peek inside, he finds blood and smashes through the door. Inside, he discovers his brother standing there. The third king of Grey Castle, Wimbledon, lies dead with a dagger in his chest. The assassin behind this is Timothy Wimbledon, the second prince of Grey Castle. Seeing his older brother, Timothy claims, I didn't want to do it, but I had no choice. Just like the first prince had no choice other than to come here. Almost instantly, a bunch of soldiers pop up right behind the first prince and surround him, catching him off guard. The older brother asks his younger sibling, how long had you been planning this? Timothy explains, the decree our father set was like a chess game. He admits, I planned to play by the rules, but the third princess started playing dirty. By the rules, but the third princess started playing dirty. He also points out Gerald as a dirty player, suggesting, the first prince wouldn't have rushed all the way across the kingdom to the capital without a heads up from his astrologer lackey. Seems like his lackey has also betrayed the first prince, though the old man clarifies he never lied. When the heavens move from the equinox, it symbolizes a seeker who's lost their way, but also foretells downfall. The first prince gets annoyed and yells at his younger brother, reminding him, you were the favorite son given all the advantages by the king, yet you killed our father. In response, Timothy grins shamelessly, pointing out the first prince's hypocrisy. You were also here to kill the king if talking didn't work out, as he says. The first prince trembles, probably after seeing his brother dropping truth bombs so brutally. He asks Timothy if he intentionally lured him here to get rid of him as well. Timothy just shrugs, saying, I didn't plan to confront our sister just by staying put to kill my older brother. He's kind of impressed their sister also saw all this coming before the decree was even written. Timothy goes on to explain, he wants to end this royal decree early because his Valencia city isn't like their sister's Clearwater port, which is breeding warriors like rabbits. He needs an army, a big enough one to challenge her sister, and that's only possible if he's rocking the Grey Castle crown. The first prince gets furious and charges at his brother, but the soldiers quickly intervene. One of them strikes him from behind with a spear, forcing him to drop to his knees in front of his younger brother. Timothy devilishly informs his brother, you'll be framed for killing the king and labeled a murderer. You'll face the guillotine for your crime as well. The soldier pins the first prince down, but he keeps protesting. Does Timothy even have the right to judge me? He asks, vowing to expose Timothy's crimes to everyone in public. But Timothy has covered all his bases. He's prepared a potion called the Silencer. Once someone drinks it, they won't be able to utter a word. After executing his brother, Timothy plans to play the grieving role perfectly. With no one else in line for the throne, he'll become king without breaking a sweat. He further tells his brother, curse your sister for the terrible fate you're about to face, while the first prince's mind flashes back to a memory once again. The soldiers start dragging Gerald out of the place. The cunning fox who betrayed the first prince starts calling Timothy king, declaring, the crown is already his. Timothy gives the man a verbal high five for a job well done, but then he pulls out a presumably poisonous pill and tells the man, swallow it if you don't want to be betrayed later. Timothy looks at his father, gritting his teeth in frustration at seeing him dead before his eyes. The scene flashes back to the past when Timothy reported to the king that Gerald was on his way to the capital with intentions to forcibly take the crown. Do you have a plan to prevent this? Timothy asked. The king just grinned manically, leaving the boy confused. In the next moment, the king pulled out a dagger, swung with all his force, and thrust it into his own chest, dying immediately before Timothy's eyes. Right in the middle of things, Timothy is pissed off, trying to figure out who's stirring up trouble in the fight for the crown. He's dead set on finding that bastard and showing them what happens when you mess with royalty. Looks like the women who visited the king earlier must be involved in this mess. In any case, we're back at the border town castle where everything's been pretty smooth lately. The steam engine prototype in the mines got fixed up, no accidents, and demons haven't been causing trouble either. Our hero's been chilling out, brainstorming how to boost the town's economy and fill up his empty wallet again. But then bam, his peaceful moment gets crashed. The knight barges in with bad news. A massive horde of demons is swarming outside the walls. Down at the border, below the wall, a bunch of monsters are howling their heads off. Up above, the soldiers look freaked out at the sheer numbers. And let's not forget Vonner. He was just a regular miner who ended up joining the army just to eat damn eggs. One of the beasts charges at the wall and directly hits the wall, leaving the entire wall shaking. And that also did quite a damage to the wall, but the monster immediately falls to the ground. The wolf-type monster starts marching down. Monster Iron Ace quickly tells everyone to gear up their spears. As soon as the wolves are right on top of them, the terrified Vanner gathers his guts and stabs those beasts at the captain's command. One of the wolves manages to climb up, but the captain swiftly whips out his gun and blows the monster's brains out. With the immediate threat dealt with, Iron Ace tells everyone, "Stay focused and keep an eye on what's ahead." Suddenly, a soldier screams as they're attacked, their belly pierced deeply. Seeing their guts spill out terrifies Vanner to his core. The knight and the prince finally arrive at the scene. The knight tells Vanner, "Chill out and remember your training." Once the soldier regains composure, he snaps back to his senses and orders, "Take the injured soldier to the hospital while everyone else holds their ground and fights off the demons beneath the wall." The prince can't help but smile at the sight of Vanner showing such discipline. He's glad that all that egg-eating didn't go to waste in training the civilian army after all. Suddenly, something catches their eye on the ground, something so freaky that even our hero starts to freak out. The hunter, equally spooked, quickly pulls out his gun, saying, "We've officially stumbled onto trouble for the day." Our hero's mind is spinning at the sight of this behemoth, a disgusting creature that seems to break all the rules of biology. I never thought I'd come face to face with such a mutant monster. The soldiers rain arrows down on the behemoth, but it's like shooting toothpicks at a tank. The arrows just bounce off its thick, mountain-like shield. They look to their leader asking, "What the heck should we do next?" Meanwhile, the monster keeps stomping along, each step rattling the whole dang ground. Realizing they need more firepower, our hero tells his crew, "Get your muskets ready." When the monster gets close enough, they start blasting away. But it's about as effective as trying to stop a T-Rex with a water gun. The soldiers start freaking out when even the muskets can't do squat against this monster. The prince quickly tells them, "Chill," and orders Vice Captain Vanner to round up some guys and grab dynamite from storage. After dishing out orders, he tries to get everyone to listen, but bam. The giant behemoth demolishes the wall they'd busted their butts to build. At this point, the prince is pretty darn sure they're screwed. He didn't figure the monster would be this tough and calls for an immediate retreat before things go real bad. As the wall crumbles, Nightingale swoops in and saves our hero from a nasty fall. Once they're back on solid ground, the boy asks her, "What are you doing here?" She explains, "I came because I was worried, and now it looks like my worries were on point." She asks our hero how he plans to handle the monster. He assures her he's still got a trick up his sleeve, and right on cue, Vanner strolls back with dynamite in hand. Our hero jumps in, shouting at Vanner, "Light the fuse and chuck the dynamite under the monster's legs." Meanwhile, poor Vanner's freaking out in this life-or-death situation. Finally, he gets the fuse lit, plops the dynamite down, and bolts out of there while the fuse starts sizzling. Once that fuse burns down, boom. The whole place shakes with a massive explosion, hitting the monster square in the gut. Everyone starts busting out victory moves as they watch the monster crash lifelessly to the ground. The prince is grinning like he just aced a test, but their celebration is cut short when they spot more beasts roaring back at them, even though they're just regular old critters. But they are in numbers. The soldiers scramble to get their shields up, and our hero is standing there, clueless and panicking. The boar suddenly lets out a roar and charges right at their group. One soldier, lying on the ground, can't believe his eyes as he sees this girl stepping into the fray. But this ain't just any girl. It's Anna, and she's no ordinary lady. You better get that into your head. Anna stares down the monster, showing no fear. She taps into her powers and throws fire right at the boar. The flames hit the mark, roasting the boar alive. Our hero's jaw drops, totally caught off guard by what he's seeing. Our hero feels like a complete idiot for never thinking about Anna's role on the battlefield, beyond her building and town projects. That's exactly why he kept her safe in the sickbay, to avoid any danger. And he has no clue how she got out of here. As one of the knights, Brian drops down to his knees and informs the prince, "Miss Anna was worried about your safety and insisted on coming to the wall. I was not able to stop her." Originally, our hero had planned to sway public opinion in favor of witches using Anna's abilities. And once more people accepted witches, our hero wanted to reveal Anna's existence publicly. But it seems like the cat is already out of the bag. The boy quickly orders Brian protect Anna from the danger, and he instructs Nightingale to do the same. Meanwhile, Anna steps forward confidently as soldiers gather around her protectively. With a determined look, Anna raises her hands, flames flickering to life, and she creates a wall of fire in the hole in the wall, blocking the monsters from advancing any further. Our hero is completely shocked by the magnificence of Anna's fiery display, but monsters continue to emerge from the flames. That is when the boy locks eyes with Anna, and in that moment, the prince understands what needs to be done. He immediately grabs the gun from the knight's hand and begins shooting down the monsters. Aiming straight for their heads, the sight of their prince taking action startles everyone. Our hero raises his own gun, rallying the soldiers to prepare their spears and charge forward. His crisp voice fills the atmosphere as he commands them, "Protect your wall and your border town." The crowd really gets fired up to protect their town, and everyone is ready to take those critters down. After a while, the last wolf standing takes a bunch of arrows and drops lifeless to the ground. "Finally," the soldiers say, savoring their victory. The knight is totally blown away by their successful defense of the turf, but then the prince suddenly remembers Anna, and he starts losing his shit. "I've been so busy commanding that I almost forgot about her." He's worried about how he'll explain everything about her being a witch to the civilian army. As he frantically looks around for her, he notices something surprising. Everyone is showing her respect instead of calling her the reincarnation of some devil or whatever. The prince is almost clueless about this unexpected attitude toward her from the civilians. Even though her fiery power had scared him, it seems to have earned trust and gratitude from others as well. When Anna finally stands before the prince, she looks exhausted from using her powers and promptly faints, dramatically falling right onto our hero's chest. The next scene takes us to Clearwater Port at Garcia's residence, where the third princess gets the news that her father has kicked the bucket. According to the letter, her brother, Gerald the First Prince, has been fingered for the assassination and is now locked up by the guards. They're saying he didn't kill himself, but rather got slapped with an execution sentence by the bigwigs. This news really throws her knight for a loop, and he finds it all pretty fishy. After a bit of hemming and hawing, she admits, "My brother can be a bit of a dumbbell, but he's not dumb enough to wish for death." She lays out how Timothy's trying to shift the blame to Gerald to fool the public, but snagging control of all Greycastle won't happen overnight, so she's tweaking her plans accordingly. Tonight, though, he's still scratching his head over why Timothy would pull such a stunt, especially when the king always favored him. That's when the princess drops a truth bomb. Timothy's scared of her. He's quaking in his boots at the sight of the black flag. She explains that Timothy's move was totally uncalled for. Sure, he's trying to pin the blame on Gerald for their dad's death, but he can't fool everyone forever. If he wants to take over all of Greycastle, it will require a more elaborate and sustained effort. Therefore, she decides to adapt her plans accordingly. The lady decides to set sail for Greycastle tomorrow. Her knight asks, "Are you planning to go head-to-head with Timothy?" She tells him, "If Timothy isn't waiting out the 5 years to let the decree end organically, I won't either." The knight looks anxious and mentions, "The whole kingdom must be mourning the king's death by now." She jokes, "Do you want me to shed a tear too?" The knight hastily says, "No!" and obediently drops to his knees, waiting for her next move. He then instructs him, "Go fetch the captain of the Black Fleet for her because we are about to sail as soon as possible." Back in the border town after that horrific raid by the monsters, there have been no further attacks. The injured soldiers were healed quickly and returned to their duties right away. The chief knight was tasked with using the hybrid monster shell to patch up the broken wall, making it one with the barrier. The largest factor in their victory against the large-scale invasion was undoubtedly Anna. However, it's been a few weeks since she fainted, and she still hasn't woken up. Nightingale mentions today's supposed to be her maturity day, but she's sure she's going to die in her sleep because the pain of maturity can only be endured while awake. She somberly spills, "I've seen too many witches die before my eyes, treated like animals, burned or tortured slowly by nobles for some twisted fun. The lucky ones live in exile, far from society, always chasing the holy mountain, a distant dream they can't catch." But she says Anna's not like the rest. Unlike the Association sisters, she's actually cared for here, valued by our hero and given due respect. This, Nightingale explains, is what the holy mountain truly signifies: a life free from prejudice. In Anna's case, she has already achieved this. As the memories of Anna flood our hero's mind, her strength, her resolve from day one to the moment she vowed to stay with the prince, he clutches her hand tightly, refusing to let her slip away. Just as midnight strikes, Nightingale notices Anna's puberty beginning, sensing the magic within her body stirring. A candle nearby starts glowing with an eerie green hue, startling our hero. Is this the work of demonic spirits? He wonders. But there's no visible change in Anna herself. Then, unexpectedly, the candle's flame dwindled, causing a wave of anxiety, especially for the young Nana. "What's happening to the flame?" she asked, her voice trembling. The candle flickered back to life with that bright green energy, surprising everyone again. Suddenly, Anna opens her eyes, shocking everyone present. Prince Roland hurries over, immediately asking, "How are you feeling?" Thankfully, Anna seems totally okay. She reaches out her hand toward our stunned hero, and he's not quite sure what to expect. But then a flame bursts to life over her palm, glowing in that vivid green color, which catches everyone off guard once more. After summoning his courage, Prince Roland cautiously reaches out to touch the flame. Just as he does, the scene shifts into the office, where we see our hero's bewildered face. He is shocked to hear Nightingale has decided it's time for her to leave the border town. She remarks, Anna not only woke up but also survived being possessed by demons, something totally unexpected and unexplained. She suggests Anna's new ability with those green flames seems to be fully under her control now, synced perfectly with her mind. Anna can adjust its heat, manipulate it, and even move it within a 5-meter radius whenever she wants. But she's still confused about how she dodged that painful experience, given her super strong magic. The guy figures maybe after she used up all her magic at the border, her magic tank was running on empty, which might have toned down the demon pain. You know, witches are all about magic stuff. Since witches got to keep their powers hidden from the civilians, all that magic energy builds up inside them. So when they hit maturity, bam, it's like a pressure cooker of magic, causing them agony. Nightingale nods along, seeing the logic in his theory. I gotta jet back to the association pronto, she decides. Winter's coming, and there's gonna be a bunch of witches hitting puberty soon. She vows to bring any survivors back here to Prince Roland's town, hoping he'll take care of them like he did with Anna. But Prince Roland tells her, stay put. Maybe wait until the demons have stopped popping up and the weather settles down. Nightingale smirks, saying, even getting to the association a day early could save lives. Plus, she assures him, the demons won't be able to detect me, so I'm good to go. The prince then asks about her own awakening, to which the woman brushes it off. It's the start of spring, she says, and there's no need to worry since I've gotten used to the pain. Still, he advises her to take care on the road. Before disappearing, Nightingale pays her respects to Roland one last time and vanishes abruptly as usual. Her sudden disappearance leaves the prince unsettled because he's never been a fan of her habit of appearing and vanishing without warning. Sitting back, he sinks into his thoughts, mulling over how, if his theory about witches turns out to be true, it could be a game changer. He then looks over at his ridiculously long to-do list, realizing there's a mountain of tasks waiting for him. But just as he starts pondering where to begin, his consultant bursts in with urgent news. A messenger from Longsong Fortress has arrived. The ambassador seems unusually anxious, and the prince wonders, is things going south for Longsong Fortress? His eyes widen as he reads the message. The king has passed away. Redhead the ambassador quickly clarifies he's there under orders from Duke Rain. The royal decree for the 5-year challenge has ended, and Majesty Timothy Wimbledon is now the new king of Grey Castle. The ambassador leaves our hero totally shocked when he reveals that Timothy wants to reward Prince Roland with new territory and a new position. A moment later, the consultant expresses his grief over the king's death at the hands of the first prince and asks, "What should we do next?" The prince reveals, "Everything about this situation seems too suspicious to believe," and he will decide after monitoring his two sisters' movements. He admits he doesn't know much about the fifth princess's motives, but he's sure she's not the type to take risks, so he wants to follow her lead. He's also certain that the capital will likely descend into chaos with this power shift. Our priority should be to safeguard our families. With that in mind, he tells his consultant, "Instruct the chief knight and all castle staff to write letters home." The prince wants to ensure that everyone's families are escorted to other towns to hide. The consultant expresses his gratitude for the prince's careful consideration. The prince also tells his consultant that he wants to stop exporting the town's metals and will only sell gems and rocks to Willowtown, as he wants to use the metals for himself to make more machinery. Additionally, he plans to incorporate more civilians into the army and train them accordingly. He feels smug as he considers the news that the ambassador brought a blessing in disguise. Roland is confident that as long as he hunkers down in Bordertown, someone will try to bite him, such as Duke Ryan from the Longsong Fortress. Once the months of demons pass, he is pretty sure that Duke Ryan will try to extend his influence across the western side of the kingdom. Under the new administration, this is precisely what Roland wants. Industrialization is his priority, but what he lacks most is people. Bordertown's population is only around 2,000, limiting the expansion of his projects due to a labor shortage. Buying slaves, recruiting talented individuals, or increasing the birth rate seems unrealistic. On the other hand, if they can take Longsong's stronghold, they can gain a large number of freed people while accumulating wealth. Assimilation is easier, and invasion is the best way to grow the population and gather wealth. Roland acknowledges the hassle of challenging the entire fort of Longsong, and he can only wait for Nightingale to return with the witches. This is also the sole reason the prince wants to expand his civilian army and make more machinery. The next scene takes us to the northern mountain range, where Nightingale proceeds down one of the tunnels. Her steps are soon halted by roots growing out and blocking the entrance. "Nightingale," she said, immediately introducing herself. The lady known as Leaf withdrew her roots and was delighted to see her friend back. After exchanging pleasantries, Leaf reveals, one of the two witches, Erin or Ashley, failed to make it to maturity. They then decide not to dwell on gloomy things and proceed to get inside. Nightingale is looking forward to seeing her friend Wendy, and as soon as Wendy is called over by her friend, she spins around and greets Nightingale warmly. "Hello, Veronica," she says playfully, calling her by the wrong name. "Yes." Wendy takes Nightingale's hand in hers, causing Nightingale to blush. "I'm not the same weak girl as before," she asserts. "I prefer not to go by Veronica anymore." Wendy insists you shouldn't deny your past, it's a part of you. Nevertheless, Nightingale is glad to see her friend, and they embrace each other tightly. Wendy then inquires, "How is Anna? Did you manage to help her through her maturity?" With a smile, Nightingale reveals, "Anna didn't need any saving at all. In fact, what we've discovered is going to change things for all the witches." In a few moments, Nightingale spills the beans to her sisters about the prince, and how he's letting everyone stay in his border town without any discrimination against witches. Not only that, the prince does not believe in any bullshit about witches being possessed by devils and stresses that witches get their power from themselves. To seal the deal, Nightingale reminds everyone about her ability to smell lies, so they can trust her when she says, "The prince is serious." She spills about his plans to protect witches and even go against the church if he has to. Then she pulls out the steam engine blueprints, proving they can build a kick-ass sanctuary to rival the Holy Mountain. Just as Nightingale's painting this picture of paradise, some lady with green hair barges in, telling everyone to shut up. She seems like their teacher. Nightingale quickly shows respect by bowing her head. The teacher gives Nightingale the stink eye, wondering aloud, is she saying the Holy Mountain we've been chasing forever is just a bunch of hot air? Next up, we're with the new king, Timothy, where a knight shows up with a stone called Divine Judgment, supposedly the ultimate weapon against demonic forces. The knight boasts, the church has confirmed its power to handle witches for ages. But Timothy is annoyed, blaming witches for his father's suicide. He orders the knight, keep capturing witches and scour the capital thoroughly for more. Meanwhile, back with Nightingale, she wakes up, tied to a pillar with that same witch suppression stone around her neck. She's trying to figure out how she ended up in this mess. We flash back to when the green-haired lady freaked out at the idea of the prince siding with witches. Witches have been persecuted and killed for ages, she rants. She believes Nightingale has been deceived by the prince and insists, the pain of maturity is a sacred test for a witch's body and mind, and only those who endure it can achieve true power and find eternal peace in the holy mountain. Nightingale is shocked to realize that all the suffering witches endured was just a test for this woman. She's further annoyed at the thought that her fallen sisters, who endured so much pain, are simply dismissed as disqualified subjects. The teacher offers Nightingale a final chance to seek forgiveness for her ignorance and mistakes, promising her mercy, but Nightingale remains resolute, insisting, "I'll only take sisters with me who believe in me." As she tries to leave, a snake immediately grabs her feet, and before she can react, she blacks out from the venomous injection of petrification, waking up to find herself in her current bind. While they're face to face, Nightingale reminds her, "This is why I'm using that stone of divine judgment, even though we don't believe in that stuff." The snake lady says, "It's just a tool to punish disobedient kids." She reminds Nightingale Wendy saved her from the clutches of the aristocrats. Instead of repaying that kindness, now Nightingale is trying to sell them all out to those filthy nobles, just to mend her relationships with them again. Nightingale denies any such motive, emphasizing, "I only want my sisters to live freely without fear of starvation or the pains of maturity," and believes everyone deserves the right to choose their own path. She points out how much the border town has changed, noting that the steam engine blueprint she brought is just one of many miracles. The snake lady scoffs. "I can't make heads or tails of this blueprint." She tosses it into the fire. "A hunk of steel can't move like it's alive. I'm no fool." She then grabs the hot dagger and holds it just inches from Nightingale's neck. "This is your last chance to beg forgiveness for trying to deceive the Witch Association," she says. If Nightingale doesn't comply, she threatens, "I will skewer your heart and turn you into an example for others." Even though she is staring at her death, Nightingale remains defiant. Instead of bowing her head, she'd rather take that dagger straight to her heart. That's when Wendy steps in, reminding them how many sisters they've already lost and that they can't afford to lose another. The snake woman grows agitated. "Do you also believe Nightingale's lies?" she demands to know. Wendy denies it, stating, "I'm not planning to go to the border town," but she agrees with Nightingale that everyone should have the right to choose their own path. Wendy then asks, "Does anyone want to bail with Nightingale to the town?" But nobody speaks up. Seeing this, Wendy suggests, "Let Nightingale go solo since she hasn't done anything to harm the gang." The others agree, telling their teacher, "Set Nightingale free." But the teacher goes absolutely bonkers, saying, "I can't risk letting Nightingale go because she might expose our turf location to the church." She swings her dagger ready to strike, but before she can, Wendy steps in and stops her. Wendy grabs a coin and throws it hard at Nightingale, smashing the power suppressor stone. The teacher gets ticked off and goes after Wendy with a snake. It bites her hand, but Nightingale springs into action. Before the teacher can react, she screams in pain. "A sword!" she cries, feeling it pierce her chest, causing her to collapse to the ground. Before anyone can react, Nightingale and her friends start to disappear and exit the tunnel. Wendy doesn't seem to be in good spirits because the poison from the snake bite is spreading across her hand. To stop it from spreading further, Nightingale reluctantly grabs her dagger and severs Wendy's hand from her body. She keeps the hand with her, confident that Nana can heal it back soon. They've been walking forever, and it took them 3 days just to get here. "Carrying Wendy is slowing us down further," Nightingale said, "and with her losing blood, I fear she won't last another 3 days." But her worries prove unnecessary when a mysterious newcomer arrives, ready to lend a helping hand. Nightingale looks like a boy at first glance, but she is actually a girl. She reassures Nightingale, "Don't freak out. Her name is Lightning, and she recently joined the Witch Association." Nightingale stays cautious around this tomboy and asks, "Did Kara send you?" Lightning shrugs it off, saying, "It's no wonder you don't recognize me, since I'm always out and about." She makes it clear she's here because, like Nightingale said earlier, everyone should live life their own way. And she's chosen to stick with Nightingale. Simple as that. She's totally pumped about all the machinery and exploding dynamite, being an explorer at heart. Nightingale wonders, why would someone so into adventure join the association? Lightning explains that finding the Holy Mountain is an adventure in itself, but the association is all about books, and Kara's always buried in them. Nightingale asks if Lightning's a fighter, to which she nods, mentioning, "I can fly too." Or so Lightning thought. She's struggling to move an inch with all that weight over her little shoulders. Finally, she gathers enough energy and starts floating slowly through the air. The tomboy then asks, "Does Lightning know Wendy for a long time?" Noting how Wendy called Nightingale Veronica back at base camp, Nightingale confirms they go way back and tells how, before joining the association, people treated her like a puppet. "It was Wendy who showed me the way to live." She reveals, "I had a family in Silver City when I was 13, but my parents disappeared during a commoner uprising. Nightingale's uncle then took her and her brother, Hyde. That was also the year her witch abilities first appeared inside her. But her uncle figured out her secret right away and split her from Hyde. Locking her up to train her powers, he threatened, 'I'll harm Hyde unless you use your abilities for my dirty work.' So she became a full-on assassin. Poisoning, ambushing, you name it. She did every kind of horrendous act. As the Gillen family's wealth increased with time, her hands got dirtier and dirtier as well, soaked in the blood of others. The worst part is that her powers were just too perfect for that kind of work. When she finally reunited with Hyde, he turned her away cold. I wish I didn't have a witch for a sister." After that, she was broken inside. When maturity hit, she managed to survive the pain, and her powers also intensified. The prison bars couldn't contain her anymore, so she broke free, killed her uncle, and left with no direction. It was then she found Wendy, who was like a spark of warmth in her cold world. Wendy took her to the association where she met other witches, and their teacher Kara provided solace to everyone. In the present, Lightning points out, Kara has gone off the rails, finding it hard to believe there's a prince who genuinely cares about witches. After finally reaching Border Town, we find our duo inside this familiar, quaint cottage. The prince can't seem to stop sneezing, wondering, who might be thinking about me so much? Just then, a commotion grabs their attention. As they turn around, they see Nightingale and the other two bursting into the cottage, crashing right before their feet. No dialogue was provided in the original paragraph, so there are no changes required based on the given instructions. The content and punctuation were already correct. Anna immediately takes her stance to deal with these uninvited intruders, but Nightingale immediately yells, "Fetch Nana as quickly as possible." As Nana tends to Wendy's injuries, our hero has no clue what went down at the association that made Nightingale rush back with only 3 witches. He wonders, did demons attack them? If only 3 survived, we're lucky to have Nana to reattach Wendy's arm. Suddenly, Lightning appears from the infirmary. The prince quickly asks, "Are you hurt too?" Lightning reassures him and points out how the prince really is a decent guy who cares about witches. Just like Nightingale said. She admits, "I didn't believe it at first," just like other members of the association. She then jokes, "The world is full of weirdos, so having a prince like him isn't that surprising." Being called a weirdo doesn't sit well with the prince, who just rolls his eyes. Getting to the point, the prince realizes the association wasn't under attack. That's when Lightning starts explaining the whole situation, clarifying, "We weren't attacked. Wendy was hurt by our own teacher, Kara," and explains further as to how they ended up here. Once night falls, Prince Roland returns to his room, only to be startled by Nightingale sweetly lying on his bed in her nightsuit. Prince Roland gets all flustered, maybe starting to think about some naughty stuff, imagining Nightingale might be up for getting close after all. Suddenly, Nightingale gets up and strides over to him, leaving him scared out of his wits and pinned against the closed door. "You should rest as long as you need," he hastily tells her. But then Nightingale kneels before the prince. In a serious moment, she says, "I, Veronica Gillen, officially swear my loyalty to you." She promises to follow his orders and stand by his side in battle, facing demons or anything else until her last breath. It's no surprise to our hero that, after being let down by the association, Nightingale is turning to him for help with the future of witches. Without missing a beat, he takes the sword from her hands and officially makes her his right-hand woman. The prince asks, Is your real name Veronica? She nods, saying, There's no reason to hide it from you now. Next, we catch up with Wendy, who's been offered a contract. Stay in the border town and work for me, our hero tells her. If she's up for it, she can sign on the dotted line, promising good pay for her work. He also spills the beans on a method he's found where witches can sail through their maturity without feeling any pain at all. The news totally throws off the new witches. Once we step outside, our hero admits, It's just my guess, and explains, Witches are like vessels for magic, and as they get older, their magic builds up until it overflows during maturity, attacking their bodies. He mentions Anna as an example of someone who survived this. He dismisses the idea of demons possessing witches as nonsense, proposing instead they can manage their level of pain by continuously releasing their magic to maintain balance within them. He promises a safe haven in a border town where witches can practice their magic freely without anyone discriminating against them or threatening them. He believes if my idea works out, we can create our own version of the Holy Mountain right here in the borderlands we dream of. Wendy has already signed on to the plan and asks, Where do I start? He simply tells her, Keep using your magic until you master full control over it. Once the prince gets busy with the newcomers and their magic training, Nana and Anna have a little chat about recent events. Nana looks impressed by Wendy's wind magic. Lightning's flying skills also saved Wendy's life as well. Anna expresses happiness at having so many sisters around, but Nana points out, Nightingale seems to look at our hero with warmth in her eyes. A detail not to be taken lightly. Anna is clueless about what Nana means, but the little Nana warns her friend, Don't blame me for not giving a heads up. And if Anna doesn't make a move, Nightingale might just win over our hero. Suddenly they hear the alarm ringing, a clear sign something's wrong. The report comes in that a demon monster has arrived. The hero rushes to the wall and meets his soldiers. He squints to spot the danger but sees no demons in sight. Was it a false alarm? The prince wonders, and questions the hunter who raised the alarm. The hunter tells him, Look closer. When he does, he sees a dark blob of mist forming. As he takes a closer look, he's shocked to see a hybrid monster right before his eyes. The hunter reveals, It's the same hybrid that nearly killed me a few years back. Hearing this, the boy connects the dots. This monster must have some intelligence, unlike regular beasts that just charge and die. This monster has survived for many years, and it always retreats when it senses danger. When the beast reaches the wall, it suddenly stops, leaving everyone puzzled. Unexpectedly, it jumps into the air, the prince orders. Attack it immediately, he commands his soldiers. Before they can react, the monster is already airborne, crashing onto the wall above. Our hero is stunned to see how cunningly it targeted the wall's weakest spot. That confirms my last remaining doubts about this monster's intelligence. Once the demon makes it to the other side of the wall, soldiers report it's heading toward the town. The hero commands his 2nd Civilian Division Army to accompany him, while the backup division holds the wall for now. Our hero marches toward the town with his platoon, regretting underestimating the smarts of these monsters. Finally reaching the monster's location, they're hit with the gut-wrenching news. It's already devoured someone alive in town. The trail of blood before our hero's eyes sends a terrifying chill down his spine. But he does not succumb to fear and annoyingly orders, Everyone, stay on high alert. The monster pops into view once more, snatching another civilian. Everyone stay back, Prince Roland immediately cautions. The soldiers look helpless against the monster, unable to use their guns for fear of hitting civilians in the chaos. Not only that, the soldiers can't even get close to this monstrosity. Iron Axe commands his soldiers, get on rooftops and higher ground to aim precisely without harming civilians. Monsters immediately climb up to the rooftop to take their positions. Despite the odds, soldiers manage to shoot over the monster's overgrown head, but they slightly miss their mark. The monster glares back with an annoyed face, but before it can strike, Iron Axe closes in and blasts the monster's head right away, finally avenging the innocent lives taken by this monster. In the Hermes perimeter north of Grey Castle, a gigantic mutated creature crawls its way toward the towering wall. The knights on the wall tremble as they witness the enormity of the approaching monster. Upon finally stepping on the rooftop, the creature drools and immediately perks up at the sight of the humans nearby. Without hesitation, the monster opens its massive mouth, unleashing an entire army of monsters marching out from its belly. The soldiers realize they're trapped with no escape route in sight. Still, they immediately start running in the opposite direction, while the creature in the sky keeps following the soldiers. Eventually, when they reach the inner city's north wall, they find themselves waiting for the gate to open. The girl reveals to us the whole outer city has been wrecked by the monsters. They've got to defend the church, but with only a handful of soldiers and monsters right on their tails, it looks like a tough fight ahead. But then the girl pulls out a red pill and instructs, "Take it and annihilate the enemy." Without hesitation, the soldiers obey her command. As they swallow the pill, they feel a surge of energy coursing through them, empowering them to march forward against the monsters. Before these foolish soldiers can get slaughtered by those monsters, the gate finally drops. Revealing a cocky figure striding out, he declares, "I am part of the Judgment Army," and orders, "Clear the path." These soldiers are clad head to toe in sturdy armor, appearing like elite knights. The lady is bewildered by the sudden appearance of this so-called Judgment Army, having no clue who they even are. However, she doubts that mere humans stand a chance against the hybrid monsters. But it looks like we're about to find out if these soldiers are all talk or if they've got the goods. As the monster and army of judgment come face to face, the sky monster swoops down. One of the knights on the ground immediately grabs hold of its gigantic sharp claws, and the other knight takes a stance. He sends a spear flying with godly speed, piercing the monster right through the head. The woman is completely blown away by the soldier's speed and strength, which match the power of hybrids. These badass knights are wreaking havoc on the monsters. The scene shifts to a church spire. On the balcony, we see 3 archbishops using a telescope to observe the Judgment Army. Seeing those monsters dead on the ground, one says, they seem pleased to see that their army appears to be winning against the monsters. Archbishop Taifun shakes his head, noting that the worst part of the battle was the total annihilation of the reinforcement armies sent by the 4 great kingdoms. Archbishop Heather chuckles in agreement, commenting on how those kingdoms sent thousands of soldiers who ended up as mere cannon fodder. She's clearly pleased, seeing it as proof that the border defenses of those kingdoms can't hold a candle to the church's mighty Judgment Army. However, a third individual interjects, pointing out the heavy toll of using so many pills in the process, and the loss of much of the judicial army, which forms the core of the church's power. Taifun clenches his teeth, emphasizing that they had no choice because the beasts of the wastelands have appeared exactly as foretold in the Bible. He warns, time is running out, and unless the continent unifies and gathers its strength, destruction awaits them all. The arrogant lady chuckles again, saying, "Humans are basically monsters committing horrifying acts just like demons, so maybe wiping out humanity isn't such a bad idea after all." This really ticks off the old man, who tells her, "Cut out the blasphemous talk and stop defying God's will." But the girl just brushes it off with another sassy comment saying, "God never promised humanity would survive," and further challenges the old man, asking, "Are you sure God cares more about humans than demons?" The old man looks even more ticked off, but he stays quiet. Maybe because deep down, he knows there's some truth in what she's saying. Well, even Archbishop Maine thinks the same way that woman does, but he is also sure that God only favors those who come out on top. Back in the border town, they lay the fallen soldier to rest. Our hero gathers everyone's attention and announces, "We are gathered to mourn Mr. Aggie from the Civilian Army, 2nd Division." The prince goes on with the usual talk about the man's heroic deeds, sacrificing his life to save their hometown, bidding him a final farewell as they cover his grave with mud. Chief Knight Carker is deeply moved by our hero's compassionate gesture, noting, "I've never seen someone of noble birth show such respect for commoners whose names he didn't even know." Our hero points out, giving a proper farewell feels right, especially since Bordertown has never held proper funerals for those lost to the monsters, and they deserved more than a hastily dug hole. Besides, the prince believes that holding these funerals serves the purpose of decency and boosts morale. He explains, when people reflect on who and what they're fighting for, it can spark a profound change in an army. He aims to ignite everyone's willpower to steer Bordertown back on track. The wife of the deceased soldier shows up with her 2 kids, one of them really small. The soldiers nearby start wondering how she'll manage now, but this bald guy steps in and explains, She'll get her husband's salary, some extra cash, and all the basics to get by. While they talk, Vice Captain Vanner suddenly senses someone nearby. The bald guy asks, "Is something up?" Vanner mentions feeling the presence of someone but brushes it off, saying, "I'm probably imagining things." Back at the cement-making cottage, our hero catches up with Anna and asks, "How are things going with making barrels for the blunderbuss guns?" Anna sweetly explains, "Thanks to the new steam-powered boring machine, the blacksmiths can handle most of the heavy lifting now." Meanwhile, lighting is bouncing off the walls as usual, super pumped about all the new stuff. She bombards the poor smiths with so many questions they can barely keep up. Well, the prince was already wondering why he has not seen her around lately. I guess he now knows why. Just like our hero has another project for her to handle. He shows her the rough sketch of a 12-pound gun, essentially a giant weapon for our sweet Nana. The prince then delves into the technical details of how these things work, but everything he says goes right over Anna's head. He then instructs her, use those 2 holes on the ground to cast a die for cannonballs. Anna gets right to work and starts pouring the molten metal into the holes. The prince warns her, don't stare at the bright lava. She immediately closes her eyes and our hero starts blushing before he moves to wipe the sweat from her face. It's quite literally hilarious that, despite the freezing temperatures in this place, these guys are still sweating. Looks like the knight can see that this is more than just a prince wiping the sweat. And the way the prince is blushing just proves it further. Anna is also blushing as well. Meanwhile, there's this guy who's absolutely freaked out to see our hero, the 4th Prince of Grey Castle, openly sheltering witches. He's practically sprinting to report this back to the king. Looks like Vanner wasn't imagining things when he felt someone's presence, because this man is definitely a spy sent by the new king, Timothy. What's really messing with this guy's head is how these regular folks are just chilling with witches. And don't get him started on the other weird stuff he's seen, like that giant wall that popped up out of nowhere on the border, those metal sticks shooting projectiles to kill demons, and the fact that witches are treated like they're just regular folks by the prince. That's all making him think this town's cursed or something, and he's feeling like he's dealing with some dark magic. If they hadn't waved a fat paycheck in his face, he'd have never agreed to spy on this messed up place. Well, looks like this dude failed miserably at his sole job of spying, because we can see Vanner in the background. He's calling this oddball out right away and telling him to halt his tracks. Word spreads like wildfire that there's a spy among them. This poor guy has no clue what to do before an angry mob comes for him. All he can think about is how the 4th prince must be channeling powers straight from the devil. Inside the castle, we catch up with the consul again. He's losing his shit over the prince's latest demand, buy 2 boats but don't hire captains and crews. Like, how's he supposed to float boats without a crew? The old coots are utterly worn out by these ridiculous orders that somehow always end up working in the prince's favor. Then comes a knock on the door. A soldier reports they've caught a rat, a guy named Cole, also known as Groundhog, who's apparently Prince Timothy's spy. Turns out this guy's been living under a fake identity for months, pretending to be a border town resident. They found a letter and some money on him, but he's still being grilled for more info. The old man orders, squeeze every last drop of intel and execute him right away. Looks like the old man is not freaking out because this is already the 4th spy they have found out. Our clever prince had foreseen that more spies would come, so he told the old man to announce that there are people in the border town trying to destroy their food reserves. He instructed everyone to keep an eye out for anyone acting suspiciously, promising a reward for anyone who catches a spy. The old man is always surprised by our hero's cunning decisions. He sees him as a devil who doesn't even fear the stone of divine judgment. Back in the Grey Castle capital, Timothy inquires about the royal decrees he sent to his siblings. But none of them have replied. One of his men reports the 4th prince, our hero, sent a reply stating he will return once the months of demons are over and his people are safe. The reporter points out that Prince Roland still acknowledges Timothy as a prince, not a king. Timothy considers our hero a fool for opposing him, especially since Timothy had plans to offer him land and a comfortable life. He dismisses Roland as an oddball and asks his lackey, "Has there been any response from the 3rd and 5th princesses?" The lackey reveals, the 3rd princess has disappeared from the city along with her butler and 2 servants, and they haven't been found since. The prince facepalms in disappointment, as he never wanted commoners to lay a hand on his sister, despite any personal disagreements. "What about Garcia Wimbledon?" he inquires, referring to the stubborn pirate. Before the council member could speak up, Timothy ordered him to seize her water port and forcibly escort her back to the capital. Right on cue, a knight arrived on the scene and hastily reported that Garcia Wimbledon had defeated Duke Joseph's Karl at the southern border and gained full control of Hawk City. The news terrifies Timothy beyond belief, and he sinks even further into despair when he hears, "She has crowned herself Queen of Clearwater with the blessings of the local dukes, and the whole southern half of Grey Castle has split off." Next scene, we're down by the river south of Bordertown, where our top captains are tearing down the cannon they just put together. Both of these tough guys are beat, griping to their boss that this thing is way too damn heavy. The chief knight then asks, "Why did I get stuck guarding this behemoth, since no one can move it an inch, let alone steal it?" Our hero just sighs, explaining, "It's not just something, it's a masterpiece built with blood, sweat, and the grind of steel." He wonders why others can't see its beauty like he does. Moving on, Lightning is itching to clean the barrel, so our hero gives her the green light to go ahead. Watching this eager tomboy happily doing her job, the knight gets confused and asks, "Why hasn't Lightning signed a labor contract?" Our hero explains, she insisted on working for free as long as the prince kept inventing interesting stuff. All she needs are food and clothes, and this broke idiot couldn't pass up such a steal of a deal. After Lightning finishes cleaning the barrel and reports it's empty, she eagerly waits for the next step. Before we move on, our hero tells his soldiers, remember the first step, making sure there's nothing stuck inside the barrel. Next up, they need to load in the gunpowder and slap that cannonball on top, making sure to push it down real hard to get it out of the barrel. Once everything's set, the prince tells everyone to clear out and lights the fuse. It starts sizzling right away, so everyone covers their ears to save their eardrums. Boom! The cannonball goes flying straight at the dummy and punches a hole right through its chest. While the hunter prays to God to see such devastating power, Vanner is also blown away. Even after smashing the dummy, the cannonball keeps going for another 100 meters, proving our mission's a total win. A 12-pound cannon can theoretically reach thousands, so these results are solid for a first shot. The knight respects the weapon's power, but worries it's too heavy to lug around. Cleaning, loading, and carting cannonballs in gunpowder is a hassle. Our hero nods, saying, "The effort's worth it if it means slaying hybrid." Demons effortlessly. He's already thinking of using ships to solve the weight problem, and has enlisted the old consul's help in acquiring sailboats from Willowtown. Wendy's wind control will increase transportation speeds for both civilians and cannons. Aiding their strategy against the Duke of the Longsong Fortress, he envisions a pincer attack by approaching the Duke's army from the rear. So much for his boat dreams. The old man burst his bubble by saying, "We can't afford any sailing boats, a double." Masted sailboat costs a whopping 120 golden coins, and that doesn't even cover the crew, which runs about 200 golden royals. Even if they blew all 315 golden coins they have in their treasury, they'd only get the boats, with no pay left for the civilian army next month. Back in the office, our hero keeps arguing with this stubborn geezer. "I don't need a crew," he says, but the old man keeps insisting. That's not how things roll in Willowtown. Boats come with crews. If you want a boat, you've got to hire them too. But then the prince gets this bright idea to buy boats from another town, but the old man shoots him down again, saying, all the major ports are too far away, and it'd cost a fortune to bring boats here to Bordertown. But then, our hero comes up with a crazy idea. Why not build a boat themselves? He says they don't need anything fancy, just something to float since Wendy will handle the steering. A simple flat-bottomed barge would do the trick. But then the old coot brings up another problem about the materials they'll use. Our hero confidently suggests using light wood. But then he realizes a boat of logs might not be as durable and reliable. He even considers having Anna help weld a proper metal boat, but he's already used up all the metal-making guns and stuff. Then the idiot remembers they have tons of concrete left over from building the wall. He suggests using wood for the base and reinforcing it with steel rebar, then making the rest of the boat out of concrete. We don't need to waste any more time figuring out how he plans to make this boat happen. Let's just wait for our hero to finish up the blueprint and get started. Before long, we're down by the riverside at a makeshift boat workshop. They've already put together the basic structure of the boat. When Lightning sees the giant thing, she cracks a joke about it being a massive bathtub fit for a king's lavish baths. Our hero chuckles and corrects her, saying they're actually building a boat, not a bathtub. But Lightning is still skeptical. To her, it doesn't quite look like any boat she's seen before. While they banter back and forth, Wendy's happy to see Lightning and our prince getting along just fine, to which Nightingale points out that getting along with others, it has always come naturally to Lightning. She was just as energetic back in the association days. The mention of the association immediately saddens Wendy, as she worries about her other sister's safety. Back in the mountain range, we see the witches marching down. As they walk, one of the sisters alerts everyone about the presence of demons. The teacher quickly tells Lady Leaf, lay her down and help the others. Lady Leaf gently puts her injured teacher on the ground. As the monsters approach, the witches stride forward to face them. Meanwhile, the teacher blames Nightingale for their sorry state and vows to get payback once she finds the holy mountain and gathers more witches. She hasn't forgotten about Wendy and Lightning either, feeling betrayed by them. When the monsters leap at them, Lady Leaf works her magic, summoning roots that grab the beasts while Zephyr, another witch, sucks the air out of their lungs. Seeing the girls take down those monsters puts a grin on the teacher's face. She's sure that with their combined effort, they'll bring the church crashing down once they reach the holy mountain. The teacher decides to take a breather for a while here, but suddenly she's left in shock by what she sees before her eyes. She wonders aloud, could this be the holy mountain? Before them rise skyscraper-like structures that couldn't possibly be built by humans. The sight brings a giant smile to the teacher's face as she believes they've finally found the holy mountain. However, the others are not convinced. According to all the books, the holy mountain is supposed to be a serene and abundant place, which is drastically different from what they're seeing. Despite Leaf still being unsure, the teacher is going nuts over the grand structures and is absolutely convinced this is the holy mountain. Leaf hesitates to voice. Her doubts resurfaced, recalling what the teacher did to Nightingale when she disagreed, feeling she had no other choice. Leaf reluctantly started walking forward. She was certain that if they didn't explore further, the teacher would never rest. As they were walking, one of the witches suddenly dropped dead. Lady Leaf tries to pause to mourn her friend, but the teacher snaps at her to keep moving forward, warning that stopping could mean their own death at nightfall. Leaf starts crying, torn between grief and the teacher's urgent commands. The teacher insists lingering here would only invite demon attacks. They continue on, but then another witch realizes the supposed mountain they were aiming for has vanished. This sight shocks the teacher, who, let's face it, acts more like a tyrant than a caring leader. The teacher sinks into despair, recalling a city that's like an unreachable illusion in the sky, disappearing every time with the sunset. The snake woman declares it was all just an illusion, something I'd heard rumors of, typically occurring at sea, but seeing it on land was unheard of. Suddenly, something approaches them, confirmed by another, which to be 3 demons once again. But this time, it becomes clear this new threat is not just a regular demon. This mysterious entity attacks one of the witches with some weapon, leaving Leaf frozen in place as her friend is struck down, a long spear piercing her chest. An instant, Leaf stares at where the spear came from with disbelief. Before them stand hybrid creatures riding demonic beasts. Looking at their ripped bodies, it's no wonder they took down the girl with just one blow. One of the witches immediately uses her abilities to turn the ground into a swamp, but the creatures effortlessly leap from their mounts and land right in front of the women. One monster swings its hand, smashing a witch with brutal force, splattering blood everywhere, leaving the sisters absolutely terrified out of their minds. The beast then turn towards the remaining sisters, who stand petrified and trembling in their boots. Suddenly, another monster fixates on a redhead among them. Her face pales as the creature approaches, its grotesque tongue-like appendage dangling from its mouth, which is a far cry from any normal tongue. Before the beast can reach her, it's struck by a fireball. Though it annoys the creature more than hurts it, the redhead grabs the hand of the traumatized orange-haired witch and urges her to run. But the orange-haired witch is so shaken that she's forgotten how to move. Another witch decides to confront and pulls out her puny bow, which, let's be real, looks like a toy, and she's brutally kicked by the monster right in the chest. She goes flying and sprawls on the ground, and it wouldn't be surprising if she died from that single blow. Despite seeing, her friends drop like bugs. Wendy uses her root magic once again to try and immobilize one of the monsters, wrapping it from head to toe. The snake lady sends her snake to crawl around the beast, and together they bring the formidable creature to its knees. Wendy urges everyone to run wild. She keeps the monster restrained. Meanwhile, the other monster immediately retrieves a spear from its back. As it tries to throw the spear, its feet sink into the swampy ground. However, the monster manages to throw the spear with incredible speed, leaving only a trail of pink light as it goes. Straight for its target, leaving nothing but a haze upon impact. Well, surprisingly, Wendy manages to narrowly avoid the attack. But suddenly the other monster unleashes its electrical powers, zapping everyone in range. Once everyone is down, only Wendy and the cocky snake woman remain. Wendy still does not want to accept this reality as their world has turned upside down in a short time. The monster walks forward toward the snake lady, and in the next moment, the monster extends his giant hand and grabs her right away. As he lifts her up, she unleashes her poisonous snakes. And one of them bites the thing we thought was a tongue protruding from the monster's mouth. As soon as the snake sinks its teeth into the monster's appendage, a red fog starts leaking out. The monster annoyingly grabs the snakes with its bare hands and squeezes them hard enough. Tears of agony well up in the teacher's eyes while Wendy watches in horror. Suddenly, the demon drops the snake woman to the ground while he himself appears to be choking and struggling for breath. You know what? This snake bitch totally deserved every bit of it. Because she was getting under my nerves, have been on edge ever since she popped up into the story. Anyway, the monster's legs tremble and it collapses to its knees. The red mist completely drains from the container on its back, and the giant creature slumps lifelessly to the ground. It seems Wendy has started to piece together how to deal with these creatures. She then looks at the other monster flailing in the swamp, screaming and trapped. She spots that weird appendage and takes a wild guess it might be their weak spot. Summoning her strength, she rushes over to her fallen sister and grabs the crossbow. With determination in her eyes, she aims straight for that appendage, yelling as she lets the arrow fly, hell-bent on avenging her fallen sisters. When the arrow hits, red mist starts pouring out, sealing her victory. Throwing the bow aside, Wendy drops to her knees with a heavy heart. The monster keeps oozing that red stuff as she's surrounded by her sisters' lifeless bodies. Tears stream down her face, her sobs echoing in the quiet aftermath. Back at the Battleground Hospital in Bordertown, it seems Nana's time to hit her maturity has arrived. Everyone watches. Anxiously as she lies in bed, she asks if she's going to die. The prince and the others immediately reassure her with warm smiles, telling her that everything will be okay. They explain that because she's been releasing her magic power every day, her magic won't turn against her. Wendy gives a comforting pat and agrees with our hero's words as well. Nana's worried father moves closer, urging her to squeeze his hand if the pain gets too much for her to bear. The others join in, deciding to lighten the mood with some coin magic tricks and storytelling. Their lively atmosphere helps lift Nana's worries. Anna then also steps forward, reminding Nana that everyone is by her side, gently kissing her forehead like a caring sister. As midnight approaches, everyone remains seated around her bed, patiently waiting for her to hit maturity. Lightning, true to her energetic self, only seemed not bored. On the other hand, the prince looks like he's on the verge of fainting, yawning uncontrollably. Just watching Lightning's energetic behavior is enough to tire him out. He turns to Nightingale and asks, "Have there been any magical fluctuations in Nana's body?" Nightingale shakes her head, mentioning it's been a long wait and she hasn't noticed anything unusual. The prince gives himself a slap on the face to stay awake. "I'll build a clock tower once the months of demons are over," he says, already planning, because he finds waiting aimlessly too tedious. Suddenly, Nightingale hears a rooster crowing. The prince pulls aside the curtain and is momentarily blinded by the morning light. "Anna, wake up," he says. Anna wakes up too, startled by the sudden brightness. "It's morning," she murmurs. It's clear the next day has officially arrived, and everyone is pleasantly surprised as Nana wakes up at daybreak. Lightning bursts with happiness, and her father breaks down in tears. Everyone is incredibly relieved that Nana has successfully passed through her maturity ordeal without any issues. After some time, the prince leans over to Nightingale and asks, "Are you absolutely sure?" Today is Nana's maturity day. Nightingale nods, mentioning the change was subtle but definite. She agrees with our hero's theory about witches, how daily magic practice can boost their powers and ease their hardships. If all witches get good training daily, they could make it to adulthood without issues. Wendy joins in, saying, "Since the prince is the only one welcoming witches, they could turn Border Town into a sanctuary." She pledges full support, and the prince lights up, saying, "I've been thinking about this for ages. But since openly inviting witches could get him canceled by the kingdom, he plans to spread rumors about a sanctuary to let the witches come by themselves. However, if he becomes the king, there will be no one stopping him from inviting witches." Wendy drops to her knees, promising to help him become king. She swears her loyalty and says her life belongs to him now. The next day, our hero's sailboat finally makes it ashore. Two soldiers take a close look and start pointing out all sorts of technical flaws that make this boat unlike any they've seen before. Once they finish their inspection, they decide to head back to cannon training. Meanwhile, some daydreaming soldiers trailing behind Vice Captain Vanner start talking loudly about wanting to be as formidable as Hunter Iron Axe. But then one of them gets serious, pointing out, "We've been training forever without firing a single shot," and wonders when the prince will actually let them loose in a real battle. Another soldier mentions how those in the Flintlock team have already been at it for days, practicing battle tactics on the walls. That's when Vanner starts to wonder if our hero really plans to use the cannon team against demonic beasts, but considering how heavy and bulky the cannon is, it's not exactly ideal for transporting up onto the walls. Finally, it clicks for Vanner that their master's strategy involves using the cannon on the sailing boat not just against beasts, but against a strong army. At the west shore of Redwater River in Border Town, we find the cannon team undergoing training under the command of Hunter Iron Axe. They've been tasked with aiming the cannon in a specific direction. The chief knight remarks, "The cannon team looks hard-working." And our hero agrees, noting that both teams are pushing themselves to earn 5 more silver coins than the others, which fuels their determination to succeed. The prince plans to move operations to Littletown once the soldiers are well trained on the ground. Curiously, the knight asks if our hero means the concrete ship they built, and our hero nods, saying that's what he's calling it. He points out that the workers managed to wrap up everything in these few days when the snow was light. They not only slapped on some anti-rust treatment, but also threw together a shed for storing cannonballs. And hey, Wendy's got herself a platform now to play around with her wind powers, to stir the boat. Chief Knight finally gets why our hero was so bent on training Wendy to handle her magic. Then Prince Roland drops a bomb on the poor knight by making him the commander of the Knight Freaks Out, saying he's never sailed a ship in his life. Our hero shrugs it off, saying, "It's no big deal because the witches will be the ones running the show anyway." When the soldiers finally let loose a cannonball, it goes boom, and our hero is feeling pretty smug as he is about to kick off this new leg of his journey aboard his boat. With the glass bottle shattered by the impact, Lightning finally inaugurates their boat adventure, all set to sail as Littletown's navigator. Meanwhile, Taigu Pine, the overprotective dad, takes charge of communications. On the other hand, the knight, reluctantly roped into the role of captain, doesn't look too thrilled. Lightning gives the knight a reassuring pat on the shoulder, assuring him that navigating suits her perfectly since she's a pro at sea adventures. She mentions her dad, known as Thunderbolt, also has a knack for the sea. Exploring the ship, Lightning is totally blown away by the bizarre materials it's made of, unlike anything she's ever seen. The chief knight is pleased that the weather is surprisingly good today, a choice made by our hero for testing. Littletown. Once the boat is on the water, everything seems to be going smoothly, with a man named Brian assigned as helmsman. Lightning then tells Brian, "Turn the rudder fully to the right," and the knight echoes the same command. The tomboy gets curious and asks why the chief? Knight is repeating her, to which he explains, "I'm following orders from the prince." Meanwhile, Brian is clueless about what he's supposed to do, so Lightning, after facepalming, decides to take charge herself. She goes all out and spins the rudder sharply to the left, leaving the two behind, totally terrified. After her little adventure, Lightning marvels at how our hero has paid attention to details that even someone with years of sea experience like herself might miss. Lightning then tells Wendy, "Crank up the wind since you've been assigned a role as movement. Power support." Before she got this title, our hero had pushed Wendy to master her magic, which she hadn't really bothered with before getting to Bordertown. After some serious effort, her early attempts were only enough to blow dry some pieces of meat, but she matured slowly. And now, armed with those lessons, Wendy channels her magic and gives the boat a solid shove, sending it sailing above the water effortlessly. Lightning and the knight are pumped to see the boat moving, while this father gets all deep philosopher, pointing out how our hero turned rocks into boats and made them float. At this point, he's starting to believe there's nothing our hero can't pull off in this world. As the boat continues to sail smoothly, the man gives props to Brian for becoming a sailor in less than half an hour. Brian sheepishly credits Lightning because she was the one who was guiding him through everything properly. Meanwhile, on the pedestal, Wendy started feeling drained and struggled to keep up with pushing the boat, as if running out of magical power. But she took it as a challenge, pushing her limits with a goal to last until the ship reaches shore. Or so she thought. Wendy starts losing consciousness, and Lightning immediately directs everyone to steer the boat towards shore because Wendy has fallen ill. Once the tomboy gets her down, they find Wendy's entire body covered in icy sweat, potentially freezing her to death. They chide her for not informing them about her condition earlier, but it seems their streak of fortune has just taken a turn, as their boat also crashes into some rocks, causing damage. The captain bellows orders, directing Lady Lightning to escort Lady Wendy back to the castle while commanding the others to stay and gather the sails. As Lightning immediately departs with Wendy, the captain of the damaged ship is visibly disheartened. He reflects, while their test of Little Town was not a failure, it hasn't quite been a success either. At least they've identified two critical issues to address: keeping Lady Wendy warm on the pedestal and making the boat shockproof. Meanwhile, back in town, a carriage travels down a desolate road. The driver of this carriage is a one-legged man, and inside the priest can be seen beating the shit out of this little girl. And this girl is apparently not alone in this carriage. The carriage driver couldn't help but feel sorry for the girls, even though the man inside the carriage seemed to be their only lifeline. Without him, these girls would have likely frozen on the streets. When the man steps out of the carriage, the driver asks, "Are they all orphans from Wolfheart Kingdom?" The priest nods, explaining that churches in the kingdom take in children when food and clothing are scarce. And since the church ends up taking tenfold, kids nowadays, the priest is glad that they have a driver, someone like him to rely on. Grateful for the well-paying job, the driver appreciates earning 20 silvers to transport these orphans. And since he does not have one of his legs, driving the carriage just suits him perfectly. Little does. The driver knows these girls aren't ordinary orphans. They are witches. That's why the priest pays him so generously. But the priest doesn't disclose this detail, just urging the driver to keep going without questions and promising payment upon arrival. Once they stop at a hotel to grab some food, the priest tells a woman that he's brought some tender kids for her to take care of. While that awful man parades those girls around like merchandise, the carriage driver can't bear to watch his client exploit them for a quick buck. He closes the curtains, unable to stomach the sight of their humiliation. The scene shifts to Archbishop Maine, descending into a vast underground chamber once again. He marvels at the sight, acknowledging that no matter how many times he visits, the grandeur of the dome never fails to take his breath away. The Archbishop asserts that this dome, which he calls a natural creation, is surely the work of the Lord. The archbishop explains that while the Hermes church above ground symbolizes steadfastness, the heavily guarded depths of the Hermes dungeon might be the true heart of the church. Once he steps into that mysterious facility, a knight guides the priest deeper into its depths. As they stroll along, we learn these knights are the church's most steadfast hounds, rewarded with homes in these tunnels for their loyalty. Any disciplinary actions are dealt with severely, often resulting in lifelong confinement within the very dungeons they guard. Other tunnels house libraries filled with church literature, historical documents, and notably the prison where those unlucky criminals rot away for good. Through another door they go, entering the prison where desperate voices beg for freedom, willing to trade their lives just to escape. The priest stops before a particular cell, secured with a large lock. He instructs the knight to wait outside, and once alone, he urges the prisoner inside. Eat properly, the priest reminds him. Your meals are among the best, though alcohol is understandably excluded. Well, the man in the prison is apparently the King of Wimbledon, and he questions if the priest would even have anything to eat in a place like this, while lamenting 6 months of isolation without any news of his son and daughter. The priest appears reluctant to disclose anything, but finally shares the grim news under the king's pressure. Gerald Wimbledon, the king's first son, was executed on Timothy's orders for regicide. The third Prince Garcia has declared herself a queen of Clearwater, setting the stage for an inevitable clash with Timothy. As for our hero and the fifth princess, they are alive, but there are no significant updates to report. The old man is completely shocked by the news about his first son. He can't hide his sadness as he asks the priest, "Why did this happen? Waited so long to throw him in jail." King Wimbledon then reveals that the priest used a witch to create a body double of him to get rid of his first son. He acknowledges the church's growing influence across the kingdom, but demands to know, why is the priest causing harm to my beloved children? To fight each other through royal decrees. He makes it clear that he would never have allowed such strife among his kids. The priest responds by saying, his children are now adults, making their own decisions. He points out that his daughter, Garcia Wimbledon, took over Clearwater Port 5 years ago and wouldn't sit back while her brothers fought for the throne. Furthermore, he emphasizes that the church couldn't afford to waste time and had to remove King Wimbledon to firmly establish their control over the kingdom. The priest declares, the continent will no longer be divided among the 4 great countries, which are Dawn, Wolfheart, Everwinter, and Grey Castle. Instead, it will unite as one land under the church's rule and governance. The old man, looking defeated as hell, drops to his knees, blood dribbling from his mouth, but he still manages to spit out that he'll be waiting for the priest in hell. The priest, not giving a damn, brushes off the whole hell thing, saying, their moves are all part of the church's grand plan. The king kicks the bucket right there, probably poisoned, but who knows? The priest sees this as their golden ticket to power, and he is preparing to take down the real enemy they have ahead of them. I guess he is talking about the demons, the true enemy they have yet to repel for the greater good of humanity. Honestly, church politics never really did it for me, but this series has been a wild ride. Can't wait to see what our hero gets up to next. Back at the Witches Association camp in the mountains, the witches who stayed behind are mourning their fallen sisters, who died because they did not make it through their maturity. One of them speaks up, worried about their next steps. We barely escaped death ourselves, and now our sisters, who went off to find the holy mountain, haven't returned in 2 weeks. Their food is also running low, which is only adding to their anxiety. Suddenly they hear footsteps approaching. It's Lady Leaf. She enters the tunnels and drops to her knees, completely exhausted, and her face eventually meets the floor. Rewinding a bit in time, we find Lady Leaf walking a desolate path, her face pale from the harsh weather and hunger, gnawing at her belly. Suddenly, her maturity hits hard while on this desolate journey. Just as she's grappling with this personal battle, a monstrous figure appears right behind her. Startled, she turns and begs for help, only to snap awake abruptly from her nightmare. As she sits up, Hummingbird tells her, "You've been out cold for 2 whole days." The other witches gather around looking worried. One of them apologizes, saying, "Sorry for discussing serious stuff right after you've woken up." But the sister insists, "We've already hashed it out." If Kara doesn't come back, Leaf will have to step up as the teacher to keep the association from falling apart after the recent losses. Without a second thought, Lady Leaf decides she's going to find Nightingale. This bombshell leaves everyone stunned. They're hesitant to believe Nightingale's tale about the border town, unsure if they can really trust her. Lady Leaf then reassures everyone that they can find a safe place to rest while she assesses the situation, first at the border town. She instructs the purple-haired witch to take the role of teacher. If she doesn't return, citing her experience as a former member of the association, she places her faith in their hands, emphasizing that if Nightingale's information is accurate, Border Town will become their new holy mountain, potentially ending the need for their current association. Meanwhile, back in town, our party confronts some monsters. When one of the creatures vaults over the wall, Veneer thrusts his spear into its belly. However, as he tries to lift the monster, the spear snaps in half, causing the creature to crash back to the ground. The vice captain quickly orders, "Prepare the muskets," and they promptly follow his command, shooting down the monsters without delay. One of the soldiers offers a spear to the vice captain, who is surprised to see a young boy named Claw there. Claw explains, "I go wherever I'm needed." Needed to help. As the monsters lie defeated on the ground, the captain acknowledges that while they don't pose a significant threat, they must remain vigilant. He expresses his thrill that ever since our hero took charge of Border Town, they've been able to repel these terrifying monsters. Previously, it was only possible with the help of Longsong Fortress, but now even the town's commoners can fight thanks to our hero's leadership. He notes our hero's consistent presence on the mountain during times of danger, standing alongside ordinary soldiers. Suddenly, a hybrid monster appears and a soldier promptly reports it as a winged lion hybrid. Lightning eagerly steps up to take on the monster, but our hero advises him, "Don't rush." They stick to the plan. Lightning will act as bait to draw the demon's attention while ensuring she stays at a certain height. The monster lands on the wall's surface, and Lightning, brimming with confidence, decides to go for it, assuring everyone he won't disappoint. The prince officially initiates the hunt, but Lightning's confidence is momentarily shaken when he remarks that our hero's determined roar sounded more like a whimpering dog. After blurting out this unexpected comment, Lightning vanishes, leaving our hero unsure how to respond. He even asks the other ladies, "Did I sound that weird?" And they reluctantly agree. The prince tells the ladies to stick to the plan. "And stay safe." They nod in agreement. With a smile, the prince looks up at the sky, pleased to see everything going according to plan. Meanwhile, the monster is getting increasingly annoyed as our mischievous tomboy keeps pelting it with pebbles. She eggs the monster on, and it roars. Back at her. She dashes around it, teasing and taunting like she's playing tag with a giant cat. The monster gets frustrated and smashes the ground with a mighty blow, but Lightning is still enjoying the game. As the monster continues to chase her, Nightingale rushes through her. Dimensional space because Lightning has successfully lured the monster into the town square. She tells Anna, "Even in my hidden dimension, the monster can still sense us with its sharp senses." So she advises Anna, "Approach cautiously with your fire, which has a radius of 5 meters, emphasizing they only have one shot to take down the beast and they can't afford any slip-ups. Meanwhile, Lightning's still playing tag with the lion, making it increasingly ticked off with her relentless pursuit. When the ladies spot their chance, Anna gets down to business. Once the lion's in her sights, they pop back from that dimension. Anna immediately unleashes her green, fiery powers, hitting the monster with screeching hot flames so intense that even Nightingale feels the heat from across the way. Lightning also boasts about her fire, saying it could even melt steel. So roasting a monster alive is not a big deal for her. Once the monster is incinerated into ashes, the prince is kind of glad to see that Anna didn't even need help to defeat the monster. Suddenly, the other monsters start retreating, leaving everyone puzzled as to why they are. Withdrawing, our hero catches sight of something unexpected and looks up with astonishment on his face. He sees the gloomy clouds clearing from the sky and sunshine forcefully making its way through it, indicating that the months of demons have ended. News quickly spreads that the months of demons have finally ended, and everyone basks in this moment of triumph. Our hero gathers everyone together, and as he starts his speech, the crowd of townsfolk and soldiers gets all hyped up, cheering about how nobody went hungry this winter under our prince's watch. The prince acknowledges that the months of demons are behind them now, and Bordertown has come out on top with few casualties, all thanks to the gutsy civilian army. He contrasts this with how Longsong Fortress used to threaten them with starvation and cold. But today's victory proves that Bordertown can stand tall on its own. The crowd goes wild again, thrilled that they don't need to depend on others anymore. With a grin, the king decides to throw a big bash to celebrate their hard-won success. He announces a victory parade, promising that everyone who joins the town square dance will get a tasty treat of honey-glazed beef. Once the parade time arrives, the chief knight escorts a big chunk of beef into the party, and Hunter Ironaxe takes charge of lighting up the fire grill. Soon, everyone starts their victory dance as flames crackle around the bonfire, filling the air with the sweet aroma of sizzling meat. Hunter Ironaxe announces, "Anyone who dances will get meat, and the longer they dance, the more they'll receive." People eagerly volunteer to dance, thinking it looks easy, and they persuade their friends to join in since dancing means no meat. While everyone enjoys themselves, the chief raises concerns about distributing all the remaining stock of meat, fearing the prince might not have anything to eat until the next shipment arrives. The prince feels a bit disappointed but reluctantly agrees to let the civilians enjoy themselves. So their lively night continues with everyone dancing around the bonfire, singing and having a great time. For the people of Bordertown, surviving the months of demons peacefully is an achievement worth celebrating, and festivities like this one will be remembered fondly for years to come. Meanwhile, our prince rushes back to the castle for his own private banquet, where all the witches are eagerly waiting. As soon as the prince arrives, Lightning decides to start the feast officially. Anna roasts sweet chickens with her fiery magic, cooking them to perfection, and leaving Nana drooling over the delicious aroma. Nightingale shows off her skills by expertly slicing the meat into many pieces. Meanwhile, the tomboy and Nana are having the time of their lives, because having an outdoor barbecue party is the best thing they can wish for in their lives. Our hero is also having a great time, especially seeing everyone so happy. He believes they deserve this kind of luxury, treatment, thinking that people with such incredible abilities shouldn't be treated any less. Suddenly, the boy finds himself getting a sweet smooch from Lightning right on his face. Nightingale and Anna are absolutely blown away by this unexpected move, and our hero's reaction is just as stunned. When the tomboy is asked about this abrupt kiss, she points out, "Women may kiss the territory ruler during celebrations, and it's a tradition." Meanwhile, Nightingale feels annoyed and a bit jealous, while Wendy clearly sees the tension. As the prince and Lightning go back and forth, we see Anna feeling a little down, probably because she wanted to kiss the prince too. Once midnight strikes, our hero feels dizzy from too much drinking. Suddenly, his dizzy mind perks up when he spots Anna in the distance. She gets really close, and our hero says, "I didn't think I'd see you here." Anna smiles and replies, "I wanted to be here." Hero blushes. Right away, he starts explaining himself, saying the smooch with the tomboy was just an accident, to which Anna agrees. The prince further clarifies that Lightning is young, and he didn't look at her that way. Anna agrees once more. Anna then gathers her courage and admits she was waiting for them to be alone because she's not as bold as Lightning. As they get closer, just inches apart, Anna gives him a gentle kiss on the cheek. Meanwhile, Wendy's holed up in her room, buried in a book. She's totally baffled by how these books about the church's origins skip any mention of gods and just slap the title Pope on everyone. It's all a bit too much for her to wrap her head around. Just as she's mulling it over, Nightingale breezes in, catching Wendy mid-brainstorm. Wendy snaps the book shut, instantly lighting up to see her friend there. Wendy mentions how Lightning had gone to sleep while calling for Daddy, like a child. Nightingale chuckles and takes the book from Wendy's hand, reminding her that reading late at night could strain her eyes, especially in poor light. Suddenly, Wendy catches Nightingale off guard. Asked if she's troubled by thoughts of the kiss Lightning gave our hero, Nightingale blushes and denies it. But Wendy presses her, telling her not to lie. Reluctantly, Nightingale clenches her teeth and admits the kiss is bothering her. Meanwhile, Wendy reassures Nightingale that Roland Wimbledon is the fourth prince of the kingdom, and their mission is to help him seize the throne and become the king of Grey Castle. She's confident he'll protect the witches under his rule, and when the time comes, marry a princess or a duke's daughter to secure the next generation. Wendy explains that as witches, they can't have children. It's a limitation granted by the heavens in exchange for their powers, and she hopes Nightingale understands this. Outside, as the party winds down, the townsfolk are busy with cleaning duties. They're already nostalgic for the months of demons, thanks to our hero, who made their days unforgettable with his inventions and victories. They're also curious about what the artillery division will do now that the demons are gone. Vanner assures them they'll find out tomorrow. The next morning begins with the sound of horns. Gathering all the soldiers for an announcement, our hero, Iron Axe, informs them that since they have successfully protected Bordertown from the demons, every member of the civilian army is now a private soldier under Prince Roland. However, he gives them the option to leave if they wish not to continue. A knight asks, does being in the private army mean we'll become knights? Hunter Iron Axe clarifies, a private army is a professional military force dedicated to protecting Prince Roland and his territory. You'll undergo year-round training focused on battle. Readiness, stricter discipline, and higher salaries will be provided. The soldiers aren't totally sold on the better pay part, so Iron Axe lays it out. There's going to be a military ladder in this private army, with those who achieve outstanding results in battle being promoted. Military. Officers will receive higher salaries and even land of their own. That news fires up the troops, who are now all about this new challenge and the rewards that come with it. But Iron Axe sternly reminds the excited crew, being members of the private army means their conduct must be far more disciplined more than before. He emphasizes that any deviation from the code of conduct will result in severe consequences, such as forced labor or even execution. The squad members visibly tense up at the stern warning, and Iron Axe challenges them to reconsider their commitment if they have doubts. Despite the harsh conditions, Vanner remains steadfast in his determination to keep serving our hero, Roland, no matter what challenges arise. Seeing no one willing to leave the private army, Iron Axe raises his voice again with the authority of a seasoned captain, reminding them that they are now Prince Roland's private army, he declares. Their training and conditioning will begin immediately, establishing a tone of strict discipline from this point forward. Back in the castle, Lightning reports to Prince Roland about the plans for the private army. She explained that due to the lingering snow outside the city, the soldiers will be crawling more than running during their 4-mile daily routine. While Lightning admires the new blueprints our hero has recently drawn up, the prince himself is deep in thought, contemplating the daunting task ahead of him, creating the army's structure from scratch, including regulations, rewards, and penalties. The sheer magnitude of the task gives him a major headache, considering he played military chess in his youth, but has since forgotten much of it. He's determined to innovate and do something unprecedented in this world and time. As they examine the blueprints, the word bayonet catches their attention. Before they can delve further into their discussion, a knock on the door interrupts them. With both witches vanishing into thin air, our hero grants permission for the visitor to enter. The old custodian surprises us once again by reporting that there's an aristocrat named Chris who wishes to meet our hero. Chris had left during the months of demons and has now returned, visibly upset because his house was demolished due to the construction of the walls. When our hero confronts Chris, the noble sternly demands answers about why the prince allowed his house to be taken down. He emphasizes how he spent a substantial amount, 150 golden coins, to build that magnificent mansion. Our hero bluntly asks, Are you referring to the westernmost house in Border Town? Chris confirms. The prince apologizes, explaining, it was necessary because the house was too close to the wall and obstructed troop movements. However, he reassures Chris, the city will reimburse you for your loss. The greedy noble, immediately he perks up and asks, how much will I be getting? Our hero points out 20 golden royals, but this greedy guy isn't satisfied with such a small amount. Eventually he agrees and asks, where can I collect my money? The prince then reminds him, the sum has already been transferred to the property's rightful owner. The noble gets agitated and slams his hand on the desk, insisting, I am the rightful owner of the property. Our hero cunningly points out, if the property truly belonged to you, why hadn't you been there even once during the months of demons? The noble explains that he had stayed at Longsong Fortress because he didn't want to die in Border Town. That is when the prince sees his opening and questions whether this fat cat is implying he deserted his ruler out of fear of the demons. As the chief knight strides over, he claps the noble on the shoulder with a fierce look, letting him know that admitting his mistake about the house ownership can make this whole thing just a misunderstanding. He warns the noble, you can leave quietly to avoid any trouble, but if you do not leave, you will be charged for the act of treason and will be executed right away. The noble starts sweating bullets, finally owning up to his blunder and admitting the house isn't his. It's all good, our hero casually tells him. You can head out without any fuss. Before the noble scurries off back to Longsong, our hero tosses a message with him to carry. If any other nobles want to dodge treason charges, they'd better think twice about returning to town. It sounds like the noble is seething with frustration as he vents his anger by punching a nearby tree. He's convinced that once the Longsong Duke takes control of the territory, the prince will have to return, and this fat cat will wait for the moment to gloat over our hero's supposed downfall. As he storms down the road, his fury subsides when he spots a woman covered from head to toe, and the noble is taken aback by her beauty. He's never seen such elegance, not even among some princesses. Watching her stride purposefully toward the castle, he begins to wonder if she might be our hero's wife. Once inside the city, she covers her face, again amidst the bustling town. Finding herself confused to see the bustling streets, even the months of demons just ended recently. When she reaches the castle gates, she wonders if Nightingale was truthful about the prince of this town. She hesitates before entering, but then she makes up her mind, thinking she could handle at least 2 guards if it came down to it. The knight's castle door reacts sharply at this robed figure, ordering them to back off, as this is not a place for commoners. Lady Leaf remains undeterred, removes her hoodie, revealing her beauty, and boldly identifies herself as a witch. The soldiers exchange bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Lady Leaf nervously swallows her fear and, with determination, requests to meet Nightingale, Nana, or Anna. The both guards take glances at each other, and one of them decides to step inside to report the situation. While seeing those soldiers go, Lady Leaf remains fearful that the soldier might be fetching reinforcements, or perhaps Nightingale had deceived them about the existence of Nana and Anna. With her head down in thought, she suddenly feels warm hugs from both Nightingale and Wendy. Once she realizes that they are her friends, the Lady Leaf is stunned to see. Both Nightingale and Wendy embraced her, their eyes moist with tears of joy. Wendy whispered a heartfelt, "Welcome home," into Lady Leaf's ear, which caused her to burst into tears herself. Meanwhile, our hero was seen yawning, and Wendy brought him some tea. During their tea time, our hero inquired about Nightingale, prompting Wendy to happily reveal, Nightingale is welcoming a new sister who has recently arrived. Our hero nearly chokes in surprise at this news, while Wendy enthusiastically mentions, the sisters from the association have come to Border Town. Shocked and excited, our hero asks Wendy, were we not looking for the Holy Mountain? To which the woman explains, only 7 witches remain, as the rest were obliterated by the monsters during our adventure. Lady Leaf then apologizes, mentioning, we arrived while you were asleep, and asks for forgiveness for letting the witches enter the castle. Our hero, on the other hand, is thrilled to have more witches join them, no matter their skills or how many there might be. Wendy, though, drops a hint from Lady Leaf that these gals aren't exactly warriors, which means they might not be much help. In a fight, you see, under the Stone of Divine Judgment's influence, these witches are kind of limited in their combat skills. But hey, the prince is cool with that. Having a witch who can zap things with electricity means no more dark nights. And one who can sculpt stuff means skipping all. That refining and molding hassle. It's got our hero daydreaming about how much he can jazz up this ancient world with technological advancement using the power of witches. Nightingale abruptly snaps our hero out of his daydreaming, dragging him back to reality, reminding him that everyone is waiting for him. Shortly after, everyone gathers for dinner with all the witches present. Our hero is pleased to welcome them to Border Town and hopes they enjoy the food, encouraging them to ask for anything they want. Lighting enthusiastically chimes in, agreeing that our prince is quite the generous guy, and mentioning how he's always open to new members as well. One of the witches scolds Lighting for being so casual with our hero, but our hero dismisses her concerns, saying they don't bother with titles or formalities, and urging everyone to start eating before the food gets cold. Meanwhile, the other witches watch Nana and Anna using what look like 2 little sticks to eat. These newcomers have no idea how to handle these utensils, so they can't help but stare in confusion. Regardless, everyone digs into their meal, thoroughly enjoying it, and once dinner ends, our hero finds himself poring over documents detailing each witch's abilities. After reviewing everyone's skills, the prince realizes there isn't a witch capable of shaping materials or generating electricity. This realization means our hero's plans for progress towards modernization will need to slow down a bit. However, he acknowledges that there's enough talent among the witches to meet their current needs. The first witch our hero takes a liking to is Lady Leaf. Not only can she increase fruit yields, but she can also control all plants freely, making her an ideal candidate for agricultural expansion. Next is Skrull, a witch with inhuman memory who operates 24 hours daily. After her maturity, she is now able to recreate any book she's read, making her perfect for teaching. Then there's Hummingbird, a cute witch who can make things weightless or adjust their weight with her magic. This makes her invaluable for lifting cargo or adjusting payloads. Fourth is Soraya Zoan. From a merchant family in Grey Castle's capital, she can recreate lifelike landscapes using her magic brush without needing paint, ink, or paper, which makes her essentially a walking camera. Echo, the fifth witch, hails from the southern continent and can replicate any sound, making her a master of sound illusions. Finally, Lily, who just turned 16, has the ability to prevent food from rotting, potentially helping with food preservation. But our hero has yet to figure out if her powers can also kill bacteria. However, after Lady Leaf, the seventh witch known as Moon is the most intriguing witch. A young girl who doesn't talk much but is a priceless asset because she can magnetize metal. Her ability was upgraded after maturity, and now she can magnetize almost anything. Nightingale reveals that Moon was regarded as the most useless in their camp and was often bullied by their teacher, Kara. But for our hero, magnetism means he has a way to generate electricity, which is the oldest trick in the engineering books, and all credit goes to Faraday. With electricity, they can have light, and it won't be long before another miracle happens in his territory. He decides not to categorize the witches into battle and non-battle categories, but instead prefers to place them into 3 large categories. The first category is self-reinforcing, consisting of passive abilities that are not affected by the Stone of Divine Judgment. The second category is summoning, and as the name suggests, the magic is summoned outside the body, but with an area of effect of 5 meters or less. This ability can easily be suppressed by the Stone of Divine Judgment. The third category, power attaching, is all about directly attaching magic to their target. The process is slow, consuming a hefty amount of magic, and can be interrupted by the Divine Stone of Judgment. However, once the conversion is done, the added properties become intrinsic to the object. They remain effective even in the presence of a Divine Judgment Stone. Once he sorts everything out, he calls it a day, knowing that things are about to get a lot more hectic from here on out. But that's a story for another day. I'm sure you all enjoyed the journey as much as I did. Even after reaching this point, we're left craving more, eager to see how our prince will achieve the utopia he envisions. And let's not forget about the intrigue of church politics and the mysteries surrounding the demons. There's so much more to uncover. While Roland is about to hit the sack, we catch all the witches gathered in one room. They're grilling Nightingale, asking if they can dodge the agony of maturity by using their magic powers every single day. Nightingale shoots back that Anna and Nana are living proof of this theory. She claims she's spotted changes in both girls' bodies using her fog. Their consistent magic use has beefed up their magic vitality, and at the same time softened the pain of antiphase. Or you can call it maturity as well. She doubles down, saying if they burn through all their magic right before their awakening, they'll breeze through the antiphase with almost no pain at all. Wendy chimes in, too, confirming they never got to exhaust their powers in the past, because they were always on the run from the church and never dared to unleash their full abilities. Lady Leaf finally understands why she felt no pain during her own antiphase. She suffered while making her way back to the association. It was probably because her magic was exhausted after battling those demons. Once Lady Leaf finally understands the cause of their suffering due to the antiphase, she is terrified to realize that there was no holy mountain they were chasing after. However, Wendy immediately reassures her that the holy mountain may not be a physical heaven-like place. Instead, this town is more than the holy mountain to every witch because there is no discrimination here. A witch then suggests that if all this turns out to be true, then perhaps other witches might have also found their way around antiphase. However, she reveals that she had sent letters to the other witch associations in the kingdoms of Wolfheart and Daw, but received no replies. Nightingale reveals that Roland is trying to gather all the other witches by spreading rumors in the cities about this town being the holy mountain, hoping they'll gain confidence and come to this place too. Another witch admits she still doesn't understand Prince Roland's motives, questioning why he's taking an interest in them. One lady speculates he might want them as dancers like other nobles. Nightingale gets mad at this portrayal of our heroic prince and tells everyone they'll understand him better once they've lived here longer. Wendy agrees, speaking from her experience living there, vouching for Prince Roland. She advises them to be prepared to sign a working contract with the prince tomorrow. So the next day rolls around and everyone gathers in the dining room. Prince Roland lays down the law, telling everyone to carefully read through the contract details before scribbling their names. He urges them to start practicing their abilities according to the plans in the contract. Lady Moon pipes up nervously, worried she'll mess things up during her practice once again, like that time she almost bonked Lady Lily with an iron pan. Roland quickly reassures her, saying he will assist her in her training. He then tells Lady Scrollleaf and Lady Soraya they are going to meet him privately. Later on, we find ourselves in our hero's office where he starts his questioning. He kicks things off asking about the incident where they encountered creepy creatures, and only 7 witches made it out alive, including the teacher from the association who bit the dust in the Badlands. He wants to know if those things they saw were hybrids. Everyone clams up, especially Lady Leaf, who faced those beasts alone. She trembles a bit and finally speaks up and states that they weren't demons, but more like devils from the underworld. She mentions that they had tall frames and they could control demons, and they had magic as well, just like witches. The boy turns to Lady Soraya, asking if she was there when those monsters showed up. Anxiously, she confirms, and our hero slides a paper towards her, urging her to sketch out what the monster looked like. If you're confused about if Sister Leaf was the only survivor, then how did Soraya see those monsters? To clarify, Lady Leaf allowed some of the witches to retreat while she fought the monsters. Anyway, Lady Soraya conjures her special pen, leaving Roland in awe of her skill. She starts sketching, and with some deft strokes, what appears on the paper terrifies both our hero and Nightingale. Soraya feels drained after completing the drawing, and Lady Leaf wastes no time pointing out that the monsters in the picture are exactly the devils they encountered. She explains how one devil could throw javelins at lightning speed, while another could summon lightning itself, all alongside their immense physical strength. Lady Leaf also notes their weakness. They couldn't sustain their special attacks continuously, which she exploited to defeat them solo. Roland is shocked to hear that Lady Leaf took on those monsters alone. She then clarifies that she discovered a weakness under the devil's masks, a tube that was vulnerable. Kara's snakes bit the tube, severing it, and causing the monster to perish, though it also cost Kara her life. So the Lady Leaf used the same strategy to defeat another monster, discovering that there was red gas inside the tubes which dissipated and caused their deaths. Prince Roland quickly realizes this sounds exactly like a respiratory system, but looking at the pictures, he's unsure if these creatures are aliens. Their skills and weapons don't seem to match up with typical alien descriptions. She then reveals they also encountered a floating city in the sky. No matter how much they tried to approach it, it always remained distant. Lady Leaf points out that the floating city might be a mirage. Our hero asks if they can draw it because if it's actually a mirage, then the real devils could be somewhere in the Badlands, and the red blood mist above the city is what the devils breathe. Soraya starts drawing again while Prince Roland considers that the flatlands to the west of the mountain range are unknown territories, so it's not surprising that other beings might live there. He then turns to Lady Skrull asking about the ancient text Kara read about searching for the Holy Mountain. The girl explains that Kara never let anyone read it, but she once peeked at it. However, the text is scrambled and sloppy and its contents are unimaginable. Prince Roland instructs Sister Skrull to recreate the ancient script for him, but she insists it's misleading nonsense and shouldn't be delved into. Despite her reservations, she conjures up a book as commanded, quickly closing it and explaining it's meant for his eyes, only fearing others might end up crazy like Kara. The prince nods, and later we find Nightingale snacking while Roland immerses himself in the book created by Sister Skrull. He asks Nightingale if she's not curious to see it, to which she simply walks away uninterested in anything that might mess with someone's head. Roland argues that reading text won't drive anyone insane, and besides, he can't fully understand most of it because its language and grammar are archaic. He points out there's no mention of a holy mountain so far, only references to a bloody crimson moon and a massive stone door. He can decipher each word individually, but piecing them together is proving challenging. Suddenly his eyes go wide as he gets something crucial from the text. The line he reads states that, "We regular humans don't stand a chance against these devils." Roland keeps reading from the book telling how the divine stone of judgment couldn't hold up against the devil's relentless attacks. These monstrous enemies, scary as heck, just with their brute strength brought down the holy city of Tequila. They scattered all over, climbing mountains and crossing rivers to escape the underworld's door. The writer then spills that she's on her deathbed being eaten alive by the devil's power. No medicine can help, so she's writing to her buddy Natya for a favor. She explains how Alice's Judgment Army experiment is wrapping up successful in making warriors who can stand toe-to-toe with the devils. But she's afraid even if they beat the devils, it won't be a real win. It'll just spell disaster. She begs Natya to shut down Alice's Judgment Army, believing only Natya can make that call. Once he reads all of this, Roland grabs his head in utter confusion. He speculates that Kara might have mistaken devils for witches, believing witches would reign supreme and prompting her to bring down the church's army. But he's still confused by how Kara had planned to overcome the divine stone's power, which is effective against witches, but useless against devils. With that knowledge in mind, at least, he now knows the devils mentioned are a separate species, not witches. Still puzzled, Roland wonders when the church fought these devils and what kind of place Tequila is. He's frustrated with the original Roland for not taking studies seriously, leaving him with a disappointingly empty brain focused only on pleasures. He turns to Nightingale, asking if she knows where Kara found the book that drove her mad. Nightingale explains Kara already had the book when she joined the association, but she points out that according to Wendy, the association was started by some witches who happened to meet in a sea breeze town. Nightingale explains that Kara, Wendy, and Skrull are the original members of their group. They discovered ancient underground ruins in the eastern forest near a town, but only Kara investigated further and claimed to have found the book there. After this discovery, the association expanded, and the church caught wind of their association and began a manhunt. Kara fled to the mountain range in search of the Holy Mountain, and that's the extent of their association's history. She then asks Roland if he's up for checking out the ruins. Roland shakes his head, saying the eastern forest is too far, and he'd rather focus on developing his territory than wandering off. Roland has another idea brewing, setting up a proper organization. He assures them it won't be like before obsessing over holy mountains. Instead, it'll be a witch union, all about managing witches responsibly. No crimes or dodging the law with the use of power, just freedom and happiness for all. The next scene takes us to the Longsong Fortress, where a grand noble gathering is in full swing. Among the attendees is Perov the ambassador, who marvels at how this celebration mirrors the lavish banquets of the capital. He's certain that it took considerable effort from the Elk family to gather guests from such prestigious backgrounds at Longsong Fortress. In the background, we see a blonde guy telling her sister to approach the ambassador, but she is too embarrassed to do such a thing. So the blonde then unexpectedly addresses the ambassador as Buddy. The ambassador bristles at the informal greeting, while this newcomer insists they're old friends and tells him not to be so uptight. He teasingly asks Perov ambassador if he wasn't appointed by the leader of Longsong Fortress, then jokes about the profitability of the mines at the border town, implying they must be raking in money from the locals. Perov quickly dodges the question, but the loudmouth keeps blabbing, sharing how he was headed to the holy city, but got stuck in a blizzard which probably saved his life. Curious, the redhead asks for clarification. The blonde reveals that the new holy city nearly fell with demons breaching the inner city. If the church hadn't sent their strongest warriors, the holy city's church would have been in big trouble. He adds that all the armies in the 4 great kingdoms suffered heavy losses, with few returning from Frost Valley. In just a month, many women were left widowed, and now those widows are easy prey with anyone able to take advantage of them for just 2 silver coins. If you can't recall, we've seen these tough church soldiers clash before in previous chapters. I hope that rings a bell. The blonde guy is pretty convinced this is all part of the church's plan where the 4 biggest kingdoms lost their generals and warriors in this war with demons and Hermes. Suddenly, a newcomer asks the ambassador if he noticed a handkerchief in his invitation. The ambassador gets a bit peeved and asks if there's some mischief going on. The blonde guy reassures him, joking that if he wanted to tease him, he'd have included socks instead. He then mentions the handkerchiefs were sewn by his sister, who turned 16 right after today's shindig. Seems like the brother's eager to pair his sister up with this redhead despite their big age gap. Suddenly, someone starts shouting and all eyes turn to see a noble throwing insults and curses at our hero with every name in the book. Perov steps forward and inquires about the commotion. A man explains they are discussing the owner of the border town who has seized properties from the aristocrats. A curly-haired noble then steps forward to clarify directly to the ambassador. He reveals he resides in the border town, but seeks refuge at Longsong Fortress each winter during the demon months. This year, however, every noble from the border town has been informed that Prince Roland has demolished their homes to build a wall and isn't providing any compensation. What's more troubling, Prince Roland has branded those who fled to Longsong Fortress as traitors for abandoning their prince and territory. Returning to Longsong Fortress now means facing the death penalty for treason. The ambassador quickly catches on that Prince Roland is probably aiming to cut his ties from Longsong Fortress completely to make his territory self-sustaining. Meanwhile, the noble keeps on bashing Prince Roland's moves, hoping Mr. Medi can help them get a message to the Longsong Fortress Duke to help them. Medi steps in, coolly telling everyone to chill because Duke Ryan is already on it. He boasts how the Duke's been building up an army, and the Elk family is also ready to help in this cause. The border town's nobles are relieved, stating that if Duke Ryan is handling this directly, they have nothing to worry about. But the ambassador isn't thrilled about attacking Prince Roland. He pulls Medi aside, reminding him they're talking about a prince here. The blondie shrugs it off, calling Roland a prince who owns a patch of dirt, and assures the ambassador that Roland will surrender once they face him. Despite all the reassurances, Perov isn't exactly thrilled about the situation. His friend keeps hammering home that if they march into the border town with a huge army, all those farmers and miners will scatter like ants, so the battle will be over before it could begin. But Perov's main worry is that Longsong Fortress will be the one to take the brunt of this conflict, not Prince Roland. He can't quite wrap his head around how Prince Roland will use regular folks to take on the Duke's army, but he has this uneasy feeling that Roland will come out on top somehow. Later on, Perov swings back to the Honeysuckle family in the Longsong Fortress. He greets his father, who tells him to grab a rundown on their imports, exports, and available labor. It seems they need to prepare for the Duke's army in the spring. The ambassador is shaken to realize they're dead serious about taking on the border town. His old man tells him Duke Ryan's already called for recruits once the snow melts, and all 5 major families got to pitch in knights and soldiers to back him up there. Perov asks his father how many soldiers they're sending. The old man, kinda surprised Perov suddenly interested, lays out the knights and common workers they're sending, which are over 100 men in total. Perov gets really worked up hearing this and begs his father not to hit the battlefield. The Baldy asks why, and Perov just says straight up he's worried sick about his old man's safety. Hearing that, the Baldy starts laughing his ass off at Perov's concern. He considers Longsong Fortress to be an elephant ready to squash the border town like a measly ant, so he ain't sweating it. He reminds Perov that Prince Roland only got a handful of knights and maybe 50 guards, but the redhead ambassador keeps his protest. He points out how everyone underestimated Roland's mud wall, thinking it would crumble after a night's rain. But surprisingly, it held strong. People also doubted the border town would not survive the winter, but Roland stood his ground till the end of the months of demons, earning everyone's respect. The Baldy gets more riled up hearing this and tells his son to shut it. He points angrily at the portraits on the wall, his tough-as-nails ancestors who stood firm in the battlefield. And as their descendant, he's not backing down from any battlefield either. The poor son couldn't help but take his father's insults, who just doesn't seem to get how unpredictable Prince Roland can be. He's pretty convinced it won't be long before Honeysuckle gets tangled up in this fancy politics and gets devoured by our prince. Back at the border town's castle, our hero reveals to us that he's kept his promise and granted some land to Nana's father, Tiggy Pine, making him a viscount. The land south of the river across from town is still dense forest for now, but Roland promised it would be the first to develop once the border town expands. Every business share on this land will belong to the Pine family, and surprisingly, the big man agreed wholeheartedly, opting to enjoy his undeveloped forest for hunting until then. On the other hand, Roland also officially bestowed knighthood upon Brian, and he will win land every time he racks up military achievements. Our prince has finally figured out an effective way to utilize his desolate land. With the river as a boundary, The area between it and the mountain range will serve as a military training ground. On the other side of the river, he plans to establish future factories and agriculture. He also intends to utilize the forest to the west of the border town, rich in lumber, edible fungi, wild animals, and medicinal herbs. Just then, someone enters. Well, it seems Sister Soraya has been summoned by our hero. The prince greets her warmly, motioning for her to come closer and sit down. He asks her about the progress on her work at the city hall. It turns out our hero tasked her to draw passport-sized images of everyone in the border town to compile a comprehensive report. Each person received 10 bronze coins just for sitting in front of her and posing for these sketches, and Soraya, still puzzled by the whole affair, diligently drew every visitor. But right now our hero has called her in today for a different task. When Sister Soraya asks what he has in mind, the prince eagerly slams his hands on the table and tells her happily to draw a few trinkets just for fun. Soraya is a bit confused by this unusual request, but she agrees nonetheless. She asks if she should draw them from her imagination. Roland instructs her to draw a soldier holding a heavy crossbow on the paper. Soraya picks up her magical pen, and Roland specifies to draw the soldier in armor detailing his environment. Looks like my guy has found the perfect way to use a ChatGPT-like bot to generate images for him. Anyway, the lady starts drawing anxiously while the prince watches closely. Once she finishes, he takes a look and remarks that it's surprisingly realistic. He then instructs her to draw a small circle at the top and middle of the card. Soraya follows his instructions as he continues to give commands on what she should draw. Eventually, after making one card, he tells her to create an entire deck and promises to teach her how to play with the cards. After creating those cards, he decides to play the first round with her, and they end up spending the entire day immersed in the game. The prince clinches the final round by slamming down his most powerful ace up his sleeve, leaving Soraya taken aback by its sheer power. She challenges him to another round, but he decides to postpone it for another day as it's already getting late. Soraya feels a bit disappointed, but agrees nonetheless. As the yellow hue of dawn settles in, a sweet melody fills the air, and Sister Soraya quickly recognizes it as Lady Echo's singing. She explains that it seems Lady Echo has learned the poem Soraya had taught her. We also catch up with Anna after a long time, and she seems to be enjoying that sweet singing. Lady Scroll walks into the scene and informs Anna that Sister Soraya is calling everyone. Anna replies that she wants to read more and is also enjoying Sister Echo's singing. Purplehead then reveals that even Echo admires Anna for her abilities among all the witches here. In response, our Anna asks why. Lady Scroll explains that Echo isn't from Grey Castle but hails from the southernmost continent. She was brought to Grey Castle by slave traders from Clearwater Port, where she was trained in techniques to seduce men to fetch higher prices. Though her current life is better, her past remains a mystery, which was full of sorrow, and she was torn from her family and landed far away from home. Anna feels sad for her, and Lady Scroll adds that for Echo, having a power like Anna's is like winning the lottery, considering her singing isn't exactly a career booster. The sister then gives our girl a reassuring pat, saying she doesn't need to worry about anything since witches are no longer desperate and destitute in this place. Anna, being the first witch our hero met, gets all the credit from Lady Scroll for becoming a reason for comfort to the others. Purplehead notices something that creeps Anna out. She points out that her hair is a bit long and asks if nobody has cut it. Anna blushes, saying she cuts it herself all the time. Lady Scroll assures her that she's going to give her a proper haircut, and proudly claims that back in the association, she was the one who cut every sister's hair. After a while, she brings her tools, ties Anna's hair with a cloth, and proceeds to cut it while telling her that she used to make a living with this barber profession. Anna then hesitantly asks a question, mentioning that the book she read yesterday had many stories where the prince always ends up marrying the princess and making her his wife. She asks why the prince always has to marry the duke's daughter. Sister Scroll explains that's just how things are, but Anna immediately questions why, asking what if a person doesn't like princesses or noble ladies. Sister Scroll responds that regardless of personal preference, the prince would still have to marry someone of noble blood, because it's likely he will become king, and a king's marriage is dictated by political affairs. Additionally, it's crucial for a king to have pure blood offspring. Anna is definitely thrown off by this revelation because she might have been hoping for a chance to marry Prince Roland, but I guess she doesn't have a shot since witches can't reproduce. Even Lady Scroll understands that much, and she doesn't want Anna to feel upset about it. Once she is finally done cutting her hair, Anna looks cute and beautiful, and Lady Scroll decides to change her stories from now on. She tells Anna that she's heading back to her room and instructs her to come find her if she reads anything she doesn't understand. But before she can leave, Anna speaks up again, saying our prince isn't like the ones in the stories because he does what he wants no matter what. Purplehead asks why she thinks that way. Anna reminds her that if he were just any prince, he wouldn't have saved her. A while later, we see our prince holding a piece of paper with the Pythagorean theorem written on it. He teaches Sister Scroll a bit about algebra, and tells her he'll be writing a few more equations for her to memorize. The prince asks if she gets it, And the lady nods, takes a deep breath, and uses her ability to memorize the equation. Looks like our hero is trying to preserve his math knowledge before his memory declines. Since he was an engineer in his past life, he knows a lot about math and physics and has some basic knowledge of other subjects. So he's making Scroll memorize the contents he wrote to preserve this knowledge, hoping it can be used in the future to promote education. Meanwhile, he still hasn't figured out what magic really is in this world. Magic is abundant here, and witches use it to bend the natural laws in ways he can't simply compare to other energy sources like electricity. The only way to truly learn about the origin of magic power is to understand the universe itself. He starts thinking about Einstein's discoveries and all that jazz and figures that maybe scientists in his world had already stumbled upon this magical power. But they had no way to prove its existence, since there were no witches around. Suddenly his daydreaming is interrupted by Lady Scroll, and as the hours pass by, our hero decides to call it a day. The girl gets up from her spot, but before she leaves, she says she's got a question she wants to ask. The boy gives her the go-ahead to speak, so she asks him why he decided to take witches in, and if he wasn't scared of the church threatening him. Roland kind of saw that one coming, but he almost chokes over his tea when she asks if he'd ever marry a witch. While wiping his face, he asks why she had to ask such a random question. But then he starts picturing what it would be like to marry a witch, and memories of Anna flash through his mind. All those nice memories make him grin, and after imagining it, he happily says he'd totally marry a witch. As the night deepens outside, we see Nightingale in her night attire ready to hit the sack. Damn, I would love to stare at her big hooters, and you can do as well. Just pause the video. Anyway, Wendy, with her eyes always closed, asks where Nightingale is lost in thought and wonders if something good happened because she rarely ever sees her smiling like that. The scene then shifts back to earlier when Sister Scroll asked the question about whether the hero would marry a witch. It turns out Nightingale was eavesdropping on their conversation, and upon hearing the prince's response, she lights up with a hope. Meanwhile, in the present, Wendy persistently asks the source of her happy smile and wonders if she won a good game of cards. The next day arrives and we see our soldiers being grilled by their captain Iron Axe. He's diligently putting them through their paces, and the chief knight is amazed at the energy these guys are exuding. He remembers how before winter they were just a bunch of miners and hunters with lazy attitudes, but now they've transformed into full-blown warriors. Still, he knows that once these men taste their first battle, they'll truly become soldiers. Prince Roland arrives at the scene and asks Knight Carter about the progress. The knight says training is going well, but curiously asks about the woman beside him, wondering if she's a witch. The prince happily confirms this, and instructs his knight to gather everyone because he has something to announce. The knight immediately calls the soldiers to line up, and once everyone is gathered, our hero begins to speak, first greeting everyone warmly. Out of the blue, Hunter Iron Axe leaps forward like a devil ready to take a life, and Knight Carter immediately goes on high alert, rushing to protect the prince. Suddenly, the man falls to his knees and bows before the witch, calling her clan leader. Everyone present is shocked to hear this news. The scene immediately transitions to a time when a fire dances across the area. We see a young guy with a giant axe cutting down people, and we also witness the same witch screaming in horror as this filthy man's blade claims her most loyal servant. After that, he arrogantly turns to her and asks if she's the last member of the Osha clan. He challenges her to a sacred duel, telling her to stop resisting because her clan has fallen, and her brother and father slain by his hands. According to the rules, he reminds her clan will now become his slaves. Looks like her loyal subordinate Iron Axe is still alive. So as this creep makes his move and grabs her chest, her servant steps up, telling him to back off. But bam, someone decks the guy from behind really hard and he goes down like a sack of potatoes. This filthy guy keeps humiliating her by stepping over her body. He orders his buddies to haul her off to Clearwater Port, thinking they've hit the jackpot. Meanwhile, her servant is barely hanging on, slowly closing his eyes as consciousness fades away, and the bad guys start loading up their things to make their getaway. In the present moment, Iron Axe further reveals that after losing her, he refused to join any other clan. His sole goal became saving Lady Echo. He explains how he searched countless slave markets all the way from the far south Clearwater Port, but found no leads. He drops to his knees, swearing to the three gods he'll stick to Prince Roland's side for the rest of his life. He admits he failed to control himself when he saw her, so he feels deserving of punishment. The prince steps in, telling him to chill and to get up. The prince then hints that maybe helping the Iron Axe get his revenge for his clan isn't out of the question. Iron Axe lights up, asking if they're really going for it. The prince confirms, saying it's not happening right now, but they will be in future. Iron Axe is thrilled by this news and reassures Lady Echo that she'll eventually be able to return to their homeland. She responds by stating that she's no longer the clan leader. Well, it now finally makes sense why she admired Anna for having powerful magical abilities, because she wanted to stand up for her clan, but she was too powerless against those intruders. Meanwhile, our hero is lost in his own thoughts because what Iron Axe described about the extreme south is really intriguing. Basically, in the south, there is a black goo that flows from the ground and burns for days without evaporating. As he thinks harder, his face lights up as he realizes that he's found an oil jackpot. Not just some underground stuff, but a full-on oil fountain. The mere thought of oil has him dreaming of jets and fast cars, because he knows he can bring combustion engines into the mix if he's got oil. So the prince casually drops that once he's king, he'll allocate resources to claim the extreme south for the Osha clan. Iron Axe practically breaks into a happy dance thanking our hero and swearing to follow his lead. However, the prince gets serious and reminds Iron Axe that his actions today broke the rules of the First Army, so he's been sentenced to 2 days of lockup. Our army captain takes it in stride and agrees to his punishment. Later on, we find ourselves out in the woods. One of the soldiers asks their buddy what's up with Captain Iron Axe. The buddy corrects him, saying to call him team leader because the prince wants everyone using their ranks. He then explains Iron Axe's situation, and they hope our hero won't come down too hard on him. As the soldier ponders this, Prince casually strolls up with his crew. Carter snaps everyone to attention, and the soldiers quietly chat about Iron Axe's absence. The prince steps forward and addresses everyone, informing them that their training was paused. Once he finishes what he came to say, they should continue their training. He reveals that the woman next to him is Witch Echo, Iron Axe's long-lost relative. He explains that due to their captain's unreasonable actions, he has been sentenced to 2 days of imprisonment. He emphasizes once again that everyone here is among the First Army's finest soldiers, and a fundamental rule of being a soldier is to follow orders. To drive his point home, the prince asks if they understand, and the soldiers respond with crisp voices saying yes. Echo then pulls back her hoodie, revealing herself, while the prince continues explaining that she can simulate various sounds, including musical instruments and marching songs. He instructs that her simulated commands will guide their movements, keeping everyone in formation. The soldiers appear puzzled by the concept of these marching songs. Once Echo dramatically tosses aside her robe, the prince adds that in battle she'll be their banner. Like a VIP at a rock show but for war. He stresses that everyone needs to guard her like their favorite guitar. With the formalities done, Echo starts belting out her song. Her sweet melody floats through the air, and it's not just any random tune, but a battle anthem to rally the troops forward. In the middle of the night, the soldiers stand on guard duty when suddenly an arrow pierces one soldier's heart out of the blue. Before they can react, more arrows find their marks, leaving the remaining soldiers screaming in agony. There stands the would-be King Timothy, clad in golden armor from head to toe, leading an army of thousands of knights. His companions praise him for attacking his sister in the dead of night while she might be sleeping. But Timothy corrects them, saying she's awake now because he purposely sent a diversion army on the main road while bringing elite knights in from the east to catch her off guard. He mentions that even if she wants to escape now, she can't move at night. His knight agrees, stating that withdrawing troops at night is a big taboo, and if she tries it, her whole crew will crumble like cookies. But then the twisted brother reveals he knows his sister well, confident she'll cowardly flee, leaving her citizens behind to be butchered. But he is sure that he will catch her dead set, that she won't slip his grasp, even if she makes it to Clearwater Port. The knight lays out their battle plan. He'll hit Eagle City hard while Timothy hunts for Garcia. With the plan set, Timothy pumps up his soldiers, telling them to wave the Grey Castle Kingdom's flag high. They charge toward the frightened soldiers, knocking them down before they can even think of running. The knight grins at the chaos, promising their king they'll scatter their enemies like dust. Timothy scans the surroundings in search of his other knight, Francis, who was supposed to lead the diversion as a decoy. Since Francis hasn't returned yet, the king is convinced that the greedy bastard must be off plundering Garcia's treasures for himself. Suddenly, his knight's face goes pale as he points his finger at front. Once he looks in that direction, they see a silhouette of a massive army, which is led by Garcia Wimbledon, proudly waving her flag as Queen of Clearwater. With confidence in her tone, she rallies her soldiers not to fear, and they raise their spears ready for action. While she smiles confidently, her brother, however, is totally pissed off to see there with her army. But even as confident as she might be, he's sure that this will be the last time she acts brave, because he's looking forward to destroying her and her army. Meanwhile, we're at the entrance of Garcia's Eagle City, and there we spot Francis. As he enters the city, he sees terrified locals who immediately shut their doors and windows upon seeing the platoon. Francis is starting to get suspicious by now. He knows the third princess isn't dumb enough to leave the walls undefended. Suddenly, his nose picks up a weird smell and he tells everyone, "It stinks here. Head to the town hall." Well, it seems like something is indeed rotting inside the sewerage. Once they reach the town hall, the knight enters the hall along with his soldiers. A while later, the soldier tells the Duke they've searched the basement but found nothing valuable. Well, the Duke flips out, kicking stuff violently around. He finally realizes it was her plan all along. If she had been in a hurry to retreat, she wouldn't have ransacked the entire castle for valuables. It looks like she was prepared to abandon the city long before. Right on cue, he gets more bad news, which is that the north gate is on fire. He rushes outside to see flames blazing and smoke billowing. The knight tells the soldiers to stay calm and get people to extinguish the fire. But the soldier shouts that it's spreading and water won't do a thing. Hearing this, Duke Francis is shocked once again. The soldier explains that not only will water not put it out, but it will actually spread the flames further. Another soldier suddenly appears, likely with some bad news, revealing that the fire has already reached the city and their troops can't contain it. It's spreading fast. The knight is shocked once again, and this time he's utterly terrified. When he thinks about unstoppable fire, only the work of witches comes to mind, and he's sure that Garcia is enlisting their help. Still, he rallies his soldiers not to panic and tells them that this demonic fire is cast by the witches under Garcia's command. He mounts his horse and rallies the soldiers to follow, because they're going to make it out of this place alive by passing through the flames. They zoom through those screaming flames, the knight yelling for everyone to keep moving, convinced they've got the divine stone of judgment backing them up. They push on through the firestorm. Buildings are crumbling left and right, but the Duke leaps over every obstacle like a hero. After finally getting out of the first wave of flames, he turns to reassure his soldiers they've made it, only to see them already swallowed by fire. He trembles, staring at the stone, wondering why the heck the divine stone of judgment didn't do a darn thing. He watches the city crumble around him, despair sinking in as he fears being crushed by the falling debris. Once taking a bird's-eye view, we see the entire Eagle City appears burned to a crisp. Finally, the Duke emerges alive from the gate, though his feet tremble and he's covered in bruises. Realizing the divine stone of judgment didn't protect them, he knows it wasn't the work of witches. While he collapses to his knees, a giant axe-wielding figure appears, and the Duke confirms to us that they are the Sand People. As he trembles for his fate, the man before him raises his axe and brutally chops his head off. Meanwhile, back with Timothy and his soldiers, both armies prepare for battle. As Grey Castle forces advance, Garcia's soldiers take their positions. The clash erupts into a brutal bloodbath for these unfortunate people. People from both sides are slashing and stabbing, total mayhem as a soldier tries to charge towards the queen, sitting all regal on her throne surrounded by those sand folks. She just raises her hand, doesn't even bother to say a word, and with a flick of her finger, those sand dudes rush forward and chop the horse's legs clean off in one go. Poor soldier hits the dirt, and before he can even blink, the sand guy swings his axe again, ending him with one brutal whack. Timothy's crew starts freaking out. There's another whole army staring them down. It's those folks from the southernmost region where Lady Echo and our Captain Ironaxe hailed from. And since the southernmost region is full of oil, I have started to think that the inferno in the city was sparked by oil, which is why it's no wonder Duke Francis couldn't snuff it out. These sand dwellers raise their axes high and charge straight at Timothy's army, swinging and stabbing with deadly precision, cutting through soldiers like they're slicing cucumbers. It's not a battle anymore. It's a one-sided massacre. The sand dudes dominate the whole scene with their sheer power. Lady just smiles watching the chaos unfold while Timothy's face shows pure terror and horror. He bites his nails, unable to think clearly. Ordering his knight to sound the horn and regroup, the knight grimly states it's already too late. Timothy keeps nervously biting his nails, urging his soldiers to retreat. He bolts in the opposite direction on his horse, still cocky even after biting the dust, convinced he'll get this sister next time. After that messy showdown between those two stubborn siblings fighting over territories like kids arguing over ice cream, we head back to the border town, and it looks like Prince Roland is gearing up to face Longsong Fortress. He's pretty sure Longsong is trying to strike now because they think the border town's at its weakest right after the demon months. But our hero's been ready for this. There's not a ton of gunpowder in storage, but it should be enough to fend off the siege. He's wrestling with whether he'll move into Longsong Fortress once he wins. Well, probably not, because dealing with those trash nobles would be a nightmare. Better to stay cozy in his border town and develop it further with Longsong's resources. Just thinking about all the labor and skilled craftsmen he'll have after winning the war puts a smile on his face. He's itching to outwit Longsong's Duke Ryan in the war, to squeeze every penny from him, and the thought alone has him drooling. Suddenly he senses something heading towards him, and lightning takes him down after crashing through the window, giving him a gut-busting blow right into his chest. After recovering, the boy eagerly asks for an update. Lightning happily reports that Longsong Fortress is advancing. The army marches forward, each knight gleaming in shining armor, while Duke Ryan leads the charge. One of his advisors, with sleepy eyes, suggests to Duke Ryan that they rest for the night before launching an attack on Border Town soon. Duke Ryan playfully retorts that he'll sleep in his large castle bed tonight right after defeating Border Town. He jokes that a second-rate place like Border Town will be an easy conquest. However, Baldy beside him interjects, noting their soldiers have been marching endlessly and are exhausted, so he suggests delaying the attack would be wiser. Moreover, since the prince made it through the demon months, he must have something up his sleeve, so they should be cautious. But instead of grasping the situation, this orange-haired guy scoffs that those monsters are probably a weak-ass bunch who couldn't even jump over Prince Roland's half-assed wall. The Duke agrees, mentioning how Hermes was almost overrun by demonic hybrids this year, while Border Town just faced a few stray monsters and survived somehow. This guy believes that since second Prince Timothy and third Princess Garcia crippled each other's forces in Eagle City, and the city was burned, they both suffered heavy losses. He sees this as his chance to shine and unify the western region under his rule. He orders his lackey to send a message to our hero offering safe escort back to the king's city if he surrenders. The knight responds that Roland's troops are already in formation and armed, clearly showing they won't surrender just through talks. The Duke whips out his telescope only to spot a handful of soldiers standing there. Even Baldy looks puzzled by their scattered formation and less than impressive weapons. A grin spreads across the Duke's face after seeing those weaklings. With his simple hand gesture, the whole army starts marching forward to take on this small group. As they get closer, Vanner is shocked to see the sheer number of enemy soldiers. He shakes off his fear with a slap to his own cheeks, rallying his buddies not to sweat it. He reminds them that they've beaten demonic beasts, so they can handle these humans as well. As the enemy troops draw near, Vanner pumps up his crew with pep talk, firing them up to face the challenge head-on. Meanwhile, up on the hill, our prince feels pretty darn confident about his witch-empowered army. And he believes that winning this showdown is key to revolutionizing things up in this world. Lightning snaps him out of his daydreaming, saying the enemy is inching closer, and lets the entire army know about the approaching threat. Prince Roland finally gets serious and immediately commands to open fire. Right on cue, the soldiers ignite their cannon strings and cannonballs fire up immediately, coming straight at the frontline soldiers. As soon as they hit, soldiers scatter, not sure what the hell just hit them. These poor guys are terrified, thinking the prince just summoned thunder. Duke Ryan quickly dismisses their worries, telling them not to be fooled. He claims it's just a deception, just a noise, and no real damage was done. With that in mind, he orders the soldiers to simply charge at their enemy. But poor Duke Ryan's enthusiasm soon dies down when he sees another cannonball coming right at them. This time it lands directly among the soldiers, taking everyone down like bowling pins. The soldiers relentlessly charge forward while cannonballs rain down like meteors from hell. Meanwhile, Duke Ryan still doesn't realize how deep in trouble he is, thinking that if they keep pushing, they'll break through the defense line and secure victory. As the knights dangerously approach, Vanner tells everyone to lower the angle of fire and load the grape shots. The soldiers quickly comply, and as the knights hover over their heads, the cannonball fires straight through a knight's belly, leaving him dead on the ground. Finally, these goons are absolutely terrified. As Sister Echo sings her anthem, the soldiers are filled with determination. They aim their guns and start shooting, hitting the soldiers in the head and chest. The poor soldiers immediately start running in the opposite direction to save their lives from these unknown things. Not gonna lie, I almost feel sorry for the enemy soldiers. They're getting butchered just because their leader is a thick-headed, arrogant, spoiled old man. While the leader grits his teeth in frustration, the orange-haired advisor claims they have no clue what kind of sorcery the prince is using and decides to retreat for now. Baldy agrees, saying they won't run out of firewood in these hills, so it's better to retreat. Meanwhile, the soldiers are doing their best to escape, but Duke Ryan immediately yells at them to stop retreating and even strikes down one of his own soldiers for running in the other direction. Despite all his pleas for his troops to stand their ground, the poor guys are just running for their lives to avoid being burned to a crisp in the scorching heat. Meanwhile, Prince Roland is quite happy with his victory. But it looks like the chief knight isn't thrilled about this kind of warfare. He says there's no... It seems like Carter will have to get used to this new era of warfare, as the age of knights gives way to a new kind of battle. As the prince rides on his ship, he appears happy with the battle's outcome, which turned out better than he expected. If all goes well with troop movements at night, the Iron Axe and Rifle Company can launch a surprise attack on Duke Ryan tomorrow morning. He's excited about leading the first army in the world, backed by technologically powerful witches, each playing their respective roles. Suddenly, Anna appears on the scene and asks, "Why are you sporting such a creepy smile?" He quickly brushes it off, saying, "It's nothing," but she moves closer to wipe the drool off his face. However, the prince immediately snatches the handkerchief and decides to clean up himself. The girl reminds our awkward prince they should hit the hay since it's already late. He agrees, but once they reach one of the ship's rooms, he's flustered to find everyone chilling in the same room. He's totally thrown off, wondering if they're all supposed to sleep in the same room because, let's face it, even for a harem, this is a bit much. As their DIY ship sails through the bright night, everyone seems to be sleeping soundly. Among the witches, our hero can't help but notice a certain pair of distracting attributes no matter where he looks. The ladies are just a bit too close for comfort, and he can't shake off the unease. Suddenly, he spots Anna wide awake, watching him like a curious puppy. He gives her a charming smile and playfully pinches her nose, deciding to teach her a trick to fall asleep. He tells her, "Start counting sheep jumping through hoops. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, and keep counting until she falls asleep." The girl immediately complies and starts counting. As she continues counting softly, the prince finds himself wide awake. Now he's having an even harder time falling asleep. Nightingale seems awake too, sneaking glances at him. The next day finally arrives and Prince Roland gets dressed. Lady Leaf appears still sleepy and asks how everyone slept. Well, it seems Anna had a rough night. She still appears to be counting sheep even now, and is about to hit the 100,000th sheep. The next scene takes you to Duke Ryan's resting place, where he angrily throws his wine glass down and demands, how did Prince Roland get his hands on such high-end weapons? He drills his soldiers, asking about those catapult-like things which had more range than they've ever seen in any weapon. In reply, the terrified knight admits he's clueless. All he heard was thunderous claps, and suddenly the knights hit some invisible wall, tearing them apart in an instant. The orange head suggests it might involve witches, but Duke Ryan calls it bullshit, reminding his soldiers they had the divine stone of judgment for protection, so there is no way witches could attack them. Deciding to retreat for now since they might lose this war, Duke Ryan plans to gather more troops back at Longsong. Once ready, he intends to block all trade on the Redwater River, knowing Bordertown won't last a month without food supplies. He orders everyone to prepare to return to Longsong Fortress by tomorrow. But it looks like their plans hit a snag as Sister Echo's singing rattles everyone in the tent to their core. Before they can react, a massive explosion rocks the entire area. Duke Ryan storms out, demanding to know how the enemy caught up to them without anyone noticing them last night. The knight quickly brings a spare horse, and Duke Ryan wastes no time hopping on, sprinting away before things get even worse. But soon he finds himself staring down gun barrels as Captain Ironaxe and his army stand before them. Instantly, our soldier pulls the trigger and the bullet hits Duke Ryan square in the chest. He topples from his horse, kissing the ground with his face. He looks worse for wear, his groggy eyes catching a glimpse of our hero marching forward with his team, and he loses consciousness before he can see them clearly. After a while, we make a grand entrance inside the Longsong Fortress. Local soldiers scramble as they see our party crashing their party. They seem more scared of the witches walking alongside our hero. Knight Carter reveals that the Duke's family tried escaping through the back door but was captured by our first army. The prince lays down the law, saying all rebels and prisoners of war are to chill in the dungeon. Then he gets this wild look and blurts out, "First things first, let's touch the corpse." Anna and Nightingale are creeped out to hear this and ask, what kind of weird fetish is that? The prince quickly backtracks, explaining he just meant looting the body, not getting all creepy with it. And so the first round of looting begins, he said. Everyone dives into the loot. First up, they snag 300 shiny gold royals, followed by a special Clearwater port pearl necklace and some top-notch hides from the Wolfheart Kingdom and Hermes' Godstones. But then they hit the jackpot, a hidden room. They press Y to open it, revealing a treasure trove filled with glittering gold items. The prince can't help but drool at the sight of so much wealth. Seeing chests stacked high with riches, he muses on how the lives of the rich are always so mundane. But he's not complaining, because he'd rather cry in a Ferrari than stress about paying rent any day. Suddenly, Knight Carter bursts onto the scene, revealing that Ambassador Petrov Hill of the Honeysuckle family has already arrived at the castle. The prince is taken aback by this news, not expecting him to arrive so early. The knight and the other ladies scramble to tidy up all the loot as quickly as possible. Outside the gate, Ambassador Hill reluctantly makes his way into the castle. He's visibly anxious, imagining our hero smugly demanding ransom money in exchange for his father. But once he finally faces our hero, Ambassador Petrov Hill sees Roland smiling pleasantly. The prince casually assures him that his father wasn't harmed since he surrendered first. Grateful, the ambassador thanks him and offers to pay any ransom the Honeysuckle family can afford. However, Prince Roland surprises him by declining any money, asking instead for livestock and people. Petrov quickly offers up cows, sheep, and horses, but admits that the Honeysuckle family is short on people. Prince Roland gets specific, listing out needs for bricklayers, stonemasons, blacksmiths, farmers, and serfs. He rattles off a long list of goods, which also lists down the alternatives for other specific items. He smugly tells poor Petrov that 1,000 sheep and 300 craftsmen would be a fair exchange given the worth of the Honeysuckle family head. Petrov finds himself thinking hard, realizing he's got just a day to come up with a solution. But then the prince hits him with bad news. He's under a tight deadline. Prince Roland casually mentions Petrov has only a short time to decide what to provide from the list. He's not planning to stick around Longsong for more than a week and will be heading back to Bordertown soon. Petrov is thrown off by this news. If the prince leaves, who will run Longsong? He doubts Duke Ryan's kids can handle it either. He humbly asks if the humble prince wants someone to look after Longsong Fortress. The prince surprises Petrov, asking if he's interested in taking charge of Longsong. He explains they need someone or a family to oversee the territory. If the Honeysuckle family wants in, they'll be taxed by Border Town, which is 30% of their revenue, plus 1,000 gold royal worth of goods and materials. Well, that's a tempting offer, Petrov thinks to himself as the prince casually lays a hand on his shoulder, hinting at the allure of power and opportunity the Honeysuckle family has. Roland suggests this could be Petrov's shot at real influence. But he's got a few questions first. First up, Roland asks how Petrov plans to handle any opposition. Anxious Petrov counters with questions by asking the prince about his estimates of revenue and taxes of Longsong. The prince calmly insists that this is not his headache, and asks Petrov how he will ensure that monthly 1,000 worth of goods and materials, and what kind of steps he would take to make sure of the revenue target. Roland slaps the ransom terms in front of the redhead, signaling Knight Carter to escort him out. With a cunning smile, he shakes goodbye to that poor guy and tells him he'll be waiting for his answer if he genuinely wants to manage the place considering all the conditions. He also reminds him not to forget about the hefty ransom for his father. Well, Nightingale sure caught him off guard with her sudden appearance. She pointed out how the ambassador seemed pretty sincere and truthful. Prince Roland, feeling a bit embarrassed and blushing, quickly looked away as she leaned in closer. He agreed with her, admitting he used to think nobles were just lazy pleasure seekers, but he's impressed by the Honeysuckle family's business skills. As Nightingale leaned even closer, holding him in her grasp, she whispered softly, her warm breath tickling his ear. "Are you sure you really don't want to stick around in Longsong Fortress?" But before he could answer, she darted off and reappeared before him, reminding him, "Consider Longsong's wealth and how prosperous this place is compared to Border Town." Roland shakes his head in response, explaining, "Longsong is deep in political roots, which makes it tough to revolutionize here. So he'd rather stick with his Border Town and play Anno 1800 and keep on expanding. Not to mention the influence of the church here runs deep, and discrimination against witches would be at its peak. He's always maintained that he wants all witches to roam freely on the streets, something he can only achieve in Border Town." The girl admires his noble ideals, her heart racing as she struggles to control her impulses. Suddenly she loses control, grabbing our hero and pulling him close until they're both blushing and they share a kiss. After that slimy and slippery smooch, she quickly steps back, leaving the prince feeling utterly embarrassed. She suddenly disappears as Knight Carter appears, announcing that High Priest Tylo of the Longsong Fortress Church wishes to meet him. Prince Roland, still blushing from the earlier encounter, gives Knight Carter the go-ahead to allow the priest in. Shortly after, Inquisitor Tylo arrives in the office and promptly greets their new ruler. He explains that he's here to pay his respects on behalf of the Holy City. As they settle in, Prince Roland is surprised that the church does not seem bothered by the death of Duke Ryan and by the new ruler of the Longsong. The church usually stays out of political squabbles as long as the king governs justly and improves the lives of his people. The priest shrugs it off. He adds with a knowing look that they don't care where the king came from either. With his usual sass, Roland asks, "Is Tylo only here to give blessings?" The priest smirks and says that's just part of it, and he's got a proposition that might pique Roland's interest. The priest tells Roland he's willing to assist in expanding his territory. Roland, though, reminds him of the church's stance on staying out of political clashes and secular disputes. The priest clarifies that while they usually keep their distance, they can't ignore everything. He explains that the conflict between Timothy and Princess Garcia has stirred up the southern region, and the church wants to back a king with strong moral values to bring peace back swiftly. He acknowledges that Roland's actions have made positive waves across the western region, and everyone is aware of it. Oh, the church will be rooting for our hero to progress forward. But since they don't want to get deep into political stuff, the priest offers to help the prince by providing material aid. He then rummages through his coat and throws a box stating, "This is a special medicine produced by the Holy City." He tells our hero to accept this as a goodwill gesture from the church. The boy picks up the pill curiously and examines it closely. The priest explains that the red pill grants temporary incredible strength, while the black pill enhances pain tolerance and resistance to extreme temperatures. After the priest leaves, Roland reflects on the church's approach to cozying up to him and giving their support. He turns to Nightingale and asks, "Can you discern if the priest was truthful or not?" But she explains, "I couldn't penetrate his thoughts as there was black void due to the divine stone of judgment he carried." Upon inspecting the pills with her fog ability, she notes, "They seem surrounded by a black void similar to the divine stone of judgment, but it doesn't appear to affect her abilities like the stone does." She figures they could test those pills on some poor soul already on death row to check their effectiveness. Meanwhile, our hero is confused why the church wants him to fight his siblings to seize the crown, especially after Garcia's victory in the Battle of Eagle City. He is certain that battling his siblings for the crown will only drain Grey Castle dry and wonders whether the church aims to instill fear in the populace to strengthen its influence. He blows off all that politics and decides to clean up Longsong Fortress. By using its loot, he plans to beef up Bordertown with machinery and other stuff. 3 days later, we're back in the Borderlands, and Knight Carter's wondering, is handing Longsong Fortress over to the Honeysuckle family a smart move? Prince Roland is all confident, saying they won't dare break the contract. Even if they did, he will gladly take down Longsong once again. Besides, he trusts their business-doing skills, and he is hoping that they will give him surprising results. Then the lady spots folks in the distance, and Roland confirms they're the first batch of serfs sent from Longsong. He explains their generational bondage to the land, enduring harsh lives under the whip and control of their masters. This grim reality saddens the lady, but Roland assures her they'll provide for their basic needs and work towards freeing them. He pledges to eradicate slavery entirely in the years to come, offering hope to these oppressed people. As their boat nears the shore, the prince catches a funky smell from the seaside, causing his face to go pale, as he realizes it's the unmistakable odor of literal shit. He immediately starts vomiting rainbows, hands trembling, and tells Carter, today he's going to make the most impactful decision in the history of Bordertown. Yes, that's right, he declares emphatically. We absolutely need toilets on every corner of Bordertown immediately. The others present are startled by this revelation, as the prince explains that the first toilet will be placed near the serfs' wooden sheds. He insists on enforcing a law that requires people to use the sheds for shitting, and he wants the area opposite the Redwater River to be designated as an industrial zone free from any unpleasant odors. The knight, not really familiar with the whole toilet thing, wonders aloud, why do we need a special spot just for taking a dump? He figures people can enjoy nature while they take a dump outside. Besides, people are really used to working in funky smells and all. The prince gets where he's coming from, remembering how he used to shrug off hygiene too. But now he's all about setting up toilets and teaching folks to stay clean to avoid getting sick. Then the old man chimes in, asking what they're going to do with all that collected poop. The prince says they'll stash it for farming as fertilizer. The old advisor and Knight Carter are completely creeped out. The mere thought of spreading human waste in their fields and then eating food grown with that fertilizer is making them gag uncontrollably. As they puke rainbows, the prince explains, these feces can be used as fertilizer for farming, especially with Sister Leaf's improved wheat seeds, which will exponentially boost yield and growth rates. While he's saying this, Lady Leaf can't help but notice loud noises coming from the prince's room, telling those dorks to puke outside. Later that night, our hero falls asleep while Nightingale appears to tuck him in with blankets. She feels a warmth in her eyes every time she sees him. She disappears immediately and gets back into her own room. Wendy catches on quickly, noting that Nightingale just came out of Roland's room. The girl blushes after getting caught red-handed. "Why are you still awake?" she asks her friend. In response, Wendy reminds her, the prince isn't a child, so sneaking around like that in the dead of night isn't the best move. The love-struck lady then mentions that news of the witch union's dissolution has already spread throughout the kingdom, so she's worried that some witches might try to harm the prince because of it. Wendy reassures her, saying, the castle is fully guarded, plus the prince keeps a divine stone of judgment right under his pillow. As Nightingale undresses, her friend reminds her, we're witches and can't have children. Blushing Nightingale acknowledges this, but recalls, the prince once said he wouldn't mind marrying a witch, and she believes he meant it. After freshening up, Nightingale flops back onto her bed and probs, Wendy spills something about the church. Her friend asks why she's suddenly interested in the church, and Nightingale reveals, it's about the highly paid priest who visited our prince. The priest promised to support Roland to claim the throne, she continues. Even though the prince wasn't keen on cooperating, that priest still offered them 2 suspicious pills supposedly blessed by the Holy City's prayer room. Nightingale asks her, do you know anything about these shady pills from your time at the Abbey? Wendy explains she doesn't know much since the Abbey had high walls on all sides and she could only see the sky. Many young girls like her who didn't know where they came from lived there. There were also orphans and abandoned children taken in by the church, some even sold by their parents. She learned etiquette, singing, and reading there. But once she became an adult, she was sent away from the Abbey. As she recalls her past, Wendy feels a chill run down her spine. Nightingale immediately hugs her to offer comfort and warmth, and Wendy embraces her friend in return. So she goes on to explain that she spent about 10 years there until that fateful day arrived. Wendy's teacher forcefully dragged her to a prison cell that day, where she was abruptly thrown into a dimly lit room. The stern woman who tossed her inside warned Wendy, "Do not ask questions and just endure it." With those curt words, she slammed the door shut, leaving poor Wendy alone in the darkness. As Wendy looked around, a chilling sense of dread washed over her. There were priests with whips in hand already mercilessly beating another girl. When they turned their attention to Wendy, a terrifying chill ran down her spine. These filthy, vile individuals seemed pleased to have another victim. Once the other girl lost consciousness from their torture, they turned their attention to Wendy. They approached her like demons, their eyes gleaming with sick intentions. To them, she was just another choir girl with a developed body ripe for their cruel desires. They lunge at her, grabbing her by her long hair, tears streaming involuntarily down her face. The brute slams her against the gate, covering her mouth with his hand. "Don't make a scene or scream," he warns, "because it'll all be over soon." As this filthy dude slips his hand under her skirt, Wendy's soul shatters, her eyes going numb. As the vile man enjoys himself, a sudden punch lands squarely on his face, snapping his neck and sending him crashing to the ground, blood pooling around him. The one who delivered the knockout blow is none other than the same girl who had endured their torture for too long. After seeing her released from her shackles, the other guy lunges at her, but with a single punch she puts a hole in his gut. Then with her bare hands she takes down the other one too. Wendy is totally freaked out by all this madness. One of the men pulls out his stone of divine judgment, wondering if she's awakened her powers. The woman raises her ridiculously long, stretchy leg and brings it crashing down on the man's head, scrambling his brains completely. Once all the priests are down, Wendy still trembles in fear, while the other girl calmly walks towards the gate, standing defiantly as knights rush into the room. The sight of the dead man left the arriving woman utterly shocked. She collapses to the ground in terror, and one of the knights swings his sword, but the girl dodges every attack effortlessly. The knight keeps coming at her, but the girl grabs his hand and twists it so hard she tears it off from his body. The other soldier by the gate freezes in shock. Without missing a beat, she jumps up and tears him apart before anyone can blink. Word spreads like wildfire that there's a demon in the cell, and this girl takes on every knight like it's nothing, while Wendy just watches in horror. She's ruthless, stabbing the knight in the back with her spear without showing any emotions over her face. More soldiers swarm in trying to surround her, but as they charge, she gets serious, swinging her sword so fast it's a blur, cutting through them like they're nothing more than cucumbers. Meanwhile, the terrified Wendy crawls toward her teacher's body, grabbing the key she needs. And with that, the flashback ends. Wendy explains that thanks to that girl, she managed to escape from the abbey. "Using a few silver royals I took from the dead," she says, "I wandered until I arrived in the Seawind region. 2 years later, she awakened and became a witch, bringing her story to an end. She later heard that the church covered up the incident, claiming it was a fire. She doesn't know what became of that girl or the other girls abandoned at the abbey." Nightingale felt deeply saddened by Wendy's story as she could relate to her pain. She grabbed her friend's hand, offering the warmth and love she needed. In the next scene, we've got Baldy turning all red, like radiating this intense crimson aura. Our best knight Carter is duking it out with him, and he appears to be seriously struggling. Looks like Prince gave this bald dude that power-boosting pill to see if this pill is actually a real deal or it's just hot air. Judging by how our knight's having a tough time, that pill's definitely packing a punch. Anna is excited to see this inmate holding his own against Carter, who is one of the strongest knights around. Prince Roland is also impressed, realizing the priest wasn't lying after all. He can only imagine what kind of combat power a trained knight would have if they took the same power-boosting pill. This seemingly random guy is giving Carter a tough fight, despite not being a knight or soldier. As the fight goes on, our knight finally lands a critical hit, making the red guy spit blood. However, he quickly recovers and charges back at Carter, who retaliates and disarms him with a single blow. The knight acknowledges the man's skill and calls for another sword. But just then, the furious man spots people watching from above the wall. When he locks eyes with the prince, his rage intensifies and he immediately turns towards him. Seeing this threat to the prince's life, the knight orders the soldier, "Shoot down the prisoner immediately," and the gunman quickly opens fire, pumping bullets into his back. However, the guy doesn't seem to be affected by the bullets, so Carter quickly commands his soldier, "Bring me my horse." But it's too late. The prisoner takes a stance and effortlessly leaps over 30 feet into the air. Just as he's about to strike our hero, Anna jumps in and uses her fiery powers to start roasting him alive. When that isn't enough, Nightingale joins in, quickly slashing him with her sword to immobilize him. "That crazy guy caused quite a scene," he said, but luckily Nana was there to patch up the injured quickly and no one got seriously hurt. "As for the prisoner who took the pill," she added, "despite gaining incredible strength, it seemed to have some serious side effects. According to Nightingale, the symptoms on his body were similar to someone who had swallowed a divine stone of judgment. Even with these side effects, if the church has this medicine, it's not hard to imagine them becoming a major power someday. No wonder Anna's fire magic didn't do much against that guy, especially if there are remnants of the divine stone of judgment in that pill. This is all just speculation from my end, since these shitty translations don't explain things clearly. Anyway, the prince learned today that the church's willingness to sell these kinds of things suggests they aren't afraid of retaliation from the new king after Greycastle reunifies. This only means that they have something even stronger than these pills, which is why they don't care if someone uses these pills against the church. This year, the prince initially planned to focus on education, agriculture, and production, he said, but now weapon research and development are becoming top priorities. He's planning to produce breech-loader firearms because they're easier to make. As for the cartridges, all he knows is they involve something called mercury fulminate. He'll likely need a lot of money for research-gathering alchemists and setting up laboratories. While the prince is lost in thought, the girls snap him out of his daydreaming, reminding him that it's getting late and time to hit the hay, they say, and they'll continue their work tomorrow. Nightingale has already dozed off, probably tired from all those shitty algebra lectures. Everyone smiles to see her peacefully asleep, looking more vulnerable than they've ever seen her before. The prince grabs some blankets and gently covers her. He's glad to see her resting so peacefully, considering how attentive and worked up she usually is. A little relaxation wouldn't hurt anyone. Meanwhile, Anna uses her magic powers to prepare some hot water in her room. Once it reaches the perfect temperature, she strips off her clothes and slips into the bath, enjoying a relaxing soak. She couldn't help but admire our hero. While normal people typically only bathe once a month, the prince ensures everyone bathes daily with fresh water. She's glad her prince is different from what she's read in stories. She remembers how he explained that everything in the universe is made of countless little balls. And to see these balls, you have to zoom in millions of times. Heat and cold are just how active these balls are. If they're moving a lot, things are hot. If they're not moving much, things seem cold. It seems we're talking about atoms here. Anna gets curious and says, I want to peek inside my own green fire to see these balls. She concentrates intensely and starts drifting somewhere in space. Green energy swirls around her, and I literally have no clue what the hell is happening here. When she finally returns to reality, she sees that her magic has turned red. But I'm still not sure what's going on. The next morning rolls around and Roland is deep in a dream about battles with tanks and aircraft. In his dream, he's conquering the world with mechas and cutting-edge military power. Suddenly, Nightingale's voice interrupts his vivid dream. Wake up, she calls, and he wakes up groggily. His first question upon opening his eyes is whether there's a new witch in town. Nightingale replies no, and reminds him that Anna's abilities have changed once again. This news really confuses the sleepy prince because Anna has already reached adulthood. He gets snapped awake when a wet towel slaps his face. Wake up! And Nightingale urges him to quickly go see Anna to check out her latest transformation. She describes it as a shocking magical form, almost tangible. Shortly after they begin walking down to the office. On their way, Nightingale reveals, when I found Anna in her room. She was sitting at her desk surrounded by metal objects. At that point, she was so shocked that her bread fell from her hand when she saw Anna's magic powers had changed internally and there was a cube inside her. The prince is confused by the mention of a cube and asks, what is it? Nightingale explains, when a witch awakens, her magic initially appears as a thin mist. Over time, it transforms into a swirling gas of various colors. Wendy's is white, Lady Leaf's is green. Anna always had a lot of magic, which only increased after reaching adulthood, and her color was dark green. But now her magic has taken the form of a fist-sized cube that is completely opaque like solid matter. Once they all gather in the office, Anna immediately turns to the prince. And without skipping the beat, he asks her, what's going on? Anna spills that last night. She was thinking about what they had learned in class about the whole universe being made up of tiny balls. I imagine my green flames are made of these little balls, she thought. And then she started tinkering with the chains holding them together. She reshaped and reconnected them, completely transforming the flames into something like black silk. Now she can control it with her mind, using it to slice through iron ingots. Using her math skills, she even cut a perfect square. She's practically begging for a pat on the head for her new achievement. The prince then tells her, show off your new abilities in person. Right on cue, she summons her dark powers. When our hero asks, can you change its shape? She snaps her fingers and poof. It turns into a cube, leaving everyone amazed. She then pulls back her powers and shapes them into strings. The boy tries touching them, and to his surprise, they're tangible. He asks, can you make them thinner? She nods, saying she can. But they're sharp enough to cut anyone who touches them. Despite looking delicate and thin, these strings are actually pretty tough. Unlike her green flames, she can control the temperature of different parts of the flame. Well, our hero seems to have figured out that his hunch was spot on. Magic is just another form of energy, and it's all about how a witch channels and controls that energy. The possibilities are endless depending on how well they can wield it and what they can imagine. For instance, imagine trying to describe an airplane to someone who has never seen one. It's tough, so the only limits to magic are what a witch knows and how big they can imagine. The more they understand about the world, the stronger their magic can become. Anna figured out that everything's made up of tiny particles, and that insight helped her grasp how her flames work and how these particles fit together. Now she is able to reshape those particles to make different things. And finally, our hero gives her a deserving pat on the head for a job well done. He then declares firmly, "I have made up my mind. Everyone in the Witch Union will be attending study classes." Everyone is startled to hear this, and the prince appoints Skrull as everyone's teacher of enlightenment. She raises doubts about whether she can handle the role, while Nightingale, not much of a studious type, tries to slip away quietly. But my man gives her a deadly stare that stops her in her tracks. Sister Moon also expresses concerns about her ability to perform in this new role. Our hero assures her, knowledge can boost your abilities and open up new opportunities. He confidently announces, "We'll hit the books after dinner Monday to Friday. Starting with the ABCs of reading and writing," he says, because, as he puts it, learning can totally shape your future. But it seems Nightingale is still not too thrilled about it. In the next scene, we see Prince Roland informing a knight, "I'm going to start a poultry farm with chickens and ducks." He assigns some land on the west border for the farm and tells the knight, "Teach others how to raise livestock as well." He warns, "If the farm doesn't take off, you will be sent to the slope mines for labor." Once the current guy leaves, the prince calls on the next person. That is when Nightingale pipes up questioning, "Why are the knights being put on livestock duty? They are supposed to pick some people with basic education to become teachers." The prince explains, "All the knights have ordinary hobbies, and since there's a demand for those skills, I decided to let them pursue what they're best at." The lady calls up the next knight and he steps forward right away. This one looks pretty educated and polished. Introducing himself as Ferlin Eltek, he's really glad about our hero taking charge of Longsong Fortress. "Thank you, Prince," he says, "and if you need any help, feel free to send word." My guy is totally freaked out seeing this dude show such loyalty, especially since he is a knight of Duke Ryan. That's when Ferlin Eltek gets serious, dropping the bomb. "I used to be Duke Ryan's top knight and swore loyalty only to him. But he abused his power, committed countless wrongs in the Western Territories, and even took his wife by force. So he's been waiting for a chance to bring him down. So even though he was not able to kill that bastard personally, he is now glad that someone else did." Our hero then asks the man, "Are you literate? Can you read and write?" The knight says yes, and without wasting a moment, Roland decides to make this guy the teacher. And not only will he get a house for this job, but he is also going to get a fat paycheck. Ferlin Eltek asks, "Does that mean all the illiterate folks will end up in the mines?" To which our hero nods. The knight then voices concern, "What about people over 50? They're not fit for mine work." He states that there is a knight named Halon, and he is also over 50. My guy clarifies, "I don't see anyone as a slave. And besides, the mines have steam engines to help out, plus workers get holidays off." Ferlin Eltek suddenly stands up, making Nightingale jump a bit. But all he reveals is that his family has a treasure map passed down for generations. The treasure it points to is in the misty forest northwest of here, and our prince appears to be the only one who can visit that spot in today's Western Territories. He reveals, "My father never let me touch the map, but I managed to sneak a look and grab it because I'm determined to find those treasures." The pictures on the map have endured many years without fading, clearly not drawn by anything ordinary. Once he had the map, he quietly left the territory to begin his treasure hunt, but his plans were interrupted when he became Duke's knight. He pleads with our hero, consider the map and release the old knight Halon. Nightingale reassures our hero, this man is speaking truthfully, prompting Prince Roland to agree to consider the request and ask to see the map. When the prince checks out the map, he's totally blown away to see it points to a place called Tequila. Miss Skrull remarks, "If the map's depiction is accurate, it's an incredible coincidence because the symbols on the map match locations recorded in ancient books. This suggests that the church once constructed a city deep in the plains to defend against demons." However, it is unclear why the church decided to erase this part of their history. If Tequila also contains underground ruins like those found in the eastern forest, they might uncover clues such as why the church hides demons' existence, their old fights against them, and why they go after witches like their demon spawn. Nightingale decides to head to the knight's house to investigate further, hoping to find more clues. However, our hero warns her it might not be a good idea. If a family guards a treasure map, their home likely holds divine stones of judgment. Since they can't reach Tequila at the moment, he suggests saving this adventure for the future. The hexagram's location is about 50 kilometers away, reachable in a day by Sister Lightning. So he decides to send her to scout the area first. For now, he shifts his focus to the North Slope mines and puts the treasure map aside for later. Before heading to the North Slope mines, he instructs Lady Skrull, "Teach everyone the phonetic alphabet this evening. If you need more teaching materials, you can ask Soraya. She's turned into quite the printing machine." Then he rummages through a drawer meant for a gift for Lady Skrull. At first, he opens the wrong drawer, which contains the snacks tucked away by Nightingale. This totally embarrasses her for some reason. But he soon retrieves a box from another drawer and presents it to Sister Skrull. "It's for you," he tells her. She opens it eagerly and finds a beautiful pair of glasses inside. Nightingale interjects, pointing out that Lady Skrull already has perfect eyesight, questioning the need for glasses. To this, our hero enthusiastically explains, "I simply adore girls and glasses." Given her role as a teacher, the glasses would make her look more intellectual and beautiful simultaneously. And seeing him all hyped up about the glasses, Nightingale couldn't help but find his fetish rather creepy. Finally, when our studious girl puts on those glasses, my audience goes nuts over how great she looks. Yeah, I'm talking about you. You might want to hit pause if you're a fan of sophisticated style. Moving on, we find ourselves up at North Slope, where the prince is totally surprised by this super long steel tube. He's really impressed by how perfectly it's made down to the thickness and everything. Anna grins at the praise, while our hero is pretty impressed by her new skill of cutting stuff precisely with her magic threads. With Anna pitching in, the town's industrial game is set to level up big time, and he's even thinking, we could start making top-notch underwear for the witches soon enough. But then Nightingale mentions, even though Anna's powers have improved significantly, her magic thread spans only 10 steps. At the same time, Anna is sure it's actually 15, which leaves our hero scratching his head in confusion. After sizing up their leg lengths, he figures out they count steps differently, probably due to their heights. It's frustrating, he thinks, because measurement units are a complete mess in this world, relying more on approximate values than any real standard. Finally fed up, he decides it's high time to establish clear unified measurements from scratch, and he assigns Anna to the task. Next up, we're at Clearwater Port, where the Knight of Garcia looks pretty smug about their thriving port. He's convinced the Queen of Clearwater is unstoppable and destined to rule Grey Castle after dealing with Timothy again. But he's puzzled by his mistress's recent worry and anxiety. Suddenly a man arrives reporting that the chiefs of the Sandstone and Blackbone clans wish to see her. The knight tells him, bring them in, but these guys show up uninvited anyway. The big man greets the lady with some weird tacky lines, and the other lady also greets him in the same way. This big guy is Chief Blackbone, known as Blackbone, she says, while the lady is Chief Kabbalah of the Sandstone clan. As soon as they arrive, both express concern that their warriors have been struggling with weakness and depression since the last battle, only improving with regular doses of new pills. We're here to request more, they say. Blackbone echoes the same worry, but Garcia dances around their request. The whole production thing is a mess right now, he replies. She doesn't have much on hand and they'll just have to wait for the next batch. The chiefs ask, how long will we have to wait? She cryptically replies, since everything about the pills is secretive, return for now and wait patiently. Her knight quickly urges them to leave once Garcia makes it clear she expects payment in gold royals or even river water. The cocky knight fumes with anger, dismissing these people as insignificant bugs always begging for favors. Meanwhile, Garcia looks visibly troubled. Noticing her distress, Blondie asks, are you worried about the pill problem? Garcia denies it and reveals, I've already figured that out. She's planning to threaten the church. She'll demand they send the pills right away, or she'll hang the heads of priests from Clearwater Port on the Black Sail's flagship. She then hands over a letter which is the real source of her anxiety all along. As the knight reads it, she explains it's from a spy in Hermes. The letter spills the beans that the church has taken over the kingdom's capital, accusing Queen Lena of Everwinter of hiding her identity as a witch for years. This news really rattles the knight, and that is when Garcia declares, I'm fed up with Clearwater Port's view, and decides to take this rare chance to travel somewhere new for a change of scenery. Her knight quickly catches on that she's looking to use the chaos in Everwinter to her advantage. She confirms it, mentioning, my idiot brother Timothy is too wrapped up trying to reunify the East to bother with me. And as for Roland, he's a goofball who surprisingly took down Longsong Fortress but returned to the border town afterward. She is sure that he must be terrified of his sister because she is the one who used to bully him until he wet his pants. The knight is pretty happy that there's no one left to stand in her way. Looks like her path to becoming queen is wide open. The scene then shifts to the Holy City where we see the big-shot priests gathered in their council chamber. They're grilling Archbishop Tifun about the law and order situation in Everwinter. The old man reports, apart from a few stubborn nobles in Everwinter, most folks are actually welcoming the church's takeover. He vows those nobles who won't repent will be dealt with one by one. The lady then decides to just kill these mindless pleasure-seeking nobles. That's when another bishop chimes in saying they should wait for things to settle down in the kingdom before getting rid of the nobles. That way the church won't feel any resistance from the people. Currently, he plans to offer them positions equal to their current titles under the law of the church, though those titles wouldn't pass to future generations. He reminds everyone, we're aiming to abolish kingship eventually, so there's no rush. Heather, feeling a bit let down, reluctantly agrees to wait for another day to kill those filthy nobles. Looks like my sassy remarks definitely rattle Tifun's nerves. Moving on, Priest Main asks his friend Tifun about the situation in the castle. In response, the old man reports, according to the latest info, the new King Timothy didn't return to the King's City after his defeat, but headed straight for the eastern region. In the war, he took Duke Francis with him to take on Queen Garcia of Clearwater, but ended up tasting defeat himself, with Duke also meeting his end. So Timothy quickly moved to divide up the Duke's territory in the eastern region. Priest Main finds this news rather satisfying and instructs his crew to keep the pill supply flowing, balancing Garcia and Timothy's strength. He predicts, in just 2 years there won't be a soldier left standing in the entire kingdom of Grey Castle. Seems like they're intentionally pulling strings to set them up to fight for the throne. They've even sent those crummy pills to Garcia Wimbledon to weaken both sides. Not to mention those pills are addictive and drain the life out of the people using them. Tifun then reveals our hero's story. He reports that he refused to touch those pills or accept help from the church. Plus, he's not interested in fighting for the throne and has gone back to the border town after conquering Longsong. Like everyone else, Main is baffled by how our goofball hero managed to take down Longsong Fortress. Lady Heather chimes in, suggesting they might be underestimating Prince Roland's strength. Main admits, I'm amazed to see that Roland took down Longsong Fortress. It just shows he's got some muscle to flex. But he's sure that no matter how talented someone is, without the resources to back them up, they won't last. Since he chose to retreat to the cushy border town, it's clear he's given up on messing with Grey Castle. So now he's no threat to the church's grand plans. The lady agrees, saying, it's all true on paper. She lifts her gown and pulls out a piece of paper hidden in her sash along with that sneaky knife. She hands it over to Main and assures him the info is 100% legit. Once he reads it, he finds out that Prince Roland has witches on his side. Back at the border town, the advisor is visiting our hero, totally freaking out about why he's charging only 20% of the serfs' crops as property tax when they become free people. He admits that even 50% would still be seen as generous. The prince reassures him, saying, having a basement full of gold means nothing. He smartly explains, by only charging 20%, I plan to buy the rest of the crops at a fixed price. That way, once they have money, they'll spend it on good stuff. And Prince Roland will be the one providing that good stuff. It's a win-win where money flows back to him and the people will also be able to raise their living standards. Suddenly, Knight Carter bursts in excitedly, reporting Sean is back with crop seeds from Clearwater Port. The man in question is grinning like he hit the jackpot as he shows off all the plants the prince asked for. First, there's this corn he's calling pearl rice, which has everyone doing a double take. My guy's practically drooling over it already. Then he pulls out some potatoes and our hero jumps at them like he's about to whip up some killer French fries. Hearing this, Sean curiously asks, what are these French fries? Prince spends a story about munching them at some fancy feast where the chef called them fries. Next up, sugarcane arrives and our hero's thrilled, predicting a sweet future. But poor Knight Carter can't seem to find them sweet even after taking a bite. Meanwhile, the old man's freaking out, shaking like a leaf. He was just a tad suspicious about Prince Roland maybe being possessed by demons. But now he's dead certain after seeing this kind of genius. He is sure that Roland's personality has changed and his behavior seems weird. He's heard of stuff he never knew existed and has knowledge no one else has heard of. But despite all this, he can't find anything bad in what the prince has done so far. So he decides to just brush those thoughts off because as long as Roland keeps doing good stuff, even if he's a bit of a devil, it's all good. Roland hands over the sugarcane to the old man, who quickly sinks his teeth in to taste its sweetness. By the end of the day, Roland's feeling pretty beat thinking over Sean's report. And he has found out that her sister Garcia also has the church's pills. Now he understands why the church is trying to help him and Garcia with their pills. They want to provoke conflict. In light of this, he plans to prepare high rate of fire weapons to counter the looming threats. Suddenly, Anna appears, catching him completely off guard. "You look startled," she says. The prince jokes about Nightingale always popping up out of the blue. Anna has also started doing the same, teasing her, "You might give him a heart attack someday." He then asks, "Why are you here instead of in class?" She explains, "I'm stuck on a tough physics problem, and Teacher Skrull sent me to you for some personal help." After seeing the problem, he admits, "I'm no quantum mechanics expert either." He still tries to teach her, diving into stuff like different dimensions. As they hang out, night creeps in, and they finish up their studies. When it's time to say goodbye, they share intense glances which leave them both blushing. They quickly look away, feeling awkward. The prince feels too bashful to make a move, but Anna takes the lead. She gets closer herself. He finally gathers his nerve and gently places his hand under her right ear. Once they relax, they move in and share a kiss. Another day rolls around at Border Town. Nightingale glances around, spotting slogans plastered everywhere. They encourage people to work hard. Curious, she asks, "Why are these slogans everywhere?" The prince explains, "They're meant to inspire people to build their wealth through hard work." He believes these words will eventually become reality and deeply resonate with everyone. Meanwhile, we see Anna making some stuff which might belong to a chemistry lab. She wonders aloud, why are they melting and reshaping these perfectly good glass cups? In response, he reveals to these curious ladies, they're for the alchemists who will visit Border Town in the future. Nightingale grabs a funnel, pretends it's a wine glass, and raises an imaginary toast while peering at it with her curious eyes. The prince explains he's too busy to figure out how to turn sand into clear glass, so he's using already available glass for now. This leaves the girl even more confused. How are sand and glass connected, she's wondering. The prince responds, "We need to refine the sand to get perfectly clear glass. Otherwise it tends to come out brown or green. The chemistry equipment has to be pure and colorless." Meanwhile, Nightingale keeps messing around with the equipment and gets a playful bonk on the head. And our hero continues to teach Anna about how he plans to use the equipment to handle acids and conduct more experiments. After the playful bonk, Nightingale walks away while the prince continues teaching Anna. Nightingale spots some delicious snacks on the table and can't resist. Being a bit of a snacker herself, she grabs a steamed bun and takes a big bite. The flavor instantly transports her to heaven. When she opens her eyes, she says, "It's like I'm wandering through a ripe wheat field, enjoying every bite with its weedy smell and amazing texture." The filling inside is bursting with goodness, and the aftertaste just keeps going. Roland notices the lady enjoying the snack all by herself and happily tells her, "It's a steamed bun I had the chef make specifically." He then decides to wash up their dirty hands and have afternoon tea to enjoy these delicious treats together. Both ladies eagerly look forward to it. As the day wears on, the blazing sun makes it hard for Nightingale to keep her eyes open. Meanwhile, Prince Roland is goofing around with Anna, and there's a faint smile on Nightingale's face. Her eyes slowly close as she drifts into sleep, her thoughts filled with dreams of marrying our prince. In her dream, she walks down the aisle of a grand church hall lined with other witches. When they reach the altar, the prince lifts the veil from her face and reveals her true beauty. "You are perfect," he says, and they share a kiss. While she's lost in this dream, Anna playfully tells Prince Roland, "Quiet down. I'm sure my older sister must be having a lovely dream." It's the only thing that could explain the smile on her face. Next up, we're back in the Holy City where we find the three archbishops once again. They're deep in discussion about wiping out the witches our hero is keeping in the border town. However, since the church is already gearing up to attack Wolfheart, they're short on soldiers. Archbishop Maine assigns Priestess Mira to lead a small but elite unit called the Judgment Army. He's confident she'll get better results if she heads to the border town with them. The priestess agrees wholeheartedly, and she is ready to cleanse the border town of all evil. With his blessings, she's instructed to head to the border town right away to scout, and she nods without hesitation. Lady Heather then teases Maine about giving Priestess Mira so much attention, joking whether he's grooming her to be the next big shot of the church, or if he just has a soft spot for her. Hearing this, Priest Tayfun, who is not really a fan of her sassy and careless tone, angrily she reminds her that this situation involves both kingship and witches, and they can't afford to ignore it as it could affect the church's future plans. Maine agrees, speculating that the fourth prince might be harboring witches. He's convinced that the goofball prince must have been enchanted by their beauty, and now he is their puppet under their charm spell. Also, there are rumors that the border town is recruiting more witches, and Maine sees it as a direct challenge to the church's authority. He wants it all sorted before things spiral, even considering going to the border town himself if Mira fails in her task. The scene cuts to some rundown spot where these witches snagged some poor dude. They give him a splash of water to wake him up, and when he opens his eyes, he's totally freaked out. "What the hell is going on?" he says, seeing these ladies around him. His mind suddenly flashes back, remembering how he got caught by these ladies, and he's dead certain that they are witches. The girl immediately points her shiny dagger at his face, and after seeing his scared expression, one of them then asks him, "Why are you wetting your pants now since you were the one chasing witches all this time?" Then a flashback shows our hero assigning this guy Theo a mission. He was basically instructed to use underground channels and spread gossip that the border town is recruiting witches. The prince told him, "If you get caught by witches, you should claim you're from the Cooperation Association." When Theo drops this bombshell over these witches, they look surprised. But then another woman storms in wielding a giant sword like a female version of Guts. She laughs off his claim as nonsense, saying, "The Cooperation Association is way out in the Seawind region." The other girls are thrilled to see her back, and they quickly surround her, revealing that this guy was the one using the underground channels to spread rumors about recruitment. The boy quickly defends himself, saying, "I'm just spilling the truth." He insists, "The Cooperation has found the Holy Mountain and all the witches have settled in the border town. They're not possessed by demons and don't feel any pain from anti-phase stuff either." He goes on to reveal their mentor named Kara, who can summon magical snakes, something he's witnessed firsthand and found incredible. He also mentions Wendy and Skrull, who sent him on this mission. This girl is totally intrigued to hear all this, while Theo further talks about Nightingale and others. In response, the women point out, "If you've really settled on the Holy Mountain in the border town, you shouldn't have spread the news. It'll only alert the church, and if they don't clear out of there soon, they're in big trouble." The redhead witch asks, "What should our next move be?" To which the black-haired one declares, "Our leader will arrive tonight at midnight. Along with other witches, they will be sailing the ship." As for Theo, she kicks his chair over, sending him crashing to the ground, still tied up. The black-haired woman then tells her redhead friend, "Hop on the ship with the others while I head back to the border town with Theo. I want to confirm if the Witch Association actually found the Holy Mountains. Inform our leader Tilly that I'm going to the border town." In the next scene, we see Lady Lightning soaring through the sky, exploring the areas marked on the same treasure map our hero received that night. She's covered a lot of ground already, and the prince specifically asked her to scope out the notorious Misty Forest. After proudly taking on the task, she's psyched to explore further solo. Just as the heavy rain starts dumping, she quickly tucks the map into her jacket, making sure it stays bone dry no matter what. Then bam! She spots something nearby and takes off like a shot, racing through the forest like lightning. Deep in the woods, she stumbles upon ancient ruins and starts scanning the place for anything fishy. She admits, "I had no clue a place like this existed because it was completely hidden from view by the mist when I was up in the air. If not for the rain, she likely would have missed it altogether." Her nose catches a tantalizing scent. The aroma of adventure, she thinks. That perks up her spirits. After a bit of poking around, she realizes these must be the ruins marked on the treasure map. According to the plan, she's supposed to note down the location and head straight back to the border town to report everything to the prince. But her adventurous spirit kicks in, urging her to venture inside alone. Besides, with the rain pouring down, why not explore until it stops? Once inside, she finds empty halls, so she continues deeper, but she still finds nothing. But as she is walking forward, she hears a faint voice calling for help. Lightning gets absolutely terrified and immediately hides behind the wall, while the same voice continues to call for help. She finds it hard to believe that anyone could be here, considering these ruins are centuries old and deep within the misty forest. It doesn't make sense for someone to be lurking around. But despite her doubts, she pushes forward thinking, maybe there's an explorer stuck inside who needs help. She cautiously pushes the door gently, but it crashes down. Before her stands a disgusting monster, a creature straight out of nightmares. This terrifying scene freezes her in place. She falls to the ground as she realizes that this is the same demon the Lady Leaf fought in the Badlands. Tears well up involuntarily as pure horror grips her heart. The monster towers over her, menacingly ready to pounce. The next thing that fills the air is her piercing scream, blending with the thunderous roar of the storm outside. The next scene takes us back to the border town where our hero meets Margaret Farman, a lively merchant from King City. She's brimming with enthusiasm, bombarding him with questions about his steam engines. She's eager to buy a lot of these machines, offering a hefty sum of 500 gold royals for each. My guy's thrilled at the prospect of earning 5,000 gold royals for 10 steam engines. But as much as he wants to sell them, he can't just hand them over to the royals. These steam engines are the result of Anna and her hard work, something that can't be bought or sold. He's torn because Margaret is not only wealthy, but also strikingly attractive. With a necklace adorned with pure gold containing the divine stone of judgment, even Nightingale can't detect if she is lying or not. He also notices Margaret's enthusiastic personality, which is a 100% clone of Lady Lightning herself. Anyway, the prince tells her, Besides saltpeter, I need iron, copper, and ferrous sulfate. I hope you can arrange those materials if we plan for a long-term deal." In response, the woman happily agrees. But suddenly she is shocked by something she sees. When our guy turns to look, he spots lightning flashing across the window. He quickly opens it and she immediately hugs him tight, tears streaming down her face. The prince signals his knight to fetch Nana immediately. Roland then gets shocked when he remembers that there is a merchant inside the office, which troubles him because Lightning is a witch. On the flip side, this lady seems to already know Lady Lightning, and I wouldn't be surprised if she's her mother. But our hero doesn't pay attention to her, and decides to take Lightning for treatment, leaving the mourning lady screaming behind as she watches Lightning go. After a while, Lightning has been healed and she immediately opens her eyes. She sits up quickly and Wendy and Nana are thrilled to see her awake, bombarding her with questions about what happened. "Why did you come back so urgently in that heavy rain?" the prince asks, as Lightning looks like she's about to cry again. She reveals that she found the ruins from the treasure map, and there are demons inside. Everyone is shocked to hear this, and Teacher Skrull looks terrified, asking, "Did you go inside?" She says no, explaining that there was a demon guarding the basement door, and someone was calling for help inside, but she got scared and ran back like a coward. But the prince reassures her that she made a wise decision, because a smart explorer doesn't rush into danger without assessing the situation first. Lady Leaf adds that it's possible a witch might be trapped inside, since besides witches, no one else can reach the depths of the misty forest. But considering it's a ruin from 450 years ago, surviving alone, there seems impossible for anyone. Lightning mentions there were no signs of human activity near the ruins, while Wendy points out, the area is teeming with terrifying wildlife and lacks suitable food, which makes it clear that someone can't live there alone. The more they ponder, the deeper the mystery gets. Lady Leaf decides, we need to find a way to rescue whoever might be inside. That's when our hero steps up, urging everyone not to fret because they're not clear on the whole story yet. To find out, we've got to venture inside. He eagerly declares, "We're going into the ruins and I'll figure out a plan to save whoever's there." Together, they're set on facing the demon and coming out on top. Shortly after, that same noble bursts into the room and asks about Lightning's condition. Prince reassures her, and as she breathes a sigh of relief, we catch a glimpse of Margaret's peachy ass. "I apologize for neglecting you earlier," the prince says, explaining that Lightning was in critical condition. He explains that this is precisely why he told her to take off her divine stone of judgment. The woman gets cheeky and asks, "Is Lightning one of those witches?" The boy reluctantly confirms it, and Margaret bursts into joy, claiming, "I knew it all along." She proudly declares, being from the Thunder family, it's natural for Lightning to be an extraordinaire. The prince is surprised to hear this, and Margaret explains that she has watched Lightning grow up. He then asks her about her connection with Lightning, and she spills, "I met her while tagging along with Lightning's dad's exploration crew. Thunder, the hero of the fjords, uncovered Twin Peak Island Sea Dragon fjords and mapped out the eastern coast and Infinity Cape during their voyage." Margaret explains Lightning was born on the ship, but sadly her mother passed away from sepsis. After being the only woman on board, Margaret stepped in as Lightning's pseudo-mom, feeding her oatmeal since breast milk wasn't an option. After the voyage, Margaret bid farewell to the crew and set up her own business in Grey Castle's capital. But 10 years later, she heard that Thunder and his crew got caught in a hurricane and supposedly sank to the bottom of the ocean. She never bought into that nonsense, though. Now that she's seen Lightning still kicking, she's convinced. Real explorers wouldn't just go down like that to some measly hurricane. She then asks if she's not bothered by Lightning being identified as a witch, and she bluntly says no. Nightingale, lurking in the shadows behind, taps the boy on his left shoulder to confirm the lady's honesty. On the other hand, Margaret goes on to explain that witches are both beautiful and powerful qualities she admires. She admits, "I wanted to adopt witches like our prince does, but the capital's prejudice against them squashes that idea." They both happily shake hands, bonding over their shared love for witches. Once they are finally partners, the woman immediately bombards our hero with questions. Are there more witches besides Lightning? She asks him how he met them, their abilities, and all that jazz. Looks like my guy's already feeling worn out just looking at her enthusiastic personality. He is not sure if he can keep up with her. Theo and the other witch finally arrive at Border Town. She remarks, "It's quite the place for the Western Realm, not what I expected the association to choose." She then grumbles, "Why is there no one here to roll out welcome mats for me?" Theo pulls out a blue flag and waves it while standing over the hill. He explains, "It's a signal to the association that I have arrived with a witch at Hill." Meanwhile, the witch demands food. After hearing her demand, Theo sighs inwardly, remembering how she's been making him foot the bill for all the fancy meals on their way here, bossing him around with that massive sword of hers. And right now she warns him once again that if he tricked her, he'll find his head rolling on the ground along with anyone else involved. Not wanting to provoke her further, he rolls his eyes and offers her the pouch of snacks. She explains, "My friends should already be on a merchant ship sailing towards the fjords, making it too late for Theo, even if he is trying to rat them out." Hearing this, the boy reminded her of the terrible environment at the fjords. The witch agreed, mentioning their plan to establish a sanctuary for witches there, led by Tilly Wimbledon. Once he hears that name, he is shocked to realize she's the sister of our hero. Right on cue, she notices someone approaching. She detects magical signatures and confirms that there are indeed witches nearby. Once they reach her, Nightingale immediately extends her hand and welcomes her to Border Town. As they stroll through the bustling town in the dead of night, the newcomer raises an eyebrow at the sight of children still being taught at this hour. "It's a night school run by the town," Teacher Skrull explains, "catering not just to kids, but to everyone studying here who's done with their day's work." The scar-faced woman then asks Nightingale, "Are you transcendent?" Well, it looks like our girl has never heard of this terminology before. The scar-faced woman then explains, "Transcendents can detect the shape and flow of magic due to transformations within their bodies caused by power." Teacher Skrull chimes in, admitting, "I can also sense many sisters in the crowd, but I'm not sure if this qualifies me as transcendent." Scarface reveals that transcendent witches are exceedingly rare, with only 1 in thousands of witches being one. She herself has only met 3 so far, including Nightingale. The newcomer wisely advises her to keep her transcendent status under wraps, hinting that it's a closely guarded secret by the church as well. Meanwhile, Nightingale, ever vigilant, keeps a sharp eye on this new gal. She can clearly see that this woman is definitely a powerhouse, especially with that giant-ass sword that looks like it'd be a challenge for anyone to just hold. Scarface then inquires about the association's leader, Kara. In response, Nightingale somberly reveals Kara's dead. She was looking for the Holy Mountains. The new witch takes it hard and wants to know about their new boss. That is when they point her towards the castle where all the witches also live. Hearing this, the woman's reaction is instant. She gets all edgy and asks, "Have they signed some shady deal with the ruler?" But before she can get more rowdy, Wendy comes rushing in and hugs this Scarface woman as if she's found her long-lost sister. Tears of happiness well up in Wendy's eyes as she thanks this woman for helping her back then, tearfully revealing, "I am Wendy from the choir." Well, it turns out this Scarface woman is the same girl who wiped out all the priests inside that prison when Wendy was first thrown in. Shortly after, the two girls have some time alone and start catching up on the past. We also learn this woman is known as Ash. She reveals that once she escaped the cell, she went on to eliminate some of the management, and even fought off the Judgment Army soldiers who tried to stop her until the Sacred Punishment Army finally arrived. Wendy curiously asks, "What the heck is this Sacred Punishment Army?" Ash explains that it's a force made up of the church's most skilled warriors, their secret weapon against transcendent witches. They were the ones who gave her that scar on her eye. Her strength and speed matched hers, but they seemed devoid of any consciousness. When she cut off a soldier's hand, he didn't hesitate to attack back with his other hand. She wasn't about to let those pests off easily. She hid during the day in the alleys of the old holy city, coming out at night to ambush messengers and the Judgment Army. Eventually, she had to flee when the church scoured the entire city. When Ash left, her clothes were practically glued to her because of blood. All bloody. If someone caught sight of her like that, they'd probably think she was some wild, mindless beast. Wendy tries to calm her down, saying, "It doesn't matter now. You can blend in and live normally here because Roland Wimbledon, our ruler, treats our sisters well." But when Ash hears our hero's name, she flips out and rips the cup with her bare hands. She demands to know if Wendy is working for Roland Wimbledon. In response, the girl reluctantly nods and Ash grabs her hand, yanking her out, insisting they can't stick around. Well, it looks like Ash also has the same image of Roland Wimbledon as others have, she thinks, and she too thinks that he is just a pervy trash. The next day rolls around and the women finally swing by to visit the prince. It seems like she's pushing to take the witches living here, but our hero isn't too thrilled by her unreasonable requests. Ash then reminds the prince, witches aren't anyone's property. They're free people just like everyone else. The boy is surprised by her boldness. "I never considered them my possessions," he assures her. "Everyone in the border town lives here by choice, and it's their best sanctuary." The prince then warns her about the fjords she wants to take them to. He explains crossing the sea is risky, and the fjords themselves are plagued by erratic weather, tsunamis, and hurricanes, making it an unsuitable place to live. But the girl confidently fires back, Tilly Wimbledon is the one leading the charge. The prince is gobsmacked to hear about his sister and asks, "Hasn't Tilly already disappeared?" Ash then explains, "The 5th princess has already gathered a bunch of witches and taken them to the fjords for safety from the church. She's sure Tilly can lead them to create their own homeland." She also chides our hero for foolishly spreading rumors about recruiting witches, warning that he has already attracted the church's attention. Nightingale gets ticked off at her for calling the prince a fool, but he calms her down. He then asks Ash, as a transcendent witch, "How many soldiers from the Sacred Punishment Army can you take down?" She confidently states, "I can handle 3 quite easily." The prince stands up from his table, brimming with confidence, and boldly challenges her. "You'll face off against my top knight. If you lose, it proves I can defend against the church's best armies." Ash wastes no time accepting the challenge, but is disappointed when the prince says, "I need a week to prepare." He suggests, "Why don't you hang around the castle to experience town life from a witch's perspective?" hoping it might change her mind about them. The girl just starts walking off, and the prince mentions feeling déjà vu from when they first met, like he's seen her somewhere before. Hearing this, the lady gets absolutely furious. "Do you actually remember me?" she demands to know. She turns around with bloodshot eyes and a face full of anger, making it clear she would have torn him to shreds in the past if Tilly hadn't intervened. The poor guy is clueless about what she's saying. Anna and Nightingale immediately catch on to the situation. They both ask her if he's also groped her peach in the past, but the prince shamelessly denies it. "While I can't blame my guy since the real old pervert Roland has been 6 feet under for ages," Anna then asks, "Are you sure you can beat a transcendent witch with just a knight?" My guy confidently says, "If I design a rapid-fire weapon that can match her speed and strength, I've got at least a 70% chance of winning." He mentions, "I've already gathered all the ingredients for making the firearm, and they're sitting pretty in the storage room." He goes on about the nerdy chemistry stuff involved in making it, while poor Nightingale cleans out her ears and starts walking out, since all this doesn't make any sense to her in the slightest. Meanwhile, Lady Ash still can't shake off her impression that he was just a pervy molester, but now she senses a king-like aura from the prince. Suddenly, she is abruptly attacked by Nightingale. She quickly steps back to dodge and retaliates with her massive sword. Nightingale also sidesteps the attack like it's no big deal. Ash asks, "Are you here on the prince's orders?" But our girl denies it, claiming, "They do not pull a fast one on their guests, and I can enjoy myself in the town as much as I want." However, Nightingale doesn't shy away, warning her, "If you try anything shady against Roland, you'll be in deep trouble." The scene then shifts to a ship peacefully sailing through the sea. On board is Professor Kyle Seachy, an alchemist known for his skills. "I'm heading towards the border town," he thinks, because Prince Roland's letter contained alchemy equations that are surprisingly genius-level and valid. Kyle tested them himself and is eager to study them further to expand his knowledge. He writes a letter to his apprentice Charles explaining everything and letting him know, "I've left the Red Alchemy Laboratory in Redwater City to sail to the border town." As this man makes his way to the castle, we catch sight of our girls, with Sister Moon demonstrating her powers by spinning a small windmill. She's feeling pretty chuffed when our prince compliments her skills and asks for her help in developing a direct current motor. The girls are all smiles, diving into learning about the law of induction. Their learning session gets interrupted by Knight Carter, who bursts in and announces, "The alchemist from Redwater has arrived." The old man finally shows up before the prince, and after the pleasantries, Mr. Mustache wastes no time diving deep into discussing the equations from the prince's letters. He acts all chill about it, brushing it off like he stumbled upon those equations by accident. The old man is totally floored to learn that my guy came up with these equations on his own, but then he wonders, were these Royal Alchemy Society secrets? The prince just shrugs and cunningly spins the tale. These equations came from ancient books 400 years old. He slyly adds, "Back then, scholars preferred calling it chemistry instead of alchemy." This revelation really knocks the big mustached man for a loop. The prince nods, dropping more knowledge bombs like the law of conservation of mass, which basically says stuff doesn't just pop into existence. It just changes from one form to another. He then gives an example with a delicious cake he plans to eat, explaining, "We'll absorb some parts and we'll get rid of the rest later by shitting it out." Professor Kyle still appears to be curious and asks, "What happens to the mass when a giant log is burned, since ashes weigh less?" My guy calmly explains, "The log's mass becomes gases and water vapor, leaving behind only ashes." Once my guy has the old man's attention, he casually digs through his drawers and pulls out a chemistry book, calling it a gold mine full of knowledge. He tells the old man, "If you want this treasure trove, you'll need to work for me to earn it." Well, judging by the old man's reaction, it's pretty clear what his answer will be. The prince gets down to business and offers him a fat paycheck, just like the one he used to rake in at Redwater City with a 5-year contract. With a snap of his finger, his old advisor magically appears with ink and a pen for the professor to sign. The prince also throws in a confidentiality agreement, making sure the professor won't spill any research secrets to other alchemists. While the professor is ready to go, he's not quite sure what he'll be brewing up in the border town lab. Prince Roland confidently declares, "We'll be making high-density acids. The stronger, the better." Once the old man is out of the room, Nightingale appears back and calls out the prince for spinning a whole web of lies. She reminds him, "Just yesterday you had the Sister Scroll memorize and create that entire book." The prince cunningly admits, "I spoke white lies," explaining it was the only way to convince the professor, who wouldn't believe someone like this goofball prince could come up with such knowledge. I guess the lady gets where he's coming from, but she throws him off by asking, "Who actually taught you all that stuff?" Well, the prince just can't really tell her about his days as an underpaid engineer before coming into this world, so he remains silent. But thankfully, Nightingale cuts him some slack, letting him off the hook. "You don't have to say anything if you don't want to," she says, "because I don't want to hear any tall tales." In the next scene, we're at the training grounds where the prince watches a demonstration of the new toy he recently had made. Knight Carter is wielding this new gadget, which seems to be a Russian roulette-style firearm. As Carter empties, the chamber cartridges clatter to the ground. His confident trigger pulls turn into a comedic failure. Not a single shot hits the mark. The girl standing beside our prince grows concerned as he is visibly disappointed, while poor Carter looks devastated as well. But Roland tells his friend, "Relax," explaining that pistols are notoriously inaccurate compared to muskets. He promises Carter, "We'll tweak the gunpowder mix to max out this bad boy's potential." He tells him keep practicing on the targets before facing off against the transcendent witch Ash. Although Knight Carter isn't used to handling this gun, he can definitely appreciate its beauty and craftsmanship. Meanwhile, the prince reminds Carter, "Don't lose the bullet casings. They're reusable and precious." Back at the castle, Lady Ash seems visibly upset. The witches living there are being stubborn and reluctant to leave. She's also scratching her head over the town's peculiarities, wondering what kind of magic Roland is using to hype up the villagers about those upcoming inventions of his. Just as she's thinking this, she spots something. A chubby little pigeon trotting her way crashes into her. This little furball goes by the name Maggie, and she is apparently part of the 5th Princess team. She asks the bird, "Has everyone reached the fjords?" The bird chirps back in its own language. Then she inquires, "Has the bird eaten?" and sprinkles some breadcrumbs. The pigeon lights up and starts pecking at the food, but soon it becomes agitated, poking Ash angrily on the head, insisting, "I'm not a bird." Suddenly, the seemingly ordinary bird begins to transform, turning into a cute little girl. She greets her friend once again, this time in their shared human language. The girl tells her friend, "Even with a tracking bracelet, it was tough to pinpoint my exact location." Thankfully, Lady Shadow tipped her off that Ash was heading to recruit more witches from the border town, and she is now really thrilled about meeting the other witches in person after her long trip. Ash somberly admits the witches are hesitant to leave because they trust Prince Roland more than they trust me. Maggie is surprised by how both siblings seem to have a soft spot for witches and are willing to welcome them. Ash then reveals her upcoming battle with the prince. "If I lose, the prince won't allow me to take any witches," she says, "and I don't want to disappoint Princess Tilly by going back empty-handed." The little girl then reveals, "I saw a carriage with church flags as I flew here, and it was carrying around 10 people. Ash is confident they are heading to the border town due to the rumors about border town recruiting witches spread by the foolish prince across the continent. However, she's also pleased because after winning the match against them, the presence of the church will give her more reason to recruit other witches to the fjords. Once the church arrives, Roland will truly understand how badly he has messed up. Or at least that's how Ash sees the situation. In the next scene, Lady Lightning zooms across the sky looking super happy. "I'm loving these goggles," she says. "They keep my eyes comfy even when I'm flying crazy fast, all thanks to the prince." Suddenly, she spots this big pigeon. Instantly, she starts daydreaming about roasting it for dinner tonight. "I'm tired of having buttered toast and mushrooms daily," she thinks, and her mouth is practically watering at the thought of a juicy roasted bird. So she bolts straight toward the pigeon, which is of course not a pigeon at all. Poor Maggie freaks out when she sees Lightning hot on her tail. She starts flapping like crazy to outrun her, but Lightning, who is renowned for her speed, quickly catches her and they both tumble to the ground. Maggie, in a panic, tries to wriggle free while Lightning whips out her knife. The sight of that sharp blade terrifies the poor pigeon even more, and that's when she decides it's time to reveal her true form. She transforms back into herself, still teary-eyed from the close call of almost becoming dinner. Lady Lightning is left staring blankly, wondering where her delicious bird went, while Maggie cries like a little baby. "I'm pretty sure I'm going to get eaten before I can turn back to the 5th princess." Lightning, trying to make sense of things, asks, "Are you a witch too?" Maggie stops crying for a moment and, while pouting reluctantly, says, "Yes." Our girl immediately greets her and they exchange names, although Maggie still hasn't quite forgiven her for trying to make a meal out of her. She then notices the tracking marker on Lightning's chest, which our girl hadn't even realized was there. Maggie reveals that these special stones are used to track the wearer's location specifically made for witches, and only react to their matched stone. That is when Lightning explains, "My father gave me one, and I always thought it was just decorative jewelry." She then asks, where did Maggie get hers? But she refuses to spill the secret as Ash doesn't want her to tell anyone. Mention of Lady Ash makes Lightning realize she's with her too. She explains how Ash has been trying to convince everyone to leave this place, while Lightning boasts, "All the incredible inventions, weapons, and other wonders my guy has been producing, things never seen before in this world." The girl asks, "Can I see these wonders for myself?" Lightning with a sly grin suggests, "You can, but only if you join the Witch Union and become part of the border town." Of course, Maggie decides to stick with Ash, and Lightning keeps on chatting about all the cool stuff to do around here. She's going on about the mushrooms they munch on and the yummy food they feast on. Just thinking about it makes Maggie's tummy rumble. By the end of it, Lightning's got Maggie convinced to stay. She tells her tag along if you want to have a blast. As they zip around town, Prince Roland and the professor are busy experimenting in the alchemy lab. Meanwhile, the girls are in the forest gathering some delicious mushrooms to munch on. Along the way, they spot Wendy, too. Later that day, they spent the evening studying. The next morning, they headed to the northern mountains where people were busy making bullets for guns. Back at the castle garden, they have a great time and Maggie enjoys every moment. Afterward, they head to the outskirts of the border town where Carter is diligently practicing his shooting, and it looks like he's improving his aim at the targets. After a few days of hanging out with Lightning, Maggie comes back to Ash a bit late. Ash asks, "Why have you been showing up late these days?" Maggie happily shifts back into her human form and replies, "Lightning took me bird hunting." She even offers Ash a drumstick, but she declines with a cool, "No thanks." Maggie then happily starts munching on the drumstick herself, which Ash finds kinda creepy. Watching a bird eat another bird isn't exactly normal. Then Maggie asks, why does Ash hate this place so much? She also tells her own desire. "I kinda want to stay here because Prince Roland's always throwing fun parties and sharing grub in the backyard. He's easy to chat with, not like those stuck-up elites, just a simple caring dude." As Maggie continues to highlight the positives of their current place, Ash's response remains unchanged. She grabs her head in frustration, knowing Maggie's life was full of misery until the fifth princess took her in. It's natural for Maggie to see the bright side of this place now. Suddenly, Ash snaps at Maggie, reminding her, "This place is constantly threatened by the church, and our lives could end as soon as the border town is attacked, especially since no one can defend against the Divine Punishment Army." But Maggie confidently shrugs off the concerns, asking, "What if they actually defeated the church?" Ash nods, sharing her own hope for that outcome. "That's why I want to spar with them, to show that they can't defeat the soldiers of the Judgment Army." The day of the battle finally arrives, and Sister Echo states the rules. No hitting the head, and anyone can surrender at any time. As long as they don't die on the spot, Nana's healing ability will restore everyone to their original state. Ash then asks, "Does anyone have any questions?" When no one responds, he decides to let the match begin. Both contestants stand before each other. Ash is quite concerned to see that this knight doesn't have a sword or spear. Heck, he doesn't even have any armor. She wonders if he might be using a crossbow. But she brushes off her concerns and grips her sword tightly, confident that as long as she gets close to him quickly, she can make him beg for mercy. But it looks like this isn't going to be that easy, as Carter is also ready with his gun. As soon as the prince gives the order to start the match, Captain Ironaxe immediately hits the gong with a loud bang. Both contestants wield their weapons. Ash immediately swings her sword from afar. The mere swing of her sword startles Carter, but he takes aim and starts shooting. When Ash sees those bullets coming, she sidesteps them in the nick of time, which still leaves her grazed over her face. She takes her stance and starts running forward, determined to close the distance between them. Her speed is so fast that she feels like a blur, and even the onlookers are amazed by her reflexes. But Carter keeps his ground and continues shooting at her, trying to hit the bullet right in the perfect place. As the bullet comes flying towards her, Ash immediately blocks it with her giant sword. In an instant, before Carter can react, she attacks him directly in the gut, sending him flying backward. Everyone anxiously awaits the outcome. When we look at Ash's face, blood is leaking down her cheek while her belly is totally obliterated by the gunshot. Her consciousness starts to fade as her vision blurs. The crowd rushes to heal Carter before it's too late, while Ash weakly declares, "I win," to our hero. She then collapses, falling into the prince's arms. Before we progress the story further, let's take a look into Ash's past. Once dismissed as nothing more than a beggar in the bustling streets, Ash's life was anything but easy. This particular day, the town is buzzing with excitement because the princess has come of age, and they're having a grand ceremony where food will be distributed to the people. The church's prestigious Archbishop Tafin is set to host this grand event alongside the princess. Hearing the mention of the Archbishop, Ash smiles a smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes. She's probably looking forward to taking that man down. As the princess's carriage finally rolls down the streets, Ash forces her way to the front line through the crowd. The fifth princess steps out of her carriage and the crowd erupts in cheers. Amidst the sea of faces, the princess notices someone who stands out the most to her, and it is Ash. Their eyes lock and time seems to stand still. In that brief moment, there's a flicker of recognition, and something unspoken passes between them. Once we're back in the castle, Ash is summoned by the princess. A servant nudges her forward, and the princess can immediately tell she's a witch. She reassures Ash, saying, "You won't have to wander the streets anymore." And that is also when the fifth princess gave Ash her name, since she was nameless before that point. In the current moment, she finally wakes up from her unconscious state. The bird girl excitedly jumps at her friend and hugs Ash tightly. Ash lifts her overly enthusiastic friend and asks, "How long were you knocked out?" The girl replies, "It was just one afternoon," explaining that Nana patched her up, piecing together her scattered parts to heal her belly almost completely. She continues to praise Nana's amazing healing powers, though Ash doesn't pay much attention because her mind is already on a mission to meet our hero. While our hero was chilling alone, Lady Ash barged in like she owned the place, all excited to claim her victory in the bet. Prince Roland, being the good sport he is, admits defeat gracefully. Ash gives the prince props, saying he indeed has potential to fight against the God's punishment army. She's curious about the weapon Knight Carter used during their match. Prince Roland proudly shows off his pistol, thinking it's the next big thing for his troops. And everyone will be holding these bad boys in the battlefield. He even jokes about how it could turn a farmer into a formidable warrior against the army. When Ash asks for one of the guns for herself, he simply tells her to join the Witch Association to gain access. Ash politely declines and then drops the bombshell, "I'm heading back to Princess Tilly's place." She invites our hero to join them at the fjords if he ever needs shelter. In response, Roland says the same thing to her, assuring her that border town doors will always be open for her to join. Just as Ash is about to leave, Roland calls her back and offers her a custom-made sword, crafted by Nana to replace her old busted one. The lady eagerly takes the sword, feeling a surge of confidence as she grips it. She notices it's not your run-of-the-mill blade and questions why it feels so weird in her hand. That's when Prince Roland drops the bomb. It's called Ashbringer, and he boldly and loudly claims it's a legendary item far superior to her old sword. Swinging the sword around, she feels its power and gladly accepts this impressive gift. Meanwhile, Roland barely saved himself from getting cut down while she swung around her new toy recklessly. In the next scene, we're at the camping area of the church's scout army led by Mira. The woman plans to scout if there are actually witches in the border town. She boldly declares if Prince Roland is indeed harboring witches, she has the power to deliver holy judgment, and she's eager to give our hero a serious beating. Her pleasant train of thought is abruptly interrupted by news of enemy warrior attacks. The knights quickly order everyone to prepare for battle. The knighted lady rushes to peek outside, but before she can react, Lady Ash cuts down all of the knights in one quick motion. It seems my girl is here to put her new sword to the test. And it's working quite effectively as she effortlessly cuts down people left and right. In one quick swing, Ash cuts the knighted lady into two pieces, leaving Priestess Mira trembling in fear at the sight of such brutality. Ash's presence exudes such thick killing intent that it feels suffocating. Priestess recoils in fear, causing the book she was holding to topple to the ground. Maggie quickly recognizes the book as the church's choir book and smoothly grabs it. On the other hand, Lady Ash raises her sword. Then she begins her torture. Smoothly, she grabs it. On the other hand, Lady Ash raises her sword. Then she begins her torture of this priestess just like the church did with the witches. After taking her life, she digs a grave for her and drags her inside it. Maggie asks her friend why she did this because if the church finds out, shit is going to get real bad. Ash explains, by the time the church finds out, their messenger group has disappeared. 2 or 3 months will have already passed. She clarifies that no matter how Roland Wimbledon handles the situation, the cooperation with the witches will eventually be exposed. Then she shows her the messages they've been sending via carrier pigeons to Hermes to report on the situation. Maggie declares she's already nabbed all the pigeons, so there won't be any reports back to the church. Hearing this, Ash adds that this buys Bordertown some much-needed time before the church's army strikes, and she is feeling pretty proud that she is doing a favor to our hero by doing that. Maggie gives her friend a thumbs up for her mastermind plan, and for some reason Lady Ash grants our pigeon girl permission to stay in Bordertown. The little girl mentions, I like Lady Tilly too. Ash then tells her, just visit the fjords once a month. This way you can keep tabs on what's happening in Border Town and facilitate communication between both sides. It's a plan to help Border Town escape to the fjords if things get messy. Maggie is over the moon to hear this, and just as the sun peeks over the horizon, we're back at the Border Town castle. Here, Sir Ferlin Eltec has been invited to a royal feast by the generous prince. Roland urges them both, do not hold back and enjoy the feast, to their heart's content. Ferlin humbly thanks him for the honor of dining there, and his wife Irene Eltec also expresses gratitude. She specifically thanks our hero for allowing her to become a teacher. Roland credits Sister Skrull in charge of the Ministry of Education for arranging everything. Irene cuts to the chase and asks, why have we been called here exactly? Roland enthusiastically reveals his plan. For the first half of this year, I want a play performed in the town square every weekend. I already have scripts, props, and funding ready, and now I just needs a cast. Knowing Irene used to be an actor back in the Longsong Fortress, he asks her to play the role of star in this play. The lady hesitates at first about taking on such a major role, but our hero waves a fat paycheck her way for her job. Her husband encourages her, noting, it's always been your dream, and I wholeheartedly support you. The couple gets a bit romantic with each other, making our hero feel a tad awkward. He clears his throat awkwardly and then proceeds to hand them the scripts. He explains the first play is Cinderella, a romance between a commoner woman and a prince. The second is Midnight Crow, where the little guys stick it to their greedy landlords. The last one, Witch's Diary, is an original they crafted with Miss Skrull, and he's genuinely excited and proud of it. The wife is absolutely amazed by all these scripts, and our hero is pumped to kick off the cultural scene. He's really eager to use plays to counter the church's propaganda and promote progressive ideals. Next, the scene zooms in on our pretty pigeon girl, totally floored by the feast spread out before her. Unlike the usual cheap buffets we hit up, this spread is top-notch. Everyone warmly welcomes Maggie into the fold. Our boy tries to introduce himself formally, but the little girl is too busy ogling those barbecue sticks to even notice the prince's introduction. At that moment, the girl can't hold back her hunger any longer, but Wendy jumps in with her own introductions while Lady Moon encourages the girl to try the barbecue sauce made by the prince himself. She dips her finger into the sauce, and once she puts her finger into her mouth, she is absolutely thrilled to have it. Her taste buds are doing the happy dance. This is something she has never tasted before in her life. Everyone gathers around her as she enjoys her barbecue stick. They're all curious about her, pigeon form, and ask if she can transform into other birds. Proudly, she says yes, and demonstrates by changing into a sparrow, then a seagull, and finally a cute little parrot. Her adorable transformations capture everyone's hearts, and they can't take their eyes off her. Anna turns to Roland with curiosity, admitting, I never thought that the fifth princess was also gathering witches together. Roland shares her astonishment, revealing his intention to send a letter to his sister to team up with her. Maggie will deliver the letter once she returns to the fjords next month. Speaking of Maggie, Anna finds the prospect of flying really amazing and excitedly expresses her desire to fly like birds in the open sky. Well, looks like my guy has already got everything covered. Right in the next scene, a hot air balloon appears, granting Anna's wish as she soars through the skies. From up high, everything seems so small, and Anna sees the border town for the first time from a bird's eye view. Here they go again, chatting about all the nerdy stuff like how the hot air balloon works. But I'll spare you the details since we're here to have fun. The prince says one thing to Anna. Right now, everything depends on her black fire to work. Suddenly, Anna spots a red water river and can see everything from above the test field sister, leaf uses, and the recently built factories. Well, looks like along with the era of industrialization, my guy has also started the era of pollution and climate change. The prince gives her all the credit, explaining that because of her everything started and they were able to build everything. Anna is amazed to see everything, and that's when the prince takes his chance and gets closer. He grabs her hand, but the mood immediately dampens when Anna reveals, my mother died in a fire. She somberly adds, not only did I narrowly escape the thick smoke and fire, but she also became a witch herself. That's why she's hated flames for so long and struggled with self-acceptance. When she was imprisoned, she thought facing my sentence might bring relief. But the prince rescued her and taught her to harness her abilities. Now she's realizing flames can be used for more than just destruction and suffering. She gives all the credit to the prince for helping her change her mindset and use her abilities for good. As the mood sets in and the prince blushes, they share another kiss. After that, what happened in the balloon is anyone's guess. All we hear is a resounding voice of claps, probably because they're playing something fun. After their short journey, the balloon comes down and everyone is genuinely thrilled to see it land. Some politely scold the prince for pulling such a risky stunt, but he owns up to his recklessness and explains that Maggie and Lightning were following them as backup. One witch then smirks at Lightning and Maggie, saying they're not the only ones who can fly now. Lightning and Maggie shoot back, noting the balloon's not exactly a speed demon because they've already circled the castle about 20 times before it touched the ground. Nana seems super pumped to take a ride in the sky too, and they all eagerly ask, "Can we hop on the balloon?" Anna explains, "It can only hold 2 people at a time." Meanwhile, the prince is still busy apologizing to the ladies for going in the sky like that, and as Anna and the prince are getting grilled by the others, they accidentally bump into each other while stepping back. They share a smile, perhaps because the prince enjoyed playing clap-clap with her in the balloon. Meanwhile, Nightingale, munching on snacks as usual, feels a bit left out. She probably wanted to ride with the prince too. Even her precious cake slips off her plate and falls to the ground. She quietly walks away. Once he's off the hook from the questioning over the prince, waves to the girls and starts to leave. On the other hand, Wendy also notices Nightingale's absence. As night falls, we find Nightingale sitting alone, looking kind of down. Wendy pops into view and asks her why she slipped away quietly this afternoon. Nightingale stays mum at first, just saying, "It's nothing," but then Wendy pulls her clothes aside, flashing her impressive assets under her gown, reminding Nightingale that she can chat to her about anything. Nightingale blushes, probably because Wendy's bosom is bigger than hers. Later, they're lying side by side. Side on the bed, Wendy keeps nudging her friend to spill what's on her mind. Nightingale reminds her friend that what the prince said about marrying a witch was true because she can tell when someone is lying. Wendy immediately warns her never to reveal this to anyone in the witch union. When Nightingale asks why, Wendy explains the prince is destined to become the king of Grey Castle, and the kingdom might not support a king without an heir, which could also affect the future of witches. Wendy also senses that her friend is bothered by the close relationship between our prince and Anna. She asks Nightingale if she would rather become the queen or stay by the prince's side as she is. Nightingale chooses the latter. Wendy reassures her that she's already by the prince's side, so there's nothing to worry about. She advises her to come to terms with it and live happily just being beside the princess. The scene shifts to the holy city where someone is getting brutally tortured by these filthy priests in the name of ceremony. The pain is so intense that the man begs for death instead of enduring it. Meanwhile, Archbishop Maine seems to be really nervous. Just then, the big boss of the church arrives and orders Maine to stop. Priest Maine spills the beans right away. This guy also flunked the test for the elite Judgment Army, and the man before us is undoubtedly Pope O'Brien. The Pope tells him, "Let the guy rest." And when he says rest, he meant to cut this failed subject off brutally right then and there. Then the Pope grabs his junior's hand and assures him, "Back in the day, I was way more nervous than you when I first hosted the ceremony." He mentions that he even puked all over the place at 45 and the smell of blood made him dizzy. Maine then asks his senior, is it really necessary to go through with this ceremony? And how many soldiers they want to transform into the Judgment Army. The old man just walks off, telling him to hang tight. "When I become the next pope, all your questions will be answered." Be answered in the church's secret library. Suddenly, a man grabs their attention, and the Pope is absolutely thrilled to see if he's going to participate in the ceremony. The man on the ground agrees and introduces himself as Rakut Rote, part of the Holy City Guard team. He's honored to take part in the transformation ceremony, shortly after they bring in a witch, who has already been rendered unconscious with dreamland water. They tie this new man to the same bench as the one before him and immediately begin extracting the witch's blood. They mix it with some divine stones of judgment, and the mixture turns into a mysterious bluish liquid even the Archbishop has no clue about. Then they inject this solution into the man's body. There's a possibility he'll undergo a transformation into a god's punishment warrior, also known as the Judgment Army, who is as strong as they come. However, if the transformation works, out it wipes out their emotions and smarts, turning them into mindless ghouls with just instincts and a tiny bit of will left. There's also a chance they might fail and suffer like hell, or even kick the bucket, but the priests are all in because it's their only shot at fighting demons. Looks like this man has passed the transformation process. Soon after, we spot both the junior and senior priests together. The Pope gives Maine props for pulling off a solid transformation ceremony. 62 warriors joined in, and more than half of them succeeded. Then the old man brings up this new kind of poison produced by Master Crow's eyes. If it's slapped on a rotting corpse, it spreads out to the area around it. This stuff floats through the air, so you don't need to eat it or touch it to get affected. There's no cure for it either. Pope, sounding all ominous, asks, "Why don't they just use this against Grey Castle? Back in Border Town, everything's peaceful and Anna's totally..." Blown away by the scenery from the hot air balloon, she turns to Saria, asking, "Do you feel the same?" Anna is left speechless for a moment when she sees all the paintings Saria has been whipping up, of the scenery they've seen from up high. Anna stumbles over her words, trying to say something about the paintings while Saria waits for her response curiously. Once they finally touch down, on the ground, the prince bursts into the room radiating happiness because he's heard that Saria's painting style has undergone a drastic change. When Nightingale's eyes fall on Saria, she's immediately shocked to realize that her magical abilities have transformed dramatically. The prince asks, "Have your powers evolved like Anna's?" When he sees Saria's new paintings, he notices the thick textures of fluffy clouds, gritty castle walls, and tree bark so thick it's almost like you could touch it. It makes the paintings feel super real. Meanwhile, Saria admits, "I can increase the thickness further, but didn't do it because it would cause her a lot of pain." Nightingale tries to peel off the texture of the tree but fails. Then Anna uses her strings to pop out the texture, which looks like real wood. The prince turns to the painter asking, "How did you increase the thickness of the paintings?" She suddenly gets it and spills, "It's all because of what she saw from the balloon stuff she'd never seen before." Her old paintings, which she thought were realistic, turned out to be totally off, like trees looking all pointy and mountains. Not making sense. Everything was like in 2D, so she wanted her art to match those epic views. She started thinking about those tiny balls our hero talked about, which are atoms, and she imagined her brushstrokes as layers of colorful balls stacking up to create the whole picture, and bam, her paintings get textures. Green trees popping up and deep blue rivers sinking down, which gives the paintings a 3D effect. Saria blushes, claiming, "My ability isn't as useful as Anna's since all I can do is paint." The prince reassures her, "It's valuable and you have the perfect idea," hinting it's related to her bathing issues. Saria feels embarrassed while Nightingale gives him a suspicious stare. The prince explains, "Rather than calling it what Saria creates paint, it's more like a coating made by magic. If it passes material testing, he believes they can use it to build water pipes." The girls ask, "What are we going to do with them?" And he explains that no one will need to haul water for baths every day. They can have pipes in their rooms. He describes using an iron pipe as a mold, wrapping it in paper, and having Saria coat the mold with her magic coating. Once the coating has dried, it will act as a pipe. Meanwhile, Nightingale notices how the prince gets super hyped about it. Nerdy stuff. When she sees him getting really close to Anna, she immediately feels jealous. She quickly looks away and slams her hand on the desk while standing there with an annoyed look on her face. It doesn't take long for the prince to notice she's definitely upset about something. Shortly after, we see the prince alone, deep in thought about creating a giant tank to hold Redwater River water. He plans to use steam engines to transport the water into the tanks. Once every household has water, he can easily set up bathrooms and toilets. He's feeling pretty pleased with himself about the idea. He stretches his back after a long stretch of work and finds himself missing Nightingale's presence. He decides to call her, but he gets no response from her. A mischievous glint flickers in his eyes as he considers doing something unthinkable. Yep, you guessed it right. He is planning to munch on the snacks Nightingale has stashed in her drawer. But before he can act on his thought, the lady herself appears and firmly warns him, "Don't lay a finger on my dried fish." The prince then asks her, "Why have you been feeling a bit let down lately?" And she responds that she was just following his earlier directive not to bother him. The prince apologizes, admitting he's been busy lately and he's grateful she's always there to watch over him. He opens the drawer again, revealing a specially crafted gun. "I wanted to give it to her earlier, but it took longer than expected to carve the patterns on this beauty. This revolver is completely different and far superior to anything they've made before." Nightingale eagerly takes it. She's momentarily speechless, stammering out a thank you, then happily requests if he can teach her how to use the revolver. Once they step outside, Nightingale immediately starts her shooting practice. Surprisingly, she hits the target dead on with her first try, which is impressive considering poor Knight Carter hadn't hit a single bullseye after days of training. She asks if she did better, and the prince nods approvingly, mentioning she'll move on to a training simulation next. Nightingale is clueless about what's next, so our hero explains, "Hanging over the targets are stones of divine judgment, and you need to take them down in the shortest time possible while she is exposed to their effects." After understanding her task, she prepares herself. Just before she dives in, the prince stops her and tells her, "Pull the trigger," adding with a grin, memories of past heroics flood her mind when Wendy had told her that she's already by this prince's side. With a deep breath, she begins striking those divine stones of judgment, hitting each one with precision, reminding herself that she's his shield and will always stand by his side. The big day finally arrives, and the entire town gathers to watch the play they've been training for. The best part? Well, it's free for everyone. The prince has even invited the merchant lady Margaret. Among the crowd is another merchant hog who finds the food delicious and otherworldly. Meanwhile, Fjord's merchant Marlin is super impressed by the quality and material of the cups, and he's ready to buy a few for himself. As the merchants continue their business talk, Lady Margaret apologizes on their behalf. She says merchants are just laymen who can't stop talking about money and is sorry they're taking up his time. Meanwhile, up in the sky, Lightning is having a blast munching on popcorn while Maggie looks annoyed that she's hogging it all for herself. Down on the ground, the prince is surprised that Lightning didn't recognize Margaret even though she's been like a mother figure to her. Margaret explains, "We parted ways when she was very young, so it's no wonder she doesn't remember, and she only wants to reconnect back with her naturally." Margaret then asks about this snack called popcorn and wonders if it's also a royal family snack. Our hero nods. Yes, but in reality he's had Nana's help in making these popcorns from Sister Leaf's special corn. He can't imagine watching a show without munching on them. Well, Margaret isn't fully convinced yet because she has lived in the king's city before. Without being rude, she asks him to hold off on flattering her and then asks about his closest friend in the city. It turns out Prince Roland didn't have one, as he was just a flirtatious guy. His closest companion was his magical hand Yorko, which he used to grope every woman around the castle. Margaret starts chuckling and points out that she's also heard he used to be quite the ladies' man in the castle. Poor Roland feels a bit embarrassed that he let slip something awkward too. He then changes the topic and urges everyone to focus on the play. Thus begins the story of Girl Cinderella, with Lady Irene, wife of Ferlin Eltec, playing the role of Cinderella. Another standout in the cast is May, known as the Star of the West, who looks stunning on stage. It doesn't take Margaret long to realize who she is, and she's totally amazed to see her there. Roland tells her to watch quietly, but Margaret is so excited she can't help but sing May's praises loudly. It seems our hero hadn't anticipated Lady Irene would bring such a renowned friend to perform here in the border town. As the show continues, May's acting looks incredibly realistic. When she pushes Cinderella to the ground, the shove is so lifelike and powerful that everyone in the crowd people become genuinely concerned. Even Prince Roland feels like that push was personal. As the play continues, once again the whole crowd is totally hooked, and even Lady Irene can't help. But notice how her friend has everyone's attention. During the break, someone in the audience comments, "The performance was so realistic I got a bit scared," encouraging Lady Irene to keep it up. "Great work." She agrees enthusiastically, and this time Irene is determined to win everyone over with her own skills. When the play resumes, Lightning also has a little role of her own, playing a cute witch. Let's skip the play details, but by the end of this scene, it's Sister Irene who steals the show. May, usually flawless in her acting, finds herself overshadowed this time by Irene's outstanding performance. Well, it looks like seeing her friend win has made her even sadder. This guy Ferlin has been the target of countless women in Longsong Fortress, and in the end he chose Irene. Now she can't help but cry her eyes out over this love triangle drama. As she walks off the stage, she notices Knight Carter holding a bouquet of flowers. He introduces himself as Chief Knight Carter Lannis, the prince's knight, he says, giving her props for her incredible performance. Not one to waste time, he immediately invites her for a drink, leaving her blushing and feeling quite happy inside. The scene shifts to Longsong Fortress, where the soldiers from Grey Castle have arrived. Upon seeing their familiar flag fluttering, the ambassador starts to lose his cool. Below, the soldiers whisper among themselves. Knight introduces himself as Leman Hawes, King Timothy's messenger, and he has brought a message from the king's city. He requests to lower the drawbridge to allow them entry. One of the knights. Quickly he brings the permit, and the ambassador quickly takes a look at it, only to find out that this is indeed stamped with Timothy's emblem. Petrov quickly realizes that he can't turn down the new king's messenger like that, or he will be picking up a needless fight with the king's city of Grey Castle. With that in mind, he tells his soldier, "Grab 3 quick horses and make a dash for it, Border Town, and deliver the message to Roland that Timothy's crew is on the doorstep." Imagine if they had something like Skype to communicate. It would be quite a sight to see all the kings and princes having a heated conference call, probably more toxic than a Call of Duty lobby. Once the soldier dashes off, Petrov hopes Prince Roland gets the news soon. With the enemy's messenger group numbering less than 50, they don't pose much of a threat. All Petrov can do now is let them inside And as the gate lowers, those knights below exude an ominous energy, and I'm pretty sure that shit is about to get real. Meanwhile, back in Border Town, it seems Prince Roland has finally brought the first bathtub into this world. Everyone bombards him with questions, and he patiently explains everything. When the tap is turned, water flows out, leaving everyone amazed and curious. They are curious to know if they can drink it and from where it is coming. Prince Roland explains, it's not safe to drink directly without boiling first. Anna then elaborates on the principle of a siphon, showing how they can transfer water using this basic method. They've positioned a tank of this water at a higher elevation to ensure it reaches everyone's homes effectively. As Prince Roland gets caught up teaching everyone the nerdy ins and outs, our not-so-sophisticated lady just couldn't resist poking at the tap to see what would happen. As you can imagine, water starts gushing out like rain from the steel pipe above. Prince Roland quickly steps in to give a quick rundown on how the showerhead works. Meanwhile, Sister Lily jumps in with a bit of sass, asking, did the prince spend his whole week at the castle just to make his bathing more comfy? She's not shy about pointing out how nobles love their comforts, and he seems no different. Lady Skrull shuts Lily down with a quick shush, but Prince Roland stays cool, explaining that chasing comfort drives human progress, and he's no stranger to that. Despite his casual yet clever response, Lily just sneers and turns her head away. Later on, when the prince is alone, Lady Skrull swings by to apologize for Lily's antics, but our boy just shrugs it off, saying it's no big deal. Well, since we haven't heard much about Sister Lily until now, Lady Skrull decides to reveal how she's been deceived many times, and now she finds it hard to trust others. Lady Skrull starts off telling us how she sniffed out Sister Lily using her magic power sensing abilities right in one of the shelters in Red Water City. Basically, in the past, Lady Skrull would travel through towns pretending to be the wife of a noble interested in adopting a child, all the while carefully observing to find awakened sisters like Lily. However, when she tried to adopt Lily, she was refused by the shelter owner, who insisted on waiting until the children reached adulthood before they could be adopted. This refusal raised red flags, prompting Nightingale to dig into the orphanage's finances. Turns out, over the past decade, 3 witches were handed off to the church. The good-looking ones got dolled up and sold to nobles, while the others were left to die in the forest behind the shelter. When they grilled the shelter owner, it turns out he wasn't running the shelter for the cash. He got a sick thrill from controlling and even killing the girls. That is when their leader, Kara, understandably furious, took justice into her own hands and killed that man. When they tried to invite the girls into the association, many of them looked at the association members with hatred. It was as if they were feeling robbed of a chance to be adopted by nobles. Lily was no different until Kara showed the bodies of their friends who were supposed to have been adopted, now dead in the woods behind the shelter. The sight was so overwhelming that Lily vomited and passed out in Wendy's arms. When she woke up, she seemed emotionally numb like a doll. Under Wendy's nurturing care, Lily gradually recovered, but her experience left her with a deep-seated resentment towards nobles, which might explain her sometimes harsh behavior towards our hero. The prince starts feeling sorry for Lily, realizing she still manages to smile. Despite everything she's been through, Lady Skrull pops the question, and our hero gives her the go-ahead to ask. Right on cue, Sister Skrull calls out to Nightingale, who promptly shows up from the shadows. By now, Roland is clueless about what these ladies are actually plotting. Lady Skrull finally asks the prince a rather awkward question, which is that since he's planning to marry a witch, does he know that witches can't get pregnant? Lady Skrull asks. The prince finds this a bit blunt and asks, is it confirmed or just speculation? Lady Skrull sadly confirms that it's a harsh truth which is backed by history itself, since there's no record of witches ever getting pregnant. Roland thinks of it like reproductive isolation, wondering if witches have evolved into a whole new species that can't mix genes with regular folks. But the prince shrugs it off for now, deciding to chew on that idea later. For him, his love for Anna isn't tied to whether she can have kids or not. He's more excited about setting up a political system that's fair and doesn't favor family connections. Plus, he sees the lack of kids as a perk. It stops powerful family clans from forming, which he thinks could bring witches and regular folks closer together to work as a team. Suddenly, Nightingale interrupts him and asks, what's on your mind? He's caught off guard at first, but then assures her that his feelings haven't changed, and he's still up for marrying a witch. After Lady Skrull quietly leaves, Roland wonders aloud, is she happy or disappointed? Nightingale stays silent as well, leaving Roland to play it cool and assume everything's all right. Just then, someone slams the door open. Night Carter bursts in, reporting, urgent news. Longsong Fortress has been taken over by a group from the King's City, and Mr. Petrov has been imprisoned. The prince is floored by the news, especially when Carter adds that there were only 50 knights managed to seize the entire fortress. The next scene takes us to Longsong, the fortress's cathedral, and it's a total bloodbath of soldiers. The priest of the church is shocked to see these enemy knights likely under the influence of those same pills. Knight Lehman states, "It's all thanks to the church for helping them capture the entire Longsong." He raises his sword in hand, and before striking down the priest, he declares that with this speed, King Timothy will quickly unify Greycastle. With that, he cuts the man down. Another knight appears and informs Sir Lehman that they found more pills in the basement, 4 boxes totaling at least a few thousand pills. Sir Lehman is thrilled to hear this and mentions that about 1,000 soldiers will soon arrive. Here, with this many pills, they'll have more than enough before entering the battlefield against the border town. He's all pumped to see our prince's face when he wipes him out completely. Back at border town, Prince Roland waits anxiously for his scouts who were sent to assess the situation at Longsong Fortress. Right on cue, Nightingale perks up with a smile as she spots Lightning, and Maggie returned, deftly landing in the office through the window. Lightning didn't waste a single breath before announcing they've departed Longsong Fortress and are heading straight here, with around 1,000 people. The prince is shocked to hear this, wondering how those 50 soldiers multiplied into 1,000. Maggie then reveals only 6 of them are on horseback. The rest are on foot. She further explains they're dressed plainly, many without armor, and their weapons are mostly spears with a few swords mixed in. The prince perks up right away, figuring from the description that they're probably civilians or serfs in the army, so he's scratching his head, wondering why Timothy would send in such cannon fodder. He wonders why hasn't Timothy learned anything from the border town's battle with Duke Ryan, where 200 knights couldn't even tickle the border town? Then it finally hits him like a thunderbolt, and the prince figures out that they're trying to plow through all that gunfire using the church's pills. He never doubted from the start that the church was supporting Timothy. If the border town has to face this army of thousands, he's pretty sure his first army will take a heavy blow. The prince then asks, were those people carrying the divine stone of judgments? Lightning says, I didn't dare to get closer, but that little bird over there saw everything once she turned into a hawk. While Maggie's chowing down on cake, she responds, I didn't see any stones, but there's a chance they might be hidden in their clothes. The prince then tasks Nightingale to go with Maggie again alongside the river. When they encounter the passing ships, Nightingale should get close to them while hiding within her fog. Once she's close enough, she needs to see if they're holding any divine stones of judgment. Nightingale just climbed out the window and flew off. The prince, stuck behind, curses himself for not paying enough attention to Longsong Fortress and making the dumb move of taking all the soldiers to border town, leaving poor Ambassador Petrov defenseless. But Anna quickly tells him to save his worries and regrets for later, because he still has to figure out how to deal with the approaching army of 1,000, which will be here in 3 days. She gives him a tight hug and assures him that they won't leave his side no matter what happens. Shortly after, we see the town gearing up for battle, and Nightingale has returned. The prince asks, is she found anything? She asks, and she reports back that there were only a few of those divine judgment stones. Lightning then asks about those holes they're digging, and the prince explains they're 4 bunkers. Both ladies look puzzled, so he clarifies, walls will surround these holes, leaving a small window for soldiers to shoot bullets while staying safe inside. He wants to protect his soldiers from those crazed, pill-induced people are shooting spears, and only bunkers can offer perfect defense against them. He has also organized 20 groups, each handling 1 artillery piece, which is a 12-pound field gun with a range of over 1,000 meters. The girls are absolutely thrilled to hear this, because with these guns, they're practically unbeatable. The prince suggests the returning scout group grabs a bite, since they must be starving after their trip. Meanwhile, Nightingale tells Anna, stick close to Prince Roland during the battle because you have a special mission to handle. Anna agrees and tells her friend, leave this to me. In the next scene, we see soldiers marching down, led by the ruthless Knight Lehman, urging his party to hurry up. He remarks that if this were the king's city knights, Roland's head would already be returned to King Timothy. His friend advises him to just chill, noting that without those pills, these people would still be untrained morons. He adds that as a knight who's trained since childhood, the pills feel like they've invalidated all those years of hard work, as even unarmed farmers can fight after taking them. Lehman counters by reminding his friend that those who take the pills suffer greatly once their effects wear off. Meanwhile, we also see Nightingale keeping a watchful eye on these people. And shortly after they hit the brakes and the knight announces to his captain, they've spotted border town's troops. Lehman expresses amazement, noting he never expected Ambassador Petrov notified Roland so quickly. He revealed he's heard rumors about Bordertown using long-range weapons in their battle with Duke Ryan. When those weapons fired, there was a bright flash and a big boom. He's pretty sure those big-wheeled things he sees are those weapons, but they look way bigger than what he heard. His buddy next to him just says, "We gotta hustle to dodge the constant firing." His friend nods, saying, "They've got 500 guys, and after popping those pills, they can sprint like racehorses, so this time they can wipe the border town quite easily." That is when he catches Nightingale's chilling voice, which totally freaks him out. He spins around after hearing that ominous whisper, but there's nothing there. Even his friends swear he didn't hear a thing. Captain Lehman tells his friend Levin, "Take some people into the woods for a pincer attack." He rallies everyone up, and that's when Lady Echo shows up out of nowhere. She immediately mimics Vice Captain Levin's voice, ordering the soldiers to gulp down their pills and charge ahead. The soldiers get all fired up and immediately pop their pills. Lehman is stunned, wondering what the hell is going on. He asks Levin, "What the hell did you do?" That's when Nightingale appears, her gun's barrel aimed straight at his head. With a single pull of the trigger, she scrambles his brain entirely. The confident captain finally tumbles off his horse, leaving his friend in shock. Meanwhile, the soldiers just keep marching forward like nothing happened to their captain. Levin gags at the gruesome sight, while he also hears someone mimic his voice and order the brainwashed soldiers to take over Bordertown. When he realizes there's a witch mimicking his voice, it's already too late. Everyone is marching forward, ignoring his attempts to halt them. Some soldiers even try to attack him, but he quickly deals with them in anger. "I'm dead set on finding these witches and tearing out their throats with my bare hands." Meanwhile, back in Bordertown, our soldiers start blasting those mindless folks with cannonballs, scattering them like pinballs. Those who manage to get close to the bunkers face gunfire, bringing them down for good. Our soldiers are freaking out to see these people running super fast even after losing their limbs. Captain Brian finally understands why the prince warned them. These people are more like demonic beasts than humans. The soldiers reveal that the mindless are closing in. Brian orders everyone aim and start firing. Once they do, the bullets find their marks right on target, and the soldiers keep firing relentlessly without flinching. Captain Thin Mustache reloads his gun and suddenly spots a mindless knight climbing up the bunker. He gladly aims and shoots the monster right in the head. Suddenly, a soldier is left staring outside, but the captain yells at him, "Get down quick," because of the mindless people are throwing spears at lightning speed. However, the spears do nothing, as they just hit the bunker wall and bounce to the ground. One soldier even jokes that he nearly shat his pants seeing those spears, but they turned out to be useless against the bunkers. But sadly, their assumptions are immediately proven wrong when a spear finds its mark right in one soldier's shoulder, causing him to collapse in pain. The captain is shocked, and he quickly tells his soldiers to keep firing, as he will look after him. The captain grabs the man's hand as he asks, "Are you going to die?" The captain knows he is in bad condition, but it's not life-threatening. He can't pull out the spear recklessly or it will bleed more. He's confident Nana can save him and tells the soldier, "Hang on, because he's not dying today." He assures the trembling soldier that once they finish fighting, they'll rush to Nana as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the mindless soldiers continue to charge at incredible speed across the littered ground strewn with corpses. They run between the fallen bodies with no regard. One of our elite soldiers quickly directs his comrades to adjust the cannons for a firing range of 300 meters and load the grape shot rounds. With the command to fire, the giant cannonballs soar through the air, tearing through the ranks of the mindless attackers. Suddenly, one of those mindless guys snaps out of the pill's effect. He shakes in fear as he sees one of those giant balls stopping just short of his legs. He immediately bolts back, not wanting to risk getting flattened. After all, he's got 3 wives waiting for him at home. Damn, that's a lot of wives for a regular guy. Other soldiers decide to retreat too, finally realizing they were charging to their deaths for no good reason. Meanwhile, a stubborn soldier sticks to his guns instead of running. But let's be real, who wouldn't rather be called a coward than take a 100-pound cannonball to the chest? The prince notices the enemies starting to scatter and disperse. He feels a pang of sorrow knowing the pill might stop pain, but not fear. He's especially disgusted that Timothy used innocent civilians who aren't even soldiers. The guy with the spear and a shoulder injury has finally been brought to the infirmary, where Anna starts healing him right away. Meanwhile, back in the woods, Nightingale gets sniped by the enemy, but she disappears in the blink of an eye. The knight reports her escape, making Levin furious. "You missed," he scolds his soldier. "Her when she was right in front of them." He orders his men to take the pill and bring her down as soon as she reappears. Meanwhile, roots and branches start creeping from above. Before the fools can react, Lady Leaf chokes them by their throats. Levin hasn't even finished cursing his rotten luck when Nightingale reappears. They lock eyes and the man calls her a demon, but he soon notices that she's a witch. His last thought is about how beautiful she is before our girl pulls that trigger. The sun hadn't even gone down and the battle was already wrapped up. Nightingale thought, this one was way easier than the Duke's brawl. We only had 5 casualties, but they got treated in time. The prince immediately ordered, do not kill anyone once those enemy soldiers' pill effects wear off. He assigned Lightning and Maggie to keep an eye on things while the First Army was tasked with clearing the battlefield. When the pill effects wore off, the civilians suffered massively. The pursuit team gathered them up and pushed them towards the Longsong stronghold. The information extracted from the captured knights was used to systematically eliminate side effects. The remaining enemy forces at Longsong Fortress. They also secured Ambassador Petrov's release unharmed. Since he was part of one of the most influential families, the enemy knights did not dare to lay a finger on him. The prince also comes up with all new plans to ensure this mess never happens again. He decides to build up the army, lay down some roads, and bring universal education to Longsong Fortress. After sorting everything out, he decides to head back to Border Town, telling Ambassador Petrov, step up and don't let me down again. The redhead nods in agreement. Petrov then asks, what should we do with the captives locked up in the bars? The prince tells him, set them free, knowing they won't last long anyway due to the pill's side effects. Once our hero wraps things up at Longsong Fortress, he sets sail back to Border Town. It's early morning and Nightingale asks, why are you up so early? You should catch more sleep. She then asks if he's worried about the civilians who took the pill. It seems her hunch is right on the mark. He is still bothered by the fact that they were all forced by Timothy. He points out that if they hadn't taken those damn pills and being controlled by others, they wouldn't have died needlessly in some strange place they did not even know. The woman tries to reassure him, saying, it's not your fault, but he responds that even if it's not his fault, he couldn't stop them, and many more will be sacrificed in Timothy's fight for the throne. And the ones who are pulling the strings from behind and making those pills will have to pay for this bloodshed as well. She then asks, do you plan to take down the church so it stops causing trouble and everyone can live happily together with the witches? He grins and says, that's exactly the plan. The next scene takes us out to sea, where we finally see Lady Ash after a long absence. Her eye patch-wearing companion asks, why did you settle on Sleeping Island when there are larger islands like Crescent Moon Bay and the fjords? Not to mention Sleeping Island sometimes submerges once the tides are high. Ash reminds him that not many people are interested in bumping into witches. He further explains that while Sleeping Island will eventually sink, that's why it's still empty despite being the 3rd largest in the fjords. But the man states that size doesn't matter if it's unlivable, to which she reminds him, since witches can tweak nature itself, I'm not sweating it. We'll make it our own territory, away from the oppression of the church. She then asks the old man, when was the last time you went to Sleeping Island? He says, it was around a month ago when I brought a group of witches to Plant A. There's a full field of pearl rice there, he recalls, how playful and wonderful they all were. Suddenly, another sailor spots something nearby and alerts the captain. It looks like a giant boulder, but it's massive in size. The captain finds it hard to believe since the only landmass nearby is Sleeping Island. It doesn't make sense for there to be boulders out here, but the report insists his eyes aren't deceiving him. Meanwhile, Ash just smirks. By now we know who's behind this. When the captain sees it for himself, he's utterly baffled. Sleeping Island has risen higher. Ash reminds him that this is what she meant about witches tinkering with nature. As they finally arrive over the island, the witches rush out with one particularly enthusiastic witch, named Honey, leading the charge. A girl with green eyes tells her, simmer down. Outside, the 2 witches suddenly notice something. When they turn around, the green-eyed girl quickly uses her abilities and recognizes that they're here. Ash is back. Once the ship reaches the shore, Sister Molly is the first to greet Lady Ash, and Our Lady promptly gives the little girl a pat on the head for her politeness. Meanwhile, Sailor Jack is amazed at how this place once a hellhole has turned into heaven. Molly then reveals, we didn't raise the island like you thought. They just erected a wall around Sleeping Island. Ash then turns to the little girl and asks, can you help carry some goods? The girl gets excited and summons her water blob, which immediately picks up the boxes and starts walking with everyone else. Jack gives a middle finger to his nervous companions who are scared of witches, reminding them that even if they combine their strength, they can't compare to Molly's little water blob. They invite Molly to join them, but the little girl bluntly declines. After finally reaching the heart of the island, Ash feels like she's back home at last. The captain is also completely amazed to see this transformation. I can't believe they've turned the island into a fortress. Inside the place, Isn't flooded even during high tide, and the captain is pretty sure they're living below sea level right now. He points out 2 docks, one on the seafloor and another at the water's surface. He asks, are both usable? Molly nods, saying, the surface one works during high tide while the submerged one is for low tide. That way they can dock any ship no matter the tide. While Ash admires the place, Molly gestures towards the north and points out Lady Tilly's palace. They decide to split up since there are more good. With a face full of admiration, Molly smiles once again. Meanwhile, in the castle courtyard, someone's practicing magic. She's pretty skilled in combat abilities, and her magic looks downright terrifying, not gonna lie. Once she stands still after her stunt, Ash sneaks up behind and covers her friend's eyes with her hands. The girl gets annoyed at Ash's sneaky move, and well, this girl is none other than Tilly Wimbledon herself. The 2 ladies greet each other with a warm, welcome home, and clasp hands like they're in love. Ash then asks her friend, did you just summon a flash of lightning a moment ago? Wondering if it was her new magic ability. Tilly clarifies, it wasn't a new magic ability. It actually came from a magic stone. She takes off her glove and offers it to Ash, explaining, the stone enhances magic power and produces a different effect as a byproduct. Excited Ash immediately wears the glove embedded with the stone. Give it a try, Tilly encourages. Imagine pouring your magic into the stone and releasing it once you feel the stone can't hold any more magical power. Ash eagerly follows the instructions, focusing her magic into the gem. However, despite her efforts, the gem fails to release lightning. Tilly smiles at her friend's adorable attempt and says, as extraordinary witches with our ability to detect magic, we should be able to pull that off quite easily compared to other sisters. She reveals, I've tried the glove with over 100 people, but only a few could grasp the concept quickly and successfully release lightning. Ash jokingly asks, are you implying that I'm stupid? To which the girl proudly responds, I nailed it on my first try. So yeah, Ash is kinda stupid in comparison. Suddenly, Ash surprises Tilly by lunging at her and giving her a sweet and unexpected smooch on the lips. I have no idea where this is going, but let's roll with it and bear with me. After sharing a passionate kiss for a solid 5 panels, they finally release their lip lock, and Ash affectionately pats Tilly on the head. That is when the little one reluctantly reassures her that she's not stupid after all. Tilly turns around still pouting and reveals that she's gathered a few other witches here, each with different powers that have piqued her interest. Ash, not quite following, asks, can you clarify? Tilly starts by questioning the nature of magic itself, explaining how witches' powers have always varied widely. Even if their abilities seem similar, the way they perceive and use magic can be quite different. But these mysterious stones can standardize magical abilities for anyone who uses them. For example, anyone can produce the same kind of lightning if they unleash their magic through this stone. She speculates that magic might be this all-powerful energy, and witches can tap into only one of its forms. These stones act like amplifiers for magical power, but can't generate magic by themselves. It's unclear if they're natural or man-made, but rumors suggest they were taken from lost ruins. These are the only ones she's found so far, but she's heard about an ancient ruin in the Seawind region of the Eastern Forest. She's itching to check it out herself. Lady Ash spills, before she sailed off from Clearwater Port, she heard that Garcia Wimbledon's Black Sail Fleet is on the move heading for the Seawind region, which is Timothy's turf. She figures Garcia is aiming to use the speed of her fleet to hit their rear camps surprisingly. Tilly chimes in, worried that if they keep duking it out in Seawind, the whole place might go up in flames, and the church could swoop in on the chaos to take advantage. She's afraid that without Grey Castle united under one ruler, it'll end up like the Kingdom of Everwinter swallowed whole by the church. Suddenly, Ash notices a striking resemblance between Tilly and Roland Wimbledon, which totally freaks her out. When her friend asks, "What's got you stunned?" Ash blurts out, "Tilly looks just like Roland Wimbledon right now." The caring sister perks up at the mention of her brother, and she immediately starts grilling Ash. "Did you meet Roland?" she asks, also inquiring about her trip to the Western region. Once Lady Ash spills the details of her journey, Tilly immediately asserts, "The person you saw is not Roland Wimbledon anymore. He must have been replaced by someone else." With a serious tone, she suggests, "If Roland is gathering a lot of witches, either the witches are controlling him, or one of them has taken on his appearance pretending to be him." She argues, "The knowledge and intellect he's displaying couldn't have come from the court mentors." Tilly reveals that her brother was always terrible at lying, so it's impossible for him to hide his true nature. "The current person can't be my stupid, annoying brother," she thinks. "But still he is my brother. He's probably the least troublesome among our siblings," and expresses her intention to reach out to him. Ash mentions Maggie stayed behind but will arrive by month's end with news from Border Town. While they are waiting for Maggie, Tilly suggests, "Let's start our cleansing plan." She tells Ash, "We'll scrub the fjords clean of any church influence, making it a safe spot for witches." Ash playfully grabs her friend's hand, gives it a kiss, and promises to make her queen's wishes happen. The next scene shows their glamorous girl admiring herself in their newly made mirror. Others are also excited about it, giving all the credit to Soraya, who created a coating with mercury properties to make this crystal-clear mirror that reflects perfectly. But Lady Lily, always confident, just shrugs, saying, "I'm tired of seeing women always drawn to these kinds of things." That's when another sister reminds her, "You're a woman too." Lily sighs and admits that she is, but she points out her own lack of humanity's biggest weapons, gesturing at Wendy, who is standing nearby. Hummingbird finally understands what her friend is talking about, especially after seeing her own flat chest. While she hides behind Lily, she expresses her desire to have her hooters as huge as Sister Wendy's. Meanwhile, we also see Anna and the prince together again, this time tinkering with a microscope. The prince encourages Anna to give it a try. As Anna peers into the microscope, she's initially shocked to see something moving in the water. A closer look reveals lots of little bugs swimming around. Everyone else gathers around, equally amazed to see what's going on. Maggie, on the other hand, is horrified and declares, "I won't drink water if it means consuming those creepy bugs I just saw." Lady Scroll questions, "Are these creatures real?" This prompts the prince to dive into a nerdy explanation about protists, or unicellular organisms. He explains, "They're living creatures, and there are even smaller ones like bacteria and viruses that also exist in water." Meanwhile, Nightingale, who always bunked her science classes, starts drinking the same contaminated water. She spits it out immediately when someone shouts, "They're actually swallowing a bunch of bugs while drinking." As Sister Lily peers through the microscope, she's all curious about where the prince is picking up all these weird facts. With her ability to keep food fresh, she figures it might work on water too. But when she tries it out, bam! Her magic goes haywire, conjuring up microorganisms from nowhere that start chomping down on everything in the water, multiplying like crazy. Nightingale spots Lily's magic acting up, but before she can say anything, Lily's magic pulls a stunt, gathering into a blob that forms this weird critter. Prince takes a peek through the microscope and sees these bug-like things saluting Lily of all people. Everyone cheers Lily on for leveling up to the third evolved witch in their crew. The girl blushes and reluctantly admits, "I thought I might as well understand the tiny ball theory to evolve my abilities, and it actually worked." However, she still can't wrap her head around the idea that everything in the world is made up of tiny balls. In her eyes, if steel or rock were made of tiny balls, they'd just scatter into a pile of dust. She's fascinated that the water has been purified by the little bugs Lily summoned. Prince then says, "The next step is individual testing. Only this way can we confirm how effective Lily's evolved ability really is. I want to see how it performs over time and how it reacts to the divine stone of judgment. If it works out, it could be a big step forward for Bordertown's medical development." After 3 days of testing her ability, Prince sorted the purple bugs Lily summoned into 2 main groups, parents and replicas. She discovered that the parents are the primary microorganisms that appear first when she uses her magical power. As long as Lily keeps them fueled with magic, they can stick around indefinitely. But if she strays more than 5 meters away, poof, they disappear on her. And if they get caught within the range of that divine stone of judgment thing, they scatter like confetti. Now the replicas are a different breed. They don't give a hoot about the divine stone of judgment. They're like the rebels of the microbe world. They've got bits and pieces of the parents' characteristics and love to pick fights with other bad microorganisms to keep the food from spoiling. But here's the twist. They don't stick around as long because their assimilation skills seem tied to their size. Replicas can't replicate like parents do either. They only live for 1 day and will kick the bucket immediately once the water is boiled. Prince was jazzed, saying, "These bugs could chow down on all sorts of nasty germs and viruses, making them a real game changer for sanitation and sterilization." After luxuriating in a bath and feeling refreshed, Lily couldn't help but chuckle, giving props to Prince for inventing showers, even though she was the first to rib him about his noble comforts back then. Once she's out, she tells Sister Moon, "Hit the showers too." But the girl retaliates by smacking Lily with a pillow, accusing her of being a turncoat. "What the—" Lily's baffled by her friend's sudden attack, prompting Moon to remind her, "Remember how you scoffed at the tiny ball theory yet still evolved a new ability?" Lily sighs and tosses the pillow back, explaining, "My evolution had zilch to do with tiny balls." Even Prince said, "You don't have to buy into it to evolve." Moon lights up with relief, asking timidly, What should I do to understand my own ability, especially since my magnetic field powers are invisible and intangible? Lily shrugs, admitting, I'm clueless too. I only know what my ability looks like and understand nothing about Prince's lectures on bacteria and such. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Prince might as well write her an entire textbook. Moon tells her to quit complaining since she's already evolved. She's afraid that if things keep going at this rate, then she will be no help to the prince at all. Lily smiles and cryptically tells her, just take a shower to figure out your ability. Confused Moon has no idea what her friend means, to which Lily clarifies, you should shower with Anna. This embarrasses Moon even more. Shortly after, we see the blue head finally ending up showering with Anna. She remains shy and apologizes to her senior. I'm sorry for only being able to ask you while bathing given how busy you usually are. The senior then asks, what do you want to talk about? And points out how everyone these days, including Maggie who recently joined, is eagerly learning. Moon feels inadequate compared to everyone else's hard work, to which the senior reassures her, everyone works hard in their own way. She emphasizes that witches are dedicated to understanding themselves, their abilities, and their future paths. Anna shares how Prince helped guide her, showing her that her abilities aren't just for evil purposes, but can be useful too, which led to her evolution. She advises her junior, don't force yourself. Keep learning at your own pace, and you'll progress naturally. After their serious conversation, Anna starts rubbing shampoo into Moon's head, which leaves Moon feeling totally embarrassed and awkward, especially since they had never seen shampoo before. In an attempt to reciprocate, Moon decides to rub Anna's back as well. It seems like Lady May is intrigued by the scented soap in town, and Knight Carter explains, it's a popular item used by everyone in the castle. He praises its ability to remove oil and leave a refreshing rose scent. Lady May decides to sniff the soap herself, and is pleasantly surprised by its fragrance. She marvels, I can't believe such a large scented soap can be so affordable compared to the expensive perfumes in King City. Carter reveals that they've managed to make it more cost-effective by using different materials instead of high-priced ones. He proceeds to buy several soap blocks for her, which causes Lady May to blush slightly. Knight Carter mentions the limit of 2 bars per person, but offers to ask Prince for more if needed. After receiving the soap bars, Lady May looks a bit taken aback but eventually smiles and accepts them gladly. Lady May is deep in thought while Carter is out picking a gift for her. She's mulling over her past at Longsong Fortress, where she recognized and wanted in their theaters. But she couldn't stand the idea of working in a small town like a border town which is full of folks she thinks are illiterate. Suddenly, Carter returns with the gift, and when she opens it, there is a stunning mirror showing her reflection, revealing how beautiful she looks. You look amazing! Carter compliments her, referencing her recent stage performance. He smoothly asks, would you like to hang out more? It seems like Carter's head over heels, and who knows, maybe she's feeling the same. Later that evening, after their pleasant time together, Lady May sits down to write a letter to Ambassador Petrov. In it, she explains that she won't be heading back to support the Honeysuckle family at the Fortress Theater. Instead, she's decided to stick around Border Town to delve deeper into her studies and broaden her horizons in her career as an actor. Seems like Carter is finally not alone anymore. Another day rolls around in Border Town, where a new knight reports, the Second Army's training is going great. We'll be ready for target practice in about a week, and during this time I'm sure there will be plenty of decommissioned flintlocks for everyone. Meanwhile, Prince is totally lost as to who this new knight is. He turns to his advisor, bewildered, only to find out it's none other than Carter Lanice. Carter, a bit embarrassed, admits, I just trimmed my beard last night. He tells them, don't tease me anymore, but Prince and his advisor can't help but chuckle, wondering aloud, how could chasing after girls lead a man to such drastic measures? Back to business, the prince assures everyone will get enough ammo for training, and tells the knight, have veterans from the First Army supervise. Once the prince is done giving his advisor a list of tasks, the knight suggests, we could make good money selling the perfumes we make using sugarcane. I've heard it's high-priced in the King's City. The prince's eyes light up with the prospect of profit, seeing it as a great opportunity to hoard some fat cash. The advisor, still standing nearby, adds, the perfume is the King's City Alchemy Association's top-secret product, with only around 1,000 produced each year, and only a fraction of those being sold. Selling it outside the King's City could mean doubling the selling price. He explains, the scented soap I produced makes bath time a lot more fun, and if we use sugarcane for making perfume, we can rake in the money by selling it to Redwater City and Fallen Dragon Ridge. The prince is blown away by how little it costs to produce the perfume, It's just a few crushed flowers, herbs, and ethanol, and yet the profits are pretty sweet. On top of perfume, they can also churn out white wine and white sugar. Even though they might not fetch as high a price as perfume, they'll still bring in some much-needed cash in bulk. With his mind made up, he gathers all the city's merchants the next day. Once Merchant Hog downs some wine, he raves about the top-notch quality of the product. "This wine is exceptional," he exclaims. Margaret is also taken aback by the wine's punchy flavor, but she's more interested in discussing the perfume business deal, so she dives right in with her questions. "Tell me more about this perfume venture," she says eagerly. She then takes the chance and leans towards the prince to drop some secret info he requested. It seems that not much has changed since Everwinter fell to the church. The kingdom of Wolfheart put up quite a fight, supposedly halting the church's army at Broken Tooth Castle for about 2 months. Additionally, the King of Dawn reached out to Grey Castle, suspecting the church's intentions to occupy all mainland kingdoms. He proposed an alliance to expel the church forces and cooperate in defeating Hermes' holy city. The prince quickly asked Margaret about the king's city's response to this proposal. In response, she sighed and revealed, under Timothy's advice, Prime Minister Marquis Wyke rejected the proposal. "That chubby one sure has some weighty news," he mentioned. "He is currently occupied in the eastern region with his men," she continued, suggesting he might not be able to focus on other matters. "There's also word of a large fleet landing in the Seawind region led by Garcia Wimbledon, wreaking havoc along the shoreline. They've plundered everything in sight, including churches, and many merchants from the fjords have become victims." Margaret adds, "Numerous refugees have appeared in the eastern regions, with my caravan taking in many of them. These raiders not only stole valuables but also took lives and burned anything they couldn't carry," she believes, which will deal a heavy blow to Timothy, who had just managed to subdue the nobles in the area. The prince is concerned about the refugees and asks Margaret for details. She explains, "Compared to refugees from Everwinter or Wolfheart, those from Grey Castle are less likely to want to sell themselves into slavery." Prince clarifies that he doesn't want slaves. He just wants to provide food and shelter for those willing to stay in the border town. When he learns there are around 10,000 refugees, mostly women and children, gathering outside the king's city, he immediately orders his men to screen them. He asks, "Do we need permission from the king's city officials to transport the refugees?" But the chubby man assures him, it's unnecessary, as overcrowding could lead to food shortages and riots in the city. Margaret offers ships to transport the refugees and strikes a deal with the prince, shaking hands to adjust the cost against the steam engines she bought from him. Outside, everyone is offering their food and spices gladly to Maggie, who's about to depart for the fjords. She's teary-eyed seeing such generosity, and probably doesn't even want to leave, promising to return very soon. Prince then hands over a letter to her saying, "It's for Princess Tilly." The little girl eagerly accepts the mission, pledging to fulfill it no matter what. Nightingale is intrigued that he's reaching out to his sister. He explains that he wrote in the letter about his desire for cooperation and asked her to send a few support-type witches to assist with Border Town's construction. In the letter, he didn't refer to himself as her brother, but as the ruler of the western region. Lightning, her best buddy, asks, "What if the other witches don't let her come back to Border Town?" In response, Maggie confidently says, "I'll fly back without telling anyone." With the deal sealed, our playful girls exchange a sisterly fist bump before parting ways. Prince feels a sense of accomplishment knowing Maggie is now on their side after just a month. As Maggie flies off with her load of products, Prince wishes her a safe journey. Meanwhile, Lily wonders, "Have I gained a little weight?" Lightning, who's been making her eat all that food, quickly catches on that it's probably her fault. The scene shifts to a sailing ship carrying Margaret and Theo, the representative sent by Prince Roland. Margaret asks the boy, "Were you born in the king's city?" He confirms, "I grew up there before becoming a castle guard." She then asks, "How does it feel to return home?" Theo responds, "I'd rather stay in Border Town because I admire Prince Roland very much." She teases him, "What do you know about the prince?" He stares blankly, unsure of how to respond. Margaret mentions that Prince Roland is an amazing person, but he had a bad reputation in the king's city. She asks, "Have you heard the rumors about him?" But notes that in Border Town he's nothing like those rumors. He's a well-behaved, thoughtful gentleman with a wealth of knowledge. Theo shrugs, admitting he doesn't know either, speculating that perhaps Prince Roland was hiding his true self all along. As they chat, they finally arrive at the king's city, and Theo is confused by the commotion outside the walls. He asks Margaret about the gathered people there. She explains, "These people are currently being fed, but I'm uncertain if they will continue to receive food indefinitely. The strong ones will likely be chosen by nobles, while the weak and old might be left behind. Margaret asks, "Do you plan to use your men to advertise and recruit people?" He explains, "It would be ineffective and draw too much attention." Instead, he suggests, "Take my men with you," and reveals he's already figured out a plan. To get things done, you either deal with annoying officials or hire people known as rats to handle it. Once alone, he reveals to us, "In the past, when I joined the castle guard, I used to be part of the patrol team responsible for shady tasks passed on to an underground organization called the Rats. These rats do all the dirty work of the kingdom to keep things in balance." He plans to approach them through middlemen to see if they'll take on the job. As he walks, he notices some girls hanging at the gallows, but soon reaches the middleman who hooks him up with the rats. The middleman introduces Theo to the group, which includes a young girl and someone named Fox. Theo is surprised to see someone from a respected family involved in such shady activities. The middleman explains that Fox lost all his money gambling, sold everything, and ran away with someone else, leaving his wife behind. Theo takes a seat and gets straight to the point. He tells them about the city's plan to reduce food relief for refugees, which could lead to riots. He emphasizes that kicking people out will be harder if unrest grows in the city. The middleman then asks, "What are we supposed to do next?" Theo simply states, "You need to spread the word that the western region is reclaiming uninhabited lands and the local lord welcomes refugees." He tells them, "Make it sound as realistic as possible," and insists on spreading the word that mercenaries and fleets will arrive here in 3 days to scare off the people. Another person chimes in saying, "If there are no mercenaries, people won't believe the rumor no matter how plausible it sounds." Theo assures them, "The mercenaries will come." And someone asks loudly, "Is there really anyone in the western region willing to take them in?" The middleman bonks the person's head, reminding him, "That's exactly why we're trying to lure people to the western region." He tells everyone that his boss is loaded with cash, so they'll all get a fat paycheck if they do the job right. Everyone's pumped to hear this and eager to get started. A boy asks, "Will the little sister be joining in?" In response, she confidently says, "I don't even need anyone's help for this job." The boy reminds her that the king has ordered soldiers and knights to execute witches on sight, putting every woman at risk of being caught by the guards. After all, they'd rather wrongly kill people than let them go. Theo's mind clicks as he remembers the girls he saw hanging at the gallows outside the city. They were all witches. He starts praying for Prince Roland to become king as soon as possible because he's the only one who can clean up this mess. The news of a ship sailing to the western region has already spread, and everyone is considering migrating there. While these two ladies are excited about the prospect of heading west, the little girl notices something on her palm. A black spot begins to appear. Suddenly, chaos erupts in the tents as people start groaning in pain. A strange disease-like thing spreads over their bodies and they beg, "Please don't let me die." Outside the church, a horde of people gathers as priests preach about how witches are causing this infection. They promise to eradicate witches and assure the distressed crowd the church will not stand idly by. The priest announces, "The church has developed a holy medicine." Hope sparks among the people again, but the priest takes his chance and urges them, "Devote yourselves entirely to the church to receive it." The desperate people quickly show their willingness to give everything to the church for salvation, and they do not even bother to question this bastard's words. Back with our duo, Margaret finds it suspicious. Could witches be responsible for this plague? After all, the divine stone of judgment can quickly neutralize witch powers. If it weren't for that, the entire region around the holy city of Hermes would have been wiped out long ago. The first victim was found lying by the roadside, covered in those ominous black spots. He looked almost like a corpse. It appears this is the same poison the Pope told Priest Maine about, the one meant to be used over King City. It spreads simply through a rotting corpse traveling through the air and can affect anyone without needing to be ingested. No wonder only the church has a cure for this. These two have no clue about the disease, so they are brainstorming what it could be. Theo mentions no herbal treatments worked, and their blood turned entirely black for some reason. He reveals, "Some refugees outside the city, and even those I sent on ships to the border town, have caught the same disease." He explains that due to the rats' selfish choices, they unknowingly put infected people on the ships too. He doesn't blame them though, as he had only informed them about working with nobles of the king's city to relocate refugees out of the city, so they naturally included the infected for the city's safety. Theo tells her he's stopped moving refugees for now, but those ships already sailing might still have infected people.
So he tells her to report back to Prince Roland that infected folks are coming their way and they should get ready. The lady assures, "I've got it covered since messages spread like wildfire among merchants." Meanwhile, on the boat with refugees, people are feeling sick. We spot the same girl from earlier on board with another girl giving her water. A man warns, "Don't get too close to the sick girl. The marks have spread to her neck and she doesn't have long." He's convinced they're all doomed, which makes the girl cry. Even some of the crew transporting them have caught the infection. Despite the despair, the lady believes they'll be saved once they reach the western region. A man bursts in claiming, "It's all useless no matter where we go." Another man intervenes saying, "It won't be useless because we have Prince Roland on our side." The next scene takes us to the border town where Knight Carter is rallying the soldiers, urging them not to let their guard down because Eastern region refugees will soon be arriving. Prince Roland is equally serious about the urgency, especially after learning that there are sick people coming to the border town, and he is already prepared for it. Lily has also mastered the disinfection process and is eager to help cure the arriving sick people. Infirmary camps have been set up in advance, and the infected individuals from the ships have arrived. They are escorted into tents where Sister Lily treats them with the utmost caution. To prevent fear and maintain safety, the victims are blindfolded so they cannot see Lily, who works diligently behind a counter. Prince has also implemented a system to keep victims from getting close to Lily, ensuring they're treated safely from the other side of a counter. The first patient is a native soldier from the border town who was aboard the ship. The girl Lily immediately begins her healing process with Prince watching attentively. Once she's done, Roland asks, "Is it finished?" And Lily confirms, "Yes, it is." He then asks the patient how he feels. The soldier initially says, "I feel kind of good," but then he's absolutely shocked when he realizes it was Prince Roland who spoke to him. The soldier immediately salutes the prince with a big smile on his face, expressing how amazing he feels. Turning to Lily, Prince Roland seeks clarification. "The symptoms aren't typical of the plague," she explains. "The black spots are from sepsis causing cyanosis. Even after killing off the Yersinia pestis bacteria, these spots take time to fade back to normal." The prince tells him, "Gather up the other soldiers and send them about 10 at a time." The soldier nods appreciatively, thanking Nana for her healing. But Prince Roland corrects him, saying, "It's Lily, not Nana, as Nana deals with injuries where there's bleeding." Hearing this, the soldier quickly shows his respect to Sister Lily, which deeply moves her. It's probably the first time she looks so relaxed and natural, as she usually acts like a stubborn brat. But then again, she turns to her usual stubborn self, blushing slightly. She insists she doesn't need any credit. But Prince Roland teases her, "Why are you blushing so much then?" The prince gives her a good old pat, and that's when Nightingale enters the scene saying, "I just witnessed a strange phenomenon." She explains that there were signs of magic in the blood of those people, and the prince is quite startled to hear this. Nightingale continues describing how in the fog it looked like stars in the sky, something she'd never seen with such small magical glows before. While the prince examines the things under the microscope, he sees these mucus-filled little bugs. Nightingale reveals that since anything related to magic is either caused by witches or something to do with the church, she can bet her life that this is the church's doing, much like those pills. Meanwhile, Lily's bugs immediately attack these mucus-filled pests and start devouring them. The prince also set up a second building where Nana could treat severely wounded patients. He's confident they can handle this epidemic with their two talented girls. He hopes they can soon stand on stage receiving the applause they deserve instead of quietly healing in those boxes. Suddenly, the prince notices Nightingale dozing off. When he tries to snap her out of it, she starts rambling about seemingly unrelated things. With a bright smile, she reveals that the Witch Union will soon have a new member. As dusk settles, we see the same girl sitting on the ground. A soldier kindly offers her some food, and she thanks him warmly. She's still a bit puzzled about having to wear a blindfold before going into the tent. But after receiving that mysterious treatment, she and the others are feeling a lot better. Tears of joy well up in her eyes as she's grateful that everything's going okay now. She just wants to keep living like this because their lives were so tough before, especially losing both her mom and dad. All she wants now is to stay alive with her sister. Well, it seems like one of the girls from these two is a witch, and that is precisely why Nightingale hinted about the new witch joining them soon. Right on cue, she appears behind the sisters. Nightingale introduces herself as a witch, which fascinates the girl. The girl reciprocates the gesture and introduces herself as Lucia White. She immediately expresses her desire to join the Witch Association. Nightingale agrees and offers to take her home, mentioning, "Prince Roland wants to meet you as well." Later that night in the castle, we see the prince examining the materials before him, which seem related to Lucia's abilities. Although the specifics of her powers are unclear, she used a cup to demonstrate them. I hope I didn't damage the cup, she worries. The prince reassures her and asks, can you do the same with other objects? Before she can respond, her stomach grumbles loudly, causing her embarrassment. Nightingale smiles and decides to grab some food before diving back into the nerdy stuff. The prince decides to throw a feast for her, and later that night all the witches gather around the table ready to enjoy the meal. Wendy officially welcomes Lucia into the union, and everyone gathers around her warmly, which melts the girl's heart right away. Wendy offers her some grilled meat, saying, Anna's skill at grilling is impressive. You should try it. Meanwhile, Lightning makes sure to serve her fine wine, insisting, enjoy as much as you want. Wendy then pats her on the shoulder and tells her, you can call on me if you need anything. Lucia feels deeply touched to see everyone so lively here compared to the harsh outside world. She can't help but feel a sense of warmth, as if she has finally come home. Meanwhile, we're back with the other sister who has just woken up from her nap. Lucia immediately asks, how are you feeling? To which the little one meekly replies, I'm really hungry. The older sister assures her, wait here, I'll be right back with the grilled fish Nightingale gave me. Suddenly the girl realizes she's not on the ship anymore. Her sister explains, we've arrived at our destination in the western region, the border town. The witches under the Lord have also cured you, and we're in the castle right now. She tells her sister, everyone here treats me very well no matter who they are, and they don't see me as an outsider. She even mentions, this place has things called bathrooms, and Nightingale was the one who bathed me while I was unconscious. While her sister munches on those dried fishes, she gladly tells her, this is how things are in the border town. The younger one teasingly asks, will you be sleeping with the prince now that you're working for him? This gets the older sister angry, and she starts pinching the poor girl, demanding, who taught you such things? The junior sister quickly spills out, it was our mother who told me, and this is precisely why she never let father take beautiful maids at home. Seems like their father had a reputation as a playboy back in his day. Speaking of parents, Lucia remembers them for a moment and feels sad that ever since they died, she never had anywhere to belong. Now that she can stay here, she worries that her abilities won't be useful to Prince Roland. Even though she can supposedly restore objects whenever she uses her ability, it often ends up destroying other people's hard work. She even turned the prince's cup into a pile of different substances. It seems like her skill leans more toward reverse engineering rather than restoring objects, but they appear to be using the term restore as restoring the stuff to its original form, not fixing the broken. Right now, she's worried that if Prince Roland deems her abilities useless, he might just kick both of them out of the castle. The next day arrives, and there are various random objects laid out before Lucia. The prince asks her, try restoring the first one. She gladly complies and uses her magic power right away. Meanwhile, Nightingale can't help but notice Prince Roland's rather happy face today. To this, the prince admits, I'm thrilled because with Lucia's abilities, we might actually make some tangible progress in the smelting and manufacturing industry. He starts delving into technical details that even Nightingale finds a bit snoozeworthy. Once Lucia is done with the first object, Roland tells her, try restoring grapes and steak, and he jokingly reminds her, restore some steam buns before Nightingale devours everything. The girl laughs at their banter and jumps right in to use her powers on them too. When she's done, she admits, I'm totally out of magical juice. Meanwhile, the prince checks out the steam buns she just fixed up. He explains that after steaming, the gluten proteins undergo some irreversible changes in high heat. So even if you grind it back to powder, it won't be as smooth as it was. Despite this, she managed to turn the flour back to its original form. Then he looks at the iron ingot and realizes, if her power was just about restoring it, should have turned into iron ore. Instead, it broke down into iron powder and some other gunk. As for the steak and grapes, there's no change. Seems like she might struggle with organic stuff or composition of living beings. From these tests, he figures her power has two sides to it, and it all depends on what she knows. Nightingale also gives her props for her impressive powers, even though she's not even an adult yet, and hasn't been through the whole coming-of-age thing. The prince immediately offers her a job contract detailing everything it includes. Lucia doesn't pay much attention to the specifics. She's just thrilled to be staying here with her sister, even if she has no clue what her job actually entails. The prince reassures her. Your role here isn't just about your ability. The Witch Union always supports its members and everyone has unique talents. I'm confident you'll find your place. A few days later, they're all in the council room hashing out plans for a battle against the King's City. He warns, it's going to be different this time since we will be fighting this war in unfamiliar territory, so be extremely cautious. He lays out the map pointing to the red square in the middle, which represents the king's city, and the blue lines representing the canals. He assigns two main tasks: first, to protect the witches and heal the refugees, then safely return them to the border town. Second, to prevent the epidemic from spreading into the king's city. He explains they'll set up a lookout post on a high point outside the city overlooking the ports. The soldiers will disguise themselves as caravan mercenaries to help the cured refugees board ships. Lily is put in charge of curing the infected. Everyone will gather river water and she'll purify it to distribute to the sick. He stresses two big things. First, everyone boarding the ship needs to have already drunk the purified water. Second, don't ever use boiled water to make the purified stuff. Funny thing is, the dirtier the water, the better, because that way it will have more bad microorganisms that will get replaced with Lily's microorganisms during the purification process. He reveals that the epidemic was caused by the church and the disease started spreading in the king's city. The church claims to have a cure, but ironically refuses to distribute it to the city residents just because they want to appear as saviors while deceiving everyone. He declares, "We'll also work to dismantle the church's propaganda." He's confident everything will go smoothly this time, and he's ready to take these guys down for good. It's just a matter of time before he gets to them. Theo arrives at the king's city and tells Margaret straight up, the prince wants to move all the infected refugees back to the western region. He asks her to provide a large number of ships for continuous transport, rather than just one or two fleets, because he is aiming to have all refugees in the border town within 3 days. Margaret calls it ridiculous. Even if half of these people die here, there will still be at least 5,000 left. Transporting them all in 3 days would require nearly 100 sailing ships. She explains, even if they used all the ships in the Chamber of Commerce, it would cost thousands of gold royals. Even the steam engines couldn't cover such expenses, and as a merchant, she's not willing to take such a big loss. Well, looks like the prince saw this coming. So Theo hands her a letter from our hero laying out all the details about the cost. Theo also explains that if they can't get everyone out in 3 days, the church might swoop in and things could get messy. After Margaret reads the letter, she jumps straight to the point. What's the timeline? Theo looks puzzled for a moment, wondering what she means. With a little smile, Margaret politely asks, when do we need to have all the ships ready to go? Not sure what was in that letter, but it must have been something good to make this greedy fox accept the terms so quickly. The scene shifts to the fjords where the church's outposts are under attack by the witches. Leading the charge is Lady Ash and her squad of sweet little ladies. After spotting the arrows being shot, Ash informs her crew, they're anti-demon arrows, so we need to clean up fast. With that in mind, she leaps into the air without warning, soaring high enough to reach the soldiers on the wall. With a single swing of her sword, she wipes them out like it's nobody's business. She continues slashing left and right, cutting down everyone in her path without a care in the world. One of the knights tries to track her with a specially made arrow, but he gets his eye ripped out by a fat black crow who suspiciously resembles Maggie. The other girls come rushing back to join the fight, and Ash rallies her friends, reminding them, once we clear out every priest from the fjords, there will be no one left to mock the witches with their laughable beliefs. Soon after, Ash has wiped out the entire church. A jar of pills rolls across the ground as our black beauty hovers before the knight who lost his hand, which was holding that jar. He calls her a demon, a term she certainly doesn't appreciate given the church's persecution of witches. In response, she swings her sword and cuts him down without hesitation. With the area now confirmed clear of enemies, the other witches ask, have you cleared out the entire area too? She smiles and confirms that it's over. Even though the outposts around the fjords didn't house thousands of soldiers or a judgment army, she declares, by eliminating them all, we've carved out a place for our existence and won the battle. Everyone bursts into happiness, celebrating their hard-earned victory. Back at Sleeping Island, Princess Tilly is absolutely thrilled to hear the good news about the successful annihilation of the church. She reveals to her friend, this news had already been delivered to me by Maggie. Ash nods, noting, Maggie can actually fly faster than ships can sail. She then asks, where is Maggie now? To which Princess Tilly reveals, she's already left for the western region without even waiting. Tilly explains, Maggie has made a friend over there, and if it weren't for the battle against the church, she would have already reached Border Town by now. Tilly admits, after hearing so much about them, I'm genuinely curious and want to meet them at any cost. Ash wonders if she made a mistake letting Maggie stay there, but Princess Tilly reassures her, saying, you actually did a great job. The only reason we're able to communicate with the other side is because of Maggie. She also mentions that she has sent her response letter to Roland Wimbledon, and she asks Ash how she thinks she responded. Her friend confidently states, she surely denied giving any witches to him since sailing the sea itself is dangerous. To her surprise, Princess Tilly says, that's wrong, causing Ash to choke on her tea. Tilly explains that she agreed to his request and even briefly introduced the abilities of support-type witches in the letter. She is also willing to send a few witches to Border Town. Tilly happily states, it's for the sake of exploration and knowledge, and we should strengthen our friendship and move forward together. But still her friend expresses her disagreement. The princess further reminds her, since we both hate the church, forming a friendship with Roland's group is an added strength. She insists, if we are friends, we should be kind to each other. Additionally, according to Maggie's report, a witch can further evolve her abilities through the acquisition of knowledge. Sending witches to study would really help Sleeping Island out. Ash still insists, going there would be risky, but Tilly quickly reassures her, I won't go until I confirm everything. She also brings up Sister Sylvie's knack for seeing through disguises, whether it's makeup or magical illusions, which means they can easily uncover Roland's true identity. Most importantly, Tilly trusts Ash, and she is sure that her friend will always be by her side no matter the danger. Ash stays quiet, not sure how to convince her, while the princess decides to postpone further discussion until Maggie arrives with her reports. Right now, she's got other important stuff to focus on. Lady Ash then curiously asks, what are you talking about? Princess spills the beans, saying, outside the mainland lies Shadow Island within Fjord's boundaries, a place where most of the magic stones we've acquired come from. Now that the church is out of the picture, Tilly wants to personally check out these ruins and see what they're all about. Upon hearing the mention of Shadow Island, her friend then asks, are you talking about the ruins known as the legendary Ghost Red River? If yes, she explains how these ruins vanish and reappear in the sea with dangerous currents and sea monsters all around, making it super tricky for anyone to get near. She mentions plenty of explorers have bitten the dust on Shadow Island just chasing after this wild phenomenon, so she's not sure how they'll tackle exploring those ruins. Princess Tilly then spills, there's an outsider explorer chilling right here on Sleeping Island. He's the one who first stumbled upon those ruins, so he is definitely going to lead the path for them. Before we can watch Princess Tilly's journey to the ruins, the scene shifts to the King's City, where we see a few people outside the city walls. These folks appear to be refugees afflicted by the same curse-like plague spread by the church. Lady Echo feels really sorry for them, because these people are refugees from the eastern region who didn't get the chance to board the ship sailing back to Border Town, and the church didn't even bother to give them medicine and just threw them out to die. Thin Mustache decides to gather everyone who can still move and tells Lady Echo to take them to safety. She quickly uses her magical voice, announcing that she has come to cure them under the command of the Western Region leader Roland Wimbledon. She assures the desperate crowd that their ship is at the docks where people have medicine to cure everyone free of charge. Thin Mustache is amazed to see how her voice is reaching everyone's voice, even though she is not even speaking vocally with words. The people quickly perk up at this news and stand up. Even the lady suffering from illness rises eager to be saved. She promises to go to the Western region if it means being cured. Thin Mustache flashes a pleasant grin and tells everyone they can bring their families as well. A while later, we see a bunch of water skins containing the medicine. The soldiers quickly tell the gathered refugees to drink the medicine inside the bottles, and they will be cured immediately. Without a second thought, the desperate people grab the water skins and chug down the water. As they do, a soldier preaches that the rumor about witches spreading this plague is total bullcrap, circulated by the church, which is meant to make people beg and kneel before the church. He tells them that not only did Roland provide the medicine, but he's not even charging a single copper for it. Everyone's stunned and having a hard time believing it because this just feels too good to be true. But then one of the seriously sick women says she's already feeling better after drinking that potion, and the marks on her body have vanished. The crowd goes wild with joy and cheers fill the air as they celebrate their salvation. The soldier then explains that Roland Wimbledon is busy developing the Western region and needs a bunch of people to help with farms, building houses, and paving roads. He says those who agree to move there will get food and shelter as compensation. He also promises that everyone will get a job suited to their skills and lets them know they'll be leaving in 3 days, so they should head to the ships if they want to go to the Western region. The crowd bursts into cheers once again and eagerly says they're ready to work for Prince Roland. Thin Mustache is glad that everything is going smoothly, and what's even more surprising is that Margaret is also helping by arranging ships. Not gonna lie, I'm curious about why she agreed to help, and what our boy offered her to make such a greedy merchant lend a hand. Thin Mustache then asks about the wine barrels scattered around.
Theo explains that they're used to store Miss Lily's purified water. It's an easier way to get the water into the city since the walls are tightly guarded and shut to prevent mass riots by refugees. He puffs up his chest and proudly reveals that they're using the capital's side doors, which are still open for merchants, and it's all thanks to the links he has with the King City's guards. Just then, two soldiers show up and Captain Brian quickly asks them what's up. The guard reports that Miss Lightning, who's on scout duty, said someone jumped ship to escape, and they're probably a rat hiding in disguise. Well, it looks like this poor rat's escape didn't go too well, and he is now getting grilled by Captain Ironaxe about who he is and who sent him. The guy quickly reveals he's not their enemy. He quickly introduces himself as Hill Fox and claims Theo knows who he is. Well, it seems like it's actually the same guy Theo met before, and back then he was introduced as a gambler who lost everything in gambling. Right on cue, Theo shows up and fills Ironaxe in saying that Fox is a newly recruited rat who is supposed to spread information. Theo didn't expect him to infiltrate the masses and risk getting infected, so they're curious why he'd risk his life for some intel. Fox quickly admits he's already figured out that everyone here is working for Roland Wimbledon, not Timothy. That's when Theo decides it might be best to get rid of this guy since he knows too much and could pose a threat to their plans. However, Fox quickly insists that he's also willing to work with Roland. Ironaxe isn't buying it, though. He definitely doesn't want to trust a rat who's already been working for Timothy. But Fox quickly ups the ante, declaring that he's actually an enemy of Timothy. Suddenly, a little bottle falls out of Fox's pocket, and Theo is quite startled to hear that he's actually an enemy of Timothy. Theo bends down to grab the suspicious-looking bottle, and Fox quickly claims it's the church's holy medicine, which he took from the black market for a high price. He then quickly expresses his desire to join Roland's crew, because he also wants Timothy crushed as well. Then Mustache asks Theo what he thinks about the situation. Theo explains that when he's not sure what's true or not, he usually goes with the safest bet, which here means deciding to kill Fox. Right at that moment, Nightingale joins the scene and tells Theo to leave it to her to figure out whether Fox is lying or not, because she is a living, breathing lie detector. In a few moments, Fox spills everything from the beginning. He clarifies that he didn't go bankrupt from gambling, nor did his wife cheat on him. These are just tall tales. In fact, he used to be part of the Pigeon Hat, a circus group that performed in the capital's inner districts. The group wasn't very large, but they were a tight-knit team, and Fox met his wife during that time. After they got married, they saved enough money to buy a house in the capital, but everything was destroyed when Timothy began his witch hunt. Under his harsh rule, the patrols went nuts looking for suspects, and Fox's wife was captured on flimsy accusations of being a witch. Later, Fox thought he could bribe the prison guards to free his wife, or at least get a chance to see her, but those filthy, greedy bastards just took his money and still wouldn't let him see her. They promised he could pick her up later, but when he finally got the call, she was already a mangled corpse. From then on, Fox swore he'd get justice for his wife, but the guard responsible for her death got off with just 10 lashes, and all Fox got was a measly 3 gold royals as compensation for losing his wife. If that's not rubbing salt in the wound, I don't know what is. So Fox's sole purpose in life became seeking revenge on Timothy. He rallied support from his friends in the circus group, and since they weren't exactly battle-hardened, they used their skills to infiltrate various underground organizations. They gathered intel on Timothy and spread it to his enemies. While doing this, he also met Theo and kept tabs on him, who was supposedly working for Timothy to get rid of refugees from the city, but Fox eventually discovered that Theo was actually working for Roland. So here he is, still tied to the chair, insisting that he's eager to join Roland if it means taking down Timothy. He's ready to spill all the juicy details he has about Timothy to make it happen. Once the guy is done speaking, Theo turns to Nightingale and asks her to take on the matter. She quickly reassures him that Fox is being truthful and there's nothing dishonest in what he's saying. However, she's not sure if he'll actually be useful to them, while Theo is still deciding whether to keep Fox around. Fox is amazed by how Prince Roland is letting witches live and saving so many refugees. He wonders if Timothy had been as kind-hearted, his wife might still be alive. Nightingale smiles, seeing that Fox isn't put off by Roland's unusual behavior. So at the end, they decide to let him join them and quickly untie his hands. Theo tells him to stick with him and help out around the city for now. Theo is back in the same hotel where he bumps into Black Hammer again. The big guy is thrilled the medicine worked, saying that without it, these 2 fools he's holding would have been dead by now. The little girl thanks Theo for curing the plague, wondering if he's working with the church. Theo keeps his identity under wraps and claims that the medicine came from higher-ups in the royalty. And the church is just spinning stories about witches causing the plague, so he wants everyone's help here to cure all of the commoners. Black Hammer perks up at this and asks if Theo's client really let them sell the medicine. Our boy Theo confirms it and explains that his client is furious with the church for deceiving the public. He's worried that if the church keeps spreading propaganda and turning all the commoners to their side, they'll end up ruling the whole kingdom. That's why Theo's client, who is our boy Roland of course, wants to cure all the city's commoners. Theo tosses out a pouch of water containing Lily's purified water and tells the rats they can sell it for 10 silver, with 40% of the cut going to them. The guys perk up at the prospect of making some quick cash. Theo explains that he smuggled nearly 5,000 to 6,000 worth of medicine, so if they sell it all, they could make some serious money. He also points out that he knows they might try to sell the medicine at an even higher price, to drive his point home. Theo slashes his dagger across the desk and warns them that his client doesn't forgive those who try to play dirty, so they'd better steer clear of scamming others for their own gain. He also tells them not to sell the stock all at once to avoid scalping, and that it's their problem from now on. Then he asks one last time if they're up for the job. Hammer stays quiet for a moment, then grabs the dagger and confidently says he's all in. After hearing the response, Theo quickly informs him that the medicine will arrive at the inn in 2 days by sunset. The next scene takes us to the church where people are lined up before a priest. One guy sits down over his knees and informs the priest that his whole family has caught the plague, and he desperately needs the holy medicine. He explains that he got ripped off by those black market rats when he tried to buy medicine, and now all he has left to offer is a little egg. The priest takes the egg, but not before giving the guy a stern look. He tells him he'll be punished for not trusting the church and trying to buy medicine from the shady black market. Then the priest orders him to stand up in order to seek forgiveness. The priest tells him that he'll have to devote the rest of his life to the church. The guy quickly agrees, saying he's ready to dedicate his life right away. Suddenly another guy rushes in and tells the priest there's a report about someone smuggling the sick out of the city. The news comes as a great surprise to the priest. Shortly after, we find a priest grilling this guy Needle Eye, who claims to have even juicier news. The priest promises this man that if his information checks out, he'll be rewarded with the holy medicine for his help. Needle Eye then quickly explains that there are empty ships at the commercial river outside the city, specifically for shipping the sick. What's even more blasphemous is that they have a way to cure the demonic plague. He says the soldiers had the sick drink some strange water which made their black spots quickly vanish. These soldiers from the western region are also offering food and shelter to anyone who moves there. To make things worse, there are witches among these people. The mention of witches rattles the priest to his core, and Needle Eye confirms he even saw one flying through the air. One priest grits his teeth at this revelation, while the other asks how many people are on their side and whether Needle Eye is sure they're mercenaries employed by the merchants. Needle Eye kind of confirms it, saying they weren't wearing any armor, didn't have horses, and were armed only with wooden spears, and claims that there are probably fewer than 100 of them. The priest tosses a bottle of medicine towards Needle Eye, who, after seeing his reward coming at him, quickly adds that there are also rumors. This whole thing was organized by the ruler of Border Town, who's looking to develop his land. The priest gives Needle Eye props for the info, but before the poor guy can even enjoy his reward, his throat is pierced by a dagger from behind, leaving him writhing in pain, and the attacker is a shady figure in a robe. After Needle Eye is dead, the junior priest asks his senior if he really buys the stuff Needle Eye was saying. The senior priest says he'll need to check it out, but suspects there's some truth to it. He plans to put 2 scouts on the city walls to figure out what's going on. The priest gives the mission to his junior, instructing him that if there are indeed mercenaries and witches at the docks, he'll need to buy up all the medicine the rats are selling around town. He is afraid that if the people from Border Town continue spreading their cure, nobody will bow down to the church anymore. As for the witches, the priest decides to leave that task to a mysterious figure known as Faceless. It turns out Faceless is no ordinary person. When the priest tells him to return to his true form, the old man quickly transforms into a stunningly beautiful woman radiating the undeniable beauty and grace of a witch. It seems she has a particular fondness for the priest and assures him she'll take care of her part of the job. Back at the city walls, our party is doing a great job getting all the refugees out. Nightingale lets Lady Echo know that the operation has been a success so far, and everyone should be able to catch the ships by sunset. Lady Echo seems a bit distant. When Nightingale asks what's on her mind, she says she's just in awe. She explains that before she was sold to the capital, she went through a lot of hardships. She thought people in Grey Castle were especially cruel because she came from the deserts, but she's realizing that they're not so different from the people in Iron Sand City. In response, Nightingale reminds her that there are good people too, and points to Roland Wimbledon as a shining example. Sister Echo then asks if Nightingale really thinks the prince can change things.
She believes it doesn't matter if people come from the mainland, the deserts, or if they're witches. She just wants everyone to live freely and happily. Nightingale gives her a reassuring smile and says she hopes the prince's strange inventions and weird weapons will make a difference. Lady Echo jokes about how much Nightingale trusts him, but Nightingale just smiles back. Echo shares her own faith in the prince and looks forward to seeing the southern region in peace once again. Meanwhile, Iron Axe is up on the wall. While keeping a close watch upon everyone, he can't help but notices that the rat organization is getting ready to surround them. Theo explains that this was to be expected from the start, as these underground rats are pretty lowlifes who are not known for keeping secrets to themselves. He's sure they're keeping an eye on them under orders from someone higher up. Iron Axe just shrugs off the concern, saying he doesn't care about any random spies in their camps, but just doesn't want their medicine sales to drop. Theo reassures him that he's keeping a close eye on his crew handling the drug sales, so he won't be around to say goodbye as they head off to the border town. Captain Iron Axe gives a sweet smile and says not to worry. They'll catch up when the prince himself comes to claim the capital. As night settles in, we see that witch again keeping an eye on the crew. She seizes her chance, lunging at one of the soldiers with a dagger. Before he can react, she slits his throat, leaving him dead on the ground. She then takes her clothes off and disguises herself in the soldier's uniform. As Lightning strolls back into camp from her patrol, Wendy's first question is about the current situation. Lightning reports that Iron Axe has already taken the infantry team out to tackle the rats. Lady Echo hands Lightning some water and Lily grumbles about not having had a shower in days. All she right now wants is to go back to her house and enjoy the luxury of her bubbly home shower. Lightning almost chokes on her water and can't help but tease Lily for sounding like a spoiled elite, especially since she hates nobles. While the girls are in the middle of their banter, that witch in the guise of a common soldier barges in. She's hoping to blend in without any trouble, but Nightingale cannot be fooled so easily. She quickly appears behind the disguised witch gun barrel pressed to her head and demands to know who she really is. The witch tries to keep up her pretense, claiming he is Ford, just in charge of patrol. But Nightingale's not buying her crap, quickly pointing out that she's never seen a man with magic inside him before. Nightingale figures this guy isn't just any man. He's either a witch who sneaked in or a really rare male witch. Either way, she's sure he's not the Ford he claimed to be. With her cover blown, the witch decides to go on the offensive. She lunges at Nightingale with a dagger, but Nightingale dodges easily. The witch then turns her attention to Lily, aiming to stab her. Wendy jumps in front to protect Lily, and that woman swings her dagger right away. Nightingale takes action and fires a shot that hits the witch square in the chest. The witch collapses with the single bullet, and as she falls, she reverts to her original form. As she lies on the ground taking her last breaths, she's overwhelmed by memories of Priestess Heather, who took her in and gave her the name Afra. The recollection brings tears to her eyes. Meanwhile, everyone rushes to Wendy, checking if she's injured. Wendy assures them that she's completely fine and that the dagger didn't even touch her. It turns out she was wearing some armor made by our hero, which likely saved her from a serious cut. Meanwhile, Lily is still shaken and on the verge of tears, visibly terrified from the close call. She then lashes out at Wendy, telling her not to rush into danger like that again. Wendy comforts Lily by patting her on the head, explaining that she was just caught up in the moment and jumped in front of the blade to protect her instead of using her wind magic. While they're chatting and comforting each other, Lightning wonders why the witch attacked them in the first place. It doesn't make sense to her why a fellow witch would turn against them. Nightingale steps in and tells Lightning that this woman isn't like them. This night is the last night for everyone here before heading to the border town. And later that night, the rats tried to launch a major sneak attack. It was anticipated, and in the end, our first army had 1 soldier killed and 4 wounded in the aftermath. The muskets kept firing and the battle ended without close combat. The rats scattered into the night, and with our party's journey due the next morning, there was no need to pursue them. The 4 wounded soldiers received first aid from Lily, and their bleeding was stopped. They also found the soldier who died at the hands of the witch in a field. He was the soldier who died far from home, so he was given a respectful burial, and everyone expressed deep respect and mourning. Because of that one loss, the First Army's debut battle on foreign soil wasn't a success, but it wasn't a failure either. With heavy hearts, everyone prepares for their journey. Back on the sea, Lady Tilly is finally venturing out on her journey with this traveler. The blonde guy explains that there are countless islands in the bay, and no one has been this close to their border before. The further east they go, the stranger the weather becomes, and the islands stay the same, so he's not sure how peculiar they might get. Princess Tilly asks if he is implying that he never had been there before, despite his reputation as a renowned explorer. Few have dared to cross Inferno Island and continue east, and this blonde is allegedly one of them. The blonde laughs it off, saying those are just exaggerated tall tales he's heard about him many times before. While lighting up his cigar, the blonde explorer explains that brave souls from the bay head east every year. It's tough to discover something new because of violent hurricanes and sudden fogs that make sailing really difficult. Meanwhile, Ash reveals in her thoughts that this great explorer went missing 2 years ago. A lot of people thought he died in an accident, but he was actually at Slumber Island. He made naval maps and set out to find other ruins. Lady Tilly has decided to work with him to explore the ruins, and ever since she is working with him, this guy has never talked about the 2 years he was missing. And Tilly hasn't mentioned it either, even though she likely knows about his past. Meanwhile, Tilly explains that the hurricanes around here are actually quite terrifying. The adventurer agrees, adding that witches are absolutely amazing. He mentions that if it hadn't been for a witch named Molly, they would have been goners. Suddenly, Molly's fishing rod gets hooked and she exclaims that there's a big fish caught on her line. The adventurer is still amazed by how Molly summoned that huge shield yesterday to protect their ship. He notes that his crew has stopped resenting witches because of it, so in a way the hurricane turned out to be a blessing. He reveals that he's always thought witches would make the best explorers in the world. Tilly happily states that there's already one witch who's known as the greatest explorer. The adventurer seems to agree, and it sounds like they might be talking about lightning. Meanwhile, Molly hooks another fish, and this one looks even bigger than the last. The guy standing nearby is absolutely stunned by what's about to come out of the water. As soon as Molly turns around, a weird sea monster with thousands of sharp teeth lunges at her, aiming to devour her in one gulp. But Ash is quick to act, diving in with her giant sword and slicing the monster clean in half. She tells everyone to back off, then charges forward with her sword, slashing the remaining monster with lightning speed and killing it in one swift strike. After dealing with the sea monsters, Ash checks in on Molly to make sure she's okay. Molly reassures her that she's fine. Ash then turns to the adventurer, asking about these monstrous sea creatures. The adventurer explains that these monsters are legendary sea devils. They're notorious for disguising themselves as regular fish just so they can trick the fishermen to pull them aboard. There's a myth that if they eat humans, they grow arms, but it's all just hot air. In reality, they're known as demons. Tilly's eyes widen in shock at the mention of demons. Just then, one of the crew members notices that the fog has started to surround the area. The man, who is known as Thunder, by the way, quickly shouts for everyone to lower the sails because they're entering the phantom waters. Well, come to think of it, Lightning's dad is named Thunder too, and he's an adventurer just like her. Seems like we have finally found Lightning's father. Meanwhile, Thunder explains that as they get closer to Phantom Island, the same kind of demons they just hunted are going to pop up in even greater numbers. The fog rocks and other creatures make this place feel like a ghostly battlefield, which is why many explorers come here, but few find the entrance to the ruins. Luckily, they don't have to worry about any of that right now because Molly's jelly-like pet is guiding them safely. Thunder is once again amazed by how, no matter how chaotic the region gets, the pet always warns them of any danger ahead. Ash then asks if all of these islands are underwater, and Thunder confirms that they are just like Slumber Island. However, the tide rises and falls much faster here, about once every half a month, and the speed is incredible. It's like there's a huge hole at the bottom that's sucking up all the nearby water. Thunder thinks the whole bay's wave activity is tied to this place. If they're lucky, they might see the main island popping up from the water. Princess Tilly asks why they don't just wait until the tide's all the way down, so they won't have to worry about hitting any rocks while sailing. Thunder replies that they can't wait, because when the tide goes out, they won't be able to see the Crimson Spectre River, which is the only way to get to the ruins. He points out a strange red hue in the water, and even the ladies are curious about it. Thunder explains that these are cardinal scale fish unique to the Phantom Islands, and they'll soon see the Crimson Spectre River in its full glory. Princess Tilly lights up when she sees a huge swarm of fish. She finally gets it. The Crimson Spectre River isn't a real river at all, but just a bunch of cardinal scale fish swimming together. It makes it look like there's a crimson river below. Tilly asks why this happens. Thunder explains that it's because of the main island. Apparently, the island is shaped like a pyramid with a big hollow space inside. The fish lay their eggs there, and when the tide drops and the island starts to show up, the fish, sensing the change, go nuts and rush out. As long as they stick to the Crimson Spectre River, they'll make it to their destination. After sailing along the Crimson River for a while, the majestic Phantom Island finally comes into view, leaving everyone in awe. One of the crew guys quickly ties up the boat to a boulder. As everyone hops out, Princess Tilly asks if he's the one who set up the posts for parking the ships. Thunder explains that the posts were already here when he first found the place, and they were probably put up by whoever built the ruins. Lady Ash then asks where the ruins are, and Thunder says they're right above them, so they'll need to head up to reach them.
As they walk through the spooky place, Thunder warns everyone that there are booby traps meant to keep looters out. But since the traps have been submerged for so long, he guesses they might not work anymore. The only issue is, they have a long hike ahead, so they need to be careful not to run out of stamina. Princess Tilly seems pretty creeped out by the eerie pathway. Seems like Tilly isn't a fan of the dark. But luckily, Lady Ash has always had her back, and is ready to guide her through the shadows once again. After crossing the narrow pathway, they finally reach a door. When they open it and step inside, they get their first look at the library from within. As Tilly starts exploring, Ash quickly tells her to stop, warning that it might be dangerous. But Thunder reassures them, saying they don't need to worry because he and his team have already explored this place before. He points out that there's nothing much in here except some stone tables and chairs, because they've already collected all the magic stones which were scattered all over the floor, about 30 in total. Plus other explorers have been through here too, so he's pretty sure the place has been cleaned out. But it looks like Tilly isn't giving up. She spots something secret on the wall and starts ripping it off. To everyone's amazement, she uncovers a huge magic stone embedded in the wall. Ash quickly decides to pull it out, but Lily tells him not to. Instead, she approaches the crystal and crimson magic energy begins to radiate from it. As the energy intensifies, red energy starts bursting out of the crystal. That's when Thunder realizes that Tilly might be trying to unlock something that only witches can activate. The other crew members are completely clueless about what's happening, and before shit takes turn for the worst, Lady Ash steps in, grabs Tilly like a toddler, and starts running out of the mess. At the same time, a staircase suddenly drops down to the ground from above, supported by some sturdy chains. Thunder's mind is hit by a bolt out of the blue as he sees the staircase before his eyes, probably leading to a secret room. Everyone quickly ascends the stairs, and when they reach the top, Princess Tilly finds another stone embedded in the wall, and this one looks like an ice crystal you will find in the Everwinter Kingdom. Thunder is also amazed and points out that a stone this size could be worth a lot on the market. Tilly assures him that he'll get his share of the loot, just as they agreed. After walking around a bit more, they realize this new place is an abandoned living space. There are some books here too, but even Tilly, who's usually pretty sharp, has trouble reading them because the language is unfamiliar. She decides to take the whole treasure trove of knowledge with her as they had planned. Thunder then checks out the telescope, but all he sees is pitch black. It's probably because it's broken. Princess Tilly calls Ash over to help move a heavy bronze plate. When Ash pushes it aside, they discover another stone underneath. Tilly immediately reaches out to it, and the stone reacts by glowing with a thick crimson light. Princess tells her friend that the stone is continuously drawing in her magic, and quickly Ash tells her to step back. But the princess reveals that it's already too late, and insists she just needs a little more time to finish the process. Things take a turn for the worse as the ground starts shaking and Thunder begins coughing badly. His eyes fall on the telescope again, and out of curiosity, he makes a bad mistake of looking through it, which leaves him absolutely boggled when he sees a huge door that seems to be connected to the depths of hell itself. Back in the border town, we see the prince holding a letter sent by his sister and delivered by our little pigeon girl. In the letter, Princess Tilly writes that since his brother is also helping the witches, it's clear that the church has become their enemy. She reveals that she's a witch too, which might not surprise him since it's the only reason the other witches trust her. In a nutshell, she's glad that he's earned the witches' trust with his kind heart, instead of treating them like tools unlike those nobles. She's also excited about all the inventions he's made. As a gesture of goodwill, and to build a strong relationship between both parties against the church, she's included a list of supportive witches in her letter. He can choose those he needs the most, and have Maggie let her know. She also warns him she won't be sending more than 5 witches, so he'd better sort out a good transportation plan. The church is greedy, and will eventually try to take over all 4 kingdoms, so she hopes he's ready to fight them when the time comes. She'll also give full support to help push back against the church, and make a world where witches aren't discriminated against. With that sweet note, that's how the letter wraps up. The prince thanks the pigeon girl for delivering the letter, and tells her that Lightning has already gone to the king's city with the ships, and should be back in a few days. In the meantime, she can either hang out with Nana or Leaf if she wants to play, or she can take a bath and get some rest. Just as he's getting back to his work, he's jolted by a commotion outside. He's freaking out, hoping his territory isn't under attack. But when he looks outside, he sees the chemistry lab is on fire. The prince rushes to the lab, and when he gets there, the lab assistant begs him to save their teacher who's really hurt and might not make it. Roland calms everyone down, saying he's already sent someone to help and they'll be here in a few minutes. In the meantime, he wants to check on the teacher. The old alchemist's face is badly beaten up,
And both Night Carter and the prince have a hard time swallowing their shock when they realize his injuries are from the acid released by the explosion. The doctor says they've already done some first aid and stopped the bleeding, but she's worried his injuries might be beyond help. Not wasting any time, the prince quickly tells his guard Sean to bring Nana in as soon as possible, and Sean responds immediately. The prince decides to check out the scene with Carter, and reminds the guard again to bring Nana back quickly. They walk into the lab and it's a total disaster. The prince tells Carter not to touch anything unless he's wearing anti-corrosion gloves. The prince notices a bottle nearby and finds it odd that it's there. He picks it up and realizes it looks like a bottle of spirit from the village market with less than half left. He wonders if this mad alchemist might actually be a booze-loving old coot, just like our Rick Sanchez. Just then, the soldier arrives and announces that Nana has arrived. Without wasting any time, the prince directs Nana to tend to the alchemist's injuries. Nana confidently declares that small wounds like these are no problem for her. She activates her abilities, and the alchemist's face begins to heal. The skin on his fingers, which had been severely damaged, starts to recover and come together. It's pretty surprising that Nana is actually healing the alchemist's missing fingers, especially since she wasn't able to do this before. Even the soldier is a bit puzzled because there were 3 fingers missing before, but now everything is healed up. The prince asks Nana since when she's been able to do this. In response, the girl explains that she discovered this ability about a week ago. She was experimenting with chickens, and realized she didn't need the severed limbs to patch them up once again with body. If she focused enough magic, the lost limbs would slowly grow back by themselves. She proudly mentions that she can pull up this miracle thanks to what the prince taught her in class about the human body being composed of cells. Injuries or amputated limbs are like lost cells, and since magic can fix these losses, she was sure that it should work for amputated limbs too. It's a bit mana-draining task, but growing back a finger is manageable, while regenerating an entire arm is more challenging. Once the alchemist is fully healed, he opens his eyes and jolts awake. He quickly reports that he has finally created what the prince assigned him to make. Curious, the prince asks if he's talking about mercury fulminate. The alchemist confirms with a frantic yes. He explains that the missing catalyst turned out to be alcohol. At first, he tried dozens of different ingredients, but none of them worked. After this streak of bad luck, he bought some alcohol to lift his spirits, and remembered from the chemistry book that alcohol is an organic product and an important ingredient for some reactions. He extracted the alcohol from the spirit and conducted a new test, which surprisingly succeeded on the 6th try. He rambles on about some scientific details that aren't crucial right now. In a nutshell, while experimenting with alcohol, he accidentally had a blast, not the fun kind, but a pretty brutal one. Prince is pretty happy for the discovery, but he is also pretty sad and tells the alchemist to don't pull these kind of risky stunts for the next time, because he is not Rick. The prince tells the old alchemist that if it weren't for Nana, he'd be dead by now. The alchemist's eyes light up in amazement, and he asks if witches can heal wounds caused by experimenting. When he hears the answer, he goes completely wild with joy, excited that he can now experiment without worrying about dying. The prince and Nana are a bit lost on how to handle the frenzied old man. But then Roland's mind starts racing about their successful experiment, which leaves him grinning from ear to ear, because he's got a great idea for making a bullet cartridge's primer, all thanks to the mercury fulminate discovery. But before he can dive into his exciting experiments, the prince has some boring ruler duties to handle, and he's not too thrilled about it. Just when the prince was hoping for some free time to experiment, a letter arrives from Longsong Fortress about a plague hitting the entire fortress. He also has to check in on Anna and the smith's shop. After finally managing to find some time, he sits down to respond to his sister. Meanwhile, the ships from the King's City have finally arrived. In his letter, the prince writes that he's thrilled about their alliance and is determined to destroy the church at all costs. He promises to expand his territory to allow witches to live freely, and is excited about the new witches arriving next month. He's also mapped out a safe route from the fjords to the border town to avoid the church and ensure a secure journey for the witches. He assures his sister that he'll teach the witches the basics once they arrive at the border town, and every witch who evolves will boost their chances of defeating the church. Lastly, he includes the names of the 5 witches he's picked and hopes to see them soon. The first is Lotus with earth formation powers. The second is Cande, specializing in state preservation. The third is Evelyn with alcohol transmutation. The fourth is Honey, a beast handler. And the fifth is Sylvie, known as the Eye of Magic. Once he finishes the letter, he tells Nightingale to get some rest as everyone is exhausted from the trip to Longsong Fortress to fight the plague. It seems Nightingale is still troubled by something, so the prince asks if it's about the witch she killed in the King's City. Nightingale admits that she didn't want to kill her, but the witch was radiating such intense malice that she knew the only way to stop her was to take her life. The prince reassures her, saying that shit happens and it's not her fault. He explains that since she was raised by the church, she likely saw everyone as traitors, and changing that mindset would be extremely difficult without years of interaction. Not only that, he also gives her credit for saving Wendy's life. Nightingale nods and acknowledges that she's done her best to save her other sisters, and that's what matters to her. Seeing her resolve, the prince is fascinated that she's moved past it instead of dwelling on it. Then Nightingale tries to ask a question, and the prince asks what it is. She asks if he's been doing anything with Anna while everyone was away in the king's city. The question catches the prince off guard, and he meekly asks what she's implying. He explains that he's been busy with the refugees and hasn't had much time alone with Anna, so he hasn't been clapping with her. It seems he forgot that Nightingale can see through lies, and she isn't shy about pointing that out. Then, in a surprising move, she kisses him deeply. After their intense lip lock, she says that if the prince wants to be with Anna, she's okay with it. All she wants is to stay by his side. The prince, completely embarrassed, blushes and smiles faintly. With those final words, Nightingale begins to dissolve into her fog, leaving the prince alone. The scene shifts to Anna, who's busy prepping some mushrooms. As she's walking around, Nightingale suddenly pops up behind her. Anna offers the mushrooms to Nightingale and explains she's making snacks for the prince. Magi picked these bird-kiss mushrooms from the misty forest today, and they're super fresh. Since the prince has been working so hard lately, she thought some snacks would be a nice treat. Anna asks if Nightingale wants to try some once she's done. Nightingale asks if Anna can show her how to make them, and Anna's all too happy to teach her. The two ladies get into their cooking groove. Anna places the mushrooms on a plate after cleaning them with some dip sauce to bring out their flavor. She grills them until they turn a golden color, and they both enjoy their cooking time together. While they're cooking, Anna asks her senior if she's missed the prince. Nightingale goes silent and looks pretty embarrassed. Anna reassures her that she's not the only one who missed him, because everyone who went to the king's city felt the same way. Noticing Nightingale's unusual behavior, the junior asks what's wrong. Nightingale just says it's nothing, but admits that she missed him too. Anna then points out that if she were in Nightingale's place, she'd be dying to reunite with the prince. Nightingale gets a bit somber hearing this, but then Anna snaps her back to the moment, reminding her that the mushrooms are burning. Once they're done, Nightingale takes a bite and finds them delicious. Anna can't stop praising how amazing these mushrooms are when cooked just right. After finishing up, Anna brings a plate of perfectly roasted mushrooms to the prince. She mentions that Nightingale helped with the cooking, but felt a bit awkward, so she didn't come along. The prince's mind flashes back to the kiss with Nightingale, and he's momentarily freaked out. Trying to focus, he grabs a mushroom, still thinking about that kiss, and takes a bite. Instantly, there's an explosion of flavor in his mouth. He goes totally nuts, like he's in a Food Wars anime. The mushrooms are perfectly salted and have a soft texture that takes the taste to the next level. The prince asks if there are a lot more of these mushrooms. Anna says they can harvest more since Maggie only made one trip and brought back a big bag. He mentions wanting to cook some veggies too, since he's getting tired of meat. He grabs another mushroom, and as soon as he takes a bite, his face goes pale. He's hit with an overwhelming rush of salt, and tears start flowing involuntarily from the saltiness. Anna charmingly explains that this batch was made by Nightingale, who really paid attention to every step. The prince can tell these mushrooms are from Nightingale, especially because they're a bit clumsy but endearing. He reflects on how he spent most of his life working on blueprints, and never really had a chance to enjoy simple things like this, making him unsure how to respond to their feelings. He puts the plate back on the table, and Anna asks if he'd like to have some more mushrooms another day. He assures her he definitely will, and they were absolutely delicious. A few days later, it's the day of the award ceremony in Border Town, where people will be honored for their significant contributions. The prince reflects on the achievements they've made, like fighting demons, taking on Longsong Fortress, and everything else. He acknowledges that these accomplishments were all thanks to the efforts of everyone involved. These aren't just elites or artists, but ordinary people who made a huge difference. As a token of appreciation, everyone will receive a generous reward. A special medal designed by the prince himself, along with 100 golden royals and 5 acres of land. The crowd bursts into cheers at the prospect of rewards, while the prince kicks off the ceremony by inviting Iron Axe, the First Army's commander, to the stage. As Sister Echo sings a beautiful song to add a special touch to the ceremony, Iron Axe seems pretty anxious in front of the whole crowd. While the prince praises Iron Axe for his successful missions, like escorting people from the king's city and other heroic acts, Iron Axe is visibly nervous. But as the medal is placed over his chest, the crowd erupts in applause and cheers once more for their commander. While barely keeping his stage fright under control, Iron Axe gives a final salute, kneeling before the prince and nervously banging his head against the floor, thanking the prince for the recognition and rewards he feels he doesn't deserve. As he walks off, Knight Carter and the old advisor notice the genuine happiness shining on Iron Axe's face. The next person called up is Kyle Seche, the renowned mad scientist who traveled all the way from Redwater City. Everyone is surprised that someone of his stature has come to Bordertown after leaving the Redwater Alchemy Center. Prince Roland explains that while Seche didn't participate in combat, his continuous improvements in firearms played a crucial role in their victories. He also takes a moment to flex the chemistry laboratory flyer, mentioning that they're recruiting people who have completed elementary education. The old man seems pretty annoyed that he was pulled from the lab for this, but the prince reassures him that it's a great chance to get more help for the lab. Once it expands, they'll have a bigger crew called Chemistry 201. The old man's mood brightens and he starts bowing his head in gratitude. Next up is Nana, who's being rewarded for her healing work. As she steps onto the stage, the crowd starts singing her praises. Everyone thanks her for the time she's healed them, and it completely melts Nana's heart. Overwhelmed by emotion, she reflects on all the hard work she's put in, and comes close to tears, realizing she's finally being acknowledged. The prince tells her to calm down and just respond to everyone's enthusiasm. She wipes her tears, stands tall on the stage, and thanks everyone for their generous praise. Once the ceremony wraps up, the prince looks completely worn out from all the speeches and activities. Just when he's about to sink into some well-deserved rest, Nana shows up, puts a finger to his lips, and shushes him. Startled, the prince follows her into his office, where he sees all the witches lined up in the hallway. Lady Skrull steps forward, offering her respects and praising him for his incredible hard work. She struggles to find the right words to express her gratitude. The prince, a bit nervous, listens as the witches explain they've finally found the holy mountain they were searching for. As long as he doesn't send them away, they're more than happy to stay and work with him. The prince shrugs off their flattery, telling them that all he's achieved is thanks to their support, so they don't need to feel indebted. Wendy then steps in, announcing that everyone should head to the dining hall, and the prince will join them soon after changing his clothes. Once the crowd has dispersed, Sister Skrull pulls the prince aside, reminding him that he's been burning the candle at both ends. She notices how tired he looks, and suggests he needs to take better care of himself. The prince brushes it off, insisting he's perfectly fine, but his tired eyes give him away. Meanwhile, the witches walking down the corridor are buzzing with excitement about the feast ahead. They're all curious about what delicious offerings await them at the dining table. Back in his quarters, Nana is still with the prince. She thanks him personally, her words failing to capture the depth of her gratitude. The prince, now starting to change into more comfortable attire, casually asks why she's so determined to stay in Bordertown. Anna, with a touch of shyness, admits she doesn't have a specific reason, but makes it clear that she'll follow him wherever he goes. She places her head against his chest, seeking comfort and reassurance. While the prince and Nana are getting all emotional, that church guy, whom I forget the name of, stands outside the door looking forward to discussing some bridge blueprints with the prince. But after peeking through the gate, realizes it's not the best time to interrupt and decides to figure it out on his own. Meanwhile, in the city outskirts at Grey Castle Capital, we catch up with Theo. Fox has brought his circus crew, and he introduces the first guy as a magician, who's been undercover in Dreamwater gathering juicy intel during the naval port barricade. The magician reports that he entered Dreamwater pretending to be an amnesiac, but most people either died or fled. Even the leader Tanis was executed by the Judgment Army, and everyone was scrambling to fill the power vacuum. The mention of the Judgment Army grabs Theo's attention. He remembers that this is the church's secret weapon and takes note of the significance. The magician confirms Theo's suspicions. He adds that Tanis's attempt to seize the port failed spectacularly. After retreating to the Eastern District, they were ambushed by the Skeleton Fingers, leaving them with just about 10 people. In a desperate bid to find the church, Tanis and a few of his subordinates set off, but only 2 or 3 of them made it back. They reported that Tanis had a heated argument with the bishop and ended up impaled by the Judgment Army. Theo connects the dots and realizes that Tanis's downfall was likely due to being cut off from church support. The church's refusal to assist him led to his demise. Dreamwater is in serious trouble, and Theo can see how the pieces are falling into place. Man, all this high-stakes political stuff between the kingdoms is a lot to handle, but honestly, who cares? What really matters is watching Roland wipe the floor with everyone. Theo steps in and announces that he serves under Roland Wimbledon and is in charge of gathering reports for him across the kingdom. With his voice raised, he asks if anyone's interested in working for Prince Roland. The whole circus crew gets fired up and makes it clear they're in as long as Timothy is brought to justice. Theo tells them they'll meet once a week at this time and place, and if anyone has urgent reports, they should leave a pot of purple flowers at the door. They'll knock 3 times long, then 2 short. Everyone agrees, and Theo reminds them that a good informant keeps their identity hidden, so they need to keep a low profile. He tells them to cooperate, and they'll make sure Timothy goes down. Theo asks if anyone has anything to add. That's when Fox chimes in, saying Timothy is already on his way back from the eastern region. He shares rumors from the Black Mallet that Timothy seems to be recruiting a lot of rats into his army. The promise is that these rats can become free citizens if they join, and some members of the Skeleton Fingers have gone to the capital to check it out, and it looks like it's legit. Theo quickly realizes that rats can't be real soldiers, so Timothy is probably planning to use those church pills to make them fight just like they did before. Theo tells everyone to keep a close eye on the rats and report any updates. This will be their first task. The next scene takes us back to the border town where we see all the refugees lying down, and the person on the counter is taking all the information about each person, and according to their skill set, they are being assigned to a job. A refugee then comes in front of the desk saying he's illiterate but a skilled woodworker. The attendant starts asking him the usual questions about the job, and the guy answers confidently but nervously. So the receptionist eventually hands him a form to fill out. Just then, Old Man Barov comes from behind, and with his eyes cold as ice, he asks the receptionist why they're doing such a sloppy job. Then Barov turns to the alleged woodworker and tells him to show his hands. The man reluctantly holds them out. Barov points out that if this guy was a real woodworker, his hands wouldn't be so rough. They should be shiny and tough from handling wood and stained black from drawing outlines, which is hard to wash off. Plus, the guy keeps avoiding eye contact, which is a dead giveaway that he's faking it. Most people act like that when they're trying to remember something they never actually experienced. The alleged woodworker starts to panic after being exposed. Faced with the punishment of either being sent to the mines or banished from the western region, Barov asks him one last time if he can confirm his story. The man's face goes pale as he realizes the gravity of his situation and quickly starts banging his head against the floor, confessing that he learned everything by watching his neighbor. The guards take the faker away, and the receptionist, amazed by Barov's insight, comments on his impressive knowledge of woodworking. Barov dismisses the praise, explaining that he picked up these skills during a recruitment drive in the months of demons. Barov advises the receptionist to pay close attention to individuals when they're answering questions. Only those who answer confidently and accurately deserve to be personally evaluated by the prince. He also emphasizes discouraging others from lying by warning them about the severe punishments. Back in the office, Barov reports to the prince that each refugee is expensive, and if they don't work in Border Town for at least a decade, they won't offset the expense it took to bring them here. The prince reveals his plans, acknowledging that it took 3 days to process the 6,000 refugees. Currently, housing in the town is tight, so he will prioritize the 1,500 skilled artisans first. The other refugees without skills will have to live outside the walls for another 2 or 3 months. The prince instructs Barov to accommodate all the artisans regardless of whether they are married or not, ensuring they at least get a room. Barov asks what they should do with the spare houses after accommodating the artisans. The prince replies that they should rent them out, giving the refugees a reason to work hard and save money to either buy the house or continue renting it. Prince then asks how many people have left since the ceremony, where they introduced the witches to everyone. The old man reports that 0 native villagers and only 6 farm workers have left. Well, it seems like it's a win for our prince, noting that his plan of establishing the theater has convinced many people to accept the witches. However, the old man adds that 110 refugees have left because of their fear of witches, even though they were treated by these very witches. The old man gets all worked up and suggests executing all of them for not showing faith in their prince and to prevent them from returning to the church. But the prince shakes his head, pointing out that the real hardcore church followers were probably among those 300 refugees who stuck around in the capital even with the plague. They're too stubborn to change their views on witches. All they wanted was to leave, and he is not about to start executing people just because their beliefs are outdated. The scene shifts to the gathered crowd, where the prince unveils an unexpected innovation, which is a bicycle. The core members of the castle look at the strange 2-wheeled contraption with curiosity. Knight Carter raises an eyebrow and remarks that balancing on those wheels seems tricky and questions how it could ever replace horses. The prince just casually hops onto the bicycle and demonstrates how it works. As he pedals around, he enthusiastically explains that he plans to mass-produce these bikes. He's even called in Sister Soraya to sketch out riding positions so they can teach the townspeople. His goal is to make this new mode of transport accessible to everyone, promising that even common folk will get a taste of this luxury, and it'll cost just a couple of royals. The prince's excitement is contagious, and he's clearly eager to see the bicycles become a common sight in Border Town. Shortly after night, Carter decides to give the bicycle a spin himself. He's completely impressed by the sleek design and rides it around with a big grin, asking Sister Soraya if she did the drawing for his riding position. She nods proudly, and Carter's eyes widen when he sees the detailed and handsome painting of himself. As everyone enjoys their time with the new invention, Prince Roland watches with a satisfied smile. He then turns his attention back to Alchemist Kyle, ready to dive into their next big project. The prince explains that he's going to need a lot more acid than the lab can currently produce. To solve this, he plans to design a chemical system that will churn out acid efficiently and in large quantities. Kyle looks puzzled, never having heard of such a system before. Roland explains that it will involve multiple reaction mechanisms with the product flowing continuously as long as they keep feeding it the basic ingredients. Kyle's intrigued, but admits it's new territory for him. He's up for the challenge and is determined to make it work. Roland also mentions his plans to expand to 3 more labs by the Redwater River next month and bring in qualified staff to keep things running smoothly. Outside, the old man takes a tumble as he tries out the bicycle for the first time. He dusts himself off, sighing and muttering about how he's getting too old for this kind of thing. Meanwhile, Prince Roland is deep in thought, mulling over the advancements in weaponry thanks to their recent breakthroughs. With the new mercuric fulminate in play, he needs large quantities of fuming nitric acid. Since his current labs can't meet the demand, he's considering asking Sister Lucia for help. Because the only way to win these upcoming wars against the church, he will need more than a few cannons and firearms. As he's lost in these thoughts, he reaches for some dried fish to snack on. Before he can even get a bite, Nightingale appears and mischievously stuffs a piece of fried fish into his mouth. Her gesture is both unexpected and warmly received, pulling him out of his deep contemplation. The scene cuts to outside, where Prince introduces himself to these little kids and congratulates them for completing their basic education and becoming the town's first graduates. The kids are ecstatic to be speaking directly with the prince, and their excitement is off the charts. He praises Karl von Bayet for his significant role in their education and announces that everyone will receive a generous reward based on their performance regardless of their career choice. The kids cheer and celebrate, thrilled at the prospect of a bright future, and start dreaming about their new salaries and the bicycles they'll soon be able to ride. They excitedly discuss applying for positions at the city hall, envisioning a better life ahead. The prince then decides to distribute the degrees, instructing everyone to come forward when their name is called. A girl playfully pushes her friend to take his degree first. The boy reluctantly steps forward, and the prince hands him his degree, congratulating him on graduating. Feeling a surge of confidence, the boy expresses his eagerness to sign up for the chemistry laboratory and follow in the footsteps of Kyle Sichi. Meanwhile, back in the Holy City, the archbishops are in a heated discussion about Roland. Priest Main is stunned to learn that the plague the church spread was caused by microscopic demons specifically bred to be invisible. He has no idea how Roland managed to cure it, suspecting he might be using witch's magic instead of the holy medicine. They also discuss the long-range crossbows that Roland's forces have, which shoot relentlessly. Priest Main recalls Priest Tylo mentioning these crossbows before, as he is stationed at Longsong Fortress. This revelation also sheds light on why Duke Ryan was defeated by the commoners from Border Town. The church leaders are both baffled and concerned about Roland's growing influence and capabilities. Another old man in the church is absolutely shocked to learn that their witch known as Faceless has been killed. He is certain that Heather will be furious when she returns from the Everwinter capital, because pure witches are extremely rare and very expensive to raise. Scratch that, a pure witch is even more valuable than the Judgment Army. The old man goes absolutely mad upon hearing that Timothy's soldiers ambushed the Longsong Fortress Church and killed the head priest of that place. If you can't recall, this happened when Timothy sent those soldiers to attack Border Town after making them take those church pills. Priest Main quickly realizes that Timothy just wanted to steal those pills stashed in the church. However, he still can't believe the audacity of Timothy to kill the head of the church. But it is true. As I can remember, Timothy indeed stole those 2,000 pills and fed them to his army of common people to attack Border Town. After mulling over it, Priest Main quickly understands that Prince Roland is actually planning to acquire this group of refugees as cheap labor. He can arrange for his witches to cure them and ship them to the western region. The old man agrees, saying if they were not fighting Wolfheart right now, the church would put a stop to Roland immediately. And most of all, the witches in the western regions deserve to be swept clean. But Priest Main tells his old fellow to read this letter before getting riled up. The old man is absolutely blown away to realize that a large number of witches have appeared at the bay and they have destroyed all the current churches. The priests, still in the dark about Princess Tilly's involvement, are puzzled if the witches are migrating from the mainland to the sea. But Priest Main just shrugs them off, saying that they are far away in the ocean and shouldn't affect their grand plans. The current mission of the church is to acquire more land and labor to expand their judgment army. It seems like these priests have finally recognized this once dumb and goofy fourth prince as the greatest threat to the church. Priest Main has decided to lead 100 Judgment Army soldiers and pure witches to permanently wipe out the western region and decides to deal with the witches at the sea later. The old man is shocked at the idea of Main going himself, especially since the battle at Wolfheart is still ongoing, and Heather has not returned from Everwinter. But as if on cue, a soldier arrives with urgent news from Heather. Apparently, a huge fleet has docked at Everwinter, and many enemies are attacking the capital. When the message was sent, 2 city gates had already been lost. Archbishop Heather is currently trying to defend as much as she can, but there are too many enemies and they are using berserker pills. All the ships are flying the same black flag, the Black Sail Fleet of Garcia Wimbledon. The scene transitions to the castle of Everwinter, where Garcia has taken control and captured Heather. Garcia, standing in the grand castle, tells Heather to start praying to her god before she begins her gruesome work. She plans to cut off Heather's fingers and limbs one by one to make her feel the pain and helplessness that the people of Clearwater have suffered. Heather, however, remains steadfast, showing no hint of fear or apprehension. She defiantly asks Garcia if she plans to curse herself with the church's wrath, or if she intends to drift at sea forever without ever docking. Garcia does not seem to like this nonsense talk and simply snaps her fingers. Right on cue, her goons pin Heather to the ground and hold her hand out. They proceed to cut off her fingers with the cold efficiency of slicing cucumbers. As the pain begins to overwhelm Heather, her face twists with agony. Despite the relentless torment, her eyes well up with tears, but she remains determined not to give in. Garcia's soldiers continue their gruesome task, chopping off her remaining fingers. But Heather's resolve seems unshaken even as her body trembles from the pain. Chief Kabbalah of the Sandstone clan looks at Garcia and asks if this is really necessary, since suffering is usually only needed for intimidation or interrogation. Garcia, clearly annoyed, responds with a sharp question about whether Chief Kabbalah even understands how the church tortures witches. Then Heather's chuckle breaks through, quickly escalating into maniacal laughter. She tells them that they clearly don't grasp the church's power or the importance of its work. Heather makes it clear that Garcia has stuck her hand into a lion's jaws and that the church's enemies will be obliterated, but Garcia just laughs it off and says she'll be more than happy to wait for that day to come. The scene opens with Anna happily digging into her ice cream, her enthusiasm as sweet as the treat she's savoring. The prince couldn't help but feel creeped out, convinced that no matter what era they came from, girls always enjoyed ice cream. It turns out the prince had come up with a simple recipe using just sugar water yolks, butter, and milk to make the ice cream. Perfect timing, as the other girls soon join the scene. Maggie walks in with her hair playfully tousled by leaves, and the prince jokes that they must have been looting bird nests again. He pulls out a letter and mentions that summer begins tomorrow, and before she prepares to head back to the bay, he asks Maggie to deliver the letter to Tilly. Maggie accepts the letter confidently. Meanwhile, Lightning remembers that with the end of the month approaching, Maggie will be leaving the palace soon. The prince then gives Lightning a mission, revealing that the map she's looking at is one she drew herself. He asks if she remembers the shallow beach by the mountains. Lightning quickly points to the spot on the map. The prince tells her to take Maggie and fly out there, plant 2 flags at the spot where the beach meets the mountains, and mark it on the map. According to Maggie, he explains that if Tilly agrees to send the witches, Maggie will need to guide the ship to this spot, where everyone from Border Town will welcome them with hot air balloons. Lightning perks up with happiness, as she realizes that more witches are apparently going to be joining Border Town soon. The prince nods confidently, saying he believes in his sister and that she will eventually join him. Shortly after, we see the balloons soaring through the air. All the girls are absolutely amazed to see that they're actually flying. The prince has named the balloon the Overlook, and Anna gives all the credit to Soraya for helping paint it. The prince agrees, saying the paint's stickiness is exceptional because it needs to adhere closely to the base layer to support such a massive balloon, otherwise it wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure and tension. The prince quickly starts imagining that since he has acquired DC motors, he can use electrolyzed water to create hydrogen gas. It won't be long before he can build a famous Zeppelin airship. As long as he can find lightweight materials for the frame, a monster like this could soar thousands of meters above the ground. Although the feasibility of dropping bombs from such heights is questionable, it's thrilling to think about invading the church's holy city by land, sea, and air combined. The girls notice the prince smiling, and Lily points out that he's probably excited about the prospect of new witches. The prince keeps grinning, clearly enjoying the excitement of new possibilities. Wendy, meanwhile, is blown away that Princess Tilly and her friends managed to gather so many witches on Slumber Island. The prince nods, adding that Tilly didn't just pull witches from Grey Castle, she also invited witches from the other 3 kingdoms. He even thinks she might have been in talks with the Old Witch Association at some point. Wendy mentions that Kara, their former leader, never mentioned anything about Tilly. But the prince points out that if Kara had revealed Tilly's invitation, no witch would have joined Kara's quest for the Holy Mountain. Wendy agrees, saying that this unexpected turn of events has actually worked out in their favor. They're now living with such a down-to-earth prince while enjoying a pretty luxurious life. Lily, always the arrogant one, chimes in, suggesting that Bay witches might be better, since there are so many witches around, making it easier to walk through town without feeling anxious. As their banter continues and laughter fills the air, and that is when Roland's attention drifts to something a bit awkward. He can't help but notice Wendy's rather prominent pair of hooters. Later that day, the prince sits in his office mulling over the idea that women with larger breasts often experience sore shoulders, and that's why bras were invented. While it's not a well-verified fact, he figures it's worth trying out to create some undergarments. He thinks about how as Anna gets older, she might face similar issues, and he'd rather avoid the problem of saggy breasts. He starts designing some bras, marking another innovative leap in this old era. The next day, the balloon soars through the sky once again. This time it carries not only witches, but also Margaret and a merchant. They're all thrilled and amazed to be flying for the first time. Lightning mentions that she's explored the area and marked it down on the map. Margaret gives her a thumbs up for the work well done. The prince turns to Merchant Marlin, teasing him about whether he's about to crap his pants due to the height. Marlin admits it's really terrifying looking down from so high up and feels like he's on the verge of a panic attack. The prince tells him to calm down, explaining that it's a natural response for someone whose feet are off the ground for the first time, much like how people can get seasick on their first ship voyage. Margaret, meanwhile, is fascinated by the giant balloon, but Marlin remains skeptical. He wonders if witches are controlling it with their powers, but the blondie calmly corrects him, saying that Anna is only managing the flames and the balloon floats because as long as you keep supplying it with hot air, it will rise naturally. The prince agrees and adds that hot air rises and cold air sinks, which is why it's called a hot air balloon. They continue chatting about this and other random topics. Eventually, Margaret expresses interest in buying a few hot air balloons from the prince. She mentions that they don't have to be big, just large enough to carry one person. The prince quickly catches on to what Margaret intends to use the balloons for. She confirms that if she attaches the small hot air balloons to their ships, the lookouts will be able to spot pirates from far away, as pirates are a much bigger threat to merchants than storms or tornadoes. The prince flashes a grin and informs her that the price won't be cheap, estimating it will be in the thousands of golden royals. Margaret agrees to pay 1,000 golden royals for one balloon right away. She promises that if the balloons become popular, every merchant in the bay will be eager to buy 1 or 2 for themselves. The other merchant nods in agreement, noting that while he hasn't fully gotten used to the idea yet, it's clear that this could be a crucial exploration tool for the Crescent Moon Merchant Guild. If the prince can make them, he's certain everyone at the bay will want to buy them, even if it means paying a premium. The prince quickly starts calculating the potential profit, realizing that his markup is almost 500% of his estimated product cost. Plus, since he plans to use hydrogen gas to make the balloons float, customers will need to bring them back to Border Town for refills, creating another source of income. He can almost see himself swimming in golden royals from these balloons. I remember when the entire town's budget was only a few hundred gold royals, and now he's on the brink of making thousands from just one balloon. As you can imagine, he shakes hands and quickly seals the deal. Meanwhile, back at the fjords, Ash is surprised that Roland chose one of the witches known as Sylvie. She wonders if Roland isn't worried about being exposed, given that Sylvie can easily detect lies and see through fake identities. Princess Tilly, however, is also out of the loop and speculates that perhaps Roland doesn't care about hiding his identity and just wants to work with them on honest terms. Ash then brings up another possibility. What if Roland is actually her brother? And if that's the case, he might not be worried about Sylvie's ability at all. Princess Tilly thinks it's a slim chance, though, because she knows her brother well. Roland Wimbledon would never take on the church for the witches. He's always been better at running from challenges or problems, and he even protested when the king sent him to Border Town. Ash then asks if sending their witches to the west is really necessary. Tilly reassures her that it's perfectly fine. but Ash reminds her that Sister Lotus is one of the most important witches at Slumber Island. Without her transformation abilities, it'll be tough to fix any broken mud houses or make significant changes to the island's geography. Sister Honey is also crucial. She can command hawks to catch fish, ensuring everyone enjoys delicious seafood. Ash suggests denying the request and swapping out some less useful witches instead. That's when Princess Tilly's patience wears thin. She stands up dramatically and coldly tells Ash that she's sending the witches to Border Town to form an alliance and won't mess up this opportunity. She reminds her that they're creating a sanctuary for all witches, and she prefers not to label anyone as useful or useless. Ash quickly drops to his knees, apologizing for questioning Princess's intentions. Tilly reminds her friend that Roland picked these witches out of hundreds, including Evelyn and Candle, who are supposedly the least useful. She asks why Roland would choose them if they were truly useless. She's confident that working with these witches will help them understand Roland's choices and how he plans to use their powers. Tilly makes it clear that the witches are not just tools and warns Ash not to say anything like that again. Ash admits her mistake and agrees. Tilly also wants the books they found in the ruins deciphered as quickly as possible. She felt uneasy after her last visit to the ruins, and heard that the old association started in Seabreeze Town, with ruins in the eastern forest. She hopes that if the texts in the books match those from both locations, it might reveal a connection. Well, it seems like Tilly is absolutely right. The former leader of the Witch Association, Kara, had that creepy book which she used in her quest to find the Holy Mountain, but she ended up getting killed by demons. Tilly then apologizes to Ash for scolding her so harshly. While she still doesn't agree with labeling the witches as useless, she acknowledges that if Lotus is away for too long, it will affect the island. Tilly plans to have Lotus return to the bay before winter arrives. In exchange, she will send a few battle witches to Border Town to fend off monsters and months of demons. She is pretty sure that Ash will also go with her in Border Town during the winter. And of course, our tall, scar-faced lady quickly agrees to tag along with Princess Tilly. After all, their relationship seems more like that of a loving couple than just comrades. The next scene takes us to the open sea where a lone boat is sailing through the waters. On board are Maggie and her fellow witches making their way towards the border town. Maggie seems to be having a blast as a seagull, and the boat's captain is blown away by Maggie's ability to transform into different birds. He's especially surprised that she can also inherit each bird's skills, like how seagulls can navigate the sea effortlessly and even detect storms. Sylvie, a charming witch with green silky hair, agrees and notes that without Maggie's help, they wouldn't have had the courage to take a new route around the endless cape and dock south of Grey Castle. That's when the captain bursts out laughing, saying that even though Maggie looks exactly like a seagull, he can still tell her apart by the shape of her body. Sylvie raises an eyebrow and notes that she never noticed it because she claims that she tends to observe things more directly. Well, considering she's one of the witches who can see through fake identities, lies, and all that stuff, it's obvious she does not distinguish between people through their body features. Sylvie then glances at the ship's crew and notices that they look exhausted, so she politely asks the captain to switch their shifts. The captain is amazed that she can pick up on such subtle details. It seems nothing escapes the sharp eyes of Sylvie. As the captain rushes over to get his crew to stop slacking off, Sylvie's mind drifts back to the last conversation she had with Princess Tilly. Tilly had told her that their trip to the border town wouldn't just be about connecting with their sisters and offering help. Sylvie also had a task to uncover Roland Wimbledon's true identity. If there was anything suspicious about him, Tilly had ordered Sylvie to work with the Witch Union to expose his true self. Right now, Sylvie's worried that in the worst-case scenario, the Witch Union might not cooperate with her. Tilly could end up imprisoning her and her crew just to keep Roland's false identity under wraps. She notices other witches goofing around on the ship. Even though everyone seems happy, Sylvie can't shake the feeling that things might not be as easy as they appear. We also spot Molly, who's having a blast and is excited that they're almost at their destination. On the other hand, a little witch with 2 ponytails looks miserable. She can hardly believe they've been swaying on this boat for a week and is amazed she's still holding on. The captain reassures her, saying she'll feel better once they hit solid ground. He adds that he's never seen anyone die from seasickness before and tells her to hang in there. Ash then turns to the little girl and comforts her, saying that Maggie has already alerted everyone in the border town, so everyone should be here to pick them up soon. The little girl curiously asks if Ash and Molly aren't going to the border town, to which Ash explains that she and Molly just tagged along to ensure their safety at sea. After dropping them off, they'll head back immediately since Princess Tilly needs their help on the island as well. Ash warns the girls to stay away from Roland Wimbledon as much as possible. The little witch then curiously asks her senior why they should be afraid of him, since he's just Princess Tilly's brother. Ash agrees he's her brother but makes it clear that being royalty doesn't mean the prince isn't a creep who likes groping witches. While everyone's busy chatting about the prince, Sylvie notices something rising into the sky from the mountains, and she's absolutely shocked by what she sees. The crew's expressions are priceless, as they wonder what kind of giant bird it could be. The little witches turn to their senior asking if she's ever seen anything like it before. The senior admits that this is the first time she's come across something like this. As they approach, Sylvie's heart swells when she sees a welcome banner fluttering in the air. It's clear the Witch Union is greeting them warmly, and the banner's message clearly says, "Border Town welcomes everyone," which just leaves Sylvie momentarily speechless. When the ship finally reaches the shore, Wendy takes the opportunity to greet everyone warmly and welcome them into Border Town. While Ash remains calm and composed around Wendy, the other witches behind Ash still look quite nervous. Wendy and Ash exchange greetings and Anna soon arrives on the scene. As Sylvie's eyes land on Anna, she notices that all the magic around the witches seems to be gravitating towards her. The sheer amount of power radiating from Anna blows her mind, making her realize just how extraordinarily powerful our girl Anna truly is. While some witches are busy exchanging greetings, others are eyeing the giant hot air balloon with curiosity. Wendy takes the opportunity to fill them in on all the details about hot air balloons. Wendy then asks Ash if she's sure she won't come to town since the prince is eager to see them again. Ash laughs it off, joking that the prince definitely won't be thrilled to see someone who plans on poaching his witches. She says she's leaving the kids in her friend's capable hands. Wendy, ever the big-hearted woman, or I dare say big booba lady, quickly agrees and assures Ash she'll take good care of them. With that, lightning pushes all the new witches into the balloon. While Sylvie is still feeling a bit anxious, Anna simply snaps her fingers and black fire erupts, propelling them up into the sky. Molly waves a final goodbye from the ground, and the girls above in the air take off heading toward their new home. Up in the sky, Lightning quickly asks the newcomers to show off their powers, while Wendy checks in with Sylvie to see if she's feeling all right. Sylvie replies that she's fine, but admits to having a bit of a headache. Well, it seems like she is feeling more than a surge of pain inside her. She curses herself for instinctively activating her magic eye. She hadn't expected to see so much land at once, and it's the first time she's taken in such a wide view, overwhelming her magic. Wendy advises her to take a few deep breaths, reminding her that everyone feels a bit strange the first time they lift off into the air. Sylvie thanks her and reassures Wendy that she's feeling better already. Meanwhile, the other girls are having a blast as Lightning enthusiastically sings about their prince's heroic deeds, cheerfully narrating all the adventures they've had together. Seems like Sylvie has finally started to relax, realizing the mood is more laid back and fun than she expected, and she hopes it stays that way forever. When they finally arrive above Border Town, the balloon lands near the castle, and the girls are absolutely shocked when they hear the resounding boom of cannons firing. Lightning quickly reassures them, explaining that the prince fired the cannons just to welcome them. Soon after, witches from the Witch Union arrive to greet the newcomers. Sylvie is blown away by the fact that their magic is completely different from what she had expected. She can't help but take note of how friendly the Union sisters have been so far, though she reminds herself to stay on guard just in case. Once they enter the dining hall, they see a feast already laid out on the table. The prince warmly welcomes everyone to Border Town, introducing himself as the ruler of the Western region, and tells them to make themselves at home. While the other ladies are overjoyed to see the feast before them, Sylvie is absolutely blown away by what she is seeing before her. She notices that the prince isn't wearing any stone of divine judgment, and there's no trace of magic inside him. This tells her that the man in front of them is indeed Roland himself, not disguised or controlled by magic. After a hectic day, we find the prince gulping down some delicious wine, letting out a satisfying burp as he leans back on his bed. He's so excited about the witch's arrival that he can't even sleep, so he's drinking to help himself doze off. The prince addresses the newcomers as sisters, and asks if their accommodations have been arranged. However, Nightingale isn't too thrilled about him calling them sisters right off the bat, warning him that he shouldn't trust them so quickly. The prince asks Nightingale why she's so cautious, to which she reveals that the witch named Sylvie was speaking half-truths. Although there was nothing malicious in her words, she was very careful in how she chose them. The prince nods, understanding her point. He speculates that Sylvie is likely trying to determine if he really is the true Roland Wimbledon. He reminds Nightingale that if one of her family members completely changed their personality, she'd also wonder if they had been replaced or controlled. This is exactly what Tilly thinks of him, since back in the capital, Roland was notorious for being a lousy slacker and an easy target for bullying. This makes Nightingale curious as well, wondering if the prince is truly Roland Wimbledon. The prince responds that he is indeed Roland, but at the same time he's not.
Nightingale, with her keen sense, quickly sees that the prince isn't lying and asks him why he isn't. The prince grins and simply says that this is just how it is, and there's nothing to lie about. Nightingale just shrugs and says that as long as he remains the Roland, she knows she's fine with it. The prince nods plainly, saying he's always been himself since the day he met her. The next morning, all the newcomer witches are lined up before the prince, greeting him with an anxious good morning. The prince tells them to relax, assuring them that he's not big on formalities, so they can call him whatever they call Tilly. He then explains that he won't assign them any work during their first week. They should take the time to get accustomed to the town's environment and explore Bordertown as much as they want. He guarantees that no one will mistreat them or kidnap them for being witches. He reassures the nervous ladies that he has already removed the church's influence from the western region. So this place is as free as Slumber Island, a place of freedom for everyone. The prince continues by assuming the newcomers already know the basics of antiphase and maturity, so he directly explains that there will be basic lessons after dinner, covering reading, writing, mathematics, and natural sciences. Their salary will be 1 golden royal per month with weekends off and paid vacations. If they have any questions, they can ask Wendy for clarification. Once the administrative details are out of the way, the prince dives into the most exciting part of the meeting. He's eager to see the witch's abilities firsthand, as Tilly's description was a bit vague. He decides to go outside to start the demonstrations. As he stands up from his seat, Sylvie interrupts to add something. She presents a few pieces of paper and explains that Princess Tilly discovered these ancient texts at a ruin site near the bay, and there's also a letter included with them. The prince starts reading the letter and quickly becomes anxious. As we already know, the letter reveals some serious and concerning information related to what Tilly encountered at the ancient ruins near the bay. Once Prince is done reading, Lady Scroll confirms that the text in the letters matches exactly with the book Kara retrieved from the Eastern Forest ruins. This revelation piques everyone's curiosity, including the prince's, who reflects on the details in the letter about the man-made island with unpredictable tides, the ancient telescope, and the stone door on the sheer cliff. He finds these elements incredible, and is puzzled by the existence of such strange ruins at the bay. Lady Scroll agrees with Princess Tilly's assessment, pointing out that the ruins were created by the same people given the consistent scripture and language. She's concerned about why the church would have built these structures and then abandoned them. She adds that it's not just these ruins that are mysterious. Records older than 450 years have been wiped out. She's baffled about what might be hidden there, or why there's such a concerted effort to erase these historical records. The prince says that since Tilly's already been working on deciphering the texts, he's pretty sure she can crack them. To give her a hand, he'll tell her about the holy city of Tequila and send her some photos of the devils Soraya took, as those might help with the translation. He points out that keeping this info hidden is pointless, and it's better to be prepared and understand what's going on, which might even reveal some weaknesses of the church. Because if the church did not care about these ruins, they'd have buried their history even deeper. He also suggests checking out the stone tower in the misty forest again, where lightning once found a devil. Maybe there are more clues there. He adds that once the armies got their new weapons, they'll clear out the forest just in case there are any other devils hanging around. First up, the prince wants to test everyone's powers. They head out to the empty backyard where Lotus, the first witch, shows what she's got. She pulls a giant boulder out of the earth with ease. The prince is seriously impressed, noting that despite being around the same age as Nightingale, Lotus looks incredibly young, just like a freshly picked cucumber. Her abilities are super strong too. She can terraform within a 5-meter radius without breaking a sweat. But when she tries to stretch the mud tower beyond 7 or 8 meters, the tower she creates starts to collapse due to structural imbalance. Also, she uses less magic if the dirt is looser, but her ability is good for solid ground, like the slumber island she came from, while the dirt houses she might build in the border town are just going to collapse. Lady Scroll also explains some nerdy details about her power. It's a summoning type, no extra frills, and she can terraform up to 5 meters. The stones of divine judgment hit her hard, but they don't affect anything she's already built. Next up is Honey, who just hit maturity last winter. Her main gig is animal subordination. She can tame any animal and make it follow her commands to the best of its ability. Her control lasts until the animal finishes its task or she dissolves it herself. Plus, she's got this cool extra ability called Animal Messenger, where she can send animals off to find even more powerful ones to tame. The catch is that all her powers are affected by the stones of divine judgment, and the bigger the animal, the more magic it takes to tame it. Then there's Evelyn, who's about 25 or 26. She's got the wild talent of turning crude whiskey into all kinds of different alcohols, as long as she's tasted them before. She might help out with extracting ethanol, but serving a lady booze during the day is no-go. So the prince will have to wait until dinner to get a taste of her magic. Next up is Sylvie, and the prince feels pretty uneasy around her. She has the power to see through anything within her range, even behind her back and through obstacles. Her vision is totally unobstructed, which is a bit unsettling for him. He's actually a bit envious of her ability. Imagine being able to see through clothes of any woman you want. Sylvie also has an additional ability similar to Nightingale's, where her magic can see accumulated and dissipate. Using Sylvie as Candle, who reached maturity during the last few months. Before, her powers were limited to candle lanterns, but now they're amplified. She can maintain a state of matter for a period of time. For example, if she casts her magic on an ice cube, it won't melt even if you put it under the sun. Her power is enchanting in nature and requires direct contact with the target. The prince had a grand idea of using Candle's powers to keep molten steel hot forever. However, he soon realized it might be a bit of a stretch because maintaining that kind of heat would require a ton of magic. The real challenge is how much magic is needed and how long it can be kept up, especially for larger volumes. Nightingale also points out that Candle's magic is pretty good, but her mana capacity is on the lower end of the scale. Still, her talent is a gem. If she can keep something in a stable state, it could seriously boost the durability of machinery made with weaker materials. So Candle's got the potential to make those machines last longer and run smoother. Once he's done examining, Nightingale asks if there are any witches the prince particularly likes. The prince replies that he thinks they're all quite good. Nightingale is shocked to hear that the prince is willing to clap all of them tonight, but he gives her a gentle bonk and explains that he's not trying to light up his night, but simply that their abilities are impressive. The prince then decides it's time to head back to the castle since the testing is over. He mentions that he has something he wants to give Nightingale after dinner. I wonder what it could be. Maybe his rod or something special. It seems like Nightingale is really looking forward to whatever the prince wants to give her tonight. When dinner time arrives, everyone enjoys a grand feast once again. What's most intriguing today is the prince's new invention, and Lightning and Maggie are eagerly anticipating what kind of ice cream or other creation he has come up with. The prince tells them that everyone will find out soon enough, but they should eat first. Nightingale feels a bit disappointed that the surprise isn't just for her, but rather something the prince has prepared for everyone. Meanwhile, the new witches are fascinated by the chopsticks. Lady Skrull explains that the prince often invents new and interesting things like perfumes, chopsticks, and ice cream, and he tests them on a witch before officially manufacturing and marketing them. The new witches fondly recall the luxurious experience of bathing with soap they had a while ago in the castle, a treat typically reserved for nobility. They can hardly believe they're living a life that rivals even that of kings, given all the amenities they're enjoying. As the witches get cozy and start feeling at home, we're skipping ahead to the end of dinner, where the prince finally grabs everyone's attention and decides to reveal what he's made. A few maidens quickly bring out wine, and the prince announces that he's starting with white wine among his inventions. Compared to the Hebrew and fruit wines they've had before, this one is the real deal with a higher alcohol content, so he advises the non-adults to stay away. Lightning protests and insists she wants to try it too, but the prince reassures her that he's also prepared something lighter, which can be enjoyed with a bit of extra ice. He presents all of the types of wines in front of Sister Evelyn and mentions that he's heard she's been to cocktail pubs and breweries before, so he's curious to hear her thoughts. Evelyn quickly agrees, picks up a glass of wine, and takes a gulp. As soon as the wine hits her belly, she feels a slight burn in her throat, but the apple juice helps flush it out. She finds herself pleasantly surprised by the blend of floral and fruity notes in her mouth, which makes it a unique taste she's never experienced before. Next, she tries the second cup. This one has a mix of milk and honey or sugar, creating a sweetness that complements the wine perfectly. It's a match made in heaven, and she thoroughly enjoys it. Then she moves on to the last cup. This one's pure white wine, no extras. It's got a fiery kick that rolls over her tongue and down her throat, leaving a tart zing that lingers. It's intense, but in a good way. After the tasting, Evelyn happily declares that all three wines are unforgettable. She admits that while some might not appreciate the strong flavors, true connoisseurs will definitely appreciate its richness. The prince is pleased with her feedback and explains that this was just a sample of his strongest white wine. He's planning to deepen its flavor even more, and will need her to taste it again later. The next batch of maids arrives with boxes, and these gifts are only meant for adult witches. Anna receives her own box, while Nana eagerly wonders what's inside. As promised, Nightingale also gets a box, but she doesn't seem too thrilled. The prince tells them to open the boxes once they're back in their rooms. Once the witches are in their rooms, the younger witches start complaining. They feel that the prince is playing favorites and didn't bother giving them any gifts. But Nightingale reminds Lily that the prince specifically said the gifts were only for the adult witches. Lily, however, remains as arrogant as ever, brushing off the reminder.
While the young witches argue among themselves, Wendy starts opening her box. As soon as she lifts the lid, all the witches crowd around to see what's inside. Turns out the prince wasn't joking about the gifts being for adults. Inside the box are bras clearly meant for ladies with saggy hooters. The younger witches start fiddling with the bra, having no clue what the hell this thing even is. Maggie comments on how the bras seem like an incredibly large pair of goggles, while Lightning is skeptical, wondering how exactly these are supposed to be used. That's when Wendy spots a letter in the box. She opens it and starts reading it with her eyes closed. Meanwhile, Lady Moon is enjoying the soft, smooth texture of the bra, while Lightning and Maggie are still trying to figure out what's going on. It seems like the older witches have finally understood what the bras are for, and they're pretty embarrassed by the letter. It explains that bras help redistribute the weight of breasts, improve circulation, and enhance posture. The younger witches look at their own flat chests, and then at Wendy, who is sporting the largest melons ever. Even the usually arrogant Lily starts to understand why the gifts were only meant for adults. But she tries to save face, claiming she doesn't care about the bras and never did. It's clear, though, that Lily's just trying to cover up her embarrassment about not having a pair of her own. Lightning tells Wendy to take hers off because she wants to try it too, but Wendy gets flustered and quickly pushes all the younger witches out, telling them to go to sleep. She closes the door behind them, her heart still racing, and wonders why the prince gave them something like this. Nightingale confusingly questions why the prince didn't just give the bras collectively. But then realization strikes her like a thunderbolt out of the blue. Maybe the prince gave them individually because each bra is a different size, meaning he actually paid attention to everyone's measurements. Realizing this, Nightingale bolts out of the room and rushes to Anna's room. There, she asks her about the gift. Anna proudly shows off her chest and says the bra is surprisingly comfortable, and she's already worn it and finds it quite convenient. She then offers to show Nightingale the bra, but Nightingale quickly turns her gaze away, saying she doesn't want to see. Instead, she asks if Anna thinks it's weird for the prince to give them something like this. Anna points out that the prince plans to sell these bras to the public, so he's just testing them on the witches first. The conversation shifts to discussing how the bras fit and their comfort, so we'll skip over that part. In the next scene, we see the ship sailing. Inside, the prince is speaking with Sister Lotus, asking her to raise dirt on both sides of the river to lay the foundation for a bridge. They dive into some nerdy physics and science talk, and in the end, the prince asks if she can raise the dirt over 10 meters given the river's depth. Lotus confidently agrees, saying she'll handle it. Meanwhile, Wendy is steering the boat with her wind powers and is pleasantly surprised that her shoulders no longer hurt thanks to the bra. He's eager to thank the prince personally for the thoughtful gift. Once they reach the perfect spot, the prince tells Wendy to stop the boat. He then instructs his fellow engineer that they need to dig a pit around the dirt that Lotus is going to pull out, and they'll fill it with concrete. The prince specifies that the pit should be no more than 5 meters in diameter and 1 meter deep. Once it's filled, the witch will lower the depth by 1 meter. If they repeat this process, they'll be able to build a concrete wall that extends down to the riverbed. Lotus uses her earth control to raise the pile of mud, and as soon as she commands it, the mud begins to pop up and stack quickly. The prince is surprised to find it easier to raise dirt through water than through sand. However, the stinky smell that follows is unbearable. He quickly deduces that the pile is composed of decomposed plants and animals, along with the waste of villagers who've relieved themselves near the river. He decides to have some people shovel the mess away. He'll need to clean it up and add layers one by one to shape it properly. The prince laments that if transportation weren't such a primary issue, he would have used the decomposing trash as fertilizer. Speaking of fertilizer, the scene shifts to a vibrant field of crops bursting with grain. We meet a guy in a cap known as Sirius who admires the impressive yield. The seeds have doubled in quantity and the grains are bigger than ever, all thanks to the witch's hard work. Sirius reflects on how ever since the prince held the ceremony and Nana appeared on stage, the witches stopped hiding themselves. It's clear that only witches can raise soil in the middle of the river. Suddenly, 2 people rush up to Sirius, and it looks like he is not thrilled to see these guys here, because he's pretty sure they're about to ask the same old questions. As expected, they ask if it's true that they can become free citizens, own their own houses, go to school, and they will only need to turn in 70% of their harvest. They also fire off a bunch of other questions about their new opportunities and rights. Sirius casually points to the banner that says, he smiles and says, this means if they put in the effort, they'll become free citizens just as the prince promised. And trust him, that promise is solid. When someone asks what they should do with the remaining 30% of the harvest, to which Sirius explains that you can either sell it to the prince, eat it yourself, or use it as seeds, and that's pretty much it. He goes on to explain that Border Town doesn't allow private sales of harvest. If they try to sell it outside the official channels, they'll be breaking the law, and their harvest could be taken away with a side of punishment. But then one of the commoners raises concern that they might get scammed by the prince. Sirius reassures them that this won't happen. The prince follows market prices, so there won't be drastic changes. The public marketplace managed by the city hall is the only place where grain is sold. The prince will always buy at the market rate. With that, Sirius concludes the conversation and tells them to get back to work. Another guy pipes up and asks Sirius if he knows where Miss May and Miss Eileen went since there haven't been any stage shows recently. He's worried they might be sick. Sirius reassures them that they'll return in the fall because they can't perform in this scorching heat. Or can they? As the workers head off to their tasks, Sirius reflects on his own journey. He used to be a knight trying to escape his father's fields, but got captured and stripped of his position in just a few months. Somehow he ended up at Border Town. His salary is going up, there's plenty of room for advancement, and he's even come to look forward to the harvest. In the next scene, the farmers have finished harvesting all the grain and have even started burning the leftover straw. After a while, the bald advisor, who is absolutely thrilled, reports to the prince that this season's harvest is enormous. He explains that according to the city hall's estimates, their exports are 4 times higher than before, and their best field has produced 6 times more than its previous yield. This gives them more than enough to feed all their villagers. The prince smiles at the good news, pleased to know their warehouses won't be empty anymore. The bald advisor adds that with additional workers and more farmers, they could easily support 50,000-60,000 people. This makes the old man even more turned on as he dreams about their town growing into a city and then expanding across the entire continent. You see, in this world, city growth is pretty much limited by food supply. A big city like the capital with 20,000 people needs tons of surrounding villages to keep everyone fed. But with new machines, our boy just produced one person's work can now feed 10,000 people, and the big harvests in Border Town are all thanks to Sister Leaf's improved grain. We further learn that the prince has cut back on the number of farmers without lowering the output, which means he can now focus on manufacturing. Since the agricultural team has nailed down the best farming strategies using metal tools and machines, their exports are only going to get better. In the next scene, the prince then steps up on a pedestal and gets the crowd pumped up. He knows they're dying to hear some good news, so he tells them straight up. The city hall will handle turning everyone into free citizens. You can choose to keep farming or try something else in town. Once the harvest wraps up, they'll announce the details about citizenship promotions. The crowd goes wild with cheers and praise for their prince. The prince further goes on to announce that starting next year, they'll only need to meet a quota to gain citizenship, making competition unnecessary. Basically, if you work hard, you can shed your identity as an indentured worker. As he said before, hard work creates wealth and labor changes your destiny. He hopes for a day when Border Town is free of indentured workers and everyone is a free citizen. The whole crowd erupts in excitement, swinging their praises for the prince. The scene then shifts to somewhere unknown, where we see Timothy, a wannabe king, after a long time. He's lounging in an office room, reclining back in his chair and bizarrely sniffing the wooden table. By the smell, Timothy can tell the table is made of cerulean wood. He's surprised to find that her sister still prefers materials from Blizzard Peak, which means his sister definitely not feminine at all. A creepy smile spreads across his face, which soon turns into maniacal laughter as he gloats about having outdone his sister Garcia. Timothy reveals that in just half a month he's methodically taken over the Sand Nation people she left in Clearwater Port. He's confident that she's lost her grip on the southern region, and he's feeling pretty smug knowing that the Queen of Clearwater is now history, and the southern region is back under his control. Just as Timothy is savoring his triumph, one of his knights barges in. Timothy tells him he'll be heading back to the capital the next morning. The knight will handle everyone else except for Timothy's personal guards and the capital's night squad. He instructs his knight, who goes by the name Duke Edward Hoss, to keep the southern region secure and to prevent the Sand Nation from stepping into Grey Castle territory. Edward Hoss asks if this means he'll be staying behind. Timothy agrees, saying there's still a lot to finish here and he needs someone loyal and powerful to stay behind, either to deal with traitors or gather refugees. He reassures Edward not to worry. He won't be stuck here forever. Once everything in Clearwater Port is sorted, he'll make sure to bring Edward back to the capital. He explains that Grey Castle still needs to be unified, and before conquering the western region, he'll need many knights to fight. So he promises his loyal friend that he won't leave him behind. Edward looks down saddened and reminds Timothy that his brother Raymond Hoss is missing. He asks why there's been no news about him, especially since it's been 2 months since Raymond went to the western region. Timothy reassures him that Raymond might be delayed by something, or he could be on his way back. He tells Edward not to worry about his brother for now. The focus should be on burning down Garcia's old stronghold. Timothy wants everyone in the southern region to see that Garcia's old base will be nothing but ashes. Even if she returns, it will be in ruins. He instructs Edward to just burn the soldiers who survived the church's pill's side effects. Since Timothy is alone, he reflects on how Bordertown has easily handled the demon threats, defeated Duke Ryan, and captured Longsong Fortress. He's confused by how his one of the dumbest siblings is doing all this. Not only that, Raymond and his 1,500 soldiers who were deployed to the west have also completely lost contact. He's convinced that something significant must have happened in Bordertown to cause such a drastic change in his brother. Whatever the case, Timothy is determined to make his brother Roland Wimbledon beg for forgiveness at his feet eventually. Back in the Holy City, the Pope receives grim news about Heather's death. Despite the somber update, he remains composed and reassures his junior that Heather was a devoted, intelligent, and honest girl who will be remembered fondly. He vows that the perpetrator, Garcia Wimbledon, will face justice in due time. The Pope's concern quickly shifts to whether Garcia is collaborating with the Wolfheart Kingdom and how Church's new poison is working against them so far. Priest Main reports that while the poison worked as expected during the attack on Broken Tooth Forest, where it incapacitated the enemy soldiers before they could fully combat the threat, the results were less effective when used against Wolfheart City. The enemy remained strong and resilient, and Main takes the blame for this failure. The Pope explains that the new poison was derived from demon beasts, and further highlights that there are records of 70 abilities that can counter it with 30 capable of neutralizing it immediately. Given this, it's not surprising that a large nation like Wolfheart would have a witch with such countermeasures. The Pope shares his worry that if witches can really counter their poison attacks, it might change how people view them in Wolfheart, potentially even making them heroes. And that would be pretty bad news for the Church. He reminds Main not to get too hung up on the losses of their judgment and divine punishment for armies, as it might distract them from making important decisions, and they don't want the battle to cool down. But there's a silver lining for the Pope. Garcia and the Wolfheart forces are all gathered in one place, and he is planning to take them all out in one go. The junior has no clue how they are supposed to achieve this, so the Pope just tells his junior to follow him. As they walk through the dimly lit tunnels, a night lights up the area. The Pope shows Main their secret weapon, which was originally intended to be used against powerful demons. It can be put to use now. He calls it City Breaker, and it runs on magic, needing 3 or 4 witches to control it. The Pope explains that the City Breaker has a range far beyond catapults and ballistae. It's incredibly hard for typical city walls to defend against its steel bolts, and it can slice through wooden ships like a knife through cloth. He's confident it'll handle both Wolfheart city walls and the Black Flag fleet with ease. When Main asks if this weapon was developed by the secret Holy Temple, the Pope says no, and reveals shocking news that it actually came from their enemies, the Underworld's devils. That's why it's been hidden deep within their caves, and he advises Main to keep it concealed and only use it strategically, as they don't want civilians to see the kind of monstrosity it is. The Pope says he's going to assign 2 top-notch pure witches to help out ensuring Garcia and Wolfheart. Hearing that, Priest Main's face lights up like a kid in a candy store. You see, pure witches under the Pope are the best of the best with some seriously impressive abilities. Before Main heads out, the Pope tells him to shed the blood of those heretics and avenge Heather. Main quickly responds with a crisp "Yes, sir," back in Bordertown. Sirius reports to the prince that their current equipment won't handle all the harvest milling. He suggests setting up a steam-powered mill near the Redwater River. The prince agrees and tells him to send a request to the city hall and draft a plan once the funds come through. Sirius also mentions that 5 and 16 people have become free citizens, and their names have been sent to the old man Barov. With that, Sirius wraps up his report. The prince is quite happy with Sirius's performance and is confident that Sirius will be valuable in recruiting aristocrats and knights from the fortress given his impressive manners. Next up is Lady Skrull, representing the education sector. She reports that all the students who finished their basic studies have moved into their preferred sectors, with 5 even applying to the chemistry laboratory. It seems Prince Roland was hoping for more than just 5 recruits, as otherwise the newly built laboratories might end up sitting empty for a while. Even Kyle Seachy, the head of the chemistry department, is concerned about the low number of applicants. The prince then asks Kyle to report on his department's situation. Kyle, who isn't fond of these meetings, makes it clear that he's not into wasting time, and suggests finding a new representative for the department if this is the routine. Kyle Seachy then points out that he needs more personnel. The new assistants are young, but they're quick learners, and basic education seems to have done the trick. He also mentions that if the prince grants him access to Chemistry 201, He might finally come up with a way to manufacture acid on a larger scale. Next up is a guy in glasses who reports on the infrastructure progress in Border Town. He covers everything from bridges to residences and city walls. Let's not forget about Captain Ironaxe, who reports that the Second Army has finished basic training and is ready to march to Longsong Fortress whenever needed. Aside from the artillery division, all soldiers have now switched to using revolving rifles. With that, the meeting wraps up. The prince thanks everyone for their contributions and announces a raise in their salaries. From now on, department heads will receive 2 gold royals a month, and they'll increase their employees' wages accordingly as well. The prince finally announces the highlight of the day, his plan to expand Border Town into a real city. He's talking about a massive transformation that will stretch the city west to the Badlands, east to Longsong Fortress, and south to the sea. The surrounding mountains will serve as their natural walls, making the city larger than the capital, or any city in all 4 kingdoms. He emphasizes that all it will take is hard work and preparation to turn Border Town into a metropolitan marvel that will outshine all others. Once everyone has left, the old man Barov raises a concern. Despite the recent successful harvest, the treasury is running low on funds. After paying Margaret the Merchant Guild and Theo, the finances are tight with only about 2,000 golden royals left, which is a dangerously low balance. Prince Roland reassures Barov that income will be forthcoming because the Margaret Guild is expected to purchase another set of steam engines soon. Also, the high-pressure canisters and hydrogen replacements will need a bit of research from the chemistry department. Once that's sorted, they plan to sell hot air balloons and hydrogen refills. They'll charge 50 royals per refill with a free refill after every 10, which should provide a steady income stream. Speaking of the chemistry department, Barov then points out that Kyle Sichi needs to improve his social skills, as he's often quite impolite. The prince doesn't mind Kyle's lack of social skills. After all, scientists aren't exactly known for spending much time in the fresh air. As the night deepens, Kyle Sichi, true to a scientist's nature, is still buried in his studies. He's wrestling with periodic tables and equations, though we don't need to get into the nitty-gritty details. What's clear is that Kyle is working tirelessly, determined to fill the laboratories and figure out how to manufacture acid. His main goal is to earn Chemistry 201 from the prince, although what exactly that entails is still a mystery to us. It seems Kyle has a lot riding on this, and he's pushing himself to the limit to reach his goal. The next scene takes us into a mysterious cave where the witches can be seen exploring. They suddenly stop, and Nightingale asks Sylvie if this is where the tunnel splits. Lightning jumps in with precise instructions, saying they should start at the second door, while Sylvie also adds her 2 cents to help steer the team in the right direction. After a bit of wandering, Lightning points out there's just one last door to check. Nightingale eagerly vanishes from her spot and reappears at the front, urging everyone to move further inside. Sylvie, watching this, can faintly see Nightingale's magic when she disappears, but can't quite capture her figure or movements. She remembers Tilly saying that Nightingale is the most battle-ready witch in the Union she should be aware of. It turns out the prince sent everyone into these mines because there's an old legend about an ancient beast living here. He told them to report back after their trip. Because of the danger, Sylvie reveals to us that Nightingale was specifically chosen for this task due to the legend that these mines were once the nest of an ancient beast, and some miners have gone missing. Suddenly, Sister Lucia halts their journey and sits down to examine some ore she's spotted because she thinks the prince might be interested in it. After their brief detour, they finally reach door number 23, the one they'd been searching for. Sylvie steps forward using her abilities to check it out. After a thorough scan, she can clearly sense that there are no ores here, but there are some further down. There are 4 tunnels, one of which seems to slope downwards. Lightning is intrigued by the downward slope and asks Sylvie about it. Sylvie responds that it might lead to a deposit. She also seems a bit exhausted, probably from using up her magic. Nightingale then points out that they'll never know unless they investigate further. So eventually they reach the downward slope, which drops steeply from where they're standing. Nightingale comments that it looks pretty deep, and Lucia, feeling uneasy, mentions that she feels like someone's watching her and suggests they should hurry back once they complete their investigation. Sylvie scans the area once more and notes that there aren't any ores around, so they should probably leave. But then she notices something odd. When she tries to scan the middle path, she can't see anything. Lightning asks what that means and if Sylvie is just tired from using her magic. Sylvie explains that she's not running out of magic, but rather something seems to be blocking her vision. Nightingale decides to check it out herself and tells the other girls to stay back. However, Sylvie quickly stops her, saying that something could be causing this effect and going in could be dangerous. Nightingale asks what she means, and Sylvie explains that it seems like there are stones of divine judgment involved. These stones appear to be underground and stretch throughout the area. In the next scene, we see the prince arrive at the underground location with his trusted partners and is utterly awestruck by the sheer magnificence of the giant crystal before him. He turns to his knight and asks if they built the staircase. Knight Carter responds that they did not. It was already here when the First Army discovered this place. He believes it has been here for decades, possibly even centuries. Sister Lightning agrees somewhat, noting that Bordertown was established around 70 years ago, so it's unlikely the staircase is related to the town's villagers or the kingdom. Carter adds that Grey Castle didn't even exist 100 years ago, so it seems implausible that anyone from centuries ago could have built it. The prince then reminds them that they do know of a group of people who lived 450 years ago and were forgotten. As the prince takes a closer look at the crystal, he remembers that glowing rocks usually have radioactive or fluorescent properties, but this stone of divine judgment doesn't seem to fit either category. If it were radioactive, the soldiers from the First Army would have been toast within minutes, and it can't be fluorescent since there are no light sources in the cave. Plus, even though these crystals act like prisms, they don't have any of the usual crystalline patterns, so he's totally baffled about how they even got here. Knight Carter is blown away, pointing out that a stone of divine judgment the size of a thumb would be worth a fortune, but something this massive could bankrupt all 4 kingdoms. Nightingale isn't thrilled with Carter's line of thinking, though. She gives him a stern look and asks if he's seriously considering handing it over to the elite, just so they can use it to torture witches. Meanwhile, Lightning is fascinated by these crystals. They're the first stones of this color she's ever seen, and if they could bring one back, they wouldn't need candles anymore. But Nightingale reminds everyone that as intriguing as the crystals might be, they're really just shackles for witches. Still, Lightning wants to take a small piece of the stone as a trophy from her exploration. The prince gives her the green light to go ahead as long as she isn't too dismayed by it. With that, Lightning tries to crack the stone with a rock, but it doesn't even leave a scratch. Even Knight Carter is surprised because as far as he knows, divine stones of judgment are supposed to be fragile. Lightning then starts hitting the crystal from different angles, but the result is the same. No scratches, no cracks, nothing. That's when the prince tells Nightingale to give it a try. She bombards the crystal with bullets, but it remains just as shiny and undamaged as ever. The prince is intrigued that even revolvers can't make a dent in the crystal. Carter wonders aloud how the church managed to break it down for sale if it's this tough to crack. Nightingale then points out that these stones should be pulverized with the slightest strength. Anna also chimes in with some info of her own, asking our boy if he still remembers the treasure map. She explains that one of the maps actually points to this location, not the northern mines. The prince is also shocked by this news, realizing that this cave holds a significant amount of these stones, which makes it a part of the treasure place. Once they're back in the office, the prince studies everything with Lady Scroll. He points out that it matches what he remembers, and the southernmost point does indeed align with the northern mines. Lady Scroll adds that if Anna is correct, this map could be one the church left behind while searching for new veins of stones. She's curious about why they would abandon everything after excavating it and building the stairs. The prince reveals that given the high value of stones of divine judgment, this cave certainly doesn't seem like something they'd leave behind since they can't go to the city of Tequila right now. He wonders if the answers might only be found when they visit the stone towers. I'm not entirely sure what is going on, but let's hope to soon connect the dots when we further dive into the story. As night falls over Bordertown, the new witches chat during their study class. Evelyn asks Sister Candle if the prince assigned her any tasks. Candle nods and explains that he did give her a task. She says he asked her to use her powers on some metallic lumps to keep them solid at room temperature, but she's not sure what he plans to do with them. Candle then inquires about what tasks the prince assigned Evelyn to, which Evelyn reveals that the prince hasn't asked her to do anything specific. She's free to learn whatever she wants. Sometimes he does ask her to sample new booze, and she's given suggestions like adding water or fruit juice, but the prince seems focused on making the strongest alcohol possible. That's when the little girl mentions that the prince must have a reason for his request. But before she can elaborate, their teacher Lady Skrull walks in. Lady Skrull breaks the news that they won't be learning any new material today. Lightning's face lights up excitedly, asking if they're going outside or maybe tasting some new food. Lady Skrull just smirks and shatters their hopes by announcing that she'll be giving them an exam on everything they've learned. Everyone looks confused to hear this and wonders what this exam thing is all about. Lady Skrull explains that after 3 months of studying, the prince thinks it's time to check their progress. They'll tackle problems in 3 subjects: language, mathematics, and natural sciences. She adds that they'll need to answer the questions on their own and can't get any help during the exam. Everyone's faces fall at the shocking news, but Lady Skrull isn't done dropping bombs yet. She announces that the prince has explicitly stated that only those who answer more than half of the questions correctly will get to enjoy ice cream during the weekend afternoons, and those who score below half will lose their tea privileges. That last line leaves Nightingale completely boggled. As a fan of afternoon teas, she's pretty sure she's in trouble. Lady Skrull adds that witches from Slumber Island are exempt from this exam, and can either stay and finish or take the day off. No matter their score, they won't lose any privileges. The new witches finally breathe a sigh of relief, realizing they're not completely screwed after all. Candle turns to her friend Evelyn and asks if she's going to stay for the exam. Evelyn nods and explains that taking the exam is a good opportunity to learn. She wants to advance her abilities by gaining more knowledge, and she's been practicing her writing after class with help from Lily and Moon. She figures it's worth the effort to avoid falling behind. Hearing this, the little witch decides to join her for the exam as well, shortly after the exam is conducted, and the answer sheets from all the witches are sent to the prince. The prince thanks Lady Skrull for her help, and as he reviews the answer sheets, he's fascinated to find that Nightingale has passed. Well, it seems like the prince is a bit disappointed that Nightingale passed, because if she had failed, he was planning to discourage her from eating more sweets during afternoon tea. Nightingale quickly catches on and starts pinching his shoulder, practically telling him not to even think about it. Jokes aside, the prince is genuinely glad that all the witches performed exceptionally well. What's even more fascinating is that 2 new witches also took the test, where Evelyn scored 5 points while Candle scored 36. The prince is especially impressed by Candle, who only attended the course for 2 weeks, but still managed to score 60 points. It just proves how witches both physically and mentally have a significant advantage over commoners. The next scene shows Lucia practicing hard with the materials inside her pouch. That is when her little sister wanders in and asks why she's still practicing so late. Lucia loses her concentration due to the sudden interruption, and gets annoyed at her little sister telling her to focus on reading the books instead of bothering her. But the little one replies that she can't really understand the words completely. She can only read a bit at a time and wishes she could read and write as well as her big sis. Lucia explains that's why she needs to practice more. She tells her sister that words have similar structures, and you can figure out their meanings from their roots. It's all part of the learning curve. The little girl reluctantly grabs a book and goes back to reading. Just then, Nightingale shows up and notices the siblings squabble. The little girl quickly rushes over to Nightingale with a pleasant smile and says she's just reading some books while her sister is busy practicing. Nightingale then offers ice cream to both sisters, and they eagerly grab their sweet, delicious treats. As they enjoy their ice cream, Lucia points out that these goodies are usually only distributed after noon tea time, so she is curious how Nightingale managed to get her hands on them. Nightingale proudly boasts that she placed 3rd in the exam, just behind Leaf and Wendy. Since the prince didn't expect her to pass, she figured she'd try to get something extra from him. Lucia then asks how many points she herself scored, to which Nightingale reveals Lucia got around 68 points. Lucia's face falls a bit at this, since there were 120 points total, and she only scored a little more than half. As her mood sinks, her melting ice cream starts to drip, and a drop of creamy sweetness lands on her hand. Nightingale quickly grabs Lucia's hand and licks the sweet nectar off, reassuring her that she did fine. She explains that Lucia hasn't been studying with them for long, so it's perfectly reasonable to miss a few questions in math and science. The banter among the ladies continues, and the little girl cheekily asks Nightingale if she likes princes. Her big sister panics and quickly shushes her, saying she shouldn't ask such blunt questions. Nightingale blushes but admits that yes, she does like him. The scene shifts to Roland's office, where Lucia presents the ore samples she collected from the northern mine. The prince thanks her for her help, and Lucia says it's all worth it if she can be even a little bit helpful to him. As the prince examines the ores, Lucia's thoughts drift back to Nightingale's confession. She admits to herself that she doesn't really understand romance or whatever it is. But the idea of a witch being interested in the prince seems impossible to her. She thinks it's best if witches keep their feelings to themselves and not let others know. Meanwhile, the prince finishes examining the ore and tells Lucia that he'll have Sishi take a look at it. He suggests that Lucia keep practicing her abilities at the mines, and to ask Anna if she needs any help with anything. Lucia feels a bit confused that even the prince can't identify the ores. But then the prince calls her name and she perks up at the sudden attention. The prince congratulates her on passing the exam, and reveals that she placed 9th with 68 points. He acknowledges that it's impressive to perform well after only studying with everyone for a month, and encourages her to keep up the good work. Lucia brightens at the praise and agrees with a big smile, feeling more motivated and happy about her progress. After a while, the prince lets out a sigh, feeling disappointed that he couldn't identify the ores in the mine even after purifying them. He realizes there's still a huge gap between engineering and geology, and wonders if he should leave it to the alchemist, as chemical experiments are more reliable than observing things with the naked eye. Also, he does not have any time to stress anything since it's already time he starts planning countermeasures for the months of demons. Suddenly, a reporter rushes into the office with an urgent report. There's a secret letter from the capital. The prince asks who sent it, and the reporter says there's no signature. The prince opens the letter and sees that it's unsigned and written in an unrecognizable handwriting. It doesn't take him long to deduce that this secret letter must be from Theo, who has done a good job hiding his identity. As the prince squints at the text, he reads that an army of 1,000 strong has left the capital and is heading towards the western region. The next scene opens to the resounding claps and cheers from the audience celebrating the stellar performance of the stage actors. In the background, a newcomer asks Lady May if she performed really well. Lady May acknowledges that she has indeed improved a lot. Another little girl chimes in, hoping for some encouraging words from her senior as well. However, Lady May breaks her junior's heart by dropping the bombshell that she's still far behind and needs to work on her emotions. Another stage worker points out that Lady May seems pretty strict, especially since the audience enjoyed their performance so much. The senior reminds the stage worker that many of these audience members are commoners, who've never experienced theater before, so it's a new experience for them. She adds that if their audience were elite members, their stage mistakes would have gotten them into serious trouble. Suddenly, another actor makes her entrance without missing a beat. She immediately begins berating Lady May and her crew, labeling them as third-rate actors performing in a rundown place like Bordertown. Lady May's student is visibly annoyed by this, but the arrogant woman known as Bella Dean mocks them further. She questions if they even know their place, and makes it clear that none of them are suited for a big city like Longsong Fortress. She emphasizes that the Longsong Theater doesn't welcome third-rate actors. She even sneers at their play, The Diary of a Witch, dismissing it as terrible and unworthy of attention. She continues her rant accusing Lady May of causing a drop in the theater's revenue due to performing in such a filthy town. According to her, no noble would want to watch shows from a theater that also performs for commoners without charging any price, and these commoners are nothing more than monkeys in her eyes. But Lady May isn't having any of it. She shoots back, making it clear that Bella's being arrogant and clueless. She points out that the theater manager has a deal with Prince Roland and Ambassador Petrov, who are in charge of Longsong Fortress. She assures Bella that any revenue lost will be covered by Bordertown. She further tells Bella to get a grip and stop running around like a headless chicken because this is a business deal after all. And as for reputation, Lady May proudly adds that only second-rate actresses would worry about losing theirs. Back when she performed in the capital, the elite couldn't get enough of her shows. Lastly, she drops the bombshell that The Diary of a Witch was written by Prince Roland himself. So by trash-talking the play, Bella is not just dissing some random script. She's showing contempt for royalty, which, by the way, is punishable by law. But Bella continues her rant, which eventually leads to a sharp slap across her face from Lady May. After delivering the slap, Lady May takes a deep breath, letting out the frustration that had been bubbling inside her. Miss Bella's lackeys quietly warn May that she's crossed the line by slapping her fellow actress. They remind her that an actress's face is her most valuable asset, and she can't just go around slapping people. Although Lady May inwardly admits that she acted on impulse, she still has no intention of apologizing to this trashy woman. She also recalls her time with Prince Carter, noting how men may seem all muscular and strong, but their weaknesses are in their eyes and throats. If it comes down to dealing with these lackeys, she's confident she could drop them with a single kick. So she doesn't falter and steps up to confront them. But just then, Prince Carter shows up. He announces that he's here to arrest anyone who insulted Prince Roland or schemed against his theater crew. Bella and her two lackeys are shocked to see the prince's knight, and Bella is pretty sure they're screwed since she was the one who belittled the prince's play. Later that night, Knight Carter and Lady May have a great time together, chatting and enjoying each other's company. But we are not interested in their lovey-dovey shit, so let's jump ahead 2 days. Inside the castle of Bordertown, representatives from the 5 families have gathered from around the western region. Prince Roland reveals that he has received reliable intel indicating that Timothy has sent soldiers to Longsong Fortress. Their numbers are unclear, but there's no doubt they're coming for Bordertown. He explains that Timothy's typical strategy involves kidnapping commoners to bolster his forces, then making them eat the church's drug. This drug, known as the evil Crimson Pill, grants commoners strength even greater than that of knights, but its side effects are fatal and irreversible. Timothy plans to weaken the Western region's power by turning anyone useless to him into drugged berserkers, making everyone here in danger. As the leader of the Western region, Prince Roland instructs all the representatives to mobilize their personnel into the fortress. By doing so, Timothy won't be able to strengthen his forces. One of the members raises a concern, pointing out that they don't have enough food and supplies to sustain such a move. But Prince Roland makes it clear that they'll have to bring everything they can, and they only have 3 days to do that. Every commoner must be transported to the city, and once Timothy's soldiers are defeated, they can return home. All the representatives kneel in respect, and once they're gone, Prince Roland turns to his army captain Iron Axe and explains that this army is different from the last one they faced. Timothy's soldiers are currently sailing down the Redwater River, planning to infiltrate through Willowtown. He explains that this route is especially tricky because once they pass the river fork, they'll have the option to attack the fortress's south and east gates or continue west to lay siege on Bordertown. To avoid spreading their troops too thin, Prince Roland emphasizes that they need to focus their best soldiers on ambushing the enemy at the Redwater River fork, as it's the most strategic point for a successful defense. He further explains that Lightning and Maggie will keep an eye on the enemy's movements, so they don't need to station extra soldiers for defense. Instead, they just need to set up an ambush for a single decisive strike. He also notes that Longsong Fortress will need 100 soldiers to watch over the aristocrats, so he doesn't want any surprises while everyone's focused on the Redwater River. Iron Axe will handle the artillery and board the ship at Littletown to meet him at the river fork, and our boy himself will rush there as soon as he's done with things at the fortress. Nightingale, looking worried, asks if the prince is really planning to go himself. The prince nods, saying no one else knows how to handle the witch's abilities like he does, so it's crucial for him to be there. Once their boat sets sail, we see all the new witches along with our 2 familiar girls on board. Leading this operation is our eager prince, who makes it clear that while he might not be a master at commanding large armies or planning full-scale assaults, he definitely knows his stuff when it comes to tower defense and tank warfare, which is his specialty. The camps are set up near the river, and just as the prince is about to drop some knowledge on what tanks actually are, Nightingale chimes in, saying she gets the idea of trenches and towers, but has no clue what in the world a tank is. That's when our boy explains that tanks are like carriages with cannons mounted on them, even sketching out a rough drawing in the sand for everyone to see. But then he admits they don't have enough horses, and the cannons also need to be transported with the ships as well, so the prince concedes that what they have isn't really a tank. But he suggests that if they don't have enough horses, Honey could tame some tigers or cougars to pull the cannons instead. Nana then asks if cannons pulled by tigers still count as tanks. The prince, with a grin, proudly says yes, and even suggests they could call them tiger tanks or leopard tanks. That's when Lotus speaks up, asking the prince what her role will be in the battle against the fake King Timothy. The prince explains that they need to set up 2 perimeters on either side of the river. He draws a line in the sand to show the enemy's route and points out where their troops will be stationed on both riverbanks. The plan is to launch a surprise pincer attack and to hide everyone they'll need to build dirt structures in a V shape along the banks. These structures should be long with sturdy walls, and each will have 8 rooms with 1 small window facing the river. Lotus appears to be still confused and says that while they can hide their troops in the mud houses, they won't be able to attack the enemy's ships. If the ships don't stop or dock, they might just sail past. The prince reassures her, saying she doesn't need to worry about that. He explains they've got all sorts of long-range weapons for dealing with the ships. He also mentions that Leaf will use wild grass and vines to camouflage their setup. The prince can almost hear the victory music playing in his head. It's just a matter of time before Wendy transports all 16 cannons into the mud houses they're about to build. With that firepower, no matter how many ships Timothy has, they'll be at a serious disadvantage against his attack. The enemy won't stand a chance. The next day, a knight starts barking orders for all soldiers to get ready for the attack. Hearing the command, the soldiers quickly scramble into the bunkers, which are completely camouflaged under a thick layer of grass, thanks to Lady Leaf's work. Inside the bunkers, the soldiers start prepping their cannons, and they can't stop singing the praises of the witches. They're amazed at how the witches built huge structures overnight and instantly summoned grass and vines. They're even hearing rumors about one witch who can turn into a giant pigeon. The soldiers can't believe how these extraordinary abilities surpass anything mere mortals can do. Just as the soldiers are chatting and having a good time, someone reports that enemies are closing in. The soldiers rush to load the cannons, ready to spring into action at Miss Lightning's signal. The ships are definitely getting closer, and Sylvie confirms they're almost at the ambush point. Lotus is a bit anxious as the boats appear on the horizon and the prince has not yet made a move. But then, bam! The ships are hit from all sides by a barrage of cannon fire. Lotus is completely blown away by the sudden and intense bombardment. The soldiers on the ships are completely helpless, dropping like flies under the relentless cannon fire. Lotus is still trying to wrap her head around what's happening. Her mind spinning, trying to understand how they're pulling this off. With people crying for help and blood everywhere, Sylvie quickly starts feeling queasy from the chaos. Lotus rushes to check on her friend while the prince, observing the carnage, advises Sylvie to take a break. He offers her a handkerchief, which she accepts gratefully. Sylvie notes that these weapons are probably the incredible invention she had heard rumors about. She hadn't taken it too seriously at the time, but now she can't deny the power of such a weapon. Suddenly, the surviving knights from the ships scramble onto the solid ground, raising their swords and charging at the beach flanks. But let's be real. These knights are marching straight into their doom. Our soldiers ready and waiting in the bunkers start hammering the knights with gunfire. The enemy quickly realizes they've been ambushed and scrambles back to their ships, beginning their retreat in a hurry. Meanwhile, the prince watches the whole thing through his telescope. He tells Iron Axe that it's time to finish cleaning up the rest. If any of the chief knights are still alive, he wants them taken prisoner for questioning. He also instructs Sylvie to go with Iron Axe to keep an eye on the enemy soldiers, making sure no one gets away. The charming witch Sylvie quickly agrees to the prince's instructions. She now understands why the prince is so confident in publicly sheltering the witches. With such powerful military capabilities, even the church's divine punishment army might struggle to overcome him. If Princess Tilly could wield such formidable weapons, she might not need to hide anymore, and the enemy could find it nearly impossible to launch a successful assault. Iron Axe finally returns from his mission and reports back. He's managed to capture only 2 knights. The first introduces himself as Duke Snake and immediately begs the prince to allow him to send a message to his family promising a huge ransom in return. The second knight introduces himself as Edward Shield from the Shield family in the northern region, and he too claims that his family is willing to pay a ransom for his release. With a terrifying tone, the prince asks them if these 2 are the ones who launched this attack. Duke Snake quickly speaks up, stating that their captain Duke Vincent was the one in charge, but he perished in the battle. He pleads with the prince to release their handcuffs, insisting that he wishes to be treated humanely before his ransom is arranged. The prince, however, makes it clear that he's not interested in a ransom. All he wants is the main goal of the attack and Timothy's next move. If they provide this information, he'll let them go. The 2 knights apologize and firmly state that they can't divulge any details. They've sworn loyalty to Timothy and refuse to betray their king. We can tell that the prince is really bothered by their response, so he simply turns on his heel and starts walking away. He tells Iron Axe that the fate of these knights is up to him and makes it clear that he doesn't care what happens to them as long as he gets the information he needs. Iron Axe quickly agrees, telling his soldiers to take the 2 knights away. Before they leave, the prince reminds the captain that once the interrogation is over, the 2 knights should be counted among the casualties. After all, they brought this on themselves by invading the western region and involving civilians in their mess. The next day in Border Town, the prince learns that the soldiers they defeated were just the first wave of Timothy's forces. Iron Axe confirms that this fits Timothy Wimbledon's strategy, revealing that Timothy is sending waves of refugee armies to attack the western region, using similar tactics to those employed at Clearwater Port. The prince asks if all the soldiers are civilians. Iron Axe replies that it's a mix. Some are criminals and troublemakers among the refugees. He explains that Timothy captures these people, makes false promises to pacify them, and then forces them to take the pills. This way, they fall entirely under Timothy's control, and Timothy needs more pills to keep them under his influence and manage their pain and desires. The prince feels a pang of sadness for those forced to take the pills because the pills only offer a temporary reprieve, delaying an inevitable death, and he knows that even one pill means they're beyond saving. Iron Axe agrees, noting that Timothy never mentioned the pill's side effects to those people, and everyone was tricked into believing they'd receive status and rewards after fighting. Duke Vincent had underestimated the defenses of Border Town and thought that 1,000 drugged commoners would be enough to take down the Border Town. Iron Axe further reveals that Duke Snake spilled more details during the interrogation. Timothy had planned to split the commoners into groups to attack the town, while keeping an eye on their defenses. The prince makes it clear he won't let any enemy soldiers get away this time. Since Duke Snake was part of the first wave, he asks if they know anything about the next waves. Iron Axe shares that they didn't get many details about the second wave, but Duke Snake did mention it would be much larger than the first. The prince is disappointed to see Timothy squandering valuable lives as cannon fodder. It's hard to believe his brother could be so reckless with such a costly gamble. The prince then points out that once the demons of months arrive, the entire western region will be covered in snow. If they're going to attack, it needs to happen before winter hits. This means he plans to drag out the battle. Iron Axe asks if they should send a messenger. The prince thinks it won't be very effective. To make Timothy rethink his strategy, they'll need to cut his forces and show him that sending commoners into battle won't work against the western region. The prince spreads out the map and explains the urgency of their next moves. He explains that he was too slow and cautious in spreading news about the western region and recruiting more people. To cut off Timothy's options for gathering commoners for his forces, they need to recruit and interact with commoners just as they did with the refugees in the capital. He emphasizes that the war-torn southern region is the most critical area to address next, followed by the northern region. He plans to release the prisoners to send a clear message ensuring that Timothy's forces won't attempt another futile assault. Iron Axe raises a concern that releasing the captives would expose their strategies and weaponry. However, the prince reassures him that Timothy will remain in the dark about the specifics of their weapons' strength and manufacturing capabilities. The released captives will only reveal the extent of the weapon's power and not the intricate details of their operations. Additionally, these captives will carry a warning letter to Timothy, which will serve as both a strategic and psychological advantage. Iron Axe looks puzzled, so the prince clarifies his strategy. He plans to announce a specific date for a major offensive and then lay siege on the capital during that time. This will not involve the First Army, but rather an unexpected aerial assault by the witches. He explains that while the chance of actually killing Timothy is slim, the primary objective is to create a significant psychological impact. By demonstrating their ability to strike directly at the heart of Timothy's power, they will shake his confidence and destabilize his rule. The goal is to make Timothy feel threatened and uncertain about his position, thereby achieving a successful operation through fear and disruption. Well, that was a lot to take in. I'm sure this episode was more dialogue-oriented than action-packed, and we didn't see much progress on the industrialization front. Nonetheless, it was a great episode. I guess having character development and compelling narration is what makes Release the Witch special, regardless of how dialogue-heavy the series is. I enjoyed narrating it. I hope you enjoyed it as well, so leave the feedback down in the comments. On a particularly sunny day in Bordertown, Margaret is enjoying some cold ice cream, while giving a shout-out to the prince for his brilliant strategy that has shaken things up in Grey Castle. Because of this, Timothy has repeatedly failed to take down Bordertown. She further shares that she's heard rumors about the Black Flag fleet raiding Seabreeze Town and Golden Wheat City before sailing to the north, and no one has any clue where Garcia went with her Black Flag fleet. Since Garcia is now out of the picture, this means that Timothy's only target left is our boy. She enthusiastically offers that if the prince wants to leave Grey Castle, the Bay is ready to welcome him with open arms. There's enough land on their island to even set up 10 border towns, and she and the other merchants would be more than happy to provide all the land available to Bordertown citizens. The prince, though, already knows where Margaret is coming from. He's not about to trade his steam engine and paddle steamer blueprints with the merchants like that. Even if he lost to Timothy and ended up losing Grey Castle, he'd prefer to head to his sister Tilly Wimbledon first. Margaret then asks the prince about the hot air balloons, and he reveals that he's already working on them. He's managed to manufacture 2 so far, but he points out that they're not quite like the ones she's ridden before, and they don't require a witch to operate either. When they head outside, the prince shows her one of the balloons they've created. He explains that it has a port at the end for loading gas, which is what makes it fly. Refilling is pretty straightforward because all you have to do is just connect the hose to the tank and twist it open. He also mentions that the balloon is resistant to rainfire and even bird beaks. Margaret is amazed about all this, but curiously asks how many gas tanks each balloon needs. The prince tells her it's about 5 or 6. Margaret then inquires if the gas is very expensive, and the prince pretends it is saying that gas isn't something just anyone can produce. But deep down, Prince Roland is practically doing a happy dance because contrary to what he said, making helium is a breeze. All it takes is mixing sulfuric acid with reactive metal in the tank, and since he doesn't have any metals on hand, he can simply get help from Sister Lucia to extract high-purity metal for the reaction. Meanwhile, Margaret acknowledges that the formula must have come from the blood, sweat, and tears of Bordertown's esteemed alchemists who worked tirelessly to make it happen. So without a second thought, she decides to buy some. The prince then humbly reminds her that the canisters can only be stored for a year and must not be incinerated, struck, or disassembled, or there will be severe consequences. He adds that while it might be a little expensive, Bordertown will offer deals and discounts for their customers. That's when Lightning chimes in, announcing that the balloons will come with pre-filled complimentary gas, a camouflage cloak, and a warranty. Customers can also purchase a yearly membership subscription for additional discounts. A while later, Prince Roland is feeling pretty pleased with himself. The deals he struck with Margaret have generated a lot of revenue, which means he can now invest in boosting the population. By the time he builds the city next year, he is sure that the Redwater River will be lined with neighborhoods. Meanwhile, Anna and Lucia are hard at work. Anna perks up when she sees the prince strolling toward them, and the prince quickly squats down after approaching them, asking how things are going, and if they've found anything worthwhile. It seems like Anna and Lucia are focused on producing a metal with incredible resilience, hardness, and tenacity. Lucia dives into some technical details, and overall they're quite satisfied with their results. Anna even mentions that this project is more interesting than smelting musket barrels. She further happily reveals that she can completely transform an iron block by adding another metal to it, and she's eager to understand how these metallic atoms bond together. The prince is thrilled to hear this, and explains to us that Anna and Lucia are working on an extraordinarily useful task. Lucia's job is to break down ores into different base elements, while Anna melds them with iron to test their qualities. Using Blackfire's malleability, Anna tests the hardness and tenacity with varying amounts of magic. As the prince walks away, he's buried in a book about chemistry detailing everything about iron and its properties. He knows that even tiny changes can cause significant shifts in a metal's properties, which is why they're testing those thresholds. A while later, the prince is sitting on a bench, and the falling leaves are a clear sign that autumn is approaching. As the prince starts dozing off, Anna jolts him awake with a tap on his nose, telling him not to fall asleep outside, otherwise he is going to catch a cold. He suddenly asks where Lucia is, and Anna reveals that she's having afternoon tea with Belle. Just then, Anna reads Roland's troubled face, so she moves in close and asks if he has something on his mind, because she can see it in his eyes. The prince remains silent for a moment, then grabs her hand and pulls her closer, admitting that he's feeling a little troubled about something. He explains that he had brought the commoners in the border town from the capital with the help of everyone, but there are still a lot more people stuck in the capital who are not willing to leave the capital. The time is running out, so he is afraid that he has to be more forceful to ensure he saves most of the people, and they don't fall victims of Church's pills. Timothy is making them to take. Reflecting on it, he admits that in a way he's more or less the same as Timothy, with the only difference being their goals. He wants people because he's aiming to build his empire, while Timothy wants people just to crush everyone. Anna quickly puts a finger over his lips and tells him she gets what he's trying to say. She explains that she's figured out what's troubling him. He's worried that people might not accept his help, that his goals might not always match up with what others expect, and that using harsh tactics even for a good cause could be misunderstood. The prince isn't sure if having a moral goal outweighs using a moral method. Anna reassures him not to worry, telling him she will always be there to help him no matter what. The next scene then takes us to the sea at the fjords on Slumber Island. There we see a boat docked at the shore with different vendors selling their wares. Molly and another cute witch can be seen exploring the market area. All the while, Princess Tilly is observing everything through her telescope. She notes how Slumber Island is no longer just a hiding place for the original 300 witches. Although the New Bay residents live on the outer edges of the island, far from where the witches live, she's confident that with continued growth, Slumber Island will eventually become a city. As Tilly is discussing these developments to herself, Ash calls out to her, warning her about the heavy wind and telling her to come down before she trips. Tilly quickly uses the stone embedded in her hand to lift off from her perch and smoothly makes her way down. Ash scolds Tilly for being reckless and suggests she keep Molly around while she's experimenting with flying. On the other hand, Tilly excitedly talks about her new discovery, explaining that as long as she maintains her magic output, she won't fall off. However, controlling her direction is still tricky. She invites Ash to give it a try, saying flying is an incredible experience and the view of Slumber Island from above is breathtaking. Ash remains dubious and flatly refuses, reminding Tilly that she couldn't even activate the lightning stone and that she shouldn't risk her life. Besides, there's only one stone, so she can't fly with her even if she mastered it. Tilly sadly agrees and mentions she's also working on figuring out how to craft more of these stones. Ash asks if she's implying that the stones are man-made. Tilly confirms, saying their appearance and qualities seem unnatural, suggesting that the people who built the ruins had a deep understanding of magic, and she finds it a bit sad that the makers of these stones didn't leave any research literature about any of it. Suddenly, Maggie comes rushing at Princess Tilly, looking as if she's seen a ghost. When Ash notices the frantic bird making a speedy descent, she quickly grips Tilly and steps aside, clearing the way. Poor Maggie lands hard on the solid ground and for a moment seems genuinely hurt. Ash picks her up and Maggie explains that she was blown away when she saw Tilly flying. She even thought for a moment that Sister Lightning had come to Slumber Island without telling anyone. Once Maggie recovers, she mentions that she's just come directly from Border Town, and Tilly then asks how the witches there are doing. Maggie replies that they're doing great, and that she was asked to deliver a bunch of letters written by them. One letter is from Lotus, and the other one from Evelyn, and as well as Sylvie also sent a letter. She also pleasantly presents a letter from the prince as well. Ash then offers Maggie a cookie for a job well done, and Maggie happily transforms into her little chubby pigeon form and flies off with the treat. Tilly can't help but notice how Maggie seems to get plumper with each trip to Border Town. Nonetheless, as they walk away, Tilly notices that Roland's letter feels unusually heavy this time, making her wonder what's inside. Later, once they're in the office, she eagerly opens the letter and finds a bunch of pictures inside. She's blown away by the lifelike drawings, convinced that only magic could create such detailed images, and one of the witches must have done this. But that's not even the craziest part. As she reads the letter, Tilly is further shocked to realize that these are real pictures of devils, not just some random art. Apparently, the scenes depicted are from when the Witch Association ventured into the Badlands to find the Holy Mountain. It then starts to ring a bell for Ash, and she recalls the legend of the Holy Mountain said to be a legendary witch sanctuary, where true peace and quiet could be achieved. However, Ash realizes that this was likely just hot air. They could simply live peacefully on Slumber Island without the worries of the outside world. The letter reveals that Kara, the former leader of the Witch Association, truly believed in the Holy Mountain's existence. She had found an ancient book in the eastern ruins that led her to believe the mountain was located in the Forsaken Lands. So she took the association past the mountains into the wastelands, but they discovered nothing but horrifying monsters. The letter describes these monsters as having incredible strength, quick mobility, and some even wielding lightning magic, just like a witch would. Out of 40 witches, only 6 survived, and they eventually found shelter in Border Town. It wouldn't be surprising if those devils were using the same lightning stones which Princess Tilly has right now. The prince's letter goes on to mention something puzzling as well. Apparently, there's a scribble at the end in the language of the 4 kingdoms. It references the Holy City, a battle with devils, and Alice's experiment with the Divine Punishment Army from 400 years ago. The prince has yet to figure out as to why this would be written in such a different language. After finishing the mysterious letter from the prince, Tilly decides to read Sylvie's letter next. Sylvie's letter reveals that she hasn't detected any disguises or traces of magic related to Roland Wimbledon. There are no other witches in Border Town who might be controlling the prince, which means that Prince Roland is truly her brother. The news absolutely shocks Tilly, and she's left trying to make sense of how it's even possible. She remembers that Gerald, Timothy, and Garcia were her father's first children, and they had formed a tight clique because of this very reason. Even Garcia, the youngest among them, was 6 years older than Roland, so no one hung out with him and bullied him relentlessly. Logically, since Tilly was the youngest, she should have teamed up with Roland, but for some obvious reasons, that didn't happen. Roland's personality got pretty twisted because of the way his siblings treated him, and he was carrying a lot of frustration he couldn't dump on his older siblings, so Tilly ended up being his target. She explains that their father stepped in once he found out, and Roland did shape up a bit. Still, he was full of mischief. He was both immature and kind of funny, so she had to stand up to him, and he didn't bother her much after that. Not gonna lie, little Roland was pretty charming back then. Tilly further reveals that as Roland grew up, he didn't really change much. According to rumors, he was hot-tempered, uneducated, and relied solely on his royal status. Those traits were just a cover for his true weaknesses, fear and fragility. Yet now he's standing with the witches protecting them despite being seen as demons, and he's even willing to go against the church. She is having a hard time believing it, and Ash agrees. She says that even though she hadn't seen Roland in years, he seemed like a completely different person now. Apart from his appearance, he gives off a totally different vibe. Tilly then curiously asks Ash for her observations further. Ash explains that the biggest change is Roland's cleanliness. Both his appearance and his presence are simple and refined. He doesn't flaunt his status like other elites, and if it weren't for his hair, he might not stand out from an ordinary commoner at all. Ash adds that while Roland might seem normal, there's something about him she can't quite put into words, and he gives off a really nice feeling. The princess smiles and teasingly points out that she never expected Ash of all people to give Roland a compliment. Ash quickly gets flustered and insists she's just being honest. Nevertheless, Tilly is still curious and wonders what could have caused such a drastic change in Roland. She suspects he might have used some means to become someone else, and the only way to find out is to meet him face to face. I love how this manhwa is putting so much emphasis on Roland's transformation. It's a refreshing change from other manhwa that often make you forget the main character doesn't belong in their current world. Sylvie further writes that she has mostly been exploring the northern mines for the prince. To everyone's surprise, they've discovered a huge amount of divine judgment stones. These stones grow out of the ground just like other ores. She's also seen soldiers at the border town using a type of metal weapon that shoots iron balls and bolts. The weapon is incredibly powerful and makes a thunderous sound, and she has even made some drawings of these weapons. Ash quickly perks up and points out that this rod-like weapon is exactly what caused her injury back then. Since they're allies now, she advises Princess Tilly to request a shipment of these weapons for defense. If the prince refuses, it would suggest he's not as reliable as everyone thinks. Princess Tilly responds that first of all, they are not particularly defenseless. And secondly, those weapons are clearly vital to the prince, so he wouldn't give them away easily. Tilly is sure that making demands like that would only break their trust. Besides, she plans to visit Border Town during the winter anyway, so it'll be easier to talk to him in person about it. Ash quickly agrees, saying that Tilly can handle things however she sees fit. As Tilly continues reading the letter, she notices that Sylvie's sharp eyes missed nothing, because the letter even describes Roland's gifts to the witches. And Tilly gets absolutely blushy and embarrassed when she reads about how the prince gifted some underwear meant to cover a woman's chest specifically for the adult witches. Tilly finds it completely ridiculous, thinking that gifting underwear is something only lovers do. So how could Roland have done that? She then recalls that he did something similar at the capital, and realizes that he's definitely started to resemble the Roland she used to know. Ash nods in agreement, noting that Roland was always a bit of a creep. Back at Border Town, the chemist Sichi is in high spirits as he shares some exciting news with the prince. He's found a workable solution for manufacturing acid, but it requires a large amount of lead and a skilled smith to make a container out of it. He's heard that there is a witch who can precisely cut metal, and if she can handle the metal work, he asks for permission to use her assistance. The prince gives the green light for the witch's help, but mentions that he actually called him for something other than the acid. But Sichi is already way too busy with his current projects to get time for anything else. The prince reassures him that it won't take long, and that all he needs is a few of Sichi's apprentices, not his top-tier ones. Sichi is finally curious and asks what the task involves. The prince then explains that they're going to manufacture soap specifically for the common market. Despite its modest appearance, it will have the same properties as luxury soap, useful for bathing, washing clothes, and cleaning kitchenware. Sichi then frantically asks if the prince is referring to saponification, the process from Chemistry 101 that converts fats and sodium hydroxide into glycerin and soap. The prince confirms, and he seems pretty happy that Sichi is using the correct chemistry terms. However, even though Mad Scientist is thrilled about it, he still suggests delaying soap production because citizens can go days without bathing and usually clean their clothes and dishes in the river. The prince clarifies that soap production indeed has the lowest priority right now, but it's the byproduct that they desperately need. Sichi then asks if the prince is talking about glycerin, and the prince agrees, stating that producing glycerin is their top priority. Eventually, Sichi agrees to the plan, but points out that he won't have the time to handle it himself. The prince understands and mentions that he has some spicy intel that might interest him. Apparently, a sailboat carrying 50 commoners arrived this morning. Since there were a lot of people and they didn't seem like merchants, they were stopped by patrol. One of these commoners asked for Sichi, and it turns out that newcomer is an alchemist from Redwater City. Before the prince can reveal this newcomer's name, Sichi jumps with excitement, quickly realizing that this must be Charles, his former disciple. He's certain Charles has brought apprentices to assist him, and eagerly asks where Charles is right now, explaining that he was his most productive disciple, and it's crucial for the work. The prince informs him that they are registering themselves at the city hall. In the next scene, Lightning and Maggie are getting ready for their adventure, double-checking their supplies. Maggie proudly pulls out a string of sausages and declares that she's all set for the journey. Lightning raises an eyebrow and tells her that sausages won't do much against the dangers they might face, so she should grab a weapon or something. But the little pigeon makes it clear that if she runs into any Divine Judgment soldiers, she'll peck through their armor. Knowing arguing with Maggie is a lost cause, Lightning just puts on her glasses, and they are ready to set off towards the westernmost point of the Misty Forest, and their goal is to explore the area and map out the forest's boundaries. As they head out, Lightning feels a wave of relief that Maggie is coming along. She's uneasy about exploring the Misty Forest alone, especially after encountering that devil in the woods at her last visit. She worries that if Maggie knew just how scared she is, she might poke fun at her. Lightning reflects on the wisdom of her father, who is the great adventurer. He had once told her that no matter what obstacles she faces, she must confront them bravely. Observe closely and understand that fear often comes from within rather than from the actual danger. With these words in mind, Lightning steels herself, declaring proudly that she's the daughter of her father and she won't be defeated. They continue their journey. Lightning finds it quite reassuring that they can simply just follow the river to not get lost. Suddenly, Maggie spots a towering mountain at the end of the forest. The mountain's sheer size makes it look almost mythical. They notice a deep, dark hole in the mountain and decide to dive into it further to investigate. Once they are inside, Lightning notices the black rocks scattered around in the area. Maggie even pokes at one of the rocks and reports that they don't seem edible. Lightning checks out the rocks and realizes they're some kind of ore. Since they don't know much about it, they decide to bring the rocks back to the prince for analysis. Lightning then mentions that they spent most of the morning getting here, which means this place is around 240 kilometers away from the border town, much farther than Longsong Fortress. Suddenly she gets curious and wonders what's beyond this huge mountain. Meanwhile, Maggie notices her feathers starting to turn black. Well, I would not be surprised if this place is a gold mine of coal. Nevertheless, Lightning decides to check out the other side of the mountain, so she tells Maggie to stay put and not move. She dashes out of the tunnel and starts flying diagonally towards the sea to see what's beyond the mountain. When she finally reaches the end of the mountain and looks around, she's absolutely shocked by what she sees. Later, the scene cuts back to the border town where the prince is studying a map of Grey Castle's royal palace, and he is busy planning his siege. Suddenly, he hears a loud thumping noise. It's Maggie and Lightning peeking through the window, with Lightning looking particularly scared and anxious. The prince quickly tells Nightingale to open the window. Once they're inside, Lightning jumps at the prince and he in return gives her a reassuring pat on the head, telling her to calm down and asking what happened. Maggie quickly starts flapping her wings and reveals that she saw black rocks and huge snowy mountains. But that is not what has Lightning so worried, because what really scared her were the devils she saw there. As she tries to explain, she's visibly anxious, so the prince tells her to calm down and steady herself before speaking again. The little adventurer finally takes a chill pill and reveals that in order to completely mark the misty forest, she headed west along the Redwater River and found a huge mountain there. Behind it, she saw a red mist that covered the entire range, and the mist had crimson blood-like color. It was hard to see through it, but it reminded her of Saria's drawings, and she's certain that the red mist is the kind that the devils need to survive. A while later, Lady Skrull and other witches pay a visit to the prince. Seems like Roland has filled in all of the witches about the discovery of these devils. In the light of all this, Lady Skrull suggests that they should conduct an investigation of the red mist area. She points out that Lightning only saw it from afar and couldn't confirm if there were actually devils in the mist. Plus, even if they do find devils, they'll need to figure out if those monsters can reach the kingdom from the mountains. Wendy agrees with the Sister Skrull's recommendation, and further adds that while everyone knows that the devils are powerful, they are still not sure what defensive measures to take against them. So to prepare in advance, they need to investigate these monsters firsthand. The prince also agrees with the point they have raised and asks if anyone has any objections. If not, he's ready to move forward with the plan. However, the prince isn't sure how to conduct the investigation safely. That's when Anna suggests using hot air balloons. She explains that they can paint the balloons to blend in with the sky and use the clouds as cover. They'll fly over the ocean as an additional safety measure. Lightning then suggests bringing Sylvia along since her abilities are perfect for a scouting mission like this. The prince agrees and decides that he'll join the expedition as well. However, Nightingale quickly voices her concern, insisting that the prince shouldn't risk his life. And it seems like other witches are also against the idea of the prince tagging along. The prince then clarifies that this isn't as risky as it seems. He explains that if the monsters could fly or scale mountains, they would have already spread across all 4 kingdoms. The fact that they're still confined to the westernmost region suggests they're not as dangerous as everyone fears. Besides, the prince thinks to himself that he has more knowledge about alien civilizations and stuff, and he can easily figure out how advanced they are just at first glance. So if he can see the devils and their city himself, it could be extremely helpful in figuring out how to defend against them. With that in mind, he tells everyone to calm down, assuring them that they'll be watching from a safe distance. He adds that if even scouting from afar was too dangerous, he would never have agreed to this expedition in the first place. Nightingale finally agrees, though she seems a bit embarrassed for overreacting earlier, and she still insists that the prince isn't allowed to stray from the group during their journey. The prince agrees and points out that Anna, Wendy, Soraya, Sylvie, Nightingale, Lightning, and Maggie will all be going. He tells them they'll leave in a week, and advises everyone to carry revolvers along with the necessary rations. He also tells them to practice with the revolvers in the meantime, so that even the non-combative witches can defend themselves. The prince then decides to take a look at the ore Lightning has brought back. The little adventurer quickly reports that there were more of these rocks near the mountain, and the area covered by them is 10 times bigger than the border town. The prince notices that the rock is lighter than typical ores, so it's definitely not a metal or regular ore. Since it's black and found at ground level, it could be coal. She tells Anna to burn the rock a little, and once her green flame touches it, the rock begins to burn with a blue fire. It doesn't take long for the prince to recognize that this is high-quality anthracite, a type of coal that burns with minimal smoke. Lightning is surprised that this is what coal looks like because she expected it to be brittle and dirty like charcoal. The prince explains that this coal has been broken down and refined. Most coal looks like rocks in its basic form, and higher quality coal like anthracite is harder and shiny on the outside. He adds that coal isn't rare in Grey Castle because Fallen Dragon Ridge and Silver City both export it. It's primarily used for warmth, but this thing can easily replace charcoal in smithing, which is more environmentally friendly because it means fewer trees need to be cut down. He thinks to himself that even if they transition to electricity and gas, coal remains a versatile and cheap fuel source. It can be used to manufacture coal gas, hydrogen, and asphalt, and even generate electricity. Therefore, establishing an open-air coal mine would be more advantageous than relying on imports. It looks like they'll need to produce more steamboats and a coal factory in the westernmost region in order to ship all of the coal into the border town. The scene cuts to the king's city, where inside the palace an alchemist demonstrates their new discovery, which is a combustive snow powder created by the Alchemists Association. When the explosion goes off, the brass bowl goes flying into the air, leaving Timothy utterly flabbergasted. The old alchemist explains that if they increase the quantity and pack it tightly, the powder could be powerful enough to shred armor and flesh. Timothy is thrilled to hear this, and gladly offers the old man a generous reward of 20 golden royals. He instructs him to start building a snow powder factory in the capital immediately, and to continue researching the powder. He promises that if its effects in battle are as impressive as claimed, he'll grant the alchemist a dukeship and territory. The old man bows in respect, but one of the knights in the chamber points out that while the invention looks promising on paper, it might not be very useful on the battlefield, because it requires a fuse and has limited lethality affecting only a half a pace wide area. Timothy is deeply troubled after getting reminded that this powder still needs innovation. He reflects bitterly that if it weren't for Garcia snatching the alchemists who were in charge of researching the snow powder, he would have already dominated Grey Castle. But still, he's relieved that the remaining alchemists were skilled enough to sniff out the recipe. Suddenly, a soldier bursts in with urgent news and reports that the troops sent to the western region have been wiped out and returned to the capital in defeat, each carrying a letter from Roland Wimbledon. Timothy reads the letter and sees that Roland is clearly disappointed with his strategies. Roland calls the attack on the western region a severe mistake and warns that he'll make Timothy pay for it. He also says he'll attack the capital in the second month of autumn, planning to show that Timothy's throne isn't as safe as he thinks. Timothy is absolutely livid after reading the letter, his anger practically boiling over. Back with the witches, they're all geared up with revolvers for their shooting practice, and the prince is eager to see how they perform. As the ladies start shooting, it quickly becomes clear that they're struggling. Their shots are going in every direction except toward the target. Roland's enthusiasm dies down and starts to feel hopeless about their lackluster skills. However, it's not all doom and gloom because Anna stands out among everyone by hitting the target with such finesse you would not believe. The other witches are fascinated to see this, and even the prince is bewildered by her performance. He notices her clean aim and steady posture and wonders if Anna has talent beyond just her knowledge. Despite the revolver's noticeable recoil, her arm remains perfectly steady, leaving the prince impressed and curious about her hidden abilities. Meanwhile, Anna is basking in her glory after hitting the target perfectly. However, the prince quickly notices something off, and we can also see a hint of magic at play near the trigger of her gun. With a suspicious look in his eyes, he leans toward Anna and scolds her, saying that no one is allowed to use their abilities during firing practice. The clueless Anna asks why, and the prince explains that if enemies have stones of divine judgment, she would be helpless without her magic. He wants everyone to be prepared for real combat situations where their magical abilities might not be available. Prince then covers her ears and tells her to try again, assuring her that she won't feel scared this time. Lightning quickly asks Maggie to come over and cover her ears too. I find it fascinating how even the kids are handling these guns like they're just water pistols. With her ears covered, Anna quickly fires a barrage of bullets, and they all hit the target perfectly. Seeing this, Wendy and Nightingale give it a go as well, and soon enough the girls are having a blast while shooting. Later, we see their balloon floating in the air, camouflaged to blend with the sky. The prince announces that they'll be practicing dropping projectiles from the sky and plans to attack the capital in the second month of autumn, so everyone needs to start practicing right away. Wendy could not help but feel thrilled to be so high in the sky, and points out how the entire western region looks as small as the palm of her hand. The prince, however, explains that the area is indeed not very large, and directs her attention to the wasteland to the north, which is where they'll need to go later. Lightning notices they're already quite high and comments that she can't see anything below. The prince says they are high enough, and inside the balloon basket we see a nuke-like bomb. He explains that they'll be practicing by dropping this fake bomb just like they did on the ground. He adds that since this is only an experiment, the bomb they're using is much smaller than the real ones, and weighs about as much as 4 nightingales. Even though this one is smaller in size, they still need to treat it seriously. Anna seems really curious after hearing about the weight of this bomb, and curiously asks the prince since when Nightingale became a unit of measurement. The prince dramatically coughs and tells her not to worry about the details, instructing her to just get started. They drop their first bomb, and Anna quickly shuts the downward door in the basket. The prince is happy to see that they've become so familiar with the procedure after all their training. Wendy then asks him if the bomb can really hit the target from this altitude. Roland admits that it does seem improbable considering they're dropping it from 1,000 meters. However, he explains that the bomb has exceptional navigation capabilities, and its high altitude actually contributes to its guaranteed accuracy, and this is all thanks to our little explorer, Lightning. We're back at the border town castle. When the prince mentions he's heading to the Misty Forest, Knight Carter Iron Axe and the old man Barov are all shocked to hear this. The knight even insists on accompanying the prince as his first knight to protect him, while Iron Axe wants to bring 100 men to keep the prince safe. On the other hand, old man Barov says he has a ton of paperwork to handle. The prince firmly states that this is an order for everyone, and they need to stay and manage the border town while he's away. It seems like Barov isn't fully aware about the devils and the red mist in the most western region, so he curiously asks what's so important about that area that the prince feels the need to go himself. The prince doesn't get into details but says the situation affects the entire western region and could even threaten the destruction of Grey Castle. He claims that he is the only one who can assess it firsthand, and insists he must go himself. Knight Carter asks if the prince can spill the exact reason for his visit. The prince says he can't say right now but promises he'll fill them in eventually. He makes it clear that it's a secret mission and everyone needs to keep it to themselves, as everyone's freaking out about the bombshell the prince just dropped. He reflects on the situation in his mind. The Devil Territory is 60 miles from the western region, and these monsters once destroyed the holy city of Tequila, driving survivors to the edge of the continent. It all sounds pretty outlandish, but the prince is glad he's seen plenty of apocalyptic movies, but he knows that people won't easily accept this reality. If word leaks and civilians panic, everyone might rush to leave the western region, and he can't let that happen after coming this far. So the prince finally sets off with all the witches in their balloon, waving a final goodbye to his loyal companions, who are tearfully watching him depart. Not gonna lie, I'm also super excited to see what they're about to run into in that mist. Meanwhile, as they're floating through the air, Sylvie asks if the church fought the devils 400 years ago, and wonders if that makes the church good. The prince says the church is actually evil, and Nightingale agrees, pointing out that if they were good, they wouldn't have been executing witches for no reason. She explains it would be one thing if the witches were actually evil, but they're not connected to devils at all, plus there's even evidence to disprove that. The prince agrees and adds that first they need to verify if the church really did fight the devils. If they did, why would they hide it and destroy all the evidence? Because they could have gained a lot of followers by spreading the news of their victory. The prince reassures Sylvie that he'll never support the church just because they fought the devils. He's determined to fight against the devils on his own if needed, and he's not afraid because he has witches by his side. Nightingale leans in happily, reminding Sylvie that the church is a bunch of losers who failed to eradicate the devils in the past, so the prince would never side with them. A while later, Lightning points out that they're almost there and can already see the mountain. When everyone in the balloon looks ahead, they're awestruck by the mountain's magnificence. Wendy even notes that these mountains like they just sprang up from the ground out of nowhere. The prince then says they'll set up camp by the mountains closer to the coast because they'll rest today and start their investigation tomorrow. Once they set up camp near the sea, the prince looks out at the endless expanse of water and thinks it's a good spot, because this wide area makes it easy to spot anything around them, far from the misty forest, and unlikely for animals to come near. The ladies come over and suggest that the prince should sleep inside the tent. That is when Roland remembers that particular day when he tried to sleep among the ladies, but had to spend his entire night restlessly. To avoid repeating the same mistake twice, he decides to sleep outside to stay fresh for their morning investigation. Meanwhile, Maggie is also feeling quite happy as she decides to sleep outside as well. The ladies start heading into the tent, and Wendy says she'll swap for Lookout later. As the fire crackles and the prince sits alone, Anna approaches him from behind. The prince asks her if she's not planning to sleep with the others. She replies with no and says she just wants to stay out here with him. She sits down beside him and mentions that Sylvie should have thanked him earlier for how he comforted her. Then, almost out of nowhere, Anna says she's happy with the choice she made. The prince finds himself confused and curiously asks what choice she's talking about. But instead of answering, Anna leans in and gives him a quick kiss on the cheek. Afterwards, she doesn't say anything else, just wishes him good night and heads off to sleep. While he still has not recovered from that unexpected kiss, the prince is caught off guard when Nightingale suddenly appears and gives him a smooch on the cheek too. She thanks him for everything he's done for the witches, then vanishes into thin air, leaving the prince smiling to himself. The next morning, the crew is back in the balloon, and they continue their journey to the Red Mist. Inside the balloon, the prince can be seen still yawning, feeling a bit uncomfortable from sleeping outside. He's already starting to miss the comforts of his castle, especially the running water and showers. Meanwhile, the witches are full of energy and in high spirits, and the prince can't help but marvel at how fresh they look, and wonders if their beauty is part of their magic. Suddenly, Lightning reports that they should be able to see the blood mist from a distance. She quickly points her finger out in that particular direction, and as they peer downward, they spot the entire area swarming with that creepy red mist. Sylvie wastes no time activating her ability, and she quickly reports that they're still too far away from the mist because she just can't detect anything from this distance. The prince decides to descend further and tells Saria to make sure she draws every scene from this point onward. As he looks through the binoculars at the coast, he notices there are no piers or docks. Even if there were devils, they haven't built any ships to reach Grey Castle from the sea. Suddenly, Sylvie speaks up, saying that about 10 miles from the coast in the red mist, there are some structures made of black rock. They're triangular in shape and seem to point upward. Wendy quickly chimes in, noting that these structures sound similar to the mirages they saw in the wastelands, which suggests this place is definitely devil territory. However, Saria, who's seen devils in their buildings in the wastelands before, points out that the height of these towers seems off. The towers she saw in the mirage were so tall that they should have been visible above the mist, because they were even taller than these mountains. The prince then speculates that what she saw before might have been a devil city, and this could just be a village. While Wendy and Anna are freaking out in the background, the prince keeps his cool and asks what's inside the towers. Sylvie reports that most of them are empty, but some are filled with some kind of liquid. Suddenly, she notices creepy red eyes glaring back at her. The prince snaps her out of it, asking urgently what's happening. Sylvie doesn't waste a second before telling the prince they need to get out of there fast, because the devils have already found them. Scratch that, the devils are already on the move. She explains that they were buried underground with only the pipes on their backs sticking out of the ground. The shit is about to get real, and it's clear they need to get out before things get worse. Sylvie then drops another brutal piece of news, revealing that there are some devils flying, which leaves everyone absolutely boggled out of their minds. The prince quickly orders Wendy to retreat the balloon at full throttle, and our wind girl quickly pushes the balloon forward with her wind powers. But unfortunately, Sylvie reports that 2 devils are rapidly approaching, and they are riding some kind of flying monsters. The prince is blown away to hear this, but instead of feeling terrified, he is kind of curious about these monsters, so he squints his eyes and notices that these devils are apparently riding some hybrid demon beasts. He makes a split-second decision and shouts for everyone to lower the balloon's altitude and reach the ground as soon as possible. He knows that with only lightning capable of flying, it won't be enough to protect everyone if these monsters catch up. If the balloon gets damaged, they're all in serious trouble, and he is kicking himself for underestimating the devils and putting everyone into this risky mess. Before they can even start their descent, the flying monsters close in fast. One of them blocks their path and throws a spear with incredible speed straight at the prince. He braces himself to get screwed, but just in time Anna conjures a shield to protect him, stopping the javelin inches from hitting him. However, it looks like Anna poured every ounce of her magic energy into creating that shield, and is almost out of juice. While the javelin falls back, the devils don't let up, and they charge at the balloon once again, surrounding the party from both sides. Surprisingly, Anna is still hanging in there and conjures up the shield once again to keep the monsters at bay. The prince takes this chance and immediately reminds the ladies that it's finally time to put their bad boys into action. The ladies quickly comply with command and draw their revolvers right away. They start shooting like there's no tomorrow, with Nightingale even holding 2 revolvers like she's some kind of gunslinger reincarnate. But despite their best efforts, it looks like all those bullets are missing the target, and the monsters are closing in fast. Nightingale then points out that the balloon's shaking too much, which is messing up their aim. Just then, one of the wild beasts roars with its gross gaping mouth, and Wendy quickly uses her wind powers to fly the balloon away. The abrupt push by Wendy causes the balloon to shake violently, making everyone in the basket lose their balance. Out of nowhere, Anna spots another monster right in front of her. This one grabs a javelin from its back and chucks it straight at her. But Prince Roland, being the hero he is, jumps in front of her and takes the spear right in his shoulder, and the impact shatters his arm in one go, leaving him crashing to the ground. The gruesome sight shatters Nightingale's heart, and for the first time I see her crying. All the witches rush to Prince Roland and Nightingale calls out to him, but he doesn't respond. It looks like he's gone unconscious after losing a lot of blood. Nightingale sobs uncontrollably while her tears stream down her face. Without wasting any time, Anna springs into action, quickly starting to burn the stump of the prince's severed arm to stop the bleeding. It seems like she picked up this first aid trick from one of the classes about first aid rescue, and not surprisingly, the bleeding stops right away, leaving Nightingale absolutely shocked. She quickly points out that this is their chance to get back to the border town if they want to save the prince. But this is not going to be that easy as it seems, because these devils are still looming large, and Nightingale realizes they won't make it back to the border town if they can't defeat these monsters. So she makes a split-second decision and tells Lightning to protect the balloon from damage. The girl is startled to hear this for a second as how she is going to stray those devils away. But when she looks at the prince, she realizes that they does not have time to be scared, so she quickly flies off into the air, and one of the devils quickly starts chasing her down. While there is still one devil who is trying to poke a hole into the balloon, the monster quickly backs away, and Wendy points out that it must be gearing up for a dive attack. That's when Nightingale steps up, deciding to leap off the balloon to get closer to the devils. Her friends try to talk her out of it, but with the devil charging at the balloon, she doesn't have much choice. Eventually, she jumps from the basket and lands on top of the balloon. She then uses her mist powers, and although she notices there's magic inside the devils, there's no time to dwell on it. She reappears from her mist and lands right on top of the monster's head. With her gun barrel aimed precisely at the monster's skull, she tells it to die and pulls the trigger, and the shot lands a brutal headshot, taking down the monster in one hit. The creature that the devil was riding begins to crash down, and Nightingale also starts to fall along with it. She tries to slip into the mist while plummeting through the air, but without anything to anchor her, the attempt fails miserably. Wendy tries to catch her with her wind powers, but her efforts fall short as well, and Nightingale starts to fear that she might actually die here. As she falls, memories of her past life with the prince flash before her eyes. Her dream of a sweet life alongside him begins to shatter. Despite the terrifying situation, she tears up, but also wears a faint, bittersweet smile, and finally admits to herself that she might never be with the prince after all. Well, it turns out that dramatic scene was just a teaser because, let's be real, we all knew Nightingale wasn't going anywhere, especially since Maggie is finally here to save the day. With some serious plot armor at play, Maggie starts evolving right before our eyes, turning into one of those hybrid monsters herself. She quickly snatches Nightingale from midair because, let's face it, no one's writing this series without her because she is one of the original witches after all. Maggie then flings Nightingale upward, and she lands safely on Maggie's back. Nightingale finds herself bewildered by Maggie's new hybrid form and asks her what the heck is going on. Maggie responds in a language Nightingale doesn't understand, so she simply tells our demonic bird to head back to the balloon. With that, the newly demonic Maggie starts her ascent towards the balloon. As one of the monsters spots them coming, it quickly grabs a javelin and throws it down with impressive speed. But before the javelin can hit, Maggie quickly transforms back into her little pigeon self. The javelin zooms past harmlessly, and Maggie then reverts to her monstrous form just in time to continue the rescue. As they charge straight at the monster, it's also coming at them full throttle. When they're finally face to face, Nightingale leaps off Maggie's back and dives into her misty world. She reappears right behind the devil's head, presses her gun barrel against it, and blows the monster's head off in one shot. She quickly pops back onto Maggie's back. Even though the devil's dead, its flying monster companion is still very much alive. The beast lets out a terrifying roar, but it's quickly silenced by a bullet that tears through its gaping mouth, leaving a hole in its head. The trigger-happy soldier who took the shot is none other than Sister Lightning, and Nightingale gives her a quick nod of approval for a job well done. Once the threat is neutralized, Nightingale decides it's time to head back. After a while, they finally reach the coast. Everyone gathers inside the balloon basket, worried sick about the prince. You see, traveling by balloon is slow, and even if they fly through the night, they won't reach the border town until noon the next day. With time running short, they decide to let Maggie and Lightning take the prince ahead first. While our sweet little demonic girl is ready to take on the task, Lightning seems a bit anxious. But she soon shakes off all of the disturbing thoughts and confidently assures everyone that they'll get the prince back in time. With that in mind, they strap the prince securely onto Maggie's back. Meanwhile, Nightingale reassures Lightning that the prince getting hurt wasn't their fault because they weren't born for battle. With that, the two flying girls depart with the prince, leaving the others in the balloon. Anna also suggests they get moving as well because she's certain those monsters might send another squadron after them, so they need to put as much distance as possible between them and the mountains. They'll set up camp when they find somewhere safe. Soraya is still anxious and worried, trying to figure out how the devils managed to find them. After all, the balloon and basket are camouflaged, so they shouldn't be detectable from 2,000 meters away, even with binoculars. Sylvie then reveals that she had seen a massive devil in the mist, and it was something like a giant black tower. It had a huge head which was larger than its body, and countless eyes, all of which seemed to be locked onto her. She explains that hundreds of devils surged from underground as soon as they noticed the intruders, and the entire area was swarmed. Anna then adds that the monsters the devils were riding were strange as well. Their blood was blue, which makes it clear that they're completely different from the hybrids they've encountered during the months of demons. Soraya agrees, noting that the creatures they encountered seem more like actual devils. She points out that when Nightingale shot the first devil, it bled blue, confirming they're not just demons. Wendy expresses her relief that if Maggie hadn't transformed and saved Nightingale, they wouldn't have made it out alive. Nightingale adds that while Maggie was transforming, she saw her magic shift from a swirling mass to a pair of pale wings. Meanwhile, Lightning and Maggie are zooming down, both looking pretty exhausted. The little girl then asks if the prince is still hanging on, and Lightning responds that he's getting colder, but thankfully his pulse is still strong. She then tells Maggie to channel all their remaining magic to increase their speed. With a burst of energy, they accelerate to sonic speed. As they fly away, Lightning starts to reflect on the situation. She feels guilty, thinking that if she had left the balloon basket to distract the devils earlier, the prince might not have been injured. She's hard on herself, feeling like she's still a long way from being an outstanding explorer. She's also thinking about requesting a revolver for herself once they're out of this mess, and asking Nightingale to teach her some fighting techniques. Eventually, they reach the border town castle. As soon as they descend down, soldiers rush towards our girl, and Night Carter is absolutely shocked to learn that Prince Roland is severely injured. Suddenly, the prince wakes up in a frantic state. He glances at his hand and is surprised to find it still there. As he looks around, he realizes he's back at the castle. He calls out for Night Carter, but then he soon spots some of the witches sleeping down on the ground, and it looks like they must have dozed off while waiting for him to wake up. Quietly, he gets out of bed and peeks outside and confirms that he really is back at the castle. Anna also wakes up, and Roland quickly asks her about everyone. In response, she reassures him that everyone is back in town and he's the only one who got injured. The prince breathes a sigh of relief upon hearing this, though he's feeling anxious because there is something different about Anna's tone. Out of nowhere, the girl hugs him tightly, calling him an idiot in a strangely affectionate way. Her repeated idiot in such a loving tone leaves the prince's nerves completely frazzled. He then feels a bit warm, thinking about how there are people who care for him. He hugs her warmly in response, letting her know he's back, and that she doesn't have to be so scared anymore. The other witches also begin to wake up, and they are all amazed to see the prince is out of his unconsciousness. Lightning wastes no time and launches herself at the prince, hugging him tightly, and soon the other little witches join in as well, creating a big warm group hug. Nightingale is also relieved to see the prince safe and jumps over him like a little kid. The scene is filled with joy and affection, lighting up the entire room. Later that night, the prince sits alone in his room, reflecting on how he seriously underestimated the devils during the expedition. He hadn't anticipated their ability to detect the balloons from such a distance. Though the expedition proved to be quite dangerous, it provided invaluable intel. The devils are no longer just mysterious beings from the underworld because they have their own civilization and are as culturally developed as humans.
The prince probably has scribbled down his thoughts in a letter which is probably meant for his sister, Princess Tilly. He mentions that the devils seem to have magic, which Nightingale confirmed. However, their magic method is totally different from witches because they use some sort of external gizmo instead of activating it like witches do. Unfortunately, these are just educated guesses since the devil corpses sank into the sea, so he couldn't examine them closely. Sylvie pointed out that those odd stone towers the devils had might store a red liquid, and the red mist could be the gaseous form of that liquid. The mist's limited range might be why the devils haven't pushed past the Badlands. Based on what they've seen so far, it looks like the devils won't be a big threat to the border town anytime soon. Anna walks into the room, and the prince is a bit startled as she quietly locks the door behind her. He then curiously asks why she's there, and reminds her that he's already healed from his injuries, so there's no need to worry. Anna places her hand over his, making the prince blush like an idiot. She then takes his hand and places it over her chest, making it clear that she can't wait any longer and wants to make the most of their time together before anything else happens. She gets even closer despite her evident embarrassment, and the prince responds with a deep kiss to her lips. After sharing a tender moment, he gently lowers her onto the bed and positions himself on top of her. Before proceeding, the prince thinks about what to do next, considering that maybe some foreplay might be a good idea, but then he realizes he's got no real experience with it, having only ever seen a few of those racy magazines. So the prince decides to try a different approach. Maybe some smooth talking or cheeky banter will help set the mood before they dive into the main event. Just as he's trying to figure out what to say, Anna takes the initiative. She gently pushes him onto the bed and gets on top of him. He places his hands on her thighs, and she recalls the moment when he pushed her away and took that javelin in his shoulder and asks if he didn't consider his own life at that moment. The prince responds that it was instinctive. Anna then reminds him that he's the future ruler of Grey Castle and the hope of all witches, implying that her own life doesn't matter as much in comparison. The prince insists that it wasn't about worth. He simply couldn't stand to see her die, and if he had more time to think about it, he'd still trade his life for hers without a second thought. As they lie there, Anna asks the prince to tell her more stories from his past, because she wants to know everything about him. The prince starts narrating, explaining that he used to live in a massive city much bigger than Border Town. Roland then reveals that while he wasn't exactly exceptional, he was a bit smarter than average. He worked hard, so his teachers often praised him. But what they didn't know was that he was the one who kept drawing graffiti on the walls. Anna giggles, asking if that ever got him into trouble. In response, the prince explains that the teacher would just call his parents. His teachers kept changing as he got older, and he finished his studies with pretty typical scores, so he was always just a step behind the smartest kids. As Roland shares his story, Anna drifts off to sleep, and he realizes that she was just too exhausted to do anything more. Well, this much is not surprising considering she was on high alert during the balloon ride back, keeping an eye out for devils or demons, and then she stayed by his side once they returned to the castle, which left the poor girl completely wiped out. Roland feels a bit bummed that they had to go through all that, but he's also relieved. At least they've got plenty of time ahead to figure out how to deal with these monstrous threats. The next day arrives with a fresh start. The first thing we see is Sylvie stretching heartily after what must have been a long, satisfying sleep. She greets Wendy with a cheerful good morning and can't help but ask why Wendy's up so early. Wendy, with a hint of the smile, replies that she's getting older and doesn't need as much sleep anymore. Meanwhile, Nightingale, still in her nightdress, shamelessly mentions that she might need another nap later to recharge fully. Wendy asks Nightingale if she didn't sleep well, and Nightingale just says she had way too many dreams. Sylvie looks like she's about to spill something juicy about what Nightingale was doing last night, but she quickly goes silent when Nightingale shoots her a death glare. Wendy's curiosity gets the better of her, so she nudges Sylvie to keep talking. But poor Sylvie quickly backtracks and says Nightingale's sleep issues are probably just because she's been pushing herself too hard. Nightingale nods in agreement, saying her body can only handle so much. As Nightingale asks Wendy for help adjusting her bra, Sylvie reflects on how scary Prince Roland might be in some ways, but she finds him undeniably admirable. It's rare to see someone of his status who would go so far as to injure himself for a witch. There's no other explanation for his actions, as he truly stands with the witches just like Miss Tilly. She is just overjoyed at the thought of Roland's dedication, and is thrilled that Princess Tilly has such a wonderful brother. Later in the backyard, everyone gathers around to check out Maggie's new demonic bird form.
They're all fascinated by her transformation and closely observe the changes. Sister Leaf is particularly amazed at the thought that these are the same kinds of flying monsters the devils were riding. She's relieved she didn't have to face any of these creatures herself in the Badlands, or she might not have made it out alive. Nightingale also acknowledges that their survival through the mountains was thanks to Maggie's evolved abilities, so she turns to Maggie and promises her a bag of smoked fish every day, along with some extra honey, as a token of thanks for saving everyone's lives. When the prince hears Nightingale's plan to bring smoked fish to Maggie every day, he's in a bit of a tizzy. Those fish are meant for him, and he's not too thrilled about her taking them from the castle kitchen. Nonetheless, he approaches her and asks for a ride. Maggie takes off soaring across the sea with both the prince and Nightingale on her back. The prince is having the time of his life because it's probably the closest he'll ever get to riding a dragon. He notices that she can fly at about 80 kilometers per hour with 2 passengers, which is slower than Lightning, but Maggie has the upper hand in stamina. Whenever Lightning needs to carry anything, she has to use more magic, and she loses altitude too. But Maggie just needs to transform, and altitude isn't a big factor in her magic consumption, and she only has to worry about her own strength. Nightingale also notes that Maggie's magic has grown tremendously, and she could easily become a powerhouse in the current witch union. She also estimates that Maggie can now transform 7 or 8 times a day with her current mana. The prince then decides it's time to drop down, and Maggie quickly begins her descent. As they get to lower altitude, the prince reveals that the building they're seeing currently is Witch Tower. We can also see all the witches standing on the balconies, and the prince points out that everyone has already picked their rooms. He tells Maggie that he knows she likes to sleep with Lightning, but he's still assigned her a bedroom, and she's free to decorate it however she wants. Our little demonic bird gets excited about this news, and decides to make a beeline for her new room. Maggie's excited and rapid ascent starts scaring the prince half to death, so he quickly tells her to simmer down before they end up in the clouds. Meanwhile, we also see Evelyn is on the balcony and she looks absolutely blown away by Maggie's new transformation. Suddenly, her mind then begins to drift back into past memory, where she saw how they poured the concrete into the building's frame. She finds it fascinating that if they mix it with pebbles, they could mold it into any shape or form, making concrete a versatile building material. Evelyn then walks inside her room and sits quietly reflecting on how it's been a month since she arrived here. She doesn't feel like she's done much besides tasting wine for the prince. Even though he gave her her own room, she's starting to feel like she doesn't deserve all this, given how little she's contributed. She lays back on her bed like a lifeless body, reflecting on how she only got 5 points in the last exam. Miss Scroll didn't make everyone's scores public, but Evelyn found out after asking around. And now she's feeling the weight of not measuring up. Evelyn thinks to herself how she's been practicing her handwriting every day after class, even getting help from Lily and Moon. Despite her efforts, she feels like she's just an average idiot with peanuts for brains. Suddenly, she hears her fellow witch Candle, who excitedly bursts in to explain that the living room has an actual kitchen, and even a weird room painted white, and she tells her friend to come with her to see it. But Evelyn looks too dejected to pay any attention to what her friend is saying. Candle notices her mood, and gets worried, asking if she's feeling okay, and wonders if Evelyn is upset about having to sleep alone now. That's when Evelyn finally speaks up, reminding her friend that they've been living here for a month. In response, the little one agrees, but she is not sure what Evelyn is trying to say exactly. Evelyn goes on to remind her little friend about how Lotus is almost done with the new wall she was helping to prepare. Honey has been training a bunch of messenger birds, and Sylvie went with the prince to investigate the monsters. But on the other hand, she feels like she herself hasn't had anything to do, doesn't even have anything to practice, and has the worst test scores. All of this is making her wonder why the prince chose someone useless like her. After hearing all of this, Candle suggests her friend to ask Prince Roland directly about it. Evelyn is startled by this suggestion, but Candle reassures her that the prince is Miss Tilly's brother and has genuine intentions for the witches. She mentions that even Sylvie, who was once very critical of him, has softened and even complimented him once or twice yesterday. So she encourages her to talk to the prince, assuring her that he won't be harsh or chew her out for speaking with him personally. Eventually, Evelyn decides to go talk to Prince Roland. We are back in the castle where we see the old man Barov asking the prince why he's specifically recruiting women for the starch production. In response, Roland explains that women are generally more careful and that he wants more women working instead of staying at home. He also tells Barov that once the next exam ends, he will be in charge of recruiting female apprentices for the city hall. Barov is surprised to hear this and points out there is no example of women as labor in the past, and further highlights that the other apprentices are just as careful as well.
The prince explains that if there's no existing model, they'll have to create one because adding women to the workforce is the easiest way to expand the labor force. The prince also assigns Barov the task of changing people's attitudes about women working. Besides, he points out that given the fat paycheck every woman is going to receive, he is sure that they'll gradually step up to the job. Suddenly, Nightingale pops back into the office and asks the prince if this starch stuff is something delicious he's planning to make. The prince shakes his head with no and says it's not just food, but it does have a pretty neat byproduct. He explains that if you mix wheat flour with water and knead it until the water turns completely white, then replace the water, you're left with a sticky ball of gluten. This gluten can be deep-fried or stir-fried, making it soft and bouncy, and then you can glaze it with honey or mix it with spices. All of that sounds delicious, and it seems like Nightingale has already started drooling just hearing about it. The prince decides it's probably best to stop talking before she gets even more excited. In his head, the prince thinks about how processed flour water becomes starch, which is a crucial ingredient in explosives. Since he hasn't started producing glycerin yet, TNT is off the table for now. But starch is the easiest explosive to manufacture, and it's not very sensitive, so it can't be ignited by fire and needs a detonator, but it's actually stronger than TNT. The prince is confident that once his alchemists manage to create TNT, he'll be one step closer to shaking Timothy's throne. While the prince is dreaming of the grand explosions he'll be able to create with starch. Nightingale is also drooling over the thought of fried and roasted gluten once starch production begins. Both of them are lost in their thoughts, having the time of their lives thinking about their interests, when suddenly Evelyn opens the office door anxiously and walks in. Nightingale quickly disappears, and the prince asks Evelyn the reason for her visit. The girl nervously responds that she has a question to ask. The prince assumes she might bring up the same old question about why he tolerates witches, but he brushes off the thought and happily encourages her to ask. Evelyn stammers out of nervousness and asks why he picked her for the position, since her abilities aren't as useful as Sylvie's, and she's nowhere close to Lotus or Honey. She mentions that if he just wanted someone to taste different wines and alcohol, he could have easily hired a connoisseur. The prince quickly figures out what Evelyn's thinking, and asks her how she feels about the alcohol he's given her. Evelyn is a bit puzzled at first, but mentions that while it was too strong at first, she's gotten used to it. The prince then rummages through the bookshelf and pulls out a bottle of alcohol. Evelyn further continues and adds that the cocktails with ice juice and sugar were really delicious. But she also points out that her family's pub only sold cheap wine and crude beer, so she doesn't really know what the wealthy prefer. After pouring the beer into a glass, the prince asks if she can transform it into vodka. Evelyn agrees and quickly uses her abilities on the liquid. As expected, the color of the beer starts to change, and the prince takes a quick taste and confirms that this is exactly what he was looking for, which is precisely why he hired her. The prince mentions he's planning to open an ethanol factory but quickly corrects himself, saying instead he's opening a brewery and Evelyn will be the professional winemaker. Well, Evelyn looks unsure about her abilities and remains silent. Meanwhile, back with Garcia Wimbledon, a man arrives in her chamber asking for her help and justice. He explains that his territory has not been fully attacked by heretics yet, but his son died in the hands of their followers while he was protecting the previous queen. And now the rebels are hiding in the mountains. He wants revenge and asks Garcia for alchemy products that can blow open city gates. He promises that if she helps him out, he'll fully support her, and the entire Silver Heron family will follow her as well. Garcia smirks while thinking to herself that Duke Bode is quite influential. If she appoints him as the prime minister and unifies the remaining elites, it'll make her accusation of betrayal much easier. She quickly decides to help him, saying she likes the proposal but can't just hand everything over. She assures him that she'll have alchemists assist him when needed. The Duke is pleased by her generosity and walks off happily. Soon after, Garcia's knight appears with a glass of beer and offers it to her. He notes that with all the elites in her palm, she could dominate the entire kingdom even without the Wolfheart King's help. Garcia agrees, and just then the knight presents a letter from the Wolfheart King. She opens it quickly, and the knight anxiously asks if it's bad news. Garcia reads the letter and grimly states that the church has sent more troops. They're coming for Wolfheart City, and they've breached many perimeters. The knight is stunned by the news, and quickly asks why the church is launching an attack, even though the months of demons are almost upon them. Garcia is also startled to hear this news, noting that she didn't expect the church to act so quickly. If they had waited until next spring, she would have been better prepared. Now they're not giving her a chance to recover, and if she ignores the Wolfheart King's call for help, they'll destroy him. This means she won't be able to hold them off for long either. However, Garcia sees this as a good opportunity.
If many of the church's troops are defeated at Wolfheart, and demons swarm Hermes in the Holy City, it could spell the end of the church. She tells her knight to mobilize the Black Flag soldiers because this year, they'll be spending the winter at Wolfheart. Back in Border Town, we see an air balloon up in the sky. On the ground, Carter is blown away by the news that the prince is about to bomb the capital with hot air balloons from 2,000 meters. While observing the balloon through binoculars, the prince says that as long as they manage the targeting, it's totally doable. He notes that Theo's letter mentioned Timothy is forcing more people to join his forces, so he is probably using the same strategy of using Church's power. Iron Axe excitedly agrees, adding, as long as they blow Timothy's head by nuking the shit out of him, he's definitely going to get screwed for sure. The prince is hoping for just that and mentions, I've been testing bombs for a week, so fingers crossed it works. Meanwhile, Carter can be seen crying. Perimeters and defenses are useless against this balloon. He yaps, and all our military tactics go out the window when tons of bombs are raining from the sky. When the bomb finally drops and detonates, it covers a massive area with a cloud of fire upon impact. The prince and his subordinates are practically dancing with joy. It worked, the prince exclaims, thrilled to see it worked so well. The prince then happily reveals to us, this successful test means Operation Eastern Wind 001 is all set to roll. It looks like the next episode is going to be packed with explosions. Drop a comment about what part of the video you enjoyed the most. As for me, I'm totally pumped to learn more about these devils and their origin, he said, and I can't wait to see how the prince plans to fight them. I'm kind of hoping he considers dropping one of these on that devil's village too. In the previous episode, once Prince Roland's nuke dropped from the sky successfully, he confidently declared, Operation Eastern Wind 001 is ready. Later, he gathered all the witches in the hall, and after laying out a map of the entire territory, announces that Eastern Wind 001 will commence the next day, and that everyone present will be participating. He then turns to Iron Axe and assigns him the task of taking 50 men to escort the witches to the outskirts of Silver City. He explains that there is a mountainous area there hidden from view which is perfect for setting up camp and launching the hot air balloon. Iron Axe quickly agrees to take command while Wendy asks the prince, "Are we not flying from the border town?" The prince replies, covering such a long distance with the balloon would not be feasible. He then points to the map, which I can't quite understand since the markers aren't in English. But he explains, if they set off from Silver City, they can cover the entire distance in one day and even return by sundown. He then turns to the other witches and calls out the names of witches involved in this mission. The names are as follows: Anna Wendy Lightning, Maggie Nightingale, and Sylvie, who will be participating in the mission. He assigns Nightingale and Sylvie the task of monitoring the camp, while the attack will be conducted by the other 4 witches. The prince further tells them lightning will be key to the operation, so you better prepare yourself as well. Our adventurous girl quickly flashes a big grin, assuring the prince, don't worry about the task. Lastly, the prince wraps up the conference by asking everyone to be mindful of their safety, and mentioning that he will be eagerly waiting for good news from the border town. Although I'm not 100% sure what exactly Operation Eastern Wind 001 entails, he says. As far as I remember, the prince wants to give Timothy a real shakeup, so he thinks twice about attacking the border town before the months of demons hit because the town needs to get ready for the winter. The scene then transitions to a ship cruising down the river. Inside the boat, we spot Lady May. She is making her way back to the border town after quite some time. As she gazes out, she notices the witches' ship sailing towards Silver City for Operation Eastern Wind. Though Lady May has no clue where exactly the witches are headed, she wonders, are they on their way to Willowtown or perhaps Silver City? While she's thinking this, a swarm of enthusiastic little girls suddenly surrounds her, eager to chat with Miss May. Just then, Miss Eileen apologizes to Lady May, explaining, I couldn't answer all the kids' questions, so I sent them over to you. Of course, May looks a bit annoyed by the swarm of little girls, but their excitement is hard to ignore. They eagerly ask her, did Prince Roland really write the play just for you? Despite her irritation, May smiles and happily sets the record straight, telling them, Prince Roland didn't write the play for me. It was actually Sister Skrull, the director of education in the border town, who wrote it for all the witches. One of the little girls then asks, why did Bella get in trouble for insulting the play if Prince Roland didn't write it? May explains, while Prince Roland didn't write the script, he did approve it and arranged everything for the performance. So when Bella insulted the play, she was in fact insulting Prince Roland. But then the girls started asking some unsettling questions, revealing that they've heard Prince Roland has royal gray hair and is really handsome. Some even add that he's a bit of a playboy who loves having girls around him. Miss Eileen, clearly not thrilled with the direction the questions are taking, tells them to stop. She reminds them that they're almost at the border town, so they better start getting their luggage ready. Once the girls disperse, Miss Eileen thanks May for helping her bring the kids to the border town, even though their theater lessons aren't finished. May brushes it off, saying it's no big deal. However, Miss Eileen then points out, these kids are still just hatchlings. Even though the prince isn't expecting any hardcore stage actresses, she's concerned that they're too young for the acting gig. May then reassures her friend that she's not planning for the kids to start acting right away. She explains that while they may be far from the stage, they can read the scripts, and that's a valuable skill. And the prince always favors and accepts literate people. He uses these performances to express his views and change public opinion, rather than actually enjoying watching them. Well, this is something we all knew from the beginning. The prince uses these plays to challenge people's perceptions about witches and break down other stereotypes in this primitive society. Eileen is filled with admiration and starts clinging to her friend because she finds May's knowledge and insights truly impressive. As the ship nears the dock, they see a crowd waiting for them, and among them is Eileen's husband Ferlin. As soon as the ship hits the dock, Eileen rushes to her husband and hugs him tightly. The other little girls disembarking can't help but notice how handsome Ferlin looks. However, Miss May's lover, our Knight Carter, is nowhere to be seen. Ferlin turns to May and thanks her for helping Eileen during the incident with Miss Bella, who had been berating everyone and insulting the prince. Ferlin then playfully teases his wife, saying, "You would have been in tears if May hadn't been there to put a stop to Bella." He adds that he's glad nothing worse happened. It's clear the couple gets along well, and seeing them in such a playful state makes May crack a smile. But despite her grin, there's an undoubted hint of sadness lingering on her face. Later, May heads home. Her mind is consumed with thoughts of Carter. She's wondering why he isn't here, especially since his letter promised that he would give her a surprise when she got back to the border town. It stings her a bit that he didn't even show up to help with her luggage, let alone throw a party for her. She figures he must be tied up with his nightly duties for the prince. Just then, as if on cue, Knight Carter bursts onto the scene looking utterly exhausted. He calls out to May as he rushes over. Hearing his voice, May turns with a mix of dissatisfaction and curiosity. Carter quickly explains, "I just heard the ship from Longsong Fortress had arrived and hurried from the barracks as fast as I could." And he also tries to explain himself like a typical husband, saying, "I didn't realize you'd be arriving this early." Noticing her heavy luggage, he also gets a bit frantic, realizing, "You must be worn out from hauling it all." But as he looks at her, May's face lights up with a genuine smile. "It's clear that any tiredness I felt evaporates the moment I see you," she says to Carter. May offers Carter a drink, but he says, "I still have duties to fulfill." Then he starts blushing as he pulls out a little box, explaining, "I'm here to give you a small present." Naturally, May's curiosity piques and she wonders, is it a new product that just hit the market? But as it turns out, there's a diamond ring inside the box. Carter gets down on one knee, takes her hand, and asks, "Will you marry me?" May is utterly taken aback, and the unexpected proposal leaves her in a state of delightful shock. The next day, Carter is in Roland's office, and he's so over-the-top happy it's actually starting to creep the prince out. Nevertheless, the prince dives back into his office duties. As he reads through a report, he reveals, with the help of witches from Slumber Island, the border town's construction projects are progressing at breakneck speed. The steel bridge over the Redwater River is finished, aligned perfectly with the new wall. All the credit goes to Sister Lotus and Carl, who is also the head of the construction department. After working with Lotus for a while, he is really eagerly waiting for Lotus to join the department and work with him. The prince's streak of good news continues when the mad scientist bursts into the room looking just as pleased as Carter. It's clear he's here with good news. Otherwise, he wouldn't waste his time coming here. The mad scientist quickly reveals, "I have finally found the way to produce acid at a huge scale." The prince is totally boggled by the news and tells Kyle Sichi, "Take me to the labs." A short while later, we find ourselves at the Riverside Laboratories. Charles, the assistant to Sichi, bows and pays his respects to the prince. It doesn't take Roland long to figure out that Charles is the same person he's heard so much about from Mr. Kyle. After exchanging pleasantries, the prince shifts his focus to the big containers lined up in the background. He quickly asks, "Charles, how are these contraptions used to produce acid?" Kyle Sichi explains, "It's all based on the reaction equations we learned in Chemistry 101. He details how once the acid is isolated, it's burned in the furnace. The resulting gas is then heated and stored in a lead container. The prince is fascinated and asks again, "Are all these containers indeed made of lead?" Kyle Sichi nods and explains, "Lead is the only material that can handle the acid's corrosive power. The lead pipes at the top pump nitric acid into the system. Under carbon dioxide's influence, the nitric acid breaks down into nitrogen oxides. These oxides mix with water and carbon dioxide to create an acidic mix that flows out from the bottom hole. He says this reaction is great because the nitrogen oxides just deliver oxygen without consuming anything. So you don't need a lot of nitric acid to keep it going. The prince then asks, how much acid can we produce? Charles explains, with this setup we can make about a week's worth of acid in a single day. It's just a prototype right now, Roland says. But if they build bigger ones, they could produce even more. Roland is really satisfied with the info and states that once Anna gets back from Silver City, they'll work on larger production units. He also mentions that if they run out of lead, they can use metal instead since Miss Soraya's paint can handle corrosion. That's when Kyle Seachy finally gets up the nerve to make his long-awaited request. He asks the prince, "Can I be granted Chemistry 201? After all, he has fulfilled his promise and all 5 of their labs are now brimming with apprentices thanks to their success in acid manufacturing. A bit later, the prince is hunched over in his office while Lady Skrull is busy arranging books. The prince is deep in trying to remember his physics and chemistry knowledge, but it's clear he's having a rough time. Lady Skrull can hear him mumbling to himself, and though she wants to help, she can only jot down whatever the prince tells her. She admits, this stuff is way more complex than the math and natural sciences I'm used to, and it's no wonder he's struggling. She then walks over to him and tells him to take a break. The prince, however, expresses how envious he is of her memorization skills. He jokes, "If I were like you, I wouldn't have to stress about tests, would have gotten into the best schools and landed the best jobs." Of course, Lady Skrull doesn't quite get the prince's comment and assumes he must have been tested in the royal court. The prince quickly agrees as he does not want to expose his true identity. Memorizing everything isn't always the best approach, Lady Skrull explains. Sometimes it's better to let go of things, she says, but I always have to keep those bad memories even though I want to just forget them. The prince reflects on this, feeling quite sad for her as he agrees that she is absolutely right. It does not take her long to notice that the prince is feeling quite down because of her. She reassures him, saying, "I'm doing fine and everything is in the past already." She then begins to think to herself how Roland Wimbledon is unlike any elite she's ever encountered. Despite his vast knowledge, all he seems concerned about is passing it on to others. He doesn't act superior even though he's in a position of power. Meanwhile, the prince decides to call it a day. Lady Skrull asks, "Do you plan to continue this tomorrow?" The prince happily says no, and tells her to give Kyle Seachy the notes along with a physics textbook, as it'll keep him busy for a while. Later, we find ourselves by a pond. The fish happily begin munching on the dead skin of Lady Leaf as she dips her feet into the water. "Are your feet feeling okay?" Sister Skrull asks, joining the scene. Lady Leaf responds, "My toes are in great shape now, and I don't have to worry about them freezing in the coming winter." Lady Skrull then looks around at the lush greenery and asks her friend, "Did you plant all these plants?" The green girl nods, saying, "Those are grapevines, fruit trees, and crops." She also mentions, "There are lots of bird nests in the area, and that Honey's messenger pigeon lives there." Lady Leaf then explains, "The prince always told me that evolution lies in a witch's understanding of their power." She finds plant cells fascinating and initially thought they should function as a single unit. She points out how the bunch of leaves can become a vine, and if they're all different, they can never combine into one. She reflects on how her powers are tied to the ecosystem itself. Looking at her thriving green garden with birds living and flourishing, she feels that she's found her path forward. The scene transitions to the outskirts of Silver City, where the witches have set up their camp near the mountains. Everyone is now in their balloon, ready for the next phase of their mission. As they're flying down, Anna tells Lightning, "Come inside the balloon and rest since there are no demons around." But Lightning energetically states, "I can fly as long as I want." Wendy turns to her and asks, "Are you feeling nervous?" Lightning denies it and confidently states, "I'm fully prepared to steer the nuke in the right direction, especially since I've practiced so many times. The Silver City Castle is so large, there's no way I'll miss." Wendy, however, advises her not to be careless. "Safety is our top priority." She reminds Lightning and reassures her, "The recent issues with the devils were not your fault, so she should not feel accountable for anything." Lightning quickly denies having any such thoughts, while Wendy can tell that she has been feeling down lately ever since that encounter with the demons. So she reassures Lightning once again that she should not worry about anything, as she's not bad at combat, just a bit inexperienced. Anna also agrees and states, "Most witches do not come near Nightingale when it comes to fighting experience." They further tell her that no one is blaming her, so she does not have to feel bad about anything and make things difficult for herself. Maggie joins the scene, quickly reporting, "The inner district of the capital is now within sight." As everyone takes in the magnificent view, they are left awestruck by how they can see everything so clearly. Wendy then reflects on their past experiences, noting, "When we first met Soraya and Echo, This area was considered the most dangerous part of Grey Castle. It was tough on witches, with one being executed nearly every month at the outer district plazas. Staying there even for one extra day was another day of watching fellow sisters suffer. Meanwhile, Lightning is giving herself a pep talk as they are about to nuke the shit out of this city. She thinks to herself, if bombing Timothy is all I have to do in order to make a change, I'm ready to do it. As they hover directly above the city, Wendy tells everyone, get the bomb ready and open the doors. The moment everyone's been waiting for arrives and the nuke begins its descent. The team cheers for Lightning, shouting, it's now all up to you. Lightning quickly accelerates and positions herself right over the nuke as it heads towards the main castle. Once she steers the nuke into the correct trajectory, she yanks the parachute from the missile, allowing it to descend even faster. She herself starts flying off in the other direction because the prince has instructed her not to look at the bomb once it explodes. But naturally, she just can't resist the urge to look at the bomb before it explodes because she wants to see the downfall of Timothy before her own eyes. When the bomb hits, it erupts with a colossal explosion. The civilians around the town are stunned by the massive bang. They watch in shock as smoke billows from the castle and the entire building starts to shake. Even Timothy sitting inside feels the shockwave. Panic spreads through the chamber as everyone wonders if it's an earthquake. Timothy then quickly yells, "Shut up!" and demands to be escorted to the basement. The knights standing around quickly promised to protect their king, and Timothy quickly started heading toward the basement without wasting any time. Debris continued to rain down, and Timothy gritted his teeth out of annoyance. He's fuming at the thought that only a massive amount of snow powder could have caused such destruction, and he's irritated by how Roland managed to get his hands on such a powerful alchemy weapon. Timothy suspects that Garcia might have given it to Roland before leaving Clearwater. As soon as he thinks this, he can't shake the possibility that Roland and Garcia might be teaming up against him. But he's baffled by how they managed to smuggle so much snow powder into the castle to make such a big bang. He grabs one of his knights by the collar and orders, "Rally the other knights and search the whole district. They need to check the sewers, gardens, sheds, and anywhere else snow powder might be hidden." He also tells them, "Arrest anyone who looks even a little suspicious, no matter their rank." And he insists that every last servant and maid in the castle be searched. Nobody's getting a pass. Timothy's knight quickly runs off to carry out the orders, while Timothy himself just trembles in utter frustration, biding his time to respond to Roland and send a clear message that he's not as invincible as he thinks. But the thought of Roland smiling after this little sweet victory is really getting on his nerves. He punches the wall in utter frustration, replaying Roland's threat letter about the end of his rule over and over in his head. Meanwhile, back in Border Town, we see Honey's pigeon perched on the window. Apparently, it just delivered the message from Theo, who was already stationed at Silver City to report about the Operation Eastern Wind 00. And the letter confirms the successful execution of the mission. It explains that since the castle was quickly placed on lockdown after the nuke dropped, they didn't manage to investigate the effects of the explosion. However, by nighttime, nearly every citizen knew about the incident. All the pubs, hotels, and plazas around the city were buzzing with the same discussion. Many now believe that Timothy died in the blast, and people are starting to think that Roland killed him, especially since our prince had already sent that threat letter to Timothy. Everyone's now thinking our boy might soon become the new ruler of the kingdom. The letter further explains that the elite territories are mostly silent, and the castle's reaction was very quick, hinting that Timothy Wimbledon is likely still alive. Also, there's talk that the attack came from the sky, with some citizens claiming they saw a white object drop on the capital at incredible speed. All in all, if word spreads that the attack was Roland's punishment for Timothy's tyranny, many people will believe it. You see, reports about Timothy's oppressive orders are already circulating, and compiling them into a solid case will be quite effective. Theo further writes that through this rumor mill, the message will reach every citizen's ear. Plus, Theo is also keeping an eye on the soldiers stationed in the east. But Timothy should be preoccupied with his current troubles, so there is nothing much to worry about. "Seems like all of the news in the letter is quite satisfactory," the prince said. "If Eastern Wind 001 can really push Timothy to deploy his troops, it will be a huge win. Now he just has to wait for the witches to return. It's been days since he's seen Anna, and nobody's been sneaking fish snacks from his drawer, which is something he's finding hard to get used to." Suddenly, the door creaks open and Knight Carter rushes in. "2 fleets have arrived at the docks," he reports. "They are Margaret's merchants, apparently." He adds, "Some recruiters who had been sent to the southern region have returned with 400 to 500 refugees. The city hall is following the assigned plan of virus testing before allowing anyone inside." The scene then cuts to the labs, where Charles looks out the window, noting how unusually busy the docks are today. Meanwhile, his senior is absorbed in his own work. His junior then tells him, "Get some sleep." But the senior replies, "I'm fine." He mentions it only took a few pages of reading for me to realize I know nothing about the world. He's always thought alchemy was just about experimenting with elements, and now he finds observing the sunrise and sunset to be a pointless activity. His assistant counters this, asking, "Isn't that just how things are?" After all, observation of the sun and stars is left to astronomers while farmers and apothecaries handle the research on plants. His senior then emphasizes, "This is why I feel they know so little." According to the prince's book, everything is interconnected from the very beginning. It explains how rocks, flowers, lightning, and fire all consist of the same matter and operate under the same rules. Chemistry is just a small part of this broader understanding. After reading this much of Chemistry 201, he's begun to grasp what the prince meant and why they can predict an element's qualities and reactions, even if they can't directly observe them. The senior admits this perspective has opened a door to a broader understanding beyond just chemistry. The assistant acknowledges what his senior is saying and hopes to understand these two books in the future as well. The next scene cuts to the Wolfheart Kingdom currently under siege by Archbishop Maine. His lackey quickly reports, "The city breaker is ready." Maine then asks, "Are the witches prepared as well?" The assistant confirms, adding, "Yes, we've made sure to keep them hidden." Satisfied with the report, he tells his lackey, "Return to your position." Before the lackey leaves, Maine further inquires about the whereabouts of Zero and Isabella. The junior promptly informs him, "They're currently interrogating prisoners in the eastern part of the camp," and asks, "Do you want me to call them over?" But Maine denies it, saying, "I'll go myself to take a look." As he strides forward, he catches sight of them and can't help but think about how different they are from the witches the church has raised so far. Even in serious times like these, they seem completely carefree. Though if these two were under his command, Maine wouldn't hesitate to punish them for the stunts they pull. However, he's powerless against these two because they hold the same rank as archbishops. Maine then orders one of the knights, "Have the judgment soldiers leave the area at once, including those watching the prisoners." At that moment, the two ladies speak up, asking Maine, "Why are you butting in? We were just about to have some fun with the prisoners." Maine tells them, "Interrogating these prisoners serves no purpose in besieging Wolfheart City. Besides, these people are just scouts they found on the road, so there's barely any intel to extract," he says, recommending that they both hurry to the front lines instead. Lady Isabella reassures him, "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, I won't let a single important enemy slip away." However, she also points out that she can't stop Lady Zero from causing a ruckus, since she just loves putting people to judgment by her own hands. The enemy soldier, despite his injuries, quickly stands against Zero. He shoots an arrow, then tosses his crossbow aside and grabs his sword, attempting to slash at her. But Zero vanishes from her spot, leaving his sword to strike nothing but empty ground. The soldier is left awestruck while Zero simply stands there with the arrow in her mouth. After spitting it out, she asks, "Where are you trying to aim? I'm right in front of you." The soldier turns, but before he can react, Zero leaps into the air, grabs the knight's head, and twists it with a sickening crunch. The poor knight collapses to the ground, blood flowing from his mouth as he finally kisses goodbye to his dear life. Zero then turns to the remaining captives, casually stating, "You're next. By the way, did you notice these women have pointy ears? That means there are elves in this world too," he said, "though we don't know much about them yet. But let's hope we find out soon." The other captives, terrified out of their minds, start running for their lives. But Zero springs into action, catching one poor guy with a strange aura that literally chokes him to death. Once he's dead, the aura she threw at him pops out of his lifeless body. She turns to another captive who's absolutely losing his mind before he meets his end as well. Zero looks at him closely, and with a creepy calm over her face tells him, "God has revealed everything to me." She knows his parents were farmers who were recruited into the army's scout division under the orders of the Wolfheart King. When they returned to report, they weren't allowed back home and they were sent straight back to the front. She gently places her hand under his chin like a caring mother and reveals the harsh truth. "You weren't sent back to your family because they no longer exist. Your father, mother, and siblings were just like you, used up and discarded by the Wolfheart King." She further explains in detail. His father died in an accident while fixing the walls, and his mother was punished with whipping during manual labor and is now in critical condition. The boy begins to cry, trying to deny what she's saying, and dismissing it as nothing more than a lie. Zero then extends her hands and states, "This all happened because the elites never saw commoners as real people. To them, commoners are just livestock." However, she mentions that the church seeks to end this evil and injustice to create a new world under God's protection. The man asks, "What should I do?" She tells him, "Listen to your heart, as only God may judge you." He responds, "I'm willing to do anything you tell me, but I need your promise that you'll save my mother." In response, she pulls out a weed-like grass and tells him, "Eat this. It will help calm your emotions." The desperate man quickly begins to eat the weed, but his face soon goes pale. He finds himself choking blood gushing from his mouth as he dies on the spot. As he collapses with a thud, she turns to Maine and asks, "Does this method of judgment remind you of how Archbishop Heather used to punish?" Maine, visibly annoyed, asks, "Why did you have to trick him and poison him?" If it had been Heather, she would have made sure to turn him into a loyal follower rather than a corpse. Zero then points out that everything she told him about his family was a bunch of hot air, and if he had found out the truth later, he would have been furious and could have caused trouble for the church. She then tells Maine, "Trust me, everything I do is for the church." Despite her reassurances, Maine looks deeply disturbed by her actions and simply walks off. "The attack will begin soon," he tells her. "Get ready, stick with the plan, and make sure to deal with the Wolfheart King and the Queen of Clearwater." Confidently, Zero responds, "We're surely going to die. With you and Isabella on the church's side, there's no way the Wolfheart forces will escape." A short while later, the city breaker is fired. The giant fireball crashes into the wall, shattering it completely with a single blow. As the knights charge forward, Zero and Isabella stand atop a hill observing everything closely. Zero notes how mortals can't win against demons, which is why the church created the Divine Punishment Army. Isabella also points out how the Wolfheart army must now defend against their holy soldiers only to be turned into mere flesh. Isabella then suggests helping to clear the battlefield early, but Zero reminds her, "We'll win easily regardless. We should save our powers for the main objective ahead." Isabella agrees, but is curious about why Zero toyed with that scout, especially since Archbishop Maine didn't seem too pleased about it. She worries that Maine might not be fond of such judgment, and that she might end up on his bad side. Zero smiles and says if Maine gets upset, it will be because he hasn't become Pope yet. Once he ascends to the highest floor of the Holy Archives, he'll understand that this is the true way to salvation. She further adds, God has never descended upon their world. Instead, he has fabricated a grand goal for them to chase, and everyone craves the God's blessings. Something she thinks is akin to the judgment they've seen earlier. She further points out that God has never guaranteed whether the goal is real, or if they're just wandering aimlessly. Yet they're still willing to throw everything away just to meet God. She further states that she had been to the highest floor, and Grand Pope Holiness O'Brien is the one who told her these things. He's not a witch and is nearing the end of his life due to his age. She's heard that as mortals die, their lives flash before their eyes, and they often spill their secrets. So she is thinking of consuming him just for this reason. Isabella says she can't do that. Of course you can't, Zero responds, and even Maine would be furious. She reassures her friend, don't worry, I know my boundaries. Isabella reflects that after consuming so many people, she doesn't think there's much left in this world Zero hasn't experienced. She's never focused on anything in particular. Everything I do is purely for fun, she thinks, and my sense of fun is quite morbid. It's not clear exactly how she consumes humans, but it seems likely that the aura-like thing we saw earlier is how she devours their life force. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurs, scattering all the soldiers in the area. They're getting burned alive from the blast. Zero quickly perks up, wondering, are these the alchemy weapons they've been using? They seem pretty powerful and effective against demon beasts. Isabella adds that there are many more stones of divine judgment behind the wall, and 2 of them are quite significant. She's banking on the idea that these belong to some important people. Zero looks pleased to hear this and decides it's time to head down. But her friend reminds her that these people aren't the Wolfheart King or the Queen of Clearwater, and the strongest energy sources are still in the castle. She asks her friend, are you sure you want to go down? Zero gives her friend a quick wink and says, an easy win is better than an expensive one, so I'll help out a bit. The scene cuts to Garcia at the dock just stepping off her ship. Suddenly, a sand dweller who is escorting Garcia notices the 2 elf ladies casually strolling around. The knights and the sand dweller quickly position themselves to guard Garcia at all costs. Meanwhile, the girls remain as cool as cucumbers, and Isabella quickly uses her powers on the knights. At first, nothing seems to happen and the knights charge at her. But soon they begin coughing up blood. Zero dashes toward the sand dweller and starts messing with his mind using her powers. Garcia then demands to know how she is using her powers in the presence of the stones. Zero smiles and says, the stones aren't what they think they are. She then jumps into the air telling Garcia, I don't need to know because I'm as good as dead now. As Garcia watches Zero prepare to crash down on her, her mind suddenly flashes back to a memory. Inside her memory, she finds herself sitting in the castle yard watching her younger siblings and herself playing around looking small and carefree. She gazes at the slab she's sitting on and vividly remembers her father saying, I'll replace these bricks with cobblestones.
It seems that even Zero is inside her mind complimenting Garcia on having such a nice place to rest. Garcia then asks her, "Are you a witch from the church?" Zero promptly introduces herself saying, "I can't simply be dismissed as just any witch. I'm a pure witch different from other decaying bloodlines that die after some time." As soon as Garcia hears pure witch, she realizes Zero is just another tool of the church. Garcia then demands to know what this place is and if Zero created it with her magic. "I'm pretty sure it's just an illusion," she says. "I won't be fooled by mere mirages." She then begins to tightly grip the stones she is holding and her hand starts to bleed. Zero finally reveals, "This is your world of consciousness, which I call the battlefield of souls. Here they can tear each other apart, and the winner takes all, while the loser surrenders everything just as described in the holy records." The mention of the battlefield of souls shocks Garcia. As she is thinking about all of this, Zero pierces her with a sword, leaving blood gushing out of her stab wound. But despite the heavy bleeding, she has returned to the consciousness realm, and she is still standing in one piece there. The blood stains from the wound she took before dying are still visible over her chest. There we meet Zero once again, who explains the rules of the battlefield. Currently, Garcia's consciousness is limited, and the pain from each death will feel real. This will chip away at both her physical and mental strength, and when she suffers more than she can handle, the real slumber will begin. Zero further adds, "With every death I will return to my original state." Most people last around 3 to 4 deaths, but I've seen others withstand 7 or 8 and even more. She then throws a jab at Garcia, saying, "If Garcia gives up, it's totally understandable. After all, dying over and over again is an incredibly painful grind, and choosing to escape isn't exactly cowardly, especially when the outcome is already decided." That's when Zero suddenly pulls out a massive sword, leaving Garcia wondering, how is this even possible? I mean, she's only wearing a robe, so how could she have been hiding such a huge weapon? But then it finally makes sense to her, and she wonders maybe she summoned it out of thin air. Finally, Zero brings the sword crashing down, but Garcia whips out this giant shield from nowhere. After that shield, she now has a bow in her hands, while Zero is suddenly pinned to a cross sign like a doll. Garcia, on the other hand, takes aim, quickly fires an arrow, and it pierces Zero's chest. That's when Garcia declares, "Since it's my world of consciousness, I can do whatever I want." She imagines a javelin and starts walking towards Zero, contemplating how many holes she should put in her. Zero responds calmly, telling her as much as she desires. But just as Garcia is about to strike with the javelin, their roles suddenly swap. Now Garcia is the one hanging on the cross while Zero stands there with her sword. In the next moment, our pirate girl loses her head, but somehow she's back in one piece. Seeing herself unharmed, she has no idea what's going on, while the witch remarks, "It wouldn't be a real fight if you didn't understand how things worked." So she decides to give her peace of mind. That's when Zero repeats her earlier words, saying, "The winner takes it all and the loser surrenders everything." She explains that among the people she has consumed, there is a type of witch who is extraordinarily powerful. These witches possess seemingly limitless strength, speed, and invulnerability against the stones of divine judgment. And the church has a special name for them known as transcendence. She makes it clear that Garcia won't be able to defeat her with her usual methods. And if she wants to survive, she'll have to try a lot harder. Not gonna lie, I hate this kind of thing where people are stuck in imagination or shit like that. Anyway, their fight continues with both of them conjuring up weapons through their imagination and trading blows back and forth. Sometimes Garcia gets the upper hand and other times Zero does, and they go at it for quite a while. Eventually, the witch explains to Miss Eyepatch, "While conjuring weapons out of thin air is relatively easy and doesn't drain much energy repeatedly, recovering my body takes a massive toll." She warns that eventually Garcia will run out of energy and be left feeling exhausted. Zero even suggests, after her next death, she might fall into eternal death. Even though Miss Eyepatch looks pretty exhausted, she manages to throw a jab, reminding Zero how she was screaming while being burned alive not too long ago. Zero then explains, "Since becoming a purified witch, I've received substantial support from the church. They've taught her knowledge and fighting skills, and she's trained with judgment warriors who, even knowing they were sacrifices, gladly entered the battlefield of souls in the world of consciousness. These warriors honed her skills through their struggles, and after their deaths peacefully accepted their fate, passing on all their insights and experience to her once she consumed them." She even mentions that she once swallowed an extraordinarily powerful witch who had impressive strength. During that battle of souls, she nearly lost, but in the end she prevailed by relying on demon weapons and everything she'd learned. Because of the unique nature of her magic, she can't actually transform into an extraordinary being or use the abilities of other swallowed witches. However, in the world of consciousness, none of that matters. Only a few individuals have ever posed a real threat to her. In the last 200 years, she can't even remember the number of people she swallowed.
All their experiences, pain, happiness, sadness, delight, and even their deaths have become part of her own personal experience. Garcia quickly raises an eyebrow and asks, "What the hell is Zero trying to pitch with all this talk?" Zero replies, "I'm merely highlighting the vast gap in our strength. The assimilation of so many souls has made her will unmatched, and if Garcia wants to know how many deaths Zero can endure, she clarifies, I can at least withstand 100 deaths now." Garcia just smirks and says, "I'll be happy to help verify that claim." Despite her confident front, she's actually quite worried inside. Zero, on the other hand, informs Miss Eyepatch that she can't conjure up anything earth-shattering that she hasn't seen before. Garcia can only create things she's familiar with and can grasp. In response, Miss Eyepatch decides to cover the entire garden with snow powder and blow everything, including herself. That's when Zero decides to show Garcia the true power of the church. She conjures up this massive weapon known as City Breaker, and as soon as one giant arrow is fired from it, Garcia is split into 2 equal pieces. This happens repeatedly, and Garcia's death continues in this manner. When she finally collapses to the ground, the witch makes it clear, while having a strong will can delay defeat, it can't change the outcome. With those words, she then wishes Garcia a peaceful rest. After consuming her soul, she returns to reality. Isabella quickly rushes toward her friend, asking, "What took you so long? I almost thought I was going to lose." Zero, however, lights up with interest as she reveals that she found some fascinating things in Garcia's memory. "I discovered the formula for snow powder," she says, "and I'm surprised to find out it's quite easy to produce." Isabella then suggests, "Let's head back to the Holy City to report this discovery to Pope O'Brien." She adds, "With Garcia dead, the enemy soldiers will eventually fall to the Judgment Army, so there's nothing to worry about." But before they can start walking, Isabella tells Zero to wait. "Of course." Lady Zero looks back and asks, "What's wrong?" Isabella notices that while her friend hasn't changed physically, the look on her face has shifted quite a bit. Nevertheless, they begin to walk away. The scene then transitions to the border town where the witches and others have finally returned from Silver City after their successful mission. Prince is hosting a grand feast for everyone that night. The atmosphere is lively with everyone clinking their glasses in a toast. Old Man Barov asks for another toast, this time for Chief Knight Carter, who is about to tie the knot with Miss May. Meanwhile, our little Lightning demands a glass of wine for herself. Wendy reluctantly agrees to the request with a promise that it'll only be 1 glass. Anna then turns to the prince and he promptly welcomes her, noting that it must have been a hard journey for her. But she reminds him with a smile, "You've already asked this before and my answer will still remain the same." As they continue chatting, Lightning jumps in between them, eager to hear something good from the prince as well. The prince casually acknowledges her, saying, "You did well too," making the girl prouder than ever. Her enthusiasm gets the best of her and she quickly kisses the prince on the cheek. The prince, blushing, then asks, "Is this some kind of custom in the fjords where one must kiss the other person?" Lightning enthusiastically confirms that it is, or at least that's what her father told her. Meanwhile, Sylvie is utterly embarrassed watching Lightning kiss the prince like this, and seeing her bewildered reaction, the prince can't help but wonder if this custom even really exists. Meanwhile, Knight Carter and the old man are still caught up in discussions about Carter's potential marriage. Carter can't help but blush as he explains, the prince has already approved and even offered to help organize the wedding. Over by the side, Sister Lily is absolutely amazed by a piece of bread made from leftover scraps used for explosives. Our little Maggie, who just ate a lot of it, is startled and wonders, "Is my stomach going to explode?" As everyone is enjoying the evening, the prince steps out onto the balcony. Suddenly, Nightingale appears and grabs him by the shoulder. "Let go of me," the prince demands. "I will not," Nightingale replies. "You have something that belongs to me." He looks at her with a smile as she advises him, "Be careful not to catch a cold." She then asks, "What's on your mind?" The prince casually replies, "I just had a sudden urge to take a look at my territory." She notices how the town is still bustling even though it's nighttime and the streets are full of people. The premiere of the new drama, Dawn, is happening tonight, the prince reminds her. For most of the newcomers to the town, it's probably their first show in months, so they're eager to see Miss May and Miss Irene again. Nightingale then reflects on how almost a year ago this place was nearly a ghost town when she first snuck in. Now even from up here she can feel the joyful atmosphere. The prince admits, "I still have a lot to do, such as improving infrastructure, healthcare, education, and more." He's determined to transform the Western Territory into a solid foundation for unification. But when Nightingale asks, "What do you plan to do about the witches?" he reassures her, "I'm committed to supporting them as well." We then see Sister Lightning sneaking some food into her pouch. But just as she's doing it, Maggie catches her red-handed. "Caught you," Maggie says, leaving Sister Lightning utterly embarrassed. Quickly, she whispers to Maggie, "Keep quiet," and tells her that she's found an interesting place in the misty forest she plans to explore tomorrow. She then asks her friend, "Would you like to come along?" Not surprisingly, Maggie agrees right away. The adventurous girl then tells her, "Pack rations and supplies for a day, and don't forget some weapons too." And finally, she makes sure Maggie knows this exploration is a secret. Maggie promises to keep it hush-hush. The next day, they head out to the misty forest. Maggie seems a bit let down, expecting it to be as exciting as stealing hawk eggs. But she says, "The gloomy atmosphere doesn't quite meet my expectations." Lightning reassures her, saying, "While a hawk's nest only has a couple of eggs, these ancient ruins might have some old books or other treasures worth finding." Lightning reassures her again, saying, "If we find something cool, the prince will reward us with a whole basket of eggs. She can cook them however she wants, and they'll last a while." Hearing this, Maggie's eyes light up, and she excitedly urges Lightning hurry up and find those books. As they're about to enter the ruins, Lightning tells Maggie, "Keep it quiet. There might be devils around." This gives Maggie the shivers, but they keep moving. Before they enter the ruins, we hear Lightning's thoughts, where she thinks about how every time she picks up speed flying, it feels like there's a devil chasing her. This fear started back when she was exploring the stone tower. Her dad used to say that fear comes from the unknown, and that to beat it, you've got to face it head on. I'm worried that if I can't shake this fear, it'll be tough to fly, let alone explore. She also frets that the prince might be mad at her later, or even punish her, and she's sure the other sisters at the castle will be worried. But despite all that, she's determined to explore. She's brought her revolver, and Maggie's right there with her. She then tells Maggie, "Wait up top while I check things out inside." Gathering her courage, she starts stepping in, repeatedly reminding herself to overcome her fear of the unknown and face it head on. As she peeks inside, she notices that the devil she saw last time isn't there anymore, so she decides to venture further. That's when she hears a familiar haunting voice. "Help me," it begs. The voice keeps pleading for someone to save her, and the pain in her voice is evident. "Please, someone save me." The desperate cries make Lightning shiver with dread and fear. Eventually, she can't take it anymore and rushes back outside, scared out of her wits. "We should extinguish our torches and sneak in," Maggie suggests, reasoning that the devils won't be able to see them. But Lightning points out, "We won't be able to see anything either." Maggie then proposes, "I could turn into an owl, which would solve the problem of darkness." Lightning finds this idea pretty effective, but remains concerned. She explains, "If someone can continue to scream for months in complete darkness without changing their tone or pitch, it makes me wonder what's really inside." She speculates that if someone can survive that long in such conditions, they probably have a way to detect prey. Otherwise, they would have starved by now. As Lightning is about to give up, Maggie tries to ignite her adventurous spirit by asking, "Do you really want to pass up the chance to bust a myth like this?" Lightning's eyes light up with excitement, and she insists, "A true explorer would never back down from verifying a myth. And it would all be for nothing if they ran away now." On a more serious note, though, Lightning then asks Maggie, "Are you doing this just for the basket of eggs?" Maggie rolls her eyes but can't hide a glimmer of greed in her expression. Anyhow, they head back inside. As they descend the staircase, they notice a strange magic stone embedded in the wall. Lightning pulls out her revolver, ready for whatever might come next. They finally reach the source of the voice and see a bunch of devils guarding a witch trapped inside a crystal-like prison. The witch is unconscious and frozen, but her voice keeps calling out for help. Maggie decides to take a closer look, but Lightning gets terrified. "Don't worry," the little bird reassures her scared friend. "The devils look like they're as good as dead." To prove her point, she flies over to one of them and gives it a push. The devil cracks like a rock and starts to crumble. They check the others, and it turns out the rest are also just stone statues. Curious, they look at the witch trapped inside the stone and wonder, is she really a witch? Suddenly, they hear the voice asking for help again. Looking behind the statue, they discover a red stone that seems to be the true source of the voice. With this new discovery, they head back to the border town to report everything to the prince. They explain, there's a witch sealed inside, but it might also be an ordinary person trapped by the witch. The prince asks, who was calling for help if the witch is sealed inside? Lightning then shows the prince the box they found behind the sealed witch. Inside is the same crystal they saw earlier, which seems to be linked to the mysterious voice. Lightning quickly activates the crystal, and the voice coming from it spooks the prince. Just then, Nightingale reappears and confirms, I can detect faint traces of magic similar to the kind witches use. The prince deduces, this must be a magical recording and the woman sealed inside is likely a witch. He then asks Lightning, Were there any other stones like this? Lightning admits, I wasn't paying much attention as most of the place was flooded, and I was focused on getting the news to you. The prince gives her a gentle tap on the head and tells her, don't face danger alone in the future, especially in situations like this. Lightning blushes, touched by the prince's kind but firm advice. The prince then instructs Nightingale, summon all members of the Witch Union and Iron Axe to the office as their investigation into the ruins is about to begin, and they need to prepare. Once everyone is gathered in the council room, the prince explains, we've found a crystal coffin inside the ancient ruins that shows no signs of deterioration. In the moist underground environment, they discovered a magic stone that emits cries for help, and a group of devils turned into stone statues. What are your thoughts on the matter? He asks the council. Anna quickly asks, are you suggesting that the person trapped inside is a witch? The prince agrees, saying, if she's still alive, we might learn more about what happened hundreds of years ago. However, Sister Scroll and Lady Leaf voice their concerns. They point out, if she is a witch, there's a chance she might not be on our side. The prince agrees with their concerns and notes, the ruins are from the church, so she might be with the church as well, and by the looks of her appearance, she might have been a high-status member. If she's truly a witch, things could get tricky. Lily jumps in, calling everyone crazy for assuming the witch must be on their side. Who could survive for 400 years? She questions, speculating that the person inside might crumble when the crystal shatters. Lightning argues that the witch looks alive with color in her skin and lips which sets her apart from the dead devils. Wendy then starts pinching Lightning's cheeks, insisting, it doesn't matter if the witch is alive or not because we need to give it a try. Wendy points out, if the woman is really a witch from the church, we just need to put a stone of divine judgment on her. With Anna and Nightingale on their side, it shouldn't be too difficult to restrain her if necessary. The key thing is to find out what she knows about the events from 400 years ago. The prince agrees, emphasizing that understanding devil intel is vital for the town. If the church wants to hide their existence, the truth they're hiding must be significant. Learning it beforehand could give them a crucial advantage when they need it the most. He then asks Iron Axe, report on the First Army. Iron Axe explains, we can only deploy 50 men from the First Army. Most of the squad members are out recruiting refugees, leaving only 500 soldiers in the town. He also reminds the prince, while Timothy may have suffered an attack from the heavens, there's a risk he might target the western region at any time. The First Army must be well prepared to defend the town. The prince acknowledges that deploying only 50 men isn't ideal, as devils can throw spears and they could suffer heavy losses. He suggests a better approach would be a simultaneous push by both ground troops and a hot air balloon, with witches handling close combat and infantry focusing on ranged attacks. Suddenly they hear commotion outside. When they look, they see heavy snow falling, signaling the arrival of months of demons. Right on cue, monsters start appearing on the other side of the wall. Wendy points out, we're still in the last month of autumn, so it's strange for it to be snowing. Iron Axe explains that this is unusual. They've been living in the town for 7 or 8 years and have never seen anything like this before. The prince opens the window and extends his hand out, clearly annoyed. The snow has arrived a month earlier than expected. The scene transitions to the fjords at Slumber Island, where Thunder Lightning's father is visiting the witches. Princess Tilly expresses surprise at his visit. I did not imagine that the first customer of Slumberspell would be Thunder himself. She then thanked him for the help in exploring the ruins for the last time. Thunder reassured her, there's no need for gratitude. I'm willing to come again, and you don't have to pay me anything for tagging along. Iron Axe excitedly agrees, adding, as long as we blow Timothy's head off by nuking the shit out of him, he's definitely going to get screwed for sure. The prince is hoping for just that and mentions, I've been testing bombs for a week, so fingers crossed it works. Meanwhile, Carter can be seen crying. He is yapping about how perimeters and defenses are useless against this balloon, and how all their military tactics go out the window when tons of bombs are raining from the sky. When the bomb finally drops and detonates, it covers a massive area with a cloud of fire upon impact. The prince and his subordinates are practically dancing with joy, thrilled to see it worked so well. The prince then happily reveals to us, this successful test means Operation Eastern Wind 001 is all set to roll. It looks like the next episode is going to be packed with explosions. Drop a comment about what part of the video you enjoyed the most. As for me, I'm totally pumped to learn more about these devils and their origin. I can't wait to see how the prince plans to fight them. I'm kind of hoping he considers dropping one of these on that devil's village too. In the previous episode, once Prince Roland's nuke dropped from the sky successfully, he confidently declared, Operation Eastern Wind 001 is ready. Later, he gathered all the witches in the hall, and after laying out a map of the entire territory, announces that Eastern Wind 001 will commence the next day and that everyone present will be participating. He then turns to Iron Axe and assigns him the task of taking 50 men to escort the witches to the outskirts of Silver City. He explains that there is a mountainous area there hidden from view, which is perfect for setting up camp and launching the hot air balloon. Iron Axe quickly agrees to take command, while Wendy asks the prince, "Are we not flying from the border town?" The prince replies, covering such a long distance with the balloon would not be feasible. He then points to the map, which I can't quite understand since the markers aren't in English. But he explains, if they set off from Silver City, they can cover the entire distance in one day and even return by sundown. He then turns to the other witches and calls out the names of witches involved in this mission. The names are as follows: Anna, Wendy, Lightning, Maggie, Nightingale, and Sylvie, who will be participating in the mission. He assigns Nightingale and Sylvie the task of monitoring the camp, while the attack will be conducted by the other 4 witches. The prince further tells them, Lightning will be key to the operation, so you better prepare yourself as well. Our adventurous girl quickly flashes a big grin, assuring the prince, don't worry about the task. Lastly, the prince wraps up the conference by asking everyone to be mindful of their safety and mentioning that he will be eagerly waiting for good news from the border town. Although I'm not 100% sure what exactly Operation Eastern Wind 001 entails, as far as I remember, the prince wants to give Timothy a real shake-up, so he thinks twice about attacking the border town before the months of demons hit because the town needs to get ready for the winter. The scene then transitions to a ship cruising down the river. Inside the boat, we spot Lady May. I'm making my way back to the border town after quite some time. As she gazes out, she notices the witches' ship sailing towards Silver City for Operation Eastern Wind. Though Lady May has no clue where exactly the witches are headed, she wonders, are they on their way to Willowtown or perhaps Silver City? While she's thinking this, a swarm of enthusiastic little girls suddenly surrounds her, eager to chat with Miss May. Just then, Miss Eileen apologizes to Lady May, explaining, I couldn't answer all the kids' questions, so I sent them over to you. Of course, May looks a bit annoyed by the swarm of little girls, but their excitement is hard to ignore. They eagerly ask her, did Prince Roland really write the play just for you? Despite her irritation, May smiles and happily sets the record straight. She tells them, Prince Roland didn't write the play for me. It was actually Sister Skrull, the director of education in the border town, who wrote it for all the witches. One of the little girls then asks, why did Bella get in trouble for insulting the play if Prince Roland didn't write it? May explains, while Prince Roland didn't write the script, he did approve it and arrange everything for the performance. So when Bella insulted the play, she was in fact insulting Prince Roland. But then the girls started asking some unsettling questions, revealing that they'd heard Prince Roland has royal gray hair and is really handsome. Some even add that he's a bit of a playboy who loves having girls around him. Miss Eileen, clearly not thrilled with the direction the questions are taking, tells them to stop. She reminds them that they're almost at the border town, so they better start getting their luggage ready. Once the girls disperse, Miss Eileen thanks May for helping her bring the kids to the border town, even though their theater lessons aren't finished. May brushes it off, saying it's no big deal. However, Miss Eileen then points out, these kids are still just hatchlings. Even though the prince isn't expecting any hardcore stage actresses, she's concerned that they're too young for the acting gig. May then reassures her friend, I'm not planning for the kids to start acting right away. She explains that while they may be far from the stage, they can read the scripts, and that's a valuable skill. And the prince always favors and accepts literate people. He uses these performances to express his views and change public opinion, rather than actually enjoying watching them. Well, this is something we all knew from the beginning. The prince uses these plays to challenge people's perceptions about witches and break down other stereotypes in this primitive society. Eileen is filled with admiration and starts clinging to her friend because she finds May's knowledge and insights truly impressive. As the ship nears the dock, they see a crowd waiting for them, and among them is Eileen's husband Ferlin. As soon as the ship hits the dock, Eileen rushes to her husband and hugs him tightly. The other little girls disembarking can't help but notice how handsome Ferlin looks. However, Miss May's lover, our Knight Carter, is nowhere to be seen. Ferlin turns to May and thanks her for helping Eileen during the incident with Miss Bella, who had been berating everyone and insulting the prince. May quickly waves off the thanks. Ferlin then playfully teases his wife, saying, you would have been in tears if May hadn't been there to put a stop to Bella. I'm glad nothing worse happened. It's clear the couple gets along well, and seeing them in such a playful state makes May crack a smile. But despite her grin, there's an undoubted hint of sadness lingering on her face. Later, May heads home, her mind consumed with thoughts of Carter. She's wondering why he isn't here, especially since his letter promised that he would give her a surprise when she got back to the border town. It stings her a bit that he didn't even show up to help with her luggage, let alone throw a party for her. She figures he must be tied up with his nightly duties for the prince. Just then, as if on cue, Knight Carter bursts onto the scene looking utterly exhausted, and he calls out to May as he rushes over. Hearing his voice, May turns with a mix of dissatisfaction and curiosity. Carter quickly explains, "I just heard the ship from Longsong Fortress had arrived and hurried from the barracks as fast as I could." And he also tries to explain himself like a typical husband, saying, "I didn't realize you'd be arriving this early." Noticing her heavy luggage, he also gets a bit frantic, realizing, "You must be worn out from hauling it all." But as he looks at her, May's face lights up with a genuine smile. It's clear that any tiredness I felt evaporates the moment I see Carter. May offers Carter a drink, but he says, "I still have duties to fulfill." Then he starts blushing as he pulls out a little box explaining, "I'm here to give you a small present." Naturally, May's curiosity piques and she wonders, is it a new product that just hit the market? But as it turns out, there's a diamond ring inside the box. Carter gets down on one knee, takes her hand, and asks, "Will you marry me?" May is utterly taken aback, and the unexpected proposal leaves her in a state of delightful shock. The next day, Carter is in Roland's office, and he's so over-the-top happy that it's actually starting to creep the prince out. Nevertheless, the prince dives back into his office duties. As he reads through a report, he reveals, with the help of witches from Slumber Island, the border town's construction projects are progressing at breakneck speed. The steel bridge over the Redwater River is finished, aligned perfectly with the new wall, and all the credit goes to Sister Lotus. Carl, who is also the head of the construction department, added, "I couldn't have done it without her." After working with Lotus for a while, he is really eagerly waiting for Lotus to join the department and work with him. The prince's streak of good news continues when the mad scientist bursts into the room looking just as pleased as Carter. It's clear he's here with good news. Otherwise, he wouldn't waste his time coming here. The mad scientist quickly reveals, "I have finally found the way to produce acid at a huge scale." The prince is totally boggled by the news and tells Kyle Sichi, "Take me to the labs." A short while later, we find ourselves at the Riverside Laboratories. Charles, the assistant to Sichi, bows and pays his respects to the prince. It doesn't take Roland long to figure out that Charles is the same person he's heard so much about from Mr. Kyle. After exchanging pleasantries, the prince shifts his focus to the big containers lined up in the background. He quickly asks, "Charles, how are these contraptions used to produce acid?" Kyle Sichi explains that it's all based on the reaction equations they learned in Chemistry 101. He details how once the acid is isolated, it's burned in the furnace. The resulting gas is then heated and stored in a lead container. The prince is fascinated and asks again, "Are all these containers indeed made of lead?" Kyle Sichi nods and explains, "Lead is the only material that can handle the acid's corrosive power." The lead pipes at the top pump nitric acid into the system. Under carbon dioxide's influence, the nitric acid breaks down into nitrogen oxides. These oxides mix with water and carbon dioxide to create an acidic mix that flows out from the bottom hole. He says, this reaction is great because the nitrogen oxides just deliver oxygen without consuming anything, so you don't need a lot of nitric acid to keep it going. The prince then asks, "How much acid can we produce?" Charles explains, "With this setup, we can make about a week's worth of acid in a single day. It's just a prototype right now, but if they build bigger ones, they could produce even more." Roland is really satisfied with the info and states, once Anna gets back from Silver City, we'll work on larger production units. He also mentions that if they run out of lead, they can use metal instead, since Miss Soraya's paint can handle corrosion. That's when Kyle Sichi finally gets up the nerve to make his long-awaited request. He asks the prince, "Can I be granted Chemistry 201? After all, he has fulfilled his promise, and all 5 of their labs are now brimming with apprentices thanks to their success in acid manufacturing. A bit later, the prince is hunched over in his office while Lady Skrull is busy arranging books. The prince is deep into trying to remember his physics and chemistry knowledge, but it's clear he's having a rough time. Lady Skrull can hear him mumbling to himself, and though she wants to help, she can only jot down whatever the prince tells her. She admits, "This stuff is way more complex than the math and natural sciences I'm used to, and it's no wonder he's struggling." She then walks over to him and tells him to take a break. The prince, however, expresses how envious he is of her memorization skills. He jokes, "If I were like you, I wouldn't have to stress about tests, would have gotten into the best schools and landed the best jobs." Of course, Lady Skrull doesn't quite get the prince's comment and assumes he must have been tested in the royal court. The prince quickly agrees as he does not want to expose his true identity. Memorizing everything isn't always the best approach, Lady Skrull then explains. "Sometimes it's better to let go of things," she said. "And I always have to keep those bad memories, even though I want to just forget them." The prince reflected on this, and he felt quite sad for her as he agreed that she was absolutely right. It does not take her long to notice that the prince is feeling quite down because of her, so she reassures him, saying, "I'm doing fine and everything is in the past already." She then begins to think to herself how Roland Wimbledon is unlike any elite she's ever encountered. Despite his vast knowledge, all he seems concerned about is passing it on to others. He doesn't act superior even though he's in a position of power. Meanwhile, the prince decides to call it a day. Lady Skrull asks, "Do you plan to continue this tomorrow?" The prince happily says no, and tells her to give Kyle Sishi the notes along with a physics textbook as it'll keep him busy for a while. Later, we find ourselves by a pond. The fish happily begin munching on the dead skin of Lady Leaf as she dips her feet into the water. Sister Skrull also joins the scene and asks, "Are your feet feeling okay?" Lady Leaf responds, "My toes are in great shape now and I don't have to worry about them freezing in the coming winter." Lady Skrull then looks around at the lush greenery and asks her friend, "Did you plant all these plants?" The green girl nods, saying, "Those are grapevines, fruit trees, and crops." She also mentions, "There are lots of bird nests in the area, and that Honey's messenger pigeon lives there." Lady Leaf then explains, "The prince always told me that evolution lies in a witch's understanding of their power." She finds plant cells fascinating and initially thought they should function as a single unit. She points out how a bunch of leaves can become a vine, and if they're all different, they can never combine into one. She reflects on how her powers are tied to the ecosystem itself. Looking at her thriving green garden with birds living and flourishing, she feels that she has found her path forward. The scene transitions to the outskirts of Silver City, where the witches have set up their camp near the mountains. Everyone is now in their balloon ready for the next phase of their mission. As they're flying down, Anna tells Lightning, "Come inside the balloon and rest since there are no demons around." But Lightning energetically states, "I can fly as long as I want." Wendy turns to her and asks, "Are you feeling nervous?" Lightning denies it and confidently states, "I'm fully prepared to steer the nuke in the right direction, especially since I've practiced so many times. The Silver City Castle is so large there's no way I'll miss." Wendy, however, advises her not to be careless. Safety is our top priority. She reminds Lightning and reassures her, "The recent issues with the devils were not your fault, so she should not feel accountable for anything." Lightning quickly denies having any such thoughts, while Wendy can tell that she has been feeling down lately ever since that encounter with the demons. So she reassures Lightning once again, saying that she should not worry about anything as she's not bad at combat, just a bit inexperienced. Anna also agrees, stating that most witches do not come near Nightingale when it comes to fighting experience. They further tell her that no one is blaming her, so she does not have to feel bad about anything and should not make things difficult for herself. Maggie joins the scene, quickly reporting, "The inner district of the capital is now within sight." As everyone takes in the magnificent view, they are left awestruck by how they can see everything so clearly. Wendy then reflects on their past experiences, noting, "When we first met Soraya and Echo, this area was considered the most dangerous part of Grey Castle. It was tough on witches, with one being executed nearly every month at the outer district plazas. Staying there even for one extra day was another day of watching fellow sisters suffer." Meanwhile, Lightning is giving herself a pep talk as they are about to nuke the shit out of this city. She thinks to herself, "If bombing Timothy is all I have to do in order to make a change, I'm ready to do it." As they hover directly above the city, Wendy tells everyone, "Get the bomb ready and open the doors." The moment everyone's been waiting for arrives and the nuke begins its descent. The team cheers for Lightning, shouting, "It's now all up to you." Lightning quickly accelerates and positions herself right over the nuke as it heads toward the main castle. Once she steers the nuke into the correct trajectory, she yanks the parachute from the missile, allowing it to descend even faster. She herself starts flying off in the other direction because the prince has instructed her not to look at the bomb once it explodes. But naturally, she just can't resist the urge to look at the bomb before it explodes because she wants to see the downfall of Timothy before her own eyes. When the bomb hits, it erupts with a colossal explosion. The civilians around the town are stunned by the massive bang. They watch in shock as smoke billows from the castle and the entire building starts to shake. Even Timothy sitting inside feels the shockwave. Panic spreads through the chamber as everyone wonders if it's an earthquake. Timothy then quickly yells, "Shut up!" and demands to be escorted to the basement. The knights standing around quickly promise to protect their king, and Timothy quickly starts heading toward the basement without wasting any time. Debris continues to rain down and Timothy grits his teeth in annoyance. He's fuming at the thought that only a massive amount of snow powder could have caused such destruction. And he's irritated by how Roland managed to get his hands on such a powerful alchemy weapon. Timothy suspects that Garcia might have given it to Roland before leaving Clearwater.
As soon as he thinks this, he can't shake the possibility that Roland and Garcia might be teaming up against him. But he's baffled by how they managed to smuggle so much snow powder into the castle to make such a big bang. He grabs one of his knights by the collar and orders, "Rally the other knights and search the whole district." They need to check the sewers, gardens, sheds, and anywhere else snow powder might be hidden. He also tells them, "Arrest anyone who looks even a little suspicious, no matter their rank." And he insists that every last servant and maid in the castle be searched. Nobody's getting a pass. Timothy's knight quickly runs off to carry out the orders, while Timothy himself trembles in utter frustration, biding his time to respond to Roland and send a clear message that he's not as invincible as he thinks. But the thought of Roland smiling after this little sweet victory is really getting on his nerves. He punches the wall in utter frustration, replaying Roland's threat letter about the end of his rule over and over in his head. Meanwhile, back in Border Town, we see Honey's pigeon perched on the window. Apparently, it just delivered the message from Theo, who is already stationed at Silver City, to report about the Operation Eastern Wind 00. And the letter confirms the successful execution of the mission. It explains that since the castle was quickly placed on lockdown after the nuke dropped, they didn't manage to investigate the effects of the explosion. However, by nighttime, nearly every citizen knew about the incident, and all the pubs, hotels, and plazas around the city were buzzing with the same discussion. Many now believe that Timothy died in the blast, and people are starting to think that Roland killed him, especially since our prince had already sent that threat letter to Timothy. Everyone's now thinking our boy might soon become the new ruler of the kingdom. The letter further explains that the elite territories are mostly silent, and the castle's reaction was very quick, hinting that Timothy Wimbledon is likely still alive. Also, there's talk that the attack came from the sky, with some citizens claiming, "We saw a white object drop on the capital at incredible speed." All in all, if word spreads that the attack was Roland's punishment for Timothy's tyranny, many people will believe it. You see, reports about Timothy's oppressive orders are already circulating, and compiling them into a solid case will be quite effective. Theo further writes that through this rumor mill, the message will reach every citizen's ear. Plus, Theo is also keeping an eye on the soldiers stationed in the east. Timothy should be preoccupied with his current troubles, so there is nothing much to worry about. "Seems like all of the news in the letter is quite satisfactory," the prince said, and he believes that if Eastern Wind 001 can really push Timothy to deploy his troops, it will be a huge win. Now he just has to wait for the witches to return. It's been days since he's seen Anna, and nobody's been sneaking fish snacks from his drawer, which is something he's finding hard to get used to. Suddenly, the door creaks open and Knight Carter rushes in. "Two fleets have arrived at the docks," he reports, "and they are Margaret's merchants, apparently." He adds, "Some recruiters who had been sent to the southern region have returned with 400 to 500 refugees. The city hall is following the assigned plan of virus testing before allowing anyone inside." The scene then cuts to the labs, where Charles looks out the window, noting how unusually busy the docks are today. Meanwhile, his senior is absorbed in his own work. His junior then says, "Get some sleep," but the senior replies, "I'm fine." He mentions, "It only took a few pages of reading for me to realize I know nothing about the world." He's always thought alchemy was just about experimenting with elements, and he now finds observing the sunrise and sunset to be a pointless activity. His assistant counters this, asking, "Isn't that just how things are? After all, observation of the sun and stars is left to astronomers, while farmers and apothecaries handle the research on plants." His senior then emphasizes, "This is why I feel you know so little." According to the prince's book, everything is interconnected from the very beginning. It explains how rocks, flowers, lightning, and fire all consist of the same matter and operate under the same rules, and chemistry is just a small part of this broader understanding. After reading this much of Chemistry 201, he's begun to grasp what the prince meant and why they can predict an element's qualities and reactions, even if they can't directly observe them. The senior admits this perspective has opened a door to a broader understanding beyond just chemistry. The assistant acknowledges what his senior is saying and hopes to understand these two books in the future as well. The next scene cuts to the Wolfheart Kingdom, currently under siege by Archbishop Maine. His lackey quickly reports, "The city breaker is ready." Maine then asks, "Are the witches prepared as well?" The assistant confirms, adding, "We've made sure to keep them hidden." Satisfied with the report, he tells his lackey, "Return to your position." Before the lackey leaves, Maine further inquires about the whereabouts of Zero and Isabella. The junior promptly informs him, "They're currently interrogating prisoners in the eastern part of the camp," and asks, "Do you want me to call them over?" But Maine denies it, saying, "I'll go myself to take a look." As he strides forward, he catches sight of them and can't help but think about how different they are from the witches the church has raised so far. Even in serious times like these, they seem completely carefree. Though if these two were under his command, Maine wouldn't hesitate to punish them for the stunts they pull. However, he's powerless against these two because they hold the same rank as archbishops. Main then orders, have the judgment soldiers leave the area at once, including those watching the prisoners. At that moment, the two ladies spoke up asking Main why he was butting in when they were just about to have some fun with the prisoners. Main told them that interrogating these prisoners served no purpose in besieging Wolfheart City. Besides, these people are just scouts they found on the road, so there's barely any intel to extract, he says. He recommends they both hurry to the front lines instead. However, she also points out that she can't stop Lady Zero from causing a ruckus, since she just loves putting people to judgment by her own hands. The enemy soldier, despite his injuries, quickly stands against Zero. He shoots an arrow, then tosses his crossbow aside and grabs his sword, attempting to slash at her. But Zero vanishes from her spot, leaving his sword to strike nothing but empty ground. The soldier is left awestruck while Zero simply stands there with the arrow in her mouth. After spitting it out, she asks, "Where are you trying to aim? I'm right in front of you." The soldier turns, but before he can react, Zero leaps into the air, grabs the knight's head, and twists it with a sickening crunch. The poor knight collapses to the ground, blood flowing from his mouth as he finally kisses goodbye to his dear life. Zero then turns to the remaining captives, casually stating, "You're next. By the way, did you notice these women have pointy ears? That means there are elves in this world too," she said. "Though we don't know much about them yet. But let's hope we find out soon." The other captives, terrified out of their minds, start running for their lives. But Zero springs into action, catching one poor guy with a strange aura that literally chokes him to death. Once he's dead, the aura she threw at him pops out of his lifeless body. She turns to another captive who's absolutely losing his mind before he meets his end as well. Zero looks at him closely and with a creepy calm on her face tells him, "God has revealed everything to me." She knows his parents were farmers who were recruited into the army's scout division under the orders of the Wolfheart King. When they returned to report, they weren't allowed back home, and they were sent straight back to the front. She gently placed her hand under his chin like a caring mother and revealed the harsh truth: he hadn't been sent back to his family because it no longer existed. His father, mother, and siblings were just like him, used up and discarded by the Wolfheart King. She further explains in detail. His father died in an accident while fixing the walls, and his mother was punished with whipping during manual labor. She is now in critical condition. The boy begins to cry, trying to deny what she's saying, and dismissing it as nothing more than a lie. Zero then extends her hands and states, "This all happened because the elites never saw commoners as real people. To them, commoners are just livestock." However, she mentions, the church seeks to end this evil and injustice to create a new world under God's protection. The man asks, "What should I do?" She tells him, "Listen to your heart, as only God may judge you." He responds, "I'm willing to do anything you tell me, but I need your promise that you'll save my mother." In response, she pulls out a weed-like grass and tells him, "Eat this. It will help calm your emotions." The desperate man quickly begins to eat the weed, but his face soon goes pale. He finds himself choking, blood gushing from his mouth as he dies on the spot. As he collapses with a thud, she turns to Main and asks, "Does this method of judgment remind you of how Archbishop Heather used to punish?" Main, visibly annoyed, asks, "Why did you have to trick him and poison him? If it had been Heather, she would have made sure to turn him into a loyal follower rather than a corpse." Zero then points out, everything she told him about his family was a bunch of hot air, and if he had found out the truth later, he would have been furious and could have caused trouble for the church. She then tells Main, "Trust me, everything I do is for the church." Despite her reassurances, Main looks deeply disturbed by her actions and simply walks off. "The attack will begin soon," he tells her. "Get ready, stick with the plan, and make sure to deal with the Wolfheart King and the Queen of Clearwater." Confidently, Zero responds, "We're surely going to die. With you and Isabella on the church's side, there's no way the Wolfheart forces will escape." A short while later, the city breaker is fired. The giant fireball crashes into the wall, shattering it completely with a single blow. As the knights charge forward, Zero and Isabella stand atop a hill, observing everything closely. Zero notes how mortals can't win against demons, which is why the church created the Divine Punishment Army. Isabella also points out how the Wolfheart army must now defend against their holy soldiers, only to be turned into mere flesh. Isabella then suggests helping to clear the battlefield early, but Zero reminds her that they'll win easily regardless. "We should save our powers for the main objective ahead." Isabella agrees, but is curious about why Zero toyed with that scout, especially since Archbishop Main didn't seem too pleased about it. She worries that Main might not be fond of such judgment and that she might end up on his bad side. Zero smiles and says, if Main gets upset, it will be because he hasn't become Pope yet. Once he ascends to the highest floor of the Holy Archives, he'll understand that this is the true way to salvation.
She further adds, God has never descended upon their world. Instead, he has fabricated a grand goal for them to chase, and everyone craves the God's blessings. Something she thinks is akin to the judgment they've seen earlier. She further points out that God has never guaranteed whether the goal is real, or if they're just wandering aimlessly. Yet they're still willing to throw everything away just to meet God. She further states that she had been to the highest floor, and Grand Pope Holiness O'Brien is the one who told her these things. He's not a witch and is nearing the end of his life due to his age. She's heard that as mortals die, their lives flash before their eyes, and they often spill their secrets. So she is thinking of consuming him just for this reason. Isabella says she can't do that. Of course you can't, Zero responds. Even Maine would be furious. She reassures her friend, don't worry, I know my boundaries. Isabella reflects that after consuming so many people, she doesn't think there's much left in this world Zero hasn't experienced. She's never focused on anything in particular, so everything she does is purely for fun. Her sense of fun is quite morbid. It's not clear exactly how she consumes humans, but it seems likely that the aura-like thing we saw earlier is how she devours their life force. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurs, scattering all the soldiers in the area. They're getting burned alive from the blast. Zero quickly perks up, wondering, are these the alchemy weapons they've been using? They seem pretty powerful and effective against demon beasts. Isabella adds that there are many more stones of divine judgment behind the wall, and 2 of them are quite significant. She's banking on the idea that these belong to some important people. Zero looks pleased to hear this and decides it's time to head down. But her friend reminds her, these people aren't the Wolfheart King or the Queen of Clearwater, and the strongest energy sources are still in the castle. She then asks her friend, are you sure you want to go down? Zero gives her friend a quick wink and says, an easy win is better than an expensive one, so I'll help out a bit. The scene cuts to Garcia at the dock just stepping off her ship. Suddenly, a sand dweller who is escorting Garcia notices the 2 elf ladies casually strolling around. The knights and the sand dweller quickly position themselves to guard Garcia at all costs. Meanwhile, the girls remain cool as cucumbers and Isabella quickly uses her powers on the knights. At first, nothing seems to happen. The knights charge at her. But soon they begin coughing up blood. Zero dashes toward the sand dweller and starts messing with his mind using her powers. Garcia then demands to know how she is using her powers in the presence of the stones. Zero smiles and says, the stones aren't what they think they are. She then jumps into the air telling Garcia, I don't need to know because I'm as good as dead now. As Garcia watches Zero prepare to crash down on her, her mind suddenly flashes back to a memory. Inside her memory, she finds herself sitting in the castle yard, watching her younger siblings and herself playing around looking small and carefree. She gazes at the slab she's sitting on, and vividly remembers her father replacing those bricks with cobblestones. It seems that even Zero is inside her mind complimenting Garcia on having such a nice place to rest. Garcia then asks her, are you a witch from the church? Zero promptly introduces herself, saying, I can't simply be dismissed as just any witch since I'm a pure witch different from other decaying bloodlines who just die after some time. As soon as Garcia hears pure witch, she realizes Zero is just another tool of the church. Garcia then demands to know, what is this place? Did Zero create it with her magic? She's pretty sure it's just an illusion and won't be fooled by mere mirages. She then begins to tightly grip the stones she is holding and her hand starts to bleed. Zero finally reveals, this is your world of consciousness, which I call the battlefield of souls. Here they can tear each other apart, and the winner takes all, while the loser surrenders everything just as described in the holy records. The mention of the battlefield of souls shocks Garcia. As she is thinking about all of this, Zero pierces her with a sword, leaving blood gushing out of her stab wound. But despite the heavy bleeding, she has returned to the consciousness realm and is still standing in one piece there. The bloodstains from the wound she took before dying are still visible on her chest. There we meet Zero once again, who explains the rules of the battlefield. Currently, Garcia's consciousness is limited, and the pain from each death will feel real. This will chip away at both her physical and mental strength, and when she suffers more than she can handle, the real slumber will begin. Zero further adds, with every death I will return to my original state. Most people last around 3 to 4 deaths, but I've seen others withstand 7 or 8 and even more. She then throws a jab at Garcia, saying, if Garcia gives up, it's totally understandable. After all, dying over and over again is an incredibly painful grind, and choosing to escape isn't exactly cowardly, especially when the outcome is already decided. That's when Zero suddenly pulls out a massive sword, leaving Garcia wondering, how is this even possible? I mean, she's only wearing a robe, so how could she have been hiding such a huge weapon? But then it finally makes sense to her and she wonders, maybe I summoned it out of thin air. Finally, Zero brings the sword crashing down, but Garcia whips out this giant shield from nowhere. After that shield, she now has a bow in her hands, while Zero is suddenly pinned to a cross sign like a doll. Garcia, on the other hand, takes aim, quickly fires an arrow, and it pierces Zero's chest. That's when Garcia declares, "Since it's my world of consciousness, I can do whatever I want." She imagines a javelin and starts walking toward Zero, contemplating how many holes she should put in her. Zero responds calmly, telling her as much as she desires. But just as Garcia is about to strike with the javelin, their roles suddenly swap. Now Garcia is the one hanging on the cross while Zero stands there with her sword. In the next moment, our pirate girl loses her head, but somehow she's back in one piece. Seeing herself unharmed, she has no idea what's going on, while the witch remarks, "It wouldn't be a real fight if you didn't understand how things worked." So she decides to give her peace of mind. That's when Zero repeats her earlier words saying, "The winner takes it all and the loser surrenders everything." She explains that among the people she has consumed, there is a type of witch who is extraordinarily powerful. These witches possess seemingly limitless strength, speed, and invulnerability against the stones of divine judgment. The church has a special name for them known as transcendence. She makes it clear that Garcia won't be able to defeat her with her usual methods. And if she wants to survive, she'll have to try a lot harder. Not gonna lie, I hate this kind of thing where people are stuck in imagination or shit like that. Anyway, their fight continues with both of them conjuring up weapons through their imagination, trading blows back and forth. Sometimes Garcia gets the upper hand, other times Zero does, and they go at it for quite a while. Eventually, the witch explains to Miss Eyepatch, while conjuring weapons out of thin air is relatively easy and doesn't drain much energy repeatedly, recovering her body takes a massive toll. She warns that eventually Garcia will run out of energy and be left feeling exhausted. Zero even suggests, after her next death, she might fall into eternal death. Even though Miss Eyepatch looks pretty exhausted, she manages to throw a jab, reminding Zero how she was screaming while being burned alive not too long ago. Zero then explains, "Since becoming a purified witch, I've received substantial support from the church. They've taught her knowledge and fighting skills, and she's trained with judgment warriors who, even knowing they were sacrifices, gladly entered the battlefield of souls in the world of consciousness. These warriors honed her skills through their struggles. After their deaths, they peacefully accepted their fate, passing on all their insights and experience to her once she consumed them." She even mentions that she once swallowed an extraordinarily powerful witch who had impressive strength. During that battle of souls, she nearly lost, but in the end she prevailed by relying on demon weapons and everything she'd learned. Because of the unique nature of her magic, she can't actually transform into an extraordinary being or use the abilities of other swallowed witches. However, in the world of consciousness, none of that matters. Only a few individuals have ever posed a real threat to her. In the last 200 years, she can't even remember the number of people she has swallowed. All their experiences, pain, happiness, sadness, delight, and even their deaths have become part of her own personal experience. Garcia quickly raises an eyebrow and asks, "What the hell is Zero trying to pitch with all this talk?" Zero replies, "I'm merely highlighting the vast gap in our strength. The assimilation of so many souls has made her will unmatched. And if Garcia wants to know how many deaths Zero can endure," she clarifies, "I can at least withstand 100 deaths now." Garcia just smirks and says, "I'll be happy to help verify that claim." Despite her confident front, she's actually quite worried inside. Zero, on the other hand, informs Miss Eyepatch that she can't conjure up anything earth-shattering that she hasn't seen before. Garcia can only create things she's familiar with and can grasp. In response, Miss Eyepatch decides to cover the entire garden with snow powder and blow everything, including herself. That's when Zero decides to show Garcia the true power of the church. She conjures up this massive weapon known as City Breaker, and as soon as one giant arrow is fired from it, Garcia is split into 2 equal pieces. This happens repeatedly, and Garcia's death continues in this manner. When she finally collapses to the ground, the witch makes it clear, while having a strong will can delay defeat, it can't change the outcome. With those words, she then wished Garcia a peaceful rest. After consuming her soul, she returned to reality. Isabella quickly rushed toward her friend, asking, "What took you so long?" She had almost thought that she was going to lose. Zero, however, lights up with interest as she reveals that she found some fascinating things in Garcia's memory. "I discovered the formula for snow powder," she says, "and it's quite easy to produce." Isabella then suggests, "We should head back to the Holy City to report this discovery to Pope O'Brien." She adds, "With Garcia dead,
The enemy soldiers will eventually fall to the Judgment Army, so there's nothing to worry about. But before they can start walking, Isabella tells Zero to wait. Of course. Lady Zero looks back and asks, "What's wrong?" Isabella notices that while her friend hasn't changed physically, the look on her face has shifted quite a bit. Nevertheless, they begin to walk away. The scene then transitions to the border town where the witches and others have finally returned from Silver City after their successful mission. Prince is hosting a grand feast for everyone that night. The atmosphere is lively, with everyone clinking their glasses in a toast. Old Man Baroff asks for another toast, this time for Chief Knight Carter, who is about to tie the knot with Miss May. Meanwhile, our little Lightning demands a glass of wine for herself. Wendy reluctantly agrees to the request with a promise that it'll only be one glass. Anna then turns to the prince and he promptly welcomes her, noting that it must have been a hard journey for her. But she reminds him with a smile, "You've already asked this before, and my answer will still remain the same." As they continue chatting, Lightning jumps in between them, eager to hear something good from the prince as well. The prince casually acknowledges her. "You did well too," he says, making the girl prouder than ever. Her enthusiasm gets the best of her and she quickly kisses the prince on the cheek. The prince, blushing, then asks, "Is this some kind of custom in the fjords where one must kiss the other person?" Lightning enthusiastically confirms that it is, or at least that's what her father told her. Meanwhile, Sylvie is utterly embarrassed watching Lightning kiss the prince like this, and seeing her bewildered reaction, the prince can't help but wonder if this custom even really exists. Meanwhile, Knight Carter and the old man are still caught up in discussions about Carter's potential marriage. Carter can't help but blush as he explains, the prince has already approved and even offered to help organize the wedding. Over by the side, Sister Lily is absolutely amazed by a piece of bread made from leftover scraps used for explosives. Our little Maggie, who just ate a lot of it, is startled and wonders if her stomach might explode. As everyone is enjoying the evening, the prince steps out onto the balcony. Suddenly, Nightingale appears and grabs him by the shoulder. "Let go of me," the prince demands. "I have to speak with you," Nightingale replies urgently. He looks at her with a smile. "Be careful not to catch a cold," she advises him. She then asks, "What's on your mind?" The prince casually replies, "I just had a sudden urge to take a look at my territory." She notices how the town is still bustling even though it's nighttime and the streets are full of people. That's when the prince reminds her, the premiere of the new drama Dawn is happening tonight. For most of the newcomers to the town, it's probably their first show in months, so they're eager to see Miss May and Miss Irene again. Nightingale then reflects on how almost a year ago this place was nearly a ghost town when she first snuck in. Now even from up here she can feel the joyful atmosphere. The prince admits he still has a lot to do, such as improving infrastructure, healthcare, education, and more. He's determined to transform the Western Territory into a solid foundation for unification. But when Nightingale asks, "What do you plan to do about the witches?" he reassures her, "I'm committed to supporting them as well." We then see Sister Lightning sneaking some food into her pouch. But just as she's doing it, Maggie catches her red-handed. "Caught you!" Maggie exclaims, leaving her utterly embarrassed. Quickly, she whispers to Maggie to keep quiet and tells her that she's found an interesting place in the misty forest which she plans to explore tomorrow. She then asks her friend if she'd like to come along. Not surprisingly, Maggie agrees right away. The adventurous girl then tells her, pack rations and supplies for a day and don't forget some weapons too. And finally, she makes sure Maggie knows this exploration is a secret. Maggie promises to keep it hush-hush. The next day, they head out to the misty forest. Maggie seems a bit let down, expecting it to be as exciting as stealing hawk eggs. But she thinks, this gloomy atmosphere doesn't quite meet my expectations. Lightning reassures her, saying, while a hawk's nest only has a couple of eggs, these ancient ruins might have some old books or other treasures worth finding. Lightning reassures her again, saying, if we find something cool, the prince will reward us with a whole basket of eggs. She can cook them however she wants and they'll last a while. Hearing this, Maggie's eyes light up and she excitedly urges, Lightning, hurry up and find those books. As they're about to enter the ruins, Lightning tells Maggie, keep it quiet. There might be devils around. This gives Maggie the shivers, but they keep moving. Before they enter the ruins, we hear Lightning's thoughts as she thinks about how every time she picks up speed flying, it feels like there's a devil chasing her. This fear started back when she was exploring the stone tower. Her dad used to say that fear comes from the unknown, and that to beat it, you've got to face it head on. She's worried that if she can't shake this fear, it'll be tough to fly, let alone explore. She also frets that the prince might be mad at her later, or even punish her, and she's sure the other sisters at the castle will be worried. But despite all that, she's determined to explore. She's brought her revolver, and Maggie's right there with her. She then tells Maggie, wait up top while I check things out inside.
Gathering her courage, she starts stepping in repeatedly, reminding herself to overcome her fear of the unknown and face it head on. As she peeks inside, she notices that the devil she saw last time isn't there anymore, so she decides to venture further. That's when she hears a familiar haunting voice. "Help me!" The voice keeps pleading for someone to save her, and the pain in her voice is evident. "Please, someone help me!" The desperate cries make Lightning shiver with dread and fear. Eventually, she can't take it anymore and rushes back outside, scared out of her wits. Maggie suggests, "Let's extinguish our torches and sneak in. The devils won't be able to see us." But Lightning points out, "We won't be able to see anything either." Maggie then proposes, "I could turn into an owl, which would solve the problem of darkness." Lightning finds this idea pretty effective but remains concerned. She explains, "If someone can continue to scream for months in complete darkness without changing their tone or pitch, it makes me wonder what's really inside." She speculates that if someone can survive that long in such conditions, they probably have a way to detect prey. Otherwise, they would have starved by now. As Lightning is about to give up, Maggie tries to ignite her adventurous spirit by asking, "Do you really want to pass up the chance to bust a myth like this?" Lightning's eyes light up with excitement, and she insists, "A true explorer would never back down from verifying a myth. And it would all be for nothing if they ran away now." On a more serious note, though, Lightning then asks Maggie, "Are you doing this just for the basket of eggs?" Maggie rolls her eyes but can't hide a glimmer of greed in her expression. Anyhow, they head back inside. As they descend the staircase, they notice a strange magic stone embedded in the wall. Lightning pulls out her revolver, ready for whatever might come next. They finally reach the source of the voice and see a bunch of devils guarding a witch trapped inside a crystal-like prison. The witch is unconscious and frozen, but her voice keeps calling out, "Help!" Maggie decides to take a closer look, but Lightning gets terrified. "Don't worry," the little bird reassures her scared friend. "The devils look like they're as good as dead." To prove her point, she flies over to one of them and gives it a push. The devil cracks like a rock and starts to crumble. They check the others, and it turns out the rest are also just stone statues. Curious, they look at the witch trapped inside the stone and wonder if she really is a witch. Suddenly, they hear the voice asking for help again. Looking behind the statue, they discover a red stone that seems to be the true source of the voice. With this new discovery, they head back to the border town to report everything to the prince. They explain, "There's a witch sealed inside, but it might also be an ordinary person trapped by the witch." The prince asks, who was calling for help if the witch is sealed inside? Lightning then shows the prince the box they found behind the sealed witch. Inside is the same crystal they saw earlier, which seems to be linked to the mysterious voice. Lightning quickly activates the crystal, and the voice coming from it spooks the prince. Just then, Nightingale reappears and confirms, "I can detect faint traces of magic similar to the kind witches use." The prince deduces, this must be a magical recording and the woman sealed inside is likely a witch. He then asks Lightning, "Were there any other stones like this?" Lightning admits, "I wasn't paying much attention, as most of the place was flooded, and I was focused on getting the news to you." The prince gives her a gentle tap on the head and tells her, "Don't face danger alone in the future, especially with situations like this." Lightning blushes, touched by the prince's kind but firm advice. The prince then instructs Nightingale, "Summon all members of the Witch Union and Iron Axe to the office. Their investigation into the ruins is about to begin, and they need to prepare." Once everyone is gathered in the council room, the prince explains, "We've found a crystal coffin inside the ancient ruins that shows no signs of deterioration." In the moist underground environment, they discovered a magic stone that emits cries for help, and a group of devils turned into stone statues. He asks, "What are your thoughts on the matter?" Anna quickly asks, "Are you suggesting that the person trapped inside is a witch?" The prince agrees, saying, "If she's still alive, we might learn more about what happened hundreds of years ago." However, Sister Scroll and Lady Leaf voice their concerns. They point out, if she is a witch, there's a chance she might not be on our side. The prince agrees with their concerns and notes, the ruins are from the church, so she might be with the church as well. By the looks of her appearance, she might have been a high-status member. If she's truly a witch, things could get tricky. Lily jumps in, calling everyone crazy for assuming the witch must be on their side. Who could survive for 400 years? She questions, speculating that the person inside might crumble when the crystal shatters. Lightning argues that the witch looks alive with color in her skin and lips which sets her apart from the dead devils. Wendy then starts pinching Lightning's cheeks, insisting that it doesn't matter if the witch is alive or not, because they need to give it a try. Wendy points out, if the woman is really a witch from the church, we just need to put a stone of divine judgment on her. With Anna and Nightingale on their side, it shouldn't be too difficult to restrain her if necessary.
The key thing is to find out what she knows about the events from 400 years ago. The prince agrees, emphasizing, understanding devil intel is vital for the town. If the church wants to hide their existence, the truth they're hiding must be significant. Learning it beforehand could give them a crucial advantage when they need it the most. He then asks Iron Axe report on the First Army. Iron Axe explains we can only deploy 50 men from the First Army. Most of the squad members are out recruiting refugees, leaving only 500 soldiers in the town. He also reminds the prince, while Timothy may have suffered an attack from the heavens, there's a risk he might target the western region at any time. The First Army must be well prepared to defend the town. The prince acknowledges, deploying only 50 men isn't ideal as devils can throw spears and they could suffer heavy losses. He suggests a better approach would be a simultaneous push by both ground troops and a hot air balloon with witches handling close combat and infantry focusing on ranged attacks. Suddenly they hear commotion outside. When they look, they see heavy snow falling, signaling the arrival of months of demons. Right on cue, monsters start appearing on the other side of the wall. Wendy points out, we're still in the last month of autumn, so it's strange for it to be snowing. Iron Axe explains that this is unusual. We've been living in the town for 7 or 8 years and have never seen anything like this before. The prince opens the window and extends his hand out, clearly annoyed. The snow is arriving a month earlier than expected. The scene transitions to the fjords at Slumber Island, where Thunder Lightning's father is visiting the witches. Princess Tilly expresses surprise at his visit. I didn't imagine that the first customer of Slumberspell would be Thunder himself, she says. She then thanked him for helping her explore the ruins one last time. Thunder reassured her. There's no need for gratitude. I'm willing to come again and you don't have to pay me anything for tagging along. That green fire bullet starts spinning around, crisscrossing in every direction. In no time, the monster is sliced like a perfect cucumber from every side and blood begins to gush out. Once they see how easily Anna cut through the monster, their faces go blank, and they stare in awe at the true power and magnificence of her abilities. Tilly quickly explains that the monster is dead since its heart has stopped beating. Ash is surprised that this monster even has a heart, to which Sylvie replies that it's near its head and about the size of their balloon's basket. It also got sliced up by Anna's flames and magic is rippling throughout it. Seeing the magic, Lightning wonders if it's a hybrid demon. However, Tilly says they can't be sure as historical records of the wastelands and demons are scarce. There's still so much they don't know, so she suggests grabbing the crystal and get going. As they enter the belly, Ash complains about the sticky mess, while Sylvie reports that all the rocks in here are crushed, making it impossible to tell what the tower used to look like. Lightning then mentions that there were so many glittering magic stones. She shows one of them which resembles the crystal they're looking for. Right on cue, Ash finds the crystal after cutting through the flesh. With a few more slices, the giant crystal is finally revealed and they see the witch trapped inside. Princess Tilly is left speechless as her eyes land on the magnificence of the stone. She quickly tells Anna that it's now her turn to work her magic. Anna quickly uses her fire laser once again, and the princess asks how it's going. Anna replies that it's a little hard, but she can cut it open. The crystal promptly begins to shatter, and the cracks expand around it, until eventually the crystal blows up. Tilly is shocked to discover that there are 2 layers, with the inner part being the real crystal. Lightning tries to touch it and confirms that it's freezing to the touch. Anna then gives it her all and finally manages to melt down the second layer as well, and out pops the witch who was stuck inside. Ash quickly takes her into her arms while Tilly asks if she's still alive. The brute lady confirms that she is, but it's very faint, and her heartbeat is still going, which is just barely alive. Even Tilly's mind can't help but wonder how she could survive in a frozen crystal like that. She's definitely a witch, but her name, origin, and why she was stuck in the ruins remain a mystery. She is eager to ask her all these daunting questions once they return. Meanwhile, outside the tunnel, the 2 blonde baddies stand on guard duty. Looks like Andrea is feeling bored and is already missing Tilly. She considers talking to Nightingale, but as an elite from the Kingdom of Dawn, she feels that elegance is a necessary quality for an unmarried woman, so she hesitates. To approach her, especially since Nightingale is somewhat of a rival. She has heard that she matches Ash in terms of power and combat. But still, she finally decides that talking to a fellow witch is just a natural thing to do. However, before she can say anything, Nightingale suddenly vanishes from the scene, leaving Andrea startled. Right at that moment, she senses a heavy presence and turns around but finds nothing. She wonders if it was Nightingale, but then she feels that there is more to that. She eventually summons her weapon, thinking there's an enemy nearby, and the enemy appears to be translucent.
Just as she's about to make a move, a gunshot blares right by her left ear and blood splatters in front of her. The creature that took the shot remains invisible. Once the monster is dead, it's finally visible now, which leaves Andrea shocked. She sees a praying mantis before her eyes. It was Nightingale who took it out. Otherwise, she is pretty sure she would have been toast. Nightingale goes on to blast 2 more mantises, blowing their heads off. Wendy also comes rushing into the scene and asks, "What in the world are these things?" Nightingale mentions that the creatures look like devils, if not demons, but their blood seems even more demonic. Andrea asks her, "Since when did you first notice them creeping around?" Nightingale replies, "I spotted them the moment they first appeared." She explains that in her mist, their magic shines as brightly as a star, so it was easy for her to see them. Right at that moment, Sister Lightning flashes out of the tunnel and Wendy lights up. "I'm relieved to see that you've made it back safely." Afterwards, they ride their balloon and everyone gathers around this rescued witch in the balloon basket. Wendy can't believe that this witch was all alone in a place like that for decades. This just fuels her curiosity and she wants to know what really happened to her. Princess Tilly then explains, "I had a bad feeling inside, which is why I wanted to leave in a hurry." She asks, "Did anything happen outside while we were inside?" Nightingale explains, "There were some weird hybrid demons, but they were dispatched immediately." Suddenly, Sylvie notices something below and exclaims in shock, "What are those things crawling on the ground?" Andrea peers down and wonders, "Are they demons?" But Tilly says, "I can't see anything except for a bunch of praying mantis corpses." Sylvie urges them to look closely. "The corpses are completely torn apart," she says, "like something is eating them." Nightingale then glances down as well and sees tons of creatures moving in their translucent forms. They are apparently demon monsters, and there are around 100 all rushing toward the hole. She suspects they might be after the dead worm's flesh, but shrugs it off, thinking it's not their problem anymore. However, Tilly isn't so sure about that. The scene cuts to the military grounds where we see the new force known as the police force. Knight Carter explains to every soldier, the police unit will be a part of the public security system. They will be peacekeepers within Prince Roland's territory, responsible for catching criminals, detecting unlawful activity, and maintaining order, she explained. They will also make sure to enforce the laws set by the Prince and City Hall, as well as help citizens in need. After a week of training, he imagines everyone will have a solid understanding of their duties. With that settled, he decides to lead them to their first mission and tells everyone to follow him. The group starts trailing Carter promptly, and among the soldiers we spot a familiar face. Someone who can hardly believe he passed Prince Roland's test and became a police officer after just a week of training. If you don't remember this guy, he's the one who was a refugee and exposed a City Hall official for selling free food in black to other refugees. Let's call him Redhead until we find out his name. The written assessment for this test had been the toughest task for him. He was given a scenario where he had to react cleverly to get out of a bad situation, but he nailed it. Now he's glad to finally have a stable income, and while he'll be assigned to the inner district, at least he can send some money to his old friend Kriegsman as well. Once they arrive at the docks, they see a ship that just came in packed with refugees from the south and north. Knight Carter informs them that the prince has invited these people to Border Town to ensure their safety during this harsh winter. So the first task of the police unit is to organize the refugees into lines so they can pass through each station for virus testing and registration. Since the police unit is still a bit short-staffed, the First Army will also be there to support them. In the future, the police will handle this independently. We then see Prince Roland arriving at the docks with Theo and Hunter Ironaxe. The refugees are in awe as the prince personally comes to see them. After all, not many elites would bother to leave their heated homes and comfy beds during winter. Among the crowd, we spot a shady-looking refugee standing in the registration line, eyeing the prince with suspicious eyes. When his turn finally comes, he lies and says his name is Fursona, claiming to be an illiterate farmer from the north. The attendant at the table gives him the green light to move forward, but that's when Redhead steps in. What month should wheat be planted during the winter? He starts grilling this so-called farmer. The attendant tells his fellow, "Let the man go," reminding him that their job is just to sort people out and they don't have enough time for thorough investigations. But Redhead isn't letting this man off the hook easily and continues to expose him, pointing out that even though this man claims to be a northerner, his accent sounds more like it's from the central region. So he asks this alleged farmer, "Which town do you belong to in the north?" Since Redhead is quite familiar with the northern region, he also notes the guy's dress code doesn't fit either because northern folks would at least wear gloves since the temperatures up there often dip below freezing. Right at that moment, the shady guy pulls a red church pill from his pouch. As soon as he pops it in his mouth, his shirt tatters as his muscles bulge out. Redhead is caught off guard, and this madman swings Redhead around like a trash bag before throwing him to the ground hard enough to make him cough up blood. The pill-infused maniac then launches himself toward the prince while poor Redhead struggles to stand. We then see that two other assassins are also charging at the prince simultaneously. But before they can even touch him, a bullet tears through the head of the pill-infused man. Thanks to the prince's trusted allies, the three assassins are down for the count. Panic erupts among the refugees as they scatter in all directions, but the prince stands there resolutely shouting, "Everyone calm down." He declares himself the leader of the West, assuring them there's no reason to panic. He explains, the border town is offering shelter from the storm along with food that will fill your stomachs and numerous job opportunities. He promises solid homes without a single crack and beds warmed by furnaces as comfortable as sun-soaked meadows. He reassures them that by closing their windows they won't feel the cold even in thin clothes. He paints a vivid picture of their meals, porridge sprinkled with jerky where each grain is visible in every spoonful. One bowl is enough to satisfy a person's hunger. Everyone is genuinely touched by his motivating pitch. They can't help but think we expected the prince to talk about citizenship and legalities, but instead he's describing our benefits. The prince then adds, I long for the day when every citizen won't have to worry about clothing, food, or shelter. However, their enemies crave the opposite, and these monsters were clearly sent by them. He reveals, their enemies want everyone dead, including me. He promises to increase security and ensure that no foes are hiding among the refugees for everyone's safety. As he finishes speaking, the crowd begins to cheer and praise the prince for everything he said and the care he is showing. The redhead manages to get back on his feet and can't help but point out, the prince completely stifled every trace of panic with just a few words. That's when Carter approaches him, giving him props for his keen eyes since he was the one who spotted the shady guy first. Later, Redhead is called to the prince's office where the prince addresses him as Mr. Wade. Finally, now that we know his name, we don't have to call him Redhead anymore. The prince commends him for his astute observations and wonders. Was he really just a normal citizen in the past? Wade reveals that he used to be part of the patrol in Golden Wheat City for about 6 years until the city was invaded by pirates. The prince then points out, his profile shows nothing special, and according to Carter's report, he should currently be living in temporary shelters. Prince finally catches on that Wade basically hid his true talents during registration, and he asks him, why did you do that? Redhead explains that the reason he's alive in Border Town is because of a former prisoner he met in Golden Wheat City named Kriegsman. That old guy saved him when times were dire. Since the old man is labeled a criminal, he can't be registered as a citizen, but he can't just leave his old friend behind in the Western District, especially since his friend is getting old and can't take care of himself. The prince asks, is the reason Wade wanted to become a police officer so he could work and protect his friend at the same time? Wade stutters before responding. The prince tells him to cool it as there is no crime in thinking about anything. He then asks, do you have any family? Redhead lowers his gaze and explains, my family died in Golden Wheat City. Roland then asks, what about Kriegsman? Redhead explains that he's all alone because the rats scapegoated him, which led to his imprisonment. The prince reminds him, anyone with specialized skills can rent a place in the city and enjoy the benefits of citizenship, including their families. He asks him if he understands what this means. Of course. The redhead quickly catches on to what the prince is trying to imply, so he starts jumping for joy when he realizes he can bring Kriegsman along. The prince tells him, bring your old friend to registration and we'll take care of everything. Wade is so happy to hear this news that he literally starts slamming his head on the ground, bowing up and down frantically. Then the prince gets serious, warning him, don't let your happiness cloud your judgment. He emphasizes, you should remain cautious just like you were today. If he doesn't pass the subsequent tests, he'll still have to live in temporary shelters. Of course, Wade quickly agrees. Speaking of tests, Wade then remembers that there were a lot of questions on the written test that he didn't know how to answer, so he just wrote whatever came to mind. So he curiously asks, why did I get elected for the police unit? The prince smirks and says there was no right or wrong answer. Every answer depended on the person taking the test. It wasn't about getting things right, but more of a literacy test. As long as Wade could understand the question and write a legitimate answer, he passed. A little later, Knight Carter steps forward to remind the prince that they've received intel on the assassins. The prince tells him, go ahead and speak. Carter explains Barov has an apprentice named Salon who was in charge of gathering refugees in the north. Since they ran out of boats on the way back, Salon contacted some of his friends at the capital to see if any merchant ships heading to the western region were available for rent. That's how the operation got leaked. The refugees stayed in Silver City, which is only half a day's distance from the capital. This made it easy for Timothy to make arrangements. He further explains that while Timothy might not be sending armies from the capital, that doesn't mean he isn't trying to get revenge. The prince then reflects on the situation and feels somewhat relieved. At least the assassins only had pills and not explosives. If those guys had exploded in the middle of the crowd, all of their new workers collected over the past 2 months would have died. He highlights that considering Salon's mistake came from inexperience, they'll keep the punishment light and cut 2 months' worth of his salary. This is the only way to make him aware of his grave mistake. He also tells Carter, keep a close eye on screening the refugees and have Sylvie and Nightingale assist his team. They must ensure that no scouts or assassins escape and protect the lives of the refugees. Right at that moment, Lady Leaf bursts into the office happily announcing, the balloon is back. Finally, the moment we've all been waiting for has arrived and the balloon is here. We're about to hear all the juicy details about that mysterious witch. As soon as the balloon lands, Anna jumps out of the basket and immediately hugs the prince. He embraces her warmly, while the other 2 little girls also jump at the prince and surround him. His sister could not help but notice how well his brother gets along with every single witch. The prince playfully asked, do you want a hug from your brother too? Tilly just smirks and says, I'll pass, reminding him that the last time he tried to hug her, he threw her down on the ground. Finally, Ash steps out of the basket holding the witch in her hand. As for the prince's first impression, he's just amazed because the witch's outfit doesn't look cheap at all, and she looks like some rare character out of a gacha game. They fill him in saying that the witch is fine, but her magic is recovering at a very slow pace. They add that it'll take 3 or more days for her to get back to normal. The prince decides to call her the Slumberer for now. He announces, I'll open a room on the castle's 3rd floor for her, and adds, the rest of you need to come to the lobby because I want to hear all the details about what happened. In the office, Tilly explains everything in detail. Once she is done explaining, he admits to himself, I would be unsure of what to do in such a situation. He's impressed by Tilly's decisiveness in selecting the witches to form a perfect team. He then asks his sister, do you believe that the massive worm might be related to devils? She responds, it's certainly not impossible since it had a completely different appearance, and it might have been another type of demon. This could mean they can compare devils to humans, while demons to hunting dogs. She believes some of these monsters follow the devil's commands and help him complete tasks. The prince kind of agrees with her assumption, but he's still not entirely sure. You see, if the devils are unable to dominate the continent because of the limits imposed by the red mist, then why don't they just harass the 4 kingdoms with demons year-round? Why do they always wait until winter? He also notes that the wolf-lion hybrids from last year were clearly more intelligent than the other demons. If intelligence can be gained through age, it will be just impossible for the devils to tame the other race. Tilly then adds, the enemies Nightingale encountered outside of the hole are more concerning because a demon that can conceal itself in daylight and move silently can breach any defenses. Their limited knowledge about demons makes this problematic, and they don't know how to deal with enemies like that at all. The prince agrees and points out, if Nightingale hadn't witnessed it, I wouldn't be willing to believe in its existence. However, it seems these demons have never appeared in the western region before. Otherwise, a few of them would have reduced Longsong Fortress to ashes long ago. Tilly then mentions, the longer the months go on, the stronger the demons become, and this is a historically proven fact. She points out, it started snowing during autumn this year, which means our enemies will be extremely strong. The prince finds himself startled when he realizes that Tilly is actually considering his enemies as her own. This thought puts a smile on his face. He decides to assign Nightingale to watch the perimeter, and as long as Sylvie stays in the castle, she can keep an eye on the whole wall and alert the other witches as soon as she detects anything suspicious. Later, we see the prince and Lady Skrull walking down the corridor. Lady Skrull expresses concern about the new witch, and points out that until they confirm the identity of this new mysterious witch, they can't guarantee she isn't an enemy. Once they enter the room, they see Anna already inside. When the prince asks about the new witch, the girl explains, Nana and Lily both tried using their powers on her, but nothing worked. So all we can do now is wait. Even though she has been sealed for so long, there isn't a single scratch on her body, he said, which is just incredible. She suspects it's probably similar to herself being impervious to fire, and this new witch's ability might be linked to ice. Roland then gives his most favorite girl a sweet pat on the head, commending her efforts for cutting open the coffin. Anna responds that it wasn't just her. She explains, this witch was very clever in how she encased herself and must be quite powerful. She reveals that the witch first froze all her internal bodily cycles with extremely cold ice, then used normal ice to seal the cold ice inside her so it wouldn't melt easily. When she cut open the outer layer, the coffin broke instantly. This makes Anna believe that the new witch must have placed certain cracks there on purpose. She can tell that this lady had been waiting for this day, and she's sure that she will definitely wake up. The scene then transitions into the witch's memories, where we see a knight desperately trying to convince her. The wall has been breached and the allied armies can't hold on for much longer, so we have to go. But the lady just tells him, "Let go of me," insisting that she can fight as well. That's when a giant monster appears, stomping on every human in sight. "It's so huge that there are literally 3 devils riding its back," one said. Other devils are wreaking havoc on the ground. Even with all the chaos around her, the icy witch remains stubborn. While the man continues trying to convince her to leave, the witch makes it clear, "As a member of the holy city's witches, my death will also be on the battlefield." But her expression drops when she spots something unexpected in the sky. It turns out to be another witch crashing down with her heavy sword, and she's apparently the divine warrior of the Alliance, the extraordinary Transcendent. This lady has fire in her soul, and as soon as she lands, she literally blows away a bunch of devils like they're just trash bags. Her landing is so badass that it obliterates the ground beneath her from the force. "Go," she tells everyone. "I'll be fine. Leave while you still have the chance." The soldiers argue that they have nothing left to fight for since this is the last holy city, and yet they haven't been able to stop the devils. The icy witch finally begins to tear up, realizing they've actually lost tens of thousands of people and soldiers. They've played every card up their sleeve, but they're still on the losing side. But this badass lady states they shouldn't give up, there's still hope. She raises her sword, trying to lift everyone's spirits, and orders them to cross the mountains and rivers to the wastelands. "You can rebuild order," she tells them, "and your survival will lead to victory." All of the citizens begin to retreat, but the icy witch still has doubts. Can they actually rebuild order, she wonders. She feels hopeless. And the reason for her hopelessness is because even their most prosperous holy city, built on the most fertile lands, has fallen like a child's sandcastle in a flash, leaving panic and chaos enveloping everyone. She wonders, is escaping really enough to avoid the devils? But then Alice's words start to reverberate in her mind, and she begins to believe that as long as they survive, they will eventually reach victory one day. I think that lady with the giant sword must have been Alice. Regardless, she believes that the magic stones and documents she has stored in the Misty Ferret research facility will be crucial for their task. She also reveals that there's a popular belief in the Holy City witches are chosen by the gods, while mortals who can't wield magic are merely their stepping stones. However, the mortals whose shields are filled with courage and tenacity possess certain qualities that the witches lack. With the mortal soldiers sacrificing themselves, she is now even more determined not to die here. She knows she must ensure the safety of the data and findings. She crosses the mountains and rivers while the devils continue chasing her. When she finally reaches the Misty Forest Research Lab, she finds the same magic stone. She grabs it and decides to pass along the message. But just at that moment, the devils break into the room. One of them throws a spear with godly speed, but she quickly uses her icy powers to shield herself inside an ice barrier. Alone inside the ice, she isn't sure if she's dead or alive. Suddenly, a bright light begins to shimmer, and the veil of darkness lifts as she opens her eyes in the real world. Wendy and Anna perk up when they see this and shout, "Your Highness, the lady is awake." The icy witch hears this and wonders, why are they using such an outdated ancient title to address someone? It seems like this lady might actually be from a more advanced era, but who knows? We will have to wait to find out. They quickly gather around her, and the prince asks, how does she feel? But the first question the lady asks is, where am I? The prince reveals that she's in Border Town in the western region of the Grey Castle Kingdom, and that he is the 4th Prince of Grey Castle, Roland Wimbledon. He introduces all the ladies as members of the Witch Association, and then asks her, do you remember anything? The lady feels completely overwhelmed hearing all of this. It's the last thing I expected. Unknown locations, unknown time periods, and unfamiliar people. She has no idea what this witch association is, but she's at least relieved that she is among witches who are her own kind. She's also confused by this title of prince and thinks to herself, this is something from the First Divine War from ages ago. Her mind spins as she realizes that she might have returned to a time before the war. She wonders if the gods have given her a second chance to prepare and save the holy city, but that thought feels utterly ridiculous. Anna can tell that this lady's mind is going haywire with thoughts, and the prince agrees. But just then the icy witch abruptly sits up and bombards them with questions. Did you save me? She asks. Are the devils gone? Did you win the war? What happened to Tequila City? The prince takes a moment to gather his nerves after getting startled by her abrupt questions, and then promptly tells her, "I found you in the basement of a stone tower." The icy witch quickly flings Wendy's hand away while our girl was merely trying to assure her. She looks arrogant and thinks to herself that she usually doesn't care about status, but she feels quite patronized to be interrogated by someone of a lower class. If they were talking to Alice this casually, there would be severe consequences for such behavior. She pushes her arrogance aside and finally introduces herself as Agatha, a witch from the Tequila Research Guild. She then points out, "Since it's been 450 years, could it be that humans have been fighting devils for that long?" Prince explains, "You have been asleep for a very long time, so things might be different from what you remember." If she feels fine, they can explain everything to her slowly. Agatha says she's willing to listen. With that, the prince explains everything to her, and reminds her once again that they are currently in Border Town, which is in the western region of Grey Castle, one of the 4 great kingdoms. The witch finds this absurd and claims, "The 4 kingdoms you speak of are nothing but wasteland, and have no value for development." She adds, "The concept of kings and elites is an archaic construct that disappeared with the First Divine War." She finds it ridiculous that witches are being hunted by mortals and asks, who would dare do such a thing? She then quickly tries to use her magic powers, but nothing happens. Pulling the sheets over, she notices a divine stone of judgment resting on her feet. She starts freaking out upon seeing this, calling, "Everyone is crazy here." She then calls out to the other witches, questioning, "Why are you helping a mortal defend against a high-tier transcendent?" She reminds them, using any of these stones is highly illegal according to the law of the Alliance. Prince facepalms himself because he had already expected it to happen. Wendy reassures him, saying that she'll handle it. She steps closer to the newcomer, introduces herself as Wendy, and tells her, "Things are not as you claim, and what Prince mentioned is actually true." Wendy admits, "I don't know much about my life in Tequila City all those centuries ago," but she tells Agatha, "Today Tequila doesn't exist anymore, and the alliance I mentioned is gone too." She explains, "My fellow witches and I have been living in hiding until we met Prince Roland, who provided us with stable shelter and encouraged us to use our powers to help make the world a better place." Wendy then narrates, "This world is prejudiced against witches with divine judgment stones everywhere. In this society, witches are treated like nothing more than mortals." Agatha then also tells her side of the story, revealing, "The Alliance was a large organization created by the leaders of multiple witch kingdoms. It consisted of many high-tier witches and transcendent beings. To win the Divine War, they built massive armies, ruled numerous holy cities, and nurtured new witches, settling conflicts and maintaining peace and order." She's baffled by how such a powerful group could just disappear without a trace. She wonders what happened to Master Alice and the survivors who were supposed to rebuild. She desperately wants to know where they are now. Right at that moment, Wendy brings over a cup of tea, and surprisingly, Agatha takes it without making a fuss. In reality, she's hoping to get the Divine Judgment Stone off her, and gaining the trust of the others seems like the only way to do it. But as far as they've told her, she wants to see the truth for herself before believing any of it. Agatha then explains again, "I'm from the Tequila Research Guild, and in the 5th year of the Divine War, Tequila was the last holy city to fall. Many people escaped, but she returned to the Misty Forest to collect some things she had left behind." The prince asks, "Did you actually fight the devils?" To which she agrees. She looks a bit annoyed, reminding them who else was supposed to fight them since mortals can't do squat against them. The prince quickly asks, "Are you a witch from the church?" But Agatha replies, "I've never heard of this church you speak of." She mentions that all the holy cities were built by witches, and that their citizens included both witches and mortals. Mortals handled childcare and reproduction. When a child awakened their powers, they were sent to specific organizations for training. Of course, combat witches would join the alliance to fight off the devils. Lady Skrull then finally brings up the book Lady Kara had, and she asks her, "Can you read this?" As soon as Agatha takes a look, she confirms that this is a witch's diary. "What about the mysterious language?" Wendy asks. Agatha explains, "It was created to be separate from mortal language so they couldn't participate in higher-level matters." She states that these writings require magic to read, so she can teach any witch how to read it. That's when Prince, with his endless wisdom, chimes in. He points out that writing is meant to be a tool for communication, and its usefulness lies in its accessibility. He says, "It's quite foolish to exclude mortals from her inner circle because in reality, mortals can take on many different jobs and positions with the right education and training. They're not inferior even if they don't have magic." Agatha reflects that while she doesn't mind working with mortals, she dislikes it when they act like they're in charge. Even her family's head servant was more polite than this prince. Then Sister Skrull asks her if she's heard the name Alice. The mention of that name startles Agatha. She asks, "Where did you hear that?" And further inquires, "Is knowledge from 450 years ago still around?" Sister Skrull explains, "We found this book in the Eastern Forest, and Alice's name was written on the last page in mortal language." Agatha then explains Alice is the Queen of Comet City, one of the 3 leaders of the Alliance. She's an extraordinarily transcendent being, meaning she's even above the transcendent level, and she's the strongest witch in the Alliance. Agatha isn't surprised that no one here knows about these transcendent witches, especially since this knowledge has been lost over time. She explains that there's really no limit to a witch's powers. With enough time, practice, and experience, very few witches are lucky enough to evolve their abilities into something incredible. This is called a superior awakening, and there's no cap on it. The growth is not always concrete or predictable. Speaking of awakening, Prince recalls that they have 4 witches who have achieved it. This shocks Agatha as it's something unbelievable, and she asks, "How many witches does the Union have in total?" Wendy responds, "There are only 10, and this revelation further boggles Agatha even more. It sounds utterly ridiculous to her that 4 out of 10 witches have awakened. She then tries to explain, witches who evolve their powers are no joke. They're the ones chosen by the gods and things like that. That's when Prince hints for Anna to step forward. As she does ready to demonstrate her abilities, Agatha can't help but think Anna looks pretty young and shouldn't have enough experience or knowledge to be an awakened witch. At first, Anna displays her firepower. Agatha confirms that it's a flame ability, which is pretty common. However, Prince tells her there's more to it since this is just the ability Anna started with. Then Anna shows the second stage of her abilities by solidifying her flames. As she forms a cube out of the fire, Agatha is officially blown away. Meanwhile, Prince casually asks her, "Can this count as a higher tier awakening?" Agatha reflects on how the Holy City is gone and the Alliance is destroyed. Witch powers should be declining as a result of 0 training and guidance, so a young witch's awakening twice isn't something that can be explained by luck. She also feels kind of jealous and awed, remembering that she ascended at 26 and was considered a prodigy. Hearing this guy say, "I have 3 others like Anna," makes her feel out of the loop. She can't help but think about how lucky he is. It's like he's the gotcha god with so many SSR witches. It's just unbelievable. Eventually, she gives in and agrees that Anna's abilities do count. She also recognizes Prince's status as Highness and asks, "At what age did Anna awaken?" Prince is a bit startled for a moment that she's addressing him by his title, but then he starts patting his favorite girl and says, "Anna's first awakening happened when she used her magic to defend against demons, and the second was a result of her education." Of course, Agatha is bewildered and asks, what kind of education is he talking about? The prince gets all chummy and excited, saying, "We'll talk about that later." At first, he asks her, what were Alice's divine punishment trials? She then explains Alice was extremely powerful. Once she wore a stone of divine punishment, no criminal could rival her abilities. However, the number of extraordinary transcendent beings was too small, so they lost out on a variety of witch powers. According to the Alliance data, there was always 1 combat-oriented witch for every 10 witches, and the same ratio applied to transcendent witches as well. Among those low numbers of combat witches, there was no telling how many could ascend. The Alliance even had a 50-year period when not a single witch ascended, which made their combat power pretty inconsistent. Prince quickly catches on, saying, not all mortals could become witches. Not all witches were fighters, and even among combat witches, not all were strong. Agatha agrees, revealing, while the Alliance created a military of mortals even armed with stones of divine punishment, they were no match for the terrifying devils. In these desperate times, Alice ordered the entire scholarly guild to research how to push human warriors to their absolute limits. Agatha believes that Alice succeeded in something significant after her experiments, and she left all those messy notes in this diary. When Prince asks if she wasn't part of the guild during that time, Agatha explains, "I left after Alice gave that order." Instead, she built her own research facility in the Misty Forest. Alice quickly found the right direction, using stones of divine punishment to combine the powers of both mortals and witches. However, this process required the sacrifice of witches' lives, something Agatha could never accept. She believed that Alice should have focused more on unlocking the stone's properties, rather than treating witches as expendable resources in a desperate bid for power. Both Prince and Tilly are shocked to hear about this sacrifice thing. Agatha mentions Alice had no choice but to stoop that low since tequila was at stake. However, with the Alliance gone, it's likely that this method didn't survive and probably won't appear in the future. That's when Prince reveals the Divine Punishment Army still exists. This revelation comes as a great shock to her, while Prince further explains, the church you've never heard of is the organization that built 2 holy cities in the mountains. They were the ones who started hunting witches. They even adopt orphans and children in poverty to raise in their nunneries. Wendy escaped from one of those places. The church has its own army and territory, and most of their most powerful warriors are part of the Divine Punishment Army. These senseless monsters possess immense strength that rivals transcendent witches, and their numbers are always growing. It wouldn't be a stretch to think that the church also has a division of powerful witches. This is the only reason, he explains, that they had to put the stone of divine judgment on her, because they can't be sure if she works for the church. He explains that if it were not for her clarification, they would have thought the church had built the city of Tequila in the wastelands, and that the ruins belonged to them too. Agatha, on the other hand, is shocked. Some mortal faction stole Alice's secrets and is now hunting witches to create a divine punishment army for their own dominance. Wendy then tells her, stop worrying, and suggests she take a good night's sleep. Hopefully they'll find the truth slowly. After that, they decide to leave. But before going, the prince tells Agatha, you were wrong about one thing, mortals can slay devils too. And when he says this, he means every word of it. Later that night, while Prince is working, he asks Nightingale, how is Agatha doing? Our snack-addicted girl replies, Agatha is asleep and had a bowl of porridge earlier, so her appetite is fine. Sylvie is also keeping watch over her. He then tells her, I've already taken the stone off Agatha, and tells her, figure out the truth of Agatha's claims when she wakes up tomorrow. She asks if he actually believes her, and he replies that he thinks most of what she said is true. Agatha uses the same writing and language as people today, so even though there's a mountain range from where she is, it suggests these two regions used to be closely connected. He's not sure what went down 400 years ago, but he points out that most of the cities were built around 200 to 300 years ago, and that's when strongholds started popping up. He's always been curious about how astrologers and alchemists knew so much without any records of their experiments. Now it clicks for him that the survivors of the Alliance probably escaped to this region, bringing their language and civilization with them. They must have helped these folks build their government's fortresses and cities along the way. Nightingale asks, why is he so confident about this? She jokes, if you're wrong, you'll owe me a deluxe lunch tomorrow. Prince playfully counters, asking, what happens if you're wrong? She smirks in response and says, I'll give you whatever you want. He then gets back to his studies, noting that he still has a lot to organize since Agatha's information is so vast. Nightingale points out that Agatha is arrogant and doesn't really like him, which Prince can totally see. After all, Agatha lived in a world where witches were way above mortals, so in her eyes he probably looks like just some weeds by the roadside. She then asks him if he doesn't hate her. He shakes his head, saying no. He explains that she's just a victim who was abandoned by time. Imagine sleeping in an ice coffin for 400 years and waking up to find the world completely different. That kind of unfamiliar fear would raise anyone's defenses. He's sure that once she comes to terms with reality, she'll change her beliefs too. Nightingale acknowledges this and claims that she already knew he was going to say something like that, but she reassures him, I won't let Agatha insult you in any way. Well, that's a wrap for this video. Let me know what you think. Do you prefer me to keep narrating the story in detail? Or should I just start skimming through the material to catch up faster? Let me know in the comments below. And meanwhile, it looks like Agatha is having a tough time falling asleep. She sits up quickly and uses her powers to confirm that the prince hasn't done anything to her. In fact, he even gave her a certain degree of freedom instead of keeping her powers suppressed with the Stone of Divine Judgment. As she glanced out the window, she couldn't help but lament, how quiet it is here, especially in contrast to Tequila, where every winter day felt like a celebration. After all, it was the season of witch awakening and the lanterns would burn in the streets all night long. Then she thinks about her current situation, and how witches are being hunted by mortals, and the alliance she once knew has also gone. She has no clue what happened and how the two extraordinary transcendent witches Natalia and Alice lost to the mortals. That's when Nightingale pops into the scene asking Agatha, why are you not feeling cold? The icy lady quickly turns around upon hearing the voice, and she is fascinated that the door is still closed and there are no footprints, which makes her wonder if Nightingale used her ability to slip inside. Nightingale then speaks up, and since this is the first time they're really meeting, she introduces herself promptly. Well, it's technically the second time considering the moment when she was hiding in the mist. Agatha curiously asks her, are you also a high-tier awakener? With a casual shrug, our not-so-studious girl claims, I'm not as smart as Anna, and finds all those books and studying a bit boring. I doubt I'll ever reach that level. Agatha is intrigued by the mention of those books and asks, can I read them too? Nightingale responds that she can, but only if she joins the Witch Union and works for the prince. Of course, Agatha protests loudly at the thought of working for a mortal, calling all the witches crazy for following a guy. Nightingale raises an eyebrow and asks, why are you so stern about humans? Icy Witch then explains, in Tequila, most awakeners employ mortals as their servants, and they are often used for breeding. She firmly believes that mortals are unintelligent, but does concede that they can be useful if taught properly. Still, she finds the idea of following a mortal a bit ridiculous. Nightingale then reveals, the prince doesn't treat witches as servants. He helped them while they were being hunted by the church, gave them new abilities, and made it possible for witches to live among normal people. She emphasizes, everyone has a common goal, which is to defeat the church, and ultimately, the devils. Agatha then explains, winning against the devils is nearly impossible, and history is living proof of that. She recounts, about 800 years ago, when both witches and mortals ruled everything, humans populated the entire realm. But when the devils attacked, they lost everything, and all that was left were the barren, fertile lands. She further explains, according to the Alliance records, the Third Divine War is about to begin, and I believe no one here knows anything about the devils. Agatha argues that the only way to have a chance at stopping the devil invasion is to rebuild the Alliance, unify all witches, and use that knowledge to awaken more transcendent witches. Nightingale looks at her and asks, why are you so negative? She reminds her that it's been 400 years since the last war, so a lot of things have changed in that time frame. Nightingale reminds her, you must have heard the prince say how mortals can slay devils too. She explains it's not just about witches. The prince aims to unify everyone on the mainland. He told her that in order to become powerful, unifying as a nation is important. She added, there's still plenty of time before the Divine War begins, so I encourage Agatha to witness how the prince is making things happen with her own eyes. Agatha is startled by her bold confidence. I can tell that Nightingale doesn't like me very much, she thinks, and I want to know why. Nightingale simply tells her, as long as you can swallow your pride and view the prince as a person, I won't dislike you as much. The prince himself wants Agatha to learn to adapt to the present and catch up with what's happening now, and he does not want her to be abandoned by the time. The scene transitions to the Holy City where we find Maine kneeling before the Pope. He reports, the tundras have calmed down for now and the snow has receded significantly. However, the arrival of fearsome devils is a more pressing issue than the casualties from their divine punishment. He asks the Pope for his guidance. The old man gestures for him to stand and walk over to him. Maine promptly complies, sitting right before the Pope's knees. He hopes the Pope is taking care of himself. To this, the Pope responds, I don't need to worry about myself as I will die soon. Maine is shocked to hear this, but the old fart tells him, save your shock for later, and instructs him to listen closely. He reveals that his own end is undoubtedly near, so the reason he called Maine here is that he wants him to inherit the title of Pope. They then walk into mysterious tunnels constructed with layers of stone and mud that no one can breach. There are some secrets hidden, and every pope must come here before they inherit the title. And each one is expected to expand and strengthen the church while holding its goals close to their hearts. Maine promptly responds, I know my goal is to defeat the devils. But the old coot reminds him, this isn't the main goal. The true objective is to earn the smile of God. Once they reach the end of the corridor, the Pope tells Maine, wheel the wheelchair yourself, explaining that no one can go further than this point. Maine acknowledges this and promptly starts pushing his senior's wheelchair. As they enter the chamber, the gates behind them close. They walk past walls adorned with portraits of previous popes, including the image of the current pope, which hangs prominently among them. The old man reveals that his own picture was taken only about 6 months ago, he says, so he doesn't look that old in it. He adds that the portrait was supposed to be hung after his death, but he was too impatient to see how it would look. Are all the portraits of previous popes? Maine asks. The old man responds positively, saying they are the glorious defenders. The past popes ruled as the voices of God and led the church through trials. As they walk further inside, the old man continues narrating, with each generation we struggled in the torrents of time. We drifted and eventually collapsed, and the upcoming popes will face the same challenges. Suddenly, Maine spots some portraits of women hanging on the wall. The old man confirms the witches were also popes. This shocks Maine, but he is even more boggled to see Alice's photo hanging there majestically. He can't help but call her marvelous. The old man quickly bows his head in front of her portrait and reveals to Maine, she was the first pope and the extraordinary transcendent known as Alice. The old man reveals that she also held the title of the Queen of Witches. Maine quickly supports the old man as he staggers and asks, why would the creator of the church be a witch? The old fart tells his junior kneel down quickly, and Maine promptly pays his respects to the witch as well. At that moment, the Pope calls out to Zero and she promptly appears. The Pope orders her, bring Maine into your illusions. The lady agrees, and Maine is surprised to see that a pure witch would be in such a secretive place.
Even though they were raised by the Pope after awakening, they are still witches.
Meanwhile, the witch, on the other hand, begins to weave some kind of magic, causing Alice's painting to move away and a hidden door to appear.
The witch then asks for permission to take the necklace off the old man's neck, and he grants it. She walks through the newly opened gate. The Pope turns to Maine and tells him, "The crystal she's holding will soon be in your possession. It has the power to open any fortified door, including the church's classified library and its research facilities." The witch gestures for Maine to follow her, and they both enter the gate, leaving the old man behind. As they walk through the empty space, Maine asks her, "How did His Holiness allow you to get inside?" She casually replies, "Someone has to activate the Stone of Illusion, especially since it requires magic." Maine isn't really a fan of her nonchalance. He thinks to himself, "Once I inherit the title, I'll teach her a lesson about who's the boss." He annoyingly sits down and tells her, "Start the procedure." The girl promptly agrees, but says, "I'll need a little more preparation since it's the first time I've activated this particular illusion." Maine is shocked to hear that this is her first time and wonders, "Is my claim of being alive for 200 years just nonsense?" This also means that she has never attended any previous inaugurations. Right at that moment, Maine is sent back in time, finding himself in an illusion where all the witches of the Witch Alliance are gathered in a heated discussion. One of the witches states, "It's all thanks to Queen Alice's orders that we've gained an advantage against the mad devils and their underworld leader." In the heart of the conference, Maine spots the Queen of Witches, Alice, her presence commanding attention. "I argue against the procedure that requires sacrificing our own," one of the witches says, "and the chances of producing a judgment night are low as well." But one points out that these issues can be fixed over time with further research. The witches continue to argue among themselves about the lives of their kind, and the room is split. That's when Alice commands them to stop yapping, and everyone promptly falls silent at her single command. She then reminds them, mortals cannot win against devils. They can either do nothing and enjoy their final moments as the devils invade, ultimately being wiped away from history, or they can put up one last fight by placing their trust in their divine punishment soldiers. Alice states that while she may be the queen of Comet City, she is willing to leave this decision to the rest of them. She tells them, "You can choose whether you want to die in silence or exact revenge for your fallen sisters." She believes they can still purge the realm of the Dawn of Devils and revive the witches' glory days, granting them the freedom they crave. Alice also reminds them that since none of them will be alive to participate in the Third Divine War, either choice will lead to a peaceful ending to their short lifetimes. Maine finally grasps the situation, which is that the production of divine punishment soldiers was originally started by the witches themselves. Meanwhile, Alice challenges everyone to simply stand if they disagree with her proposal. Maine impatiently looks forward to seeing how many will dare to oppose her heartless solution. John Q, one of the witches who had protested before, stands up declaring, "Killing witches for the sake of witches sounds ridiculous." An older witch quickly tries to calm her down, explaining, "If humanity dies, the witches will perish too." Another witch also supports this statement, insisting, "No matter how many witches they sacrifice, there will always be more to replace them if humanity survives. The more mortals they have, the more witches will emerge, so their numbers can always be replenished." The old lady then asks, "Can the divine punishment soldiers really defeat the devils?" Alice simply replies, "I can't be sure because no one will know the answer unless they try." The failure of the divine war has shed light on many problems, one of which is that the devils have far more power than they do. The only thing holding those devils back is the red mist. This means that even if they create huge armies of divine punishment soldiers, they might not achieve victory. Another witch quickly points out, even if there's just a shred of possibility, they'll still give it their best shot. She votes in favor of Alice's plan, and the other witches agree too, hoping that what Alice said will turn out to be true. With that, Alice rules out the final judgment and says, "We'll discuss this decision with the rest of the Alliance." The old witch then points out that others might not listen to her, and if she doesn't want the divine punishment operation to have any obstacles, the witches can't exist as the highest ruling power. Alice quickly says, "If that's the case, our alliance will have to dissolve and we'll need to bury everything we've done so far." She claims she'll try to convince them, but if they can't accept it, Comet City will handle things alone and create a new order. Once the main guy finally learns the origin of this divine punishment army, he's at a loss for words. At just the right moment, Zero grabs him and yanks him out of the illusions. He gasps for breath and she asks, "Do you need help on your way out?" He tells her, "I can walk myself," and asks her to just open the door. Once they're out, he tries to say something to the Pope, but all the lore he just absorbed is weighing heavily on his mind. He starts to feel dizzy and ends up plopping down at his feet. The old man gently pats Maine on the head. The Pope assures his child, "The magic stone imprinted the memory into you, so feeling nauseous is natural." He says, "I felt the same way and will recover with some rest." Zero then asks, "Why am I not feeling anything?" The Pope reminds her, "You're a witch and your body is accustomed to magic, since witches are superior to mortals in both stamina and immunity." Maine asks, "Is this the origin of the church?" To which the Pope agrees. He explains Alice led 3 cities to victory, created brand new laws, and spread the word that witches were no longer chosen by God, but were instead cursed by the temptation of demons. This historic event became known as the Battle of Faith, and it lasted nearly 100 years. He asks, "Did she live for that long?" To which the Pope replies, "No." He explains that Alice died in a fight against another extraordinary transcendent, Natalia, and they both died fighting each other. The second Pope kept her mission alive and continued the fight until the other cities fully came on board. Unfortunately, the battle left all 3 cities severely wounded, and they lost almost all their governing power. The mortals who were unwilling to participate in the war settled on this cramped continent and started building a civilization, with the natives eventually forming the 4 great kingdoms. The church had to prune some scattered rebels, but the structure of the world had already been set. They ultimately failed to unite the continent, all because of the Queen's early death. He explains, "Not only was your ally Natalia unwilling to accept your plan, but she even tried to assassinate Alice during a meeting." This was all recorded in the holy books. He claims if Alice had lived, the Battle of Faith would have ended 50 years earlier, and the church would have had more than enough time to gather all the witches and unify the continent. Maine still seems confused and asks, "Why is the title of Pope given to mortals, since it was carried by the witches in the past?" Before dropping any interesting lore bomb, the old man tells Zero she should go. The girl promptly leaves. At first, the old man lets out a sigh. Then he explains, "It's because of the fear and weakness mortals feel." Maine is shocked to hear this, and the old man repeats it once again. He explains Alice mandated that the Pope position must be held by a transcendent witch to restore their glory after the devils were defeated. However, transcendent witches are incredibly rare, so there weren't many suitable candidates. Later on, some accomplished witches with common powers became Pope. But fear and weakness are like venomous snakes. Once they sink their teeth into the heart and mind, there's no stopping them. He reveals that a mortal archbishop worried they would be tricked and oppressed by the witches, so he took the position. All future popes ended up being mortals, he says. He calls himself and all other mortals cowards who have stolen the fruits of the witches' sacrifice. He insists that no matter what happens, the church will always bury this secret. The truth of the divine war is all recorded in the Holy Temple. Maine will be the one to carry all of this forward with him. The old man even tells Maine that if he wants to give up the position, that will be his decision to make. Maine then asks, "Who will carry this burden?" But the old man doesn't respond. With that, he dies, leaving Maine shouting in despair. The scene then transitions to the border town, where we see Agatha is paying a visit to the prince. He hopes she's enjoying her stay and asks, "Do you like the porridge and fried eggs of this era?" Agatha looks a bit lost in her own thoughts. As a witch of the Alliance, she can usually determine a person's intelligence with just a glance, but she can't do that with him. His eyes are filled with a strange aura and confidence, as if he has lived for thousands of years and has the world in his palm. Anyhow, she responds to the prince, telling him, "I would have preferred if no witches entered my room without my permission." Prince promptly assures her, "I'll have Nightingale knock before coming in." He then mentions, "If you want to go outside and visit the town, Nightingale can show you around. Miss Skrull can also provide any historical information because she has the ability to store every book in her mind." Agatha reminds him, "Since devils are such a huge threat, I'm actually curious to know why you said mortals can win against them. If he can't defend against them, then there will be no one alive to remember history and culture." The prince decides to talk about how the economy works and its benefits for people, but he pushes that aside for now. Since she seems more interested in learning about battles and weapons, he tells her, "You're in luck because the border town's forces are going to test new weapons this afternoon." But before they head outside, the prince has a question. Agatha sits down in the chair and gives him permission to ask. He asks her, "How many meals a day do the citizens of Tequila City eat? What are their staple foods? How much meat do they consume? What are their salaries like? Do witches ever work in agriculture or smithing?" Agatha nonchalantly reveals, "My guards and servants ate 3 meals a day and could have meat every week except during the months of demons."
They served me for life and didn't receive any compensation other than food and shelter. And knowledge, she adds, they did work for witches and handled agriculture by themselves. The prince perks up with excitement at these juicy details, leaving Agatha wondering, why is he so interested in Tequila City's quality of life? She's puzzled as to why he seems more focused on these things, rather than the devils who dominate most of the realm of Dawn. He then asks her about the scholarly guild which she claims was focused on researching magic stones. Magic stones all began as stones of divine judgment, Agatha explains. They could either suppress a witch's abilities, or allow witches to tap into different strengths. How does the process work exactly? Tilly asked curiously. Agatha explains, the scholarly guild dedicated all its efforts to uncovering the secret, and they finally determined the connection between magic and the stones. Many sacrifices were made in the pursuit of this knowledge. She then adds, I could tell you more, but you'd have to exchange it for the method you use to awaken witches. The prince responds, I have no problem with that. Princess Tilly then points out, the magic stone I found in the ruins allows me to fly, and there's no question it's incredibly useful in combat for both offense and retreating. So she's curious why someone like Agatha, a higher-tier awakener, chose to retreat to the misty forest on foot, instead of using a magic stone like this. Agatha explains, while they understood the relationship between the stones and magic, they weren't able to create the stones themselves. When Tilly asks why, Agatha elaborates, the stones were created by the devils. If the witches had access to a stable source of these stones, support witches could have fought without relying on the divine punishment army. She explains that there's a unique devil they call the Chaos Beast, which looks like a giant flower about the height of 3 or 4 people and can use its vines to walk. If it swallows a stone of divine judgment, it can create many different stones. The speed at which it creates them varies depending on the type of stone. Agatha explains that they had ambushed a devil camp far from the battle and captured a chaos beast alive, bringing it back to Tequila for their own benefit. The monster had incredibly low intelligence and converted every stone we fed it, Agatha said, but we didn't know how it worked, or how to keep the monster alive. After 6 months, the creature shriveled and rotted like a typical plant. Later, the scholarly guild sent many witches to investigate other camps, and all reports confirmed one fact. Chaos beasts were the only method for acquiring magic stones. More powerful stones took longer to convert, and most devils used magic stones in combat. For example, mad devils could activate the stones within their arms for powerful ranged attacks. All the stones they had acquired were from enemies or their camps. Tilly is in awe upon realizing that the stone she possesses is from one of the devils. Agatha confirms this, stating that it probably belonged to an extraordinary transcendent witch. The prince then asks, did the devils always possess multiple types of stones from the beginning? Agatha shakes her head. No, she reveals, if that were the case, humans would have been subdued long ago. She explains that during the First Divine War, most devils didn't have stones. They relied on their sheer strength, thick armor, and metal spears to attack human cities, which is extensively detailed in history books. Every battle lasted for hundreds of years until human territory was reduced to just fertile lands. If they had focused all their resources on training combat witches, the devils wouldn't have been able to reach the realm of Dawn at all. During the Second Divine War, the devils gained more methods and strategies, and it only took them 35 years to defeat the humans. The divine army might be able to fight toe-to-toe with the leaders of the underworld, he said, but there are just too many devils now. Agatha reveals that she's heard from the elders in the Alliance that witches used to have the upper hand. One extraordinary transcendent witch could slay an army of devils. But the devils have grown in number and efficiency at an alarming rate, so she doesn't know what the next attack will be like. She also goes on to explain, devils are categorized into 3 groups: mad devils, fearsome devils, and the underworld rulers. These terms were only created during the Second Divine War. Before acquiring magic stones, there wasn't much difference between them aside from size. Tilly curiously asked, how do the devils reproduce? Agatha is startled by the question and admits, I'm not sure. It was never recorded, and there's no way to learn it through captives either. What she does know is that without the red mist, devils die quickly. The captured devils always died before witches could even understand their language, and the devils that don't rely on the red mist are low-intelligence beasts, so communication was never an option. She further explains that there are many different types of devils, but they're roughly divided into 2 groups, those with magic and those without. The latter can live without the red mist, but they are essentially the same as animals in both appearance and intelligence. For example, devils use an 8-legged caterpillar to transport resources and terrifying flying beasts as mounts. The prince pulls out one of Sora's paintings and asks, Is this what the flying monsters look like?
Agatha looks at it and agrees.
Then she asks, where did you encounter them before? The prince explains, they aren't far from here.
At first he thought they were simply demons that the devils had tamed, but now it seems they aren't the same thing. Agatha confirms, saying, that's definitely not the case. Demons are just food for devils, and even large abnormal demons are enemies of the devils. When the months of demons begin, the devils' attacks are reduced as they're busy fighting off the demons too. This always gave the witches some breathing room. She then asked, where is the nest of the devils located? Tilly explains, it's to the west of the forest behind a huge snowy mountain, and it's covered in mist. The prince adds, when we tried to get close, a massive devil in a watchtower spotted us, and it was a miracle we managed to escape. Agatha sinks into deep thought after hearing this, then abruptly stands up, declaring, we should attempt an attack on that camp. She explains, those stone towers are used to maintain the red mist, and they regularly diffuse the liquid inside, meaning they have to resupply at times. That's why the devils were burrowing into the ground. They were trying to conserve their consumption. Wendy and the others tense up at the idea of attacking the devils while Agatha continues, saying that if there is a tower devil, she's almost certain there's a chaos beast in the camp as well. Chaos beasts can always produce the last magic stone the devils created, and even if it's not a high-tier stone, it would allow her to continue the scholarly guild's research. They might even discover how the conversion process works. The prince asks her, is the red mist safe to go near even though it isn't corrosive? Agatha explains that the mist reacts negatively toward witches, but according to the guild's research, mortals, animals, and plants can survive in the red mist, and fire can make it dissipate faster. She's fired up about taking on the devils and challenges the prince. Prove your bold statement that mortals can defeat them. She lays out a plan, saying, winged devils can be distracted by witches capable of flight, while the rest of the group sets up an ambush to lure the devils into a trap. Tilly, being one of the witches who can fly, feels irritated at the idea of being bait for the devils. That's when the prince reveals to her, our scouting mission was conducted using a hot air balloon, not with flying witches. He explains this device can only carry 10 people at once, making it impossible to transport an entire army. He points out, her plan just isn't realistic, especially since we don't know how many devils there might be, and expresses concern about the casualties they could suffer in close combat. Besides, luring winged devils is a dangerous task, and he can't put anyone at risk. Agatha is forced to reflect on how fighting devils under favorable conditions is nearly impossible. Whenever Tequila sends an assault, everyone is prepared to die. She starts to think of the prince as inexperienced, believing that casualties are typical when trying to achieve a goal. In her mind, he doesn't seem to understand the harsh realities of war. If he cares so much about the troops' safety, she thinks, he doesn't grasp the reality. She is seriously annoyed, and Wendy tries to cool her down, reminding her that maybe they'll think of a better plan once she sees the new weapons in the afternoon. But Agatha remains frustrated with the prince, and she is sure that no matter how powerful weapons this mortal has, he is still no match for devils. The prince then asks, why do they call it the Divine War, when all we've really been doing is defending ourselves against invaders? Agatha replies, I don't have a conclusive answer since the books never mention why they fought those wars. However, she does agree that it's not wrong to call it a defense, especially since the devils did come to the realm of dawn through the underworld gate. She explains, according to history, the gate opens with every blood-red moon to swallow their world. It appears every few hundred years, and that's when the first devils came through, plundering the realm of dawn. The devils can only produce the red mist towers when the gate is active, and these black towers are even taller than mountains. Their range can cover almost the entire fertile lands, and once the devils settle, they attack from the edges of their red mist. Agatha is certain that this time humanity might not have any chance against the devils at all. At that moment, Tilly offers them a chance to join the shelter on Slumber Island for safety. But Agatha just annoyingly snaps at her, how many people can a small island even harbor? And besides seeking refuge, there would only delay our demise, not prevent it. Finally, Prince claps his hands to disperse the tension. Maintain a positive attitude, he urges, especially since we are already preparing for the Third Divine War in advance. He begins to walk out, saying, we can discuss other matters after lunch. As they head to the lunch area, it's clear that someone is seriously annoyed. And of course, it's Agatha. I can't believe the prince has the mood for lavish food in such desperate times. These ignorant mortals seem to lack vision. What's even worse is that she can't bring herself to reject the delicious spread laid out before her, regardless of how angry she is at the prince. As a high-level witch, she finds it utterly embarrassing to indulge in such feasts when Tequila's name is on the line. Meanwhile, Wendy, as usual, tries to calm Agatha down with her cheerful side.
Remember, enjoying a meal could be a way to keep our spirits up during these difficult times. Once the dinner wraps up, she asks, "Why did the prince leave?" "He was supposed to show me the weapons." Wendy tells her, "He's taking a nap. It's his habit, and a well-deserved rest is essential for handling his governing duties." Of course, Agatha finds it ridiculous, thinking it's just a lame excuse for his laziness. She then asks him, "Why does everyone trust you, and why do they believe you can defeat devils and take down the church?" Wendy just smiles and replies, "It's because the prince can make the unimaginable a reality. To her, everything the prince has done is a miracle." She explains that when witches were being hunted down, the prince saved the association. While everyone viewed them as evil demons, he created land shared by both mortals and demons. He even defended the town against months of demon attacks with an army of civilians and took down a Duke of Longsong Fortress. Now his enemies think twice before stepping into the western region. Agatha then states, "These are conflicts between mortals, which is totally different from a fight between devils and the Divine Punishment Army." Wendy then explains, "The prince has also taught us knowledge that helps witches evolve, and he's created mighty weapons and machines." She shares that these are miracles she has witnessed herself. They aren't folk tales or myths. They're happening right before everyone's eyes. One day he will become the king of Grey Castle and lead them to victory against any enemy. Later, we see Agatha strolling through the town with the prince and other Slumber Island witches. My guy is feeling quite tired, yawning over and over, which is just annoying the hell out of Agatha. She's literally itching to slap him awake with a palm full of snow, but she doesn't want her fellow witches to misunderstand anything. As they walk, she notices his inner district is far too neat and orderly. However, these houses aren't anything special, and even the castle is nowhere near as grand as the scholarly guild tower. Agatha then asks, "How many people are living here?" To which Nightingale responds, "They started with around 2,000. Of course, Agatha is shocked and asks, "How the hell is a town with only 2,000 people going to take on the devils?" But she's even more bewildered when Nightingale reveals that the population has grown to 30,000. Agatha can hardly believe it and wonders, did they count the nearby villages too? You see, cities need to expand when they reach a certain population, and she knows all too well that this can cause problems. The demand for food and water skyrockets. Poorer districts suffer huge blows to safety, and an overburdened population can weaken defenses and paralyze the city. She understands all these difficulties that come with expanding civilization from her own experiences, and she can't help but think that maybe Nightingale doesn't realize just how tricky it can be. As they approach the wall, the soldiers promptly salute the prince, and the prince quickly tells them, "Get ready for the test." Agatha, on the other hand, sneers and asks, "Is this the wall they've been boasting about? It has neither palisades nor moats, and I'm certain that devils could easily climb over it without any tools." My guy just tells her, "Hold your horses and watch." That's when he proudly introduces the border town's new weapon, the 152mm standard fortress howitzer powered by Justice and Glory. He boasts that it has many improvements over the 12-pound field cannon, and possesses outstanding qualities that make it an age-defining weapon. Nightingale perks up at this speech, clapping in full excitement, while Agatha still looks unimpressed, unsure what's so exciting about it. The prince clears his throat and tells Iron Axe, "Start the test," while Agatha still looks dejected, thinking to herself that they're just wasting time. The last word he said about justice and glory didn't even make sense and sounded completely made up. Once the preparations are complete, the prince tells everyone, "Cover your ears." Agatha, bewildered, wonders why they are ready so soon. Every witch in the area covers her ears tightly as they fire the giant shell with incredible speed, leaving nothing but flames behind. Agatha trembles in anxiety at the massive explosion, and once the fire subsides, Nightingale asks her, "Are you all right?" The icy witch replies, "I'm fine." She looks ahead and sees nothing, wondering why nothing happened, and if those flames were just for intimidation. Meanwhile, the prince is trying to see where the shell landed. Sylvie points out, "It hit a small hill. The red flag is the nearest marker, but there's still some distance to cover." Agatha asks for clarification about what's going on, and the prince explains to her, "This weapon can shoot artillery shells. You can think of it as a ballista bolt aimed at enemies far away." They had planted red flags 5,000 meters away, but the shells only landed a little over 3 miles. Agatha finds it amazing that there are no ropes or anything. So how did they even launch a projectile that far? Even a siege beast powered by magic would have a range of around 2 miles at most. If this weapon is actually capable of such distances, then they can definitely fend off devils approaching the wall. However, she's worried that a weapon of this caliber will take time to reload and fire again. That's where she finds herself mistaken. The prince casually tells everyone, "I'm not done yet, and we will now test 3 shells at rapid fire with a closer target." Once the weapon launches those shells, the area where they landed erupts in chaos and fire, leaving Agatha in awe. At that speed, even an extraordinarily powerful creature wouldn't be able to dodge that attack. She's sure that if Tequila had a weapon like this, the devils would never be able to breach their walls. She then asks the prince, "Was this weapon developed by witches?" He replies, "It's technically true, as it was the combined effort of both witches and mortals. You see, Anna smelted each part individually while Usia extracted purified elements. And Sylvie checked for all imperfections. The shells were developed by the alchemists and their apprentices and every witch involved, except Anna is a support witch. Well, this is finally a solid slap to her face, and she has started to think that mortals might actually defeat the devils after all. Let's not forget about Princess Tilly as well. She's also not very used to seeing the godly weapons my guy is whipping up. We also see Andrea and Ash. Andrea is confused about how this was even constructed and where its power comes from. While Ash thinks this is just like how Andrea shoots her magic arrows, Andrea proudly reminds her, "My radiant magic bow is completely different from this thing." Meanwhile, Princess Tilly feels quite left behind. She can't help but think, "My brother is really far away from me in terms of advancements and knowledge," and she has no clue what goes through this goofball's mind. Meanwhile, as much as he might be feeling proud of himself, he is equally devastated internally because this test has cost him a shit ton of money and his heart is literally aching. He even looks quite dejected for a moment, leaving Tilly more confused about his eccentricities. Later that evening, once they found themselves in the castle, the prince invited his sister for a discussion. "It's about how I'm going to deal with the Third Divine War and our future," he said. He starts the conversation by stating, "We've learned from Agatha that the 4 great kingdoms are merely a fraction of the realm of Dawn. Even the wastelands used to be fertile lands, and humans had no choice but to retreat here after losing to the devils twice. The gate will open soon, and the Third Divine War will soon be upon them, so he's hoping his sister can stay here." Tilly goes quiet for a moment before breaking into a happy smile. "I didn't think you would say that." The prince then explains, "The devil's power is unpredictable, and we have to combine all our forces if we want to win." Although Agatha mentioned the First Divine War was fought through the efforts of both witches and mortals, it's very likely they were only allies on the surface. It wasn't very different from the Second War. He reminds her, "My new plans include weapons that can defeat devils, and I have already shown proof of that. Once he turns these ideas into reality, mortals can be more powerful than they've ever imagined." He believes that the right choice is to send mortals into the war while assigning witches to manufacture weaponry. Before the war begins, every extra worker will only make them stronger. Tilly then asks, "If I stay, what will happen to the witches at Slumber Island?" "Well, this sounds like a green light." The prince bursts into happiness that his sister is actually ready to stay. "We can all come to the border town," he quickly tells her, "and we have more than enough space to shelter them." He will assign them a large swathe of land and make sure they are treated equally to the Witch Union. They don't have to join the Witch Union, and she can remain their leader. Princess asks if he minds that most of them are not able to fight. To this he says, "I have no problem at all. In fact, he believes that support witches are more useful than combat witches. They don't empower themselves, rather they benefit thousands of others. The natural world is full of undiscovered potential, and if they utilize it, support witches will be invaluable." His sister smirks upon hearing this and asks, "Is this your true objective all along?" leaving him startled after getting caught. In any case, she finally says, "I can work on these terms as there's no reason for me to reject your offer to fight against the devil's invasion." Personally, she also wishes to stay here and learn about his interesting newfound knowledge, though she can't agree to anything just yet. The prince asks why not, and she explains that since she is the elected leader of Slumber Island, their future cannot be influenced by her personal desires. If they move to the western region, they will lose their independence, and if anything happens, they will be helpless to resist. She reminds him that if a conflict arises between the two siblings, there is no surety that he won't kick out all of her witches from the border town. The prince startles and stumbles over his words while Tilly makes it clear that she cannot entrust their future to just one word alone. She asks him, "Would you entrust everything if the roles were switched?" The prince tries to tell her that she is his sister, and he would never dare to hurt her. But Princess Tilly replies that she still finds it difficult to believe, so she can't accept his offer immediately. She decides to continue their relationship as allies for now. He will have her full support for the border town's expansions, and if he needs any witches, she will do her best to satisfy his request. And if the devils overwhelm him, he is welcome to Slumber Island to live the rest of his life in peace. With that, their discussion wraps up. Once she is gone, Roland sinks into despair. Nightingale pops up beside him and asks, "What did you say to me that day when I arrived at the border town?" He replies, "I only told you half the truth so I can understand if you don't believe me right away." He then gives an analogy to Nightingale, reminding her that if her brother came back completely different, what would her honest reaction be? She raises an eyebrow and asks, "Are you talking about the guy who literally stabbed me in the back?" The prince feels out of place and quickly says, "I shouldn't have brought that up." Nightingale reassures him, "I have left the Glenn family behind. That family feels like strangers to me now. Come to think of it, we have come so far in the story that I have literally forgotten about her tragic background. Anyhow," the prince reminds her, "he's now like a stranger to her sister as well. Besides, she didn't like him from the start when they used to live in the castle together." Nightingale leans in and says, "I'm curious about your life in the royal castle." She also wants to know, just how awful were you given your infamy even reached Silver City? The prince feels embarrassed and admits, "I was much worse than you might think." He figures Tilly probably started hating him after he pushed her into that pile of broken glass. Nightingale agrees that he did some seriously bad stuff, but she doesn't think she hates him now. The prince asks, "How do you know that?" To which Nightingale replies, "Tilly has never lied to him, and if she really did hate him, she wouldn't still be here." He then politely asks, "Are you just saying that to make me feel better?" Nightingale pouts and insists, "I mean it." She reminds him, Tilly agreed to send witches to support the town and help fight against the devils. So how is that any different from her staying here? Also, she jokes that if all the witches from Slumber Island come at once, it's going to be really annoying, especially if there are more people like Ash. Not everyone is as friendly as Maggie, after all. Just as they're talking, Nightingale notices someone approaching and quickly starts to disappear. When the prince gives permission for the visitor to enter, Agatha steps inside. As the prince makes her comfortable in a chair, she points out, "According to Miss Wendy, you were the one who developed both the incredibly powerful muskets and cannons that can rival a transcendent." He then asks, "Are there any mechanisms or blueprints recorded in those books of yours?" The prince promptly pulls out 2 books and asks, "Are you referring to Natural Science 101 and Chemistry 101? He explains that these books only highlight the fundamental principles, but they don't contain any blueprints. Agatha then reluctantly says, since only the Witch Union can have access to these books. Then she requests to join it. The prince cheekily reminds her the Witch Union is an organization within Border Town, and he asks if she's really willing to work for it since its leader isn't a transcendent witch but just an ordinary guy. Agatha bows her head and replies, "His knowledge to create weapons capable of destroying devils makes him far from typical. As long as he doesn't oppose alliances and ensures the survival of witches, she wouldn't mind working for the Witch Union." Though she looks a bit reluctant, even the prince is surprised by her acceptance, since he wasn't expecting her to agree so easily. He then asks, "Why didn't you join Tilly on Slumber Island since it's a city built by witches?" Agatha responds, "I have no interest in joining a refuge. To her, it's all pointless if they can't fight off the demons." The prince then reminds her, "Since I also want to crush the church, you might be seen as an enemy by the Alliance survivors, as it's possible they simply changed their names and stayed hidden all these years." After putting in a lot of thought, he came to the conclusion that even if the Alliance lost Tequila, they would still have extraordinary transcendent witches and divine warriors. Since they migrated to underdeveloped lands, it's unlikely they just disappeared. He even believes the church might have been founded by the Alliance, not mortals, and that mortals didn't steal the divine punishment method from witches. Instead, it was created by witches to hunt other witches and mass-produce divine punishment soldiers. We of course already know the truth, and the prince isn't far off, as the church was indeed founded by the Alliance. Agatha, however, is having a hard time believing that it was the Alliance that started the oppression and slaughter of witches. The prince says, "It's all just my hypothesis for now." He then pulls out a book and reveals that it's a historical record written by the church, which also includes a chronicle of the 4 great kingdoms. He tells Agatha, "You can study it if you want, but no matter what, the church is now our enemy. One of his goals is to destroy them. So if she decides to stand with the witches and fight the devils with him, the Witch Union will welcome her. Well, we all know what her decision will be." The scene then transitions outside, where Agatha demonstrates her abilities. The prince and Nightingale watch closely. Nightingale notes, Agatha's magic is shaped like pentagonal prisms, with her capacity being at an intermediate level. Sister Skrull categorizes Agatha as a summoning-type witch who has already evolved once. She originally had the ability to create cool temperatures, but after her evolution, she can freeze the air into ice. That's a very convenient power. The prince then asks, "How did you evolve?" To which Agatha replies, "It was through continuous practice and a sudden epiphany." She explains, I practiced every day to freeze water at a faster speed and lower the temperatures even more. One day she saw a witch melt lead with her flames. As the lead started to bubble from the rising temperature, that was when she realized that everything has three forms: gas, liquid, and solid. Heat exists as a solid at room temperature, but with enough heat it can become a gas. Similarly, water exists as a liquid at room temperature, but with enough cooling it turns to ice. This revelation transformed her magic from within. After ascending to a higher tier witch, she recorded the principle into the Codex of Principles. The prince nonchalantly asked her, "What is this Codex of Principles?" Agatha, a bit bewildered, responds, "I'm surprised you're not more shocked about the concept of matter shifting from solid to liquid and then to invisible gases." The prince asks her, "Why should I be surprised? It's a common observation that gases come in many different types, each with its own boiling and melting points. So there's nothing to be surprised about, and it's all covered in Natural Sciences 101. Of course, poor Agatha is annoyed that her important discovery has been dismissed like it's just trivial knowledge. She then reluctantly says, "The Codex of Principles is a record of every high-tier transcendent witch's awakening process." She further explains, since every witch has different abilities, it's tough to imitate someone else's experiences. The prince then asks her, "Aren't there any witches with similar abilities that transcendent witches have, since there are thousands in the Alliance?" Agatha explains, "The scholarly guild believes the shape of magic determines its abilities, and no witch has the exact same shape." But the prince pushes back, asking, "How did you know that Anna is a flame type?" Agatha reveals it's just a common designation. Any ability that glows or gives off heat can be categorized as a flame type. Agatha goes on to explain that as magic grows, matures, or even awakens, similar abilities can become incredibly different. A basic flame ability might eventually lead to better control of temperature, bigger size, more intensity, or even creating projectiles. The scholarly guild has much more formal categories which are pretty similar to what they use. Sister Skrull then asks, "Do you also have 3 types of witches?" But Agatha explains there are actually 4. The main difference lies in summoning, and the guild splits it into 2 types. First, there's conjuring, and second, construction. The prince then points out Anna is a conjuring witch because she constantly drains her magic and the things she summons disappear when she stops. Soraya, on the other hand, would be a constructing witch because her paint can exist on its own. Agatha adds that she's not too familiar with Soraya's abilities, but that sounds about right. She also mentions that a summoning construction magic would hold its form like her ice. The prince smirks and says, "Their test will end here for today?" When Agatha doesn't have any tasks, she's free to practice her abilities on her own. However, he hints, someone might desperately need your help. Agatha curiously asks, "Who?" The prince tells her Kyle Sichi, the chief alchemist in Border Town, could use your assistance. Apparently the guy's been acting like a maniac, pushing forward despite the risks, and poor Nana has been terrified, constantly healing him over and over. Later, back at the castle, the prince is deep in thought about how maintaining a stable temperature is crucial for safely extracting nitroglycerin. Agatha's ice coffin could easily keep things below freezing, which is perfect for cooling the reaction vessels under pressure. But he's also a bit worried about whether Agatha will get along with Kyle, given that Kyle is blunt, and Agatha comes off as an arrogant royal. Just as he's lost in thought, Margaret tries to pull him out of his daydream. He quickly snaps back to reality, and she asks him, "What's wrong? Are you upset because I charged too much to transport the refugees?" He quickly denies it, saying, "If it weren't for your ships, those refugees would have died in the freezing slums of other cities." Margaret then remarks, "It's rare for you to ask for my help with such urgency, so I'll try my best." But many of her sailors aren't willing to travel in winter, so she's only managed to gather 13 ships. She also mentions, "I probably won't be able to visit as often next year." The prince asks, "Are you talking about the saltpeter trade convention?" She responds, "Yes. Apparently Timothy has banned the saltpeter business, and even the cities of Redwater and Silver aren't selling it anymore. Her only options now are to sell at a low price to the Alchemy Association or to elites in the capital." She's also heard from government officials that Timothy plans to lock down the entire western region. It won't just be saltpeter. Merchants will be trapped in Redwater, and Bordertown, Longsong Fortress, and Willowtown will all be affected as well. Many elites are opposing this, but Timothy probably won't retract his orders. If they can't trade saltpeter and other resources here, even the steam engine business might have to stop. The prince's expression turns serious as he listens, realizing that Timothy has become desperate ever since the witches dropped that nuke on his castle. Otherwise, he wouldn't be making such a risky move. You see, saltpeter is crucial for producing acid and other resources. If they lose access to that, their 152mm cannons will just be decorations, and their new rapid firearms will be useless too. He paused, then added, since Border Town is still in its early stages of development without income from the steam engines, he is worried the region's economy could easily collapse. The prince reassures her, what Timothy is doing won't last long and you'll be visiting Border Town again very soon. He adds, when you do it will be a brand new city. He goes on to share his plans. I will open a commercial sea route contracted with the bay that won't pass through Seabreeze Town or Clearwater Port. Instead, it will go directly from the western region to the Bay Islands. He asks, are you interested? She admits, I'm not sure if there are any harbors that reach the ocean. The prince replies, not right now, but I'm going to build one. He reveals, there's a shallow beach south of Border Town with ideal water depth and size, making it perfect for a seaport. With some modifications and clearing the mountains along the coast, we could export goods from the western region. She would manage the ship transportation and sales, while the western region would provide merchant goods. He then calls out to his butler, Sean, telling him show Margaret the newest goods. Sean promptly brings over a bunch of bottles, and the prince encourages Margaret to open one and smell it. Once she does, she's shocked to realize it's perfume. She can hardly believe he started making perfume. The prince just asks, does it compare to what the Alchemy Association makes? Margaret admits that this stuff actually seems more potent, and she can only think of one word, amazing. She wonders if it was made by Border Town's alchemists. The prince tells her, you can have those for free. She happily accepts the gift and asks, how many bottles can you produce in a year? She explains that the bay merchants are very particular about fishy odors, and that the capital's Alchemy Association can never keep up with demand. The prince keeps his tone low-key and says, if you have enough ingredients, I can produce up to 10 times the Alchemy Association's output. But deep down he knows it could be even more now that Leaf and Evelyn are collaborating. He's confident their sales will skyrocket, but he can't just sell it like cabbages. The prince is hoping that Margaret will help him spread these goods, and she smiles, saying, this is quite a rare opportunity for me, so I will try my best to make the most out of it. A little later, Agatha finally finishes reading the books. She finds it hard to believe that a mortal wrote something like this. The more she reads, the more she understands the world as a chaotic place with hidden laws that everyone must follow. If this person were in Tequila, the Alliance would definitely accept him, and he would be treated just like a high-tier witch. She wonders, where did he gain this knowledge? I used to think mortals were limited when it came to technology. Tilly responds, I don't have a clue either. She explains, back then my brother was arrogant, cowardly, and talentless. He was illiterate, and his personality was pretty terrible too. She further says, he was just a waste of oxygen, not a prince. To which Agatha replies, that sounds like a typical mortal. Tilly insists, he wasn't even great by mortal standards. She explains, he always keeps things to himself while expecting others to believe in him, which is just impossible. Abruptly, Tilly goes quiet when she realizes she said too much. Anna reassures her, it's the first time I've heard you talk about these things. But Tilly still feels terrible because she's supposed to be the Witch Union ally, and that was pretty rude of her. That's when Anna assures her, it's fine, saying the prince wouldn't care about something like that. She believes he has his own issues to deal with. Tilly then mentions that in the beginning he was just like everyone else, except maybe a bit more outspoken. However, once she heard rumors that he wanted to marry witches, his older brother Timothy and Gerald started bullying him in the name of justice. His personality began to get worse. Agatha finds it odd that he was teased for wanting to marry a witch because in Tequila that would have been a respectable dream. There aren't many mortals who marry witches, and most witches don't want to spend the rest of their lives stuck with a man. Tilly adds, everything is different now. If he marries a witch, it would mean he wouldn't have any heirs, she says. But she figures that since it's been over 10 years, he's probably forgotten about the idea of marrying witches. That's when Anna tells them, the prince still wants to marry a witch, which shocks Tilly. Anna further claims, he said it himself. The scene then transitions to Long Song, and we finally see Ambassador Petrov after a long time. As he gets out of bed, his lover asks, aren't you going to sleep a little longer? It's too early for you to be up. He replies, the prince wants to meet me, so I'm going to visit the border town. She questions, why are you going out in this harsh weather? Petrov explains that it must be something important, so he needs to get ready. I'll be gone by the afternoon, he says, and you should head home. He'll come back for her when he returns. The girl asks, why can't he just ignore him? She points out that even though the prince has captured Longsong Fortress, Petrov is still its ruler, and she's sure that even a king's orders wouldn't require such urgency. Petrov gently pats her head, saying, the western region is out of the king's control. But Prince Roland governs it. Roland isn't just the leader of the border town. He oversees the entire western region. With that, Petrov begins his journey accompanied by a few of his men. As they walk, he reflects on how ever since the months of demons began, there hasn't been much to do at Longsong Fortress. Since his father is filling in for him, and with the help of his servants and apprentices, they should definitely be able to handle things while he's off visiting the border town. He thinks back to how just a year ago he also traveled to the border town in the midst of snow, carrying a warning from Duke Ryan that he had to deliver to Prince Roland. Now he's heading there simply because of a letter from the prince. Suddenly they hear some commotion nearby. "Petrov, tell your men to check it out," he says, adding, "If it's just a typical scuffle, they should kick the troublemakers back into their homes." Later, Petrov's men take out the troublemakers causing the ruckus. One of them is an elderly lady who points accusingly at a red-haired girl. "We must kill her," she says, "because she's a demonic witch." But there's a kid standing by the girl's side insisting, "She's not demonic at all." He argues that just like in the plays, there are good witches and bad witches, so there's no reason to harm her. The poor girl is crying, trembling in fear. Petrov calmly asks, "Are you certain the girl is a witch grandmother?" The woman insists it's true, and warns him not to be misled by those theater plays. She claims, "I saw the girl using her demonic powers to melt snow off the roof," saying she witnessed it with her own eyes and doesn't know what this girl is plotting. She then laments how all of the churches have been burned down in the western region. But she is sure that the holy city will build more, and everyone will be able to achieve God's pity and protection. That's when Petrov tells his men to lock up the old hag, stating he wants every believer of the church locked away once he returns. With that, they drag the old woman out. Petrov squats down and gently asks the little girl, "Show your powers if you really are a witch." The boy beside her warns, "Don't touch her." The girl, on the other hand, trembles, unsure of what to do. But Petrov reassures her, "If you can prove you're a real witch, I'll let you go." She promptly unleashes her abilities and melts the ice on the ground right away. Petrov tells her to come with him, and the girl asks, "Where are you taking me?" He replies, "I'm taking her to a place for witches." Petrov's assistant picks the girl up in his arms while the little boy left behind shouts, "Let her go, you promised to leave her alone." Their boat sails down the river, and that's when we learn the girl's name is Paper. There's no doubt she's an orphan. Only someone with such a simple name would be. I'm glad that even though this is a Chinese comic, they still use English names. Otherwise, I would have had to come up with random names for every witch, which would have been fun too, I guess. Anyway, Petrov promptly offers her some food while asking, "Why won't you use any blankets?" He admits that they are definitely not the most comfortable thing, but they'll keep her warm. As the girl blows on the hot food, she says, "I'll make it dirty." Petrov reminds her that the sailors aren't any better off than she is, and that this trip is going to take 3 days, so she should make herself as comfortable as possible. Suddenly, she burns her tongue on the hot food, and she looks absolutely adorable. Petrov then asks her about the boy, wondering if he was her friend. She tells him he was the one who provided food, and requests Petrov please do not capture him since he is not a witch. She further reveals that the boy told her, "If we clear the snow from rooftops in exchange for food, everyone will be fed." With the theater in town, no one is afraid of witches anymore. He's the one who negotiates with the adults as long as she's willing to help. Petrov finds it amazing that this little girl is helping her community to earn some honest food. He then asks her, "Did you get any food?" She replies, "I did." She cleared 3 roofs. One homeowner chased her away, another gave her some bread, but the 4th house belonged to a hateful woman. He pats her gently and tells her to rest and eat well, adding, "In 3 days you'll meet the prince." Of course, the mention of the prince perks her up. And fast forward 3 days, Ambassador Petrov finally meets Prince Roland, who promptly welcomes him back to the border town. Petrov respectfully pays his regards, saying, "The honeysuckle family has sent their greetings to the prince as well." Prince Roland invites him to sit, and reminds him that the reason for this urgent meeting is something that could affect the entire future of the western region, including Longsong Fortress. Petrov promptly asks, "Please explain further." Roland then reveals his grand plan. "I intend to build a metropolis which will stretch from the misty forest in the west to Longsong Fortress in the east. This metropolis would encompass half of the western region. Since Longsong Fortress would be the eastern half of this new city, it would also become the first line of defense against the church, meaning it would no longer be an independent city as it is now." He further explains, "The vast territory will be governed by the same laws and managed by the same bureaucracy. The elite will no longer have any influence in government, not even the 5 great families." Petrov finds all of this absolutely amazing because a year ago he had a similar thought about moving their defenses to the border town and utilizing the land between them. But Duke Ryan never made it happen. The prince is taking it even further. "There's no doubt that the prince has already made his decision about this territory expansion," she said,
and this is the only reason he's sharing this with Petrov now. No one can stop him at this point, and all Petrov can do is protect his own interests in this grand revolution. With that in mind, Petrov asks, how can the Honeysuckle family help if the 5 families won't be involved in the government? Prince Roland commends Petrov for his quick-witted thinking, saying, I have always been impressed by your insights ever since you accepted the offer to govern the fortress. He appreciates Petrov's positive attitude and acknowledges, these are intelligent qualities I rarely find in the elite. The prince assures him, as long as the Honeysuckle family continues to serve me, they can manage the Longsong area. Petrov promptly bows his head, saying, my father and I will always follow your highness's judgment. The prince clarifies, while the Honeysuckle family will still have a role in managing their lands, they won't have the same political power as before. From now on, all elites under his rule will have land but won't govern it. All laws and regulations will be managed by the city hall. He further states, land can be inherited just like elite titles, and the Honeysuckle family will tend to their own crops, workshops, and other businesses. These will all belong to the Honeysuckle family, and no one else will be allowed to intrude on their property. That's his promise. He reassures Petrov that their land won't change except for the fact that they will have to follow government laws which may even allow them to flourish more. The prince also tells him, you can return to your own territory and continue the traditional feudal system. However, once you complete the constitution for your new city and start expanding, that land will no longer belong to its current owner. Once the meeting is over and Petrov is gone, Nightingale pops up asking, will Petrov even accept this arrangement? The prince replies, I don't know. Petrov's agreement alone won't be enough. He'll also need to convince Duke Holmes, and if Holmes wants to remain a feudal elite, there's not much anyone can do about it. Nightingale asks, if Petrov convinces Duke Holmes, then Petrov will be the one governing the capital. The prince starts discussing all the political implications and the changes that will come after he unifies Grey Castle. Everything goes over Nightingale's head. She cuts him off, saying, there's no need to explain since I can't understand this stuff anyway. Instead, she mentions that a new witch is coming soon and that she's heading out for investigations. The prince asks, are you going alone? She replies, I'll have Wendy with me. She's better at this kind of stuff than I am. The prince smiles and says, I'll leave it up to you then. Apparently, Nightingale needs to verify every new witch who arrives at the border town. Since the new witches have to remove the Stone of Divine Judgment for Nightingale's mist to determine their truthfulness, the prince can't be present in case anything goes wrong. Skrull came up with 10 different identity questions for Nightingale to ask. Since Nightingale can only tell if someone believes what they're saying, the questions have to be straightforward without any loopholes. Even if a witch manages to lie once or twice, she wouldn't be able to deceive her with all the questions. Suddenly, the old man Barov bursts onto the scene, frantically asking the prince, is it true that you're recruiting witches at the rate of 1 golden royal per month? The prince agrees right away, explaining, witches are being paid the highest, making it literally the best paying job in this age. The old man suggests, if you want witches, you should ask the people to find them just like when you ask them to expose spies. He argues that the people have the sharpest eyes and they can be rewarded for their efforts. The prince reminds him that this approach isn't much different from what the church is doing. He hopes the witches will come willingly, and that they can continue to use their own power. You see, issuing rewards for witches might create a frenzy around them, and people could start treating it like a business. That's when Wendy appears and says, they've verified the new witch's identity, and she exactly matches Ambassador Petrov's description. The prince reminds her how he knew too much caution was unnecessary. But Wendy responds, saying that it's necessary because his personal safety is their top priority. The prince then tells her, bring the girl in, and they quickly usher the little timid girl into the room. Wendy reassures her, telling her not to be afraid, and introduces her to Prince Roland. As soon as the prince sees her, he can tell she must be panicking inside as she is in a completely unfamiliar place. So adapting to a new life might take her a long time. After all, she's just a little girl who doesn't have Agatha's intellect or Anna's tenacity. Even Moon and Lily had each other as sisters for support. He then tells Wendy, there's no need to test the girl's abilities just yet. He suggests you should get used to this new, unfamiliar place first. Wendy decides to give the little lady a well-deserved bath, and she'll be staying at the witch branch for now. Later, we find ourselves in a steamy bath scene where Wendy is gently giving a warm shower to this timid girl. Wendy reflects, taking care of new witches has practically become part of my job, something the prince specifically assigned to me, especially since I'm good at comforting others. She had felt a bit sad not having any witches to take care of for a while, but now she's happy she can be a big sister to someone again. She then notices how skinny this child is, but she is relieved that she is a witch, and with some proper nutrition, she'll bounce back to normal soon enough. Wendy checks the water temperature to see if it's not as hot anymore.
She helps the little girl step into the bath, and as soon as she does, the kid feels a shiver run down her spine. But pretty quickly, she starts to chill out as she gets used to the warm water. Wendy begins to rub the girl's back and asks, "When did you awaken as a witch?" The girl replies, "It was 2 years ago, back in winter." Wendy smiles and says, "That's pretty common since most witches wake up during the months when demons are out and about, and it's said that magic is at its strongest then." The little girl asks, "Does that mean we have devil powers?" Wendy, being the big sister, corrects her and tells her, "This is absolutely not true. Being a witch is totally normal. The only real difference between witches and mortals is that we have amazing powers." She adds, "A few hundred years ago, witches were considered the children of God." She further assures her, having magic is as natural as breathing. The girl asks, "Will my powers grow?" Wendy agrees and says, "They'll definitely get stronger as you get older, but you'll need to work hard to control the energy. Otherwise, she might go through anti-phases, and the church uses this to spread lies about witches being possessed." The girl looks pretty down about it. Wendy realizes that since it's her second year of awakening, she probably felt some of that awakening pain last year. To cheer her up, Wendy reassures her, "Now that you're in the border town, everything will be all right." She explains that if she hurries and starts practicing, this year's awakening day will be a piece of cake and everyone will be there to support her. Suddenly, Lily bursts into the bathing room, super excited to see the new witch. She says Moon wants to see her too, but Moon claims Lily is the one who wanted to check her out. The girl panics when she sees them and sinks deeper into the bathwater. Wendy quickly reassures her, saying, "They're just fellow witches, so there's nothing to be worried about." Wendy asks the girl about her powers, and she replies, "I can melt snow." Lily follows up asking, "Can I also turn water into ice?" The girl shakes her head, saying, "I can only make hot water cold." When Wendy hears this, she perks up, realizing that while melting snow means raising the temperature, cooling hot water lowers it. But since she can't change normal water's temperature, it doesn't sound quite right. Lily places a steaming tub of hot water in front of her and tells her, "Give it a try." As soon as the girl uses her ability, the water starts to cool down and the steam disappears right away. The bubbles in the water also vanish, and the movement of the water slows, creating a clear surface. All the witches are left wondering, what kind of power is this? Before we can learn anything about this magical ability, the scene transitions to the prince's office, where Petrov is preparing to leave for Longsong Fortress. Before heading out, he pays his respects to the prince and promises, "The honeysuckle family is ready to serve you." Petrov also assures the prince, "I'll convince my father, and he will definitely listen, as he is different from the rest of the elites." The prince is pleased to hear this. Petrov continues saying, "I've witnessed the incredible progress in Border Town. If the new city the prince is aiming to build is as advanced as it seems, the honeysuckle family wouldn't mind joining in," she said, "especially if it means they could flourish under the prince's vision." The prince then tells him, "My goal is to make every part of Grey Castle a comfortable place for its citizens to live." Petrov bows his head in respect, saying, "I'll hurry back to the fortress and report this news to my father." The prince reminds Petrov, "Do not forget about the other 4 families and the entire elite class." He promises any family willing to accept our conditions will be wholeheartedly integrated into the new city. He then instructs Petrov to hold a conference at Longsong Fortress to announce this news to everyone. Petrov is startled by this. "But you'll be the one delivering this message," the prince reminds him. "You will take on the role of ambassador." The prince also commends him for doing well in his assignment of recruiting witches, and informs him the operation will no longer be covert. However, he warns that there are still some people who hold hope for the church, and tasks Petrov with clearing those individuals from the western region. He leaves it in Petrov's hands to figure out how to make it happen. Once Petrov leaves, the prince finally lets out a relaxed yawn and stretches. Deciding to take a walk in the garden now that he's done with his office duties, he steps into the garden and is immediately startled by the sight of large trees surrounding the area. Trees that weren't there before. It feels as if he's standing inside a living organism, with the garden itself almost seeming to breathe. As he walks further in, he spots a cozy bonfire. Wendy gestures for him to come closer. When he steps inside, he notices other witches gathered there as well. He sits down beside his sister and asks, "What's going on?" Tilly reveals, Sister Leaf's ability has evolved, allowing her to create this entire section of the garden. She is fused with the plants, and everything they see is a part of Sister Leaf herself. The prince is shocked and asks, "Is she still able to return to her human form?" That's when Lady Leaf herself speaks up, using the movement of the leaves to create her voice. She says she can return to normal if she deactivates her ability. The prince is amazed by this and asks, "How are you able to speak using only the leaves?" He then wonders, "Can you hear them talking?" Lady Leaf explains, "Not only can I hear them, but I can also see, smell, and touch anyone within the garden." She can detect every tiny change, the birds building nests, insects crawling on the bark, and the sensation is something she finds incredibly hard to put into words. Using the flow of air within the garden, she gently hands the prince a flower. Nearby, Andrea is cooking some delicious corn produced by Sister Leaf's power. The prince curiously asks, "How did you achieve such a remarkable ability?" Lady Leaf responds that she's not entirely sure. She continued trying to talk with the animals and plants while practicing her abilities. And then one day they responded to her summons. Perhaps this is what she's always been searching for. A way to combine the forest life forms together. The prince asks, what would happen if she tried this in the misty forest? He wonders if it would become a part of her as well. She replies, I'm not sure, and even if I could, it would require a long time. She explains maintaining this form doesn't require much magic, and the forest can even replenish it. However, every time she expands, her consciousness slows down. She struggles to find the right words, but is certain that if she tries to extend her influence over something as vast as the misty forest, she will surely lose her mind. When she first fused with the garden, she felt that her mind wasn't enough. That struggle made it hard for her to return to normal. However, she doesn't feel that way when she fuses with plants she's controlled before. She just needs to jog her memory, and it works seamlessly. The prince is fascinated by Sister Leaf's ability. While Lily's evolution was on a microscopic scale, Sister Leaf's breakthrough is on a much grander level. If she could eventually control the entire misty forest, no enemy would be able to hide from her. Wendy congratulates Sister Leaf, expressing how glad she is. The Witch Union now has another evolved witch, she says. This means that half of the association's witches have awakened. The prince points out Agatha would be absolutely shocked if she were here. He then asks about Paper, and we see the timid young witch trying to hide behind Wendy. Wendy reveals to the prince, Paper's abilities need attention too. As there's something odd about them that they need to figure out, Wendy then snaps her fingers and 2 cabbages fall from the tree. She picks one up and reveals to the prince, I'm teaching Paper how to cycle her magic so she can use it consistently, just like you taught me in the beginning. She explains Paper's control isn't exactly precise yet, but she's making progress. Wendy opens a hole in the thick woods that are blocking the cold and makes the cabbage she's holding freezing cold. Afterwards, she instructs, use your abilities on it, to the little girl. As Paper focuses her magic, the snow on the cabbage begins to melt. One of the witches wonders, is she speeding up time? But the prince observes time is just a concept humans created for measurement. It doesn't actually exist, so I'm not sure how Paper is creating that effect. Wendy then ties a rock to a rope and lets it hang from a branch. When Paper uses her ability on it, the rock starts to vibrate frantically. This observation makes Wendy think, if Paper's abilities were related to time, the rock would be swinging slowly instead. That's when the prince's mind clicks with the realization. She's not actually affecting time. Instead, she's influencing the movement of atoms, and her magic can either slow them down or speed them up, which results in water freezing or melting. Of course, Paper doesn't really understand the science behind her magic, but she uses it based on her feelings. She thinks her magic doesn't affect other things much other than water, because some changes take time, like when things rust. The prince believes her magic is like a natural helper that speeds up reactions. When he gets back to his office, he thinks, once Paper gets better at controlling her magic, they can make their chemical work even better. They're already making a lot of important acids and they need to improve their explosives. If they can produce more ammunition, he said, Bordertown will easily be able to get new repeating rifles. Suddenly, the prince nearly chokes on his tea when he hears a loud bang outside. Nightingale rushed to go outside. There must be a demon. But the prince warns her, be careful. She reassures him, there's nothing to worry about. They can't touch me once I'm in the mist. The prince understands why Nightingale is so eager to go outside. The witches have been feeling cooped up all day because of the winter, especially the battle witches Tilly brought. They've been waiting all day for hybrid demons to fight. He can tell that Andrea, Ash, and Nightingale all want to show off their strength to each other. However, he thinks it would be great if they were this enthusiastic about studying instead. Still, he's glad they have their own kind of fun, especially since support witches don't have that luxury. This is why he's planning to work on a new project to create some fun activities for everyone. Soraya enters the scene, and it looks like she has been called by the prince. He asks her if she's free, and she replies, I'm not. A few workers have been going to the factory. So she finished painting the layers in only half a day. Otherwise, she helps Kyle with crafting those metal boxes. She adds that she enjoys her life now much more than during her days in the association in the mountains, and is really happy that her abilities are helping everyone. The prince explains, I called you to help me design some new playing cards. He believes all the witches would appreciate a new pastime since the rules for the previous game were quite simple. The game would be over quickly, he adds. He starts designing the playing cards and gives Soraya a basic idea of how they should look. He explains there will be 4 suits and 13 ranks, with the last 3 ranks being the Jack, Queen, and King. There will also be 2 Joker cards, making a total of 54 cards. Soraya says she understands and will give it a try. Thinking about playing cards reminds the prince of his past life, where playing poker while watching TV was a Chinese New Year tradition. They would play until the firecrackers went off in the morning to welcome the new spring. Unlike traditional mahjong, playing cards are portable and easy to set up, he said. So anyone can play as long as there's a flat surface. There are plenty of ways to play, making it one of the most popular games in the world. He explains, there are lots of games they can play with these cards, but they can start with something simple. He says he'll call Anna over and she can teach them how to play dodozu. The scene transitions to the bustling market of Border Town. Eileen is torn about whether or not to buy some meat. Her husband Ferlin explains every piece of meat is priced by weight, so we can't really get a better deal. He asks, is this because you prefer lean meat? But then reminds her, it won't taste as good if there's not enough fat. Eileen replies, the best cut has a decent balance of both lean and fat, making it suitable for frying in a pan. She knows she has to pay attention to pick the best one. As she's selecting the meat, Ferlin decides to grab a bag of flour. As he walks around, someone calls out his name. We see that Ferlin is quite popular at the market. I guess this isn't surprising since he was the first knight of the Western region after all. Once it's Ferlin's turn to grab the flour, a little girl greets him over the counter. Excitedly, she tells him that she's an official apprentice and currently working in the agriculture department. Ferlin congratulates her and wishes her good luck, then asks for the bag of flour. A guy quickly brings it over and hands it to Ferlin. The little girl flashes a smile and says, visit again later. As Ferlin walks away, he notices Agatha. I'm surprised to see you. He says the clothes you're wearing look familiar, which resemble his family's paintings from the past. He is totally flabbergasted as he thinks, could she be an ancestor of mine? And how it's possible for his ancestors to be alive. Right at that moment, Eileen enters the scene and looks annoyed to see him staring at another girl. Ferlin is lost in his thoughts while she tries to grab his attention. Finally, she shouts near his ear, what has gotten into you? He says he is fine, but his mind still seems to be stuck on her. Later, Ferlin arrives at his family home, and as soon as he enters, he encounters his brother Mason. Mason tells him that he doesn't belong to the Eltec family and asks, why have you returned? The big brother further asks, do you need money for the winter? He says Ferlin can have money, but he better leave as soon as possible. But Ferlin makes it clear that he does not want any money or inheritance privileges. He explains that Prince Roland has employed him as a teacher, and he is very satisfied with his life. Mason raises an eyebrow and asks, since when did you gain scholarly knowledge? And if he's teaching other elites? Ferlin clarifies, I'm not teaching elites, but rather commoners. This shocks Mason, who points a finger at his little bro and asks, has that peasant wife of yours muddled your mind? Just then their father arrives on the scene and says, Eileen isn't any worse than elites. She just lacks their identity. Both sons bow in respect as they see their father, who looks like a big bearded hobo. He mentions that he's heard from the guards that Ferlin has some news, to which Ferlin agrees. Meet me in the office, his father instructs. As they walk, their father points out, I saw Eileen in the theater during autumn. He notes, she looked very healthy and her performance was on par with Miss May. He hopes Ferlin will have an excellent wife in her. That is when we see Agatha's photo, and while Ferlin is looking at her painting. He agrees with his father and mentions Eileen and I have our own home in Border Town now. He adds, I'm planning to try for a child after the demon months are over this year. The old man then states, the journey must have been tough to come all the way from Border Town. Once they finally settle in the office, Ferlin reveals to his father that he saw a woman in town who looked identical to their family paintings. Of course, this absolutely boggles the old man's mind. Ferlin further explains that the woman had blue hair and beautiful features. I swear I saw her with my own eyes, he says, wondering if she could be their descendant. The old man dismisses this as impossible. Ferlin then suggests, you must have misunderstood someone. His father agrees, saying, it's impossible for her to be a descendant, but she might be the woman in the painting herself. This idea strikes Ferlin as even more ridiculous. How could she possibly be alive after hundreds of years? They then head down to the basement, where his father reminds him that he used to love coming down there when he was young. He would always punish Ferlin for coming here not because he wanted to be harsh, but because the space contains valuable treasures from their ancestors. Ferlin looks at the stones and asks, are these all stones of divine punishment? As he surveys the basement, he notices boxes scattered everywhere and stones of divine punishment all around, which leads him to wonder if the Eltec family has always been this wealthy. Now he's pretty sure that the treasure map he gave to the prince also came from the basement. That's when the old man opens one of the boxes, revealing a ton of magical stones. He explains, every time I see these stones, he remembers the grim stories passed down by their ancestors. He tells Furlan, these are valuable stones that only witches can use. According to family lore, their family was founded under the protection of a witch. The first Eltec didn't come from the western region. Rather, they came over the mountains from the wastelands where witches had built a vast kingdom. But they were attacked by devils from the underworld, and the surviving witches and people fled wherever they could. The founder of their family is a witch named Agatha. She led a group to the stone tower in the misty forest to collect her research while the rest followed the masses to Grey Castle. He explains that their ancestors were among them and he was Miss Agatha's butler. He should have gone to the forest with her, but he faltered and suggested looking after their supplies instead. The witch agreed to his request, but all butlers live and die with their masters, so his actions were no different from betrayal. As a result, he carried his regrets with him when he arrived in the western region. He says the witch never returned, and he severed all ties with the Alliance. Later, he took a few servants and settled in this area away from the survivors. Furlan asks, does this mean my father knew the church was evil from the beginning? The father agrees, saying, I was powerless to do anything about it. If any witches appeared in their territory, he would hide them. But he couldn't do anything about the witches in the fortress. His beliefs are different from Duke Raines, who hated witches even more than the church did. He mentions this in the last pages of their ancestors' record. They did the same thing, which was hiding witches. Furlan then asks, what makes his father think Agatha might be alive? The father explains, it's only a possibility since witches have many different abilities, but they're unable to have children. That's why it's just an educated guess. He adds, the ancestor wished his descendants would explore the misty forest tower. He notes my writing is smudged from the passage of time, but his remorse can still be felt with every stroke. Furlan then asks him, don't you want to see Agatha? To which the father replies, there's no need to contact her for now. He states ancestors don't visit their descendants. Rather, the descendants should seek out their ancestors. He gives Furlan permission to bring all of the stones with him, saying, if Agatha is indeed who they think she is, then their ancestors' wish will be fulfilled. The scene then transitions to Border Town, where Prince Roland seems to be working on something new. He announces, anyone who guesses correctly will get an extra serving of ice cream bread. The girls perk up at the mansion and start drooling right away. Ash then nonchalantly asks, does this provide running water for the room? To which Andrea laughs inwardly, thinking how ridiculous her assumption is. Nightingale also chimes in, stating, this is a crude assumption since typical plumbing doesn't require such a huge pipe, and that Prince isn't inefficient. Andrea perks up to see that Nightingale is thinking along similar lines. Not only that, but Nightingale is also good at combat, has an elite background, and even their hair colors are similar. She has the most elite attitude in the entire Witch Union, and more importantly, she hates Ash. Andrea has no clue why that is the case, but she's sure that the enemy of my enemy is my best friend, which makes Nightingale interesting to her. Ash then asks Nightingale, how can you be so sure about your claim? To which Nightingale slips out, I watched Prince draw the blueprints in his office and saw everything he did. The other witches protest, claiming that this is unfair, so Prince declares Nightingale is out of the game. He then decides to drop a hint and states, these pipes are only a part of a whole system. He then tells them, visit other rooms as it will make it easier to understand the whole system. Lightning and Maggie decide to explore the other rooms while Andrea leans closer to Nightingale. She asks, what is Prince actually making? She promises to share half of her bread if she wins, but Nightingale responds, I don't understand most of it. As the technical stuff sounds like gibberish to her, she adds, Anna is probably the only one who can understand Prince's blueprints just by looking at them, and if she asks her, she will definitely have the answer. It seems that Andrea is hesitant to talk to Anna, so she decides to just figure things out by herself. She examines the copper pipes installed and notices that they're insulated with metal sheets likely to prevent direct contact with them. She wonders, why do they need insulation? Only a barbarian like Ash would be able to damage these pipes. Then she looks outside at the large hot water facility where all the pipes are leading, but this only makes her even more confused. As she has no clue why the pipes are only transferring hot water, Prince finally announces, from this point onward, the castle's heating system is officially ready to be used. This revelation surprises Ash. While Prince explains, after hot water boils in the stove, steam will travel through the pipes into their rooms with diffusers. As long as the doors and windows are closed, the rooms will quickly heat up. Now they can enjoy springtime warmth while they sleep. And once he perfects the system, he plans to start building them in private residences too. Little Nana feels so warm and cozy that she doesn't even want to go home. Prince then reveals, besides Anna Soraya and Hummingbird, there is another person who will receive the extra ice cream bread for guessing. And as you can imagine, Tilly will be the lucky winner to have some ice bread who guessed correctly. The next scene transitions to a science seminar hosted by Prince, where he plans to give a lesson on nitrogen extraction. Without diving into the technical details, what's clear is that this process is only possible thanks to Agatha's freezing abilities and Kyle Sichi's efforts. Prince is surprised to see how well Sichi and Agatha are getting along. He had initially thought their blunt personalities would clash and cause chaos in the laboratory. Agatha, start using your magic to cool down the canister, and nitrogen begins to emerge from the nozzle. Anna stands by, melting any ice that forms to keep the process smooth. Kyle Sichi brings out a glass jar that contains the nitrogen. Lily mentions, "I can't see anything." This prompts Prince to ask his first question: how can they prove that this gas is different from oxygen? 3 students immediately step up with answers. The first one is Princess Tilly, then Agatha, and lastly it's Anna. After giving their thorough answers, the 3 women smirk at each other. "Nice one." One says, acknowledging each other's intellect while also showing a subtle competitive tension, as if they are quietly competing to outshine one another. Prince couldn't help but feel proud of the top students. Meanwhile, the less academically inclined ones were clearly struggling to grasp the concepts. Even Barov had no idea. "What kind of sorcery is this?" He turned to Iron Axe, asking, "Do you understand anything?" To which Iron Axe replied, "I have no clue what is going on." But he sure knows that all of this sounds cool to hear. With nitrogen now secured, Prince is thinking ahead to producing nitric oxide, key for making nitric acid, and he knows Anna's skills will be critical in this process. The scene shifts to the town wall where soldiers are dutifully keeping watch. One of them points out the witches have arrived, and as they look, they can't help but marvel at how beautiful the witches are. It's a far cry from what the church had led them to believe. They fed everyone that witches were ugly and terrifying monsters. Right at that moment, they notice some commotion, and as we get a closer look, we spot this giant hybrid monster along with other demon monsters too. The soldiers start to panic, wondering, is it an underworld devil? They're sure their rifles are just as good as water pistols against this behemoth. Only an artillery team could stop it. With the speak of the devil, the artillery shows up and quickly fires a shell. But it misses its mark and the monsters keep marching toward the wall. The soldiers decide to shoot the demons within their range. While Ash and Andrea step forward to take the monster head on, the soldiers glance at the witches, wondering if their magic can even take down those monsters. But before anyone can do anything else, everyone is shocked as a booming voice rings out and a shell pierces through the big monster's chest. The big sucker is killed with just one hit. Some soldiers are absolutely thrilled while others are left in awe. But pretty soon they all start hugging each other, celebrating the fact that they literally just took down a devil from the underworld. They all praise the prince while the witches smile, seeing how effortlessly the victory was achieved, all thanks to the prince. Agatha, on the other hand, is losing her bananas as well. She can barely believe that this weapon took down an underworld terror beast with just one hit. The prince then asks, "Is that the name of this hybrid demon?" and further asks her if she has seen these in the fertile lands as well. Agatha confirms, "I have definitely seen them before because they used to spawn in packs. They're incredibly tough for witches to defeat, and even devils struggle against these monstrosities. Many cities and towns were raided by these beasts, but they only appear during the months of demons." She goes on to explain, "The arrival of the red moon is when magic is at its peak, and many witches are born during that time. Devils and demons also grow especially powerful then." Agatha adds, "I closely studied the history books he gave me, and she calculated that humans should have at least 20 to 50 years until the next red moon. So it's impossible for this monster to appear now." But the prince points out that the monster did appear, asking, "What does that mean?" Agatha grimly responds, "It only means we don't have much time left." She reveals they only have 5 years at best. The prince snickers at this, and Agatha asks, "Do you really think that's enough time to prepare?" She explains that this pattern held true during the First and Second Divine Wars, but now time seems to be shrinking. It could get even worse in the future. He explains, "The reason I was snickering is because I thought the red moon would arrive early, maybe even this winter. But according to his 5-year plan by then, their population and resources will be at a decent level. Their tactics will improve, and if they fail in battle, they'll have a retreat strategy to ensure survival. His most important goal right now is to build 2 to 3 industrial cities, grow their population, and sustain their army's firepower, food, and supplies." He emphasizes that people are the heart of their supplies. So boosting education and employment is essential. If they can fill the entire wall with weapons like the one that took down the monster, they might just be able to stop the devils.
Agatha then says, I finally understand why I am working in the lab. Apparently, she has been contributing to work related to producing cannons. She promises to do her best to provide distilled nitrogen and oxygen as long as the prince can defeat the devils. To this, the prince confidently assures her, do not worry, we will definitely win against the devils. As night settles in, we see all the witches gathered around playing cards, a game the prince recently introduced. It looks like Ash is having a rough time. She keeps losing over and over, which is driving her nuts. They ask Evelyn if she wants to join in, and she asks, what is the game about? Andrea explains, it's a gambling game where the person with the most slips on their face wins and the loser has to give up their ice cream. Evelyn raises an eyebrow and points out, finals are coming up, so why aren't you studying? Andrea shrugs, saying, the foundational classes are pretty easy, and she's confident she can ace them without studying a single word. This doesn't surprise Evelyn, considering Andrea is one of the elites, so she has way more knowledge than the average person. Evelyn starts feeling inadequate, thinking about how even Ash and Shavi already know how to read and write, while she feels like she herself is at the bottom of the barrel. Evelyn tells them, I can't play cards because I need to study, so you should go ahead and have fun without me. The three ladies are confused about what's gotten into her, but agree and let her be. Andrea, are you okay? One asks. I'm fine, really, she replies quickly, diving back into the game. They spend the night having fun. The next day arrives, and the first thing we see is Andrea in the examination hall feeling quite relaxed. She's excited that after today's exam, the first section of their studies will be over. Everyone will get ice cream bread as a celebration. Andrea is especially looking forward to taking Ash's and Shavi's share since they lost to her multiple times in the card game. She can't help but smirk. They'll be handing over their cakes to me, she imagines. Lady Scroll distributes the exam papers to everyone, and as soon as the test starts, Andrea breezes through it while Ash is startled. The test has started already. As Evelyn struggles with the exam questions, Andrea confidently finishes the first sheet. But when she flips the paper over, she's immediately hit by unexpected questions she never anticipated. All of these dots and lines do not make sense to me at all. She then suddenly remembers that Nightingale is also an elite witch, so she must know the answers. Andrea sneaks a glance at Nightingale only to be met with a clueless expression. Now even more nervous, Andrea looks over at Evelyn, who is also trying her best to solve these problems. Maggie also seems to know what she's doing. Then she looks over at Ash and not surprisingly asks, do you have any idea what's going on? Ash is struggling just as much as she is with these baffling questions. Looks like Andrea is totally screwed with this exam. Later, Lady Scroll collects all the tests and brings them to the prince. The prince smiles as he checks the papers, thinking how fun it can be sometimes. He enjoys seeing the variety of weird answers students come up with. I can almost feel their pain and anxiety through their writing. Suddenly, Nightingale pops in, demanding to know why Anna didn't have to take the test. The prince casually reveals Anna didn't need to because she helped write the test questions with Scroll. Nightingale is stunned to hear this. But then she asks about Tilly. Why didn't she have to take the test? The prince explains Tilly was responsible for reviewing the test beforehand to make sure there weren't any errors, and she aced it with a perfect score. This revelation throws Nightingale even deeper into despair. The prince reflects on the exam results, noting how much the Slumber Island witches have improved. Evelyn and Sylvie both passed, with Evelyn making the most impressive leap, raising her score from 5 to 62. Even though she still scored the lowest of the three, he could see she put in a lot of hard work. However, it's a different story for the three new battle witches whose scores are all quite low. None of them managed to pass the 50-point mark. He figures it's because they didn't attend most of the classes, and their language skills were particularly lacking compared to other subjects. But Nightingale fares even worse among them. Despite studying with everyone else, her scores are even lower than last time. The prince muses, maybe she's just not cut out for academics. I can't help but think about how Nightingale has one of the most badass abilities among all the witches. I sometimes wonder what her powers might look like if she evolves. Anyway, the prince laments she barely got anything right on the math and science parts. Her formulas were completely off, but somehow she nearly nailed the multiple choice and true-false questions, which is a mystery Roland couldn't figure out. Later, we see Maggie cracking open an egg, and her lucky star shines so bright that she gets 2 yolks from 1 egg. Even Sister Lightning feels a little jealous about that. The next scene transitions to the Holy City, where we find Pope Main in the underground jail. As he approaches one of the cells, he reflects on how the last time he was here, it felt so different. It was to execute the previous King Wimbledon. This time, though, he's here because of Zero. Once he enters, he asks her, how does the disciplinary whip feel? And hopes she understands what it means to obey him after this. She teasingly asks him, if by obey, you mean my obedience to you specifically.
or if he expects her to be courteous to the other archbishops as well. Pope Main makes it clear that she will need to fulfill his commands, and if he needs her to help the other archbishops with their tasks, she'll have to listen to them. She readily agrees, saying she'll do as he says. At that moment, he tells the soldiers, release her handcuffs. Once they're off, he informs her, I have a mission for you, and asks her to come with him. He reveals, the months of demons might last for 5 this year, posing a great challenge for the Holy City, and even worse for other areas. He wants her and the other pure witches to leave for Grey Castle and assassinate the rebels Timothy and Roland Wimbledon while everything is still chaotic. Zero just snickers faintly, which angers Main. He asks her, aren't those whips enough to tame you? Right at that moment, a light begins to shine brightly in her chest, and Main finds himself transported to the old Holy City, the time when he first became a follower of the church. The fact that Main landed in this place reveals that it holds the most memorable moments for him, which Zero finds quite fascinating. He asks her, why are you crossing the line by using your powers on me? To which Zero simply shrugs and says, I'm well aware of what I'm doing. But she reminds him, since we are in the world of the mind, we have more time than we could ever use. And there is something she wants to explain to him slowly. Of course, Main already knows that this place is a battlefield of souls where victims fight their invaders within their consciousness. The winner takes all and the loser takes the fall. It's a rare type of summoning, almost unavoidable without the stone's protection. But even though he's wearing the stone, Main is frustrated to see that her powers still work on him. Zero snickers and asks him, are you thinking about your stone? Explaining that its effectiveness has been erased. She finds it amusing how mortals can't tell the difference between whether the stone they're wearing is still effective or not. Main grits his teeth when he realizes this must be Isabella's doing. He knew from the start that these two were unreliable, and he's frustrated with himself for not using them to produce divine punishment soldiers when he became pope. Anyway, he asks her when she removed the stone's effectiveness. Zero reminds her that he had locked her behind bars, so how would she know Main tries to keep his cool and asks her, is what you're doing revenge for me punching you? He reminds her, even if you kill me, the entire Hermes base is surrounded by stones, leaving you nowhere to run. Once I return to reality, you'll be detected by the divine punishment soldiers and captured. When they interrogate you, you'll realize that the punishment you've gone through is just child's play. Zero snickers and lets him know that she isn't planning to escape. Instead, she wants to take his place and become the pope. Main calls her way of thinking ridiculous, and reminds her that he is the one who is trusted by their followers and the masses. It's funny how you think they would recognize your position if you killed me. She then reveals to him, I don't have to show myself. I can just be the Pope's messenger. O'Brien always stayed in the temple and wore a mask when he went out so no one would ever notice there was a different Pope. But Main reminds her, you won't be able to hide it. Once the divine punishment soldiers see him missing, she'll be captured right away. He's sure it's not too late to release him and she will let her off the hook. The girl approaches him and reminds him, once the battle of souls begins, there's no stopping it. Main gets more annoyed with each ticking second. When he asks her, what exactly do you want, she tells him, even giving up would be a wise choice. These words strike Main hard because they're exactly what the previous pope had told him. It seems like the former pope already knew this was going to happen. To clear up any lingering doubts, Zero also claims that the previous pope had arranged this battlefield for them. Once it ends, the one who is still alive will become the real ruler of the church. She then tells him, don't look too sad because the church was built by the Alliance and O'Brien did this to give witches a chance at redemption. If he wins, he would acquire her memories and experiences, which is a treasure worth 200 years. Main asks her, what will you do with the church if you win? She laments, it will either be victory or destruction. She then exposes him for the secret orders he had made, but she already knows everything about it. In the midst of battle, Main sent a shipment of supplies to the ports of Everwinter and ensured the ship's maintenance and wages for the crew, which makes her believe he truly leaves no stone unturned. He literally prepared his own backup plan while taking the throne in front of so many followers. She states, he lost faith in victory before God even showed himself, and asks, does he really deserve the smile of God? Main calls this notion of a smile a complete joke because if God really cared about them, why would he let humanity lose again and again? Not to mention the battle against the devil still relies on the divine punishment soldiers in the end. Time is of the essence, he says. So what can you really change by becoming a pope? He reminds her how her brethren lost everything 400 years ago. She quickly raises her sword and declares, witches are just a small group within humanity, and this war will determine their survival as a whole. It requires everyone's participation, whether men, women, old, or young.
They will all be glorious warriors on the battlefield ready to defeat the devils or face extinction. Of course, it doesn't take Main long to realize that she plans to feed everyone berserk pills, and this wicked woman confirms it with a sinister smile. She explains, if one berserk isn't the same as a divine punishment warrior, then 10 should be enough to take down at least one devil. Since there are plenty of demon beasts roaming about right now, they have a stable supply of pills, she said. Their research might even develop new formulas. In 5 years, she believes the church will have 3 or 4 million pills in stock, and the divine punishment army won't be alone. They will be fighting alongside an entire nation of berserkers. Main calls her crazy for her twisted way of thinking. A pure witch raised by the church would never say something like this, he thought, and I'm sure her mind has been corrupted by the infidels. But the girl claimed, accepting new knowledge is just part of becoming better, and blending ideas brings progress. With that, she decides they should finally determine who will be the real leader of the church. He quickly shoots an arrow and she dodges it right away. She calls him foolish for believing that demon-breaking arrows would work against him. You are a fool, she sneers. She comes crashing down with her sword, leaving Main disoriented, and makes it clear that this world is hers. You can't possibly win, she declares. But that's when the red mist those devils breathe begins to surround the area, and the lady starts to burn and suffer from it. Pope Main reveals to her that this mist is a hidden mechanism and is only harmful to magical witches. Once it spreads throughout the entire plaza, she will die over and over no matter what. The girl snickers at the tactic the Pope has, but she quickly begins to heal herself. She admits that he indeed has some tricks up his sleeve after all. She then tells him, if you had gone to the Holy Library beforehand, perhaps this battle would be even harder for me. But that's just how the Battle of Souls is so much fun. She quickly starts to use wind magic, repelling all of the red mist. This pushes Main to desperate measures, forcing him to take the berserk pills himself. As soon as he gulps the pills down, Zero also summons a giant shining sword. And once she takes her stance, she almost looks like the former Queen of the Witches, Alice. That's when she reveals that absorption isn't her only talent. She also values observation and learning. With that, she throws the swords crashing down. And that's how Main finally meets his end. The knights quickly grab the Pope's robe and put it over her right away, addressing her with the title of Pope. The scene then transitions to the border town castle, where we see Ferlin and his father Duke Eltec present. Both father and son are sweating in front of him due to the heat. The prince tells them, you can take off your coats if it's too hot. The castle now has a heating system, making it much warmer inside than outside. He wouldn't want either of them to feel uncomfortable. Both of them take off their warm jackets and Ferlin inquires, tell me more about this heating solution. To which the prince reveals, it's a new way to provide warmth, and it's much more efficient than a fireplace. He then gets back to business and asks both of them, did you come looking for Agatha? He tells them that they better take off their stones of divine judgment for the sake of respect if they want to meet her. Once the stones are out of the way, we see that Agatha also arrives in the dining hall right at that moment and asks, why did you call me prince? With her usual arrogance, she reminds him, the divine war is about to begin, and I need to hurry and focus on weapon production. If it's not urgent, she wants him to just send a message next time. To which the prince tells her, this is quite important, and promptly asks, do you remember when Tequila fell 400 years ago? There was a servant group that broke off and followed other survivors to the south of the mountains. Agatha thinks for a moment and agrees that there was, but she asks him, why does it matter? It's been a long time. That's when Duke Eltec dashes toward her and both father and son kneel before her. The man reveals, I am a descendant of Cage, and asks, do you remember that name? To which she replies, I remember it because I was the one who named him. She bought 2 servants. One of them was Kraft, who was the leader of the family's patrol guard, and the other was Cage, who was the butler. She throws them a look of disdain as she asks, are you claiming to be descendants of the butler who secretly escaped with the magic stones and research records? The bearded man quickly refutes such intentions, but Agatha doesn't even bother to listen to what they're trying to say. She orders them to leave, stating that she doesn't want to see any of them. With that, she begins to walk away, leaving the 2 of them on the ground shouting, stop. The bearded man even withers on the ground, and right at that moment, Nightingale pops up. What is going on? The prince asks her. Can you see anything? Nightingale quickly reports both of them were telling the truth. It doesn't take the prince long to realize that telling the truth isn't necessarily related to what's happening in reality, which makes him believe that there's something wrong with the family records. The prince then tells the man, you don't have to return to Longsong Fortress right away. You can stay at Ferlin's house and visit their town for a while. He assures them, I will ask you about the details of what happened, so there's a chance she might finally talk to you. The bearded man acknowledges this and thanks him for it. The prince, excited, asks, "What about the magic stones and records you have brought here?" The bearded man reveals everything is currently in their boat's cargo hold and there are about 10 chests. The prince is sure that her feelings may soften when she sees her belongings preserved from 400 years ago. Later, all of the chests finally make their way to the border town castle storeroom. Sylvie takes an observant look and assures them, "There doesn't seem to be any danger, so you can open the chests." The prince then tells Agatha, "You should listen to Duke Eltek's story. It doesn't matter what your butler did. At least he wanted to return these to their owner. Perhaps it was an effort to repay her for the mistakes he had made." Agatha states, "My butler seems to have deceived his descendants and himself. She believes, these people don't owe me anything since witches have lost their power in this era. There's no reason for those who still have power to feel indebted to her or to treat her with any special regard." The prince goes speechless and reluctantly admits she has a point. However, he still believes that she seems to blame them needlessly. She also agrees that it's unnecessary for her to take out her anger on those descendants, especially since they don't even know what happened back then. The prince then decides to explain this to them personally. He asks her about these belongings, to which she replies, "These things don't belong to me as they are the Scholarly Guild's property." Meanwhile, Tilly opens one of the chests out of curiosity and discovers big shiny stones inside. The prince already knows that these stones were transformed from stones of divine judgment, and a stone of this size would be worth around 300 golden royals. But Agatha reminds him that there is more to that, explaining that magic stones can only be created by chaos beasts, which makes them invaluable. No amount of money could ever be enough to represent their true worth. Tilly grabs one and asks, "What kind of stones are these? They don't seem very portable." Agatha explains that they are glow stones. She pours a little magic into one, and the stone begins to shine brightly with a blinding light. The prince is quite excited to see these because they are an excellent source of light before the era of electrical engineering. Anna then asks, how were these stones chiseled to different sizes since they were originally stones of divine judgment? It doesn't seem possible that they could have been cut with magic, since witches can't go near stones of divine judgment, and a huge natural stone seems very resilient, certainly not something that pickaxes could break. Agatha doesn't quite understand what Anna means by huge divine stones, so the prince explains, they are at the bottom of the border town mines tied to a treasure map that has been passed down through the Eltek family. We also used it to find your laboratory. The lady smiles and agrees. The map was indeed used by the Scholarly Guild to mark the locations of stone veins prepared for future holy cities. This leaves everyone present feeling a bit clueless. Agatha further explains, every holy city was built upon veins of divine judgment stones. Besides facilitating research on the relationship between magic and its stones, it was also to prevent conflicts between witches from spreading over large areas. It's similar to the Badlands that border the mountain ranges, what people here call the Plains of Hermes, where the church's holy city is currently located. Tilly thinks that since the church kept the name Holy City, it's even more likely they are the inheritors of the Alliance. Agatha adds that if humanity hadn't suffered such a devastating loss in the last Divine War, a holy city would have been built on these northern slopes. The prince, on the other hand, lets out a heavy sigh, relieved that the church didn't build their holy city in the western region. Otherwise, he would have to focus on defenses while trying to expand his industry, and just the thought of it annoys him. Agatha explains, magic stones can't really be manipulated by force. Breaking them down requires a special chemical solution that contains the magical blood of witches or demons. Sylvie gasps in shock upon hearing this. Agatha goes on to clarify, since every magic stone is different, the amount of blood needed can vary. Back in the Holy City, adult witches are required to donate their blood regularly, and since extracted blood quickly loses its magic once it leaves the body, it has to be used immediately. The Alliance orders suitable witches to donate blood every 2 to 3 years, and of course captured demons are used for the same purpose. Anna asks, has Agatha done this too? Agatha replies, yes, revealing that even the third seed of the Alliance is no exception. Then Sylvie wonders about demons, since some hybrid ones seem to have magic. Agatha agrees, saying, that's true, but it's only a small amount. They're useful for dealing with fragments, but not the actual veins themselves. Once the stones are cut away, their strength decreases significantly based on their size, and their effective range is reduced too. For example, the stones that mortals carry around can be easily broken with an iron hammer. The prince asks, has the Scholarly Guild ever found ways to create magic stones other than from chaos beasts? Agatha acknowledges this, saying, there have been witches in the guild who managed to transform stones of divine judgment into regular stones,
but that was just removing their magic. They were never able to create even the simplest glowstone, and since Sylvie can detect magic, she can actually see what the stones look like on the inside. Sylvie agrees that she can see, saying, "It looks like a weak cloud of mist." Agatha explains that the Scholarly Guild once collected statistics from thousands of witches and stones, and found that before Ascension, most magic took the form of mist-swirling powder or flame. While these details might look similar, they determine countless variations of magic, which is why they believed there were no identical abilities. Then Tilly notices that the light from the stone is getting dimmer. Agatha explains, "It's because I infused only a tiny amount of magic into it." Tilly then mentions that she has seen magic stones still glowing in some underwater ruins at the bay. "If those ruins were built by my people," she says, "that means the stones have been lit for at least hundreds of years, which doesn't make any sense." Tilly wonders, maybe some members of the Alliance visited that place? But Agatha points out, it's quite possible to keep a stone lit for a long time. It just requires the collaboration of 10 or more witches. They can do this through the transfer of magic. Some witches can provide magic for others, or swap gathered magic between two people, which means the person who enchanted it wasn't alone. Tilly puts a bit of her magic into the stone and it starts shining brightly again, leaving her over the moon. The prince mentions this is still really useful for the castle. Just think about it. The castle can be lit up even at night. Agatha agrees as well, adding, "It'll be even better in the laboratory. After all, a candle's open flame is too dangerous." This leaves the prince a bit bewildered, thinking, an 8-hour workday isn't enough for her, and now she wants to work overtime at night. Anyhow, the prince starts looking through the chests, wondering if the books inside are records of experiments. Agatha pretends to clear her throat to cover up the truth and explains that some of them are the Codex of Principles. Of course, the prince quickly picks up on her tone and asks, "Is there some secret you're trying to hide?" Sylvie then notices something strange about the chests. There seems to be a false bottom, she thinks. I hadn't seen it earlier because I thought it was just a normal gap. Anna eagerly tries to unveil what's hidden beneath the false bottom, and she pulls out a box that leaves everyone curious. The prince gets a bit excited, thinking there might be some cool treasure that the Scholarly Guild left for them. He's not too far off with his guess, as Agatha goes absolutely bananas when she spots something called a divine sigil. She frantically looks inside the other chests, wondering if her butler Cage might have stolen it from the Scholarly Guild. The prince gives an awkward smile, thinking, maybe a caravan was attacked and someone entrusted Cage with it. After all, it's been 400 years, so it doesn't really matter where it came from. But he wants to know what this divine sigil actually is. Agatha explains, some magic stones have additional effects when their magic is combined. They can change the nature of magic or provide a boost. This was one of the Scholarly Guild's main research topics. Combined magic stones are called sigils, and divine sigils are the most powerful kind. She also adds, these magic stones all come from high-tier devils, and the entire region of Tequila only had about 3 or 4 of them. Curiously, the prince asks, how powerful are these things? To which Agatha replies, I could reduce your castle to pieces in an instant. Of course, that doesn't sit well with the prince, leaving him feeling absolutely anxious. Agatha reassures him that he doesn't need to worry, as it takes an immense amount of magic to activate. The more stones a sigil contains, the harder it is to use. Only the top 2 seats in the Alliance could ever manage something like this. Basically, only transcendent witches can use it because the way they channel magic is completely different from normal witches. It's like they're constantly training their powers. Once they ascend, their magic will eventually reach its peak. That's when Anna nearly blinds everyone by trying to activate the sigil, and a blinding light floods the area. The light is so intense it shoots out of the castle windows like a laser. Agatha, on the verge of going blind, yells at Anna, "Let go!" Finally, the light begins to die down, and it turns out Anna had perfect control over it the whole time, while Sylvie, standing nearby, feels like someone just bleached her eyes. Agatha breathes a sigh of relief, and Anna casually mentions, "It's actually pretty draining. I think I can only use it twice." Even though she says it offhandedly, everyone knows being able to use it twice is nothing to scoff at. The scene shifts to show our little girl Paper hanging her laundry out to dry. Wendy arrives and tells her to get some breakfast. Like any doting mother, she asks, "Did you brush your teeth and everything?" Adding, "I'm going to check really quick." Wendy promptly hugs the girl. "You're clean through and through," she says. Then she takes Paper's hand and they walk together toward the dining hall. Once they arrive, we see Lightning and Maggie arguing over who will try using the sigil first. Eventually, Lightning decides to give it a go. As she warms up before starting, Paper asks, "What are we doing?" Wendy explains, My sisters are testing their combat points, which is some weird term the prince came up with, and we don't have to worry about it. She points to a silver square, telling Paper, "It's something the witches from the past left behind about 400 years ago. This is what transcendent witches used to fight, so the prince gave it to her sisters to measure their magic levels." Lightning tries her hardest, but after all that effort, she barely manages to make the sigil shine a little with only 2 gems lighting up. Maggie feels proud, boasting, "I can easily get 2.5 gems to glow." The 2 girls start bickering and playfully arguing in the background while Wendy asks, "Paper, do you want to try as well?" Wendy quickly adds, though, "It might be too early for you since you haven't learned how to infuse magic into stones yet. You probably wouldn't be able to activate the sigil. But it's part of the mandatory curriculum, so they'll be getting glowstones to practice with soon." Suddenly, Paper doubles over, clutching her belly in pain, and says, "It feels like my magic is trembling as if it wants to burst out." Wendy quickly asks, "Do you remember when you first became a witch?" Paper answers, "It happened during winter, but I don't remember exactly when." Wendy realizes that it's already the end of fall, which means winter is approaching. The closer a witch is to their awakening day, the stronger their magic becomes, which is a sign of the antiphase. She pulls Paper into a comforting hug, reassuring her. Antiphase is no longer a life or death matter for the witches of Border Town. The next day, Wendy arrives in the office along with Paper to meet the prince. It looks like Paper has signed all the contract papers. The prince is glad to see this and reminds her, "From this point onward, you're officially a member of the Witch Union." Wendy mentions how amazing Paper was last night, fighting through the pain and staying conscious without giving up. She adds, "We had a special team to cheer her on, but it might have been a bit too much for Paper." Paper starts to tear up, saying, "That's not true. I feel really happy and I'm not uncomfortable at all." The prince is glad to hear this, and that's when Wendy notices the book he's reading. The prince explains, it's a translated record of all the sigils that the scholarly guild left behind. It contains all the recipes that the guild found over the course of 200 years. Nightingale then appears, asking him, "Why do you find these sigils so interesting?" She reminds him, "Even though the Witch Kingdom had a bunch of these sigils, they still lost to the devils." The prince admits, "I find them interesting because it's an entirely new horizon for me to explore." He reveals, the documents list countless uses for magic stones and their combinations, but it's like a whole textbook. For example, he can take an echo stone and a marking stone and put them together to create a listening sigil. It seems like whatever the prince just explained went way over their heads. He continues explaining that according to the book, this listening sigil could stretch up to 3 miles. It might be nothing compared to phones in a world of satellites and signal towers, but it's enough for short-range communication. Nightingale adds that the book says echo stones come from fearsome devils, while marking stones are found in devil camps. She asks him, "How do you plan to get those?" The prince reminds her, "We already have them. The red stone that Lightning found in the stone tower was an echo stone, and the marking stone is used for tracking sigils. Tilly brought a bunch of them, so they just need to break one down." He then reveals his plan to build a high tower next to the witch building to research and craft Agatha's sigils. Witches and mage towers, he thinks it's all going to be amazing. Later, when he discusses the idea of a mage tower, Agatha finds it ridiculous and calls it unnecessary. She insists, "All I need is a chemistry lab like Kyle's, maybe just a bit more spacious." Besides, she thinks building a tower like that would be troublesome, pointing out that Tequila had towers due to its small size. But they have plenty of land here. The prince sheds a tear of disappointment, muttering, "It would have been more thematic." He sighs and reminds her, "Don't worry about the construction." Then he asks, "Would you need any other rooms besides a bedroom office and apprentice dorms?" Agatha replies, "If you really want a tower, then no." Nightingale snickers at seeing the prince get defeated by Agatha like this. Agatha then explains that they can only build one listening sigil with what they have right now, but if they were to fight devils, they could acquire more. Now that she's mentioned it, the prince reveals there's something written on the last page. Nightingale curiously asks about his findings, but he startles her by asking about her combat points for activating the sigil. Nightingale just shrugs it off nonchalantly, saying, "It's a secret I can't reveal." The prince notices that she might be embarrassed about Anna's score, which is probably why she doesn't want to share. Anyway, he reveals to them, "In this book, the recipe for the stones is unknown, and I'm not sure if the scholarly guild didn't write it down for secrecy." But then Agatha chimes in, stating, "Those stones all come from high-tier devils, and even if it was written, they wouldn't really be able to get them." She can't believe he would think something so precious would just be left sitting around in the lobby. Agatha further explains that sigils might be the connection between different magic stones, but the ingredients required in the process are incredibly complicated. Most importantly, it requires the blood of devils. The prince is absolutely shocked to hear this. Agatha, on the other hand, doubles down on her statement, confirming that it's precisely true and that it requires fresh devil blood. The scholarly guild conducted thousands of experiments while researching the nature of magic and ultimately concluded that witches, devils, and demons have inherently different magical properties in their flesh and blood. The prince is left in shock after hearing all about flesh and blood. She further drops some truth bombs. The magical properties in witches' blood are used to create divine punishment soldiers. The prince then asks, "Can dead witches be used?" Agatha sadly replies, "It has to be fresh." This leaves the prince speechless and the nightingale horrified. Agatha continues explaining, "This was the most securely guarded secret of the scholarly guild, and I left the Holy City Tower precisely because of it." She explains that all she knew was that they were mixing the blood of old witches with stones of divine judgment and injecting it into mortals to change their bodies. And as we know, that experiment was likely a success. The prince then asks, "How much blood does it require?" To which Agatha replies, "It needs at least half of a witch's blood." This revelation leaves the prince sweating bullets. Agatha further explains that the blood has to come from one person. Otherwise, the magic in the blood will repel each other and inhibit its efficiency. So every experiment resulted in one witch dying. Not only that, but it was also difficult for mortals to withstand the blood. In the beginning, no human survived, and many members argued that there was no way for mortals to achieve magic at all. But if it weren't for Alice's insistence, this method of divine soldier production would never have succeeded. The prince then adds, "Now the church has vast armies of divine punishment soldiers, and according to Tilly's report, they have anywhere between 500 to 1,000. Agatha mentions, even if the success rate increased tenfold, it still means a lot of witches were sacrificed. She's sure that the number of old witches would never be enough to mass-produce this many soldiers. It doesn't take long for the prince to realize that the church captured and raised witches to use their fresh blood and create warriors. What annoys him the most is that there were hundreds of witches with unique abilities who were murdered at Hermes, and the church vilified them as satanic beings. Before his head can explode out of sheer frustration, Nightingale places a reassuring hand on his shoulder, helping him calm down. At this point, the prince is convinced that a dangerously foolish organization like this must be destroyed. "It does not matter if they are fighting devils or not," he vows. "I will destroy them at all costs." Later that night, we see Wendy stepping out after a refreshing bath. She tells Nightingale, "Go for a bath as well." However, Wendy finds herself shocked when she sees Nightingale actually studying Natural Sciences 101. It surprises her so much that she loses her grip on her towel and it falls to the floor. Wendy asks her, "Did something happen between you and the prince that led you to study out of the blue?" Nightingale then decides to share everything, and the scene transitions to a bit earlier when the prince looks at her dejected face. He asks, "Do you plan to go against the church alone?" But Nightingale states, "I'm not that foolish. If the church could be toppled by just a single witch, someone would have done it already." The prince explains that the church created divine punishment soldiers to increase its own strength, which means they wouldn't waste powerful witches for blood. Even the mist can't guarantee her safety against those soldiers. The prince wants to handle the church strategically, believing that the best approach will be to launch a steady offense with the First Army once the war officially begins. He assures Nightingale that he's determined to build a new world where witches will be treated as equals to mortals, and their lives will be valued just like any others. Nightingale moves closer with a smile on her face and expresses her confidence. "You will make it happen." Back in the present, Nightingale explains, "This vision is my motivation for studying. I want to become stronger so I can be more useful in the fight against the church." Wendy, meanwhile, is shocked as she realizes that all those nunneries built by the church were really just harvesting centers for fresh blood. She reflects on how if Ash hadn't saved her, she would have shared the same fate as the other witches who died at the hands of the church. This revelation fuels Wendy's determination to improve, and she also wants to catch up to her sisters who are working hard. So she agrees with Nightingale. It's finally time to get stronger. From now on, she will follow the example of her sisters and spend an hour each night learning the prince's knowledge before sleeping. She tells Nightingale, "We should do our best together." However, it seems that Nightingale has already reached her limit, as she has dozed off already. Well, what can you expect of her? A few days later, we see the prince proudly introducing his new ship to the citizens, claiming, "It is one of the best I have created so far." As the ship rolls into the water and lands in the river from the dock, everyone is absolutely amazed to see it floating. This ship was constructed from stone, they marveled, and was completed in just half a month. Word is spreading that even the Plaza billboard is recruiting a captain and crew for it. At that moment, Nightingale appears asking the prince, "Why would you announce this to the civilians?" The prince responds with a confident grin. "It's to showcase our power and boost the morale of the townspeople," he explains. He believes this introduction will serve as evidence of their town's massive improvements. In the past, people would have found it hard to believe that a ship made of concrete could float. By exceeding their expectations, the citizens will begin to recognize the progress of their town, which will elevate their attitudes and possibly lead them to believe that anything is possible. He tells Nightingale, "Think of it as an advertising strategy. A territory's growth will change its citizens' outlook." We then see the redhead with his old friend. The friend comments, "Even a sailboat would require at least a month to refine its frame as the wood needs to dry completely before being bent with steam. It's an incredibly difficult process that could never be accomplished in just half a month." The redhead asks his friend, "How do you know so much about boat construction?" To which the old man replies, "I used to be a captain. When I was younger, I shipped large amounts of cargo between Seabreeze Town and Clearwater Port. He even traveled to the Bay and the Kingdom of Dawn, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he ended up where he is today." The redhead expresses surprise, saying, "I never knew this about him." The old man shrugs and says, "I never asked." He then comments, "It seems that in just a year or two, the prince has built a fleet capable of sailing through all the rivers of Greycastle." With that said, the old man has also decided to apply for the captain's position. Later, we find ourselves in a forest where Lightning and Maggie are preparing to hunt a wild boar. However, they are soon startled by Lady Leaf, which scares both girls out of their minds. Lightning's face goes pale upon realizing it's Miss Leaf. "I'm sorry." The girl quickly apologizes and morphs back into her original form, which frightens Lightning even more, though at least it's still better than talking to a tree branch. Maggie tries to bite Sister Leaf and confirms that she has indeed turned into a tree. Lightning asks, "How can you appear out of nowhere like that?" Lady Leaf explains, "I can appear anywhere in the radius of my control." She wishes to command the entire forest one day, as it will be a great asset to the prince in both defending against demons and collecting resources. However, she admits, "I can't nurture it like the castle's garden, as I can only expand my influence a little bit each day." Her vision can jump from one side of the forest to the other, and sometimes she feels even faster than birds. Every inch of land is rich in life. If she follows the roots, she can sense the vibration of animals, wriggling insects, rotting corpses, and tiny paths of water. This all sounds completely bizarre to Maggie, who is quite freaked out by this revelation. But Lightning reminds her, "You can literally turn into a devil," which is pretty weird in itself. Sister Leaf then tries to trap the boar by making the bushes sway. As the boar falls for the bait, it starts to run. Lightning quickly takes her cue, slashing down on the poor creature. After a few cuts, the boar finally collapses, leaving Lightning quite happy with her successful hunt. Excitedly, she decides to drain the boar's blood, recalling that the prince said it would make the meat more delicious. Suddenly, Sister Leaf notices something and quickly mentions, 2 wolves are approaching. She explains that they usually stay deeper in the forest and don't venture out in the winter. As the scene transitions, we see that these wolves are apparently frightened by the arrival of 2 devils. Leaf is terrified and urgently tells both of them to run. The devils are advancing toward the wall, she reveals, wearing black iron gauntlets, the same kind of tools used to kill Pepper and the others. She insists, "We should flee. These beasts don't seem to bring flying creatures with them." But Lightning steals her resolve, making it clear that she's not going anywhere without putting up a fight. She believes that if they keep running every time they see an enemy, they'll never stand a chance against them. With determination, she pulls out her revolver and states, "My father always said that one should always get back up when they fall down, and I adhere to these words. I won't run away anymore." She mentions, "These devils are just as scary as they look, but they can be killed too. They have a huge weakness: they can't survive without the red mist." Lightning reminds Leaf of how she took down a devil with a crossbow, and Nightingale managed to defeat even more under worse circumstances. Leaf still feels terrified and thinks she should report this to the prince, since both Nightingale and Ash have way more experience in killing devils than anyone else around here. But then Lightning starts flying toward the devils, saying, "They might be gone by the time we get there." It'd be even riskier to let such dangerous enemies roam near the town, and if they leave her detection radius, it would just spell more trouble. Even Hoot seems fired up to take these things on. Leaf asks, "What is Maggie saying?" Lightning replies, "Maggie wants to claw our heads off, flatten us into patties with her wings, and then roast us over a fire to see if we're tasty or not." Jokes aside, they decide it's time to get going. Lightning tells Leaf to immobilize the devils with her vines like she did in the Wastelands. Leaf hesitates, remembering how everyone got zapped by these creatures back then. Still, she steels her resolve and agrees to do it, but she can only do it temporarily.
Lightning winks with a smile and they shoot off toward the devils, planning to attack from the air since that'll give them the most obscure angle. Plus, they'll be focused on the vines, so it shouldn't be too bothersome. After a quick flight, Maggie spots the devils below. Lightning comes up with a plan and tells Hoot, transform into that big weird bird at half distance, while they both split off in opposite directions. They charge at the monsters. If Sister Leaf was right, Lightning is pretty sure the devils should have magic stones in their gauntlets, and their range is about the same as a witch's, roughly 5 meters at best. So shooting from the sky at 8 meters away should be safe. But just as she's about to make her move, the devils spot her, which sends a wave of terror through Lightning. Right then, vines sprout up from the ground, catching the devils off guard, and Sister Leaf quickly binds them tightly with her vines. Lightning also signals to Maggie, turn into a monster and roar, and Maggie promptly follows the instructions. Lightning quickly lands on the ground, pulls out her revolver, and shoots the monster right in the chest. The monster roars in pain and charges toward her, but Lightning keeps shooting relentlessly. It doesn't seem to stop, though. Finally, with one last shot, Lightning successfully drills a hole right through the monster, causing red mist to leak out in the process. The monster collapses to the ground promptly. Let's not forget about the second devil, who is overpowering poor Maggie. That monster delivers a strong lightning shock with its gauntlet, and the shock is so intense that it renders Hoot unconscious, making her plop onto the ground immediately. As the devil tries to make a run for it, Maggie ends up falling right on top of the dead devil, and that red mist starts to burn her. But Lady Leaf quickly grabs her with her vines and throws her away to save her from the mist. After Sister Leaf pulls poor Maggie out of that corrosive red mist, Maggie quickly transforms back into her normal form. Sister Lightning immediately checks her to ensure she's not hurt anywhere. Since there are no burns or visible injuries on Maggie, Sister Leaf concludes it might be because of Maggie's devil form. Her devil form might be less susceptible to damage. Either way, they're just glad the devils are dead. Later, they arrive back at the castle. As soon as they step down, Lightning can barely contain her excitement. She rushes to give the prince the good news. We've defeated the devils, and everyone's safe. The prince, though happy to hear this, wants a clear rundown of what exactly went down. Sister Lightning eagerly starts explaining their exploits and how much she contributed to the devil hunt. That's when Nightingale throws both of them some death glares for fighting the devils alone. Poor Lightning tries to remind her senior, at least we won, but it's not enough to escape Nightingale's wrath. She ends up taking a playful flick to her forehead. Anyhow, they turn their attention back to the devils. The first thing they notice is that these monsters don't seem much stronger than normal people at a glance. However, Agatha quickly reminds them, don't underestimate any devil. Whether they have magic or not, a devil is a formidable opponent. Agatha then asks, did the devils really appear near the town? The prince confirms it. According to Leaf, they were about 2 miles from the wall. Meanwhile, Ash begins sifting through the crushed remains of the devils in order to search for any magic stones. The prince doesn't seem to understand why the devil's blood has a different color than humans. While human blood is red because it transports oxygen, he says. The devils don't seem to breathe at all. Also, their skeletons are wider, which is not that surprising. Especially their resilience and stamina require a larger body. They seem very similar to humans. So out of curiosity, he pulls up the devil's skirt to see if it has any reproductive organs. Agatha then explains to the best of her knowledge that the concepts of sex and gender don't exist in devil culture. It's always been a mystery since no one has been able to get near the red mist towers. Some people believe devils are born from the concentration of red mist, but the scholarly guild doesn't think so. After centuries of warfare, many have witnessed the ascension of devils. In simpler terms, ascension means that some devils reappear on the battlefield after suffering severe injuries with their bodies changing. But from their scars, it's obvious they're the same devil. This might mean that high-tier devils aren't born. Their power evolves after battles, and even their bodies may change. The prince reflects on how their magic stones were already a significant concern, but now that the enemy has the ability to evolve, it's even more worrying. It makes sense why humans haven't been able to defeat these monsters. Fortunately, the monsters don't have equipment that's more advanced than the current age. In fact, their gear is even cruder. They wear animal skins and rough cloth as clothing, and their fighting masks are just skulls of hybrid demons. The craftsmanship is very coarse. While inspecting one of the monsters, the prince finds a stone tablet and asks Agatha, what is this? Agatha explains that it's their method of recording information. The writings on it are created with magic, but humans wouldn't be able to decipher it. Princess Tilly then points out, perhaps the devil's minds are structured differently from humans. The prince acknowledges this, but remains curious about the stone itself. Agatha then reveals sensory stones.
Pathfinding stones and marking stones are all commonly used by scouting devils. The mention of scouting devils leaves the prince a little concerned. From what he can tell, the devils have already noticed this place and are beginning to scout it out, which likely means they've also taken note of the border town. However, Agatha claims this scenario is unlikely. According to records from the Second Divine War, the devils wouldn't be so careless if they were investigating a human civilization. Devil scouts are typically organized in teams of 2 or 3 to ensure they can return with intel. Most teams had demon dragons with them and would never operate too far apart from one another. To eliminate these scout teams, the Alliance would send flying witches to block them from behind, while divine warriors attacked and captured them from the front. By the end of the war, the scouting teams had grown larger, sometimes including flying devils and fearsome devils. There would be no reason for them to send just 2 normal devils for scouting missions. Ash points out that the devils' weapons seem lacking. Could it be that they didn't see the border town as a significant threat? But as far as Agatha is concerned, this doesn't add up. During the Alliance era, even a smaller border town would have had witches to guard it. It's impossible that the devils wouldn't know how humanity has changed over the past 400 years. Their scouts should be armed the same way they were during the Second Divine War. The prince feels a wave of relief, thinking that maybe the devils aren't planning to confront the border town after all. Agatha agrees, but with a touch of caution. She explains the devils probably didn't even know a town was nearby. They were likely just investigating the area around their camp. They were expecting to fight demons, not humans, which is why they didn't carry weapons they could use repeatedly, like spears or thunderstones. However, the prince's relief quickly turns to fear when he realizes what Agatha just implied, that the devils have their own camp. Agatha confirms it with a grave tone, explaining that otherwise the devils wouldn't have walked all this way. Now that they've established a base in the fertile lands, they're likely using it to expand into the wastelands. Or rather, what used to be the 4 kingdoms. Just the thought that the enemy is building a base right outside his door has the prince sweating his balls. He asks Agatha, would our hideout behind the mountains also be considered a base? Agatha confirms this, explaining that during the war, a scouting station would typically have numerous mist towers with 100 to 200 devils guarding it. But since the Red Moon hasn't arrived yet, it's unlikely they would build a new base with towers. Also, it's very inconvenient for them to transport mist, she said, so the base wouldn't be very big. His sister then asks, what are you planning next? Roland quickly replies, I'll find the camp. And if it exists, then he'll eliminate it. Ash supports this idea and vows to help. Promising her support, the prince immediately assigns Lightning and Maggie to scouting duty, and the 2 ladies are more than happy to oblige. He tells them, you won't be fighting the devils this time. They're to return as soon as they find the camp, he said, as the devils might have dragons with them, and their safety is the most important thing. To motivate them, he promises, if you find the camp, I'll treat you to a week of desserts and ice cream bread. A while later, Sister Lightning is roaming around the desolate area searching for the monster's hideout. That's when they stumble across a giant hole in the ground. Afterward, when they report back to the prince, it turns out that Lightning had brought Saria along. Saria helped sketch the pit they found. The prince looks at the drawing and can tell it looks familiar. Lightning further explains, the location had only broken stones, a destroyed fence, and of course the huge hole. It's similar to the stone tower we found with Agatha inside. And it was completely empty. No devils were found at all. For a moment, the prince wondered, could this have been caused by a giant worm just like before? If the worm swallowed the ruins last time, then perhaps another one swallowed this camp. Saria then adds, the location was right in front of the path the association was following last time, which is about 5 miles from where they first encountered the devils. Sylvie chimes in, noting, the tunnel beneath the hole seems to be heading toward the snowy mountains. It's in the same direction as the misty forest, and it all seems to be leading the same way. The scene then transitions to Timothy's royal palace, where he sits on his throne. A man with daggers steps forward and quickly throws them at a statue, promising that once the traitor Roland appears before him, he'll make sure to complete the task. But Timothy is unsure if this petty trick will be enough to assassinate Roland. The assassin said, however, he quickly assures him that it will. He claims, at least 10 rats have died by my hands. And once he blends into the crowd, no one will be able to tell where the daggers came from. Timothy still isn't convinced, so he gestures for his knight to step forward and tells the assassin, if you defeat the knight, you'll be generously paid. But the assassin responds, I don't fight head-on like this. Well, this is enough reason for Timothy to get rid of him, and the poor assassin ends up meeting his end. Timothy then turns to his minister and asks about the snow powder research. The minister solemnly reports, it's not going well. The blacksmiths have tried to create 10 different weapons, but none of them come close to the destructive power that was reported. Only a small number of the weapons could pierce a knight's armor, but their accuracy drops off after 50 paces. Even worse, even if they recruit every blacksmith and apprentice in the city, they'd only be able to produce around 20 pipes a month, and they can't even guarantee that all of them will work. To make matters worse, 4 of the weapons have already exploded during testing, he said, and the soldiers are getting antsy about using them. Timothy is visibly displeased with all this bad news. He's frustrated that his options for defeating Roland are limited to pills and snow powder. But the Holy City wants to wait until the months of demons are over before even discussing pill trades. He doesn't understand how a traitor like Roland could be living so comfortably in the western region and wants him dead as soon as possible. As Timothy fumes, a white-haired old man enters and informs him, 2 messengers from the Kingdom of Dawn have arrived at the capital. Apparently, Otis Lucy and Belinda Lucy of the Deer family are waiting in the office and have requested your presence. Once they're settled in the office, Timothy wastes no time expressing his curiosity. It's unusual for the King of Dawn to send representatives during the months of demons. He remarks, eager to know the king's exact intentions. Timothy also makes it clear that if they've come seeking food, cotton, or cloth, he can only provide a small amount, and even that is offered out of sheer curiosity. Timothy reminds Otis, the succession decree has caused massive turmoil in the kingdom. Many supply chains are paralyzed, and we barely have enough resources to care for our own refugees. Diverting more is incredibly difficult. Both guests bow their heads to apologize. However, they point out, our king has sent us because of a much bigger threat looming on the horizon. Apparently, the church's armies have already sacked Eternal Winter and Wolfheart, and a flood of refugees is pouring into Dawn. The King of Dawn believes Wolfheart won't be the church's last target. It seems the church is planning to completely wipe out the upper class and take control of all territories for themselves. This puts both Dawn and Grey Castle at great risk. In the coming years, the church may very well start a new war to raze them both to the ground. The King of Dawn wishes to form an alliance against the church. Otis promptly presents a series of tactics along with a written agreement. He urges Timothy to sign it if he's willing to fight back. If they focus their firepower on Grey Castle's Blizzard Mountain or Dawn's northern slopes, the church may retreat. Avoiding this war would be beneficial for both kingdoms. For Timothy, this meant he wouldn't be able to buy pills from the church. And without those pills, he isn't sure how he'll be able to defeat Roland. However, the church is just as dangerous, and the best move for him might be to unify his castle first and deal with the church later. Timothy acknowledged that this is an extremely important matter. He'll need to discuss it with his advisors. In the meantime, the guests can wait in the castle until he makes his final decision. He then asks Otis, do you know anything about the situation in Eternal Winter and Wolfheart? Otis reveals they've gathered some information from spies, but there's not much to go on. Timothy then shifts the conversation asking, do you know anything about Garcia Wimbledon of the Black Fleet? Belinda responds saying, there are rumors that she died in the church's crossfire along with the King of Wolfheart. This shocks Timothy, and he asks if they've found her corpse. Otis responds with no, though the church's announcement and Wolfheart's silence suggest they didn't survive. Once they leave, Timothy relishes the fact that his sister is dead, and he is looking forward to sending Roland to the heavens as well. The scene transitions to Slumber Island, where a merchant is utterly boggled by the sight of how many houses the witches have built in just half a month. I finally believe Princess Tilly wasn't lying. Also, I have forgotten the names of these 2 Slumber Island witches. Let's call this ponytail girl Witch 1 and the other with the black head Witch 2. Witch 1 comments, the princess never lies, to which the merchant agrees. He now has no issue with relocating people to the Slumber Island. Witch 2 mentions that she also included a heating method she learned from the western region. The beds are connected to furnaces, so as long as there's firewood burning, they stay warm. With layers of wood straw and blankets, the beds are much more comfortable than any furniture, especially in winter. The merchant can see that this is an interesting design. He invites Witch 2 to come work at Crescent Moon Bay. He has plots of undeveloped land, and with her skills, he's sure she can make them flourish. He's willing to pay her generously if she agrees, but Witch 2 quickly declines, stating, I don't plan on leaving the island. The merchant persists, trying to allure her by promising better living conditions. He tells her, you could live in the same courtyard as me, enjoy fine wines, and taste delicacies from all 4 kingdoms. Not only that, she would have servants by her side wherever she went. This is the lifestyle people crave, and if she works for him, she can also enjoy it. But Witch 1 quickly interjects, reminding this fat ass, they can't just agree to this. There are certain things witches aren't allowed to do. The merchant, clearly annoyed by their refusal, is about to protest further when suddenly Thunder appears. He interrupts, telling the merchant, "The Slumber Spell Merchant Guild is unique both in the Bay and across all 4 kingdoms. It will do just fine without your business." The merchant is stunned to see Thunder, the big cheese himself, standing behind him. Thunder continues to humble this fat bastard, reminding him, "You drafted the rules for the Slumber Spell Guild. The contractor has the privilege of assessing the task's danger, and they can't just throw themselves into danger recklessly." "Do you still have any objections?" he asks the merchant. The merchant, of course, quickly responds with no. With that, the merchant decides to leave and everyone waves goodbye to him in exchange. The 2 witches are happy to see Thunder, and they are glad that he helped them. Thunder reveals that he was passing by Slumber Island after an expedition. During his trip, he saw waves rising higher than he'd ever seen before. The boat was almost flying, sailing on the waves' sheer cliffs. By some miracle, we didn't fall and sink. He claims that if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed such a thing. Which one quickly responds that since seawater isn't made of rocks, why would it flow downward? Thunder laughs and explains, "I have named it the Ocean Line. It's north of Shadow Island, and the wall looks like a long line that stretches infinitely. It splits the sea into 2 very distinct regions, and he is planning to make this his next destination for his upcoming adventures." Later, the witches are gathered in a room on Slumber Island. "We miss the delicious food from Border Town," they say. They're especially craving the birdkiss mushrooms. They drool as they imagine all the tasty food that Prince Roland had. Not just that, they're also missing the warm showers with bubbles and soap. One of the witches regrets that she only went to drop off Princess Tilly and had to come back. So she didn't get to enjoy anything? As everyone is talking about the border towns, and Roland Wimbledon, the witch too, whose name I still don't know, sits quietly in the corner of the room. As she's getting ready to sleep, her mind drifts to the thought of how she might have a romantic relationship if she were to work with Roland Wimbledon, but she worries, would Princess Tilly even accept Prince Roland? She wishes for the 2 siblings to stay together so that every witch can go to the border town and live happily there. Sorry guys, I had to call them Witch 1 and Witch 2 because I seriously forgot their names. Finally, we transition back to Border Town, where we see Nana heading to the hospital. As she's leaving, she doesn't forget to wave goodbye to Lady Ada. Lady Ada asks, "Are you coming back for lunch?" To which the little one replies, "Yes." As Nana makes her way through the village, everyone greets her, and she seems to hold a special place in their hearts. Well, it's not surprising, especially since she's cured so many people before. Before Nana enters the hospital, the guards mention, "There are no patients today, but some of your friends are here to visit." As soon as Nana enters, Sister Lotus jumps at her and gives her a warm hug. Lotus explains, "It was Moon who suggested visiting the hospital as there's nothing left to do at the castle." Lily is also there, and with her usual arrogance, she tells everyone, "Stop causing a ruckus. I might have plenty of time on my hands." But she still has to examine a ton of bacteria. But Moon brutally reminds her, "You literally saw Lily falling asleep just a minute ago." Anyway, Nana is just happy that they came to visit her. Even Lily decides to conduct her experiments later since they're causing too much noise. When Lotus asks what they're planning to do, she flashes all of the cards. Although many of the witches don't know how to play the game, Nana steps up and votes to play anyway. They spend the rest of the day playing until night arrives. Even after taking a refreshing bath, Moon does not seem to be feeling good at all. She expresses how envious she feels of Nana. "I envy her," Moon says. Nana is always getting attention from everyone in the town. They treat her so well, constantly offering her greetings and kindness. Moon wishes she could have a life like that. But Lily pushes her aside, reminding her, "Both Nana and I are the foundation of the town's medical resources. Everyone's health is kept safe by one treating the outside and the other treating the inside." Moon is frustrated that she has not contributed or helped anyone at all. Because of this, she ends up seeking out Prince Roland the very next day. Roland has no clue why she's visiting him, so he guesses that she might have been bullied and is here to complain. But that's not the case. She flat out reminds him, "You always mention that I have a lot of potential, yet I haven't evolved." She's pretty sure the reason her ability hasn't evolved is because she can't understand Natural Science 101. Now that Moon has mentioned it, Prince Roland claims, "I've been thinking about it lately as well." According to Agatha, he explains, "The Witches' Alliance achieved ascension without fully understanding natural processes 400 years ago. They did it through continuous practice of their abilities and occasional epiphanies. These moments of realization could happen either by observing events in real life or through sudden insights. However, ascension through that method is not as thorough as systematic education. Agatha's magic is evidence of that.
She's the weakest of all the ascended witches, and even some regular witches like Sylvie and Andrea are stronger than her. All of this goes over Moon's head, and she simply points out that she just wants to evolve. She then asks, "Do you have any solutions to my problem?" Prince Roland states, "It might not work, but I can try." He begins by asking her about her perspective on magnetism. Magnetism is a physical phenomenon. Moon explains, produced by the motion of electric charges resulting in attractive and repulsive forces between objects. Prince Roland reminds her, "You just quoted from a textbook." And while she has it memorized nicely, he doesn't think she truly understands what it means. He then draws a diagram of the inner workings of a motor and explains, "You can't use closed circuits to quickly cut lines of magnetic force, but you can change your own magnetic fields." As a result, she can personally influence the transformation from magnetism to electricity. Electromagnetism essentially results from changes in magnetic flux within a closed loop. If she wants to change the magnetic flux within a constant magnetic field, the only way to do so is by changing the area within the loop. In other words, she needs to cut and shorten the wire. But what if the area is consistent? In that case, she must change the field, which will then change the magnetic flux. He points out she needs to quickly release and withdraw her magnetism. Instead of continuously using her power, it's okay if she doesn't understand it right away. But he tells her, "Try changing the direction of your magnetism, like switching from your left hand to your right. You need to practice this first. Once you get the hang of it, I'll prepare a little toy for you, and when you understand it, you'll know what it all means." The thought of having a toy really perks her up. Later, we meet Moon once again. Following Prince Roland's instructions, he told her, "Hold the frame with both hands and practice using your ability." But before doing so, he had told her, "Close the curtains and put your glowstone away." Afterwards, she grabs the frame with both of its rods, and as soon as she begins to use her magic, she notices the glass connected to both rods starting to glow. The glow intensifies further, and suddenly the entire tube glows brightly, leaving Moon absolutely bewildered. The next day, she visits Prince Roland again and questions him. Why did the glass start glowing? Hearing this, Prince is quite fascinated. She managed to do it so quickly. As he had expected, it would take her at least 2 days to make any progress. He then asks, "Do you realize that the glass is illuminated like an electric light bulb?" When she confirms it, he's happy to hear that she used the power of lightning. This revelation leaves Moon completely confused. As Prince dissects the light bulb, he reminds her, "The light was orange and kept shining only for a moment. The lightning ignited the filament inside, causing it to burn and emit light, but it's okay if you don't fully understand it." He promises, "I'll show you what real electricity looks like soon." Later, Moon comes back to her room where Lily asks, "Why are you up so early?" and further orders Moon, "Bring me breakfast." But Moon doesn't like Lily's attitude. She proceeds to close the curtains and sit in the chair as she needs to practice her powers in the dark, with the glowstone put away. Reluctantly, Lily shuts her book and decides to leave. However, the thought of Lily leaving scares Moon a little since she doesn't like the dark. After some teasing, Lily decides to stay. Once Moon settles into the chair to begin her session, Lily asks, "Do you plan to magnetize the object with your hands?" Moon responds with "No," explaining that she's going to cycle magnetism through her hands. Prince says, "You might be able to see lightning if you do." Of course, Lily is baffled and isn't ready to believe it right away. But Moon sits down and begins her practice. As she concentrates, she remembers Chara, the former leader of the Witch Association. Moon is sure that if Chara were here, she would be yelling at her by now, as she always considered Moon useless. But Moon is glad that Prince isn't like that. In fact, he even made special equipment for her to practice with, and he swapped the metal wire inside for a copper one. Determined to prove her worth, she begins her practice. Light soon starts to radiate, and before long, she is able to illuminate almost the entire room. This leaves Lily completely baffled. As Moon takes notes, she realizes electricity becomes magnetism, and magnetism becomes electricity. In other words, they are the same. The next day, Moon demonstrates her abilities to Prince, who is left completely speechless. He can hardly believe his eyes as she produces an electrical system without any power source. He has no doubt that her ability is of the enchanting type, and that she's introduced a brand new attribute to the metal frame using magic to provide power. Moon happily points out, just as you had said, electricity and magnetism are related. They can't exist without each other. The fact that her ability can magnetize objects, she realized, might also be able to create electricity with it. Since electricity requires magnetism, she tried applying magnetism to the bronze rods. And then this happened. Prince is quite pleased with Moon's epiphany. He now feels certain that electrical currents result in magnetism. However, magnetic fields don't create electrical currents without reason.
The currents must travel in a closed circuit with magnetism changing alongside them. Changing both the strength and area of magnetism typically requires an external energy source, but Moon's new ability replaces that requirement, causing magnetism to change on its own. Prince is now certain that abilities shouldn't be measured strictly by logic. Moon's magnetic magic might not adhere to the rules of real magnetism, just as black fire isn't actual fire. He addresses Moon curiously and asks, "Have you ever noticed any changes in the magnetism of objects you've enchanted?" Moon recalls, "I tried something like that back at the Witch Association." She had wanted to lower the magnetism of an object when she wasn't using it, she said, so it would be less troublesome for her sisters. However, no matter what she tried, the magnetism maintained its strength and she assumed it was impossible to adjust. Prince then turned to Nightingale and asked her to describe the form of Moon's magic. Nightingale promptly responded, saying, "It looks solidified like a shifting pool of water." This revelation means one thing: Moon has evolved. Prince pats her on the head, appreciating her hard work and consistency, as her evolution wouldn't have been possible without her dedication. "I declare you the 6th evolved witch in the Witch Union." This lights up Moon, who is thrilled to know she can now be of even greater use to Prince. Prince continues expressing that there's so much potential in Moon that he can't even count it all. As he said before, her potential is limitless. "Get some sleep first," he tells her. "Your eye bags are almost the size of a fist." He promises to properly test her abilities later that afternoon. With that, the poor tired Moon sluggishly walks out to get some well-deserved rest. Meanwhile, Nightingale seems to be deep in thought. She quickly locks the door behind her. Then he jumps over to Prince and gets uncomfortably close to him. While Prince wonders if Nightingale is coming in for some intimacy, all his hopes of a playful moment are dashed when Nightingale, with a worried look, she asks him how she can evolve her abilities as well, without needing to study Natural Science 101. Taking Moon's exam scores into account, there's no way she truly understood anything related to natural science, yet Prince still helped her evolve. So Nightingale also wants to know how he managed to do it, and if perhaps she needs a toy to aid her evolution as well. Prince sighs and highlights evolving her abilities through a sudden epiphany might be very difficult. Agatha had mentioned that such evolution requires witnessing an occurrence related to one's ability in the real world. However, Nightingale's mist magic is so bizarre that even he has no idea how it works, so he's unsure how to guide her. Still, he believes there's one way to solidify her magic. She would need to learn a lot about physics and natural sciences, and advanced mathematics. Of course, to Nightingale, this sounds like Prince is suggesting something impossible, especially with the mention of advanced mathematics. She grumbles in frustration and, feeling disappointed, turns to leave. Later, we see Moon along with Prince and Nightingale as well. Apparently, Moon is here to demonstrate her abilities. Prince names Moon's ability as unconditional magnetism. This ability can be applied to any object just as she had done before. She can enchant any object with her magnetism, but it depends on its conductivity. However, her magic is the weakest among all evolved witches. Currently, she can only make 2 stones glow on the divine sigil, which is half a stone less than Maggie. Additionally, her ability drains a large amount of stamina, and the strength and longevity of the magnetism increase with the amount of magic she uses. After testing, it's clear that Moon's new ability can function as a reliable battery. However, it's nowhere near enough to power heavy machinery or match the efficiency of a steam engine. Prince is deeply moved by how hard Moon worked to evolve her magic. He acknowledges that it wasn't easy, and despite the limitations, it's possible for Moon to advance further with systematic education. Her magical capacity also has room to grow. Agatha had mentioned that if multiple witches work together, they can create glowstones that can last longer. So if they could gain a witch who can manipulate or transfer magic to others, Moon's strength wouldn't be limited to just herself. Roland visits his sister and inquires, "Are there any witches who can transfer magic?" Unfortunately, she responds that she doesn't know of any, but she claims that she knows where he might find someone like that. The witch Tilly speaks of is named Spear Passy. She possesses a unique ability to form a connection between witches, allowing the magic of multiple individuals to be linked. This makes her skill set potentially invaluable for Roland's needs. Passy resides at Dragon's Cliff, where she holds the dual status of both a marquis and a territorial lord. Her father, the previous lord, passed down his position and land to her despite her being a witch. Thanks to the grandeur of her estate, Passy has been able to hide her identity well, she said, living a life of luxury compared to most witches. She even played a pivotal role during the migration to Sleeping Island, helping Tilly gather witches from the southern region with remarkable speed. This contribution significantly aided their cause. However, when Roland expresses surprise that Passy doesn't actively shelter witches, Tilly explains, Passy prioritizes her governing position over anything else. Passy has made it clear that protecting her status is critical to maintaining her influence. Tilly recounts, Passy once explicitly told me that if witches were captured by townsfolk, she would find a way to smuggle them out, often replacing them with other prisoners. However, if the witches were captured by the Divine Punishment Army or the Church, she would not intervene. Tilly advises Roland to try reaching out to Passy, but cautions him that her assistance is not guaranteed. Passy's motivations are complex, she says, and while she may offer help, she won't risk compromising her position or territory. Prince acknowledges Tilly's insights and decides to send ambassadors to negotiate with Spear Passy regarding her potential assistance. After discussing this, Tilly brings up an intriguing topic. Another witch has recently evolved. Prince explains, it was Moon who solidified her magic. He adds, relying on the old methods to evolve witches' abilities is far from ideal. True evolution, like Anna's, requires a foundation of solid knowledge and systematic education. Tilly then references a theory Prince had mentioned previously, something that fascinated her. She asks him to elaborate on his statement. An ability is a manifestation of magic that is an unnatural phenomenon. The prince explains that this is his personal theory. He elaborates by using Anna as an example. Her black fire, he explains, doesn't exist in nature. It is clearly a manifestation of magic. As for the basic fire manipulation Anna possessed before evolving, he speculates that witches initially project their abilities mentally, which leads to their ability to manipulate magic. Over time, as their understanding and perception grow, their magic evolves and changes state. This theory aligns with Agatha's experience as well. Prince points out, many witches have similar abilities before they evolve, likely because they witness the same natural phenomena in their surroundings. However, once they reach higher-tier awakenings, their powers become dramatically unique. This, he believes, is due to the vastly different experiences and perceptions each witch has accumulated in their lives. Now that Prince has framed it this way, Tilly finds it makes sense. After exchanging these deep cerebral ideas with her brother, Tilly suddenly shifts the conversation. Did you come from a world without magic? This unexpected and pointed question leaves Roland choking on his tea. Gathering himself, he cautiously asked her, how did you come to such a conclusion? Tilly explains, over the past month I've carefully read all of your writings and theories. While she found them insightful, something always felt off. It wasn't until his latest explanation that she realized what the problem was. Apparently, he treats magic as completely separate from the natural world. For instance, Natural Science 101 and Physics 101, neither of which mentions magic at all. According to him, magic isn't a natural phenomenon, even though it clearly exists. Roland feels cornered by the points Tilly raised with such valid logic. He never imagined, even in his wildest thoughts, that a normal person would notice something like that when learning such complicated knowledge. But it turns out Tilly Wimbledon is more than just a royal genius fourth princess. She's also a transcendent witch. Just as he thinks he's in trouble, Tilly reassures him that he doesn't have to spill all the beans right away. It has gotten pretty late, so she's heading back to the dorms, and she tells him he should get some rest too. She hopes to keep trusting him. With that, she leaves, and Nightingale steps out from her hiding place. Even Nightingale looks disappointed. Princess Tilly was so close to uncovering Roland's true origins. If only she had pried a little more. Roland sighs in disappointment and points out, she didn't pry because she doesn't want to risk losing our relationship. If prying meant breaking their alliance, it wouldn't benefit Slumber Island, especially with the same looming threat still hanging over them. Her status as an ally is more important than the truth of his identity. Roland believes this is the only reason Tilly's giving him some time, but that doesn't mean she doesn't want to know the truth. If she keeps stalling, she might lose her trust once Tilly's played her hand and now she's waiting for his. But Roland's enemies are defeated. She hasn't figured out what she thinks of the fourth prince. Regardless, he has to bury that worry deep for now. He turns to Nightingale and asks for her opinion about the trip to Dragon's Cliff with Maggie and Lightning. Nightingale agrees to go, but Roland reminds her, it won't be a simple conversation. And he's actually worried about it. Of course, Nightingale assures him, if talking doesn't work, I'll just kidnap her. But that's exactly what Roland is worried about. He doesn't want to kidnap anyone. Spear Parsi would probably rip their hearts out if she did that. Please don't mess this up, he begs her. You should gather some intel about the situation before meeting with Spear Parsi. If she rejects the offer, that's fine, but there's no need to threaten her at all. He also tells her, keep a record of Dragon Cliff's environment defenses and patrol schedules. Lastly, he reminds her, return as soon as possible and most importantly, stay safe. The very next day, Maggie, Lightning, and Nightingale set off on their journey. Are we ready? Maggie asked. All set, Lightning replied. Let's go, Nightingale exclaimed, and Sister Skrull waves them goodbye through the window. Meanwhile, Roland is busy making notes. He looks totally worn out. He's just strained half of his brain cells writing this book, as he thinks this Skrull remembers that tomorrow is Miss Anna's awakening day. In the middle of the night, Prince Roland visits Anna. After taking in the surroundings of her room, he reflects on how everything here gives a strange sense of modernism with the indoor heating and glowing stones. As he stares at Anna, she responds, "Why are you staring at me?" Roland admits, "I was indeed staring," which makes Anna a little happy. Anna then feels kind of selfish thinking about how everyone seems to care about her, but she doesn't pay much attention to anyone else. Roland just laughs and tells her, "You're being too harsh on yourself." Anna points out, "If Miss Agatha hadn't mentioned those old methods, I wouldn't have asked the prince to come here." She bets that the other sisters will also request him to stay with them on their day of awakening, which will keep him busy. Roland reassures her that it's fine. He is sure that they'd ask for extra ice cream or bread instead. You see, when Agatha learned that Anna's awakening day was coming up soon, she immediately offered her prior experience from Tequila City. According to the Scholar Guild's research, besides exhausting their magic to reduce the effects of the antiphase, witches also have to pay attention to their personal emotions. For example, feelings of satisfaction and joy can provide great benefits to their health. The Alliance would even send servants to assist accomplished witches and meet their needs. However, having servants around his favorite girl Anna doesn't sit well with Roland, so it looks like he's personally here for her emotional support. He promptly gifts her a book, which is a present for her awakening day. The book is apparently about calculus. The reason she's receiving all this special treatment is because awakening days are like the start of a new life. Of course, Anna likes the book, but she puts it aside for now, which confuses Roland. "Aren't you planning to read it?" he asks. Anna quickly leans over to him, expressing her desire to hear more special stories from him. She gets even closer, sits on top of him, and hugs him tighter. Previously, when he told her stories, she had fallen asleep. So this time, Roland decides to pick up the story about the huge city he lived in. Just as he begins, she stops him. "I already know the history of Grey Castle and the numerous times it's been told. But what fascinates him is that what he is telling does not align with what she has heard, so she is more interested in learning why that is." She gently pushes him onto the bed and lays on top of him. Seeing how hesitant he always is to talk about his past, Anna decides not to press him for more details. Instead, she proposes a game. "I'll try to guess your past life by myself and record everything I observe in my books," she says. "Later, you'll have to see my observations, and if more than 50% of them are accurate, you'll have to tell me the truth." Roland realizes this isn't about winning or losing. It's just Anna's way of comforting him, and she's not really interested in the real answers. Among all the witches, she's the one who's closest to him and understands his thoughts. So he promises to accept her deal. The scene shifts back to Maggie and Lightning, who are on their way to Dragon's Cliff. Meanwhile, inside the castle, we meet Spear Passy, who immediately senses a strange presence and quickly asks, "Who are you?" It's of course our girl Nightingale, who promptly appears in front of Passy and greets her. Naturally, Passy is shocked by her sudden appearance. "I am Nightingale," she introduces herself, "and I come from a border town in the western region. I am a witch." Spear Passy isn't surprised that Nightingale is a witch, since no ordinary person could have snuck inside. However, she did not like the fact that Nightingale snuck in without knocking on the door. Nightingale replies, "I simply wanted to avoid all the guards on the way in," and she assures Passy that she comes in peace and is here only to discuss matters. She further reassures Passy, "You don't have to use the crossbow hidden under your desk." Finally, Passy asks the reason for her visit. Nightingale explains, "I'm here to deliver a message from the ruler of the border town, who is the protector of the western region and the fourth prince of Grey Castle, Roland Wimbledon. He has built a new order in the western region that allows both mortals and witches to coexist, and I am here in the hope that you will show your support." Naturally, Spear Passy is bewildered to hear that of all people. The supposedly good-for-nothing fourth prince has tried to contact her. She finds it hard to believe what Nightingale is saying and doubts Roland is truly the ruler of the border town. As far as she knows, he's an idiot who was granted rights to a wasteland. Nightingale smirks and comments, "Timothy cheated his way to the throne, and soon enough Roland will sack him and become the new king." However, she quickly dismisses these points as unimportant and gets to the matter at hand. "I'm here to invite Spear Passy to visit the border town." The prince wishes to borrow her magic transfer ability to strengthen another witch's power. This leaves Spear Passy on high alert. She sternly inquires,
Is this supposed to be a threat or an invitation? Nightingale casually points out that it's just an invitation. The prince has no intention of forcing a witch to do anything, and frankly, neither do I, she adds. I'm not a fan of coercion in any form. Hearing this, Spear Passy decides to reject the offer. If Roland truly needs my help, he can come to Dragon's Cliff himself with the manners of an elite. Sneaking into her castle won't earn him any favors, and she won't risk drawing the church's attention by associating with someone who doesn't respect proper protocols. Now that Passy has rolled out her final decision, Nightingale prepares to leave, which of course baffles Spear Passy. She had expected Nightingale to try harder to persuade her. Nightingale calmly reminds her, I'm just a messenger. I delivered the message, received the answer, and now my mission is complete. Passy, still curious, asks, how does Roland even know about my abilities? As far as she can tell, it must have been the witches at the bay who told him. Nightingale responds positively and explains, the leader of the Bay Witches, Tilly Wimbledon, is currently staying at the border town. She's actively fighting against the monstrous demons alongside her brother, Prince Roland. Furthermore, Tilly herself was invited by Roland just as Passy has been. Even so, Spear Passy finds it hard to believe that Roland has truly built a place where mortals and witches can coexist freely. Nightingale then reveals Roland has cleared the church entirely out of his territory. Border Town now shelters more than 10 witches, and the townsfolk are familiar with their presence. The witches are not just accepted, they are thriving in his domain. Nightingale promises that everything she's saying is true, and offers to explain everything she knows about Prince Roland and the border town. She takes her time and summarizes the story of 250 chapters in just a few minutes. As Nightingale finishes her explanation, Maggie suddenly appears at the window, visibly alarmed. Danger is approaching, she warns them. A squad of divine punishment soldiers is on its way, at least 20 of them headed toward the castle. Nightingale immediately wonders, did Spear Passy arrange a meeting with the church? But Passy quickly denies it, explaining that she hasn't scheduled any meetings with anyone from the church. This revelation leads her to suspect that the divine punishment soldiers might have followed Nightingale. Nightingale dismisses the idea, stating, it's impossible unless the church somehow has the ability to surveil every bird in the sky. At that moment, lightning arrives. Promptly reporting soldiers are indeed making their way directly to the castle. Nightingale has no idea what's going on, but urges Spear Passy come with me. But before they can act, commotion erupts outside the door, and it does not take the divine soldiers long to break their way inside the office. Nightingale quickly vanishes into the shadows before she can be seen. While hiding under her mist, Nightingale notices that at least 10 of the soldiers are carrying divine stones of retribution. This is a clear signal that this situation is going to be trouble. She then annoyingly glances toward the window and sees that Maggie and Lightning haven't left yet. Despite the danger, Spear Passy confronts a man named Redwin, demanding to know why he brought the soldiers into her castle. Redwin smirks smugly and addresses her as sister. Before declaring that their late father had made a grave mistake by passing his title to the spawn of the devil, he claims he's simply here to correct that mistake. Redwin proclaims, I will expose her true identity as a witch, and refuses to let someone like her rule over the castle. Passy is sure that her brother is being backed by the outer forces, especially since their father only chose her. Redwin and my other brothers were too incompetent to handle the inheritance themselves. This harsh truth enrages Redwin, and in a fit of frustration he slaps his sister across the face. Just as things seem to be escalating, a priest appears on the scene, which only confirms Passy's suspicions that her brother is indeed working with the church. They are apparently here to capture her and take her away. The priest praises Redwin for his efforts and assures him, by the next time we meet, I'll be addressing you as Duke Redwin, a title that will come with great power. Redwin is overjoyed at the prospect of inheriting the Duke's position and ruling over Dragon's Cliff. The priest reaffirms this, but also reminds Redwin that he must adhere to the church's agreement, which includes executing Spear Passy as a witch in the plaza. This news is shocking, but Nightingale does not react. The priest goes on to tell Redwin, your position will be secured, which will benefit the church's larger plans. To further ensure his success, the church will even provide him with a cleric skilled in governance. Once they leave, Nightingale reappears. Lightning and Maggie are ready for action. They're fired up and determined to defeat the church and save Passy. Nightingale pulls Lightning and Maggie back to reality. You don't have enough power to take down the entire church, although you could kill and bury the group of soldiers and the priest who just arrived, allowing Spear Passy to regain her position in the Dragon's Cliff once again. But Nightingale has another plan. She wants to take advantage of this opportunity to rescue Spear Passy without leaving a trace. Once she's freed, Passy might have nowhere else to go and could agree to come with us to Border Town.
Later that night, she sneaks through the town to reach the underground dungeons, convinced that Passy is being held there. There's only one way inside, but it's heavily guarded by divine stones, so Nightingale knows she must tread carefully. When Nightingale finally enters the bishop's room, she encounters a mysterious priestess under a hood. "I'm intrigued to learn that Spear Passy turned out to be a witch," the priestess says. "This only strengthens their plan's chances of success." The priest then inquires, "Would it be easier to convince the masses of Passy's witch identity?" The priestess responds, "Things have changed. Under the Pope's orders, new witches are to be processed by the church. Instead of burning her at the stake in front of the public, they plan to smuggle her to the Holy City. They can simply take any prisoner with a similar height and body stature to Passy and burn them in front of the public. This will make the execution even more impactful in the eyes of the people." The priestess orders the priest to follow her instructions while she is about to head for Redwater City. As Nightingale prepares to leave, the priestess suddenly senses her presence and cracks her whip, demanding to know who's there. Nightingale narrowly avoids the whip, and the attack confirms for her that this priestess is not weak. The priest, on the other hand, has no clue what is going on and asks the priestess about it. She reveals that someone has snuck in but assures him that she'll handle it. She orders him to leave the place at once. She then blindfolds herself and prepares to confront Nightingale. After observing the magic around the priestess, Nightingale realizes she's a high-ranking witch who is aligned with the church. She likely ranks even higher than most, and if she enjoys hunting witches, she wouldn't hesitate to kill her fellow witch. This witch is not someone who would think of Nightingale as a sister. Meanwhile, the priestess begins her interrogation. She points out that Priest Rosad wasn't able to see Nightingale, suggesting that she knows how to hide herself well. Furthermore, the fact that Nightingale dodged her attack makes the priestess believe that she's trained or experienced in combat. She can tell without a doubt that Nightingale is rare among wild witches. This isn't just any ordinary witch. Nightingale is something different, and that makes her an even more dangerous target in the priestess's eyes. Nightingale isn't interested in responding to any of the questions this piece of shit is asking, but that whitehead continues to speak, revealing that a new pope has taken the seat in the church. According to her, this pope is benevolent and believes that there's still hope for wild witches like Nightingale. She offers Nightingale a chance to be baptized and accepted as a pure witch, promising her redemption if she agrees. She believes this is an opportunity Nightingale shouldn't pass up. But Nightingale isn't about to listen to some piece of shit witch who has zero regard for her fellow witches. She fires her bullet at her, but the white-haired witch quickly deflects it with her whip. This leaves Nightingale absolutely losing it. She can't believe this witch literally blocked her bullets. At the same time, the white-haired witch is equally surprised to see her opponent using such a ridiculously eccentric weapon. That only fuels her determination to kill Nightingale right here and now, and she's made up her mind about it. The white-haired witch spreads her magic across the entire area, but Nightingale dodges left and right. As they go back and forth, the white-haired witch punches the ground so hard that it literally demolishes it. Nightingale quickly throws a barrage of bullets to distract her and vanishes into thin air the next moment. The white-haired witch can no longer feel her magic, which means Nightingale has left the room. She commands Priest Rosé to lock the church down and send more guards. "Do as I say," she tells him. The intruder is wounded, so she knows she can't make it far. The white-haired witch is frustrated that her opponent got away. What infuriates her the most is that Nightingale was using such a strong weapon. Her battle skills are considered the perfect balance of offense and defense. Her whip can block anything, and she even considers herself one of the strongest pure witches. She's consciously kept her magic active for 10 years, and her magical capacity is immense. She's never depleted her stamina from blocking a projectile, but she was brought to her knees because of the weapon Nightingale used. Her eyes are bleeding, probably due to the side effect of exerting herself. The scene cuts to Spear Passy, who, while sitting behind bars, thinks about the witches she wasn't able to save. They were probably imprisoned here, tortured, humiliated, and eventually killed. That's when she notices Nightingale coming to her rescue. Before the guard standing outside can notice anything, Nightingale silently slits his throat. Nightingale reveals to her, the guards didn't know Spear Passy was a witch, so they didn't realize who she really was before they captured her. This is all a plot by the bishop. They're just after the governor's position, and her brother is nothing more than a puppet of the church. Nightingale doesn't have time to explain everything, so they decide to get out of there first. But Nightingale can't let Passy inside her mist just yet because she has a divine stone of judgment shackle, which can only be opened by a special key. So their first task is to get rid of it. As they walk through the corridor, soldiers swarm their way, but Nightingale just vanishes into her mist. Then she pops up right in front of them and kills them with each bullet fired. In a matter of seconds, she takes down a bunch of soldiers single-handedly. Finally, they find the device they can use to remove the shackle from around Passy's neck.
Once it's off, they make their way out of the chamber and notice more soldiers. But before those soldiers can launch their barrage of arrows, Nightingale and Passy hide behind a wall because the arrows have stones of divine judgment, which cancel out Nightingale's mist magic. Another barrage of arrows comes in, and in an attempt to save Passy, Nightingale ends up taking all of the arrows right over her back. But thankfully, Nightingale successfully executes her mist magic this time, and they drift into her mist, popping up at the very top of the castle's tower. Before they can catch their breath, they're found again. But that's when Maggie shows up. She smashes her giant tail into the building, and the rocks that break off begin to fall onto the soldiers below. While the soldiers are disoriented from the rocks, Maggie and Nightingale return to rescue Passy. After safely leaving the area, they set up camp somewhere in the forest. There, Passy tells Nightingale, "Strip down so I can tend to your injuries." Although Nightingale is embarrassed, she eventually agrees and does as told. Nightingale is swollen from the previous fight, but thankfully, it isn't as brutal as it could have been. She's patched up with medicine applied to her wounds. Nightingale then tries to convince Passy to visit Border Town. She tells her the town is a sanctuary, a kind of holy mountain for witches. If she isn't interested, she can always leave, but the offer is there. With all the details and persuasion, Passy agrees to go with them the next day, which lights up Lightning's mood. Around a bonfire, Nightingale points out, the church will likely contact the holy city about what happened, and they'll need to eliminate any messengers they send. It's only a matter of time before things escalate. 3 days later, the church and its divine soldiers are leaving the Dragon's Cliff. But just as they think they're in the clear, they're ambushed by Nightingale's group. Ash drops down from the sky like a goddamn meteor, obliterating a soldier with a single swing. The remaining soldiers rush toward her, but they meet the same fate. Andrea doesn't want Ash to hog all the spotlight, so she joins in using her divine arrows to take down even more soldiers. The two of them make it clear that they're a force to be reckoned with. Nightingale also joins in the fray, and right at that moment the white-haired witch pops out from the carriage. She quickly deflects all of the bullets Nightingale shoots at her, but she still ends up staring right down the barrel of Nightingale's gun. But the game is on, and both ladies engage in a Hollywood-level action scene. While Nightingale continuously shoots a barrage of bullets, the white-haired witch does her best to keep up. But it's clear she's struggling. Nightingale is easily overpowering her this time. Nightingale doesn't seem to be running out of bullets, but the white-haired witch already looks exhausted and on the brink of giving up. Eventually, the poor witch takes a bullet right over her shoulder, then another right over her chest. After taking a few more bullets, she's down for the count. She tries to retaliate even after being brutally injured, but Nightingale throws a divine judgment stone atop her, rendering her powers useless. Nightingale then points the barrel of the gun at the lady, and with the final bullet, she ends the poor witch's life. In the dead body, she finds a letter pendant with a stamp. Nightingale then pulls away the blindfold from the lady's eyes, and when she does, she notices that the woman doesn't have eyes at all. By the look of the scars, she can tell that this poor girl didn't have a comfortable life. But thankfully, from now on, she won't hurt any more witches, and she won't suffer any longer either. Lightning then approaches with a bastard who's been running away. He looks like a priest or bishop, judging by his clothes. Nightingale pulls off the piece of cloth stuffed inside his mouth, and as soon as the cloth is out, the bastard begins yapping. "How dare you murder one of Archbishop Tiefen's pure witches?" But Nightingale tells this bastard, "You better start worrying about yourself." She stands over him, pressing her leg down, shoving the cloth back into his mouth, and then tells Lightning, "Hand him over to Iron Axe. He's very experienced in interrogation." The other ladies also arrive after sweeping the battlefield, and Andrea is surprised. Nightingale took the life of a witch instead of sparing her, she asks. But Ash responds, she was just a puppet of the church. Not to mention some witches are even worse than mortals, and she's never seen demons or devils imprison someone to torture them for years. Ash extends her hand towards Nightingale and assures her, "You did a great job, so you shouldn't feel bad about it at all." Nightingale grabs her hand, promptly feeling happy that even Ash can be comforting. Lightning and Maggie also place their hands over their friends' hands, and out of the 5 of them, only Andrea remains without her hand over the group. Although she doesn't like touching hands as a gesture of friendship, she eventually places her hand over the others. Then they all raise their hands upward to the sky, celebrating the victory they've had. After their successful mission, the victorious witches return to Border Town, where all of them are already outside to greet them. All of the witches concern themselves by asking the returned party about their well-being and all that stuff. The prince is also standing there, and when Nightingale looks at him, Roland promptly tells her, "Go take a hot shower and rest up. I've left a lot of dried fish snacks in your drawer." Later, all of them have a feast together and spend the time of their lives enjoying each other's company. After dinner, when the prince returns to his office, he finds Nightingale there. He promptly asks her, "Aren't you going to sleep?" But well, if Nightingale had gone to sleep, she would have missed hugging him today, so she stayed here. She claims, "I've been itching for this hug ever since we were in the castle garden." Spear Passy suddenly arrives outside the office, and when the prince gives her permission to come in, Nightingale retreats into her mist. Passy promptly enters the room. Once they settle down with tea laid out, they begin their conversation. Once the prince reveals everything to her regarding the church and the threat of devils, Passy starts by saying, "I have considered your requests." She states that while losing absolute authority, adopting the same laws, following the same markets, and abolishing succession through inheritance are all things she can agree to. She's curious and wants to know, is he really planning to enforce these changes throughout the entire Western region? As far as she's concerned, that would weaken the entire elite class, and his reputation as a traitor would be solidified. The prince then responds, "That is why I'm not forcing them to accept it." His main concern is divine war, which is going to define their fates, while the elite's opinions are not something important to consider. He adds, "I'm not planning to kill them off. I just hope they can adapt to this new order. They'll still keep their lands, and the only thing they'll lose is their absolute governance." He is sure that they will make a smart decision. Passy acknowledges this and realizes he won't be changing his mind. She also understands that if she doesn't agree to his terms, his army will likely sack her lands. The prince clarifies, "What I lack most are subordinates, especially managers with experience in bureaucracy." He reassures her, "As I said, you won't lose your territory, and you'll even be able to appear publicly as a witch without fear of threats from the church." Passy then states, "I also have a condition," before shaking hands. "After you help me take back Dragon's Cliffs, I'll only stand by your side once Timothy is overthrown." Hearing this, the prince recognizes it as a good answer. While it's not an outright rejection, it leaves room for negotiation. He realizes he'll have to prove that unifying Grey Castle isn't an empty promise if he wants her full support. With that in mind, the prince agrees to her terms. It's a deal, he decides. Afterward, Passy humbly asks, "Can I also attend some of the witches' classes?" The prince, surprised by her odd request, reminds her, "Our curriculum is still quite elementary, and you might not learn much from it." Passy responds, "I find your arithmetic fascinating. It's unlike anything I've ever seen before." Later, the prince goes down into the chambers where the priest they captured is locked up. As soon as the priest sees the prince, he begins yapping nonsense, but Iron Axe quickly shuts him up, warning, "If you don't want to go through the same pain as last night, he should get to this point and start spilling everything he knows." Terrified, the man begins to talk and introduces himself as Campus, a resident of Hermes. The prince asks, "Who is the witch traveling with me, and what is her position in the church?" Campus explains, "Her name is Aurora, one of Archbishop Tifon's pure witches, but she never held a real position within the church." The prince then questions Campus further about the pure witches. The man promptly reveals that pure witches are individuals raised by the church and can only be controlled by archbishops or the pope. He admits he doesn't know much else about them. As soon as the prince hears this, he realizes that the church is highly secretive about their pure witches, but he now has more intelligence to use in his fight against them. He then questions Campus about the purpose of plotting against the Dragon's Cliff Marquis and why Aurora was being sent to Hermes. "I don't know the full details," Campus claims. Campus's job was only to watch over Aurora, and only she knew the true objective. As for why she changed her mind and decided to return, it was because Aurora discovered that Passy was a real witch. The new pope had decreed that all captured witches should be purified in the holy city. Hearing the mention of pure witches, the prince pressed Campus further, asking, "Why, if pure witches are sinless, would the church hide their existence?" Campus responds that some followers aren't faithful enough to accept the existence of pure witches, so it's only a temporary measure. They then ask Campus, "What was your destination after Dragon's Cliff?" Campus reveals that their next stop was Redwater City, followed by Wasteland Fortress. He adds, "This is all I know, as Archbishop Tifon didn't mention a return date." They were instructed to remain at the fortress and await further orders. The prince began to think about how these three locations, Dragon's Cliff, Redwater City, and Wasteland Fortress, are all near the western region's borders. This makes him wonder if the church's real target might be the border town. The prince then asks, "Aren't you curious about what awaits you?" The priest simply says, "It doesn't matter what anyone does to me, as God will be the one to judge them in the end." Iron Axe decides to spend another night torturing the man to change his attitude, but the prince stops him, telling the priest, "You will indeed receive judgment, but not from God. It will be decided by the people." The next day, in the middle of the town, the prince addresses the gathered citizens. He declares that he is here to show them an utterly shameless criminal. The soldiers throw the priest into the crowd for all to see. The prince continues, explaining that the church has been hiding the truth from the very beginning. Had this priest not been captured, they would never have learned of such horrifying news. The church proclaims witches as filthy devils, but in reality both the pope and the archbishops are enslaving witches on an alarming scale. The prince questions the priest, "Is this all correct?" To which the terrified man quickly replies, "Yes." The townsfolk are shocked, unable to believe that the church would do such a thing. Some even question, is he really a priest from the holy city? The prince reassures them, stating, the priest was sent to Grey Castle and all his documents can verify his identity. His uniform badge along with various letters are plenty of evidence. Prince addresses all the citizens and tells them to remember his words. The church is enslaving witches. He explains, the church kidnaps young girls from everywhere and forces them into nunneries. There these girls are treated like livestock. Only a small percentage become witches and receive further training while the rest are used as the church's toys. To acquire more witches, the church doesn't just pretend to adopt orphans. They even hire criminals to kidnap them. The prince urges everyone to think about it. If the church were still active in this town, they would have lost Miss Nana. The prince tries to sway the crowd emotionally, asking them, would you ever want Nana to be destroyed by the church? Of course the people unanimously say no. Miss Nana is no devil. She healed burns and has been a part of their lives as she grew up before their eyes. The prince then reveals, the church needs witches to maintain their power. He reminds the townsfolk of the incredible benefits of magic. They've seen Miss Nana's healing ability, Miss Lily's disinfecting magic, and so much more that could improve their lives. The prince continues, witches have helped in countless ways to improve the town. For example, the army's firearms and the steam engines used in the mines are gifts from witches. However, like anything else, these tools can be used for good or evil. They can defeat demons, but they can also harm innocent people. The prince warns, the church aims to use these tools to oppress the people because they see anyone outside their religion as damned. He calls out the hypocrisy of the church, pointing out how their actions contradict their supposed sense of justice and the teachings of their own God. The prince urges his citizens, consider the consequences if your children were kidnapped by the church only to become tools. The prince then turns to the priest and asks, do you have anything to say in your defense? The priest, overwhelmed, admits it's all true and confesses to his crimes. The prince addresses the townsfolk, asking for their input on the matter. Without hesitation, the people unanimously vote to execute the priest. The scene shifts to Spear Passy, who has just finished signing the contract and the unification memorandum. She questions the prince about the recent execution, pointing out, publicly killing a priest is essentially a declaration of war against the church. The prince firmly states, I have no regrets. Declaring war on the church was necessary because they are enemies that the border town must defeat no matter the cost. He just revealed the truth about the church's crimes and he thinks he could have done better. Anyhow, now that Passy has signed the contract, the prince takes a moment to indulge in a conversation with Spear Passy about her abilities. She quickly explains, my magic involves control over other witches' powers. Specifically, I can extract magic from one witch and transfer it to others for their use. She can also extract her own magic and reclaim it. This ability is not an effect that can be seen from the outside, so she could use it anytime she was in the castle without getting suspected as a witch. The prince asks, when did you discover your abilities? Spear Passy reveals, I've always known about them since awakening, though I'm uncertain how much other witches understand their own powers. For her, it feels as though she gained an extra organ or a sixth sense, something innate that allows her to feel the presence of magic. The prince then asks, do you remember the proposal that Nightingale had delivered to you? Spear Passy admits that she does, and she's happy to contribute her abilities to their cause. Later, the prince introduces Anna and Moon to Passy. He explains that Moon's magic is on the lower end in the Witch Union, but her rate of consumption is incredibly high. As he's mentioned before, Anna is the strongest witch in the Union. He wants Passy to borrow Anna's magic and transfer it to Moon. Passy acknowledges that Anna may be the strongest witch, but she suggests we should use more witches for the transfer as a witch's magic capacity is often linked to age. She believes that, even if their strength varies, everything else should be the same. However, the prince tells her, we're just conducting a test and we can contact others later if needed. Passy agrees and gets to work. As soon as she begins the process, she starts connecting to both of the girls. But when Passy taps into Anna's vast reservoir of magic, she is immediately overwhelmed. The sheer amount of magic is staggering. Passy says, further astonished to see the shape of the magic itself. The magic within Anna is unlike anything I've encountered before. Passy quickly begins extracting magic from Anna,
but she's unsure if she can handle the immense power. Anna's magic seems resistant like a solid piece of metal, and it doesn't look like it's going to budge at all. Just as Passy starts to feel overwhelmed, she's jolted out of the process. Nightingale offers her a hand to help her stand, and Passy, still disoriented, admits, "I've never transferred magic like that before. It's too dense and it doesn't seem like it can be cycled." She explains that once they're connected, the magic should be absorbed into the glowing ball. Anna decides to try something different. She suggests, "Let's push my magic into the ball similar to what I did with the divine sigil." The prince gives her permission but warns her not to go overboard. At the mention of the divine sigil, Passy is astonished. "I have never heard of it before," she says. Nonetheless, Anna begins to release her mana toward Passy's ball. However, the mana Anna is throwing at her is so heavy that Passy can hardly control it. It flows differently from any magic she has transferred before, and her magical tunnel starts bottlenecking with the overwhelming amount of power. Passy realizes, "If I keep this up, I'll exhaust myself before I can even transfer Anna's magic." But she continues giving Moon all the power she can. Meanwhile, the prince instructs Moon hold onto a giant magnet. As soon as she grabs it, Moon begins channeling all of the collected magic into the magnet to magnetize it. Passy is blown away by how relaxed Moon looks throughout the entire process. As far as she knows, Moon should be under much more pressure than she is since she is just transferring magic. But even with all the intensity, Moon remains calm and focused. No matter how many times the magic in the pivot is depleted, the magic pouring out of Anna's body refills it instantly. Passy feels as though she's facing an overwhelming tsunami, not just a girl. She believes the channel could be torn apart at any moment by the surging magic. The only word that comes to mind as she watches them work is monsters. They are so powerful that it's almost beyond comprehension. Nightingale makes sure to support Passy, helping her stay steady as the process continues. Finally, after some time, Moon is finished. She quickly rushes to the prince to hand him the magnet, but he doesn't take it directly. Instead, he avoids direct contact and holds it with a stick. Passy asks, "Why?" And the prince explains it's a strong magnet with an ever-changing magnetic force. He's unsure if it will form a circuit with the ground and discharge all its energy through someone, so it's safer for him not to touch it directly. Of course, this explanation goes over Passy's head. Meanwhile, Anna quickly reveals the electric motor they've created. They decide to name it Dawn Number 1. Moon is excited while Passy still looks clueless. The prince then places the magnet into this box. As soon as Moon flips the switch on the motor wheel begins rotating. The spinning wheel of the motor leaves everyone in awe. Moon excitedly asks, "Does this mean the test is a success?" But the prince cautiously replies, "It's too early to tell. They need to see how long it can run." Meanwhile, Passy, who doesn't understand the applications of a motor, finds it amusing. The prince is so thrilled by this ugly piece of metal, treating it like it's some kind of jewel. As the prince dives into a technical conversation with Anna, Nightingale quietly decides to leave. "The nerdy talk is way over my head," she thinks, "and I'd rather not stick around for it." Several days passed after the motor's initial trial. Anna happily reported to the prince, "The Dawn 1 motor has been running non-stop at the northern mines. It ran day and night until it finally stopped this afternoon." The prince is delighted to hear this, as it means they've discovered a new potential source of energy. While he acknowledges that its current production capacity is limited and won't be enough to spark a total revolution, he still sees it as a promising backup to steam engines and stoves. The possibilities for the future are endless. There's a significant drawback to the motors. They drain the magic of those powering them. After charging the Dawn 1 motor, Anna, Moon, and Passy were completely exhausted. "Even if all three of us charge a motor every day," Anna said, "we can only keep 5 motors running at most." The prince then turns to Wendy and asks, "Can you calculate the daily magic consumption of all members of the Witch Union and send the results to Moon?" He explains that he's talking about the leftover magic after practice missions and emergency reserves. This data will help optimize the production of Dawn 1 motors, allowing for efficient use of the witch's power, while also providing a strengthening exercise. He believes it could be particularly beneficial as they approach each year's awakening day. Wendy notes Hummingbird and Lady Echo will likely be thrilled about this development, as they'll feel just as useful as Anna in contributing to the town's progress. However, Wendy also reminds the prince that today is Lucia's awakening day, and suggests that everyone should take time to celebrate and stay by her side tonight. The prince apologizes sincerely, admitting, "I almost forgot about Lucia's awakening day if you hadn't reminded me." Wendy reassures him, mentioning that she has carefully recorded the history of every witch in a book so that no one will ever be overlooked. Prince then decides to prepare a feast tonight, where not only the entire Witch Union will be present, but he will personally join in the celebration as well. Later that day, as Lucia rests on her bed, the room is filled with warmth and chatter. All the witches are present along with the prince. While sipping tea, the conversation drifts to how much easier surviving Awakening Day has become compared to the past, when it was a truly harrowing ordeal. Sister Skrull mentions, I heard that Anna even slept through her Awakening Day. Not only did Anna handle it effortlessly, but she also achieved a high-tier ascension. Agatha marvels, if this had happened during the Tequila era 400 years ago, people would have gone absolutely mad with excitement. The prince then turns to Agatha, questioning her about the work she's been handling. Agatha, with her usual nonchalance, reveals, the looming war is almost upon us, and the current workload is nothing compared to the pressure they're about to face. She adds, if they fail again, it won't matter whether I'm well rested or not. But the prince shows optimism, promising we won't fail. But Agatha is still not sure if being confident is enough to win against demons. Wendy then quickly cuts in to remind everyone that it's not the time to be talking about gloomy things. She turns to Lucia and asks, what's your wish since it's your Awakening Day and you're allowed to make one? Lucia is fascinated by the idea of her wish being granted. Just then, her younger sister, excited and full of energy, hugs her tightly and says, ask for some ice cream bread. However, Lucia gives her sister a playful wink over her head. I'm not planning to waste my wish on something like that, she thinks, deciding to save it for something more meaningful later. The prince agrees to let her postpone the wish, but he reminds her wishes won't accumulate over time. Right at that moment, Nightingale notices that Lucia's awakening has begun. Suddenly, Lucia winces in pain, and the other witches quickly scramble to find ways to distract her and ease the discomfort. Despite their efforts, Lucia continues to feel the sharp pain and her vision begins to distort. Even Nightingale begins to sense something unusual happening with Lucia. Before things escalate, Passy quickly steps in. Using her power, she extracts magic from Lucia to lessen the burden of the awakening, and passes the extra power to Anna, hoping that it will help stabilize the situation. Anna starts channeling all the power she's receiving into the divine sigil. A while later, we see that Lucia has finally made it through the awakening. She hugs her sister, while the other witches are shivering from the cold. The extra power Anna was getting had to be released, so she ended up obliterating part of the wall in the process. Anna also looked a bit exhausted after releasing all that magic through the sigil. She had to drill a hole into the wall to safely release the spare energy away from everyone. But the prince looks deeply concerned when he sees the huge hole in the wall. It's not that the wall is broken, it's that he's not sure how to explain that blinding beam of light which probably caught the attention of everyone in the village. That's when Nightingale gets shocked, noticing that Lucia's magic has solidified too. The next day, just as the prince feared, the first person to come to him about the light was the money manager, old Kut Barov. No one was hurt, the prince reassured him. There's nothing to worry about. He tells him, spread the word that the light everyone saw yesterday came from the fourth prince capturing lightning from the sky as he plans to illuminate the town for his citizens. Since the prince is already building electricity infrastructure around the town, it'll be easier to explain it to the townsfolk. Soon they'll have a new divine source of power that can light up the town like it's daytime. We then see Carl coming to meet the prince, and not just Carl, but also Kyle Sitchy Ironaxe and his knight. They all have one thing on their minds, the light they saw last night. Ironaxe wants to know if that was an attack by the demons, while Kyle Sitchy makes a wild guess. It was from the divine sigil. Once they get the assurance they need, they promptly start to leave. Lastly, the prince's sister comes to visit him. He nearly chokes on his tea when he sees her there and quickly starts reassuring her about what happened yesterday. But it seems like his sister already knows what happened, though she's a bit more interested in why it happened. According to Miss Agatha's explanation, anti-phase pain can be avoided in both awakenings and coming-of-age events through practicing abilities and exhausting their magic. This theory matches the rough logic they worked out themselves. Slumber Island has been fine following that method, but the question remains, why was Lucia affected by anti-phase? However, Lily isn't too surprised. Since coming to Border Town, she feels like she's seeing high-tier awakenings every day. The prince then states, I have a hypothesis about Lucia. It might be the key to what happened. He notes that her academic performance has improved a lot recently. Apparently, Lucia White hails from a family of merchants in Golden Wheat City, so she already had a background in literacy and mathematics. Since she also has no trouble understanding natural sciences, her academic achievements have been excellent. While Tilly doesn't doubt the prince's claim that a deeper understanding of the world can lead to evolution, she's not sure how this relates to magic anti-phase. The prince then highlights, based on my observations of Lily Leaf and Moon, evolution also increases a witch's magic capacity. He believes this effect is closely tied to a witch's knowledge of their environment. They're connected in the same general framework, but when it comes to situational and isolated events, magic doesn't compare to knowledge. Moon is a great example. She's a member of the Witch Union who evolved through an epiphany, but her magic is nowhere near the level of Anna or Soraya. From what Tilly understands, the prince is saying that Lucia awakened and evolved at the same time. This caused her magic to double, triple, or even increase many times over, far beyond what she could handle. The prince acknowledges this but adds, "I don't think awakening and evolving are the same thing." Increases in magic capacity are generally categorized into 3 types. Awakening day, coming of age, and evolving. While they may seem similar in their effects, he believes the first 2 are mandatory stages, whereas evolving is self-motivated. He points out antiphase isn't present during evolving. If awakening and evolving were the same, Anna's rapid growth in magic would have killed her when she evolved. The prince hypothesizes witches have a danger line for their magic capacity. When they exceed this limit, their bodies are plunged into extreme pain. However, with daily practice, this line can slowly be raised. That's also why witches are advised to deplete all their magic before awakening day to prevent overwhelming their bodies with excess magic. In simpler terms, the prince believes that Lucia's magic increased far too much, and her overwhelming magic went past the danger line, causing the accident. He further explains Anna might have suffered just like Lucia, but her magic capacity was already enormous. Because of this, her danger line was much higher than the average witches. This also explains why Lucia returned to normal after Passy absorbed some of the violent magic. It never really belonged to Lucia in the first place. Tilly is amazed by all the hypotheses the prince has to offer. They explain a lot of things. She then asks him, why can magic appear in so many different ways when it all comes from the same source? And why can witches only see the magic in the world once they awaken? The prince responds, magic only truly belongs to a witch once they accept it. Awakening can be seen as drawing magic to oneself, but ultimately keeping only a small portion, she said. Evolution is about expanding that small portion. The more knowledge a witch has, the stronger they become when they evolve. This also makes sense because there's no limit to evolution. There's no end to learning more about the world. Suddenly, the princess gets curious and wonders, how powerful would the prince be if he were a witch given all the knowledge he has? But the prince quickly shakes off that thought. He really wants to personally experience what transcendence feels like, but he'd rather avoid paying the price. Princess Tilly then asks him if she can have permission to bring some of his curriculum back to Slumber Island with her. The prince agrees to her right away, as it will be beneficial for him if the witches on Slumber Island evolve as well. He hides that she is his sister, so he possibly can't say no. This remark leaves her embarrassed, and an awkward silence falls over the room. She doesn't say anything afterward. Quietly, she decides to leave. On the other hand, the prince regrets what he said. He realizes, I probably overstepped my boundaries. He doesn't think she'd be interested in him saying that, especially since she hasn't fully trusted him yet. But just before she leaves the room, Tilly turns to him and admits, I would have been more glad if you were not my real brother. Later, as the prince sits alone in his office, he keeps replaying the phrase in his mind that Tilly had said. While he's spaced out, Nightingale suddenly appears in the room. Prince wants to know if Nightingale understood what Tilly meant by those words. Nightingale replies, I surely have no clue. The prince definitely doesn't want to interpret this the wrong way. After spending time with her this winter, he has a better understanding of her personality. He wonders, is Tilly saying she doesn't want the 4th prince to return? Or is she commenting on how he pulled her into their relationship? Nightingale then points out, since you're not my actual brother, you shouldn't be worrying too much about it. Not to mention she didn't need any powers to tell that he was lying. I mean, since he is not her real brother, why would he be comfortable giving his Natural Science 101 lesson? The prince gets embarrassed but quickly clarifies, since this winter will last a few more months, making a copy of my book won't hurt me. Besides, he is 100% sure that his sister has practically memorized its contents already. But still, she made a formal request, test his attitude. Since Slumber Island is made up of witches, they'll continue to solely rely on magic, she said, whether they evolve or not. But he proudly claims, I am different. This knowledge can bring both witches and mortals to greater heights, because he relies on everything, not just magic. Later, we find ourselves outside where poor Lucia has just made her way into the facility. Anna is there too, and she makes sure to warm the poor girl up. Afterwards, Lucia looks at the table and notices various parts scattered around. She then asks Anna, what are you making? Anna explains, some parts are for new firearms. The prince said he hasn't succeeded yet, so he'll need more testing. She then asks about the prince, and Lucia says he had some other business to take care of, so he'll be late. He will surely come since he also wants to get familiar with your new abilities. Anna is just glad to see that Lucia is making progress too. She promptly hands Lucia a metal piece and says, demonstrate your new abilities. Lucia grabs the metal piece, and as soon as she activates her magic, she finds her consciousness somewhere else entirely. She sees a lot of different colors on the surface of the metal she's holding. She's sure these aren't the tiny atomic particles the prince was talking about. These squares and spots are far too big to be those. Anna reminds Lucia that there's a larger category above atoms known as elements. Lucia agrees and explains, I read about how atoms form larger clusters based on different combinations, and the properties of those clusters depend on their structures. Judging from the prince's descriptions and categorizations, she's confident that's what she's seeing. Anna seems to finally understand. Based on her own knowledge, she suggests that this might be a branching ability, a rare talent among matured witches. Anna recalls Agatha mentioning, such rare abilities only appear during a witch's maturity day, and they're closely related to the witch's main ability, possibly enhancing or balancing it. So in the same way, since Lucia's main ability is disintegration and restoration, these color blocks might be a guide for her to dissect specific elements. She then encourages Lucia to try extracting a single element. As soon as Lucia begins, a light starts to illuminate. She successfully extracts another material from the metal, though the process is exhausting. And she takes a rest. Meanwhile, Anna inspects the result. She realizes it might be a new alloy formed from raw iron and other elements, though she isn't certain. However, she decides, I can run a small experiment to confirm it. She hypothesizes that Lucia can extract specific elements from a whole object. However, the remaining elements don't just fall apart. They rearrange themselves according to certain rules when they lose those elements. If this is true, Anna is convinced that even every useless byproduct can be reproduced in Lucia's hands. The scene transitions to a black boat sailing across the sea. The boat captain inquires, what type of business do you intend to conduct in the western region? He warns, the area once produced jewelry and furs, but such industries have long since disappeared. The merchant speculates, perhaps the population there might have turned to banditry. But the captain dismisses the idea, saying, that's outdated. Ever since the fourth prince took over Border Town, the western region has been really strange. No one knows what he's doing there all day. Still, any merchant traveling there seems to do well. Whether it's food, clothing, or anything else, everything sells. Hearing this, the merchant hopes he won't return empty-handed. However, even if he does, he doesn't mind much. After all, the main purpose of his trip is just to meet the leader of Border Town, Roland Wimbledon. His identity as a rebel makes it inconvenient for him to travel openly as an ambassador. To circumvent this gentleman who goes by the name Otto disguises himself as a merchant. The disguise, however, comes with its own challenges. Otto must abandon his expensive attire, blend in with the crew, and endure the cramped quarters below deck, sharing the same utensils and living conditions as the sailors. Before embarking on his journey, Otto sought information about Border Town by questioning local informants. From them, he learned that on paper, the king would have to harbor deep animosity toward Prince Roland Wimbledon to assign him to a place as desolate as the western region. This theory aligns with Roland's tarnished reputation. However, the reality presents a stark contrast. Despite all of the shit and warfare that followed the former king's royal decree, Roland has secured an unshakable grip over the western region and now poses a significant threat to the new king. Among the common folk, some claim that Roland has fallen to the devils. Others say he actively recruits witches. Yet for Otto, neither of these allegations matter so long as Roland holds a grudge against the church. In that regard, Roland is far more palatable to the Kingdom of Dawn than Timothy. As soon as the ship reaches the shore, Otto says, I am utterly baffled by the sight before me. He can hardly believe his eyes, questioning, have I really landed at Border Town's piers? The structures before him dwarf even the piers of Greycastle's capital, which are only half as large. Furthermore, the enormous ships docked there seem far too massive for traditional rowing. The sight is nothing short of extraordinary. Beyond that, Otto notices organized cargo checkers at work and discovers that there are no toll fees, a concept that seems entirely absurd to him. As the carriage makes its way through the bustling marketplace of Border Town, Otto's astonishment only grows. Among the stalls, he notices peculiar products that he has never encountered, not even in the Kingdom of Dawn. While Otto marvels at the market's unique offerings, the scene shifts to Ash and Andrea walking through the same marketplace. Andrea appears indifferent to her surroundings and pays no attention to Otto. However, Otto immediately recognizes Andrea and calls out to her. Hearing her name, Andrea turns around and upon seeing him recognizes him just as quickly. Later, the group heads to a nearby motel to catch up. Otto is overwhelmed to meet Andrea again, having believed for years that she was dead. How is this possible? He asks, his voice shaking. While they talk, Otto notices Ash and inquires, who is she? Ash promptly introduces herself and with curiosity asks Otto how he knows Andrea. The man formally introduces himself. I am Otto Lux from the Kingdom of Dawn, he explains. I have known Andrea since childhood. He reveals that his sister Belinda, a member of the Toccata family, and the Prince of Dawn, His Highness ManhWa, were all close friends with Andrea. Upon hearing these notable names, Ash quickly recognizes that Otto must belong to a privileged class, and asks, "Why did you assume Andrea was dead?" Before Otto can respond, Andrea interrupts. She firmly states Belinda and Aura were correct. The young lady of the Quinn family is in fact dead. Otto is left bewildered, unable to comprehend why Andrea would say such a thing. To understand her statement, he thinks it is crucial to know the context. In the city of Glow, the top three noble families, Toccata, Quinn, and Lux, were considered the king's most trusted partners. For generations, these families held key ministerial positions in the royal court, shaping the kingdom's governance and legacy. The Quinn family's daughter Andrea was renowned for both her beauty and her prestigious background, making her the object of many suitors. Otto and Aura were no exception, each vying for her attention in their own way. But everyone was taken by surprise when Andrea's horse-drawn carriage lost control and tumbled down the mountain during spring vacation. After a long and arduous search, they finally found her broken and battered. "She's gone," they whispered in disbelief. However, Andrea quickly interrupts, revealing that it wasn't an accident. She then promptly discloses what happened 5 years ago. Apparently, the carriage accident was orchestrated by the Quinn family. Her father had discovered her identity as a witch, and once he learned the truth, he immediately arranged the staged accident to fake her death and smuggle her out of the kingdom. Eventually, Andrea settled in the northern region of Grey Castle, where she met Tilly. After hearing the truth, Otto reflected, the accident may have been for her own good, as it ensured her safety given that the church was actively hunting witches. But Andrea does not share this view. She is annoyed that her father never bothered to ask her opinion. He didn't care about my feelings. His only concern was to dispose of her as quickly as possible. With that, Andrea decided to leave. After all, the Quinn family's young lady died 5 years ago, and she no longer knows anyone named Otto. However, Otto reminds her, Oro still places flowers on her tombstone every year as he is unable to forget her. But for Andrea, this is simply emotional baggage. She believes Oro will eventually move on just as I have. Despite this, Otto doesn't want her to leave just like that. The scene then transitions to Bordertown Castle, where Anna reveals to the prince Tilly's 20th birthday is approaching. She asks the prince, "What do you plan to gift me?" Unsurprisingly, the prince doesn't even remember that Tilly's birthday is coming up. The fourth prince's memories are mostly filled with mischief, and he has never bothered to retain any memories of such occasions. You see, Tilly represents a dark period in the fourth prince's history, and anything related to her is buried deep in his memories. This is likely because she was the youngest child and the king always held grand ceremonies for her birthday when he was alive. Even Timothy, who was spoiled the most, did not have that luxury. When Tilly came of age, all 4 regional leaders rushed to the capital to honor her. She even received gifts from Dawn Wolfheart and Eternal Winter. Timothy and Garcia were envious and wanted to teach her a lesson. Of course, the fourth prince was too cowardly to participate with his older siblings in this mischief, so he has no real memory of what happened. In the end, the older siblings poisoned the bear and it died. Ironically, it was her favorite gift. Since he has no memories of her, the prince isn't sure how to approach the situation. But there is one thing on his mind. He decides to draw a bear and hopes to use Anna's abilities to pull off the gift he wants to give her. When the day of Tilly's birthday arrives, the prince shows up at her room with a giant gift box in his hands. Not only that, but he is also preparing to host a grand feast for her birthday celebration. Tilly is quite bewildered by this gift, as Roland has never given her anything before. He admits this is true, but quickly reminds her, "I once gave you a goose feather quill." Regardless, he urges her to unwrap the gift. As soon as she does, she finds a cute panda inside. For some reason, she calls it a bear. So for the sake of it, we'll call it a bear too. Tilly gives the toy a hug, sinking into its softness and feeling incredibly cozy. If you want to know the story behind this creation, here it is. The fur of the toy was crafted by Soraya, and its canvas was made from a wolf cub's hide from the north. It is incredibly soft. The design was entirely inspired by pandas from the prince's past life. You see, pandas are an ancient creature that has survived solely due to their cuteness. They are a common, universally beloved gift, and their charm is unparalleled. Well, it indeed looks like a panda, but since Tilly has never seen one, she assumes it's just a bear with unusual colors. The prince asks her if she finds it ugly, to which she quickly replies no. The prince then reveals that it's called a panda and is very popular. Tilly curiously asks, "Is it from another world?" The prince agrees and explains that it's more than just a huggable plush. "Pinch its neck," he urges her. As soon as Tilly does, the panda activates. Its limbs begin to move and she falls flat to the ground. The prince swiftly deactivates the panda and apologizes, explaining, "I implanted an electric motor and gears inside to power its movements." He further elaborates, the motors inside are miniature versions of the Dawn 1 motor. Even if Tilly doesn't use it frequently, the Panda can continue moving for 3 to 4 months on its current setup. He adds, the toy will stop moving once she pinches its neck again, making it perfect for her to take back to Sleeping Island. Although Tilly is fond of the gift, she can't help but ask, why would you give me something like this? The prince responds with a question of his own, asking, do you remember what happened when you came of age? Tilly quickly remembers the incident and questions her brother, did you poison my bear? The prince reassures her, saying, it wasn't me, but rather Timothy and Garcia who were responsible. He admits, however, that he also bears some responsibility. If he had reported their mischief to his father earlier, it might never have happened. As the two siblings are catching up, a knock sounds at the door. Before opening it, the prince wishes happy birthday, Tilly, and encourages her to put aside any unpleasant memories. This gesture leaves Tilly feeling slightly flustered. Meanwhile, on the other side of the door, Andrea and Ash are butting heads. I was the first to arrive, Andrea argues. No way I got here before you. Ash retorts, each arguing about who arrived first to greet Tilly for her birthday. When the prince opens the door, he interrupts their bickering by breaking it down to them that he is the first to arrive, which naturally deflates both girls' moods. We then switch back to Otto, who is sinking into despair somewhere in the town. He's visibly upset by how Andrea dismissed their feelings, calling them nothing more than emotional baggage. It's been 2 days since their last encounter, and Otto has walked through every corner of the town in search of her. He even spent the rest of the day wandering around the market hoping to catch another glimpse of her, but to no avail. Despite his search, Otto hadn't forgotten his original purpose. While looking for Andrea, he has also been observing the miracles created by the prince. The black machines in the mines, towering metal structures by the Redwater River, and the canals that seem to flow everywhere. The entire town is incredible, and Otto can only record as much as he can for now, planning to pore over the details later. Suddenly, someone approaches Otto and asks, "Are you a merchant?" The dejected man is clearly not in the mood to respond, but the knight sternly states, "We've received reports suggesting you might be a spy. They request, put your hands behind your back and follow our instructions." He's warned that if he resists, they cannot guarantee his safety. When Otto reveals his true identity as an aristocrat from the Kingdom of Dawn, it's already too late for him. He receives a hard punch to the gut. However, the knights don't continue the beating after hearing the mention of his noble status. Still, they kick him again for resisting. Desperately, Otto tries to explain, "I am indeed an aristocrat, and I am willing to show the documents I have in my bag." The knights, gritting their teeth, know that only the prince will hear his explanation now. If Otto reveals everything, there's a chance he might get out of this alive. Well, it was a rough experience, but at least Otto finally ended up in front of the prince. When the prince takes a look at the notes Otto had been preparing about the border town, even he finds them unusual. It's not surprising that Otto was misunderstood, as many citizens didn't know where he came from. It was his order to report anything out of the ordinary. The prince admits that Otto's arrest was rougher than it should have been, but emphasizes most criminals immediately retaliate with weapons. Since the start of winter, 2 police officers have been injured in the border town, and they were all Timothy's spies. While Otto understands the need for security and stability, he raises a valid point. This approach might hurt innocent travelers. Most people, unlike him, may not be able to produce documentation to prove their identity. The prince reminds him, "You need not worry about that." He explains, "The Justice Department's verifications have nothing to do with documents, and I have many methods to ensure the safety of innocents. It's the best of both worlds." Otto then goes on to explain, "While passing through the capital, I overheard rumors among the merchants that Prince Roland is planning to overthrow Timothy. The prince stresses, Timothy should never have come to power. He killed our father, executed the first prince, and kicked the third princess out of the Grey Castle. The entire southern region is now devastated by warfare, and refugees are scattered everywhere. These are all Timothy's crimes. Only his departure will restore Grey Castle's brilliance." Otto can see the determination in Prince Roland, a drive to actually make a difference, something he never saw in Timothy. Otto then addresses the prince, stating, "As a friendly neighbor, the Kingdom of Dawn wishes for Grey Castle to regain stability as soon as possible. I have come to deliver a request for an alliance from the King of Dawn." He didn't bring an official letter, fearing it might be leaked, but his king has granted him full authority on this matter. If their kingdoms can unite and become the 2 horns pushing back the church's assault, they will avoid the fate suffered by Eternal Winter and Wolfheart. But the prince points out, this plan doesn't seem very useful. The church's determination to swallow all 4 kingdoms is far stronger than Otto realizes. The prince begins to believe Otto doesn't fully understand their ambition. However, he's willing to share everything he's gathered about the church, hoping that Otto can bring this information back so his king can reconsider the alliance.
Defeating the church will require retaliation at full power, not just overwhelming intimidation. Shortly after, once the prince has finished revealing everything from A to Z about the divine warriors, pure witches and devils, Otto looks absolutely boggled. The amount of information I've just received is overwhelming, he thinks, and he just wants to report it all to his king as soon as possible. The prince reminds him, this information is closely tied to the life and death of both kingdoms, so it's incredibly important. He further stresses, we don't have a lot of time. The scene then shifts to Andrea, where Xavi reports Otto is about to set sail soon. She suggests, you should at least send him off considering he's your childhood friend. But Andrea refuses to meet him. This also triggers a memory when the princess once asked her, wouldn't you meet Otto? As it seemed like he cared about her. As the chill breeze continued to make Xavi shiver, they noticed that the boat was about to sail off. Although Andrea is visibly upset to see him go, she still believes it's for the best. She is sure that both Otto and Oro will find more suitable women through their families, and she believes her relationship with them was destined to end. With that, she silently says goodbye to him without meeting him for the last time. Later, the prince walks into the facility where Anna is experimenting. He's finally here to see how much progress Lucia has made with her abilities. While Anna warms his hands, she reminds him, I've already successfully fractured new gun barrels and interlocking mechanisms based on your blueprints. However, she thinks some of the designs could still be improved, particularly one part. Prince expresses his appreciation for her hard work, genuinely pleased with her results. He's especially happy that despite only providing theoretical blueprints for the firearms, the practical application Anna has implemented has turned out so well. It's natural to have imperfections in such designs. Moreover, Anna's talent and analytical skills far exceed his own. He believes that one day her work will surpass his own achievements. Anna then bows her head, hoping for a pat on the head, and the prince fulfills her request with a smile. Next, Lucia reports her progress. She explains, it will take me longer to work with the steel alloy as there are simply too many elements to separate. As the prince reads her notes, he's pleased to learn that the superior steel she created by controlling its purity and carbon content is only the beginning. With the various elements now at their disposal from the northern mines, he knows the work ahead will be difficult, but he's willing to try whatever it takes. He then asks to see the tests Lucia conducted, and she promptly presents them. I have already dragged this part out a bit, so let's summarize the next part. Agatha is also working on her project. She's in the process of creating nitrogen, while Soraya's task is to make containers to seal it. With all these components, the prince is planning to eventually create a light bulb. It's the dead of night and everyone has gathered outside in the courtyard. Yet no one seems to have any clue what the prince is planning. Wild guesses float through the air as the crowd murmurs in confusion. Then, with a single press of a button, the prince debunks all the wild guesses when the bulb lights up to life. The sudden brightness is blinding, and even lightning has to shield her eyes from the sharp glare. The crowd gasps in awe, and the prince explains to everyone, this is a light bulb. Unlike candles, it won't be extinguished by the wind, and unlike bonfires, it requires no maintenance. From this day forward, the entire town will have access to lights like this. Anna then announces, Sister Moon is the true hero of the hour. It is thanks to her efforts that we are able to see light in the night. Some days pass, and the town is bustling with activity despite the harsh winter. The townsfolk are busy clearing snow from the roads, and life seems to move forward smoothly. However, beneath the surface, shady dealings take place as goods are exchanged illegally in secret corners of the marketplace. In the middle of one such illicit transaction, the town's officers raid the scene. One of the shady businessmen is quickly captured, but the other attempts to flee with his goods. His escape is short-lived, however. He stumbles upon Wade, who promptly arrests him. Later, the two men are brought before the prince. With a cold, commanding tone, the prince demands, reveal your schemes. He warns them that any attempt to lie will result in harsher punishments. The bald man is the first to speak, saying, I understand. Nervously, he admits, I had taken some wheat I purchased from the city hall and ground it into rough flour. I then mixed it with wild vegetables and baked it into bread to sell at the market. He insists, I was trying to stay within the law as the prince had allowed the sale of foodstuffs other than staples. It was a small business that earned him a few silvers each month, just enough to get by without starving. The older man further explains, I couldn't afford to spare any more grains, so I sought out more grains. So he sought out farmers who hadn't sold all of their produce to City Hall. Desperation drove him to buy directly from them, skirting the centralized distribution system. The guy with the yellow head quickly admits, I did it. He confesses, I sold grains illegally because I had no other choice. He claims the City Hall officials refused to purchase all of the wheat as promised, leaving farmers with surplus grain and no income. Selling the excess was the only way he could survive. This seems like a serious matter for the prince.
Despite the repeated warnings about the illegality of privately selling staple food, some people still take the risk for extra money. However, the prince is more concerned with the city hall officials not buying up all his crops. To address the issue, the prince directly questions the city hall representative. "Why are you buying up all my crops?" the prince asks. "Are you asking if they refuse to buy the crops?" The representative respectfully explains, City Hall didn't stop purchasing after the harvest, but prices were adjusted based on the quality of the wheat. At first, the price was nearly identical to the old rate, but when winter set in, most farmers didn't have proper storage facilities and were living in temporary shelters. As a result, the quality of the wheat they had plummeted, often becoming moldy, so the price had to be reduced. Most of the grain City Hall received was either wet or moldy, making it impossible to store further. As a result, City Hall halved the price. Yellowhead's face went pale. In a panic, he tried to justify himself, claiming that getting half the price is basically the same as getting nothing. He complains, "I worked all year only to receive such a low rate." To him, the situation felt worse than dealing with the black market. As far as he can tell, prices were supposed to be fixed and stable. That's when Old Man Barov steps in, sternly scolding the farmer. "You would have received the full price if you had sold the wheat on time," he points out. Barov accuses him of hoarding and asks, "Did you really think City Hall wouldn't notice your scheme?" Barov explains that hoarders like him gamble on the town's food supply running low so they can sell their stock at 3 or 4 times the price. Now that the prince has heard both sides, he declares, both of these guys are guilty. The farmer Soya privately sold crops with malicious intent. He'll be sentenced to 10 years in the mines. If he shows good behavior, the punishment could be reduced. As for this bald citizen who was also involved in the crime and used subpar grains to bake bread and sell it, he'll face 10 years of labor and a fine 3 times the profit he made from selling the bread. This will take effect immediately. The prince then addresses Sirius, the city hall representative, and instructs him, turn this into an announcement and pin it on the bulletin board. The prince wants all citizens to know every detail to prevent something like this from happening again. Finally, the prince turns to his knight and asks, "Is it true that Wade was the one who caught them?" The knight confirms this, but explains, Wade went a little overboard. He pursued them without his uniform, and a passerby reported him for assault while the suspects were being transported. Knight Carter mentions, "I'm planning to reprimand Wade later." The prince reminds his knight, reprimanding Wade is unnecessary. In fact, he believes Wade deserves recognition for his actions. Wade had been operating as a plainclothes officer this time, which explains how he was fully aware of who the criminals were and how to reach them. Given his past experience as a patrol guard, Wade's familiarity with the streets and his natural aptitude for detective work made his approach effective. The prince is already considering inviting Wade to join the public security department in the future. Nightingale could use an extra hand, and Wade's skills would be a valuable addition. The scene then transitions to the deep tunnels of Hermes, where Archbishop Typhon is accompanied by a witch. It is Typhon's first time in these depths, and he wonders, did the Pope truly intend for me to be here? The witch reassures him, reflecting on Typhon's tireless work for the church. The Pope must place complete trust in you, she suggests. She explains that the rules of the past are no longer suitable for the war that lies ahead. The will of God, she believes, should no longer be reserved for a select few, but must inspire every believer, preparing them for the final challenge. Typhon, however, finds himself concerned about the adjustment of the 2 newly appointed archbishops. It had already taken them a long time to accept the existence of pure witches. The 2 guys he is talking about are Soldier, a member of the Divine Punishment Army, and Edward from the Justice Court. The witch explains, if it weren't for pure witches, who else would be able to carry out black operations for the archbishops? She continues, suggesting that besides their usefulness in such tasks, witches can also offer other forms of relief. Whether it's through intimacy, releasing anger, or satisfying different desires, the feeling of a witch, she claims, cannot be compared to that of a mortal woman. Typhon gets uncomfortable with her words and quickly tells her, stop making such jokes, especially to someone his age who already has 1 foot in the grave. Finally, they reach the dead end of the chamber where a witch with a veil over her face awaits. She informs them, the Pope is currently experimenting with magic stones. She warns that if they are carrying any stones of divine judgment, they must hand them over, as they could interfere with the magic inside. Reluctantly, Typhon hands over his stone of divine judgment. The gate leading to the Pope finally opens. As soon as he steps inside, he meets Maine, or rather, he meets Zero, who is impersonating Maine. The fake Maine quickly tells Typhon, make yourself comfortable, but the old man refuses. He insists on maintaining formality as he is bound by the church's rules. However, Maney reminds him that he is giving the order. Reluctantly, Tiefan finally sits across from Maney, the two men facing each other. Tiefan reports that he has captured 3 witches as Maine had ordered the capture of any witches. However, during the extraction of one of them, she managed to escape and killed the entire squad in the process. Since then, no one has been able to track her down. Because of this, they've lost 16 followers to this witch, 4 of whom were in training to become divine punishment soldiers. Tiefan warns, if this happens again, the members of our order will begin to fear participating in such operations. Maine reminds his old junior combat witches are rare, and most of the fallen witches lack the power to resist. He assures Tiefan that incidents like the recent one are unlikely to occur frequently. Every fallen witch represents the potential creation of 2 divine punishment soldiers which are desperately needed, he explains. The pressure on the Hermes perimeter increases every day, and the church urgently requires more soldiers to defend against the demons. Tiefan is surprised by the logical and pragmatic demeanor Maine is displaying, noting how much more mature he seems since his inauguration as Pope. Tiefan shifts the focus. I have some good news, he says. Most of Wolfheart and Arista now support the church, excluding a few resistant cities. Eternal Winter, as expected, remains as weak and uncooperative as ever. Tiefan reports, the Holy City's resources are projected to double by next summer, along with a significant increase in the size of the Divine Punishment Army. He also notes that the Kingdom of Dawn is facing riots sparked by the royal court's crackdown on church followers. Despite the pressure from their aristocrats, Tiefan is confident. The church's supporters in the kingdom can hold out until the end of winter. Maine is pleased with this report and announces plans to adjust next year's priorities. Grey Castle will take precedence while the Kingdom of Dawn will be deprioritized and addressed last. But Tiefan reminds his senior, the church's resources are currently focused on the Kingdom of Dawn. Shifting their efforts to Grey Castle would require significant effort and time to reorganize. Maine, however, counters by stating, Grey Castle is already in ruins. The royal decree for the throne and the distribution of berserker pills have fulfilled their purpose, plunging Grey Castle into chaos. In contrast, the turmoil within the Kingdom of Dawn is internal, driven by their own instability. It is only a matter of time before they destroy themselves, so the order of their priorities is less critical. What concerns Maine the most is the western region's Roland Wimbledon. Over the past year, Maine has gathered detailed reports and uncovered something alarming. Apparently, every operation against Roland, whether orchestrated by the church or by Timothy, it has failed. Individually, these failures might not seem significant, but when viewed together, the pattern is deeply concerning. Roland Wimbledon has not lost a single battle. His victories stem from his rapid growth both in military power and influence, and he is continually expanding his reach. Maine warns if given another year, Roland might secure control over the entire kingdom of Grey Castle. By that point, reclaiming the land would become far more difficult and costly for the church. There is too much to be done in Hermes, and Maine doesn't have the time to concern himself with the church's internal planning and maintenance. He decides to leave those responsibilities to Tiefan. After the brief meeting, the witches escort Maine out. Once he is out of earshot, the fake Maine calls over a witch named Black Veil and praises her for how much stronger her illusions have become. As Maine transforms back into her true form, it is of course Zero. Black Veil accepts Zero's gratitude with utmost respect. At this moment, Isabella, a blonde witch, joins the conversation. She remarks, Roland Wimbledon, the 4th prince, seems like an intriguing guy, and might even have a better chance of defeating the devils than the church does. Black Veil immediately questions Isabella, are you considering betraying the church? Isabella calmly dismisses the accusation, saying, betrayal sounds ugly to me. She explains that the church's ultimate purpose is to ensure humanity's survival through the divine war. If someone else can achieve that, she doesn't mind who it is. Zero quickly silences them both. She acknowledges Isabella's argument, but stresses that the divine war is about more than survival. It is about becoming God's chosen child. To earn God's smile, Zero declares, I must win this war myself. The scene transitions to this bearded old man of the Eltec family whose name I forgot, but he is the father of Furlan, and he claims to be a descendant of Agatha. He questions his son Miso about where he is headed while wearing armor. Miso confidently replies, I am going to join Lord Mead EE in his campaign to earn glory and secure territory. He explains Lord Mead EE has gathered most of the western region's aristocrats at his castle, where he presented King Timothy's decree. The decree promises an increase in both status and land to anyone who aids in taking down Longsong Fortress. Miso lists several notable families who have already pledged their support without hesitation.
The first is Lady Millicent of the Wild Rose family, the second is Lord Caven of the Maple family, and lastly Lord ManhWa of the Leaping Wolf family. The fool of a son assures his father that he will prove himself to be better than his brothers by bringing glory to their family. However, his father quickly reminds him of Duke Ryan's crushing defeat. But Miso seems indifferent and confidently states, "This time is different. Timothy has provided them with snow powder, a weapon just as powerful as the one used by the fourth prince." He also mentions hearing rumors that Lord Mead EE has something even stronger in reserve. Miso declares, "The battle will begin soon." With that, the fool of a son departs, hoping to bring glory to his family, unlike his brother Furlan, who is now a puppet of the fourth prince. The father can't help but feel disappointment. No matter how strong Timothy or his armies may be, they're no match for Roland. The old bearded man learned this firsthand when he met Prince Roland recently. Roland is an intelligent and compassionate leader unlike the rest. The old man reflects on his own family, Furlan, Eileen, and Lady Agatha, all of whom live in Bordertown. He orders his butler to leave for Bordertown immediately and report this news to the prince. He doesn't care how the butler gets there. He just wants the message delivered as soon as possible. A few days later, we meet an angry Roland who has just received a distressing message from Ambassador Petrov, who is currently stationed at Longsong Fortress. Apparently, the four families of the western region have rebelled and Roland isn't sure who is backing them up. Knight Carter explains that these families must have been planning this for a long time. The aristocrats likely have a new patron or leader, one who has united them for the first time. Iron Axe suggests that it must be Timothy backing the rebellion. But Prince Roland is also certain. It wouldn't be surprising if the church is involved instead. Looking at the Dragon Cliffs, Roland notes that an attack on the western region is only a matter of time. Carter explains, "According to the letter we received, the enemy seems to have significant firepower." Roland points out, both the church and Timothy are not strangers to snow powder, but it will still take time before it becomes practical for them. Roland is confused. Even if they have a powerful patron, there's still the issue of distance. Bordertown is the closest to Longsong Fortress, so why would they think they can defeat the First Army? Nightingale also adds her 2 cents, suggesting that the enemy's confidence likely stems from the ongoing demon months and the major roads being shut down due to the weather. They're still facing constant demon attacks, and to them this chaos is the best guarantee for success. Prince Roland commands Iron Axe to mobilize the First Army. "Taking 500 soldiers and leaving tomorrow morning immediately," he orders. Iron Axe brings 6 cannons and you have full discretion to make further plans as you see fit. He then instructs Carter, "Stay behind and defend Bordertown." Naturally, this suggestion doesn't sit well with Carter, but Roland reminds him, "The demons are a bigger threat than the aristocrats. You need to hold the town while I'm away." This time, Roland plans to bring the witches with him. "I'll go anywhere you lead." Nightingale quickly pledges. Roland explains that his original plan was to expand slowly, gradually absorbing the elite territories. But the rebellion has given him an opportunity to seize land and labor beyond the fortress, and this time he won't be lenient. The scene cuts to the butler of the Eltec family, who instructs the boatman to take him to Bordertown, promising a handsome reward from the Eltec family. However, the boatman simply replies, "It's not about the money." His boat is just a simple hull with no roof to block out the snow. In these temperatures, it will take him several days to reach Bordertown. They will freeze in the boat long before they arrive. The butler asks, "Is there anyone who can take him instead?" The boatman clarifies, "Only a large sailboat from the fortress is capable of handling such a journey." Just as the butler begins to despair, a giant boat looms in the distance, followed by a whole fleet of ships, all led by Prince Roland himself, making his way to Longsong Fortress. Lightning appears and reports to the prince. The enemy is mainly concentrated in the ruler's castle. There are still some guards fighting, but they can't hold out for much longer. She reports that there are around 200 enemies, and the first wall has already been lost. The enemy seems to have something similar to muskets, but they are completely different from their own. She also informs the prince, Ambassador Petrov is frightened because his family was attacked, and he quickly pulls his father into the castle for safety. However, the rest of his family is gone. The duke's wife and the rest were captured and killed to force his surrender. Lightning had assured Petrov that the prince was on his way, but Petrov made only one request. When the prince asked what the request was, Lightning replied that Petrov wanted to make the enemy pay with blood. The prince is unsettled to hear this. The aristocrats have an unspoken rule never to harm a duke or someone of higher rank, but now the 4 rebelling families seem to have shattered that pride. It must be because of the Honeysucker family's support for him along with orders from their patron. Prince Roland instructs Lightning to relay his orders. Aside from the witches who will be fighting at the walls,
Everyone else will rush directly into the city and seize the piers. While the soldiers at the fortress are doing their best to fend off the enemy, the invaders continue to infiltrate the walls. Longsong Fortress soldiers try to shoot their bullets, but the enemy soldiers are equipped with bulletproof shields. The poor soldier is quickly overwhelmed and defeated. Just when it seems like they're done for, someone crashes through the enemy ranks like a meteor, and it's none other than Maggie and Ash ready to lend a hand to the struggling soldiers. The soldiers, still terrified by the sight of the witches, are taken aback. Maggie notices the injured soldiers and immediately takes one to Nana for healing. The soldier on the ground, still in disbelief, wonders, "Is this witch really here to save us?" Ash responds positively, stating, "She's here under Prince Roland Wimbledon's orders." The soldiers remain stunned, still processing the fact that it would have taken at least 3 days for them to get here from Border Town. How did the prince know the aristocrats were attacking? Ash, however, states, "I don't have time to answer your question." In front of her are the enemy soldiers, and she's itching to obliterate them. The enemy soldiers laugh, amused by the sight of a woman defending the wall. But their laughter is quickly silenced when Ash swings her heavy blade and cleaves through several soldiers in a single swing, taking their heads with it. The soldiers watch in absolute awe as Ash continues to obliterate the invaders, cutting them down left and right. Once the area is cleared, Ash orders, "Gather the rest of your comrades at the wall." He assures him someone will pick them up later. With that, Ash leaps off the giant wall, crashing down on the soldiers below, sending them scattering like matchsticks. As soon as she starts swinging her sword, it's clear that the soldiers' fate is sealed. Meanwhile, Jacques Meade, who is leading the rebellion, is fascinated that the Honeysuckle family has retreated to the topmost floor of the fortress. Despite being under constant attack for a full day, they're still holding out. He's confident, however, that Petrov will eventually have to give up. After all, how long could he keep avoiding starvation? Jacques Meade reflects on the secret letter from Timothy, which mentioned that if they can capture Longsong Fortress, the royal army will join them and destroy the traitorous King Roland. Once the snow melts, the western regions would be left for him to manage once Roland is defeated. One of his knights reports the state of the battle and asks, "Should we switch to phalanxes?" Of course, Jacques Meade quickly gives the green light. The small muskets Longsong Fortress is using will be useless against Timothy's phalanx, he's sure. Jacques Meade imagines how satisfying it will be to send Petrov's head to Roland, but it looks like his dreams are going to be just dreams in the end. Another subordinate reports to Jacques Meade, "Something strange is happening at the West Piers." He claims to have heard chugging noises, and when he sent 2 teams to investigate, neither has returned. Jacques Meade, still arrogant and blinded by his misplaced confidence, dismisses the report with a mocking tone. "Is it not just some hobo snoring or something?" he asks. But his subordinate replies, "Only a titan as tall as a wall could snore that loudly," making it clear he's not joking. Meanwhile, at the piers, one of the soldiers looks around with the fire torch in his hands. He can't see anyone around, and worst of all, the entire area has plunged into darkness with no torches burning. But soon enough, the air is filled with the sounds of bullets and enemy soldiers drop like flies. Leading the charge is none other than Prince Roland Wimbledon, and his face is a mask of pure fury. When one of the soldiers returns to Jacques Meade to report what's happening at the piers, the poor man is stomped on by Jacques Meade in a fit of rage. The stubborn leader refuses to take the situation seriously. He dismisses the idea that Prince Roland is marching with thousands of soldiers. The soldier tries his best to convince Jacques Meade, explaining Duke Rampart's men were hit by a relentless barrage of gunfire. He points out that the darkness was filled with countless sparks, and the shooting didn't stop for even a second. "Where is Duke Rampart?" Jacques Meade asks. "What happened to the Wild Rose and Leaping Wolf families?" he demands. "Bring them here immediately." But then the soldier delivers more bad news. Those families have already retreated from the battlefield along with their men. Jacques grits his teeth in sheer frustration. He's so stubborn that he refuses to accept the truth. Instead, he convinces himself that the soldier must be exaggerating, likely shaken by the barrage of gunfire. Jacques reasons, muskets might be powerful, but their range is no more than 40 paces, and their reload speed and accuracy should be pretty slow. Even if the enemy troops are equipped with those weapons, he's confident that if they gather all their knights and charge during the reloading phase, they could overwhelm them. The remaining soldiers and servants could then swarm the enemy forces, giving them a chance to defeat them. Jacques orders his knights, "Call in the phalanx team," planning to advance behind their shields while the musket infantry follows. Not long after, a horde of enemy soldiers marches against our side of soldiers. The firearms the enemy is equipped with seem massive and terrifying at first glance. But as terrifying as it might be, it's clear their weapons still rely on outdated methods. Each shot takes forever to fire because the fuse has to burn completely to trigger the explosion, just like an old-school bomb. Time isn't something these guns have, and our soldiers take full advantage of that. With just a press of the trigger, they unleash a barrage of bullets mowing down all the enemy soldiers on the front line. The enemy keeps getting hit one after another, while Jacques Meade can only watch the scene in front of him, seething with anger. But anger doesn't win battles. In the end, he meets his fate dead on the ground, surrounded by the soldiers who followed their foolish leader to their death. The prince makes his way to Petrov and his father in the castle. As soon as they see him, they drop to their knees in respect. Rise. The prince quickly tells them, praising them for holding out until the last minute against the 4 rebellious families. He promises those families will pay dearly for their betrayal. Petrov, however, is consumed with guilt. I'm deeply disappointed in myself for failing to protect the fortress for the prince, he thinks, and the weight of this failure brings him to tears. But the prince simply tells Petrov, rise, emphasizing that he has done nothing deserving of blame. Deep down, the prince acknowledges the truth. You see, Petrov isn't cut out for battle. This rebellion and the earlier loss of the fortress only prove it. But that doesn't make Petrov useless. Far from it. He's a natural when it comes to management business and seizing opportunities. While Petrov may not be a commander or capable of defending himself against military schemes, that doesn't mean he isn't a good ruler. In fact, the prince is already thinking of giving him a place far from the bloodshed of battle, where his talents for leadership and commerce can truly shine. The prince tries to reassure Petrov, explaining, this rebellion had to have been orchestrated from top to bottom. The enemy disrupted the order in the western region to steal what wasn't theirs. They committed horrific crimes, killing civilians from every class. Today, countless citizens have lost their families and homes. But the prince makes it clear he doesn't plan to let those bastards win. He acknowledges that Petrov's resistance kept the fortress from falling into an even greater disaster. The bravery and courage of everyone here are worthy of the highest praise. However, the prince reminds them that the battle isn't over. The rebels are running as fast as they can, and now is the time to strike back. The prince vows, no enemy will escape justice, whether they're hiding in the territories of the 4 families or even in the capital. The mastermind behind this rebellion will be held accountable. Starting tomorrow, the prince declares the First Army will march to conquer the rest of the western region outside Longsong Fortress. Any aristocrat who dares to resist will be dealt with on sight. He orders his army captain, I want the western region to be unified by next week. Iron Axe salutes this prince, acknowledging his orders. And it's not just him. All the soldiers stand tall and salute their lone prince, recognizing him not just as a leader but as their king. The scene transitions to René Meade, the younger brother of Meade Jacques, the same cocky sucker who got killed because of his cockiness in the battle. René has been locked up behind bars by Jacques because he refused to rebel against the prince. René is also Petrov's closest friend, making it impossible for him to attack someone he holds so dear. Years ago, when Duke Rayen was defeated, it was Petrov who saved René from prison. From that moment on, René abandoned any ambition to challenge Jacques for the position of family head. All he wanted was to become one of Prince Roland's knights. Now trapped in the cell, René sees clearly the mistake his brother made by rising against the prince. Suddenly, his sister arrives carrying food for him. How is Petrov? She asks, especially since she has feelings for him. So naturally, she's worried. But before René can answer, the entire palace begins to shake. Moments later, soldiers from Border Town barge in. Standing before the siblings is Iron Axe. He looks directly at René and asks, Are you René Meade, the second son of the Elk family? Before René can respond, his sister answers the question, confirming his identity. Iron Axe then reveals his purpose. I have been sent by Prince Roland Wimbledon to find you. He adds, Petrov has personally requested to see both René and his sister. The scene shifts to Longsong Fortress, where the prince is inspecting the firearms used by the enemy soldiers. As far as I can tell, these so-called guns don't even qualify as firearms, he mutters. They lack a trigger or firing mechanism, and are little more than metal pipes with open ends. As the prince reflects on this, Iron Axe enters the room accompanied by René Meade and Aurelia Meade. The siblings promptly bow to pay their respects to the prince. Rise, the prince quickly commands. He then begins by revealing something important. Before he ordered Iron Axe to march on the Elk family's territories, Petrov had assured him that René would never participate in Jacques Meade's rebellion, so the prince is relieved that this turned out to be true. He reminds René of the devastation caused by his brother's rebellion, which was supported by the other families. Countless civilians were killed, 2 cities were destroyed, and Petrov's family was murdered to force him into surrender. The prince sternly tells René, If you had stopped your brother, Longsong Fortress might have been spared from this tragedy. He makes it clear, everyone who participated in the rebellion will face justice, and every rebel will be punished for their actions. However, the prince reassures Renee, no harm will come to those who are innocent. He also promises that the Elk family will not face extinction as long as they remain loyal. First, the prince informs Renee, Jacques Meade has perished during the rebellion. He then asks Renee, would you like to inherit the title of Earl and serve under me? Renee bows his head without hesitation and pledges his loyalty right away. Turning to his friend Petrov, Renee apologizes for the pain caused by his family's actions. However, Petrov quickly reassures him, none of this was your fault. Renee reflects on earlier times from the previous chapters, the time when he once proposed that Petrov marry his sister. Renee is fascinated that the bond they share as friends has not weakened over all these years. Afterwards, the mission to unite the western region continued. The rebels stood no chance against the prince's first army. The outcome of most battles was decided in a single firefight, with the rebels crumbling before they could even reload their primitive weapons. They fell apart like a sack of potatoes. The First Army spent most of its time pursuing the rebels and conquering territories. They captured one stronghold after another day by day. The Elk, Leaping Wolf, and Wild Rose families were the first to fall. However, the campaign stalled when the army reached the Maple family's palace. The soldiers encountered an unexpected obstacle, a moat surrounding the palace. 2 soldiers were injured in an initial attempt to approach, and it became clear they couldn't fight effectively while the enemy maintained the high ground. If they wanted to breach the gate, they would have to attack from the bridge, but that was heavily guarded and under constant watch. The commander, whose name escaped my head, lamented, "We don't have the artillery team with us. A few well-placed cannonballs could have easily shattered the gates and resolved the siege." Iron Axe highlights an important detail. Reports indicate that the Maple family didn't contribute many soldiers to the rebellion, and their earl didn't even show up. This means their forces are still at full strength, making it unlikely they'll succeed without heavy weaponry. Reflecting on the past, Iron Axe notes, if this had been during my time in Iron Sand City, I wouldn't have hesitated to lose hundreds of soldiers to fulfill my chief's orders. But now he's watched his soldiers grow and become who they are today, and he refuses to risk even a single life unnecessarily. With no artillery or heavy weapons available, the only viable option is to ask for the witch's help. A few days later, Maggie appears soaring through the skies and heading straight toward the Maple family's castle. The soldiers on the walls fire arrows at her, but her massive body renders them completely ineffective. In the next moment, Maggie drops a giant TNT onto the palace. The explosion is immediate and takes the entire structure in flames, reducing it to a charred ruin in a single swoop. Iron Axe stood watching as the Maple family fell, and with their defeat, he gave the final signal for his soldiers to charge forward. The Maple family was taken down completely. By the time Iron Axe returned to Longsong Fortress, it was the 6th night, and the entire western region was finally under the prince's control. Petrov then came to meet the prince carrying the completed reports and estimates. He had organized the remaining aristocrats of the western region into categories and had even listed them in alphabetical order by name and criminal status. The findings were staggering. 64 aristocrats were found guilty of participating in the rebellion. 137 aristocrats either refused to participate or were unaware of the rebellion. The rest were knights, nobles, or other non-participating aristocrats. The highest-ranking guilty party was Roman Camellia, the Earl of the Maple family, who had already been captured by Iron Axe. The rebellion had wiped out the 6 prominent families of the western region. The Lion, Leaping Wolf, Maple, and Wild Rose families are now effectively extinct. The Honeysuckle and Elk families had been spared, but their influence and power had been reduced to nothing. With the rebellion crushed, the entire western region was now firmly under Prince Roland's command. Petrov reports, Iron Axe has provided me with a list of criminals, but I'm unsure if I should hand it over. He worries that Iron Axe may have made a mistake in his judgment. However, the prince assures him Iron Axe is incredibly skilled at interrogations. The prince trusts Iron Axe's final ruling. In fact, every aristocrat prisoner had been verified by Nightingale, ensuring that no innocent person was punished. Petrov then asked the prince what he planned to do with the guilty aristocrats. Seeing the hesitation on Petrov's face, the prince asked, "Are any of my friends listed among the criminals?" Petrov replies, "None of my friends are involved, but I'm concerned that executing the criminals might pose a risk to my rule." He worries that doing so could stir unrest and opposition among the citizens, leading to potential rebellion against his leadership. The prince, surprised by Petrov's political maturity, realizes that Petrov has thoughtfully considered the consequences. He's impressed by how Petrov has set aside his personal feelings weighing the outcomes of such a decision. Instead of growing bitter and cynical about the violence Petrov has learned and matured from it, the prince reveals his plan to Petrov, explaining, "I intend to publicly announce the entirety of the situation." He will list the names of the rebels, including aristocrats, soldiers, servants, and guards. The organizers who directly instigated the rebellion will be executed along with others who committed murders. The remaining rebels will be sent to other mines for labor. In the end, only 5 or 6 aristocrats will be executed. The public will likely assume that the rest were spared because of their expired privileges. The prince believes that after this, no one will consider the actions cruel or unusual. After all, rebellion is a grave offense. With the obstacles in the western region now cleared, the prince is confident that the new laws and systems will be respected and implemented without hindrance. He sees this as a significant step toward building a true city where order and structure prevail. The prince plans to begin the renovation of his fortress, starting with the installation of French windows. 3 days later, the prince gave a speech at the Longsong Fortress Theater. First, he offered condolences for the rebellion's casualties and distributed a pension. Then he made some announcements about his new policies. The theater's audience was smaller than he expected, and the snow had discouraged most people from leaving their homes. Those who were present were skeptical of these promises. After all, corruption had led to famine in the past, and even emergency rations were mixed with sand and leaves, so receiving golden royals seemed too good to be true. Of course, when he actually distributed the golden royals, the atmosphere changed drastically. Many more people showed up for the aristocrats' trial, and the entire theater was packed. Some even sat in the corridors. Criminal trials and executions still served as common entertainment for people everywhere. In the end, 132 people were sentenced to execution, and the other 900 or so had participated in the rebellion, but didn't kill anyone. As a result, they were sent to the northern mines. The power of the western region's aristocrats was finally wiped out. However, clearing these obstacles was just the beginning. Creating a new order was the most important condition for true governance. To lighten their moods, the prince prepared a grand banquet. Since the large families like Honeysuckle and Elk were all on the prince's side, the remaining smaller families tripped over themselves to praise our prince. Even at this small banquet, they praised the tiniest things like the chopsticks and the food. Now it's safe to say they were trying way too hard. The prince then grabbed everyone's attention and announced, "I would like to share an art album with you." When they saw the drawings, their eyes widened. The images looked incredibly realistic, and it didn't seem like they had been drawn by hand. No pigments could express such detailed colors. Seeing this, the prince was pleased that the city's upper class had an appreciation for art. He then corrected them, explaining, the drawings were indeed created by hand. But the distinction was that the artist was a witch, and her pigments were made with magic, which was used in every image. As soon as the mention of witches came, everyone's mood dropped faster than the guy who always makes "Dad leaving me" jokes in the comment section. The church's influence has been eradicated long ago, the prince assures them, and witches are not much different from normal citizens, something I have emphasized many times. Of course, they believe the prince and are ready to place their faith in his words. He then shows images of former aristocrats from the western region in the album, such as Tigu Pine, whom he believes most of them would even personally know. He currently lives in a border town, and this album serves as a record of his life there. As they can see, Tigu Pine is an aristocrat living under the new order. He is currently training in marksmanship to protect the border town, and once the turmoil settles, he plans to take his daughter and servants hunting in the misty forest. Ever since selling his territory to the prince, he has settled in the border town. His noble rank has been raised by 1 level, and his family's assets have grown many times over. The prince then reminds them, "I have already revealed my plans to build a city in the western region. So border town Longsong Fortress and the land in between will become one. Of course, this unification will be in terms of administration. In other words, the new city will follow the same laws and policies the prince has set up. This is part of the reason why he needs to collect aristocratic territories and assume bureaucratic powers." One person questions, "What will happen to our lands?" The prince assures them, "The land will still belong to you." Under this new order, any invasion attempt will be dealt with by the military. As long as everyone follows the law, there will be more opportunities for them to profit than they could ever imagine. The principle is similar to the cake he is cutting right now. Why settle for a small slice now when they can have a much bigger piece? None of them have been to border town, so it's normal that no one knows just how much bigger it can be. During the 2 previous quarters, border town's income has reached 30,000 golden royals. Of course, this revelation boggles everyone's mind. The prince continues explaining, If it weren't for the month of demons, that number would have grown by another 10,000 by now. Since aristocrats will manage their own business, these numbers will come to them soon. One of them asks, is the prince basically implying that we will have to run the fortress? The prince responds, yes, but also no. You see, the fortress will become a region of the city governed by the general city hall. The prince will build a branch of the city hall at Longsong Fortress, and it will follow the border town's format, creating many smaller departments. Each of them will work at these departments and handle their respective operations. Managing a region is an incredibly complicated job, and while it can bring huge benefits, he said, it's not easy to handle. After everything settles in Longsong Fortress, all of the new aristocrats will come to Border Town in order to gain first-hand experience of how an effective city hall is run. Everyone present here will also have to take classes on management. For now, this is all the prince has to share. The next topic is about rats, and he wants to ask what everyone knows about these shady people. Renee reveals, rats collect intel on the streets, and I used to be affiliated with them. The prince curiously asks, what kind of relationship did you have with the rats? Renee hesitantly admits, I used to be the leader of the Blazing Fire Gang, and I helped other gangs fight for territory before. The other representatives choke on their tea upon learning that Renee from the Earl's family had once been a rat. Even the prince is disturbed by this revelation. But before anyone jumps to conclusions, Petrov decides to clear the air. He explains, a few years ago, the rat presence at the docks was at an all-time high, with civilians and visiting merchants being attacked every day, yet the city guards did nothing. Petrov could not stand it, so he brought his own guards and recruited people from the slums to drive the rats out. Renee even sent Petrov daily letters when Petrov was in the capital, claiming that it was a glorious battle won on par with fighting demons. While Renee is dying of embarrassment, the prince expresses his plan to remove every rat from Longsong Fortress so that civilians can live in peace. But Renee objects to this idea. He acknowledges that while rats are just everyday people, they wouldn't stand a chance against knights. However, he says, if rats are labeled as criminals in order to get rid of them, there won't be many people left in Longsong Fortress. He explains that people often change from civilians to rats or vice versa, and many become desperate when the months of demons are prolonged. It's why many rulers allow black markets and criminal activity to exist. They prefer the rats to fight among themselves rather than risk creating a huge riot. The prince then inquires who organizes the rats, to which Renee reveals some are local aristocrats while others are foreign criminals. The prince is glad that no one present here owns a gang. However, it would be fine even if they did, as the prince wouldn't mind as long as they cooperate in clearing out these bad nests of rats. He then addresses Renee and assigns him the mission to put an end to all illegal activity in the fortress within the next month. Renee, you will need to cooperate with the First Army and eliminate various gang leaders to crush all rat organizations. He also commands Petrov, open the fortress's food inventories and distribute more rations. Some present there quickly object to this idea, arguing that, if they coddle the public, they will only demand more, and by then everyone will become beggars in the city. The prince finds himself disappointed that these aristocrats could only think of the negative all the time, which makes him believe they are lazy and foolish. He is certain that all these commoners need is a good role model and proper direction, and they will become the real backbone of the world he is trying to create. So he declares, I have made up my mind, and this will be my first lesson in teaching how to run a proper city hall. Every citizen needs to understand every detail of public policy. He wants everyone to answer the public's questions and listen to their feedback, because this is how an administration avoids becoming an empty shell. You see, new ideas, unified laws, enforcement, and political transparency are everything the prince is preparing for his new order. The scene then transitions to Sister Echo, followed by Iron Axe, who reminds her, the fortress is not as safe as Border Town, so you shouldn't wander alone. He adds, the prince also asked me to guard you if you leave the castle without any other witches. Every time Iron Axe talks to her, he refers to her as chief. After all, she was the chief of the Osha tribe under her former name Drow Silvermoon. She doesn't like being called by this title, but Iron Axe continues to do so, because this is how he sees her even to this day. The other citizens begin to stare at them, so she decides to wander off to the other side of the shore. As she walks around, Echo points out how Iron Sand City was nothing like this. Before leaving the southern region, I thought the entire continent looked the same, and never expected anything other than sand. Water and oases were precious resources that people would die for, but here no one would bleed for the Redwater River, and water is available everywhere. But Iron Axe reminds her, people still fight for other things such as golden royals, jewels, pride, and status.
He believes that battles are everywhere no matter the circumstances. Echo, however, still believes that the prince could stop the war. Even Nightingale told her, the Sand Tribes, Grey Castle mortals and witches, all of them would enjoy resources equally and live as they wish. She then questions Iron Axe. Do you want to return to Iron Sand? The big guy responds, I have already sworn allegiance to the three gods and will serve Roland Wimbledon forever. However, she doesn't need to worry as the prince promised her revenge and he won't go back on his word. When the day of our return comes, everyone will respect us. But Echo doesn't want to be the chief of the Osha tribe anymore. She likes to stay near trees and greenery, and she enjoys being with Wendy and Nightingale. She also likes to learn the songs that the prince teaches her. While she does wish to go back and visit one day, she doesn't want to remain in the desert and endlessly quarrel for water. She decides to start practicing her voice here as no one is around and she won't be disturbing anyone. She tells Iron Axe, I've made a song for my home and want you to hear it. She explains that she used the techniques the prince taught her, advising him to mix different instruments together to create a layered tune. But the names were strange. She is sure that only the prince would come up with words like techno and heavy metal. Iron Axe just smirks, believing that the prince is naturally different and in fact he is the child of God. Echo then begins her singing, and as she sings, the atmosphere around her begins to shift. Since this song is directed at her home, the entire mood changes and the scene starts to transform into a sand-filled landscape, even though it's the dead of winter. Once Echo stops singing, everything returns to normal. However, Iron Axe notices that the sand which appeared during her singing is still present on his hands. Later, he reports this to the prince, explaining, I saw the desert in Echo's voice and even found specks of sand. He emphasizes that he didn't find them intentionally. He was completely immersed in the moment and didn't even consider if what he saw was real. The prince is unsure of what to make of this, while Iron Axe continues to convince the prince that what he is saying is the truth. Although when she sang other songs, he did not see much, but the experience was surreal. The prince then presents the sand to Nightingale, asking, Can you tell whether it is the product of magic? However, even Nightingale has no clue what is going on, as there is no trace of magic on the sand. But when she looks at Echo, she can see that her magic has solidified. Sister Echo seems glad to hear this happy news, while Nightingale reports, Echo's magic is like a blue jewel as clear as water, and she is just as strong as Maggie. The prince then suggests, although sand is everywhere, Iron Axe wouldn't claw through the snow and dig some out to trick him. With that in mind, he wants to test her abilities himself, and tells Echo, sing the tune you created for your homeland. As soon as she does, the entire building begins to echo with her sweet voice. After hearing her tone, Nightingale reports, I heard the sound of wind through the trees and the temperature rose slightly. But the prince states, I didn't see a desert, which means perhaps her magic didn't work as expected. Iron Axe continues to insist that he indeed saw the desert. The prince then decides to conduct another test, telling Echo, just sing the song I taught you. Echo begins singing again, and it seems like the experience is different for everyone. For instance, the song Gorillas that Echo played makes Sylvie remember the fear she felt when she first saw a cannon fire. The prince has also started to figure out that a song becomes more significant if the audience has a personal memory related to it. Only then can they truly sink into the illusion it creates. Iron Axe relates to the southern region's culture and environment because he grew up there, and that's why he can feel the desert in Echo's song. Since the prince himself hasn't been there, he can't experience the same thing. However, the prince doesn't have the means to test the full extent of Echo's abilities for now, but he is very curious. He wonders if when the audience is fully immersed, the illusion could actually become reality. He has high hopes for Echo's new ability. I see the potential for you to motivate soldiers, calm crowds, and perform in the theater, he says, using your magic to influence those around you in powerful ways. Her influence over emotions would be a priceless asset for our prince in the coming days. The scene transitions outside where Renee delivers an announcement on behalf of the protector of the Western region, Roland Wimbledon, and the minister of Longsong Fortress, Petrov. Starting today, the Fortress City Hall will purchase any extra grain from citizens. However, beginning next month, all private sales of food will be considered a crime. Only the City Hall will be allowed to buy and sell grain. Anyone caught committing this crime will be severely punished, and anonymous reports will be rewarded with 25 silvers. The announcement sparks an uproar among the citizens who find it ridiculous that Petrov is planning to ban private food sales. Renee tried to calm the crowd, she says, assuring them that he will address all their questions one by one.
Meanwhile, the scene cuts to a shady hobo kid who looks like he's on a mission. From his perspective, he believes that what Renee just announced will cause chaos. If the aristocrats and merchants hoard all the food again, a massive riot is inevitable. After all, most people depend on the rats for their food supply. In a back alley, this blonde teenager meets with a group of his fellows and quickly reports what he overheard. "I don't understand what the wealthy are thinking," he says. "How are they going to manage to get food now?" This group of hobos begins to worry about their future survival. They mention two witches, Paper and Fang, who used to help them earn food. While we haven't met Fang yet, we know Paper has already been escorted to Border Town by Petrov. Kanash, the local underworld boss who dominates shady dealings in this particular area, becomes their main concern. They fear he'll use this food crisis to blackmail them at every turn, further tightening his grip on their lives. But their worries are eased right away when they hear the announcement: everyone will be entitled to 2 bowls of hot porridge per day served at noon and night. The initiative is presented as an act of generosity from Prince Roland. The scrawny and sickly boy in this group feels relieved at the news. For a brief moment, he wonders aloud, could this mean we no longer have to worry about being threatened by Kanash for food? However, his more cautious friend quickly clamps a hand over his mouth because speaking ill of Kanash in public could lead to serious trouble if overheard. Meanwhile, Renee continues with the announcement revealing more about the City Hall's plans. Alongside the porridge distribution, Prince Roland intends to crack down on criminal activities that threaten the lives and properties of the citizens. Renee warns, everyone steer clear of black markets, pubs, gambling houses, and other places associated with trouble during this time. He assures them, the prince has provided public safety officers and police to maintain order and protect the people. The group of hobo kids begins to worry again. They fear we might be forced out of the city entirely. And if that happens, they have no idea where they would go or how they would survive. The scene then shifts to Kanash, who is shown smirking wickedly. He appears unfazed by the City Hall's measures. In his view, no aristocrat, no matter how influential, can truly maintain control in foreign territory. What truly matters, he believes, is who controls the local power. Even the King of Grey Castle, in his opinion, rules in name only. In simple words, Kanash basically thinks that rats are the need of the filthy rich, otherwise they won't be able to run their business. Though Kanash is confident in his own perspective, he finds the second part of the announcement strange. Normally, if those in power wanted to issue free food to gain support, they would inform the rats first, ensuring the system worked smoothly. Yet this time it seems like the food distribution plan is being presented as something meant for the entire city. To him, this approach seems excessive and unusual. He resolves to consult his boss, the leader of the Blood Hand gang. Only his boss knows the full extent of what's really happening behind the scenes. It turns out the information about the City Hall's announcement was brought to Kanash by none other than the blonde kid and his hobo friends. However, instead of rewarding them for delivering such crucial news, Kanash reacts with cruelty. He completely bans them from ever tasting the porridge offered by the City Hall. Moreover, he threatens, if you are caught sneaking out to eat the free food, consider your mouth sewn shut as punishment. Later, as the group walks through the grimy streets, the blonde kid is determined to taste the porridge despite Kanash's warning. His cautious friend reminds him of the threat they were given, but the blonde kid brushes it off. "Sunflower's keeping watch," he reassures them. "And right now, Kanash's closest followers are all huddled by the fire, so no one will notice we've slipped away." But the scrawny friend they are carrying, whose name is George, is in worse shape than ever. His condition is rapidly deteriorating, and anyone suffering from the freezing sickness won't survive without food. The black bread Kanash gave them is nowhere near enough to stave off hunger. George needs something more, and a bowl of hot porridge might be the only thing that can give him a chance to eat. As they arrive at City Hall to receive the porridge, the blonde kid is surprised that food is actually being served. The line stretches long, and as they try to sneak to the front, one of the City Hall officials warns them, "Don't push or cut the line or you'll be disqualified from receiving food." The blonde kid insists, "My friend is sick and urgently needs food to survive." George has been starving for days and is now suffering from the freezing sickness. City Hall officer Wade quickly gestures to his fellow officer to take the sick boy. He tells the other 2 kids that they can find their friend here once he has been cured. Instead of waiting in line for their share of porridge, the blonde kid decided to return to their camp. If they stay here, it will take at least half an hour to get the food, which could put Sunflower in danger. However, when they arrive, they find that their worst fears have already come true. She is already in danger. The filthy scumbags have strung her up with a rope around her neck. She's barely surviving, desperately balancing on her tiptoes on a short bench to avoid suffocating. She is getting brutalized because the others snuck out of the place. Before the 2 boys can intervene, the thugs cruelly kick the bench out from under her feet. The real horror begins. The blonde kid and his friend rush to save Sunflower, but the thugs are quicker. They strike the two boys over the head, knocking them unconscious. With the boys incapacitated, the scumbags turn their sadistic attention back to Sunflower. One of them decides to pry out one of her teeth while another thug viciously pounds on the blonde kid who is starting to stir. But suddenly, the rope around Sunflower's neck is severed, cut by someone or something unseen. This familiar purple mist starts to fill the area, and before the attackers can understand what's happening, shit goes to hell. In just a matter of seconds, two guys have been taken down. That is when someone crashes down from the rooftop, and it's Ash the Mad Lad Lady. More and more of the thugs swarm the area, but Ash swings her blade and sends everyone scattering in every direction. Nightingale is also present, having taken care of the other attackers with equal skill. The blonde kid rushes to tend to his injured friend. It's then that Officer Wade arrives, raiding the scene with her team. "Drop your weapons," she demands. The arrest is being made in the name of His Highness Roland. Seeing the overwhelming power of the City Hall forces, the blonde kid is left stunned and overwhelmed. The announcement turned out to be true. These officers sent by Prince Roland are indeed here to arrest the rats. By the way, as I mentioned earlier, he is the same kid who used to be with Paper, and he was devastated that Petrov took her away from him. But right now, his eyes fill with tears when he realizes that the promises made by Petrov and the prince are not shallow. All the rats at the scene are arrested, including the group of kids. Nightingale approaches the blonde kid and tells him, "Answer truthfully." She asks him if he has ever killed anyone or robbed anyone. The kid quickly responds, "No." Since he is spitting the truth, Nightingale tells him, "Go get some porridge." She then turns to the other two kids. But before she continues, the blonde kid asks her, "Are you a witch?" Nightingale responds affirmatively, and the kid reveals, these thugs are Kanash's underlings, and Boss Bloodhand is the true leader of the rat faction in the fortress. He believes that catching them is key to eradicating the entire rat faction. Nightingale reassures him, promising, no criminal will escape justice. This assurance brings a small, hopeful smile to the kid's face, who was brutalized by these bastards. The three kids rush to join the queue, feeling a sense of happiness and relief now that they've been saved by a witch. They're excited about the possibility of meeting Paper someday. After standing in line for a while, they finally reach the front and get their turn to receive food. As they collect their bowls, Renee announces, once the months of demons come to an end, Longsong Fortress and Border Town will combine to form a new city. The land in between will need to be developed, which means new jobs will be available for everyone. For the blonde kid, this means he won't have to live like a rat anymore. With his new opportunities, he'll have a better chance of meeting Paper one day. But that's a story for later. We transition back to Border Town, where Wendy and Sister Scroll are sitting down for some tea, trying out a new blend from the City of Dawn. It's a peaceful moment, Wendy says, and we're enjoying the warmth of our drink. Meanwhile, Paper is in a different part of the town, focused on trying to ignite the stones in the Divine Sigil. Unfortunately, she's still not strong enough to light them all. After her little cute struggles, she turns to Wendy with a curious look and asks, when will I be able to ignite the second stone? Wendy, in her usual calm and wise manner, reminds her, you can only ignite the second stone once you're older and more powerful. In the meantime, Wendy suggests Paper should just enjoy her hugs and focus on her growth. That is when the scene pans towards Spear Passy, who is sitting nearby. Passy appears to be somewhat jealous as she watches Paper and Wendy interact. The kind of bond and support Paper receives at such a young age is something that Passy realizes she missed out on during her own childhood, and it stirs up some emotions in her. Wendy then inquired of Passy, how have your recent experiences at City Hall been? I know you've been visiting there frequently. Well, her visits were quite interesting. It is a place where there's much to learn. She remarks, it's the first time I've seen such a strict, orderly management system in place. It's far more efficient than the old ways where just a few high-ranking officials dealt with everything themselves. The City Hall ensures its continued efficiency, even if some employees leave, always keeping positions open for citizens to join. Passy is especially impressed by the regulations and laws Prince Roland has enacted, noting that they are very unique, something she has never seen anywhere else before. Just as they're discussing this, a City Hall officer enters and interrupts their conversation, reporting, a villager has come forward with a troubling claim. Apparently, the villager says that her daughter has just become a witch. Since Prince Roland isn't present at the moment, the officer explains, the prince had previously instructed the Witch Union to handle matters like this when he is not in the castle. Later, Wendy and Sister Scroll arrive at the registration hall. A mother is there with her daughter, who is supposedly a witch. The mother claims that they are immigrants from the southern region, and they moved here about a month ago. Wendy inquires of this supposed witch and asks, what is your name? The timid young girl doesn't respond, so her mother beside her pushes her forward. Hesitantly, the girl introduces herself as Summer. The old hag then explains, my husband is still working in the boiler rooms, so I brought my daughter here on my own. She excitedly explains, I've heard witches receive a golden royal every month as salary. Wendy confirms this, and the woman becomes even more excited, practically pushing her daughter forward as she insists, we are ready to sign any necessary contract. Of course, both Wendy and Sister Skrull can sense that this mother is up to no good. Wendy calmly explains, joining the witch union requires an evaluation. Since Prince Roland is not present, Summer will need to stay at the castle for now, and the contract can be signed once the prince returns. The mother agrees without hesitation and promptly begins to walk away, leaving her daughter behind. The poor girl looks visibly anxious. Sensing her unease, Wendy gently explains to her, there's nothing to worry about. She adds, the witch union isn't anything like the terrible rumors people might spread. Later, Agatha joins them and hands Summer a magical stone. Wendy reminds Agatha, Summer isn't yet familiar with her magic as it's only been 3 days since her awakening. Agatha assures her that there's no cause for concern. The stone I've provided is a balanced magic stone designed to measure the overall level of magic within someone. While it's not as precise as Nightingale's or Sylvie's abilities to sense magic, it's the best tool they have available to determine if Summer truly possesses magical powers. After the little test, Agatha confirms, Summer does qualify as a witch, specifically a summoner type, but her level is extremely low. Agatha further explains, it's not unusual for magic to be this weak early on since it hasn't fully gathered yet. It's still in a juvenile stage. They decide to figure out what kind of ability Summer has. So Wendy asks her, can you demonstrate it? Without hesitation, Summer uses her magic, quickly forming a mirage. The illusion offers a glimpse of the past where we see Sister Skrull and Wendy having that tea time. Everyone watching is left awestruck because the scene Summer creates looks incredibly lifelike. Agatha notes that while the ability to create illusions is rare, it's not unheard of. She recalls at least 2 other people in the Alliance with similar powers, one of them being a high-tier witch from Falling Star City. Meanwhile, Summer feels drained, having used up most of her mana. Wendy then asks her, how many times can you use that ability in a day? And can you control the illusions more specifically? The girl reveals, I can use my ability about 2 or 3 times a day. I haven't tried going beyond that, but it gets increasingly tiring each time. Hearing this, Skrull explains, it sounds like magic depletion, which is pretty natural. Magic flows like water or swirls like fog. It's the source of her power every time she uses it. Skrull assures her, we'll slowly teach you about the other attributes of magic over time. Later, Summer demonstrates her ability again. This time, the scene she creates shows an event from about a day and a half ago when the witches were having dinner together. Skrull records everything to share with the prince. Few days pass by and Sister Skrull decides to send Summer back until Nightingale verifies her identity. After all, they can't afford to take any risks when it comes to Prince Roland's life. So because of that, Summer had to leave. But she seems much more energetic when she leaves the castle after staying for a while. She asked lots of questions about the witches and the prince clearly excited to learn more. Initially, Summer thought the prince was a scary guy who kept many women around him, but she soon realized it was just a misunderstanding. However, things didn't go as smoothly when Skrull took her back home. Summer's mother didn't take the news well. All this old hag seemed to care about was money. To resolve the issue, Skrull ended up giving her 1 gold royale to keep her quiet. Wendy isn't sure if giving Summer's mother money was the right decision. However, Skrull reminds her, if paying off that old hag can keep Summer safe from her mother's harsh treatment, it's a small price to pay. Skrull points out that there are many days ahead of them, and if 1 gold royale can buy Summer a more comfortable life at home, it's worth it. After hearing this, Wendy agrees. She actually hadn't thought about it that way before. She then reflects on how much better the prince understands the value of witches' abilities compared to her. Wendy admits, I'm neither as logical nor as calculating as Skrull when it comes to weighing risks. This realization makes her doubt whether she's fit to lead the witch union at all. However, Skrull voices her opinion as well. She believes no one cares more about the witches than Wendy does. Skrull explains, it was only after my time with Kara's Witch Association that I truly understood this. A witch who genuinely considers the well-being of her sisters regardless of their powers is the kind of person who deserves to lead. According to Skrull, that quality is Wendy's greatest strength. While both ladies are having their conversation, they hear that the prince has returned, and a grand feast has been prepared to celebrate his arrival. The first thing the prince does is hold his most cherished waifu close to his heart. Of course, there are also the overly excited girls who rush in to hug him uninvited. The entire palace feels alive with joy, and the prince feels a deep sense of homecoming. He finds solace in the warmth of these familiar smiles in contrast to the cold atmosphere of Longsong Fortress. Later, the prince makes his way to the library with Anna quietly following him. He's pleased to see her there and quickly shows her the gift he brought back. It's a collection of historical records and legends along with some secret lore about the western region which I retrieved from the Duke's office. Before he can finish explaining, Anna closes the distance. They share a heartfelt kiss. For a while, they decide to just savor the moment together, letting the world fade away. The next day, Wendy reports to the prince about the newly awakened witch in Border Town. After reading through the report, the prince says, "I agree to take her in," and they decide she can sign a contract that very afternoon. After that, Wendy hesitantly brings up a matter that has been weighing on her. She admits, "I don't feel capable of managing the witch union." In her view, Skrull is far more experienced and mature, making her a better candidate for leadership. The prince listens patiently, but already knows Wendy had shared this concern with Skrull. He also knows what the Skrull's response was. He gently reminds Wendy, "Remember something important. Management techniques can be learned, but personalities are much harder to change." He points out that aside from Maggie, she's the only one who truly adores all of the witches equally. Besides, the prince reminds Wendy, Skrull is already in charge of the education department and her workload is only increasing. She wouldn't have enough time to focus on the new witches properly. He shares his vision of making the witch union self-sufficient with minimal input needed from him. "I want the organization to be well-known and respected by everyone." To achieve this, he tasks Wendy with creating a proper management system to determine which assignments. As for him, his role will focus only on guidance for evaluations and abilities. He also suggests that Wendy consult Ms. Spear for specific advice on management. Additionally, she's free to recruit assistants or city hall workers to help her with administrative tasks. Wendy acknowledges her role with a little dose of confidence and decides to leave to start working on the system. Now that Roland is done with his paperwork, he decides to sort the books he had been working on yesterday. While doing so, he reflects on his romantic moment with Anna from the previous day. He notices how she's become more openly affectionate with him lately, a change that's impossible to miss. Feeling moved by her affection, Roland resolves to reciprocate her feelings more actively, deciding to take the initiative with her moving forward. As Roland sorts through the books, Nightingale suggests, "Don't keep Anna waiting." With those words, she disappears. Her words leave the prince with a lot to think about. He wonders, is the best approach simply to follow the social rules of my old world to avoid hurting Nightingale and Anna any more than I already have? Just then, Summer arrives in front of the prince after passing Nightingale's test. Since the prince has already heard about her from Wendy, he hands over the contract papers. Summer quickly grabs the pen to scribble her name, but then hesitates. I don't know how to write," she admits, feeling embarrassed. The prince reassures her that there's nothing to be embarrassed about. He suggests, "Just press your fingerprint instead," which she does. Once done, Summer asks the prince, "Why did you decide to take me in, especially since I feel my ability is practically useless?" The prince smiles and assures her, "Your ability is far from useless. In fact, it's something that any detective would dream of. Solving mysteries or crimes will be a piece of cake for her, and she'll come to understand that soon enough." He adds, "Starting today, I assign Nightingale as your boss to guide you." The scene transitions to somewhere in Border Town in the room of the performers' crew. Here we meet Ferland's wife, Eileen, and Miss May, the Star of the West, and the object of Night Carter's affections. Miss May appears to be getting ready for a trip to the fortress. "I'm double-checking my bag to ensure I have everything I need." Eileen suggests pack an extra set of pillows, blankets, and sheets, but Miss May brushes it off, saying, "I don't really need them." Carter has also promised to buy her new clothes at the market. Apparently, the new stocks in the market come from raids on the 4 great families. While Eileen is delighted at the idea of getting high-quality fabric, Miss May feels proud knowing that the set Carter plans to buy is supposed to cost 5 gold royals. Hearing this, the people in the background are awestruck. For them, that amount is like 2 years' salary. But then again, it's not entirely surprising. After all, Miss May used to perform in the capital, and her fame as the Star of the West precedes her. As they continued chatting, Miss May asked Eileen about recent events, specifically recalling that Sir Eltec Ferland's father had come to the border town recently. She's curious about how he's doing. Eileen quickly explains, "The bulletin announced that the prince had cracked down on all illegal activities in the fortress. The Maple Leaf, Leaping Wolf, and Wild Rose's families have been dismantled, and the Eltec family was dragged into the aftermath as well. Most of their troubles stemmed from Ferland's brother Miso. Miso had been arrested by Prince Roland's soldiers after the failed rebellion. Since he hadn't harmed anyone and had voluntarily surrendered, he was only sentenced to 10 years of labor. However, once he chose to rebel, he was no longer considered part of the family. In the end, Sir Eltec still wanted Ferland to be the heir. He believed the family could be great again in Ferland's hands. But Ferland just wanted to become a knight, and Eileen said, "I support you no matter what decision you make." At that moment, Knight Carter unexpectedly shows up, leaving everyone a bit surprised since they weren't expecting him today. He explains, "The prince has given me permission to leave early." He then presents a gift he bought for Miss May, which lightens the mood of everyone in the room. The side characters quickly catch on to the situation. "We have work to do." They excuse and eventually leave, giving the sweet couple some much-needed time alone. And as for the last time I skipped over their relationship moment where they were all lovey-dovey and you guys grilled me hard for it, I did that because I know not everyone wants to stall the story. "I've even seen people criticize me for throwing in a joke here and there," she said, "so I've been avoiding it. Honestly, no matter what you do, you can't please everyone." Carter apparently has brought new clothes for Miss May, and he specifically asked the prince to design them for him. Carter had told the prince about their upcoming engagement, and so the prince quickly suggested a type of clothing that would be perfect for a wedding. However, it was also quite difficult to make. To get it done, the prince hired Miss Soraya and had to use ice cream bread as payment. Carter gave Miss May some time to wear the outfit. Later, he entered the room once she was ready. She looked absolutely stunning. This left Carter blushing so hard that his cheeks turned as red as tomatoes and everything felt so sparkling and fresh as if spring had already arrived. Carter then recalls that the prince had promised they could create a new type of wedding ceremony after the months of demons. He was really looking forward to that special day. The scene transitions to a conference room where representatives from every department have gathered for a meeting. "I plan to build a new city in the western region," the prince begins explaining his plans. Holding up a book titled Basic Kingdom Laws, he declares, "Everything written in it will serve as the foundation for this new city. The laws and systems outlined in the book will be implemented to ensure proper structure and order." He encourages everyone to read the book and freely ask questions or voice any doubts they might have. To get things started, he instructs Barov read it aloud for everyone. Barov picks up the book and decides to begin with the abstract, which summarizes the proposed structure and organization of the new city. Barov begins reading aloud the key points of the Basic Kingdom Laws. The first is all territory under Roland Wimbledon's control belongs to Roland Wimbledon. Second, the City Hall is the highest authority in the territory, and under Roland Wimbledon, it will be responsible for all management and maintenance in the Western region. Third, there are various ways for foreigners to become citizens, and the City Hall will offer at least 3 methods. Fourth, no civilians will be bound to a caste system. There will be no more slave servants or serfs. Men and women will be equal, and civilians will be protected by law with rights to protections and benefits through taxes. Fifth, aristocrats will be on the same level as any other citizen. Nobility will no longer have any authority, though it may still serve as an honorary title. Sixth, the safety and priorities of civilians will be ensured by Roland Wimbledon, and any violation of this is strictly prohibited. Seventh, the territory will support legal businesses and a free market. Civilians will have inalienable rights to education, careers, and marriage. Eighth, the new flag will be based on the towers and spears of the Grey Castle Royal Crest. It will feature a large 5-pointed star above the tower and 3 smaller stars below. The large star symbolizes Roland Wimbledon, while the smaller stars represent the City Hall, the military, and the Witch Union 9th, and the most critical point. The territory's name will be Neverwinter City. The months of demons finally come to an end, marking a day of grand celebration for the entire town. Prince Roland addresses the citizens, expressing his pride in their collective efforts. He emphasizes, "The victory belongs to everyone who has contributed to the growth and defense of Bordertown regardless of where they come from. This success stands as a testament to their unity, resilience, and hard work." He reminds them, "The threat of evil still lingers and will inevitably return. However, with their combined strength, victory will always be within their grasp." He encourages the townsfolk to embrace the moment and calls for everyone to celebrate their achievements and look forward with determination. The festivities include an elaborate stage show and a grand feast for all. The townspeople enjoy free meals, and for many, the abundance of meat is an extraordinary treat. The joyful atmosphere underscores their shared triumph and the bonds that hold the community together. As night falls, the focus shifts to the castle courtyard, where the witches hold a private celebration away from the townsfolk. However, not everyone is feeling these party vibes. Agatha in particular finds the festivities misplaced. She sees them as a distraction, convinced that preparation for the inevitable return of the devils is far more critical than celebrating. Prince Roland notices her unease and takes a moment to address her concerns. He tries to reassure her, saying, "One day of rest and celebration will not undermine our readiness for future battles." Offering her a glass of wine, he gently encourages her, "Relax and join the others. Victories, no matter how small, are worth acknowledging. As much as Agatha resists the idea of celebration, she reluctantly grabs the glass of fine wine from the prince's hand. Despite her stern outward mood, she allows herself to partake in the moment. The mood lightens further when Wendy unveils the highlight of the event, the giant cake especially produced for this very occasion. After the arrival of the cake, laughter and joy fill the courtyard as everyone indulges in the rare luxury. It becomes a night to remember, a heartfelt celebration of their shared efforts. After the festivities wind down, Prince Roland retreats to his room only to find Anna waiting for him in the corridor outside. Prince then reveals a special gift he has prepared for Anna, which is a sigil crafted with two magical stones. One is a pathfinding stone and the other a waypoint stone. When combined with magic, the sigil becomes a tracking device, allowing Anna to find him no matter where he is. With nervousness and sincerity plastered all over his face, Roland finally confesses, "I love you," and proposes marriage. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've all been waiting for has finally arrived. As for Anna, she's overwhelmed with emotions. She had dreamed of this day for so long, and now that it's a reality, tears stream down her face. It goes without saying that she says yes and reciprocates his feelings. In the quiet of the night, they spent some intimate time together. But since we don't need to get age restricted, we'll skip ahead to the next morning. The prince wakes up clearly disoriented. "Where am I?" he mutters, looking around. He's alone in his room and has no idea where Anna went. For a moment, he wonders if what happened last night was just a dream. But when he spots Anna's hair over the bed, he's convinced it was real. He quickly rolls over onto the blankets, hoping to catch her scent. But just as he starts to get a little creepy, Anna appears behind him. She scares him as she brings in some food. After setting the breakfast down, she says, "Eat well to regain your strength." But the prince insists on taking a few more days off for some extra fun. Anna shuts that idea down quickly. Like Agatha, she reminds him that they still have to fight the devils. Soraya and Agatha are working hard for this very reason, and I don't want to fall behind. Later, Princess Tilly comes to visit the prince. Seeing how cheerful he looks, she can't help but tease him, thinking he must have had a pleasant dream to be so happy. However, she quickly moves on to the real reason for her visit. Sadly, she is here to say farewell because it's finally time for her to return to Slumber Island. She has stayed here long enough and has kept in touch with the island only through letters. Now that the months of demons are over, her mission is complete. The prince suggests, consider moving to the western region instead. With the large expanse of land on the southern bank of the Redwater River, there's more than enough space to house all her witches. But Tilly reminds him, "We've already discussed this, and my decision to return to Slumber Island hasn't changed." Despite this, the prince asks her, please stay at least another week. He wants time to prepare something for her and the witches. A collection of books, study guides, and practice problems to help improve their learning and save them time. He also suggests, take some revolvers for protection in case you run into enemies wielding stones of divine judgment. He promises to send her steam engines as well, explaining, they'll be useful for everything from irrigation to desalination. But the biggest reason he wants her to stay is so she can witness the grand opening of Neverwinter City with him. He hopes you can be there for the creation of the city, something I've been waiting to share with you. Later, Wendy comes across Nightingale sitting in a quiet corner looking completely dejected. It's clear she hasn't slept at all. The expression on Nightingale's face is so full of devastation that it reminds Wendy of the day they first met. The cause of Nightingale's heartbreak is quite evident. It's troubling her that the prince is finally with Anna. What makes it even harder to bear is that Nightingale herself encouraged the prince to take that step. Although she insists she was prepared for this, and always knew it was inevitable, the weight of reality has hit her harder than she expected. Wendy feels deeply concerned for her friend. Nightingale's broken state reminds her of the past, of the times when they had faced so much together. Nightingale had always been so brave, fighting countless battles without flinching and never showing fear, not even before Kara, as terrifying as she was. Yet now this pain has completely shattered her. Wendy knows her friend needs comfort more than anything. She gently urges, cry as much as you need, Nightingale. Let it all out and release the pain you've been holding in. Wendy then reflects on their shared reality. We have nowhere else to go and no one else to turn to. Staying by the prince's side is their only option, even if it comes with its challenges. Wendy reflects aloud. While everyone can enjoy the warmth of the sun, the closer you get, the more you risk being burned. It's a bitter truth they both must live with, but she promises to stay by Nightingale's side, offering whatever support she can. Wendy urges Nightingale to give up and move on, reminding her that she already has her sisters to support her. But Nightingale refuses, making it clear that she won't let the prince go so easily. No matter what she says, I am determined to protect him until the very end. This is her decision, and she won't back down. As spring blooms in full swing, people gather to celebrate the wedding of Miss May and the Prince's Knight Carter. The couple looks stunning in their outfits, radiating joy as they make their way to the beautiful gazebo. Once they arrive, Bravo officiates the ceremony and prompts them. "Exchange rings," he says. When they do, the moment becomes electric with emotion, and the crowd erupts in happiness. Carter, however, hesitates when it's time for the kiss. His nervousness causes him to tremble as he inches closer to Miss May. But Miss May takes the lead and leaps forward to kiss him, saving him from further awkwardness. Among them, Soraya busily paints each scene, determined to immortalize the memory through her art. After the ceremony, the prince offers his congratulations and announces a small but thoughtful gift. 2 days of vacation for Carter. He assures him that he'll take care of any pressing work so Carter and May can enjoy their time together. The wedding concludes successfully, with everyone showering the couple with blessings and happiness. The prince stands close to his beloved, holding her hand tightly. He quietly expresses, "I too dream of the day we'll share such a moment." Though surrounded by joy, Nightingale watches from the sidelines, her heart heavy and broken. "All I can do is endure the pain and silence as the world around me celebrates." The scene transitions to a few days later while the prince is busy shaving his beard. Barov reports that the messenger pigeon has been sent to Longsong Fortress and is expected to arrive at their castle within half an hour. The prince inquires about the preparations for the upcoming event. Barov informs him that everything was completed yesterday afternoon and the venue is large enough to accommodate everyone in town. Apparently, this event is no ordinary gathering. The prince plans to announce the establishment of a new city. To emphasize the significance of this milestone and how it will affect the citizens of both sides, the announcement will be coordinated with Longsong Fortress. Both locations will deliver the news simultaneously, highlighting their unity and shared progress. The prince expresses hope that Petrov will receive the letter promptly. As expected, the messenger pigeon eventually reaches Longsong Fortress, delivering the message to Petrov. With everything in place, the simultaneous announcements begin in both Longsong Fortress and Border Town. The prince steps forward and formally greets the gathered crowd. "I believe everyone present understands the significance of today's event," he begins. "The small town built on the slopes of the northern mines will soon transform into a real city." He reflects on the past. "Remember the annual nightmare that the months of demons once brought to Border Town? However, they proved that they could stand their ground." He recounts their triumphs over their enemies. Osmond Ryan, who sought to disrupt the peace of the western region, met his downfall. The church, which tried to oppress witches and enslave the people, was ultimately banished. And even Timothy Wimbledon, whose schemes failed to defeat him. The prince points out that Timothy set the southern and eastern regions ablaze, yet the border town remained unharmed, a living proof of their strength and resilience. He also speaks of the new king's atrocities, such as the sacking of Golden Wheat City, and the knights who acted no better than bandits. But the prince promises such tragedies will no longer happen. This new city they are building represents their unity and strength. As long as the people stand together, no enemy will dare step foot in their lands. The prince vows to make their enemies pay for their wrongdoings. With pride and conviction, the prince announces, "This place will become the new capital of Grey Castle. A new kingdom will be born here, one that will thrive even in the harshest winters." He assures the crowd, "This city, no matter the season, will remain as warm and vibrant as spring." Finally, he declares, "Starting today, Border Town and Longsong Fortress will unite as one Neverwinter city." The crowd erupts in cheers, their voices echoing across the square as they wave the flags of their new city high in the air. Princess Tilly is also present at the ceremony. Witnessing the grand inauguration, she feels a deep certainty that the spark the prince has ignited today will one day grow into a roaring flame, spreading across the entire continent and reshaping its future. The scene shifts to the filthy witch Zero. She's apparently been learning all about the prince's exploits so far. Against all odds, he escaped the royal decree for the throne, managed to defend himself against his better-prepared siblings, and even came out on top. It's all pretty intriguing to her. Zero also learns from the fourth prince's memories that she tried to kill him by poisoning his food. The poison was colorless and odorless, definitely fatal, but it didn't affect him at all. His leadership has drastically changed since then. He's won the favor of all his citizens, and has even transformed the western region on his own. If he weren't the fourth prince, she wonders, what could he have become? This is all getting pretty interesting, and I'm absolutely looking forward to acquiring Prince Roland. She wants to absorb him, make him part of the church just as it should be. That's when Isabella shows up. When Zero asks how her meetings went, Isabella mentions that she had a hard time befuddling those old men again, plus one geezer and 2 lunatics. It's not just about befuddling them, Zero reminds her. This connects to the church's entire lower system. He paused, then added, Witches may be the core of the church, but they can't gather all the resources they need without the mortals helping them achieve their final objective. Isabella finally relents, but says that according to the others, it will take until the second month of summer to move the resources needed for an attack from dawn to Grey Castle. She then reveals, rather disappointedly, they have only about 400,000 pills left in their warehouse. On top of that, Isabella isn't sure if it's a good idea to let mortals fight the devils. They're talking about millions of people, and using the pills would quickly deplete Hermes' entire stock. She worries the church might not even win. Once mortals take the pills, their value only lasts for a day. They're useless if they don't take enough, but they die faster if they take more. Zero feels a little disappointed that Isabella doesn't seem to understand her point. She explains that she never intended to use their berserker army to defend Hermes. The final battle, she says, will most likely take place at the ruins of Tequila. When Isabella questions whether Zero is planning to attack, first Zero reveals her reasoning. Time is our most precious resource, she says. I never thought sweeping all the devils at once was possible. It's simply unrealistic. The divine texts mention that when the underworld gate opens during the red moon, the devils will build a towering black structure. However, this tower isn't built, it grows. The material used for this construction was only referenced in the readings of the Alliance's third seat, said one. The expansion of devil territory requires these towers to produce red mist. Past towers have always been built in locations rich in stones of divine judgment. An enormous monster lives beneath each tower, its body even thicker than Tequila itself. This monster digests the stones of divine judgment, turning them into black crystals that diffuse red mist. Isabella finds it disgusting, while Zero points out, you don't know how long it takes to digest the stones. But it definitely doesn't happen overnight. During this time, the devils can't build their tower here. They can only ship it from their homeland. Zero wants to carve a bloody path through the devils with the berserker army, and then kill the buried monster with the divine judgment army. And if they're lucky, they might gain another 4 centuries of time. You see, the berserker army just can't replace the divine judgment army. The drug they use also affects the mortals' consciousness, but it won't touch their emotions. Against a truly terrifying enemy, they'll still feel fear or even retreat. A broken army of millions will leave them defenseless. Of course, it won't be that easy. The berserker army will mostly be the lower followers of the church, one said, but they'll be led by divine judgment soldiers. Unifying the kingdom is the only way to gain that many followers. Zero knows she has to gamble with humanity's fate and gather as many chips as possible. She tells Isabella, don't fear the battle because it's the unexpected rewards that are the sweetest. Their intelligence, bravery, belief, and sacrifice will determine their future. And this is what God wants to see, because the weak will never earn his smile. Isabella hopes for the best, though she is still curious about one thing. She wonders, what would the fourth prince do if he were standing here right now? Zero dismisses the remark coldly. I'm sure I won't fall against a mere human like Roland. But Isabella presses on with reason, pointing out that according to Archbishop Tifon, the pure witch he sent to Grey Castle still hasn't returned. She simply disappeared without a trace. Not only that, they also lost Ephira in the capital Archbishop candidate ManhWa and the Longsong Fortress Cathedral. She tries to give Zero a wake-up call, reminding her that this is one of their biggest losses. It's as if ever since they started meddling with the Western region, they've never won. As if God himself is protecting it. Although Isabella didn't want to say this, the words slipped out anyway. And this only served to enrage Zero beyond belief. She quickly shuts Isabella up, reminding her, mortals know nothing about God. Mortals can only rely on knowledge and tactics, and those will all become a part of her. She believes that even if Roland has a method to defeat the devils, the Alliance will do better. When the church conquers Grey Castle, the Western region will witness who is truly God's child. Isabella grows concerned, seeing how much her friend has changed. Zero is beginning to resemble the Pope in some ways. On the other hand, Zero is still shaken by the unsettling thought that Roland might actually be under some form of protection by the gods. As Isabella leaves the room, Zero reflects on how no matter who the Pope is or who came up with the idea, anyone who enters the prayer room will drastically change. The highest level in the temple is the closest to God. She then walks into the temple, and after standing beneath the gazebo, she reveals, this is the only place where I can witness God's messages. She clasps her hands and begins her prayers. Her entire body begins to shimmer, and before her appears a demonic red eye. But according to her, this is supposed to be God's true form. The magic surrounding this supposed God is larger than the ocean, and its brilliance is brighter than the sun. This only reinforces her belief that only someone who wields such power could be God himself. This, she claims, is the red moon mentioned in the holy books. Through premonitions, she understands that humanity is weak and cannot protect anyone. The end of the divine war is illustrated in 4 paintings. Once she enters the first picture, we see this throne adorned with skulls. In the next picture, the city she wanders through is the origin of the devils where they first appeared on the northern peak of the realm of dawn. As she gazes at the throne, she reflects that she was supposed to find the protector of devils sitting there, but it is empty. It guards the secret of God. There are paintings, and according to the ancient records, it has been said that the contents of the second painting are subject to change. Some mention that it depicts a huge eyeball, while others say they saw bubbling volcanoes or an endless pit glowing at the bottom. No one sees the same thing, but as far as she can see, there is nothing. The church's secret records once mentioned that in the early days of the First Divine War, there was something inside the other painting. When the war ended centuries later, the image faded to black. It makes her wonder if it's the aftermath of those rejected by God. Perhaps they are hiding something. As for the last painting, it has never been mentioned. If even the popes don't know about it, this secret could be lost forever. She starts to feel exhausted as she prays, and sadly for her God did not respond today. She had thought that there would be nothing more to care about until she became pope, but her understanding of this world only skims the surface. There is a brand new secret in front of her, and her immortality is the perfect resource to chase it. She is truly the child chosen by God, and she can get closer. Centuries, even millennia, won't matter because it will be worth it. I've got no clue what the hell she just talked about, but let's hope to soon get some context and figure things out. It's finally time for Tilly and her party to return, and the ship has arrived to take them. Andrea turns to the prince before boarding and says, "I had a great time in the border town, but I'm not sure if I'll be able to make the same ice cream bread when I get back." In return, the prince promises to make even tastier food when she returns. That's when Ash chimes in with a verbal jab saying, "We wouldn't mind if you kept Andrea for yourself. After all, one less loudmouth on Slumber Island won't hurt anyone." Of course, both ladies immediately throw their usual jabs back at her while the prince turns to his sister and tells her, "If you run into any problems on Slumber Island, let me know and I'll do my best to help however I can." And he adds, "The city of Neverwinter will always welcome her return." Tilly thanks the prince and says she's also looking forward to him visiting Slumber Island as well. With that, the witches begin boarding the ship, and both Xavi and Andrea wave their hands for the last time. The prince seems quite dejected to see them go. Nightingale quickly picks up on it and asks, "Don't you want to let them leave?" The prince expresses how a bit jealous he feels. "There are over 300 witches living on Slumber Island, and I wish they could all move to the western region," he says. But they shake off the gloomy thoughts and decide to move forward. On a sunny day in Neverwinter, we meet the prince and Nightingale inside the office. Nightingale reports, "The fortress rats are scuttling around again, which could push things out of control." The prince had expected this. "Eradicating the rats will be a long process with occasional surges," Petrov said, "but as long as pressure is maintained while offering them better ways to live, they'll eventually disappear. That's why I hoped the prince could provide help with skills and labor." Nightingale then asks, "Do you intend to send me? I don't seem too keen on leaving you alone behind." The prince reminds her, "You are in charge of the security department, and you'll need to frequently travel between locations to oversee various jobs." But Nightingale worries that their enemies might send a witch assassin, and in that case only she can protect him. The prince believes she's just overthinking, but Nightingale stubbornly sticks to her guns. No matter what he says, even Wendy and Skrull will stand by her side. That's when the prince reveals, "I'm going with her too." This finally calms Nightingale down. The prince adds, "You should bring Summer along as well so she can learn how to use her abilities in practice." He also tells her, "Bring Sylvie and Saria. They'll need to investigate the fortress mines and create an identification system." With that, the prince leaves Neverwinter with a select group of witches. Once they arrive, Petrov reports, "We have a bigger issue at hand than the usual robberies and small crimes. There have been incidents that are more public, and they're happening against the police force the prince had deployed. According to Officer Wade, this should be called the Northern Outer District serial killer case." Renee further reveals that starting 3 days ago, a civilian has been murdered every night. The victims were all male, lived alone with no family, and most importantly, all had received jobs from the city hall. A symbol was also painted in every room with blood resembling a crown with an X later crossed over it. Since there was a symbol, Renee tried investigating the city hall. She discovered that they were about to begin construction in the Redwater district. News of this had already spread through the northern streets, and people now believe that they will be killed once they accept jobs from the city hall. The number of applicants was already low. Now no one dares to sign up. In fact, a number of citizens want to quit their jobs as well.
If this spreads to the other districts, it will be detrimental to their expansion plans. There were no witnesses, and no one knows where to begin the investigation. The prince questions Renee, asking, "How did you solve something like this in the past?" Renee reveals, "The patrol never had a solid protocol. If it were a big problem, the victims' families would appeal to the city lord, and the lord would promise justice for the people. Only then would the patrol be pressured to make the criminals hand themselves over. The patrol, however, never cared if they were scapegoats or not, and they ignored victims who were foreigners or loners." That sounds quite horrible to the prince. You see, from what he's heard, this means almost everything is under the rats' control, so it's no wonder they were considered vital to the city. The prince has also observed, this world doesn't seem to have investigators. If there are no witnesses, it always results in a cold case. The prince quickly gave Petrov the good news, telling him, the Department of Security will handle the case tomorrow. All he wants from Renee and Petrov is their cooperation. Nightingale then asks about his plans for this, to which the prince explains, "I'm not going to be directly involved. He needs to supervise the aristocrats in building the second city hall. The sooner he can finish that, the sooner Soraya can start making the ID cards. So the case is up to her now." He tells her, "You will be in charge of the Department of Security and need to decide how to crack the case. The entire police force of Neverwinter will eventually be yours to control. Wade, Renee, and anyone else will answer to her." But Nightingale reminds him, "You were the one who told her that departments need to be balanced in power, and she doesn't fully understand how the city hall works. Wouldn't the Department of Security be lower in rank than the city hall?" The prince places his hand over Nightingale, startling her a little. He reminds her that the security of their land is more important than anything else. "That's why you answer directly to me," he says. "It's also why you will control both the police force and any investigations involving the city hall or the military. All of their departments need to be tightly connected by a big net to prevent internal corruption. There's a saying that the strongest defenses always start to decay from the inside, and she will be the one to shield them from that happening." Seeing him put so much faith in her just makes her feel flustered, and now she is looking forward even more to living up to his expectations. Later that night, overcome with excitement, she practically strangles Summer as she tells her, "We're going to catch all the criminals and make sure they never return to Neverwinter again." As Nightingale begins to plan their next steps, she tells Summer, "Your job will be to recreate the crime scenes." However, Summer objects, pointing out, "I won't know what time of day the crime occurred. So how can she accurately recreate the scene?" Also, after a week of practicing with Miss Wendy, she can only use her abilities 4 times a day. If she extends the duration of the illusions, that number goes down. Furthermore, she can't keep it up for more than 2 days at a time, or her exhaustion becomes overwhelming. Nightingale grows concerned. It'll be a problem if their recreations don't accurately reflect the criminal's presence at the crime scene. She then asks Summer, "Would shortening the duration of your recreations allow you to use them more frequently?" Summer responds in a roundabout way, saying that her magic drains quickly and that it won't make much difference. This makes Nightingale appreciate Spear Passy's power transfer ability even more. But since they don't have another option, she decides to take a gamble, predict a time, and hope for the best. "My luck has always been good," she claims. "After all, it's how I met Prince Roland." With that, the two ladies settle into bed. Morning arrives and Renee formally introduces himself. "I am Earl Renee Mead, at Nightingale's service under Prince Roland's orders." Nightingale reciprocates the gesture, introducing Summer as her assistant and witch. Renee expresses his eagerness to work with the two witches to find and capture the criminals. With that, the investigation begins. "Take us to the crime scene," Nightingale requests. As Renee leads them toward their destination, Summer feels nervous being around someone of Renee's status. "In Prince Roland's territory, titles don't carry much weight," Nightingale reassures her. She should not be afraid, as Renee would not belittle her. Moreover, the Department of Security is more important than the City Hall, making it his superior. As they walk, Renee shares, "There was another victim last night, this time at the intersection between North and West Street. This marks the 4th murder, with each location being different. The killer appears to understand that staying in one area would be risky, especially now that the rats are no longer present." Once they enter the restricted crime scene, Summer exclaims, "Oh my God!" She is horrified by the sight of the old man's body brutally killed and lying on the ground. She trembles, feeling sick, and Renee suggests, "Step outside for some fresh air." Nightingale asks Renee, "When was the body discovered?" Renee explains that it was this morning when civilians came to fetch water. They found the corpse and noticed the door was left open, almost as if the killer wanted to make sure everyone saw it. In the past, it might have taken 2 or 3 days to report, but thanks to the City Hall offering rewards for information, someone immediately reported it. The victim's name is Pycax, a free citizen with no known ties to anyone or anything.
which underscores that he might have been a rat in a past life. Nightingale then inquires, "Did anyone see him the previous night?" Renee confirms, "I asked around, but no one saw anything and no one heard anything either." After thinking it over, Nightingale concludes killing an adult like this would have made noise. Pycax didn't die immediately from a slit throat. He must have struggled or at least thumped against the floor, making a significant sound. She then questions, "Could the witnesses have lied?" Renee doesn't believe that's likely. The civilians are too fearful to lie, and since anyone who helps the police is rewarded, they don't have a reason to do so. Nightingale decides to call everyone who is nearby and conduct her own questioning. She then turns to Summer. "Go to the castle and bring Soraya," she instructs. Later, we find Nightingale standing in frustration because not only Soraya, but also the other two girls have barged in uninvited in the midst of such a serious criminal investigation. She scolds Lightning sharply, asking whether she isn't supposed to be protecting Prince Roland while she's away. Lightning explains that Prince Roland is engaged in a conference with the elites in the Grand Castle Hall, so he's not in any danger. Furthermore, Sylvie is still present, and with her around, no one would dare approach the prince. Despite this, Nightingale fumes with anger and orders them to return to the prince before the conference concludes. Back to the investigation, Nightingale gives Soraya the task of drawing the killer. Summer replayed the murder, and Soraya will use her abilities to produce the visuals of the killer's face. Renee believes that if they can obtain a clear image, they should plaster it across the billboards in the fortress, as that's the fastest way to catch the criminal. However, Nightingale points out that it may not work as planned, especially considering the limitations of Summer's illusions. They will need to be lucky to find the exact time when the crime took place. She then tells Summer to replay the events between midnight and dawn. When Summer begins to replay the events, they see the old man sleeping peacefully in his bed. Nightingale instructs Summer to extend the timeline slightly after midnight, as the killer would have needed extra time to draw the symbol after the murder. As soon as Summer does this, the killer materializes and is busy drawing the symbol on the wall with the old man's blood. However, they can only see the killer's back since he is facing the wall. Nightingale instructs Summer, replay the events just before the man was facing the wall. After doing so, they finally get to see the killer's face. Well, it seems like Bro has been caught in Ultra 4K.